This guy was actually born as an awakened being, possessing a strength far superior to normal people. But the first thing Se-jun has to do is pay off the massive debt left behind by his parents. 9 long years pass, and he finally has saved up enough tuition to apply to his Dream Hunter Academy. While browsing online, a sudden ad for the Ultimate Academy catches Se-jun's eye and makes him freeze. What on earth is this? The video is packed with nothing but ridiculous, over-the-top praise. Left completely speechless, he continues scrolling and clicks on a video of the Monkey King swinging his magical staff. But the sheer power and technique on display leaves Se-jun completely jaw-dropped. It is absolutely unbelievable. Driven by pure curiosity, Se-jun clicks the sign-up button. Suddenly, the screen displays $40,000, his exact life savings. Talk about sketchy. Is this a scam? Well, reality checks him. He immediately backs out of the site and puts his hard hat back on for work. But life always loves throwing a curveball. All of Se-jun's hopes vanish in a matter of seconds. In a single terrifying instant, the chain holding a massive monster corpse snaps right above him. Everything around Se-jun goes completely black, looking just as dark and hopeless as his future. His shattered body is severely injured, requiring exactly $40,000 for surgery. To make matters worse, his company refuses to pay workers' comp. Just like that, his bright future seems dead on a hospital bed. With surgery costs looming, his pockets are almost empty, leaving him with only the $3,000 Se-jun gave him. As he sits there in despair, his phone suddenly vibrates. With a notification from the Ultimate Academy, the admission fee has miraculously dropped to exactly $3,000, shocking Se-jun. With nothing left to lose, he decides to risk it all. But the second his finger taps the screen, the cash envelope beside him literally evaporates, scaring him half to death. Once the registration goes through, a glowing tiny miniature fairy pops right out of his phone screen. This little guide introduces herself as his assigned mentor, leaving Se-jun wondering if his brain got damaged in the accident too. Talk about a coincidence, his actual mentor's name is just Mentor. She beams with pride, boasting that Odysseus was her first student, making Se-jun highly doubt who's actually crazier here. Mentor explains that at the Ultimate Academy, the instructors are legendary figures who have shattered the limits of their own races. This revelation leaves Se-jun utterly stunned. It turns out this place trains transcendent beings, not just regular old hunters. Hunters are basically nothing compared to them. Mentor quickly pulls up an evaluation test to check his current potential. With trembling hands, he starts the test but gets completely stuck on the second question because he has none of those skills. Sighing deeply, Mentor mutters that she will let it slide and temporarily accept him anyway. But with that, she drops a massive 180-question quiz that nearly kills Se-jun right there on his hospital bed. Noticing his preferred combat style is spearmanship, Mentor decides Eastern Chi cultivation is the perfect match. She instantly unlocks a lecture taught by Professor Buddha himself, leaving Se-jun completely dumbfounded and questioning reality. What in the world? Following Mentor's advice, he clicks on the Unshakable Mind lecture. The holy teachings and tranquil instructions echo in his ears, sending Se-jun into a deep, dreamlike trance. After listening non-stop for an entire week, his broken body fully heals into a shredded, muscular physique, shocking every doctor in the room. Talk about the ultimate divine healing power. Se-jun feels completely enlightened even though he is only at 1.3% completion. Getting greedy, he decides to try Chiron's lecture next. Chiron is a legendary centaur, half-man, half-horse, who trained almost every single hero in Greek mythology. Our guy happily lies back to relax and listen. Suddenly, the centaur roars through the speaker, ordering him to get moving, scaring Se-jun so badly he nearly falls out of bed. Just then, his phone flashes with a sudden notification about his daily personal quest. And let me tell you, this physical training regime is way beyond brutal. It is completely unrealistic for Se-jun, making him sigh and look for a skip button. But no matter how hard he taps, the annoying prompt refuses to budge, demanding he finish the quest. He's utterly devastated. Well, so much for an easy way out. Defeated, Se-jun switches back to Professor Buddha's lecture. But then, a warning pops up, stating he has a strict deadline of 83 days to complete it. He is basically doomed. From that day on, he reluctantly forces himself to train daily, holding onto a tiny shred of hope that he will get stronger. Yet after grinding hard for a whole week, his progress bar hasn't moved a single millimeter. Since it has been ages since his last workout, Se-jun uses this as an excuse to get in shape, pumping out push-ups and sweating like crazy until his muscles turn to absolute jelly. But just as he goes to check his phone, he notices the counter only registered 81 reps. Turns out the system only counts perfect form. Talk about pure evil. He is literally crying on the inside. He grits his teeth and curses through the brutal training, grinding from dawn to dusk to finally hit his target. Exhausted to the point of coughing blood, he still rolls around on the floor, crying and swearing, ignored by the confused onlookers nearby. Is this some kind of joke? From now on, Kim Se-jun has to complete this exact same daily quest every single day while sitting through lectures. Just thinking about it makes him want to pass out. A few days later, while heading down to the hospital lobby to get some fresh air and exercise, he runs into an elderly lady and politely greets her. The lobby television is broadcasting a news report about a powerful awakened who managed to neutralize a sleeping monster just in time using his incredible abilities. This story gets the old lady incredibly excited. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun stands there awkwardly struggling to find the right words to explain his actual rather weak current strength. Suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting nearby brutally cuts in, telling him he is better off just quitting and giving up on his dreams entirely. The harsh words make Kim Se-jun clench his fists in anger. He coldly fires back that he will decide exactly what to do with his own life. He tells the man to mind his own business first, then walks away as the guy shouts angry curses behind his back. Who is he to stop his dreams anyway? Driven by a burning desire to become a licensed hunter, Kim Se-jun pushes through the grueling training day after day. Meanwhile, over at the academy, an absolute war is raging between a fierce female instructor and a massive rampaging beast. After a brief chaotic clash, her razor-sharp sword strikes completely shred the rampaging beast into tiny pieces. Foul blood splatters across the training yard, mixing with thick dust to leave the area looking completely devastated. After 2 weeks of pure hell, Kim Se-jun finally gets to return home. He collapses happily onto his bed, but his mind is already preoccupied with next year's big hunter exam. In the middle of his worrying, he suddenly remembers that he already completed his mandatory daily quest for today. The system even unlocks the next training lesson, making Kim Se-jun shout with pure joy. Master Kenan is quite surprised to see him back. He raises his wooden staff, ready to teach the next lesson. And that crucial lesson is all about sensory perception. The next morning, despite absolutely hating the idea, Kim Se-jun swallows his pride and heads back to the construction site because he is completely flat broke. This financial nightmare presents a serious dilemma. He needs to work to eat, but working leaves him no time for training. Balancing his daily quests and lectures with a full-time job is a massive headache that is driving Kim Se-jun absolutely crazy. Taking advantage of a rare work break, Kim Se-jun mentally reviews yesterday's lecture regarding the 5 core senses used in battle. Those essential senses are sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. But since relying on these physical responses is far too slow, Master Kenan showed him how to bypass the delay. The secret is to tap directly into his sixth sense, his pure intuition. While he is zoning out, a coworker suddenly creeps up from behind and reaches out to grab his shoulder. Surprisingly, Kim Se-jun dodges the touch effortlessly, as if he has eyes in the back of his head, leaving his coworker utterly stunned. To make things even wilder, Kim Se-jun then casually lifts 200 kilograms of monster carcasses, despite having just recovered from his serious injuries. This insane feat leaves everyone at the construction site staring with wide, shocked eyes. He can feel an incredible power surging through his veins. Realizing he won't have any time left after his shift, he decides to multitask by doing squats while carrying heavy construction materials. Remarkably, after just a few reps, the system triggers a multiplier, proving that training under heavier loads yields far better results. Discovering this golden loophole sends Kim Se-jun over the moon. From that moment on, he fully integrates his training into his daily labor. He trains while working, earning a living while saving precious hours. It is the ultimate way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Naturally, this intense double grinding leaves his entire body sore and completely exhausted. However, the gains are absolutely undeniable. Having mastered all his basic lessons, he decides to search the system for other free courses to keep boosting his strength. After browsing for a bit, Kim Se-jun stumbles upon a course taught by none other than the legendary overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu. Known globally for his godlike physical strength, the course is completely free, so he registers instantly. But the moment he clicks enroll, Xiang Yu immediately unleashes a barrage of insults, leaving him totally stunned. After the scolding, the system generates a quest to swing a heavy spear 5,000 times. He has absolutely no idea what is going on. The lecture ended after only a few spoken lines, leaving him with this ridiculous task. You really do get what you pay for. The next day, Park Seol-ah, the granddaughter of the Sword Star, unexpectedly arrives at the job site, where Kim Se-jun works to investigate a recent accident. Her arrival immediately triggers nervous whispers and fearful glances among the nearby workers. Hearing the legendary title of Sword Star Park, Min-chun sends chills down Kim Se-jun's spine. 100 years ago, he was a pioneer, who fought when dungeons and gates first emerged. Back then, there was no systematic knowledge of powers and humanity had no guide. Monsters in those chaotic days were far more vicious, overrunning cities and threatening the survival of the entire human race. Park Min-chun was one of the legendary few who awakened during that dark era. He fought on the front lines when survival was a daily struggle. He helped rebuild modern civilization from the ashes, cementing his legacy as a true savior of humanity. But time marches on. Although he is quite elderly now, he remains an absolute powerhouse on this planet, earning Kim Se-jun's deepest respect. Carrying boxes with a clumsy posture, Kim Se-jun immediately draws the attention of Park Seo-la. He is just going about his usual daily routine, constantly utilizing the monster corpses to train his body. But as he stands there chatting with a coworker, a supposedly dead monster suddenly twitches and lunges at the older man. It is lightning fast, catching both of them completely off guard. Rewinding back to a few minutes earlier, Park Seo-la was exhausted from being swarmed by workers. Slipping into a dark corner, she silently felt that she really was not cut out to be a principal. Hearing the constant whispers about her mere B-rank ability left her feeling deeply discouraged and hurt. After all, the legendary sword saint is a widely revered hero, but to her, that prestigious name was just a massive, suffocating burden weighing her down. Even though Park Seo-la had received intense hunter training from her grandfather since she was a toddler, the looming shadow of the Sword Saint title was still far too high. She had absolutely no way of scaling it. For someone constantly compared to her extraordinarily talented grandfather, her original dream was to become a normal school teacher. But that path was completely crushed by her grandfather's overwhelming pressure. Her ultimate compromise was running a hunter academy. However, once word spread that her newly established school lacked any backing from the famous Sword Saint, all of her students lost interest and packed their bags. They had only enrolled for her grandfather. Her deepest desire was simply to find one worthy student. While she was lost in thought, a sudden chaotic commotion nearby startled her with news of a monster attack. Right then, Kim Se-jun and his coworker were cornered by the savage beast. The older man could do nothing but scream in terror as death stared him right in the face. Kim Se-jun stood frozen in panic, fully realizing that a normal, unawakened human stood absolutely no chance against a monster. Even awakened individuals who could not utilize mana were completely helpless. To make matters worse, this was a 4-star beast. Even professional hunters struggled against such threats, and waiting for help to arrive would take far too long. In just a few seconds, his coworker would be devoured. Trembling with fear, Kim Se-jun made a split-second decision to risk his own life. He lunged forward, swinging wildly to buy enough time for the man to escape. In a flash, the area cleared, leaving only him and the savage monster. Kim Se-jun desperately tried to calm himself, knowing he had to hold out until professionals arrived. But that was far easier said than done, as his body shook violently with sheer terror. In the midst of this panic, the teachings of the Buddha echoed in his mind, instantly soothing his chaotic thoughts until his mind became as still as tranquil water. His gripping fear and rapidly beating heart were gradually suppressed, granting him the courage to face the incoming beast as it lunged forward with a heavy swing. Realizing that reacting only after analyzing the attack would make him a second too slow, Kim Se-jun acted purely on raw survival instinct, effortlessly dodging the heavy crushing punches. He immediately channeled Xiang Yu's legendary mountain pulling technique, aiming directly at the monster's weak point and striking down with absolutely everything he had. The steel pipe in his hand flared with a blinding light, and in less than a single second, a thunderous explosion shook the entire area. Park Seo-la rushed over, finding a silhouette standing in the dust. It was Kim Se-jun standing coolly next to the blood-covered carcass. He had successfully put the academy's teachings to use. His mentors would certainly be proud. But on the ground, Park Seo-la is left wondering what on earth just happened. She could not believe that an ordinary person who was not even a registered hunter, lacking any decent weapons, could pull off such an insane feat with a simple steel pipe. While she stood there frozen in absolute shock, Kim Se-jun quickly brushed past her without a word, his mind entirely focused on checking on his injured coworker. Park Seo-la quietly observed the chaotic scene as the crowd gathered around Kim Se-jun. Suddenly, she whispered to herself, realizing she had finally found the perfect cadet for her academy. With that, the hectic workday finally drew to a close under the evening sky, accompanied by the foreman's strict warnings to keep the incident quiet. Checking his phone later that night, Kim Se-jun was shocked to see that his lecture progress rate had jumped significantly. He figured it was due to defeating that 4-star beast earlier, realizing that the absolute best way to make fast progress is to actually apply his training in real life or death combat. However, a massive obstacle still stands in his way. If he cannot enroll in a proper hunter academy and obtain a temporary license, he will not be allowed to enter any official dungeons. Once again, financial pressure weighs heavily on Kim Se-jun, who desperately needs to raise tuition funds. While he is scratching his head in frustration, Park Seo-la suddenly approaches him from behind, mentioning that she wants to have a word. Recognizing her as the granddaughter of the famous sword saint, Kim Se-jun is quite puzzled as to why someone so prestigious would seek him out. Without wasting any time, Park Seo-la gets straight to the point. She wanted to invite him to meet her grandfather, but against all expectations, Kim Se-jun flatly rejected her and walked away, leaving her incredibly embarrassed. At 31 years old, Park Se-ola was facing a completely new situation, making her quite flustered. Kim Se-jun spoke up with a cold expression, explaining that he simply could not believe in her academy when it did not have a single cadet. Just hearing about it sounded completely absurd to him. Park Se-ola was speechless, unable to explain it. But watching him perform those bizarre exercises, seeing how he easily sliced that 4-star monster in half even while severely weakened, she knew deep down that he was clearly determined to become a hunter. She rushed after him, promising top-tier gear and facilities, but he still flatly refused. Backed into a corner, Park Se-ola had no choice but to play her final trump card, her grandfather. She offered to have him teach him swordsmanship, which made Kim Se-jun briefly pause in his tracks, but his answer was still no. This absolutely infuriated her, seeing him reject an offer from the Sword Star. It was an opportunity every professional hunter desperately craved. Her desire to recruit him burned even hotter, refusing to let him go easily. She was determined to keep him around. Park Se-ola laid it all out, saying she would officially affiliate him with her academy, provide a private training ground for him, and most importantly, waive every single cent of his tuition fees. Kim Se-jun found the offer quite tempting, but he remained highly cautious, wondering what he would have to give her in return. After all, nothing in life comes for free. What she actually wanted was for him, before taking his professional hunter exams, to participate in as many other competitions as possible under her academy name to boost its public reputation. Hearing this, Kim Se-jun found himself slowly wavering under Park Se-ola's highly attractive proposal. Although she could resolve all of his worries in one single go, he still could not understand why she would go to such lengths just to recruit him. Under the bright sunset, Park Se-ola spoke in a low voice, saying she saw incredible potential in him. That determination did not seem too bad to Kim Se-jun. They shook hands, sealing a deal that seemed aligned on the surface but was built entirely on mutual exploitation. Talk about a match made in heaven. Kim Se-jun received news that the construction foreman had been fired, a task he had requested from Park Se-ola yesterday. This made everyone absolutely thrilled, and today his excitement multiplied as it was his very first day at the Hunter Academy. As soon as he reached the entrance gate, Park Se-ola was already waiting there to hand over his cadet certificate. Kim Se-jun accepted it blankly. Though not a professional hunter, yet this felt like his actual start of his ultimate dream journey. Before starting his official training, Park Se-ola instructed him to select a weapon first, for the dungeon she had specially booked. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed a weapon, and they both entered a pitch-black cave infested with rats. This dungeon only contained 2-star monsters, making it absolutely perfect for an inexperienced rookie like him to test things out. Suddenly, a giant rat monster lunged straight at him, but Kim Se-jun swiftly dodged. He immediately swung his weapon, repeatedly bashing the monster until it was completely stunned. After a brief round of fighting, Kim Se-jun was absolutely thrilled to find his progress bar climbing. This place suited him perfectly, allowing him to grow stronger while making decent money at the same time. Just like grinding. In an online game, he became increasingly excited, moving faster and striking harder than ever. Meanwhile, Park Se-ola wondered if she had recruited the wrong guy. She knew he was eccentric but returning from a raid, only to stare at his phone screen and mumble gibberish. Honestly, he looks completely out of his mind right now. In her eyes, Kim Se-jun looked exactly like an escaped mental patient staring blankly at a black screen for hours on end. And the major weirdness did not stop there, with this completely untrained rookie of a cadet could slaughter rat monsters during his very first raid like an elite hunter with over 10 years of experience. It completely blew her mind. After clearing the area, he immediately went back to doing his strange exercises while moving the monster corpses around. Carrying them himself instead of calling a removal service was genuinely beyond her imagination. However, what stressed Park Se-ola out the absolute most right now was figuring out how to explain his sudden presence to her grandfather. She clutched her head in frustration while Kim Se-jun groaned in the background because it was already past midnight, and he still had not finished his lectures. Things were getting incredibly chaotic. The next day, Kim Se-jun was grinning widely, completely satisfied as he stared at his bank account, which now showed a string of zeros. His hard work had finally paid off. Even so, he could not help but feel that cleaning up after these battles was wasting precious time he could spend listening to lectures. Kim Se-jun suddenly wondered if he should ask his colleague Man Chun to join him, but then his mind drifted back. That nearly $10,000 he just made left him scratching his head, completely unsure of what to do with it. Dungeon raids helped him make money and level up his skills, but it was moving far too slow, way slower than expected. Suddenly, he remembered the legendary Great Sage lecture. Grinning ear to ear, he quickly tapped on the registration page to subscribe, but his jaw dropped when the price tag suddenly shot to $27 million. He literally wanted to smash his phone. Talk about absolute peak capitalism at this academy. With a price like that, even as a pro hunter, he would be ruined. He spent a good minute whining about his empty pockets, but eventually he pulled himself together to check the shop items. He wanted to see if there was any high-quality gear for sale. After scrolling for a while, his eyes went wide. The store had absolutely everything. Holy water, divine shields, they even had the legendary Holy Dragon Spear of Janus in stock. Even though it was just a high-quality replica, it was still a legendary-grade weapon, leaving a total newbie like him dazed. Just thinking about buying a weapon forged by absolute powerhouses made his eyes light up. He immediately prepared to tap buy. He did not hesitate for a single second. He wanted that Holy Dragon Spear, and he wanted it right this moment. But desiring it and actually paying for it were two very different things. The harsh reality of his situation hit instantly. The price tag of $100,000 popped up, making him freeze. It was time to double his training efforts. He wanted to cry because he had absolutely no way of obtaining that much cash. That massive Great Sage lecture seemed impossible. He would probably have to wait until his next lifetime to watch it. Just then, Park Seo-ah walked over with a folder. Inside was information about the upcoming academy race. It was a massive competition where students showed off their peak combat abilities. She explained that a solid performance in this Class 4 tournament would secure them a spot in higher-level government-sanctioned events. Because of this, every Hunter Academy was sending their absolute best prospects. Park Seo-ah's true intention was written all over her face. She laughed out loud and made her pitch. She wanted Kim Se-jun to step up and represent her Hunter Academy. After wavering for a bit, he finally agreed to participate just to test the waters, which made Park Seo-ah absolutely thrilled. She did not know all the exact details of the event yet, but the score would be calculated by combining two elements. They would combine his dungeon clearance points and the cadet tournament rankings. This immediately sent Kim Se-jun into a panic. His only combat experience was fighting basic wild beasts. Compared to elite academy cadets, he felt like an absolute amateur. But since he had already committed, there was no backing out. After thinking it over, he made a sudden proposal. He wanted to have a quick sparring match with Park Seo-ah. Since she was a B-class hunter trained by a legendary swordmaster, he was incredibly curious about her true power. Soon, both of them grabbed their wooden training weapons and stood ready. Park Seo-ah easily read his opening moves. Though his strikes were fast, his form was sloppy, making his attacks very predictable. Disappointed by his lack of basic skills, she swung her sword, aiming to quickly end the match and teach him a lesson. But to her absolute shock, the moment her powerful strike came down, Kim Se-jun casually deflected it with ease. Even though the impact forced him to struggle a bit, she stood frozen. She could not believe he blocked a mana-infused strike. By all rights, his weapon should have gone flying, leaving her blade resting against his throat. That was the script. Staring back at her stunned expression, Kim Se-jun flashed a confident smirk and lunged forward once again. Talk about a plot twist. Suddenly, his attacks became incredibly sharp and fast. It was like night and day compared to how he fought seconds ago. Park Seo-ah was forced onto the defensive, completely off balance. Right then, a mysterious voice echoed inside Kim Se-jun's head. It commanded him to switch tactics, feeding him precise instructions on defense, spinning his staff, and exploiting her openings. As Kim Se-jun gathered his strength for one final devastating blow, a wave of sheer panic washed over Park Seo-ah. She unleashed her full raw power in self-defense. With a massive boom, the sparring gym was practically reduced to rubble. Kim Se-jun was sent flying into the corner, his head bleeding as he lay flat. Park Seo-ah screamed in utter horror. She scrambled over to check on him, apologizing profusely. Kim Se-jun slowly pushed himself up, sheepishly scratching his head. He could not believe he had lost that easily. It was a harsh reminder of the gap between a cadet and a B-class hunter. There was still a massive mountain to climb before he could truly call himself a professional. Suddenly, he checked his phone. He grinned, seeing that his points had actually gone up. Looks like he would be bothering Park Seo-ah for more training sessions. She happily agreed to help. But then she offhandedly mentioned the prize pool for the upcoming tournament. Hearing that it was worth $100,000, the absolute money grubber inside Kim Se-jun woke up instantly. His eyes suddenly flare with fire, his entire body burning with determination as hot blood surges through him, driving him to dive headfirst into training. Training like a madman to win, he leaves even Park Seo-ah completely speechless. 2 weeks quickly pass, and today is the day of the tournament. At the chaotic gathering hall, the crowd is buzzing with endless chatter, including a strange guy wearing thick glasses who keeps talking to himself. He is also here today to compete in the tournament, but after settling into the waiting room, his hands and feet begin to tremble uncontrollably. His body freezes solid like stone the moment he lays eyes on the massive crowd of muscular fighters and the terrifying weapons they carry. The sight is absolutely dazzling and overwhelming. Suddenly, his eyes land on a very bizarre figure standing right in the middle of the room. It is Kim Se-jun holding a terribly cheap weapon with a makeshift bandage wrapped around his arm, looking incredibly pitiful and completely out of place. The sheer contrast leaves the boy completely jaw-dropped. Soon, the other competitors also start noticing how incredibly strange Kim Se-jun looks. Whispers and giggles echo all around the room, but Kim Se-jun simply ignores them all, casually focusing on his notes like he does not care. That ultimate attitude of indifference instantly strikes a chord with the nerdy kid, making him feel like they are both outcasts on the first day of school. A one-sided sense of camaraderie begins to bloom right then and there, much to the complete confusion of Kim Se-jun. Shyly approaching to introduce himself, the boy reveals his name is Lee Min, a 19-year-old natural awakened. After a brief greeting, he spills some gossip. He eagerly points out two students arguing loudly nearby, explaining that one of them is Kang Deok-tak from the powerful Gochuri Academy. The other is Lee Chun-min from Min Academy, armed with twin daggers. Kim Se-jun stands there completely baffled, wondering why this kid is telling him all this. Nobody even asked for a detailed report. Suddenly, the loud shouting is cut short by Lee Dong-hwan from Revenant Academy. The moment he speaks, the entire room falls dead, silent as if nothing had happened. According to Lee Min, this guy is a real monster. He is heavily favored to win the Academy tournament due to his overwhelming combat power. He even rejected a personal invitation from Park Seo-ah herself. Right now, he is absolutely furious, violently slamming tables and chairs because he has to compete against low-tier trash. He secretly regrets rejecting Park Seo-ah's offer, realizing he lost a perfect chance to use her name for his own gain. He suddenly feels a sharp stare and glares back in anger. It is Kim Se-jun quietly watching him from across the room. Kim Se-jun is actually just curious about how many bonus points he would receive if he fights and defeats this guy. As he wonders about the points, the overhead speakers suddenly announce that the tournament is about to begin, making the crowd restless. Kim Se-jun abruptly stands up and walks over to the window. He reflects on his intense training over the past 2 weeks. He aimed to reach 30% mastery in Chiron and Sang-il's lessons, yet he still does not feel any massive surge of power. His real combat experience is definitely lacking compared to the other cadets. However, he made up for it by clearing dungeons and fighting Yoon. Clenching his fist, he reassures himself that he can overcome any obstacle. Time to secure that grand prize of $100,000. But his confidence completely shatters when the speakers suddenly announce that the first round will be a terrifying dungeon maze race. He gets hit with his absolute worst-case scenario right from the start. Kim Se-jun really does have the worst luck in the world. The first round officially kicks off under the deafening cheers of the massive crowd. The challenge is a race through a dungeon maze. The rules are simple: escape the labyrinth without attacking any of the other cadets. There are no other rules to worry about. Some spectators find it strange, guessing that even a low-level tournament would not design a maze easy enough to escape by pure luck. They suspect monsters are hidden inside, and hunting them down is the only key to escaping, making this a true test of a hunter's skills. Up on the massive broadcast screens, Lee Dong-hwan is shown tearing through monsters with a blood-drenched blade, drawing wild cheers from the stands. His cold, lethal gaze dominates the screen. Meanwhile, nobody notices that Park Seo-ah has secretly sneaked into the venue to observe the event. Finding Lee Dong-hwan in this low-tier competition catches her completely off guard, and she immediately starts worrying about Kim Se-jun's safety. Little does she know the boy is currently struggling inside the labyrinth, dealing with stone walls that are far too tough to break. He is currently struggling inside this frustrating stone-cold maze, completely unable to break through the incredibly thick rock walls. He keeps wandering forward blindly, deeply regretting that he did not take the time to learn Thesser's mountain-cleaving technique beforehand. As he wanders deeper into the endless dark corridors, he suddenly finds himself standing right in front of a fork in the path. But strangely, a powerful gut feeling tells him to go in the exact opposite direction of the left path he originally chose. It seems the sixth sense training from Chiron's lectures is finally kicking in. Well, as the saying goes, high risk always brings high reward. Deciding to trust his gut, Kim Se-jun takes a leap of faith. Overhead announcements of eliminated candidates continue to echo through the maze. Announcements of eliminated contestants keep echoing through the tunnels, but Kim Se-jun walks on without encountering a single monster or trap. The journey is suspiciously smooth, making him wonder if his newly awakened intuition is somehow guiding him completely around the dangers. Is his intuition actually helping him avoid all the monsters? While daydreaming about his newly found power, a sudden voice echoes from behind, startling him instantly. Running into such a total coward is absolute bad luck. Even though Min keeps repeating instructions that Kim Se-jun already knows by heart, Kim Se-jun still prefers to rely on his own instincts. But being labeled a weakling by Min makes him question things. He does not know whether to laugh or cry. Then after Min shows off a photo of his younger sister, Kim Se-jun decides he is definitely better off on his own. Glad to meet you. Now, let us never meet again. As Kim Se-jun turns to leave, Min crawls on the floor, crying and begging. Talk about awkward. With $100,000 waiting right ahead, how could he let this kid hold him back? But then, Min mentions his parents passed away. Painful old memories suddenly rush back. Looking at Kim Se-jun standing there completely frozen like a statue, Min only grows more confused by the second. Suddenly, he pulls a complete U-turn. Feeling a wave of sympathy, Kim Se-jun agrees to let Min tag along. The kid is totally stunned, but as they move, Kim Se-jun navigates the path with absolute confidence as if he knows every single turn, leaving Min completely bewildered. His legs are practically giving out. Suddenly, a massive dead end blocks their path. Without a single second of hesitation, Kim Se-jun swings his arm and breaks right through. Instantly, a bright light flashes. They actually escape the maze in record-breaking time, sending the crowd outside into an absolute frenzy. No one can believe their eyes. As for Min, his brain is completely fried from the sheer shock of it all. Total disbelief. He only teamed up with Kim Se-jun to survive the maze. How on earth did this guy just grab first place? In just 27 minutes, like it was nothing. Despite the gossiping crowd, Kim Se-jun calmly watches lectures on his phone. He completely ignores Lee Dong-hwan, who has approached him with a furious glare. The guy slowly sizes Kim Se-jun up. It is pretty bizarre behavior. After staring his fill, Lee Dong-hwan lets out a mocking smirk before turning back to the crowd. He loudly announces to everyone that it was nothing but pure dumb luck. Kim Se-jun expected something a bit more intimidating. Amid the noise, the details for round 2 are finally announced. It is a classic tournament. Since this is a level 4 event, any weapons containing mana are strictly banned to ensure fairness. Only body reinforcement with mana is permitted here. Kim Se-jun quickly does the math. 32 participants manage to clear the first round. A standard bracket is a regular occurrence, but reality is never that simple. Just as the matchups are being drawn, everything takes a weird turn. One terrified participant suddenly raises his hand to forfeit, leaving Kim Se-jun absolutely speechless. Outside, the blazing sun beats down. Park Se-ola is about to head home when a noisy crowd of gamblers catches her attention. Almost everyone is betting big on Lee Dong-hwan. After all, who would waste money on some random rookie cadet? But right at that moment, things get absolutely wild. A mysterious woman arrives with a briefcase containing $1 million, betting it all on Kim Se-jun. The crowd loses their minds. Who would make such a massive bet? Back inside the tournament hall just minutes earlier, the lower-ranked cadets had started panicking. Terrified by the rumors surrounding Lee Dong-hwan and other high-ranking soldiers, fear quickly takes over as they rush to forfeit. In the end, only 5 brave fighters remain standing. This means the tournament bracket has to be completely rearranged. It is split between Kim Se-jun, Kang Deok-tak, Lee Dong-hwan, and Min. The odd man out, Chun Min, is sent home. Kim Se-jun wonders if winning both matches automatically guarantees him first place. He looks over to see Min shaking like a leaf. The kid is crying hysterically but stubbornly refuses to back down, forcing a light chuckle out of Kim Se-jun. When the match is finally called, Kim Se-jun calmly stands up. His incredibly relaxed composure leaves Min completely speechless. The crowd roars as the next match begins, featuring Kim Se-jun versus Kang Deok-tak, the legendary giant of Jichuri Academy. After trading a few insults, it is time for action. Without a second thought, the giant channels all his strength. He charges forward like a freight train under Kim Se-jun's calm gaze. Meanwhile, Min is shaking violently back in the waiting room. He is terrified for his friend and honestly for himself too. Lee Dong-hwan's dark stare is enough to scare anyone to death. Just as Min is about to give up hope, the screen flashes with Kim Se-jun's victory. It is like an instant shot of adrenaline. Every ounce of fear he had instantly evaporates. Now let's rewind a few minutes to see exactly how it went down. While Kang Deok-tak swings his sword like a maniac, Kim Se-jun casually dodges every strike with effortless grace. The giant slowly drains his own stamina. Furious, he gathers the last of his energy for one final devastating strike. But Kim Se-jun easily deflects it, blowing him away. Shaking in pure shock, a giant drops to his knees in utter defeat. Talk about an absolute beatdown. Grimacing, Kim Se-jun checks his phone only to find his hard work barely boosted his stats. The remaining time is running dangerously low, and he is barely making progress. At this rate, he will fail. He won't finish the lectures from the Buddha, Chiron, or Sang in time. He has to avoid going broke at all costs. After buying a weapon and buying back his free pass, Kim Se-jun has no choice but to win that prize money. He grumbles while dragging his exhausted body back to his room, where Min is already waiting to enthusiastically congratulate him. Soon the second match begins. In stark contrast to Min's nervous shaking, Lee Dong-hwan stands tall, radiating pure, arrogant confidence, if not outright superiority. Suddenly, Min speaks up, admitting that from the moment he first saw Kim Se-jun, he felt something, a strange sense of familiarity. So when Kim Se-jun defeated Kang Deok-tak, Min felt happy as if he had won the fight himself. But there was a hint of jealousy too. He knew he was always unlucky and lacked any real outstanding talent. Yet the drive to make his little sister proud keeps him going. Finally, it is Min's turn to step onto the stage. Kim Se-jun quietly watches his small figure, silently hoping they will both make it and face each other in the finals. Seeing Min mutter to calm himself only irritates Lee Dong-hwan. He gathers all his strength, aiming a brutal strike straight at the boy. To him, Min is just a useless weakling at the very bottom of the food chain, completely worthless compared to a real predator. Just a blade of grass. Trapped in his own absolute superiority complex, Lee Dong-hwan truly believes he belongs to a completely different class. Seeing Min point his sword at him only makes Lee Dong-hwan laugh. How incredibly pathetic, he thinks to himself. The starting signal rings out without delay. Lee Dong-hwan has been waiting for this exact moment and immediately unleashes a furious assault. Heavy sword strikes rain down on Min, forcing him to desperately block. His whole body is completely stiff. Suddenly, a fiery punch lands right in his gut. The blow sends Min crashing down in agony. Blood pours from his mouth, leaving him completely unable to stand back up. He already knew he was no match. Yet, in his desperation, Min thinks of Kim Se-jun as his ultimate mental anchor. With that surge of will, he struggles back onto his feet. He wants to give it everything he has got just this once. Even if defeating him is impossible, Min desperately wants to land just a single blow, wildly swinging his sword forward. After a cold clashing sound, Lee Dong-hwan is declared the winner. Min lies defeated at his feet. But here's the crazy part. Min's final desperate strike actually managed to graze his arrogant cheek, a tiny cut but a massive blow to his fragile ego. Ignoring the cheering crowd, he brutally stomps on Min's head. He yells out that trash like him is nothing but weed in this tournament. The tension in the arena spikes instantly. Just as he is about to crush Min further, Kim Se-jun steps in, blocking the stomp with his own weapon. He wanted to wait until the finals, but he cannot stand this guy anymore. Someone deserves a serious beating right now. Wait for it, they face off, locking eyes with intense glares as the crowd eagerly waits for the drama. Lee Dong-hwan aggressively tells him to let go of his weapon, but Kim Se-jun demands that he take his foot off Min's head first. To provoke him even further, Lee Dong-hwan deliberately presses his boot harder into Min's skull, driving Kim Se-jun absolutely insane with rage. Without another word, Kim Se-jun swings his staff, forcing the arrogant bully back before gently picking up the battered boy. Seeing this protective display completely disgusts Lee Dong-hwan. He absolutely despises weak, useless insects who do not know their place, especially the ones with pathetic, unrealistic dreams like Min. The two exchange sharp words, thickening the heavy tension. Up in the crowd, the audience starts muttering nervously. Whisper after whisper echoes as they watch the intense standoff unfold. Yet the organizers choose to stay quiet, following orders from above. They can only stand by and watch the impending disaster. Lee Dong-hwan sneers directly at Kim Se-jun, arrogantly declaring that this entire world is built on the strong devouring the weak. There is absolutely no place for foolish dreamers like him. Hearing those words, Kim Se-jun freezes, struck by a painful chord. Because honestly, he used to think the exact same way. During 9 grueling years of trying to become a top hunter, he had to face the harsh reality over and over. Kim Se-jun was once a nobody with neither talent nor money. He was completely powerless. No matter how hard he struggled, he could barely scrape by changing absolutely nothing. He used to ask himself hundreds of times if giving up and choosing a different path would have been better. But while fear and self-doubt used to hold him back, they are no excuse to let Lee Dong-hwan treat them like dirt. With that final thought, ignoring the warning sirens and rules about violence, Kim Se-jun lunges forward with incredible speed. His staff spins like a wild whirlwind as he charges directly at Lee Dong-hwan, who quickly prepares to block his path. But Lee Dong-hwan possesses massive raw power and manages to deflect the blow instantly. A legendary clash of titans begins. Lee Dong-hwan's overwhelming force actually pushes Kim Se-jun back, forcing him to desperately keep his footing against the brutal assault. Under this heavy pressure, Kim Se-jun tells himself he cannot lose here. He needs to empty his mind, ride the flow, and move purely on instinct. Suddenly, with a loud crack, his weapon connects directly with Lee Dong-hwan's unprotected chest. He faltered for a brief moment. Lee Dong-hwan, looking absolutely crazed, pointed his blade and charged straight ahead. Though he had always been a natural predator, hunting his prey, Kim Se-jun's sharp glare made him hesitate. Regaining his footing, Lee Dong-hwan launched himself right back at Kim Se-jun once again. But this time, Kim Se-jun easily deflected every single blow with insane agility, his speed ramping up so fast that Lee Dong-hwan felt like he was facing a wild beast. Capitalizing on a sudden opening, Kim Se-jun swung his staff and sent Lee Dong-hwan flying backward. For Lee Dong-hwan, this was a massive, unforgivable humiliation. Screaming in pure rage, he pulled out a glowing energy blade. This sight made Kim Se-jun panic. Without mastering mana control, facing an energy weapon like that was practically suicide. Driven by pure jealousy and rage, Lee Dong-hwan gripped his blazing, crackling sword, preparing to swing it directly at Kim Se-jun. Panic screams echoed from the crowd. Kim Se-jun knew his best option was to run, but his body simply refused to move. His mind screamed to him if he fled now, everything he had fought so hard to build up would instantly go to waste. Suddenly, his old instructor's wise words echoed in his head, "You have to give it your absolute best, always. The worst defeat is losing to your own fear. You have to trust yourself and fight with everything you have got. Even in defeat, a reckless fighting spirit is what matters." Fueled by this sudden surge of mental strength, Se-jun turned around. He lunged forward completely, catching Li Donghuan off guard and driving him absolutely mad with anger. All that built-up hatred was packed into one massive head-on collision, making the ground shake violently under the force. A blinding flash erupted, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that left the anxious crowd wondering who had survived. As the dust cleared, a figure collapsed to the ground. It was Li Donghuan, blood dripping heavily from his mouth. Standing beside him, Se-jun was gasping for air in the stunned silence. Against all odds, he had actually done it. Se-jun had successfully defeated Li Donghuan, sending the entire arena into absolute chaos with deafening wild cheers. Nobody could believe their eyes. The supposedly invincible Li Donghuan had been completely flattened, lying face down on the dirt. The crowd roared his name over and over. Up in the stands, Park Seo-la felt like she was going to faint from shock. Just 2 weeks ago, she had watched him struggle simply to wield a mana-infused blade. Yet here he was now. He was unleashing devastating weapon aura. It was absolutely unreal. Glancing to her side, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The mysterious, heavily cloaked individual from earlier was still standing there, staring down in absolute quiet disbelief. He could not accept that Se-jun had won. He reacted as if some fundamental law of nature had just been broken. His intense reaction raised Park Seo-la's suspicions, especially since she remembered him betting a fortune on Se-jun earlier. But when she turned around to get a better look, the stranger had already vanished into thin air like foam. As the sunset bathed his bruised body, Se-jun walked away, replaying the tournament officials' harsh words in his mind. They had officially disqualified him for interfering in a match, even if it was unofficial and ignoring the referee's warnings. He had clearly broken the rules. Meanwhile, Li Donghuan's use of that dangerous energy blade showed a clear intent to kill. Because of this reckless act, he was officially banned from taking the Super Hunter exam for 5 long years. Ultimately, the tournament declared Li Min-yul the winner, while Min took second and Kang Deok-tak somehow snagged third place. Se-jun found these bizarre tournament results completely ridiculous, but he decided it was best not to dwell on it. After all, his own skill mastery levels had shot up tremendously during his brutal high-stakes clash with Li Donghuan. Amazingly, his progress on the Sang-il technique surged past 50%, likely boosted by that strange energy he tapped into. While he was busy scrolling through his phone, looking for the next lesson, Park Seo-la suddenly sneaked up right behind him. She startled him completely. She gently asked how he was doing, but he immediately apologized for ruining her victory. Park Seo-la fell silent. Honestly, she did not care about the lost prize money, she was just worried about his health. Hearing that our incredibly forgetful protagonist finally realized what they lost and grabbed his head in sheer panic. All his grand shopping plans flew right out the window. Say goodbye to the Longinus spear and the next locked course. But what was done, and Se-jun let out a heavy sigh, trying to comfort himself. He admitted he would be lying if he said he did not care, but standing by would have hurt far worse. Hearing this, Park Seo-la felt a massive weight lift off her shoulders. As they chatted, Min suddenly came running over. His head was still heavily bandaged. Seeing Se-jun preparing to leave, the young boy gathered all his courage. He stammered out that he wanted to grow strong just like him. This confession tugged at Se-jun's heart. Looking down at Min's tear-filled, highly hopeful eyes, Se-jun put on a cold expression and quietly spoke. It is bound to be incredibly difficult. Honestly, Se-jun realizes that Min-yul's talent will fall far behind as a super hunter in this day and age. Facing this harsh world with only dreams and ideals is brutal. It is just too harsh, and he wants the kid to stop focusing so much on becoming a hunter. There are still many other opportunities out there for young people like him. Hearing those words instantly washes away all of Min-yul's heavy anxieties. He looks down sadly, thanking Se-jun, before turning around to walk away. From behind, Se-jun calls out with soft words of encouragement, wanting him to promise never to let the thoughtless remarks of others make him look down on himself. He should proudly do whatever he wants. That alone is enough. Min-yul etches every word into his tear-filled eyes, saying a deeply emotional goodbye to Se-jun. Under the dim evening light, seeing such a profound side of Se-jun for the first time completely surprises Park Seo-la, and hearing him call it our academy fills her with absolute joy, prompting her to invite Se-jun to her grandfather's workshop to gift him a high-grade weapon as a present. Meanwhile, at a temple far away from the bustling city center, Park Seo-la-chun, the aide to the sword saint, frantically rushes into the room right while the elderly master is meditating, making him incredibly angry and unleashing a suffocating pressure. Gasping for air, Park Seo-ah-chun manages to explain that Park Seo-ah recently participated in the academy tournament and seems to have scouted a promising new student. These intriguing words immediately spark the curiosity of Sword Saint Park Min-chun, making him realize he must personally pay a visit to the academy to see exactly what kind of kid this newcomer is. Back with Kim Se-jun, seeing him work so tirelessly day in and day out on missions to afford decent gear leaves Park Seo-ah quite amazed. She even personally brought him to a high-end equipment shop, but Kim Se-jun is apparently so incredibly picky that he bought absolutely nothing. Talk about a difficult customer. Kim Se-jun can only break into a cold sweat, shocked at how easily she reads him like an open book. He simply is not satisfied with ordinary weapons anymore. Not after witnessing the legendary gear forged by actual transcendent beings. Thinking about those divine creations reminds him of how high the prices of everything are, leading him to think it must be causality at play. After all, real wealth cannot be acquired without actually working hard for it. Soon, Park Seo-ah curiously asks him how on earth he manages to control his mana so brilliantly. The flawless way he easily wiped out those monsters prove that Kim Se-jun possesses exceptional control and formidable skills, even though she has never once seen him practice or train his abilities. At that moment, Kim Se-jun suddenly remembers that he has actually never learned a single mana control technique before. In this world, those special techniques are widely known to help users regulate and employ their mana far more efficiently. Depending on effectiveness, they are categorized into high and low tiers, with every hunter patenting their own unique style. This is exactly why Kim Se-jun is trying so hard to enroll in a top-tier institution like the Hunter Academy. Park Seo-ah then mentions that her grandfather strictly forbade her from ever learning those standard commercial techniques at school. Instead, she offers to teach him a custom technique she invented herself, which leaves Kim Se-jun completely speechless. He honestly did not expect her to possess such a genius spark, but after thinking about it, he realizes she is right. Controlling mana is the absolute baseline of a hunter, and he first felt the stark contrast during his recent dungeon battle. Now that he has some actual free time, Kim Se-jun decides that properly studying mana is a great move. In this harsh world governed by causality, mastering mana is the ultimate tool to rise up and defy the system. Once Park Seo-ah leaves, Kim Se-jun quickly pulls out his phone to stream a lecture on mana hosted by Archmage Merlin. But watching it for just a few minutes makes him feel like his head is about to completely explode. Before he can even process the introduction, the Archmage declares that everyone must locate their own mana, leaving him dumbfounded. How is he supposed to do homework before actually understanding the concept? Still, he centers his focus using the sensory instincts learned from Cain to clearly perceive and direct his mana, though forming it into a physical shape proves incredibly difficult. Recalling the Archmage's lecture about how mana shifts like an aura, Kim Se-jun channels all his strength to compress the energy. Suddenly, with a bright crackle of sparks, he successfully condenses a solid mana stone. It is a massive success. While it is quite small, he reassures himself that mastery is only a matter of time and consistent practice. Out of nowhere, an unexpected voice speaks right behind him, giving Kim Se-jun the absolute fright of his life. The intruder is none other than Sword Saint Park Min-chun. He came to inspect the academy's mysterious new student, only to witness him creating a solid mana stone with his bare hands. It is a slow process, but undeniably genius. Seeing such a prodigy join the academy instantly makes him suspicious that this young man might be targeting his precious granddaughter. Unleashing a terrifyingly heavy aura, the old master demands to know his identity, but a fearless Kim Se-jun quickly introduces himself. Unbelievably, Park Seo-ah's grandfather suddenly shows up, and learning that she already left only makes his expression grow increasingly pale. Park Min-chun glares intensely at him, revealing that the sheer murderous intent he has been radiating is easily enough to paralyze someone. It should have frozen Se-jun on the spot unless he is an S-class hunter, but his completely unfazed reaction makes the old man highly suspicious. Se-jun just looks around in complete confusion, totally clueless about what the man is talking about, while Park Min-chun starts losing his patience. He unsheathes his sword and marches forward, radiating a furious, terrifying aura that scares Se-jun half to death as he desperately tries to explain. But the old man clearly is not listening, and with a swift slash, a massive wave of energy blasts from his hand, throwing Se-jun back. He crashes hard, utterly terrified. Meanwhile, Park Seo-ah goes looking for her grandfather to talk about Se-jun, but unfortunately he is already gone. Leaving her quite disappointed, she has absolutely no idea that her grandfather is currently at the academy ready to hunt down Se-jun. Just then, Park Seo-ah unexpectedly runs into her loyal bodyguard, which is perfect timing since she was just about to contact him. She wanted to ask where her grandfather had gone, but hearing this, the bodyguard's smile completely vanishes and his wrinkled face turns pale. He quietly admits that her grandfather is already at the academy, causing Park Seo-ah's heart to drop instantly in pure panic. She immediately spins around and bolts back at full speed because there is absolutely no way she can let those two meet alone. Unfortunately, her worries are already too late as Se-jun and Park Min-chun are currently locked in an incredibly tense standoff. Se-jun notices the old man is swinging his sword without even unsheathing it, realizing he only wants to test him, not kill him. Shaking with anxiety, Se-jun desperately stammers that this is all just a huge misunderstanding, but the old man does not believe him. Not even 1%. Waves of suffocating aura crash directly into Se-jun, forcing him to struggle with absolutely everything he has. Park Min-chun looks completely berserk, his entire body wrapped in a thick pitch-black cloud of terrifying murderous energy. He firmly believes Se-jun is spinning lies, and this stubbornness leaves Se-jun feeling completely helpless with no choice but to give up. He decides to let the old man do what he wants, knowing that despite his fierce look, there is no real intent to kill. After all, if the legendary sword star actually wanted him dead, he would have perished the very second that aura hit him. Standing right before him is the absolute peak of swordsmanship, the very ideal he always admired, sparking a sudden realization in his mind. This is a golden opportunity to test his limits, so without wasting another second, Se-jun raises his weapon and takes his stance. His sudden burst of fighting spirit catches Park Min-chun off guard, as he has faced countless hunters throughout his long career. Yet very few could maintain such a blazing determination after facing his overwhelming pressure, and Se-jun is one of those rare exceptions. Fueled by a fierce protective love for his granddaughter, Park Min-chun instantly lunges forward, moving with blinding speed. The sheer force of the blow sends Se-jun reeling through the air, and as he squints, a massive wave of energy comes crashing down. It makes him break out in a cold sweat, but a legendary survivor like Se-jun is not about to back down now. He pushes straight through the chaotic storm of aura, swinging his sword repeatedly to counter the relentless heavy strikes. But the sheer power gap still blows him back, sending him crashing. Yet Se-jun senses that something about this fight is off. He cannot afford to waste this incredible opportunity, especially since the legendary master is clearly still holding back his true power. So he stubbornly pushes himself back up, determined to end this clash with one final strike despite his heavily battered body. Though heavily beaten, he recalls the crucial advice from Merlin's lectures, channeling every ounce of his remaining energy into his weapon. He unleashes a fierce, desperate strike, but once the dust settles, he lies completely defeated, too sore to even stand up. Even flat on his back, Se-jun keeps calling out Park Se-la's name, which only gives her grandfather a massive headache. His anger flares right back up, ready to deliver another beating, but thankfully, Park Se-la arrives just in the nick of time. Her presence finally calms him down, saving Se-jun from further damage after his face was already covered in painful bruises. Seeing them immediately bicker like children gives Park Se-la a real headache, since she has never seen anyone talk back to the sword star like this. Her grandfather's reckless behavior leaves her feeling both incredibly frustrated and deeply embarrassed for what Se-jun had to endure. She awkwardly bows and apologizes, which makes Se-jun quite flustered, but looking up, he catches the old man's sharp gaze. Recognizing that Park Min-chun wants to speak with his granddaughter alone, Se-jun politely makes a quick excuse to head to the clinic. He slips away, leaving Park Se-la deeply grateful for his understanding, and once he is gone, she slowly turns to face her grandfather. She coldly tells him she wants to have a serious conversation despite her pounding heart, but Park Min-chun speaks up first, warning her that Se-jun is extremely suspicious. His dismissive comment about how she knows nothing triggers years of pent-up resentment. She has had to endure his controlling, dismissive remarks for over 30 years now, unable to escape his constant shadow. Even at the Hunter Academy, he constantly interferes and causes trouble whenever she gets a new student, making her feel completely suffocated. They all left pretty quickly. Se-yu knew exactly why her grandfather acted that way, understanding the hidden motives of everyone who came to this place. That was why she never stopped them from leaving. But Kim Se-jun was different. She absolutely refused to let him slip away. With that thought, she snapped. She screamed right in the old man's face that she did not want this, letting all her bottled-up frustration explode. Tears streaming down her face, Se-yun shouted that this was her academy and she was done playing by his rules. It is not like she and Kim Se-jun shared deep, precious memories, nor did she have any romantic feelings for him. But every time she saw Kim Se-jun, a strange sensation washed over her. Something made her want to stay by his side. She did not even know why herself. Furious, she declared she could not spend her whole life living under his massive shadow anymore. That was never what she wanted. Without letting him get a single word in, she spun around, threw the door open, and marched out. She left Park Min-chun standing there completely speechless, utterly shocked to see his granddaughter push back with such fierce emotion. Suddenly, memories of that fateful day came rushing back to him. The day his son tragically died in a massive dungeon explosion. Left with it completely alone, Se-jun, he took her in and resolved to give her the strength to protect herself at all costs. That was why he pushed her so mercilessly, ignoring the fact that she hated swordsmanship and only wanted to be a teacher. After forcing her down his path for years, he knew she was suffocating, but he chose to look the other way. Until now. Only now did he realize what his relentless pressure had caused. A few days later, Kim Se-jun was casually walking down the street. Stretching his arms, he thought about his upcoming daily quest. Man, when the Sword Saint cornered him, he seriously thought he was toast. Fortunately, Se-jun intervened just in time. Otherwise, he would have ended up with way more than just a few nasty bruises. She actually called him last night to explain everything, detailing her strained family dynamics and what happened to the previous academy students. While he knew there was probably more to the story, he totally understood her pain and why the old man hated him. Still getting completely blindsided and beat up for absolutely no reason. Yeah, that part still rubbed him the wrong way. But no matter what, today he had to go apologize to the old master to make sure this never happens again. Nervously opening the door, he froze at the sight of Park Min-chun waiting inside, making him wonder if another beatdown was coming. Fortunately, they just sat together quietly, trying to act normal, even though Park Min-chun still looked incredibly suspicious of him. Getting pretty annoyed, Kim Se-jun firmly declared that he had absolutely nothing to hide, tired of being treated like a criminal. After a bit of back and forth, the old master started believing him, but that raw talent radiating off the kid was too hard to ignore. It gave him a massive headache, especially since simply looking at this kid made him highly irritated for no apparent reason. Talk about bizarre. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun stood right up, announcing he was going to train, which caught the old man completely off guard. This was his chance. If he watched the kid train, he could finally expose whatever secret the boy was hiding. But when he saw it with his own eyes, Park Min-chun still could not comprehend this insanely bizarre training method. Staring blankly at a black smartphone screen for hours was supposed to be training. It looked like pure meditation. The old man immediately launched into a long, boring lecture about focus, giving Kim Se-jun a massive headache as he just nodded along. This completely indifferent attitude annoyed the old man to no end. Deciding to play his trump card, Park Min-chun dropped a hint. He offered to personally teach him a legendary technique, hoping to bait the kid. Too bad Kim Se-jun had zero interest. He flatly rejected the grand offer and went right back to staring at his phone, leaving the legendary hero completely dumbfounded. He literally could not believe his ears. Never in his entire life had a legendary sword saint been rejected so bluntly. Right then, Se-jun walked in. Seeing the two of them glaring daggers at each other, she immediately stepped in to break it up. Pulling her into a corner, her grandfather looked around suspiciously and whispered that he thought the boy had lost his mind. Se-jun just blinked, totally confused by the accusation. Honestly, she was already very used to his bizarre daily habits. Seeing his granddaughter completely ignore his warnings made him pause, especially with how her face lit up whenever she looked at him. Her bright smile made the old man incredibly curious about what was really going on between them. He started watching them closely. He had rarely seen Se-jun look this genuinely happy. A sudden wave of annoyance hit him, realizing what this kid might be planning. Clenching his fists, he seethed at the thought of anyone targeting his precious granddaughter. Right then, a bodyguard suddenly rushed inside. He announced that the Association of Truth was demanding an urgent meeting, and Kalia had personally arrived to request Kim Se-jun. Hearing his own name mentioned, Kim Se-jun sat up in absolute shock, and he was not the only one completely blindsided. Park Min-chun was equally stunned that the legendary Kalia even knew who the boy was. Se-jun immediately recalled the recent tournament. She had spotted a highly suspicious figure wearing a dark cloak back then, wondering if they were somehow behind this mess. Wait. Is this real? Kalia is one of the 7 apostles, treated practically like a global head of state. Wielding massive power, she is also the next heir to the currently vacant seat of the Apostle of Purity. Yet today, she specifically called out Kim Se-jun. He instantly refused. Staying home to train sounded way better anyway. No connection, no deal. But right then, the Star Guard suddenly chimed in with a rather wild guess. Maybe Kalia already knew Kim Se-jun would decline, which is why she left a message with a massive promise if that happened. Specifically, $100,000. The news hit him like lightning. How on earth did she know his financial situation? How did she know he needed cash? The Church of Justice serves justice itself as their one true deity. Led by the mysterious cloaked Azure Emperor, they are guided by the 7 apostles who run the entire organization. To them, their word is absolute law, divine justice. But a century ago, everyone treated them like a joke. Then the cataclysm struck. By combining their holy powers with countless heroes, they stepped up to save the world. By playing a truly monumental role in restoring peace to humanity, they successfully grew their influence to an unbelievable scale. But the ultimate threat during those dark times was a gargantuan monster driven by absolute cruelty and madness. Its raw power was simply devastating. An alliance of every single hero on Earth could not even scratch it. People called it a second cataclysm. Total despair. Humanity was on the very brink of absolute, unavoidable ruin. But the Azure Emperor and his 7 apostles stepped up. They were the only ones who could kill it. They ended the disaster. Now at a high-end hotel on the outskirts of Park, Kim Se-jun finally arrives. Min-chun tags along. Se-jun was simply too curious after hearing what the Star Guard said earlier to stay home. If Kalia wants to recruit him, he needs to look her in the eye. He needs direct, honest answers. Guided inside, they enter a lavish suite. Min-chun whispers that this is actually his first time meeting Kalia too. Se-jun is stunned. He naturally assumed the two of them were close, but apparently they are complete strangers. Min-chun explains he only met the previous apostle of purity before, never the current heir herself. As for the Azure Emperor, he has only seen him from afar. Suddenly, the door clicks open, cutting them off. Kalia, the radiant heir with flowing blonde hair and an incredible aura, enters the room with a gentle smile. She introduces herself as Kalia, devout follower of the church, messenger of the god, and the heir of purity. Meeting Se-jun today brings her genuine joy. She immediately explains how she first heard of him. Apparently, one of her followers witnessed his performance at the academy tournament. He would not stop raving about it. Her curiosity was piqued. She wanted to see this prodigy with her own eyes. Hence the personal invite. Se-jun casually notes that her motives are probably not that simple. Kalia giggles. He easily read her perfectly. Busted. They sit down and Kalia gets straight to business. She wants Min-chun to join her dungeon raid. This instantly irritates the veteran. He demands to know why on earth he should ever bother tagging along with her. Kalia explains they recently received reports of an unnatural dungeon distortion in Korea, which seems to have piqued her curiosity. Knowing Min-chun likely understands the situation better than anyone, she watches him closely. He immediately sees right through her plan, solidifying her spot as the heir is her main goal. Min-chun coldly asks what he gets out of this deal. Then Kalia casually mentions the Park Seo-ah Academy. Instantly, Min-chun's friendly expression completely shifts. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Do not threaten Park Seo-ah. An incredibly thick, icy pressure begins to roll off his entire body, freezing the air. The sheer murderous intent is bone-chilling. Sitting right next to him, Se-jun gets goosebumps all over his arms. Realizing she crossed a line, Kalia quickly backs down. She apologizes, promising to grant his demands and swearing on her church's sacred honor. He has no choice but to accept. With their sacred oath complete, it is finally Se-jun's turn. Kalia gets right to the point. The church wants to fully back him outside the academy. Zero strings attached. They expect absolutely nothing in return. Establishing a friendly relationship with a rising star like him is more than enough. Se-jun remains highly skeptical. No strings attached. Yeah, right. He knows there is no such thing as a free lunch. Deciding to take a gamble, he ignores the risks, pulls out his phone, and points the screen directly at her. He tests her, asking if she can see anything on the glass. A simple yet incredibly crucial test. Will she see his system screen? Kalia simply blinks, stating she only sees a completely blank black screen. That is exactly what Kim Se-jun wanted to hear. Safe for now. He smiles, thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, so he flat-out rejected the offer. Absolute madness. A total power move. Meanwhile, night fell and the beautiful Kalia was furious. Her retainers spoke of Kim Se-jun as if he were someone truly extraordinary, but to her he seemed completely ordinary. His strength barely reached rookie levels. Still, she felt a jolt earlier when he suddenly shoved his phone in her face, asking if she could see anything. Perhaps her intense frustration was driving everything. But putting that aside, the retainer reported they had already contacted the Black Saint and the Soul Saint about those highly mysterious invisible individuals. It all sounded incredibly mysterious. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun and Min-chun left the premises and prepared to head back home. On the way, he recalled what happened earlier. He was annoyed. Even if Kalia was unrelated to the academy, he despised fake two-faced people. He still preferred Park Seo-ah's academy much more. When the curious young man started throwing out questions about their mission, Min-chun explained that dungeon scouting was heavily disrupted by the warping magic inside, causing massive unstable mana ripples. These waves directly affected the dungeon's leveling and risk of collapse, creating chaos reminiscent of the Great Cataclysm itself. Under Kim Se-jun's highly curious gaze, the old man suddenly turned around, walking away while tossing out a final stern warning to stay away from Park Seo-ah. He had clearly accepted the young man, yet his stubborn pride made Kim Se-jun laugh and tease him endlessly. He kept grinning, no stopping. Not until the old man threatened to punch him, prompting a swift retreat. Later, Park Seo-ah saw him return, alone. She was shocked. After learning her grandfather had gone elsewhere, she softly apologized for the old man's cold behavior. To her absolute shock, Kim Se-jun warmly defended him, instead trying his best to help mend the bond between her and her grandfather. This kind gesture warmed Park Seo-ah's heart. Realizing he was desperately short on cash, she quickly showed him a flyer about an upcoming dungeon sweeping competition scheduled for the 24th. Park Seo-ah explained the event aimed to clear out all the remaining unresolved dungeons. These places offered poor payouts, held low ranks, and were annoying to navigate. If left unchecked, these dungeons would eventually suffer a dungeon break, letting monsters spill into the streets. Even weak beasts posed a massive threat to ordinary defenseless citizens. Normally, government-employed hunters would manage these outbreaks, but wasting high-ranking combatants on low-level zones was incredibly inefficient. Such a massive waste of precious resources. To solve this practical issue, the government introduced a completely different approach. They created this massive dungeon extermination event. Since the remaining dungeons were low-tier, standard academy students could easily handle them. Students represented a massive untapped workforce, meaning the government only had to promise one crucial thing. Participation would boost their academic evaluations, ensuring these dangerous zones were cleared out almost instantly. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun noticed the grand prize of $300,000. Even better, clearing these active dungeons would directly speed up his system lectures. Having his lecture progress skyrocket while securing a massive payout made Kim Se-jun incredibly excited. He had zero reasons to decline. Seeing Park Se-law's bright, eager face made him chuckle. He knew she was trying hard to act completely casual about it. She had clearly scoured every corner of the city just to gather this valuable info for him. Still, past encounters taught him that dangerous, unpredictable variables could crop up at any moment. He couldn't afford to take this lightly, his heart racing with anticipation. He desperately needed to win glory and sweet cash. Park Se-law explained the entire event would last for only 1 week. Once things kicked off, the government would issue a master list of active dungeons to all registered participants. Hunters would check the targets, reserve their desired dungeon through an app, and head straight in. However, they had to completely clear the selected zone within 10 hours. Only one booking was allowed at a time, or the system would cancel it. Ultimately, success depended entirely on pure speed and the sheer volume of monsters cleared. Absolute swiftness was the master key, meaning some participants might spend more on fuel than they would actually win. Kim Se-jun pondered this complex setup, feeling the pressure. It was definitely a tough pill to swallow. Juggling extreme speed while retrieving monster carcasses seemed nearly impossible. He decided he should focus solely on the main prize, leaving the low-value monster remains behind. But then a sudden spark of inspiration hit him, prompting him to stand up abruptly. A few days later, right as the highly anticipated competition officially kicked off, Kim Se-jun booted up his system to find his continuous hard work had significantly boosted his lecture progress. Curiously, however, the growth for Chiron and Merlin had completely stalled. He needed a brand new catalyst. With the event app downloaded, he only had to wait for his designated helper to arrive. After some quiet anticipation, a familiar face finally showed up, and it was none other than Manchilo, his old construction site co-worker. Just a few days prior, Kim Se-jun had reached out to him, asking for help in the competition. His old friend would serve as his driver, helping him transport monster carcasses on the fly. Having a reliable driver was crucial, especially since harvesting valuable monster parts required specialized professional dismantling skills. He trusted Manchilo completely with this vital task, confident they would make the ultimate power team. A chime rings out on his phone. The competition has officially begun. The uncle and nephew duo say goodbye to Park Se-law. Then they hit the road. Once in the car, Kim Se-jun explains the 2 rules of this fast-paced competition. First is how fast they can wipe out monsters, and second is how quickly they can reach their target dungeons. This round mostly features Tier 1 and Tier 2 dungeons. Clearance times will naturally vary depending on the dungeon type, but what Se-jun truly cares about is travel time. Manchun briefly skims through the list of target locations. Hearing Se-jun say he needs to find the absolute shortest routes to all these dungeons makes the older man sweat. He lets out a weary sigh, but then immediately slams on the gas and rockets down the road. Meanwhile, the supervisor Se-jun is yawning her head off. Seeing Se-jun from the mediocre Dream Academy set off, she assumes his power is nothing special. He will probably take at least an hour just to clear one dungeon. Since Manchun is only watching from the sidelines, she feels relaxed. But then the gate suddenly flies wide open. Se-jun pokes his head out and yells for his uncle to help carry the loot, shocking Se-jun completely. She tries to stop them, thinking it is cheating, but Se-jun claims he already cleared the entire dungeon alone. No way. She thinks he is messing with her, so she heads inside to check. And guess what it is exactly as he said. Piles of bloody monster corpses are stacked high after just 10 minutes. Her jaw drops in absolute shock. The duo start hauling the carcasses outside to harvest them. With Manchun's specialized skills, it takes mere seconds. Exactly 15 seconds per beast. Se-jun tries to scream at them to stop, but it is completely useless. Harvesting is not against the rules, so they keep dividing the labor. One kills the other butchers. It is a total bloodbath. Once finished, they leap back into the car and rocket away, leaving Se-jun utterly shell-shocked and speechless. Their car tears down the road like a getaway vehicle to the next spot. Talk about fast and furious. Se-jun dashes inside, throws a few basic strikes, clears the place instantly, and drags the bodies to Manchun. Then he vanishes as quickly as he arrived, leaving the local supervisor standing there completely bewildered by the whole thing. Over at the Dungeon Management Bureau, the entire staff is in absolute chaos after seeing the latest reports. Se-jun is sitting at the top after clearing 32 dungeons in a single day. It sounds absolutely unreal, but after double-checking, they confirm it is the absolute truth. He cleared every single dungeon on his route. And get this, he averaged less than 10 minutes per dungeon without breaking a single official rule. The department head realizes Se-jun goes to the Dream Hunter Academy, the one run by the Sword Saint's nephew. Suspecting that the Sword Saint himself might have pulled some strings behind the scenes, he rushes to investigate. Meanwhile, the second-place contestant Lee Ha-yoon is dejectedly apologizing to her father for losing the coveted top spot. When he strictly asks if she could ever clear 32 dungeons in a single day, she freezes up entirely. He smirks, claiming anyone could do it with a little secret help, and walks away satisfied with his logic. This makes Lee Ha-yoon wonder if her own father had cheated for her from the start. After all, her father is Lee Suk-man. He is a former A-rank hunter and current academy principal. To him, winning is the only thing that matters. Everything else comes second. He warns her not to be naive enough to believe in things like fair play. Left doubting her own integrity, Lee Ha-yoon quietly slips away her mind, drifting to memories of a boy from her past. He was a boy who lived with absolute honesty, the exact opposite of her. Shame begins to weigh heavily on her. Guilt boils inside her. Meanwhile, night has fallen. Se-jun and his uncle are resting on a park bench. They are completely exhausted, massaging their aching limbs. Se-jun notes that after subtracting all taxes and expenses, they made 78 million won today. If they split it 50-50, they will each get exactly 39 million. But Man-chun insists on a 70-30 split instead, firmly believing that Se-jun did all the actual heavy lifting. He stubbornly refuses the larger cut, forcing Se-jun to compromise. Se-jun then asks why his uncle is not surprised. Man-chun reveals he had already seen him fight back at the academy, so he knew what he was capable of. Se-jun is stunned. He smiles, realizing that behind his uncle's gruff exterior is a man who always has his back. That support is a massive source of motivation. By day 2 of the competition, their names are everywhere. They are now known as the Ultimate Dungeon Sweepers, locking down first place. At this rate, victory is practically theirs. With only 5 days left, both are incredibly fired up and ready to claim that ultimate victory. They prayed for a smooth run, hoping for an easy victory. But the third morning changed everything. Kim Se-jun made a shocking discovery. Every single dungeon nearby was already reserved. It was a complete lockout. The closest available gate was an hour's drive away. Others were fully booked. Someone was clearly playing dirty. They were trying to block his path. The duo decided to search for any unreserved dungeons, but it was useless. Every single dungeon they visited was already taken. It was the exact same story. In the end today, he only managed to clear 10 dungeons. It was absolutely ridiculous. Man-chun quietly suspected his rival Park Se-ah had played dirty. He urged Kim Se-jun to report this immediately to the organizers. The old man was losing his mind with rage. Kim Se-jun pondered the situation. He was still in first place, but 3 days remained. What if this continued? He would easily lose the championship title. Even if they stopped harvesting monster corpses, travel time was still an issue. It was a major headache. Man-chun promised to map the fastest routes, but they were getting blocked at every turn. They were completely helpless. Kim Se-jun fell silent, then let out a confident smirk. He had a brilliant plan. His expression was incredibly devious. It turned out that Park Se-ah's father had hired a bunch of rogue hunters to sabotage. They took turns reserving every dungeon around him while he was busy fighting. But today they ran into a problem. Kim Se-jun had booked the dungeon right next to Park Se-ah's location. If those hunters blocked everything around him, they would also leave Park Se-ah with absolutely nothing to raid. And exactly as he planned, this brilliant counter-strategy of his dragged them both down. Neither could clear many dungeons, preventing her from overtaking him. Talk about a double-edged sword. They were going down together. Her corrupt father never expected him to adapt so quickly. He told Park Se-ah to just keep fighting and leave the rest to him. On the morning of the 5th day, Park Se-ah was walking when she suddenly ran into Kim Se-jun and Man-chun. He threw a few snide remarks, subtly mocking her for her underhanded tactics. This made Park Se-ah's blood boil. She knew he was demeaning her with absolutely no good intentions. After all, she knew human beings were inherently selfish. In her eyes, everyone only acted based on their own personal greedy interests. If there was profit, they moved. If not, they did not care. Pure goodwill simply did not exist. With that cold mindset, she brandished her sword, marched in, and initiated a bloody slaughter. But the moment she stepped back outside, she was stunned. Kim Se-jun was already finished, busily hauling away the monster corpses with Man-chun. He even had the nerve to ask for her fresh kills. Park Se-ah was utterly baffled. He casually explained that he was just doing it for quick cash. Bored by his response, she turned and walked away, convinced that pure intentions did not exist. No hunter possessed genuine goodwill. To her, this entire path was nothing more than a day job. Meanwhile, Sword Saint Park Min-chun was busy clearing a dungeon alongside Karina. They were told this was just a standard level 6 monster nest, but it unexpectedly turned out to be level 10. This made him highly suspect the association. It was just like 30 years ago. Despite Karina's attempts to explain, he was absolutely furious. Suddenly, Yoon Do-min appeared. The disciple of Mei Xiong sensed an unprecedented, highly abnormal magical energy. It was clear they needed to quickly investigate the low-level dungeons the association president was currently measuring. Meanwhile, at Kim Se-jun's own competition site, something highly unusual suddenly occurred. 3 dungeon gates materialized simultaneously right before their eyes. All the tournament supervisors were completely flabbergasted by the sight. Honestly, watching these guys scramble is pure gold. Wherever Kim Se-jun and Man-chun showed up, crowds of rival hunters gathered. It clearly seemed the saboteurs couldn't use their old tricks anymore, so they instantly pivoted to new ways to block. Needless to say, Park Seo-la was absolutely furious and vowed to file a complaint. They had let them slide too long, and thanks to her swift action, a new rule was officially announced. If a reserved dungeon is attacked without consent, the supervisor has the authority to transfer the turn. This major adjustment finally gave Kim Se-jun some peace of mind. They had no other sneaky ways to stop him now. But it seemed like Kim Se-jun was celebrating too early. But if you thought his rivals would just give up, you are in for a ride. They immediately fabricated car breakdowns. They blocked roads and used 100 other excuses to hinder them. Inevitably, the leaderboard underwent a massive shift. Park Seo-la claimed the top spot. After some quick digging, Kim Se-jun discovered she was backed by the influential Jolly Sekman Academy. Their principal was a former A-rank hunter and one of the rare individuals respected by her legendary grandfather, Sword Saint. She possessed minimal actual combat power, but her silver tongue and massive network made her impossible to investigate. At this point, only the Sword Saint himself could resolve this mess. But Park Seo-la did not dare hope for that. She did not even dare to make contact. Seeing Park Seo-la try her absolute best, Mon boldly tells her that the remaining issues should be left to a real man like Kim Se-jun to solve. Speaking of him, a sly, rather dangerous smile appears. He must have conjured up a pretty wicked plan. Next up, Kim Se-jun relies on his signature traditional trick of bribing the proctors to secure a dungeon, launching a lightning-fast raid that wraps up in under 5 minutes. The management team oversight leaves his rivals completely helpless. They soon learn he belongs to the prestigious academy founded by the Sword Master's granddaughter, throwing them into utter chaos. Driven by boundless greed, Lee Seok-man furiously orders his men to eliminate the kid by any dirty means necessary. After days of grinding, both Kim Se-jun and Park Seo-la tie for first place, forcing the organizers to call an emergency meeting. Naturally, things instantly get chaotic. The room erupts into a massive shouting match as Park Seo-la and Lee Seok-man aggressively hurl insults back and forth. Meanwhile, the committee explains that they cannot crown co-champions, yet they lack any real evidence proving Park Seo-la used underhanded tricks. Consequently, they propose a final showdown. Shortly after, Shin Rang-suk, the head of the dungeon management team, gathers both Kim Se-jun and Park Seo-la to outline the rules for their ultimate tiebreaker match. The rules are incredibly simple. Out of the 3 dungeons lined up ahead, each competitor must choose one and conquer it. Whoever clears their gate first then takes down the remaining dungeon wins the entire tournament. Since all 3 gates are rated level 2, they share the exact same difficulty, leaving the choice to them. Kim Se-jun pauses to think. He knows the chances of her rigging this match are low, but he still needs to be careful. He requests the first gate on the right, leaving the left one completely open for Park Seo-la. Suddenly, she whispers in his ear to not feel too bitter, leaving him dazed. Before he can process her strange words, she dashes inside. Kim Se-jun quickly shakes it off and rushes right after her. His mind is spinning, but who cares? Only victory matters right now. He keeps walking. Deep inside, the eerie silence makes him incredibly uneasy. 5 minutes pass and still absolutely nothing appears. Then a terrifying screech echoes out of nowhere. Things are about to get ugly. Within a single fraction of a second, a deadly level 4 manticore with razor-sharp fangs materializes right in front of him. A level 4 beast in a level 2 dungeon. Kim Se-jun curses, swinging his staff as he charges forward. He obliterates the monster in one clean shot, but this detour ruins his perfect clear time. Knowing he is behind, Kim Se-jun sprints toward the exit, guessing she is already attacking the second gate. Spotting the captain, he shouts that the trial is unfair because a level 4 monster was spawned inside. He demands a rematch, but the captain coldly refuses, stating they cannot restart because Park Seo-la has not emerged. Kim Se-jun is completely stunned. She entered ages ago. How could she possibly still be inside? Little does he know Park Seo-la is currently trapped inside, facing an entity far more terrifying than a manticore. Memories of her past play like a slow-motion film. She remembers when her brother was still alive, happily training and playing beside her. He was always a foolish boy, constantly preaching about justice and goodness. He was incredibly naive compared to her. But then came that fateful rainy night when she watched him throw his life away to save a complete stranger. In that single moment, her worldview shattered entirely, and she swore she would never live like him. Since then, her selfishness and hatred only grew stronger. Back outside, Se-jun waits anxiously. Something feels terribly off, even if her delay means his victory. He should be celebrating his win, but he can tell that things have gone completely off the rails. He realizes this is not a random glitch. Park Se-jun is in serious trouble. Suddenly, an assistant screams out. The mana measurement devices are malfunctioning, showing a wild energy spike from level 3 straight up to level 4. This indicates that the dungeon's mana is completely destabilizing, causing the forecasted difficulty levels to shift out of control. What was supposed to be a minor calibration error has triggered a sudden massive rank up for the gate. If they do not act, the dungeon will collapse. Se-jun knows Park Se-jun will die if he hesitates. Without wasting another second, he charges back into the gate, where Park Se-jun is currently bleeding out from a devastating blow. A terrifying level 6 monster roars right in front of her. She stares in absolute horror, unable to believe that such a nightmarish beast actually exists outside of fairy tales, towering right before her eyes. Just as those razor-sharp teeth are about to sink in, Se-jun springs into action, blocking the deadly strike just in time. Trembling under the force, he barely manages to hold back the beast's terrifying onslaught, shouting at her to get the hell out. It is indeed a formidable level 6 monster. Thrashing violently, the beast unleashes massive shockwaves, forcing him to leap around constantly. He works hard to draw its attention. Every single blow it lands is absolutely devastating, but he soon starts reading its attack patterns. He tells himself to focus on dodging the fatal blows, first planning to slowly lure the beast away. But things do not go as planned. With zero warning, the beast plunges its razor-sharp horns right into his chest, spraying fresh blood everywhere as he takes a direct hit. Gritting his teeth through the blinding pain, he musters every ounce of remaining strength to launch the monster into the air. Witnessing his sacrifice, Se-jun is left utterly baffled. They barely even know each other, so why on earth did he show up to save her from certain death? He could have easily cleared the dungeon with another team and won. She assumes there is only one logical explanation: he did it for money. Furious and confused, she screams at him to get lost, declaring she will never thank him. But contrary to her harsh reaction, Se-jun calmly tells her that while she screwed up big time, she still has no reason to die in a place like this. To him, human life is simply too precious to discard. That unyielding gaze and steady voice instantly remind her of her late gentle brother. She cannot help but compare him to her sibling. Meanwhile, the monster's power is still overwhelmingly vast, crashing down like a storm. Trying to stand against it feels like throwing an egg at a giant rock. Its speed and power are ramping up, shaking the area. Suddenly, his mentor's wise words echo in his mind. Real intuition is born from deep, focused thought, sending a strange thrill through his body. He realizes he must align his instincts with his actions, forging the legendary sensory perception of a true transcender. A brilliant light flashes in his eyes. Regaining absolute focus and clarity, he grips his weapon tight and prepares to strike. Charging right back into the fray, raging waves of energy envelop his entire body. Even though taking serious hits is unavoidable, he begins to predict the beast's next move after a few clashes, reading the subtle twitch of its muscles. The beast strikes, but he slips past every blow. He just needs to buy enough time until the pro hunters finally show up. But looking over at Se-jun, he wonders if she can hold on much longer, especially with her arms severely mangled. There is no time to waste. Channeling every drop of energy into his limbs, he prepares to unleash one final strike. But his gut tells him that a head-on clash against the beast's overwhelming bloodlust might not be enough to win. Simply relying on the standard mountain-pulling spear technique will not get the job done against this sheer level of pressure. The two massive forces collide, unleashing a deafening explosion. Blood gushes from the monster like a fountain after the clash. Standing beside the fallen beast, he gasps heavily for air, leaving Se-jun completely speechless at the unbelievable sight. With the threat dealt with, he helps her up slowly, dragging both of them out of the ruins. Fortunately, she is still breathing. Despite being beaten half to death, she is still stubborn enough to declare she will never treat him as her savior. After some bickering, the medical team finally arrives to rush her to the hospital. News of the dungeon raid incident is officially announced, throwing the public into an absolute frenzy in a very short span of time. While measurement errors have happened before, there has never been a tier discrepancy this massive in any of the exams. Naturally, all eyes turn to the Hunter Association and the government, while Se-jun and Dream Academy shoot to instant stardom. After pushing his body to the absolute limit, he finds himself recovering in a hospital bed, absolutely devastated about the prize money. Since the raid was a joint win, the cash has to be split in half, which practically drives him crazy. When Park Seo-ah drops by to visit, she finds him weeping over his lost cash and delivers some unbelievable news. Sun Jian voluntarily gave up her share. On top of that, she exposed the massive cheating ring she was involved in. She even blew the whistle on the corrupt and brutal actions of the director of XA Academy. The fact that she turned on her own father leaves him in absolute shock, unable to believe her choices. It turns out she finally realized the error of her ways, even if she still refuses to admit she was wrong. Either way, the grand prize is officially all his now. The financial worries are finally over. Since it is tax-free and comes with a 100 million won government bonus, he cannot stop smiling. His jaw completely drops at the massive payout. To make things even better, Park Sola's Dream Academy finally secures a spot in the top 3 with his spectacular victory serving as the deciding factor. Now Kim Se-jun is officially cleared to enter 4-star dungeons, making the future look brighter than ever. With his debt issues completely solved, he treats the entire crew to a massive feast to celebrate. Se-jun bounces back onto his bed and happily opens the training gear store on his phone to browse for a potential purchase. He currently has 4 billion won on him, but with the replica Spear of Longinus priced at 1 billion, his budget is still incredibly tight. Frustrated, he sighs and decides he has to settle for some cheaper equipment to save cash, immediately beginning his search. He scrolls endlessly through his screen, but no matter how many times he looks, the Spear of Longinus replica still seems like his best option. Passing up on it would be a massive regret, since replicas of items worth hundreds of billions only cost 1 to 2 billion here. They might be knockoffs, but they definitely still pack a punch. Even so, Se-jun hesitates and overthinks the decision. He decides caution is best because the shop descriptions are incredibly vague, leaving him to guess their actual power. He has to rely on ancient myths just to figure out their effects, and he barely has any sources to research them. But then a brilliant idea strikes Se-jun. Why not check the Transcendent Academy student community forums for help? He wants to see if anyone has actually tested these replicas, and suddenly he spots an incredibly detailed review post. A user shared their experience testing 100 different items, blowing Se-jun away. Scrolling further down, he finds a real gem. A spatial pouch rated a perfect 10 out of 10 catches his eye, making him bolt upright to check the price tag immediately. It costs a mere 100 million won. This would let him easily store monster corpses during dungeon raids and carry heavy gear effortlessly. He has to buy this right away. 3 days later, Se-jun heads out with his new weapon and spatial pouch to test them. His bank account is totally wiped out, but investing in himself is always worth it. Just then, Park Seo-ah suddenly shows up. She screams in absolute shock after hearing he blew through his entire 4 billion won reward instantly, looking at his gear. Seeing Se-jun holding a brand new incredibly shiny weapon, she immediately connects the dots. Soon they arrive at a dark dungeon. The place is pitch black and crawling with terrifying grotesque monsters. Se-jun notes that these beasts possess level 4 defense capabilities. He decides to take a risk and test his new weapon targeting the gargoyles, since their physical defense is exceptionally high. They are the absolute perfect punching bags to test out his replica Spear of Longinus. Little did Se-jun know what would happen. With just a single casual swing, the monsters shatter like soft tofu as he easily carves through them like butter. After shredding them to pieces, Se-jun pulls out his new spatial pouch and starts stuffing the remains inside at lightning speed. Park Seo-ah watches in absolute awe, burning with curiosity about where on earth he managed to buy such incredibly high-grade equipment. Se-jun quickly makes up a story, claiming he found them at a local hunter pawn shop, which instantly gets Park Seo-ah super excited. She immediately wants to visit, but he quickly adds that the shop has already closed down, leaving her completely disappointed. Se-jun laughs awkwardly and scratches his head, feeling slightly guilty about lying to her. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes through the silence. The sudden sound shatters the quiet dungeon air, casting an eerie and tense atmosphere over them, making them freeze in their tracks. Armed with his powerful new spear, Se-jun offers to take the lead and handle the threat on her behalf. Unleashing his devastating mountain-cleaving strike, he twirls his spear and generates a series of incredibly powerful, roaring shockwaves. The intense energy traps the monsters in a terrifying storm of slashes, completely wiping them out in the blink of an eye. Park Seo-ah watches in absolute disbelief as he decimates the horde. The legendary original Spear of Longinus supposedly pierced Christ himself. Even though Se-jun only holds a replica, the destructive power it unleashes is absolutely insane and cannot be taken lightly. It seems those community forum reviews are highly reliable. With only 25 days left, Se-jun is determined to make enough cash. He needs to afford the remaining lectures. Just then, Park Seo-ah mentions that Jung Ji-min, the legendary disciple of the Demon Star, wants a meeting. This absolute genius wants to ask him about their previous encounter. Hearing this, Se-jun readily agrees to the meeting. Thrilled, Park Seo-ah gets ready to text her sister to arrange a time, but out of nowhere, Jung Ji-min is already standing right behind them. Sneaking up silently, Jung Ji-min lays eyes on Se-jun for the very first time and immediately lets out a loud, shocked scream. She suddenly goes wild, desperately demanding to know where he got his hands on that incredible gear, throwing a noisy tantrum. After she finally calms down, Se-jun rubs his aching temples. Park Se-ola explains that although Jung Ji-min is older, she retains her youthful appearance. She uses a specialized technique to lock her body memory to her childhood state. Suddenly, Jung Ji-min aggressively demands answers again. She insists on knowing where Se-jun got his hands on that spatial pouch, her intense, greedy gaze making him break a sweat. Based on her vast magical knowledge, this bag possesses an incredibly terrifying complex structure. She immediately launches into a long, dense lecture. She rambles about magic circuits and spatial coordinates, leaving him completely dazed. Se-jun silently wonders how she would react to his spear. If she sees the replica spear of Longinus, she will probably completely lose her mind. Suddenly, Jung Ji-min makes a serious offer. She firmly offers to buy his spatial pouch for 100 billion won, making Se-jun freeze in absolute hesitation. Just thinking about that 100 billion won made Jung Ji-min believe she could buy back KBIT. All her endless worries would be resolved. Yet when he refused to sell, she felt completely crushed. He let out a tired sigh. Gently, he handed Jung Ji-min the bag. Her eyes sparkled, but a violent force suddenly rejected her hand. She flinched, dropping it instantly. Kim Se-jun explained only he could use this spatial bag. No one else could touch it. You might expect Jung Ji-min to give up, but she got even more excited. She was practically losing her mind with excitement, begging to know where he bought it, but after hearing him explain the truth, that the shop had already closed down, Jung Ji-min refused to back down. She offered to pay him just to study it. Hearing about money, the cold Kim Se-jun immediately agreed. Jung Ji-min jumped with joy. Then she suddenly remembered her actual purpose. She wanted to ask about what happened inside Kim Se-jun's dungeon. After a brief chat, he finished detailing the entire incident. He admitted that his victory over Nasura was mostly pure luck. In truth, it was all due to the mana control lessons. Those came straight from Master Merlin's lectures. Thinking of mana, he realized magic and aura were basically offshoots of it. Using them was like connecting one's personal will to the laws of the universe. To him, this concept felt like a massive breakthrough. He suspected that dungeon errors operated on this principle. Hearing this, Jung Ji-min stood up abruptly, demanding a deeper explanation. She pressed him for more details. He explained that if magic and aura were basically errors caused by exploiting mana, then dungeon errors must be exactly the same. His master Merlin frequently lectured on how to break the world's laws through sheer personal will. If those two concepts were connected, he suspected that the dungeon's error was a phenomenon triggered by someone's strong will. Yet, Jung Ji-min just stood there completely frozen like a statue. Kim Se-jun began to wonder if he had said something wrong. He awkwardly scratched his head, feeling self-conscious. Little did he know his profound theory was making Jung Ji-min highly suspicious. She suspected he was a genius scholar who could easily craft spatial bags. What a hilarious misunderstanding. Jung Ji-min was so excited her eyes shone like high beams as she frantically wrote down every word of his explanation. He was quite embarrassed. He had only shared basic theories learned from Merlin, never expecting her to react like this. It seemed his lessons from the Transcendent Academy were finally paying off in the real world. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He thought about opening a class to teach these advanced concepts. However, it quickly became clear that it was a bad idea. To do that, students couldn't just blindly repeat the lectures. They actually had to deeply understand and master the material. Besides, who in their right mind would want to learn advanced magic theories from a mere student like him? Breaking the silence, Jung Ji-min admitted that she still did not quite understand the concept of magic scholarship. Then she resolved to learn. Driven by an absolute obsession to research this mystery deeper, she stormed straight out the door without looking back once. Her sudden exit left Park Se-ola and Kim Se-jun staring in utter confusion. He watched her sprint toward the laboratory completely speechless. She was a far cry from the refined, elegant public figure he always saw in the media. It was quite a shocking contrast. Looking back, he realized the disciples of the Sword, Star, Kalia, and the Magic Star were all legendary figures who were hard to find. Yet he had crossed paths with all three. At this rate, who knows if some great presence would seek him out next. After eating, he stared at his phone, realizing his current class progress rate was still painfully low. He needed a solution fast. Before his free pass expired, he wanted to finish another course. Earning quick cash to buy more points was his only option. He needed to boost his progress. Stepping outside, he looked for Park Se-ola to ask about hiring more staff and upgrading the academy system. Strangely, she stood completely motionless. He walked over and tapped her stiff shoulder, trying to break her out of that trance. Park Se-ola gasped, snapping back to reality. It turned out she was drowning in stress over their upcoming plan to recruit brand new students. Too many unexpected problems kept popping up. To distract her, he asked if there were any hunter competitions coming up soon. He meant events like the Academy Tournament or the recent dungeon sweeping race. Park Se-la immediately jumped online to search. She searched but found absolutely nothing scheduled before the 20th. The only event available was a mock exam happening next month. It was hosted by Hunter Academy. A mock exam, as the name suggested, was not an official test but a realistic simulation. Since it happened only once a year, the pressure on these young students was immense. To help them prepare, top academies designed these massive mock trials so their trainees could gain invaluable real-world combat experience. The top 3 academies in the country, including Gaon, hosted these events on a grand scale, drawing massive attention. Most trainees scored exactly the same on this mock test as they would on the actual professional hunter exam. Because of this, the prize money for the top rankers was absolutely massive. It was more than enough cash to solve his academy upgrade problem. Teaching and money. He thinks for a moment, realizing if it starts next month, his free trial will already be over. He scratches his head, realizing there is no other choice but to go check it out first. Late at night, Kim Se-jun is sitting and listening to lectures on his phone when an ad suddenly pops up about the mock exam for transcendent beings. He is utterly surprised. This exam comes with certificates and strict passing standards, just like a professional hunter exam. Passing it apparently feels like reaching level 5 ascension or becoming a level 9 swordsman, absolutely top-tier stuff. Even with all the excitement, Kim Se-jun knows he does not have enough power to join this transcendent exam yet. He goes back to watching his lectures, but strangely enough, every single instructor keeps urging students to take that exam. This really makes him hesitate. It seems this mock exam is way more important than he initially thought. Kim Se-jun goes online to check forums for reviews from past test takers, quickly reading comments from people who started out just like him. But after taking the exam, their growth speed skyrocketed. Reading this fires him up, making him decide to take a big gamble. The next morning, he holds his breath and taps the join button. The screen instantly displays the rules and various testing categories. The first exam tests direct combat ability. The atmosphere around Kim Se-jun shifts the moment he registers, leaving him shocked by how it starts. He never expected the test to happen like this. According to the description, there are 15 stages matching transcendent standards. The first stage starts around level 5 or 6. Since each stage goes up by 1 stage, 15 will be level 20. Just thinking about that makes him sweat a little. But while he is lost in thought with a sudden whoosh, a giant dragon leaps straight out of his phone, spewing toxic mist and webbing, absolutely terrifying poor Kim Se-jun. Wait, what in the world? It is only stage 1 and he is already dead meat. Kim Se-jun can barely believe his eyes as he rolls on the ground. He cries out in utter despair. This is literally just stage 1, yet the system is using a dragon to test combat power. And it is not even a normal dragon, it is the catastrophic dragon Fafnir. If stage 1 is like this, stage 15 will probably have him throwing hands with actual gods. After weeping for a bit, Kim Se-jun sighs and tries to regain his composure. At least he is lucky enough to get 10 more retries after that first wipeout. Even if 10 attempts might not change much, Kim Se-jun is determined to risk it all. He grabs his trusted battle spear and bravely prepares to dive back in. He struts back inside with pure confidence, but after a ridiculous number of failures, he only has 5 attempts left. He is practically crying in frustration, having no clue how to defeat this beast. Kim Se-jun realizes that if pro hunters struggle, then what hope is there for a transcendent? To advance his lecture progress, he has to do something, but he gets wiped out immediately. Every single attempt ends before he can even make a move. Suddenly, a helpful notification pops up on his screen. It asks if he wants to watch a guide lecture for this challenge, though it will lower his final evaluation score. He immediately looks into it. Seeing a lecture available from his absolute idol, the Great Sage, Kim Se-jun cannot refuse. He quickly taps agree. The Great Sage reveals the secret is incredibly simple, just avoid the dragon's breath attack. He then demonstrates some spectacular legendary dragon-slaying techniques and points out its critical weakness with ultimate flash and style. He effortlessly crushes the terrifying beast like it is nothing, leaving Kim Se-jun completely speechless. Is this really supposed to be a guide? Where exactly is the simple part here? The Academy's definition of a tutorial is clearly on a whole different level. He watches the clip repeatedly, but remains stuck. It feels like copying a genius's math formula without understanding a single step. Suddenly, he spots the name Sigurd in the instructor directory, a legendary Norse hero famous from dragon myths. He is both the master of the sword Balmung and the first legendary dragon slayer, meaning he knows Fafnir best. Kim Se-jun instantly clicks on his video, but Sigurd also starts by saying he just needs to dodge the breath. Kim Se-jun sighs and is about to turn it off when Sigurd starts analyzing the beast's habits and shares 2 strategies. This immediately catches Kim Se-jun's attention. Sigurd explains that Fafnir always unleashes its breath attack the exact moment it is summoned. So if the challenger summons it and immediately runs away, the dragon will still fire in that initial direction. The key is to prepare a gold bar beforehand. Kim Se-jun is pretty confused by this bizarre strategy, but he still buys a gold ingot from the shop. Continuing the video, Sigurd reveals he must throw the gold right in front of Fafnir. The dragon will hesitate to fire because it is terrified of destroying the gold. But suddenly, the video cuts off. Sigurd says he wants students to figure out the rest on their own, making Kim Se-jun want to scream in frustration. Well, he has nothing left to lose. Taking a deep breath, he shakily presses retry and the massive dragon instantly appears. With nothing to lose, he takes a deep breath and hesitantly clicks the retake button. Instantly, that massive dragon reappears. With the beast roaring right in his face, Kim Se-jun recalls the lecture and hurls a gold bar directly in front of it. The moment the beast spots the glittering gold, its eyes light up and it shuts its mouth completely, swallowing its murderous intent. With the threat gone, he happily charges forward. But the monster immediately realizes the gold is fake and loses its mind. It roars even more furiously than before, totally wiping out Kim Se-jun. Think it is easy? Think again. He ends up sprawled flat on the ground. But then his phone vibrates with a notification showing Ken's lecture progress has increased. He stares at it in complete shock. Next thing he knows, Kim Se-jun is darting back and forth to dodge a dragon's relentless attacks. Unfortunately, the beast is lightning fast, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. He desperately tries to find an opening in its patterns, but things look pretty bleak. Just as he is about to get pulverized, Kim Se-jun desperately pulls out another gold bar from his pocket. He tosses it right in front of its face, making it stop and stare. But once it realizes it is fake, it charges with absolute rage. Kim Se-jun runs until he is completely out of breath. Left with no choice, he scatters dozens of gold bars in all directions. The bizarre sight leaves the monster utterly dazed. Seizing the opening, Kim Se-jun channels all his power into his spear and unleashes a strike. He fires off his ultimate skill, overwhelming strength and world-shaking aura piercing right through the beast's thick armored hide. It looks like a clean victory. But don't celebrate just yet, Kim Se-jun. The battle is far from over. The monster takes the hit without a single scratch, easily crushing Kim Se-jun and handing him yet another bitter defeat. At least his class progress ticked up slightly, which keeps him going. He sits up motivated by the fact that he still has 3 attempts left to keep trying. Meanwhile, Park Seo-la is pretty surprised that he has not shown up at the dungeon lately. Kim Se-jun tells her he is just focusing on solo training for now, though deep down he is incredibly anxious. He wonders if she finds it suspicious that he keeps staring at his phone all day. To make things worse, his first class ended in a total fail and progress is crawling. So Kim Se-jun decides to focus entirely on finishing the lectures first. That way he can apply the skills directly in real battle. 3 days later, his second course begins and Kim Se-jun is sweating. He has no idea what to expect. But right after preparing himself, a fireball looking exactly like a legendary Dragon Ball appears. The sudden sight leaves Kim Se-jun completely stunned. But just as he starts to chuckle, things take a wild turn. The system drops a bombshell. He has to protect the ball while escaping a relentless monster. He feels like passing out. He forces a painful grin, staring at the terrifying beast roaring right in his face. Beginner stamina, they said. Yeah, right. After barely surviving countless times, Kim Se-jun starts his third course, defeating a mythical sphinx while completely deprived of his 5 senses. He stares blankly at the groaning sphinx in front of him, but before he can even make a move, he gets blasted away. Next up is his 4th course, which requires him to suppress a mythical beast's insatiable hunger. Talk about a bizarre challenge. No matter how hard he tries, the beast's gluttony is uncontrollable, leaving him with no choice but to run for his life. For his 5th course, listening to Chiron's song helps him breeze through stage 1. He thinks it is going to be easy. But then the terrifying requiem of Heme plays and his ears actually start bleeding from the absolutely devastating noise. After a brutal ordeal, Kim Se-jun finally receives his mock exam results and the score is a total disaster. On the bright side, his overall course progress goes up, meaning he is finally close to passing 2 of his classes. Yet 3 days pass with absolutely 0 updates about his next courses, leaving him incredibly anxious and stressed. He only has 5 days left on his free pass, and he is just inches away from completing the requirements. Kim Se-jun hesitates, debating whether he should just head back to the dungeons instead of waiting around indefinitely. Returning to action seems like a much better plan. But right in the middle of his dilemma, his long-lost little mentor suddenly pops up. The sudden appearance scares him half to death. Seeing the kid again after so long, Kim Se-jun speaks a bit too loudly. He almost gets caught by Park Seo-la, so in a panic he grabs the little guy and bolts straight out of the room. Fed up with the kid's excuses, Kim Se-jun glares at him until the nervous mentor scratches his head and confesses the truth. Apparently, he only returned after reviewing Kim Se-jun's profile, and the results were so disastrous it leaves our hero completely speechless. He is totally frozen in shock. The mentor brutally points out that at his current level, any advice would be completely useless. Instead, he gently advises the guy to just focus on his 2 recommended classes, which plunges Kim Se-jun into deep despair. He is ready to cry. Hearing such brutally honest advice completely drains him, leaving him with no energy to even get angry. Kim Se-jun tries to defend himself, mentioning that he studied incredibly hard the entire time his mentor was away. Pleased with this, the mentor grabs the phone to verify. But as he scrolls through the records, his face slowly begins to fall. 4 lectures playing simultaneously, Kim Se-jun casually reveals he watched them all at once, leaving his mentor absolutely dumbfounded. The mentor cannot believe his ears. Plus, those insane growth stats achieved in just 3 short months leave him completely shaken to the core. What a crazy mind-bending achievement. Kim Se-jun then mentions his exam history, but one big question still lingers in his mind. He asks how he should choose his elective subject for the superhuman exam. The mentor quickly answers that he just needs to pick whatever he wants. However, the mentor suddenly notices Kim Se-jun still doesn't have an ID for the Ultimate Academy, which throws him into deep confusion. Sensing some administrative error, the mentor decides to consult the principal immediately. Before another word can even be said, he vanishes like the wind, leaving Kim Se-jun hanging. Shrugging it off, he resumes training his full-body overlord strength. He unleashes waves of violent, overwhelming energy with his beloved spear. Suddenly, a system notification pops up asking if he wants to complete the course. Without hesitation, he taps the screen. The lecture concludes with words of powerful encouragement alongside some deeply valuable, genuine advice. With that, the legendary instructor Xiang Yu's Overlord Strength class is officially complete. As evening sets and things get moving, Park Se-ah spots him returning and excitedly shares some big news. Registration for the Hunter mock exam has just opened today, lasting 1 week. After a quick discussion, she happily registers him. Kim Se-jun quietly reassures himself that even if his superhuman exam scores were terrible, the Hunter exam should be a breeze compared to that brutal superhuman ordeal. He is playing in a totally different league now. Besides, he is incredibly confident in his newly acquired Overlord strength, backed by the legendary power of Longinus's spear. Park Se-ah finishes typing and confirms his registration is complete. She lets him know the big test goes down in 10 days. When he asks about the upcoming student recruitment, her mood drops. She sighs, wondering what tricks the old man Park Min-chun is planning next. Even though he is her grandfather, his unpredictable schemes always keep her on edge. But right now, she has a much bigger worry. Finding the right instructors is a nightmare. Each subject needs an expert, but hiring randoms is useless and famous names cost a fortune. Hearing this, Kim Se-jun gets pretty interested. When Park Se-ah mentions that top-tier instructors easily rake in billions, his greedy side instantly wakes up. The thought of pulling in that kind of massive cash makes his eyes light up with pure, unadulterated ambition, fueling a sudden urge. He eagerly volunteers to help her out, leaving her slightly baffled. 3 days pass, and Kim Se-jun celebrates completing Xiang Yu's training. Although he missed out on finishing Ken's lecture, his free pass is still active, so everything should work out just fine. Suddenly, the mentor reappears out of thin air. Learning that Kim Se-jun finished an entire course so quickly, his jaw completely drops. Recovering from the shock, the mentor remembers his errand and panics, shouting that something absolutely massive has just gone down. Looking visibly rattled, the mentor explains that this is not some simple system glitch, it is actually far worse than they imagined. The Ultimate Academy has absolutely zero record of Kim Se-jun ever existing, leaving him totally frozen in disbelief. Wait, what? He yells out in frustration. If he is not a registered student, how on earth was he attending these classes all this time? After all, the Academy operates on a strict members-only model. The mentor adds that even the principal was directly notified but remains clueless. Kim Se-jun has no idea who this mysterious principal is, but whoever they are, they clearly wield massive godlike authority. To make matters stranger, the Academy's secure database has no errors unless the very laws of causality itself were altered. But changing causality should be completely impossible under any circumstances. According to the principal, someone must have left a trace behind. There is hidden evidence of outside interference, but the culprit remains unknown. Kim Se-jun starts sweating, terrified he will get expelled. Seeing his sheer panic, the mentor quickly reassures him, saying the issue lies with them, so he has nothing to fear. Once a member, always a member. Hearing those comforting words, Kim Se-jun finally lets out a small sigh of relief. Still, he cannot believe someone actually managed to tamper with the system, likely plotting something highly sinister behind the scenes. He is just an ordinary guy dreaming of becoming a hunter, living a completely average day-to-day life. Why target him? The mentor tells him to ignore the drama and focus on training. He also asks for patience, since fixing the ID is tough. Setting that headache aside, Kim Se-jun realizes his free pass only has 2 days left. He needs some expert career guidance fast. Clearing his throat, the mentor explains that the Ultimate Academy curriculum is divided into 4 main stages: beginner, novice, intermediate, and advanced. Kim Se-jun is currently sitting at the beginner stage. Completing the advanced course will finally push him to a highly respectable level. From there, everyone customizes their own training method to fit their unique style and maximize their overall efficiency. But let's be real, bridging the gap from advanced to transcendent is exponentially harder than climbing up from the beginner levels. Our boy still has an incredibly long road ahead of him. Recognizing this, the mentor steps in with a crucial recommendation. He points out two specific new lectures designed to solidify Kim Se-jun's foundation before he even thinks about moving up to intermediate. The other advanced stuff can wait. First, he needs to survive the fundamentals, and that's where the real challenge begins. His mentor's firm stance left him with no choice but to believe it. But the moment he clicked register, the tuition fee instantly jumped to 2 billion won, leaving Kim Se-jun completely pale. Hearing his mentor advise him to consistently gather causality, he could not help but wonder what exactly it was. His mentor explained that causality is simply like an identity, much like how their current meeting was a result of cause and effect. He added that once Kim Se-jun reached a higher level of study, he would naturally understand the true meaning behind those words. On top of that, his mentor revealed that there were actually many other students at this academy. In fact, 4 students here had already risen to become powerful transcenders. This was the highest number among all the academies, as each school offered its own unique courses and special characteristics. Rumor had it that if you wanted to study magic, you went to the Magic Academy. If you wanted weapons, you went to Gaon. And if you wanted to know a bit of everything, you headed to the Hunter Mill Academy. People often said that having no outstanding features simply meant having no major flaws at all. Because of this, it was easy to see just how prestigious the Hunter Mill Academy was as one of South Korea's top 3 schools. And before long, the day of the professional hunter mock exam hosted by the Hunter Mill Academy finally arrived. Kim Se-jun merged with the bustling crowd of participants, having arrived alongside Park Seo-ah to take part. This mock exam was a massive competition between the 4 departments with a massive scale and budget to match. The top scorer who claimed first place would win a scholarship worth 1 billion won. Kim Se-jun calculated that he needed around 500 million won to buy the new pass. Even though he had been grinding hard in dungeons lately, his savings did not exceed 30 million won, meaning there was absolutely no other way to get that kind of money besides taking first place in this mock exam. With that, a fierce flame of ambition ignited deep inside Kim Se-jun. After completing his registration, he stepped inside, feeling a bit shocked by the massive crowd of participants. He quickly said goodbye to Park Seo-ah and rushed to find his place in line. Suddenly, loud shouting broke out, making the crowd grow even noisier. Over there was Kim Gang-cheol from the Hunter Mill Academy. Because he got priority access and bypassed the line, another guy felt it was completely unfair and kept cursing loudly. The crowd immediately began whispering upon seeing Kim Gang-cheol show up at the venue. It seemed the Hunter Mill Academy had sent him personally, making him a guaranteed lock for the top 3. Just then, Kim Se-jun and him briefly crossed paths. He locked eyes with Kim Se-jun for a moment before walking past, leaving Kim Se-jun in absolute awe of that sharp aura, thinking he was indeed a prize recruit for the Hunter Mill Academy. And trust me, things are only getting crazier. While he was listening to the crowd debate who would win this mock exam, a sudden loud scream demanding entry caught everyone's attention, forcing them to turn and look. Right in front of them stood a kid covered in all kinds of dangling weapons who was stubbornly demanding to skip the line. His arrogant attitude immediately made onlookers boil with rage and start throwing insults. The entire lobby instantly descended into pure chaotic madness. Sweating profusely, Kim Se-jun quietly realized that top-tier students from academies all over the country were truly gathered in this single spot. Blending into that chaotic crowd was Park Do-seok, a trainee hunter studying a second-tier academy. He chose this place solely for the financial benefits, as money was everything to him. Annual tuition for South Korea's top 3 academies easily reached hundreds of millions of won, so he had to grit his teeth and attend his second-tier school just to qualify for a scholarship. After all, Park Do-seok would rather be a dragon's tail than a snake's head. As for today's mock exam, he felt pretty confident because of Kim Se-jun's presence. The Hunter Mill mock exam consisted of 5 non-written subjects to test. Professional hunter qualifications. Basic physical strength was the very first event, evaluated simply by how many running laps they could complete. After 15 exhausting laps, only Park Do-seok and Kim Se-jun remained on the track. Park Do-seok kept telling himself that he just needed to win, he just had to outrun him. He thought desperately while panting heavily like an ox pushing his legs to their absolute limits. But wait, absolutely nobody expected what happened at the very last second. The first to cross the finish line was Kim Se-jun. Afterward, he even put on an insane weightlifting display, breaking records and leaving everyone watching completely speechless. It's not as heavy as I thought, Kim Se-jun quietly said to himself, even though he trained hard every day. How was this so ridiculously easy? Could it be because he could now instinctively use the mountain-pulling force after completing Xiang Yu's course? He wondered in surprise. If just the mountain-pulling force was already this devastating, completing the advanced Transcendent course would probably turn him into an absolute monster. The fiery passion inside Kim Se-jun was burning hotter than ever right now. Kim Gang-cheol, a top student from one of the 3 largest hunter academies in South Korea, was also there today. This time he was acting under orders from his superiors not to compete, but to closely monitor Kim Se-jun's movements. What was this sudden, bizarre request, and who even was this? Kim Se-jun, Kim Gang-cheol wondered to himself as he walked, recalling that he had heard the name about a month ago during a chaotic dungeon incident. Just then, the final leaderboard was revealed amidst the loud, noisy murmurs of the crowd. Kim Gang-cheol completely froze, as he saw his own score was a staggering 11 points lower than Kim Se-jun's. To make matters worse, he was ranked 3rd instead of 2nd place. Who on earth was this Lee Min-yul? How could someone skilled enough to surpass him be completely off his radar? Who is this guy? It was the first time anyone had seen that name. Where did he even come from? Kim Gang-cheol saw the results and immediately vanished. He became a totally depressed, sad boy. He muttered that he could not let this keep happening, but then he remembered his orders. His higher-ups told him to do nothing and just watch Kim Se-jun. Kim Gang-cheol paused for a few seconds to rethink his options. The second exam focused on using mana. Score was based on hitting a shield-generating machine, forcing contestants to manage their energy carefully. They had to use their mana optimally to shatter the barrier. Kim Se-jun felt a bit unsure of himself, glancing nervously at his opponents. Now, it was Lee Ha-yoon's turn, the absolute goddess of the academy. She unleashed her fiery power, instantly shattering the shield into dust. She scored a perfect 100 points in style. Kim Se-jun stood below, staring up at her in absolute awe without even blinking once. Then came his turn. Kim Se-jun told himself to just go all out and take the risk. Raising his staff high in the air, he only planned to manifest a tiny bit of Merlin's mana. But destiny had other plans. His casual, seemingly effortless strike actually sliced the massive barrier completely in half, releasing an overwhelming aura. With that single blow, Kim Se-jun shot straight up to 1st place, leaving the massive crowd staring in absolute disbelief. So much for being weak and having zero confidence, right? Even Kim Se-jun himself could not believe what he had just done. Right after the shield generator broke down, forcing a temporary halt. After all the intense drama and hype, the top hunters from the 3 elite academies found themselves ranking behind Kim Se-jun. Spectators in the crowd started whispering about how Kim Se-jun was the one who cleared that chaotic dungeon before. He was also the legendary hunter who took down the rank 6 Nora solo. Hearing this, Park Seol-ah grew quite tense. She realized the mock exam would lose its meaning if this continued. She never intended for him to lead by such an overwhelming margin. No one knew how this professional hunter exam would turn out. Meanwhile, Kim Gang-cheol, falling so far behind, greatly disappointed his loyal fans. They secretly felt that under these circumstances, only Lee Ha-yoon could hope to challenge Kim Se-jun. As for Kim Se-jun, he was currently sitting in the waiting room, sighing and yawning while holding his sacred spear. This legendary weapon was said to be the very holy spear that pierced Jesus on the cross. That myth alone proved its power was absolutely insane, but he needed to figure out exactly what kind of abilities it possessed. All he knew was that single legend with absolutely no further explanation or instructions to guide him. Does the Spear of Longinus possess the power to shatter mana's shields, or does it simply close the distance? He had no idea. Just then, a strange kid caught his attention. He was carrying a bow and singing loudly. Kim Se-jun suddenly remembered him. This was the oddball who had caused a scene with the guards on the street. Noticing the stare, the kid cheerfully ran over to introduce himself. He turned out to be Lee Min-yul, the runner-up in 2nd place. His chaotic energy and non-stop talking left Kim Se-jun completely at a loss for words. Right then, the announcement for the dungeon raid test suddenly blared over the speakers. Kim Se-jun stepped forward with absolute confidence, entering the hyper-realistic virtual reality zone. The monsters he had to eliminate today were 10 dangerous Inkura beasts. A pack of them quickly surrounded him, howling and growling up a storm. Annoyed by the loud noise, he calmly swung his staff, delivering a few solid strikes. The beasts instantly collapsed in pools of blood. Even so, their power was no joke compared to before. Of course, these virtual ones were quite different from the real deal, but he also felt that he himself had changed immensely since then. Kim Se-jun deftly spun his staff, countering the sharp claws of the beasts while reflecting on how just 3 months ago he was nothing more than a struggling nobody. He had been rushing through life, just an ordinary guy trying his best to survive. But look at him now. He was now a student at the Ultimate Academy, and meeting his master had completely transformed his destiny. Although the road to becoming a top transcender was still filled with obstacles, it did not feel out of reach anymore. After breaking a sweat, he successfully wiped out all the beasts and secured a perfect 100 points. Stepping out of the dungeon, his top rank drew glares from the other jealous contestants. It made sense as long as he did not get disqualified or surrender. Victory was guaranteed. He wanted to fight a battle where the winner was already determined, he thought with satisfaction. Ignoring the hostile gazes from the rivals around him, he chose to stay quiet, knowing silence was golden. Meanwhile, Lee Min-yul only placed 5th this time, but he looked as thrilled as if he had just won the lottery. Kim Gang-chul finished in 3rd place. His cool and distant attitude caught Kim Se-jun's eye. It was only then that he realized Lee Min-yul was a free agent, meaning he was self-taught without attending any academy. Usually such candidates had no money or talent. It was incredibly rare to find such an outstanding figure among them who succeeded purely through self-training. Being scouted by the top 3 academies takes serious talent. Kim Se-jun quietly muses that he has a master too, even if his teacher has no idea he exists. Lee Min-yul chuckles as he says this. Listening to him, Kim Se-jun remains completely baffled, unable to grasp what the guy is actually trying to hint at. Before he can dig deeper, an examiner rushes over with grim news of an unexpected crisis. Instantly, the surrounding crowd starts whispering in a panic. The instructors chosen as judges got pulled into an emergency dungeon. Now they cannot make it to the exam venue at all. The staff explains they are holding an urgent meeting to resolve the issue. He bows deeply, apologizing to the anxious students while promising updates soon. As the staff member bows an apology, Kim Gang-chul quietly grits his teeth. He is certain this entire mess is orchestrated by the Justice Church. He has no clue how they conjured a 10-star dungeon out of thin air, but that dangerous faction definitely has the power to pull it off. The real issue is that the mock exam might be cancelled. If things end like this, Kim Se-jun will walk away with an easy victory. That would make the whole event completely pointless. There is no way the church went to all this trouble just for a boring, anticlimactic finish. Racked with anxiety, Kim Gang-chul decides to take action. He steps forward and boldly proposes a complete change to the exam format. Why not let the remaining students face off in one-on-one battles? It sounds reasonable on paper, but the actual execution is a nightmare. The sheer number of participants from the Hunter Academy is overwhelming. Running individual matches for everyone would take an eternity. Pushing through endless single combat rounds would consume days, and they are already running dangerously low on time. Not to mention it completely messes up the scoring system. The staff member scratches his head in frustration, but Kim Gang-chul refuses to back down. He argues that even if they replace the judges, they would need at least A-rank hunters, and the students cannot wait around forever. He suggests turning it into a special voluntary tournament. Instead of forcing everyone to fight, only those who register will step into the ring. The entire nation is watching this live broadcast right now. Citizens, Hunter Association, elites, and government officials are all glued to their screens. Letting a sudden disruption ruin the exam would heavily damage the Academy's reputation. That is a public relations disaster they simply cannot afford. A completely selfish move. Kim Gang-chul wants a direct one-on-one showdown to steal the spotlight. A victory means stealing all of Kim Se-jun's hard-earned fame. Even a loss still paints him as a brave warrior who stood against the best. Talk about a win-win. The crowd roars in agreement, but Kim Se-jun remains quiet, carefully weighing his options. After calculating the potential financial payout, he gladly signs up. Just like that, an emergency tournament is set with 15 elite competitors. News of the top prospects clashing head-on spreads like wildfire. Media outlets across the country immediately lose their minds over this sudden showdown. Online servers are melting. Traffic goes through the roof as fans prepare for the ultimate clash of geniuses. Dongmin Lee Ha-yoon and Kim Gang-chul are all fueled by the exact same burning obsession, crushing Kim Se-jun on the national stage. Talk about heavy pressure. Yet the target of all that hate sits completely alone, quietly waiting without a care. His mind is busy running the numbers on the massive prize pool. If he dominates this special event, his earnings will skyrocket. Taking home the crown could net him 2 billion won. Pocketing that leaves him with over 1.5 billion after licensing fees. But those high-tier mentor lectures cost up to 2.5 billion. He still needs to find a way to bridge the gap. Win this tournament and those crucial lessons are within reach. First things first, though, he actually has to secure the crown. Honestly, those 3 eager challengers do not worry him one bit. The only competitor truly worth keeping an eye on is Lee Min-yul. It is normal for hunters to carry secondary gear, but almost no one wields more than 3 distinct weapons in combat. Mastery demands focus, so sticking to one main weapon is the standard way to maximize overall combat efficiency and raw output. Yet earlier, Kim Se-jun counted at least 8 different weapons on the guy. Could he actually be proficient in using all of them? Absolutely baffling versatility. On the monitor, the live feed shows Lee Min-yul completely dominating his opponent. His movements are blindingly fast, brutal, and utterly decisive. He cycles through different gears, seamlessly, completely overwhelming his confused target. This highly adaptive, unpredictable style immediately catches Kim Se-jun's attention. Every strike flows freely, entirely unchained by conventional forms or strict guidelines. This wild creativity usually belongs to self-taught warriors who bypassed formal academy training to forge their own dangerous paths. A chilling realization. Lee Min-yul's savage adaptability feels like a mirror image of his own battle style. Could he be a fellow student of the Ultimate Academy? Looking back, his earlier cryptic words suddenly start making perfect, terrifying sense. That system relies entirely on pre-recorded training videos, meaning the master instructors have absolutely no idea who their actual students are. The pieces are fitting together perfectly. On the screen, the referee raises Lee Min-yul's hand, signaling another flawless, dominating victory. Now it is time for the main event. Everyone has been dying to see Lee Ha-yoon versus the rising star Kim Se-jun. The arena erupts into deafening cheers. Fans hold their breath as these two powerhouses prepare to clash in a legendary showdown. Calling Lee Ha-yoon a mere genius is a massive understatement. She stands proud as one of the top 5 powerhouse prospects nationwide. She is the absolute best at the academy, one of South Korea's top 3 schools. Her talent is even recognized by Dong-min, the genius mage, a prodigy scholar who is slated to become the next magic star. For a girl like her, the word impossible simply does not exist. Right now, her body is blazing with intense fire magic as she walks toward Kim Se-jun. But before she can even unleash her first strike, her flames are sliced in half with a single casual swing of his hand. Lee Ha-yoon stands frozen with her mouth wide open in disbelief. This makes absolutely no sense. Normally, a mage with overwhelming mana can disrupt another's spell, but to pull that off, the caster must completely understand how the magic operates and strike at the exact microsecond to break it. But he is not even a mage. There is no way he understands magic, and even if he did, timing it like that is impossible. Lee Ha-yoon can only stare in absolute shock. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is just staring at his weapon, realizing it is indeed as powerful as they say. He holds it up, admiring its insane strength. Lee Ha-yoon, absolutely furious and speechless, launches another flame attack that is 10 times stronger than before. Kim Se-jun does not even flinch. His expression stays completely calm as his hands move with effortless, deadly speed. He swats away her fireballs like they are nothing but annoying flies. Lee Ha-yoon grits her teeth, pouring every ounce of her strength into the attack. Yet Kim Se-jun just slips past her strikes with casual ease. Eventually, Lee Ha-yoon collapses to the ground and finally admits defeat. The crowd erupts into wild cheers. Next up is the match between Lee Min-yul and Dong-min, and trust me, the outcome catches everyone completely off guard. As they trade heavy blows, Lee Min-yul suddenly pulls a massive blade from his weapon pouch and hurls it straight at his opponent. Dong-min barely dodges, completely terrified, but the guy keeps pulling out an endless arsenal from his coat, throwing weapon after weapon at him. The sheer speed and chaotic trajectory make it impossible for Dong-min to predict the next move. He is left entirely disoriented. Seizing the moment, Lee Min-yul lands a brutal direct strike right to Dong-min's stomach, sending him crashing down completely defenseless. This completely lawless and chaotic fighting style leaves Dong-min utterly speechless with rage. Even the spectators find the whole thing incredibly bizarre. They cannot quite put their finger on why it feels so strange. Watching the television screen, Kim Se-jun witnesses Lee Min-yul's victory. If Lee Min-yul had not constantly switched his weapons mid-fight to disorient Dong-min, the result would have been exactly the same. He thinks with absolute certainty. Meanwhile, Kim Gang-chul finally realizes the Justice Coalition's true motive. They are tracking both Kim Se-jun and Lee Min-yul. Their ultimate plan is to use this mock exam to force Kim Se-jun and Lee Min-yul into an epic showdown against each other. There is no need for Kim Gang-chul to interfere anymore. This tournament is already a massive success. But wait, is Lee Min-yul one of their agents? It makes perfect sense. Otherwise, no matter how gifted someone is, they could never self-teach their way to defeating top-tier academy elites. Shivering at the thought, Kim Gang-chul prepares for his upcoming match. The next opponent standing in his way is none other than Kim Se-jun. He silently vows that he will not let the coalition have their way, refusing to become a mere stepping stone for Kim Se-jun's glory. The two contenders suddenly charge at each other with immeasurable, terrifying force. The sheer impact blows the surroundings wide open. Dust clouds billow heavily into the air, and the solid stone ground beneath their feet fractures into a million jagged pieces. Kim Gang-chul strikes with his sharp sword, while Kim Se-jun counters with his blunt iron rod. Neither backs down, trading relentless, devastating blows. Panting heavily after an intense exchange, Kim Gang-chul notices something odd. Kim Se-jun's strange weapon lacks any visible sword aura whatsoever, yet it effortlessly blocks every single one of his strikes. It is not just blocking them, it feels like his sword aura has zero effect. The rod looks like a basic, ordinary piece of metal, but there is definitely something mysterious hidden beneath its simple appearance. He must have achieved his insane scores in this mock exam solely because of this weapon. I just need to watch out for that rod. Our raw strength is not that different. Gritting his teeth, Kim Gang-chul pours his energy into another vicious swing, pushing his opponent back. He unleashes a barrage of relentless strikes, leaving Kim Se-jun zero room to counterattack. His mind is completely consumed with reaching the top. He fights like a madman without pausing for even a single breath. Even Kim Se-jun is slightly surprised by his opponent's fierce drive. Suddenly, with a sharp slash, Kim Gang-chul shatters the surrounding boulders, sending massive stone debris flying directly toward Kim Se-jun. This guy is not a top 3 Hunter Academy student for nothing. Well, then it is time to go all out. Kim Se-jun smiles faintly. Suddenly, a dark, heavy aura erupts from his body, leaving Kim Gang-chul completely frozen in sheer shock. Kim Se-jun's power spikes instantly, and his entire presence shifts. It feels like standing right next to an erupting volcano. Relentless heavy strikes force Kim Gang-chul back step by step. Sweat pours down his face as he struggles to defend himself. He desperately tries to find an opening, but the boy's movements are so incredibly fast they leave no room to strike back. Compared to the Academy's advanced sword techniques, this is just a basic swing. But how is he doing it with such fluid ease? With one casual flick, Kim Se-jun sends Kim Gang-chul flying over 10 meters away. His mind goes blank from the painful impact. He lies there speechless and dazed, nursing his bruised body as a terrifying thought crosses his mind about this blow. His raw power makes Kim Gang-chul daze off, flashing back to Lee Ha-yoon. Back then, she crushed him, leaving him with nothing but painful mockery that stung to his very bones. Getting utterly destroyed by Kim Se-jun today sends his rage completely off the charts, fuming inside, swearing vengeance. Suddenly, a thunderous strike rains down, a perfect release for the burning hatred Kim Gang-chul holds for Se-jun. A massive explosion erupts. As the smoke clears, the entire crowd is left completely speechless at the sight. Kim Gang-chul lies completely broken at Kim Se-jun's feet. There is absolutely no doubt who is moving forward. He officially secures his spot in the grand finals. The arena explodes like a disturbed beehive. The final clash is set. The highly anticipated showdown between Kim Se-jun and Lee Min-yul finally begins. Se-jun calmly hints he knows a secret. He knows who Lee Min-yul is training under, catching him off guard. But if Lee Min-yul is not a Transcendent Academy student, it is all a misunderstanding, a simple mistake. But what if Lee Min-yul is just like him, another guest student of the legendary Transcendent Academy? If that is true, then the entire game changes. But sharing the same background does not make them allies. Not at all. If anything, he should treat Lee Min-yul as a formidable and dangerous new rival. Unsure of Lee Min-yul's reaction, Se-jun decides not to rush things. It is time to test the waters first. Se-jun tells himself to take a gamble on this fight. Lee Min-yul glares back suspiciously, wondering how much Se-jun really knows. Knowing Lee Min-yul's master is a transcendent powerhouse, Se-jun makes a bet. The loser answers one question for the winner. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, the high-stakes deal between Se-jun and Lee Min-yul is officially locked in. The grand finals begin, yet both fighters stand completely frozen like statues, sending a tense wave through the arena. The confused crowd whispers, but the fighters are locked in a silent mental battle, sizing each other up. Sweating profusely, Lee Min-yul suddenly draws his blade and lunges forward, but holding a sword is just the surface level. Knowing his opponent's tricky style, Se-jun knows this fight will be anything but a straightforward sword match. He must go all out immediately to find a weakness. Gripping his staff, Se-jun swings back to counter the strike. A blinding flash of light erupts. Lee Min-yul's sword instantly shatters into pieces, leaving him in absolute shock. Lee Min-yul quickly dumps the broken hilt, retreating backward. But before Se-jun can pursue, a rain of arrows pours down. Spin that staff. Se-jun whips up a massive gust of wind, effortlessly sweeping the arrows away. Lee Min-yul watches in awe. Stunned by the smooth counter, Lee Min-yul admits he is incredibly curious about that unique staff. He asks if winning the fight means getting answers about the weapon. Se-jun agrees, but only if he can win. They both burst out laughing before charging back and trading blows. But mid-fight, a strange feeling hits Se-jun. As Lee Min-yul unleashes his sword aura, something feels off. This guy used dirty tricks before, but now he seems different. In fact, it does not even feel like Lee Min-yul is trying to win. He seems completely detached. Even with the crowd hurling insults, Lee Min-yul remains entirely unfazed. Se-jun struggles to read his opponent's mind. Does he really not care about winning? Lee Min-yul just offers a soft smile, claiming he's already doing his best. No matter how much people insult him, his self-worth will never decrease. Hearing this impressive philosophy, Se-jun feels a spark. Fired up by that bold attitude, Se-jun readies his staff, eager to show his rival what he is truly made of. Those words echo deep, reminding him of Professor Buddha's teachings. The world constantly filters out the weak. To survive, one must become stronger than they were yesterday. This lesson sparks a deep realization within him. Se-jun realizes he wants to step outside this endless cycle and view the world from a completely different perspective. There is an old tale from when Professor Buddha was still a mortal man named Professor Buddha during his early training. Long before achieving enlightenment, he happened to come across a group of children competing in a running race. For some odd reason, they ran the race over and over, yet the same kid kept finishing dead last. Strangely, the boy never stopped smiling. Intrigued the future, Buddha approached him and asked why he kept running. The boy replied that he simply loved doing it. But what if the others caught up to him? He smiled, saying his finish line was different from theirs, so catching up was impossible anyway. To the boy, their final destination was merely a passing point on his own unique journey. The boy kept losing those small games. Yet years later, during the grandest tournament in the entire country, that same boy achieved a legendary, flawless victory. Back then, it felt like building a massive stone tower. Every single effort was a brick laid to build his true self and carve out his own destiny. Because of this, the young monk repeated this grueling training over and over again, striving to build a tower far more perfect than the one before. But as he quietly listened to that young boy's words, a sudden realization struck the monk. He realized that building this grand tower did not actually need to be finished. Even if it collapsed, it was fine. Why had he never thought of that before? Kim Se-jun lived in a hyper-competitive society. If he did not push himself every single day, he would fall behind and face elimination. And falling behind meant vanishing entirely. It was survival of the fittest, a dog-eat-dog world. So he ground every day, constantly chasing rapid growth. He believed that moving fast was the only way to stay ahead. Yet the harder he pushed, the deeper his anxiety grew. He slowly realized he was completely obsessed with the ultimate academy. Kim Se-jun was consumed by this fear of being left behind. He trained relentlessly just to survive, terrified that someone might surpass him. But then a quiet voice echoed in his mind. It is okay if others stand there first, because that might not even be your true destination. No matter what they say, your own worth remains completely unchanged. Word by word, those thoughts along with Lee Min-yul's face flashed vividly in Kim Se-jun's mind. Only now did he truly understand the teachings of Professor Buddha. How had he never looked at life this way before? If he used the Spear of Longinus, he could easily win. No matter what tricks Lee Min-yul tried to pull next, he would simply break right through them. His burning desire to win had not changed. Kim Se-jun stood tall, filled with resolve. Gripping his weapon tightly, he decided that he alone would define his own value. Suddenly, seeing Kim Se-jun's explosive spirit, Lee Min-yul was caught slightly off guard. A smirk played on his lips as he discarded all his heavy gear. He grabbed a small dagger, his absolute favorite weapon. Both fighters looked pumped, ready to take this clash to a whole new level. They charged back and fiercer than before. While Kim Se-jun looked tense, Lee Min-yul seemed relaxed, almost playing around as he fought. Yet, his attacks were blindingly fast. If he faced the Spear of Longinus directly, every single strike would pose a massive threat. Besides, dealing with Lee Min-yul's unpredictable, rapidly shifting maneuvers was proving to be a massive headache for Kim Se-jun. He braced himself, pouring every ounce of strength into a counterattack. With a sudden, sharp flick, he sent Lee Min-yul sliding backward. Losing did not scare him anymore, but he would still fight to win. Who knew combat could actually be this fun? Kim Se-jun smiled to himself as Lee Min-yul tore through the air, charging right back at him with insane speed. But the game was far from over. Lee Min-yul spun rapidly and vanished into thin air, leaving Kim Se-jun completely baffled. This high-level stealth technique left him totally stunned. Although it was not quite perfected, yet one slip in concentration, and his opponent would completely disappear from sight. It seemed Lee Min-yul wanted to settle the score with this final move. Kim Se-jun braced himself, preparing to unleash Merlin's mana. But right at that moment, a sudden memory flashed through his mind. He saw the faces of all those opponents who had fallen to Lee Min-yul and realized how rigid his own fighting style had been. The wise words of his teacher suddenly echoed in his ears. Learning from others is undoubtedly a wonderful thing. However, constant learning builds habits, and those exact habits can easily block you from expressing your true, authentic self. After all, learning is just absorbing someone else's style. It can create a false illusion of mastery when it is really just copying. One must never be satisfied with just mimicking others. Learning should simply serve as a tool to unleash your own unique power. Now Kim Se-jun focused every ounce of his life force. He began fusing Merlin's vast wisdom with Ken's sharp instincts, and the sheer mountain-shattering strength of Xiang Yu, combining them all into a single devastating force. In a single breathless moment, he unleashed a customized lightning strike that shook the heavens and turned the battlefield upside down. The spectators watching from below could not believe a mere student had reached such a legendary realm. Absolutely mind-blowing stuff. Out of the blinding light radiating from Kim Se-jun, Lee Min-yul slowly emerged right at the tip of his blade. Lee Min-yul grinned, admitting defeat. Soon enough, news of Kim Se-jun's grand victory traveled all the way to Kalia's ears. Her face darkened the moment she heard he had switched weapons at the very last second. She immediately prepared a report to notify the apostles about this unexpected turn of events. They wondered if there was even a reason to go this far. Sure, Kim Se-jun was someone to watch, but now the Korean Association had launched a full-scale investigation into the 10-star dungeon. Because of this sudden chaos, the secret plan they had meticulously prepared for 10 years was completely derailed. Their lackey Canis bitterly complained that he could not understand why they were risking everything for just one kid. Kalia instantly snapped at him to shut up. Just days ago, her superiors had sternly warned her to monitor the boy closely. The way they used an apostle as a mere messenger to deliver such absolute orders left her feeling genuinely terrified. Biting her nails, she trembled as she recalled the only other person capable of such terrifying power. Meanwhile, Peril John looked uneasy, completely speechless in front of his insanely strong student, especially when Se-jun unleashed his aura blade looking like nothing less than a literal monster. Before heading home, Se-jun mentioned needing to meet someone none other than Lee Min-yul. Right now, he was surrounded by academy recruiters like some viral idol. Despite losing the final match to Se-jun, his raw performance still drew massive attention. Being entirely self-taught with zero academy backing was more than enough to turn heads. From the perspective of those big institutions, they absolutely had to recruit him. A talent like that was just too valuable to pass up, Se-jun thought, nodding to himself. But with the recruiters clinging to Lee Min-yul like absolute leeches, Se-jun had no way to approach him for a private chat. Suddenly, Lee Min-yul broke free from the crowd, running over to hide right behind Se-jun. He announced he would join the Dream Academy, sending the entire crowd into a wild frenzy. After slipping away, they finally found a quiet spot to hide from those annoying loudmouth academy scouts. Lee Min-yul quickly insisted that his words were completely real. He truly wanted to attend the same academy. Se-jun stood there completely frozen, not knowing how to react. He knew that even if he objected, the academy wouldn't reject Lee Min-yul. But at the same time, he did not want to interfere with the academy's recruitment process based purely on personal emotions. So, we will discuss that later, but do you remember our promise? Se-jun asked, bringing up the deal and demanding to know who Lee Min-yul's mysterious teacher actually was. Lee Min-yul, looking completely calm and handsome, boldly declared that he honestly had no idea. Talk about a complete joke. Se-jun was so furious he could practically steam aggressively, stomping right toward him, scaring Lee Min-yul half to death. No, wait, I really don't know. He doesn't even know I'm his student, he cried. Just now, when you used that dagger technique, you said you were taught. You also claimed your master is a transcendent level powerhouse, yet you don't even know his identity. Se-jun snapped completely, losing his temper. No, because he never actually taught me anything. I just learned everything by copying his moves. I've never been taught by anyone, Lee Min-yul calmly replied. He was entirely self-taught. It is actually quite common for people with no money or talent to want to become hunters, but Lee Min-yul's case was entirely different. He possessed incredible talent and had plenty of money, yet he simply refused to be tied down by any academy. That's why he chose to train alone deep in the mountains, enjoying his complete freedom. Even without a guide, he preferred it since he didn't have to follow some suffocating rigid academy curriculum. That went on until one day, while training as usual, he suddenly sensed that someone nearby had collapsed on the ground. That was the very first time my master and I met, Lee Min-yul explained. That old man was covered in blood and severely injured, yet he flatly refused to let Lee Min-yul carry him down. Sensing the absolute urgency in his voice, the boy gave up the idea of taking him to a hospital. With no other choice, Lee Min-yul began caring for him inside an abandoned mountain house. At first, his condition was so incredibly severe that it was a miracle he survived without dying right then and there. But as time went by, Lee Min-yul could feel him recovering at an unbelievable, miraculous speed. 1 month later, while heading home, Lee Min-yul was shocked to find a group of suspicious-looking strangers surrounding the old man, right outside his door. Terrified, he hid behind a tree to watch, and just as he was about to be spotted, the old man drew his sword cleanly, slicing their heads off in a single flash. In his entire life, that was the first time Lee Min-yul had witnessed such terrifyingly high-level martial arts. After cleaning up the mess, the old man barked, telling Lee Min-yul to leave immediately and never return. Before the boy could even process it, the old man vanished like the wind. Though he had no clue what was happening, his instincts told him to listen. So right before leaving, he gathered all his belongings. Right then, he spotted a handwritten manuscript the old man had left behind in his rush. I plan to return it if we ever met again, but I have not seen him since, Lee Min-yul said softly. Thanks to that secret manuscript, he managed to teach himself the incredible weapon techniques recorded inside. Judging by his fighting style, his master was definitely the creator of the invaluable moves recorded in those pages. But since he doesn't even know I have his manuscript or that I learned his moves," Lee Min-yul sheepishly added, looking slightly embarrassed. Se-jun knew there was a high chance the guy was lying, but Lee Min-yul clearly wasn't some ordinary academy cadet. Lee Min-yul then explained that the real reason he entered this high-profile mock exam was because he thought his master would see him if the event got big enough. Se-jun listened quietly to the whole story before finally asking if the master Lee Min-yul spoke of was actually the legendary Black Saint. The Black Saint, much like the Sword Saint, was one of South Korea's 5 legendary savior heroes. Out of them all, he was by far the most mysterious. Seeing that the Sword Saint's granddaughter also knew about this enigmatic figure, Se-jun asked her to help him ask the Sword Saint. Staring at the valuable records in Lee Min-yul's hands, he was completely stunned. He had only just realized that Lee Min-yul was actually the Sword Saint's grandchild. He was totally speechless. By the next day, Kim Se-jun was back home, sighing over how his hard-earned money still wasn't enough to buy gear for his online classes. Recalling his talk with Lee Min-yul the day before, he remembered they agreed to meet up at the academy today and head over to see the Sword Saint together. To prepare, Kim Se-jun went online to buy a free pass, which ended up accelerating his progress on the academy system, letting him breeze through Ken's class in an instant. Yet even after finishing everything so easily, Kim Se-jun felt absolutely no changes in his body. When he completed Xiang Yu's course, he could clearly feel the legendary Platinum Sovereign power coursing through his veins. But this time, there was absolutely nothing. According to the martial arts lore, he had read a body transformation usually involved bones cracking and shifting, or at least black impurities washing out from the pores. Well, it was a bit disappointing, but since it was done, he shrugged it off. Kim Se-jun scratched his head to comfort himself when suddenly, a sudden chill ran straight down his spine, feeling exactly as if a freezing blade was resting against his bare neck. Then a strange voice echoed through the quiet room, making Kim Se-jun jump in shock as his face turned pale. Hearing the voice mention a difficult rival awaiting that young kid, Kim Se-jun immediately realized who this mysterious intruder was. It had to be the Dark Saint himself. While Kim Se-jun was still recovering from the scare, the Dark Saint actually took a moment to praise the young hunter's sharp intuition. He remarked that no matter how much he thought about it, he never expected someone to detect his stealthy presence so easily. The young man admitted he was wondering about that too, guessing it might be thanks to the transformation skill Ken just taught him. If that was true, it functioned more like a superhuman sixth sense than a basic physical shift, likely carrying hidden side effects. Kim Se-jun muttered, scratching his head. He then mentioned to the older man how Lee Min-yul did not even know his real identity as the Dark Saint, nor did he recognize the sacred scripture deliberately left behind, making the old master fume with quiet frustration. Lee Min-yul is probably on his way here right now, so why not stick around and say hello to him, the hunter suggested. The Dark Saint sighed. If he wanted to see that kid, he would have done it long ago, but now was not the time. In fact, avoiding the boy was the very reason he came to visit him first. With little time left, he got straight to the point. The old saint demanded to know if Kim Se-jun had any connections to the Church of Justice. For a long time, he had been tracking those corrupt fanatics because he refused to trust them, while the rest of the world hailed them as true savior heroes who supposedly brought an end to the Great Cataclysm. The old man knew that appearances could be incredibly deceiving. He asked the young hunter if he was familiar with the colossal beast Berserker that the Church of Justice claimed to be hunting. Through the veteran Saint, Kim Se-jun learned the shocking truth. On that fateful day, Berserker was never actually defeated. It was an utterly terrifying entity feared by humanity as the second Great Cataclysm itself. Hearing this firsthand left him deeply shaken. If the Church of Justice failed to take down the beast, then how did they convince everyone they had saved humanity? It meant they must have done something highly suspicious to the creature, or more precisely, Wei Yin did something that left it alive. Initially, the Dark Saint believed this was just a wild, baseless theory of his own. But after years of investigating several strange incidents, he became absolutely certain. He then asked if the young hunter had ever wondered why the position of Apostle of Purity sat vacant. The previous Apostle of Purity had suddenly vanished without a trace in the exact same mysterious manner as the monster Berserker. The old saint gave a bitter laugh. The cover-up story was completely illogical from the start. The 7 Apostles were a legendary group who had fought side by side for decades, yet only one supposedly died of old age. Kim Se-jun found the whole explanation highly suspicious. The old saint pointed out a massive, undeniable parallel between the two disappearances. Determined to uncover the dark truth, he had relentlessly tracked the Church of Justice, eventually uncovering 2 crucial pieces of the puzzle. First, those corrupt zealots had tried to silence him permanently for digging too deep. And second, the recent hunt was a trap. The raid on the 10-star dungeon was nothing but an elaborate setup engineered by the Church, with Kim Se-jun at the very center. Hearing this bombshell from the Dark Saint felt like a sudden bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly baffled by their twisted motives. Why would the powerful Church target him? The old saint shared these highly classified secrets to ask him to protect young Lee Min-yul. He confessed he would have raised and trained the boy himself, but with the Church of Justice hunting him, that was impossible. Those zealots utilized a highly specialized, secretive method to monitor their high-priority targets and keep tabs on all of their moves. While the exact mechanics of their tracking system remained a mystery, whenever their targets took action, the cult saw every single result. This complete surveillance was the reason they referred to the process as observation, and the old man was their main focus. They watched his every move with extreme scrutiny, meaning anyone associated with him would instantly become a target as well. Anyone associated with me gets marked with a tracking trace. If that is why you must act as a bridge between me and that kid, you are the absolute exception. Since the church cannot monitor you even if we meet face to face, those church scumbags won't sense anything unusual. Besides, if I choose to act through you as my proxy, they will only assume you are the one doing it, not me. I honestly don't know why they cannot watch you. The Dark Saint's explanation leaves Kim Se-jun's head spinning in circles. He wonders if this is somehow related to the ultimate mystery of why the Supreme Academy has absolutely zero information on him. Before taking his leave, the Dark Saint hands Se-jun a secret manual on dagger throwing and stealth, asking him to deliver it directly to Min-yul. With that done, he offers Se-jun another spell book as a reward for his help, but to his shock, the young man refuses it, leaving the elder rather annoyed that a priceless treasure coveted by everyone is being casually rejected. Se-jun just chuckles with a sly grin, looking incredibly mischievous, and says he only wants a child support allowance. For the first time, one of the 5 heroes is asked for straight cash, so bluntly completely freezing him in place. Yet Se-jun stands his ground, insisting on no money, no deal, forcing the legendary hero to finally yield. Se-jun even offers a special discount, pricing his services at just $3 million. He sits there looking cool and confident, proudly pitching this ridiculously cheap discount rate. The Se-jun Dark Saint hears all those zeros and immediately loses his temper, cursing out Se-jun's entire family. But our protagonist isn't easily backed down, quickly listing a whole sheet of reasons proving he is fully worth that $3 million. Listening to him ramble, the Dark Saint finally accepts defeat, agreeing to pay the full amount. With the deal officially closed, the elder quickly slips out of Se-jun's house after warning him to look after Min-yul's training. The moment the elder leaves, Min-yul appears right at the front door. Hearing Se-jun reveal that his master is actually the legendary Dark Saint, he is completely speechless and frozen in shock. Se-jun quickly hands him the manual, feeling absolutely thrilled inside at the massive payday ahead. Min-yul then asks why Se-jun did not keep this incredibly valuable book for himself instead of handing it over. Se-jun snorts, quietly unsure of how to explain it. How should he respond? Saying these secret arts are useless to him would basically be insulting the Dark Saint. But wait, does this mean he might find the Supreme Academy? Se-jun hesitates, struggling to find the right words. Suddenly, Min-yul shouts out, eyes filled with hope and determination, begging to join Se-jun's Hunter Academy. This sudden and highly passionate request leaves our protagonist completely lost for words, but scoring such a highly talented student makes Se-jun grin from ear to ear. Although he was initially quite taken aback, he soon realizes this situation is not bad at all. He plans to train with the secret scroll the Dark Saint gave him. That way, he can secure a favor from the elder each time without wasting any effort tracking Min-yul down. Wait a second, if he keeps hanging around, Min-yul cannot. He squeeze even more money out of the Dark Saint. This kid is going to be his personal golden goose. Se-jun's eyes light up, envisioning a future overflowing with cash, laughing to himself with a massive grin. Since their student roster has officially grown, Se-jun starts thinking about team tournaments, where academies compete directly against each other. Since these major events draw huge crowds, the rewards are bound to be incredibly massive. If Se-jun and Min-yul team up, they stand an absolutely amazing chance of sweeping the competitions there. Se-jun is naturally thrilled about the prospect, yet 3 days later he feels a deep wave of regret after spending $4 million on an online course where a muscular guy named Hyuk-jun does nothing but flex non-stop. This instructor is actually an elite disciple of Ken. After spouting some highly complex theory, he decides to demonstrate the raw power of his shredded muscles. With a simple flex of his body, his massive muscles instantly bulge as raw lightning power surges through his veins. Watching this insanely ripped young powerhouse on screen, Se-jun literally cannot tear his eyes away. He stares blankly, wondering if he can ever achieve such an incredibly jacked physique. Suddenly, his daily quest menu pops up, listing endless physical exercises and a crazy requirement to lift weights of 1 ton or more. This nearly makes Se-jun faint on the spot. He rubs his eyes, genuinely believing his sight is failing. Next, for footwork training, he opens a video lecture by Zhang Sanfeng, the Grand Master of the Wudang sect and creator of Tai Chi Chuan and Tai Chi sword. Seeing a mere mortal gliding through the air as light as a feather leaves Se-jun completely awestruck. Then the system notification chimes with his new daily task: maintain a stable speed of 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds and survive falling 30 meters 20 times. Se-jun blinks rapidly, trying to check if he is seeing things. As he panics, a voice suddenly echoes from the entrance. It turns out to be Su-reon. Man-chun's daughter Su-reon comes looking for Kim Se-jun. She has completely lost contact with her father and hopes Kim Se-jun might have some answers. Kim Se-jun is taken aback, guessing the old man is probably just drunk and sleeping it off somewhere, but she reveals she actually had a big fight with her dad. It happened yesterday when she told him she wanted to become a professional hunter. She had awakened her powers about a month ago, and so she told him she wanted to enroll in a hunter academy instead of going to college. But her father strongly opposed the idea, leaving Su-reon frustrated. Kim Se-jun mutters to himself, "Honestly, making a living as a hunter pays way better than a corporate job." He completely understands why Su-reon wants to start working as soon as possible to help her dad out. Still, what parent would ever willingly let their child jump into danger, especially someone like Man-chun? He has heard too many horror stories about hunters, and there is no way he would approve of this. Kim Se-jun thinks to himself. After comforting Su-reon and sending her home, he immediately tries calling Man-chun, but the phone just keeps ringing. Still no answer. Meanwhile, over at the church faction, Kalia is growing extremely anxious because they simply cannot locate Kim Se-jun anywhere. Under no circumstances can their infiltration of a 10-star dungeon be leaked. Biting her nails, she glares at her subordinate. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is suffering through his daily training. The system is demanding he lift a full ton to clear the quest. It is enough to drive him completely insane. If he had known things would turn out like this, he wouldn't have sold those monster corpses. Fortunately, he already bought some heavy-duty weight gear, even if he never actually intended to use it for a crazy stunt like this. Stealing his resolve, Kim Se-jun uses every ounce of his strength to pull the massive bag up. Blood rushes to his head as he strains. Despite his efforts, the bag does not budge a single millimeter. He collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath and needing mana to lift it. But even after channeling all his energy, he only achieves one thing: getting pinned to the floor and crushed completely flat by the bag. If Park Se-la had not jumped in to rescue him right then, he would have been a goner. Oh, by the way, speaking of Park Se-la, hey Park Se-la, this building is 15 meters high, right? I want to jump off the roof. Kim Se-jun says this with a totally straight face. Before she can even process the absolute madness of his words, he leaps straight off the edge to test his theory. Watching this unfold, Park Se-la seriously wonders if his brain has short-circuited. What are the new recruits going to think of him? Actually, she wonders if they will even be able to recruit any new students at all after seeing their instructor behave like this. She is deeply stressed about their bleak future. Even young Min-yul, who went out for a quick stroll, returns only to be terrified by the sight. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is growing deeply concerned. It has been 4 whole days and he still cannot reach Man-chun. This has never happened once in the 10 years they have known each other. He is absolutely certain that something bad has gone down. Spurred to action, he stands up and decides to go search for him himself. Arriving at the monster processing plant, he gets mobbed by workers. Their overwhelming praise and compliments leave him completely dizzy. After exchanging some quick pleasantries, he cuts straight to the chase. Strangely, none of the workers have seen Man-chun around lately either. One of them mentions he disappeared after meeting a strange client. Apparently, 3 or 4 days ago, a mysterious stranger showed up at their monster transport company. Man-chun was the one who met him. The guy offered a massive payout, but the whole setup was pretty shady because it was a private request rather than official company business. Usually, private requests like that mean the job is either highly illegal or extremely dangerous, which makes it highly suspicious. Perhaps Man-chun was just desperate to cover his daughter's high academy tuition fees, one of the workers in the yard suggests. Hearing this, Kim Se-jun feels his heart drop completely, and he immediately runs off to demand more information about this company. He demands to know who the client was, but the company staff flat-out refuse to disclose any private customer information. Even if someone is missing, rules are rules. Left with no other options, a disheartened Kim Se-jun goes to sit alone in a park. While there is no solid proof of a kidnapping, he cannot shake this dreadful feeling. Man-chun has always stood by him through thick and thin. Back when Kim Se-jun lost all his hard-earned savings after a terrible accident, it was Man-chun who comforted and looked out for him. Despite not being wealthy, the kind uncle handed him 3 million won without a single second thought to help him get back up. Kim Se-jun used that money to enroll in the academy, turning his life completely around. He grits his teeth, refusing to just sit by. Suddenly, he grabs his phone and dials Park Se-la. He urgently begs her to set up a meeting with the legendary sword saint. But once they are face to face, Kim Se-jun does something insane. He boldly challenges the legendary master to an all-out duel. Yes, you heard that right. Park Se-la and the onlookers stand there completely dumbfounded, wondering if the sheer stress has finally broken his brain. If he wins, he wants the master to personally intervene in the search. If he loses, he promises to drop out of school. He admits he stands zero chance of winning a fair fight, but if he can manage to land even a single scratch, he hopes the master will count it as his victory. He remains perfectly calm, knowing he has to push his limits for his friend. He is absolutely certain something terrible happened to Manchun after meeting that mysterious client, and with the company blocking him, this is his only choice. Normally, this classified information is strictly off-limits, but everything changes when the one asking is the Sword Saint, one of Korea's 5 legendary heroes. It is a massive gamble. Still, Kim Se-jun realizes this might be the only way he can save Manchun from his fate. After thinking it over for a brief moment, the Sword Saint readily agrees. He turns and heads into a small room, carefully retrieving a highly prized possession. He pulls out a beautifully preserved blade. Legend says that back when Kim Yusin, a legendary general of Silla, was still training, deep inside Warrior Mountain, he received a divine sword and a sacred military text, which ultimately led him to an absolute historic victory. Even though the weapon in the Sword Saint's hands is merely a replica of the true Blue Dragon sword, it is still an absolute masterpiece. In fact, there is only one specific situation where the legendary Sword Saint actually draws the Blue Dragon sword to fight, and that is when he is fully resolved to kill his opponent. The secretary turns pale and tries to intervene, but the intense aura pushes him back. The Sword Saint notes that Kim Se-jun wouldn't dare challenge him with mere determination alone, so he needs to give him a proper, serious match. Meanwhile, outside the room, Park So-la is absolutely terrified. She desperately tries to stop Kim Se-jun from going through with his crazy plan. She begs him to stop, but a real man stands by his word. Kim Se-jun wants to put a definitive end to all these mysteries. He knows he still lacks the power and authority to protect those around him, which is exactly why he is taking this massive risk. By dragging the legendary Sword Saint into his personal affairs, Kim Se-jun hopes to firmly establish his position and protect his allies from any future threats. He needs to engrave this resolve into everyone's minds. Seeing the sheer confidence in Kim Se-jun's eyes, Park So-la cannot help but feel deeply moved. The duel begins with intense tension, and honestly, things are about to get wild. The Sword Saint draws the Blue Dragon sword. The old master graciously grants Kim Se-jun the first move, and the young warrior wastes no time, pouring all his strength into a wild strike. He swings his wooden staff with everything he has, but his desperate effort is easily snuffed out by the overwhelming power of the blade. In an instant, the storm of pure energy surging from the sword leaves Kim Se-jun gasping for breath, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure. But then the staff in his hands suddenly bursts with a brilliant light, automatically lunging forward to clash against the master. The old warrior easily counters the sudden attack with absolute coldness, prompting Kim Se-jun to realize that the legendary master is finally getting serious. Every single strike feels like a fatal finishing blow, and sweat pours down Kim Se-jun's face as he desperately tries to read his opponent's movements. The air is thick with pure, suffocating killing intent as Kim Se-jun grits his teeth, barely managing to block the strikes of this peerless genius. The Sword Saint keeps raining down attacks without a single moment of rest, quietly marveling at the sheer growth of the young brat before him. Just a few months ago, Kim Se-jun was nothing but an inexperienced rookie. Even though his potential was obvious, his current speed is simply mind-blowing. Back then, he only stood out compared to regular academy trainees. But what the Sword Saint is witnessing right now is on a completely different level. With every passing second of this intense, relentless battle, Kim Se-jun is adapting, evolving, and pushing his physical limits to survive. The old master is genuinely surprised by this growth, so he unleashes a massive sweeping wave of aura that completely blindsides Kim Se-jun. The Sword Saint is deeply intrigued by Kim Se-jun's mysterious weapon, noting how it somehow manages to withstand these devastating, earth-shattering strikes. Under normal circumstances, this match would have ended minutes ago. But against all odds, Kim Se-jun is somehow still standing. The old man is impressed. He wonders if he should push things just a little further, instantly releasing another crushing heavy wave of raw killing intent. The pressure is so immense that Kim Se-jun is immediately brought to his knees. He realizes he was far too arrogant. Just because he defeated a few promising academy trainees, he thought he was ready for the absolute peak of the world. But students are just students. They are still sheltered, inexperienced, and completely blind to the harsh, cruel reality of true combat. He failed to see that reality, and now he is feeling the terrifying, unbridgeable gap between himself and a true powerhouse. It is incredibly frustrating to know that the Sword Saint is still holding back, leaving Kim Se-jun feeling completely powerless. He swings his staff once more in desperation, but the Sword Saint looks down at him, questioning his foolish confidence. The master demands to know why he dared challenge him with such weak skills, his hands moving with fluid, brutal speed. Kim Se-jun has always admired the Sword Saint, desperately wanting to reach those same legendary heights and possess that incredible power. But more than the raw strength itself, he deeply admires the sheer discipline and sacrifice it took to achieve such legendary greatness. He realizes he got too arrogant over a hollow title of transcendence, unconsciously underestimating the true depth of a master. He is weak, incredibly weak, but one day he vows to reach a new peak that surpasses even this living legend. He refuses to let his story end here. Even while getting absolutely crushed, Kim Se-jun continues to throw desperate counterattacks. In the midst of the chaos, the heavy staff in his hands suddenly feels completely weightless, and his movements turn surreal. But before he can even process this strange sensation, the sharp edge of the blue dragon sword slashes right across him. He collapses in a pool of blood, trembling as he reminds the sword saint of their promise, begging him not to break it. Using his last bit of strength, he gasps to the sword saint before passing out. Meanwhile, Man Chun and a mysterious man are currently trapped inside a desolate cave. Despite their grim situation, the old man remains incredibly optimistic, completely sure that Kim Se-jun will come to save them. He knows that no matter how impossible the odds, Kim Se-jun can solve any crisis. Meanwhile, after getting completely trashed by the Sword Saint in a brutal beatdown, Kim Se-jun finally wakes up with a start. Right at that moment, the door suddenly flies open. The Sword Saint strides inside with a curt nod, silently tossing him the legendary family heirloom, the blue dragon sword, leaving everyone in the room jaw-dropped and utterly speechless. "Stop making a fuss," he barks. He is only keeping a promise. With that sword as a symbol, everyone in the association will know exactly what to do. He would rather let Kim Se-jun run wild than deal with the mess himself. "Do not screw up," the Sword Saint warns. Nobody expected him to actually hand over such an incredibly high-grade relic to Kim Se-jun. The Pro-Hunter Association is a government agency tasked with managing and monitoring hunters. At the same time, it operates as a mutual benefit group founded by professional hunters to protect their own interests. Right now, Kim Se-jun is standing directly in front of Lee Tae-bum, the president of the Hunter Association, himself. The president acts pleasant on the outside, but inside his mind is absolute chaos, especially since Kim Se-jun just showed up out of nowhere carrying the legendary Blue Dragon sword. Just 3 days ago, the Black Saint had furiously barged in, demanding Tae-bum to transfer 3 billion won to Kim Se-jun. Having the kid show up in person like this is the absolute last thing the president needs. 4 days ago, man named Man Chun vanished without a trace after entering a dungeon on someone's orders. Since entering any raid requires official clearance and registering with the association, tell me which dungeon he entered and who went in with him, Kim Se-jun demands, his voice flat and firm. Hearing this, Tae-bum hesitates, caught between the boy and higher-ups who ordered him to keep his mouth shut, no matter what. Desperate to buy some time, the president suggests inspecting the Blue Dragon sword first, claiming they must verify if it is the real deal. "If any delay costs lives, can you take responsibility for it?" Kim Se-jun asks coldly. Tae-bum can only bury his face, in his hands completely stuck. He finally caves, revealing that the Mage Saint is currently investigating a 10-star dungeon break-in on behalf of the association. The old master recently uncovered a clue and headed to a 6-star dungeon to investigate in secret. But wait, didn't the Black Saint state that the Church of Justice was behind that 10-star dungeon sabotage? Something is definitely not adding up here. Sensing a trap, Kim Se-jun stands up to leave, but right at the doorway, he suddenly looks back and asks if the association would accept the Blue Dragon sword as collateral for a massive cash loan. Shortly after, a frantic Su Ryeon calls him on the phone, desperately asking for updates on her father. He does his best to keep her calm, but the girl naturally panics upon learning her dad is currently trapped inside an active gate. Her mother passed away 11 years ago during a dungeon break, sacrificing her own life to protect her daughter. Not wanting the monsters to rob her of those she loves ever again, the young girl resolved to become a strong hunter. Kim Se-jun speaks softly, promising to bring her father back before hanging up. According to the president, the Mage Saint and Man Chun entered a dungeon filled with deadly 6-star dryads. Even though the old Mage Saint is currently sick and frail, he remains one of the world's 5 supreme powerhouses. There must be a darker reason why they are trapped inside a 6-star dungeon. This is likely a carefully laid trap by the Church of Justice to assassinate him. At this point, nobody else can except him. As Kim Se-jun's mind races to piece it together, his phone suddenly buzzes with a transaction notification from the Korean Hunter Association. Talk about hitting the jackpot. He only put up the Blue Dragon sword as collateral, never expecting the executives to actually approve the massive loan. It is a crazy deal considering the relic's value. Now he finally has enough to buy that high-tier gear. Since he is heading into a deadly zone that trapped the Mage Saint, he must prepare for absolutely everything. With his card loaded, Kim Se-jun goes on a massive shopping spree. After purchasing the legendary weapon Gungnir, he immediately heads straight to the dungeon. Dryads might only be 6-star monsters, but hunting them is incredibly tricky because they blend in perfectly, looking just like ordinary trees. While Kim Se-jun does not want to recklessly risk his life, he cannot pass up the chance to test his skills against them. Closing his eyes, he circulates his internal energy, feeling an indescribable surging wave of raw power course through him. On the outside, they seem like harmless, ordinary trees, but he desperately needs to test the limits of his brand new spear. Taking a deep breath, Kim Se-jun draws the spear and hurls it straight at the trunk. Just as the sharp tip is about to strike, the spear is violently deflected. The cunning dryad actually managed to dodge his opening attack, but the monster is not done, yet instantly firing a counterattack straight back at him. Its blinding speed and sheer destructive power are enough to make him stare in awe. This is Gungnir, the legendary spear that Odin once used to slay the giant Ymir and forge the Nine Realms. After unleashing a flurry of devastating attacks with the divine spear, Kim Se-jun successfully turns the dryad into a withered, lifeless stump. Look at this insane destructive output, he thinks to himself. It must have been forged from some highly transcendent materials. He waves his hand to call Gungnir back. Channeling every bit of his mana is the only way to make the weapon return. The massive energy drain leaves Kim Se-jun completely wiped out. Exhausted to the bone, he can barely catch his breath. Legend says Gungnir returns automatically, but a cheap replica has its limits. At his current level, he can only call it back once. But he knows one day he will be able to control this power completely without any limits. Until then, this skill is basically a one-time use item. Fortunately, he pawned the blue dragon sword before coming here. Kim Se-jun chuckles, heading deeper into the cavern to find Man-chun. Meanwhile, the old man is desperately running for his life. Man-chun carries the injured sage on his back, frantically running as a horde of monsters chases them right on their heels. In his panic, Man-chun slips and crashes to the ground, trembling as he braces for the monsters to tear him apart. Just in time, talk about a close call, the sage wakes up and yells at Man-chun to leave him and escape while he holds them off. He is already an old man with one foot in the grave anyway. If he had not brought Man-chun here, this disaster would have never happened. He begs him to flee, but soon he cannot hold on any longer and painfully collapses. Man-chun clings to him, sobbing as terror and despair wash over him. He cries, thinking of leaving Park Seola all alone. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light reveals a very familiar back belonging to Kim Se-jun. He finally found them. Telling Man-chun to stay safe inside the magic barrier, he charges toward the beasts to draw their attention. It is a brutal brawl, fists and claws clashing wildly. The shockwaves from their clash tear the cavern apart. Damn it, no matter how many times he cuts them down, they regenerate constantly. He cannot even get close to the core. His only option is to throw Gungnir and pierce its weakness. Gritting his teeth, Kim Se-jun backs away and snatches Gungnir from the ground. But there is a massive problem. Man-chun and the sage are still in the line of fire. If he throws Gungnir, now they will get caught in it. The monster grows even more aggressive, unleashing a flood of toxic energy that leaves Kim Se-jun struggling more and more. Once he sees his friends are finally clear, he seizes the moment and hurls Gungnir straight at the beast. The spear pierces clean through. The monster screeches in agony before shattering into pieces, unleashing a storm of violent shockwaves. This time, Kim Se-jun smoothly uses his mana to call Gungnir back to his side. Extremely cool. He successfully terrifies the surrounding dryads. It seems they finally realize just how dangerous he is after getting beaten. Did they actually learn their lesson? Kim Se-jun laughs as the tree monsters submit, though they still seem to be blocking him from grabbing Gungnir. Well, he will just have to teach them another quick lesson right now. Shortly after, Man-chun carries the sage back to their meeting point. The old man is in really bad shape. It is time to use the emergency recovery pill he always keeps on hand. It is just a temporary fix, but it should stabilize his condition. Kim Se-jun gently lifts the old man's head and feeds him the medicine, who slowly opens his eyes. Seeing Kim Se-jun, the sage asks in shock if he really came to save them, how he knew they were here. He even asks about the Lars. Facing these rapid questions, Kim Se-jun just smiles and says they are all taken care of. He then asks why the sage brought Man-chun here. 2. Study the monsters. The sage explains he needed someone discreet to help carry the dead beasts, but he could not do it alone with his aging body. He kept it a secret to avoid drawing attention from the Holy Church of Justice. Right, Kim Se-jun calls him out on it, and the old man is completely stunned at his knowledge. But just as they start talking, a massive tremor rocks the entire dungeon. Now what? Everyone froze in absolute shock. The sage turns pale, murmuring that the beast is here. For an elite mage to be this terrified is an incredibly bad sign. Right in front of Kim Se-jun, the massive mountain wall splits wide open, revealing a colossal mutated abomination. It is a giant mutant. Aside from its massive size, it looks similar to the Lars he met. Kim Se-jun suggests avoiding its gaze and escaping, but the sage quickly warns him that they cannot. Somehow, whenever they try to flee, the beast detects them instantly and gives chase. That is how the sage got injured. The monster is not just an ordinary mutant. its shell is too tough for any magic to pierce. And even if they manage to crack it, its crazy regeneration speed heals all damage almost instantly. He even believes this abomination is an evolved species, completely free of any weaknesses and possessing unmatched power and strength. The sage sighs, feeling useless in his old age. But as Kim Se-jun listens, a bold plan begins too. Lacking a powerful strike to deliver the final knockout blow, Kim Se-jun suddenly came up with a desperate plan. While the mage weakened the beast, the young warrior would move in to destroy its core. Hearing this, the magic saint panicked. The old mage worried he couldn't hold out. He only had the strength to speak thanks to his emergency magic pill. It wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed at any moment. This meant they only had one single shot at making this work. Kim Se-jun decided to act as the bait to draw its attention so the other two could escape. Seeing this, the mage was stunned. Looking at the legendary spear Gungnye, the old wizard stared wide-eyed, suddenly filled with excitement to execute this plan beside him. The critical moment arrived. Everyone immediately took up battle positions, bracing themselves for a brutal night of hunting the monster. A straightforward strategy: wait for the magic saint to weaken the beast, then pierce its glowing core directly with a spear. Kim Se-jun laid out the steps. First, he would draw the beast away to buy some critical time. While he kept it busy, the magic saint would pour all his remaining energy into his magic. Once weakened, Kim Se-jun would destroy the core with Gungnye. But there were two major risks to this plan. First, he could easily die while playing bait. Second, the monster might choose to target the casting mage instead of him. He trusted himself to survive the baiting, so the first risk was pretty much under control. But the second variable remained a massive worry. Since things were highly unpredictable, he had to put all his trust in Man-chun. The three shared a brief, encouraging smile, bracing for a brutal night. Under the dark sky, Kim Se-jun tightly gripped the legendary spear. Nearby, Man-chun stood ready with the weakened magic saint on his back. Kim Se-jun warned them to stay back and avoid getting too close. He wanted to prevent the beast from sensing the mage's gathering mana. Looking into the young warrior's fiercely determined eyes, they could only silently wish him luck. Kim Se-jun offered a confident smile before launching himself forward, leaping toward the massive branches ahead. Staring at the monster from this close sent a chill down his spine. Even worse, he could feel a massive wave of energy swirling around the creature. Now it made perfect sense why even a high-tier magic saint had struggled so badly against it. Creeping closer while the beast was distracted, Kim Se-jun suddenly let out a deafening shout, completely shattering the silence to draw its gaze. Annoyed by the obvious provocation, the monster lashed out, sending heavy, whip-like branches tearing through the air directly at him. The onslaught was far more violent than expected, forcing him to retreat quite far from his allies. Was the weakening spell ready yet? Kim Se-jun scanned his surroundings frantically while sprinting. The sheer power of the thrashing branches was literally pulverizing the earth around him. Debris flew everywhere as the impact launched him high into the air. Grimacing, he twisted his body in mid-air to face the threat. Landing back near the towering monster, the sheer pressure it radiated made his limbs tremble. Dodging was his only real option here. Gripping Gungnye with white knuckles, he braced himself to charge. And then at that very second, he felt a sudden shift. The magic saint's spell was finally active. Talk about perfect timing. This was their absolute best shot at survival. He lunged right in front of the beast, screaming at the top of his lungs to draw every bit of its fury. Running for his life, he felt the monster snapping closely at his heels, each heavy strike crashing down with deafening force. The shockwaves nearly knocked him off balance, but the plan was working. The beast was still completely focused on him. Just a few more meters to the designated trap zone. But right as those massive wooden tendrils were about to seize him, glowing invisible chains manifested from the magic circle, tightly binding the monster's thrashing roots and massive bark-covered trunk. Its raw speed and power plummeted instantly. The old mage's magic was incredibly effective, leaving the path wide open for the strike. But before he could even celebrate, his blood ran cold. The bound beast was shifting its focus directly toward the magic saint. The mage was completely drained of mana, and Man-chun was just a normal guy who couldn't defend against a high-tier threat. Carrying a grown man on his back, Man-chun would only be able to dodge a single heavy blow at best. Kim Se-jun knew he had to strike immediately. Narrowing his eyes, he channeled every ounce of his remaining energy into Gungnye. Keeping a cool head, he unleashed the attack with flawless precision, driving the spear's razor-sharp tip directly through the monster's heart. The beast roared in agony, thrashing violently before collapsing into the dirt. Kim Se-jun had destroyed the core, but he was completely spent. He couldn't even summon Gungnye back. Looking over, he saw Man-chun had taken a nasty blow to his leg during the chaos. Despite the injury, they shared a collective sigh of relief, thinking they had won. But then a bizarre sound echoed. The motionless roots of the giant trees suddenly began to twitch and writhe as if injected with a fresh surge of life. Wait, how was this possible? Gungnye had clearly pierced the core. Had the strike somehow missed? This had to be a joke. Kim Se-jun stared in absolute horror. This wasn't just a tough boss, it was a classic cruel system trap. The monster actually had two separate cores, and the second one was now taking full control, turning it into a mindless killing machine. Nothing can hold this furious beast back anymore. The three of them watch in absolute terror as the monster rampages, whipping up a tempest of blinding wind. The wind howls around them like the end of the world. Sensing the extreme danger, the Archmage strains to channel his remaining strength, desperately weaving energy to hold the line. He conjures barriers of energy just to survive, but his mana is entirely depleted. He cannot hold out much longer. To take down this absolute beast, they must destroy its core. Se-jun realizes they need to shatter its core, but he is in a tight spot. His legendary Gungnir spear is currently trapped deep within the tangled, thrashing tree branches. He cannot retrieve it right now. Fortunately, he still has the Spear of Longinus. If he can just land one direct, powerful blow, there is a chance to shatter the core. He quickly formulates a plan, urging the Archmage to push past his limits and unleash his decay magic one more time. At this point, it is a high-stakes gamble. Se-jun dashes forward like a bullet, heading straight toward the towering monster. He sprints forward, desperately dodging the massive thrashing roots. The fear of failure weighs heavily on him, but he is the only one left who can make this strike. Summoning his resolve, Se-jun swings his weapon, unleashing brilliant, blinding arcs of pure energy. But before he can make a dent, things go completely sideways. A swarm of relentless, stubborn roots intercepts his attack, blocking his path entirely. To pierce the core with the Spear of Longinus, he needs to get much closer. He needs a way to slip inside, but the monster has no openings whatsoever. This fight is on a completely different level compared to just playing decoy. Baiting the beast was easy, but this is real combat. He grits his teeth in frustration as a thick root suddenly wraps tightly around his leg. Fortunately, the Archmage's paralysis magic kicks in just in time, freezing the beast. Seizing the brief window as the hold relaxes, Se-jun quickly spins backward. He leaps backward to safety. He notices the magical chains binding the monster are thinning rapidly, indicating the immense physical toll this spell is taking on the elderly mage. Forcing magic without mana is extremely dangerous. Se-jun watches with rising anxiety, knowing the old man is pushing his body past the point of no return. Spotting a split-second opening, he pushes his legs to the limit and charges forward. But right then, the monster does something completely unexpected. It snaps free from the magical bindings and delivers a brutal, effortless sweep that sends Se-jun crashing to the ground in an instant. Taking a direct hit leaves him badly injured, coughing up blood from the impact. He had foolishly assumed simply holding the Spear of Longinus would guarantee a win. Getting close to the core was never going to be that easy. His hands tremble as he tries to maintain his grip on the weapon. He looks up in sheer terror as a massive root readies to impale him. Just as he prepares himself for the end, a shadow leaps forward. The Archmage throws himself in front of the blow, shielding the young hunter. The old man is amazed that a mere student could possess such extraordinary martial prowess. To reach this level of combat before the age of 30 is unheard of. It has been decades since the Archmage felt this kind of awe toward another warrior. In just 1 year, there is no doubt that every single person in South Korea will recognize the name of this incredible young man. And beyond that, his potential is limitless. He is a genius with a rare talent to surpass even the greatest heroes of the nation. One day, he might even become a savior for all of humanity. But right now, he simply does not have the strength to survive this. He must live even if it costs the Archmage his own life. Gritting his teeth through the pain, the old man yells out to him. He screams for the boy to run. But Se-jun refuses to make a cowardly escape, ignoring the old man's desperate shouts to get out of there. He stubbornly stands his ground. He refuses to let the Archmage sacrifice himself, even though their current situation is incredibly grim. Logically, running away is the smartest move right now. It is the only sensible choice given the overwhelming odds stacked against them. He should leave this to the Archmage and carry the wounded man Chun to safety. The worst possible option is staying to fight in this state. The logical answer is clear, yet something inside him refuses to turn back. Se-jun grits his teeth, feeling a surge of stubborn resolve. Suddenly, he recalls a lesson from his very first class with Heracles. The legendary instructor had asked them what true strength actually meant. As one of the greatest mythical figures, Heracles had stressed the importance of physical conditioning during their first orientation. But raw physical power was not the true lesson he wanted to pass down. Real strength is about something far deeper than muscle. It is about atonement. Heracles had shared how Hera's curse drove him mad, leading him to take the lives of his own family. Consumed by unbearable guilt, he had contemplated ending his own life. But luckily, a close friend stepped in to change his path. His loyal friend Theseus convinced him to undertake 12 impossible labors to atone for his sins. Those tasks were legendary for a reason. He had to slay the Nemean lion, defeat the Lernaean hydra, capture the Cyrenian hind, trap the Erymanthian boar, and clean the vast stables. He drove away the Stymphalian birds, captured the Cretan bull, tamed the man-eating mares of Diomedes, and stole the belt of Hippolyta. He gathered Geryon's red cattle, stole the golden apples of the Hesperides, and dragged the three-headed Cerberus straight out of the underworld. Upon completing these monumental tasks, his legendary reputation grew. Yet, despite his incredible deeds, the public still chose to mock him. People claimed his past mistakes made him unworthy of being called a true hero, constantly finding excuses to deny his redemption. Cruel insults echoed in his ears constantly, but he remained absolute in his resolve, refusing to let the negativity break him. He held on to the hope that true understanding and forgiveness would someday prevail. Only then could he finally find peace within himself. Only then could he forgive himself for that fateful tragedy. In the end, he completed the 12 labors and earned his divine place. He's a true hero. On top of that, Heracles actually saved the gods of Olympus during the historic giant war. Despite losing his mind and killing his own family, Heracles redeemed himself at the end of his journey to become a legendary hero. He said his guiding light was the burning need for redemption, noting that whenever you try to achieve something, great people will always doubt you. They will tell you it is impossible, but having a deeply personal reason to succeed is more than enough to make you a hero. That single driving purpose is all it takes. These powerful words from Heracles hit Se-jun right where it mattered. The paralyzing fear that had been weighing heavily on his chest for so long suddenly evaporated, leaving him completely clear-headed. Sure, there were 1,000 reasons why he could lose and just as many excuses to turn around and run away. To a seasoned veteran like the magic sage, a 28-year-old running headfirst into danger probably looked incredibly reckless, but he wanted a life that actually meant something, refusing to throw away his future. Se-jun bit his lip and stepped forward. Those words echoed in his head, suddenly morphing into a surge of divine energy that unlocked his dormant, hidden strength. An absolutely overwhelming power erupted from him, completely obliterating every single obstacle in its path as it flooded the room. Caught in this absolute tempest of pure rage, the monsters had no choice but to bow their heads and accept their doom. The shockwave blasted rocks and debris everywhere instantly, vaporizing the core of the giant boss monster in one clean sweep. Having completely burned through his energy, Se-jun collapsed cold right in front of the utterly stunned magic sage. The old sage admitted he was terrified of death, noting that the closer one gets to the end, the more the worry consumes you. Believing the world still needed him, he had taken on a disciple. And though his student Jinan far exceeded expectations, doubts remained. The sage still struggled to shake off the shadows of his own anxiety, but he realized those fears were foolish. This was a massive wake-up call, knowing that even after he passed, his student would proudly carry on his legacy. Looking at the stubborn young kid, the Sword Saint smiled proudly, seeing the literal dawn of a brand new generation of heroes. The next morning, Se-jun woke up with a start in a hospital bed. Fortunately, the two old masters only had minor scratches. Learning he had been completely out cold for 6 hours straight absolutely shocked him, though he was glad things were settled. At least, there were no more obstacles. Meanwhile, Park Seo-ah got word of his condition from Su Ryan and prepared to visit him. Of course, she was concerned, especially since he was the guy who had run off with her grandfather's priceless heirloom sword. Learning that Man-chun had a daughter aspiring to be a hunter, the magic sage offered to step in as her personal mentor. Man-chun froze on the spot in pure disbelief, wondering if his legendary old rival had finally gone soft in his old age. The sage mused about passing on his knowledge, admitting he likely would not survive the year and wanted to spend his remaining days training her. Mentoring the young girl would be his perfect way of saying thank you for saving his life during that terrifying ordeal. The magic sage chuckled and offered to train Se-jun too, but the young man politely declined. He just wanted cold, hard cash. Suddenly, the hospital room door was violently kicked open by the Sword Saint, completely shattering into tiny wooden splinters. Se-jun instantly stiffened up like he had just been electrocuted. He had totally forgotten that calling Park Seo-ah meant this monster would tag along. He had absolutely no idea the terrifying old man would track him down all the way to his hospital room. His mind raced as his body broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, having the magic sage in the room helped calm things down. The Sword Saint cooled off slightly as the two veterans caught up. The magic sage then explained how Se-jun had saved his life. But instead of being grateful, the Sword Saint slowly turned a murderous glare right back onto Se-jun, making the air freeze. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that this punk would actually dare to sell his treasured family sword. Talk about absolute balls. The magic sage tried his best to keep the peace, but when he realized Se-jun had indeed pawned the weapon, he froze too. Pure, unadulterated rage completely consumed the Sword Saint, and the sheer fury radiating off him was utterly terrifying. Shaking in his boots, Se-jun frantically stammered that he had only temporarily pawned the blade rather than selling it outright. The Sword Saint growled that since he had not actually sold it, and out of respect for his old friend, he would spare his life. The catch was simple: survive one single full-force hit, and the old man would officially call it even. Se-jun trembled against the wall, convinced the old monster was actually planning to end his life right then and there. Ignoring any potential pleas for mercy, the Sword Saint unleashed a lightning-fast, devastating punch straight at his head. Following a massive explosion that shattered the concrete wall, Se-jun somehow managed to throw up his arm and block the brutal attack. His arm remained completely intact, an absolute miracle considering the sheer force behind that hit should have crushed his bones to dust. The Sword Saint went pale, staring in disbelief and wondering how on earth the young hunter had survived his ultimate strike. He punches himself one more time, then bolts out of the room with everything he has, leaving everyone completely dazed. The Sword Saint clicks his tongue and sits by the Magic Saint's bedside, asking to know the exact details of what went down in that cave on that fateful day. The Magic Saint recounts the entire chaotic battle, but the Sword Saint still cannot believe that Se-jun actually pulled off such an insane feat. It feels like the Sword Saint still refuses to acknowledge his talent. He says even if it is true, he won't acknowledge the kid. He has never seen any real talent. Among those hyped-up S-rank hunters who are completely useless, the Sword Saint and the Magic Saint actually share the same cynical view on what real talent should look like. After all, both the Sword Saint and Magic Saint are legendary heroes who saved the world. To them, professional hunters in this new era are just people chasing a comfortable, high-paying job. They do not deny that a peaceful new era is finally arriving, but they still worry. Once the old heroes are gone, will the world stand a chance if the ultimate threat awakens? The Magic Saint admits he does not know, though that is the exact reason they founded the Church of Truth. Even so, out of 8 billion people, one person has finally appeared who turns the impossible into reality. Their golden era has officially ended, the Magic Saint remarks with a soft smile. Meanwhile, Se-jun is outside, goofing around with Man-chun and Su-reon. Suddenly, the young girl rushes over, tears welling up as she tightly hugs her dad. The emotional reunion leaves both crying with relief. Man-chun looks over at Se-jun with deep, silent gratitude in his eyes. They say the most beautiful sight in the world is when everything finally returns to how it should be. Time passes quickly. All three of them are discharged and their lives steadily return to their usual quiet rhythms. However, a few things have changed. First, the Magic Saint has taken young Su-reon under his wing as a disciple. Next, Se-jun receives his massive reward of 10 billion won. He uses 500 million to buy back the Blue Dragon sword and return it to the Sword Saint. He was almost killed by him, but everything worked out. It was not his original plan, but fate works in weird ways. He got the spear Gungnir and 9.5 billion won. Using those powerful items, he boosts his progress in Master Kenan's course to 47.3%. Today, Se-jun finally meets his friend Lee Min-yul at the academy. The guy did not even visit him, fully trusting that he would recover just fine. No matter how much the world shifts, Dream Academy remains exactly the same. It genuinely feels like home to him now. Back to the grind, Se-jun resumes watching Master Kenan's lectures. Believing in divine power boosts his study speed tremendously. Master Kenan's style is still all about raw muscle meeting logic. Se-jun grimaces, realizing his current physical body is not quite ready for that insane power. Since he is finishing the training courses faster than usual, he plans to spend his extra cash on legendary elixirs. If he can secure enough mana to summon Gungnir, he will basically become a walking natural disaster. Plus, the system's shop has plenty of elixirs in stock. After thinking it over, he decides to dive right back into the lessons and focus on his growth. Everything is going smoothly, except he can no longer fully absorb the elixir's power. Merlin's lessons were useful, but they only covered theoretical mana control rather than physical refinement. To completely absorb the elixir, he needs to learn physical cultivation techniques. Since he has to learn it, eventually doing it now is best. Resolving to do just that, Se-jun texts his advisor asking for a few solid lecture recommendations. The advisor immediately sends him a list of top-tier courses, which ends up draining his bank account completely. Park Se-jun is completely speechless when she sees Se-jun drag his exhausted, broke self over to beg for money. She furiously lectures him like a disappointed mother, leaving him to swallow his tears in deep, miserable silence. He is still short 500 million won for the lecture. Park Se-jun sighs, mentioning a competition tomorrow that offers a grand prize of 3 million won. However, there is one major catch to this opportunity. Se-jun needs a full team to enter. Currently, the academy only has 2 active students, him and Lee Min-yul. While Lee Min-yul can easily hold his own, tournament rules strictly state they cannot participate without a third member. Finding a trustworthy newcomer is a massive headache. He wonders if there is anyone reliable they can actually recruit. Someone they can trust to fight alongside them who wants to be a hunter but has not enrolled yet. He does not need a legendary expert, just one decent person is enough. Suddenly, a wild idea sparks. The image of young Su-reon flashes in his mind. Now how will he convince her to join? Su-reon's arrival at the academy brought a sudden surprise. Wasting no time, Se-jun immediately ran outside to look for her. He went straight to the magic sage's mansion, seeing the exhausted old man leaning on his wooden staff. The sad sight broke his heart, but the sage laughed, noting she ran everywhere since learning elemental magic. How was that possible? She had only been his disciple for 2 days. First, students must master mana. If this was her first time, it should have taken at least 2 to 3 weeks to learn. Kim Se-jun stared in absolute shock, but even the magic sage was equally stunned by her raw talent. It took her less than a single day to master mana control, blowing everyone's expectations out of the water. He wanted to dedicate his short remaining life to helping her, but never expected her to be this fascinating. Afterward, Kim Se-jun explained everything to the sage, using her safety to convince him to let her enroll. He wanted her in the academy with him, especially since both sages were being closely watched. She would eventually become a prime target, so he hoped the sage would consider their safety above all else. He truly cared for her like a younger sister. Without this threat, he still would have proposed this plan. The sage agreed, letting Kim Se-jun take her back. At the academy, everyone warmly welcomed the girl. Min-yoon was especially thrilled to welcome her. Regarding the competition, Kim Se-jun announced they would form a team. Both Soo-ryun and Min-yoon were incredibly hyped. When it came to naming the team, Kim Se-jun hesitated for a moment. The dream team, it sounded pretty cool and meaningful. Together, they vowed to train hard and win. That was how the dream team was born, storming the entire nation as their names echoed in every single corner. Now let's talk about the legendary raid battle, which was hosted by giant private corporations, not the government. These powerful guilds poured massive sponsorships into the event. Their underlying reason for doing so was incredibly simple. They wanted early access to scout and recruit the most talented students. Most professional hunters eventually joined guilds. They preferred operating as a team rather than going solo. Because of this, the guilds analyzed teamwork and long-term potential under pressure, not just basic individual strength. They prioritized recruiting high-potential students. This hidden agenda was completely woven into the structure of this raid. Consequently, major guilds began heavily lobbying the government and associations, showering them with massive sponsorships at every turn. Sensing the money, TV stations and media organizations quickly jumped in to get a piece of the action. And that was how this fierce modern competition was born. Only first- and second-tier hunter academies could participate. Thus, this raid became the ultimate hub for money and attention. It was truly an arena for the elite. Seeing Gaon Academy's heavy hitters like Jung Si-woo, Baek Woo-jin, and Dong Min stunned the entire crowd. Hearing people whisper about these academy celebrities made Min-yoon highly annoyed on behalf of his strong friend. He knew Kim Se-jun was just as strong. Why was nobody cheering? Soon the first-round raid match arrived. A 7-star Conqueror Spider appeared in the arena. Lee Do-hyun of Team Aries watched in deep frustration. So many teams failed early. He guessed Jung Ji-min applied some of her new research to this dungeon. The boss would be shocked by these brutal results, leaving him wondering if any group could make it. Should he even bother watching the other teams fight? Lee Do-hyun thought, his brow furrowed in deep annoyance. Gaon Academy cleared the dungeon in 30 minutes and 12 seconds, a solid record for their team. But the Dream Team clocked in at 9 minutes and 34 seconds, leaving judges thinking the timer broke. The timer actually lagged by 30 seconds. Their real time was an insane 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Absolute monsters, right? To save Gungnir, Kim Se-jun chose to use a much simpler weapon instead. He casually sliced through the thick spider webs with Ronginus while Min-yoon handled all the heavy fighting. Their seamless synergy opened Soo-ryun's eyes. Realizing she could not just stand around, she joined the action. She instantly unleashed a blinding burst of mana, completely obliterating the giant boss in a split second. They happily walked out of the dungeon, but Kim Se-jun noticed something and asked about his missing gear. Min-yoon explained he had thrown everything else away, keeping only his dagger and arrows as instructed by his master. They bantered back and forth, completely ignoring the stunned and bewildered stares coming from every hunter standing around. Suddenly, everyone realized these two were Kim Se-jun and Min-yoon. Min-yoon was happily basking in his glory. They cheered so loudly that Soo-ryun and Kim Se-jun wanted to crawl into a hole from embarrassment. Meanwhile, Jung Si-woo shot a hostile glare directly at Kim Se-jun. Over at the entrance, the late Park Seolaham Academy team finally crawled out, completely deluded that everyone was gossiping about them, which was honestly hilarious. In round 2, the task was to collect all magic crystals inside the dungeon, and Kim Se-jun's dream team took first place in just 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Next, round 3 required defeating the artificial monsters, and his team dominated again in 19 seconds. For round 4, in the Dryad Forest, Kim Se-jun and Min-yoon split up to cover different attack zones. He pulled Soo-ryun behind him, gripping his weapon tightly and unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes on the roots of the monsters. These creatures kept regenerating, refusing to disappear completely, but their numbers were still dropping significantly under his onslaught. Kim Se-jun thought to himself, suddenly spotting a glowing object hovering in mid-air that seemed to radiate a massive amount of mana. Could this thing be the core of the dungeon or perhaps some kind of medium that kept reviving these monsters? The thought startled him. Suddenly, a sharp hiss rang out behind Kim Se-jun. He instantly swung his spear at the mysterious light, trying to smash it. But the moment Gungnir made contact, it passed right through the light as if it were nothing but thin air, which was incredibly strange. Dryad roots continued their relentless assault. Kim Se-jun paused for a brief second, realizing he still hadn't fully mastered the power of Longinus. The spear of Longinus couldn't possibly be inferior to Gungnir. Taking action immediately, Kim Se-jun channeled all his strength and charged towards the glowing sphere to try one more time. Meanwhile, over with the Gon Academy team, they finally finished after a desperate struggle, clocking in at 44 minutes and 51 seconds. They felt extremely confident, believing their performance would completely crush the other groups. Our tactical decisions were solid and we avoided making mistakes, they bragged. We also managed to hold out twice as long as the previous record. We smashed the 20-minute record of the Hunter team and pushed past our own limits, achieving our absolute best result. Jung Si-woo muttered proudly to himself. But the moment they stepped out of the gate, they saw the Dream Team already waiting. They entered at the exact same time as us but came out first. One girl in the group sneered. "I bet we still won, though." His rival smugly agreed. He was convinced Kim Se-jun's team had only gotten this far through pure luck, but the scoreboard quickly shattered his arrogance. Dream Academy sat at the very top of the rankings, showing an infinite clear time. This absolute absurdity left the entire stadium completely speechless. Du Hyan stared with wide eyes, realizing that with a score like this, Kim Se-jun's team could easily go pro right after graduation. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he resolved that his guild had to recruit them at all costs. Honestly, even Kim Se-jun was shocked. He hadn't expected it to actually work. He had originally hypothesized that the Spear of Longinus could pierce through mana barriers, but Gungnir had done it too. Ultimately, he could only conclude that the two weapons simply existed on completely different tiers of power. A strong feeling told him that this wasn't just a unique effect of the Spear of Longinus. Gungnir had failed, yet the Spear of Longinus sliced right through it. Kim Se-jun recalled the precise moment he shattered the sphere. Perhaps the Spear of Longinus possessed the rare ability to directly strike the true physical essence of a target. Knowing he would need to test it much more before drawing a final conclusion, he muttered quietly in deep thought. Min Yul and Su Rayon, standing right beside him, were still in utter disbelief that he had completely obliterated the entire horde of dryads earlier. Swallowing his pride, Jung Si-woo marched over to Kim Se-jun, demandingly asking what kind of cheap trick he had used to cheat. Accepting Kim Se-jun as an exceptional talent was hard, Jung Si-woo thought, recalling rumors of his insane performance during the Hunter mock exam. But hitting an infinite score in round 4 is absolutely impossible. If it were Lee Ha-yoon maybe, but certainly not this guy. Lee Ha-yoon operated on a completely different level compared to them. Jung Si-woo stood in a daze before walking away. Kim Se-jun watched him go with a puzzled expression. Min Yul, on the other hand, was absolutely furious and began shouting curses after him. As the final round drew near, Kim Se-jun felt extremely confident, especially since they had taken first place in every single round so far. The challenges were honestly much easier than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a loud voice called out to them from behind. A man approached them hesitantly and announced he had a special proposal. "I am here to offer you all a very lucrative deal," he said. "If you agree to my terms, we will grant you entry tickets to a competition with a prize pool of 6.5 billion won." The staggering sum left Kim Se-jun's team completely shell-shocked. In exchange, the man continued, "I have one condition. You know there is a 9-star boss in Stage 5, right? It is not as strong as a real 9-star monster since it is only a summon, but it is still far beyond what a group of Academy cadets should ever face. The goal of the final stage is not to defeat the beast. Rather, it is to evaluate how students coordinate their attacks against a powerful foe and adapt to the surrounding terrain. Your performance in these areas will be thoroughly graded to calculate your final score. Of course, slaying the boss yields the maximum points. In fact, taking down a monster of that caliber would naturally grant you the absolute maximum score possible. Sure, it is possible, but no Academy team has ever conquered this annual event. Our only condition is this: please, eliminate the boss. If not, Team Dream loses everything." Every single word that official speaks makes him hesitate. Refusing costs Kim Se-jun absolutely nothing. But the big 3 academies are clearly pulling strings behind the scenes. More importantly, he needs Jung Si-woo to react exactly as planned. The other academies probably think they cheated. The big 3 are clearly trying to crush Team Dream and reclaim their lost honor with this proposal. Kim Se-jun glances at Min Yul and Su Rayon, weighing his options. What should he do? If they go for it and succeed, they grab 6.5 billion won. But if they fail, they lose the 3 billion they already have. He bows his head in deep thought before offering a counter-proposal. The current total tournament prize is 6.5 billion won. If they use their influence to bump that prize money up to 10 billion won, they have a deal. That bold demand leaves Minhyul, Su-reon, and the official completely speechless. Talk about an absolute power move. He needs money right now. If they split 6.5 billion three ways, each gets over 2 billion won. Even after spending 500 million won, the remaining 1.5 billion won cannot cover his rising causality debt. But if the prize pool shoots up to 10 billion won, he can buy both lectures and elixirs. That is more than enough to offset the risk. Kim Se-jun happily realizes. Left with no choice, the official dejectedly reports the request to Du Hyun. They completely saw through the organizers' intentions. Their combat instincts are sharp, but he honestly expected them to refuse. Team Dream did not need to take such a risk. It just shows how insanely confident they are in their own abilities. The surrounding staff whispers in absolute awe, but Du Hyun has total faith that Kim Se-jun's team will pull it off. After all, the target monster this time is just a basic mummy, nothing they cannot handle. Soon the final round officially kicks off. With 10 billion won on the line, Team Dream high-fives and charges into the dungeon. But the moment they step inside, his sinister energy fills the air. Outside, Do Hyun spills his coffee in horror as he realizes the threat inside is not what they expected. Instead of a standard 9-star monster, a ferocious 10-star drog has spawned. A catastrophic system failure has clearly occurred. Do Hyun refuses to watch these promising students get slaughtered by a mental-type monster they have no business fighting. He vaults over the barrier and sprints inside. History shows that students can easily die from magical psychic attacks. A mental blast from a psychic beast destroys the brain. If their minds break, their physical bodies go down next. In the past, psychic incidents only involve 5 or 6-star threats, but the monstrosity standing before them now is a legendary drog, a devastating 10-star nightmare. This is not a creature that Academy students can ever hope to defeat. Do Hyun panics. Right on cue, the drog seizes control of Minhyul and Su-reon, scrambling their thoughts. They are losing their minds. If this keeps up, the entire Dream Team will meet a pathetic, tragic end. The control room is completely overloaded and useless. Do Hyun curses at the incompetent staff, clutching his head in panic. Suddenly, the system monitors flare to life, and trust me, no one in that room was ready for this scene. Kim Se-jun stands face to face with the beast entirely unfazed. His mind remains completely clear and unaffected. Meanwhile, his teammates are currently suffering under the drog's vicious psychic attack, clutching their heads and screaming on the cold, hard floor. The psychic beast turns its gaze to Kim Se-jun, mocking him, asking how long his little winning streak will last. Do you really think you are special? You are nothing. Do you think you can win once you turn pro? As the monster continues its mental monologue, it suddenly freezes in place, completely dumbfounded by what it sees. Kim Se-jun is completely fine, totally unaffected. It is all thanks to his rapid god-level early enlightenment progress kicking in. Seizing the perfect opening, Kim Se-jun raises his weapon and charges. The panicked drog desperately tries to counterattack his mind. It unleashes rotten words deep into his psyche, trying to corrupt his subconscious mind with pure, unfiltered malice. It targets the seeds of doubt and anxiety that he has long harbored in the deep darkness of his soul. Fortunately, the teachings of his old master push his enlightenment state to infinity, but the monster's venomous whispers still cling like leeches, trying to drag him down. Some people spend their lives trapped in the past. Others anxiously look ahead, dreading what the future holds. But the one who stays anchored in the present is the one who finds true inner peace. If greed blinds a master painter, their canvas will only end up stained in pitch-black ink. Sometimes you just have to let go of the heavy burdens weighing down your heart. When confusion takes over, simply embrace the present. Climb a peaceful mountain, lie down, and listen to the flowing water. And those blue clouds, like the mountains, rivers, and earth around him. Is he not also a child of the universe? You deserve to belong, even if it does not feel like it. By holding on to these deep truths, Kim Se-jun breaks free. No more cheap mental tricks. The Buddha has granted this young warrior absolute strength and wisdom, helping him find his true life path. Teaching him well, Kim Se-jun can now brush away the dark dust, shrouding his entire life, stepping forward with unwavering resolve to face the monster head-on. Every single nerve inside his body stings as if jolted by electricity, but the seeds of doubt and anxiety within him have finally withered away and vanished. Dark thoughts will not sway him. Not anymore. He is now in an absolute state of immovable resolve. Kim Se-jun closes his eyes. He breathes, his body erupting with a brilliant, blinding aura of light as he swings his staff toward the bewildered beast, returning it to the earth in a single instant. Suddenly, the system screen flickers and dies. Chaos erupts as everyone watches this bizarre sight. After all, this was a 10-star monster, a true master of intelligence. To be absolutely honest, not a single student present could have survived its mental onslaught. Furthermore, normal physical attacks, completely useless. They do absolutely nothing to a formless specter. That is the sole reason why only a saint could handle the 8 previous dungeons where the doubt has appeared in Korea. Yet Kim Se-jun defeated this legendary threat with a single massive strike. Honestly, he is not someone our guild can control, as he do High-end chuckles. Now watch Siwoo's reaction in the waiting room. Siwoo gapes in absolute shock after witnessing Kim Se-jun destroy a 10-star monster. Even if it was summoned by magic, it was high level. It must have been at least an 8 or 9-star rank beast. Against such monsters, unless you are an elite S-rank hunter, victory is almost entirely hopeless. Perhaps only someone like Lee Ha-yoon stands a chance. This is completely impossible. The life and death battle with the doubt is over. Kim Se-jun collapses to the cold floor, his limbs too weak to stand. Did his enlightenment level rise? 90 days got him only 17.5%, but now is 31.7%. A massive jump of 14.2%. The doubt really is the ultimate booster for my progress. While Kim Se-jun sits in a daze, Minhyul and Suryeon finally wake up. They are absolutely stunned by the truth. They nearly faint after learning he defeated the beast entirely alone. The three support each other as they walk out together. Eager recruiters from elite universities swarm them instantly, with everyone desperately fighting to scout Kim Se-jun for themselves. It is absolute chaos. Do-hyun quickly rushes over to rescue them in time, while Park Seo-ah hurries straight to the hospital to check on his condition. Fortunately, he is fine. She admits she was terrified that something truly awful happened to him. Kim Se-jun has not even taken the professional hunter exam, yet she can no longer view him as a student. It was destined. From the very first moment they met, she has also gained so much from working with him. That is worth celebrating. But this complex feeling in her heart, what is it? Confused Park Seo-ah clutches her chest when a knock suddenly sounds. Due to the incident with the doubt, the association president has personally come to see him. This is the young man who wielded the legendary Blue Dragon sword, a weapon the Sword Saint never trusted to anyone else. When the president heard the doubt appeared, he thought everyone would perish, but this boy handled it all alone. Finally, he understands why the Sword Saint favors him. Plus, even the legend's beloved granddaughter Park Seo-ah is right here. I am glad I came in person, the president thinks with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun finally recalls the recent incident and asks why the boss was the doubt instead of a mummy. It turns out the dungeon's mana core overloaded, because Jung Ji-min applied his mutation research to this competition for the first time. Mutation. If mutations cause the core overload, then it actually means they can trigger a simulated artificial anomaly. And if they can truly cause an artificial anomaly, could the Great Deluge also be a manufactured anomaly? Kim Se-jun bites his nails as these dark thoughts race through his mind. The president personally apologizes for the dangerous incident and offers to grant any request. Kim Se-jun immediately answers by holding up 3 fingers. Yes, 3 billion each, leaving the president completely frozen in shock. Talk about a massive payday. The chaotic, unpredictable raid has finally ended, with Kim Se-jun showcasing power far beyond what anyone could have imagined. He completely stunned the top elites from the 3 major academies, due to the emergence of the fearsome 9-star monster. The doubt caused by the overloaded mana core, all of Korea from guilds to citizens is buzzing over Team Kim Se-jun. However, Suryeon firmly refuses her share of the reward. She feels she did not contribute as much as her teammates. I barely did anything, she protests. The captain handled the doubt all by himself. We would have died without him. If we are dead, what good is money? Minhyul also stubbornly refuses the 3 billion, leaving Kim Se-jun completely stunned. He is crying tears of joy. 3 billion goes to first place, plus runner-up gold and sponsorships from top guilds. Adding the 9 billion promised by the president, he hits 19 billion gold in total. Lee, Minhyul, and Suryeon costs only 4.5 billion. Kim Se-jun smiles, but can they raid a 6-star dungeon? Suryeon says they can only raid it with an A-rank hunter. But Miss Park Seo-ah is still just a B rank. That means they lack authority. He sighs in defeat while Miss Park Seo-ah worries. She let him down. Apologies start flying, leaving him flustered. What is his next move? No 6-star dungeon means no big cash. Should he wait for the 4.5 billion gold or buy the mana course first? Learning both is best. Should he ask the mentor? He is completely torn. Pacing. He grabs his phone, but the mentor suddenly jumps out, almost stopping his heart. Not a funny joke. Now the mentor hears about his massive dilemma on which course to buy. First, the mentor points out he can actually get both with a causality discount. He is shocked. Is a special sale based on his own accumulated causality. Do these events actually exist? Absolutely. They occur at the Transcendent Academy, and he can get up to 100% off. Hearing that, his mind is blown. Getting the legendary Great Sage's course for free is a dream. The mentor explains a special support event is currently running for students with the highest scores, specifically the ones who ace the practice exam. But for Kim Se-jun, this is tough luck. On his last test, he failed spectacularly. The score was a complete and utter disaster, but things are different now. He has Zhang Sanfeng's footwork and Hecate's immense power. His steeled Buddha mind has also evolved. Retaking the exam should yield a much better score, yet landing among the top scorers still seems impossible. He pulls his hair in defeat, but then the mentor clarifies the rules instantly, sparking a tiny sliver of hope for him. They do not reward the absolute highest scorers. Instead, they reward the student who has improved most. The discount matches his score growth. If his score jumps 50% compared to before, then he gets a 50% discount. That means he does not even need a perfect score. His own baseline is the standard, the mentor chuckles. In other words, he just needs to outdo his past self. No risk, no reward. He absolutely refuses to miss this chance. He agrees immediately. That afternoon, he prepares a fake gold bar for Fafnir and pays his entry fee. That leaves him with 21.5 billion, but he still needs a 60% discount to drop the cost, plus 2 billion for an elixir, meaning he needs a 70% discount. That is just 20 points across 7 subjects or 3 points per class. Getting his game face on, he locks in and slams the yes button. Part 1 of the exam begins. The room warps violently around him. He grips his golden decoy, waiting for the beast. Suddenly, a fast blur of movement rushes past, leaving him completely staggered. Gritting his teeth, he throws the fake gold at the monster and retreats immediately, running in the opposite direction to distract it, but he never expected this. The actual Hydra has grown 9 heads and its power has multiplied by 9. He has 30 minutes to survive. Pure bad luck. But the mentor just smiles innocently, looking completely clueless about. Did you not know? The mentor asks. I thought you knew we would never do that. Ask the exact same questions twice. Otherwise, students would just memorize all of the answers beforehand. Is that why you brought the gold bar? The mentor asks, looking completely oblivious to it. This info does nothing now. He runs for his life while dodging a rain of magic, spit from the beast. He just needs 3 more points per subject, nothing more or less. He grits his teeth to push through. Once he recovers, he immediately activates his skill, his cloud-climbing step and lightness skill to strike. But the beast is no pushover at all. An ambush. The beast angrily opens its mouth, baring its fangs to spit a stream of toxic mana that almost hits him. Speak of the devil. And not even a second later, Kim Se-jun gets hit for real. A single scratch across his shoulder leaves him in agony, shaking to the bone. He can only roll around, screaming completely useless. Stage 1 of his test is a total failure, and his remaining time is 28 minutes and 47 seconds. Seeing him crying on the ground, the mentor gently walks over and asks, does the Hydra venom hurt that bad? The Hydra is a top-tier venomous beast, so it is bound to sting a bit. Sting a bit, that is an understatement. Kim Se-jun is in so much pain he wants to die. In Greek and Roman mythology, Heracles could not endure the Hydra poison either. He did not want to remain immortal anymore and begged to be allowed to die. Now I get why you wanted to die, a pale Kim Se-jun thinks. After resting for a while, he finally struggles to his feet. Even though this is his first try, his learning speed is rapidly shooting up. If he keeps this up, he can obtain passive immunity while training at the same time. He could stop right now, but his mentor is not. Sure, he has enough points. Left with no choice, Kim Se-jun has to bite the bullet. Terrified as he is, he still clicks start to continue the exam. The ferocious 9-headed beast spawns once more. Since this test grades his overall combat skills, it means he can only get a high grade by completely destroying this Hydra. Kim Se-jun gets into a battle stance and immediately channels his aura sword, throwing it straight at the massive beast. Just as he rejoices, thinking he successfully severed one of its heads, a new, even more powerful head sprouts right back from the bloody stump, leaving Kim Se-jun standing there completely speechless. Following a massive, terrifying blast caused by the beast, the handsome Kim Se-jun is completely vaporized despite having survived for only 19 seconds. Shaking on the cold ground with a pale face, he has no clue what to do next. In his last exam, he scored 4.2 points by striking Fafnir with a spear of Longinus, but he does not know how they grade it. If it is based on damage efficiency, he is definitely getting scammed. Kim Se-jun scratches his head and clutches his hair in absolute frustration, wondering how many heads he has to chop off to actually defeat this monster. His mentor tells him to check online guides, but they do not really help much. Even if your points get deducted, you can still score high by following strategic video guides. It all depends on your decision. His mentor says this with a bright grin. Is that supposed to be comforting or helpful? It is driving Kim Se-jun absolutely insane. Yet after countless failures, his skin grows thick and he loses all sense of fear. Muttering curses at his annoying mentor, he just charges straight forward. And after endless rounds of brutal torture, Kim Se-jun finally reaches a score of 8.8, a massive jump of 4.6 that leaves him highly satisfied. His mentor praises him to the absolute skies, boosting his ego even if the little guy usually prefers sarcasm over actual compliments. But either way, he achieved his goal of gaining 3 extra points in his first subject. Time to keep going, he tells himself. But then he completely ruins everything. A pale Kim Se-jun falls to his knees on the ground, totally devastated. 9 days ago, he participated in the second test for basic stamina. It required him to hold up the sky in place of Atlas for an hour. Kim Se-jun nearly dislocated his shoulder and spine just to score 5.9 points plus 2.2. 6 days ago, he did a staring contest with a god that almost popped his eyeballs out, scoring a reflex score of 4.2 points plus 1.9. 3 days ago, he had to endure Eric's mana-draining skill within the set time limit, getting a mana score of 1.6 plus 0.4. Tallying all his points up, he gets a huge shock to find he only has 9.1 points, still 11.2 away from his 20.3 goal. His mentor grins, explaining he must exceed the 50% improvement mark to receive the event reward. Drenched in sweat and boiling with rage, his face twisted in frustration like a crumpled rag, a trembling Kim Se-jun clicks on the 5th test, determined to pass. The challenge requires him to listen to Eric's requiem within the set time. Luckily, thanks to his incredibly firm and steady mind, he safely clears the test after purging his ears of that song. Level 2 begins, demanding that he banish a demon from the 9th circle of hell, trying to control his mind. This test is a total breeze for Kim Se-jun, as he does not even bother listening to the demon's rambling. Level 3 follows with a quest to resist the goddess Aphrodite's temptation. She sways seductively toward him, but he only wonders why she is wearing so little, yet never gets cold. Who knew he would easily pass this classic temptation trial, leaving his mentor completely stunned with eyes wide open. Level 4 appears, blaring screams echoing from the absolute depths of hell, requiring him to endure them for the set time. But Kim Se-jun is a real savage, shutting those chatty demons right up with a few nonsense questions. His mentor is left totally speechless, unable to believe he is actually this good. Level 5 now forces him to resist Mephistopheles' temptation within the time. The Mephistopheles instantly materializes, flashing human sins right before Kim Se-jun's eyes and breaking him into a cold sweat. Somehow, he manages to pull through and resist the nightmare. But when the final sin of pride appears, Kim Se-jun fails miserably at first, but after trying over and over again, he fortunately manages to conquer it. The next exam is scheduled in just 3 days. The mentor checks the kid's unwavering progression stats and is absolutely stunned. It shot up from 15.5% to 31.7% in a single week. Heck, its course progress is also surging at an absurd rate that the mentor cannot even believe. But Kim Se-jun simply shrugs it all off as pure luck. By the end of the day, his mental score reaches an incredible 22.8 plus 13. This massive gain makes him scream in excitement. A few days later, the results are finally out. He actually did it. His initial goal was a 70% increase, but he managed to push it all the way to 80%. This basically earns him an 80% tuition discount coupon. Now he can finally afford the Great Sage's lectures. If his heart was any weaker, he would have passed out from excitement. He turns to the mentor and asks out of pure curiosity what is the actual passing score for these exams. The little guide explains that he needs 60 points per subject. But even if his overall total is incredibly high, falling short on even a single class means an instant fail. This means he has to hit a minimum of 630 points overall. Talk about a reality check. Right now, his grand total is only 52.2. That is not even a fraction of what he needs. Still, with his shiny new discount coupon, he signs up for the Great Sage's class. Spotting an appealing skill called the Meteor Staff Technique, he clicks to check the requirements. But the system denies him access, stating he first needs level 5 in the Great Sage's basic parry, block, and thrust skills. One day, he vows to master that staff technique. But for now, he decides to focus on what is actually available. He immediately selects the Great Sage's basic spearmanship course, but that tuition of 5,400,000,000 won makes his hand tremble violently. Swallowing his tears, he registers anyway. But the moment he presses play, his phone suddenly freezes up, giving him a mini heart attack. If anything happens to his 5 billion, his life is practically over. Fortunately, a massive surge of magic energy erupts from the screen, signaling the arrival of the Great Sage. Finally, he shows up to teach him. He demonstrates the core spear technique, showing him exactly how to parry, block, and thrust. Every movement is perfectly executed, leaving Kim Se-jun completely mesmerized. Right after the system drops a brutal new quest. He has to perform the Great Sage's parrying motion 100 times. Kim Se-jun lets out a heavy sigh, wondering if he can even survive this. The mentor chimes in, reminding him that while his previous classes were for absolute beginners, the intermediate courses are considered transcendent classes. That explains the heavy price tag, as they operate on a completely different dimension. Taking those words to heart, Kim Se-jun grips his spear and begins mimicking the Great Sage's movements. With just a few basic swings of his weapon, intense magical energy starts bursting forth, tearing up the ground. The sheer destructive force leaves him absolutely speechless. He never imagined that a simple martial art could be this powerful. Meanwhile, at a high-end restaurant, the top heads of the country's elite hunter academies are holding a private meeting. Things are looking grim for their institutions. Word on the street is that even if their 3 academies combined, they cannot compete with Dream Academy. Jin Hun speaks up, asking the others what they should do to fix this. Jin Seung wonders if they should target Kim Se-jun directly. At the very least, they need to completely crush his spirit. This ruthless plan makes Jin Seung sit on pins and needles, knowing that a single slip-up could ruin their reputation forever. The stakes are too high. Agreeing with the risks, 2 of the representatives angrily get up to leave the table. But as they turn, Jin Hun brings up the upcoming friendly competition, freezing them in their tracks with a smirk. He reveals his plans to send their top ace Li Hun. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is busy obliterating his entire training ground. A single swing of his weapon reduces his surroundings to rubble, unleashing a force that feels almost godlike. The move is incredibly powerful, but it drains his energy instantly. That is intermediate training for you. He is pushing himself through a transcendent course meant for high rankers, which is currently way beyond his level. With no other options, he has to grit his teeth and push through. But at this rate, hitting 10 reps is a struggle, let alone 1,000. As he sits there panting, the mentor reminds him of his upcoming mana classes. With his rapid improvement under Heracles, taking both courses simultaneously might just be the key to reaching his ultimate goal. It is a solid plan, and Kim Se-jun is ready to grind. He quickly recovers his composure. After cleaning up the damaged street, Kim Se-jun follows the advisor's instructions and immediately tries out the Chi training class of the master swordsman Lu Dongbin. Listening to the lecture, Kim Se-jun's head is spinning, and nothing seems to stick, but he still manages to grasp the basics. A vital body part called the Niwan Palace is actually the brain. Since the brain rules the upper dantian, does that mean it is his mind zone? Kim Se-jun wonders. The upper area is the brain, the middle is the heart, and the lower is the stomach. To summarize Lu Dongbin's lesson, unlike mana training, Qi cultivation steadily increases the energy inside. Tapping into this power is actually pretty easy, but takes time. If he wants safety, Qi training is the best. If he wants both efficiency and safety, Qi is the choice. So, that is what the master meant. As Kim Se-jun ponders this, the system suddenly displays an aura power lecture taught by instructor Siegfried. Kim Se-jun feels something strange here. Can he really not take 2 completely different lessons at the same time? According to Lu Dongbin, the upper dantian is the mind zone. Doesn't that mean the unshakable mind lecture of the Buddha can act as that very same upper dantian? He asks the advisor, who notes that this mind state is a transcension class requirement. In fact, all transcendent students have mastered the upper dantian using the unshakable heart method of the Buddha. So does that mean utilizing all 3 parts, the upper, middle, and lower dantians, is actually possible? This is huge. Since Merlin's lecture comprehension speed is rising, Kim Se-jun knows he absolutely must get this skill. With absolute resolve, Kim Se-jun stares at the screen. While other students usually pick classes based on simple preference, Kim Se-jun now puts on his most adorable puppy dog expression. With his eyes sparkling like crazy, begs the advisor to check if the instructor will allow it. He wants both, but the tuition cost is a massive headache. For now, he leaves the negotiation to the advisor. Returning home, Kim Se-jun is surprised to find Park Seola standing there, with 3 total strangers. It turns out they are representatives from the prestigious Minga Academy. The moment they see Kim Se-jun, they swarm him with greetings. He has absolutely no clue what these top 3 guys want. Turns out they are here to invite Kim Se-jun's academy to participate in an exchange tournament with their own elite school. He is pretty excited until he hears there is absolutely no prize money. That immediately kills all of his interest. You know he is not doing this for free. Ignoring their desperate begging, Kim Se-jun shifts the responsibility to Minhyul, completely ruining the representatives' last-minute plans. Just a few moments ago, Kim Se-jun's outrageous demand for a 6 billion won prize had absolutely floored them. They never expected him to be this cash-obsessed. But if Kim Se-jun refuses to participate, their entire event is pointless. After all, the tournament was designed to beat him. As they frantically debate, Minhyul gets increasingly anxious watching them. Kim Se-jun himself is at a complete loss, feeling heavily weighed down by his mountain of debt. After a long, tense silence, their leader finally speaks. Jin Hun announces that after some careful consideration, the group has decided to offer a proper cash reward. However, there is a catch. They want full control over the tournament rules, format, and participation requirements. They demand that every student from Dream Academy must participate. Surprisingly, everyone is completely fine with this, and even Park Seo-la is eager to join the battle. The grand prize is set at 6 billion won exactly as requested. Since the tournament consists of individual duels instead of team fights, he can pocket the entire 6 billion himself. From that day on, the members of Dream Academy train their magic relentlessly, giving it everything they have. Besides the 6 billion grand prize, second place gets 4 billion and third takes home 2 billion won. That brings the total pool to 12 billion won. Seeing Park Seo-la train so desperately for his sake, sweating and pushing herself to the absolute limit, Kim Se-jun feels a bit flustered. He tells her she does not need to overwork herself like this. But Park Seo-la insists that he has always helped her while she has never done anything for him. She wants to repay his kindness at least once, telling him to stop worrying before pushing him out, to continue her intense training. Kim Se-jun scratches his head as he walks away, planning his own preparation. Suddenly, his advisor texts him with an urgent request to temporarily pause his mana training lectures. The situation is highly complicated, meaning the advisor cannot explain it over a simple phone message. Though confused, Kim Se-jun switches to his other available courses to maintain his progress. A few days later, on the morning of the Friendly Exchange tournament, Kim Se-jun's team arrives at a massive battlefield-like arena. An event hosted by a top 3 academy is truly different. A massive crowd of reporters already swarms the entrance. Opening the tournament schedule, the first round is an elimination match between different schools. Su-rayon and Min-yoon over here are bickering loudly but instantly shut up when a pack of reporters suddenly goes wild over some incoming VIP. The girl surrounded by the chaotic crowd of journalists is none other than Lee Ha-yoon. Camera flashes and endless questions follow her. Among the barrage of inquiries, a rather bold reporter asks if her absence from the tournament is because of Kim Se-jun. Hearing this, Lee Ha-yoon freezes in place for about 2 seconds, caught off guard by the mention of his name. She squeezes out a fake smile and asks who even is Kim Se-jun, leaving the reporters completely stunned and sweating bullets. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Kim Se-jun finally realizes that she is actually the legendary top-tier hunter Lee Ha-yoon. Min-yoon casually mentions how gorgeous Lee Ha-yoon is, earning a quick round of slaps from Su-rayon. Their loud bickering instantly catches the eyes of the press, who realize Kim Se-jun's team is participating and rush over like wild animals. Kim Se-jun can only give an awkward smile as he quickly leads the group inside to escape the chaotic swarm. In the waiting room, the coordinators announce that personal gear is strictly banned. Everyone receives the same standard equipment. The weapons are decent, but they just do not feel right. Meanwhile, Min-yoon and Su-rayon are back to fighting like typical cats and dogs. Their constant loud bickering leaves Kim Se-jun completely speechless. He holds his issued spear, feeling a bit worried. He wonders if he can even fight properly with this basic weapon. Soon the first match begins against a cocky blonde kid. The opponent looks down at Kim Se-jun's slender frame with annoyance, remembering how his friend Dong-soo ran away. His friend had forfeited the second he heard Kim Se-jun was participating. Who is this guy to make people run? Why would they go as far as banning personal gear? Why would Dong-soo run away out of sheer fear? Sighing in frustration, he vows to show Kim Se-jun who the real top rookie is. He has absolutely no idea what is coming for him. As the match starts, Kim Se-jun suddenly vanishes like a gust of wind, leaving his opponent utterly confused and panicking. Before the kid can even process what is happening, Kim Se-jun appears right in front of him, launching a lightning-fast strike. The massive pressure radiating from Kim Se-jun leaves him shaking uncontrollably as heavy dust and rocks whip around the arena. As the sharp tip of the spear stops right before his face, the kid freezes in absolute terror, unable to move. The match is over in a split second, and the victory goes to Kim Se-jun. But then the opponent notices something crazy. The spear in Kim Se-jun's hand has already cracked into tiny pieces. Realizing when it happened makes him even more terrified. Kim Se-jun sighs, realizing the basic spear could not handle his raw power. He felt uneasy about it from the start, but he did not expect it to crack after just 3 swings. At this rate, he will have to replace his spear after every single round. Grabbing a brand new spear, he watches as Su-rayon and Min-yoon celebrate his overwhelming performance with pure excitement. Online articles are already comparing Kim Se-jun to Lee Ha-yoon, debating who would win in an all-out battle. The comment sections are going absolutely wild, and the matchup is even trending at the top of search suggestions. To make things even better, the top 3 guilds have agreed to pay for all tournament expenses. Talk about a free ride. They clearly want to grab his attention, and Jin-hun says it is because Kim Se-jun is just too impressive to ignore. Inside and outside the hunter community, Lee Ha-yoon has always been seen as an insurmountable wall that nobody can ever cross. So seeing Kim Se-jun slowly chip away at that wall is making everyone lose their minds with excitement. But while Kim Se-jun's friends are celebrating, Lee Ha-yoon herself is in a terrible mood as his name floods the news. She finds the hype annoying, grumbling that he is just an exceptionally talented academy student at the end of the day. Listening to her complaints, Jin-hun looks out from their private room and spots Kim Se-jun chatting happily with his team. Seeing the boy look so completely relaxed and devoid of any tension only makes Jin-hun feel even more uneasy. The tournament goes on as the hunt for the champion continues. As expected, Min-yoon easily climbs up the high rankings. Kim Se-jun thought Su-ryan would struggle, but the young girl is actually fighting remarkably well. As for him, he has already broken and replaced 9 spears. With each weapon costing tens of millions of won, it is getting ridiculous. The total bill for all these broken weapons might easily surpass 1 billion won, which is an insane amount of money. At this rate, the weapons bill will be higher than the actual grand prize. It is a completely upside-down situation. Still, the tournament organizers cannot refuse to replace broken equipment, leaving the staff sweating and stressed out. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun asks to use his own weapon, sending the organizers into a panic as they rush to ask their superiors. Meanwhile, Su-ryan is up next. The poor girl is currently shaking like a leaf because of her upcoming opponent. Her opponent is Lee Ha-yoon. No wonder the poor girl is trembling. Su-ryan is under massive pressure, having studied under the mage saint for only a short time. Seeing Su-ryan pale with anxiety, Kim Se-jun tries his absolute best to reassure her. He tells her that winning or losing this match simply does not matter. But Su-ryan remembers being useless during the last raid. She longs for that feeling of completing a mission together and being recognized. She wants that sweet sense of achievement after improving her abilities. To her, that entire process of growth was deeply rewarding. That is why she feels the power gap more clearly than anyone. She knows she has to prove her worth right now. She wants to prove she is worthy of standing alongside them. With that burning thought, Su-ryan silently hardens her resolve. The announcer speaker blares. Su-ryan quickly says goodbye to Kim Se-jun and steps onto the battlefield. She takes a deep breath to calm her nerves. But as Lee Ha-yoon looms before her, anxiety grips her again. The start signal rings and Su-ryan immediately channels her mana to spring backward. She retreats like a shot arrow. In contrast, Lee Ha-yoon does not even move a toe, staring down at Su-ryan with pure disdain. She issues a cold challenge. Go ahead and unleash everything you have. That way you will realize just how mediocre you truly are. So do your absolute best. Lee Ha-yoon sneers arrogantly. Completely provoked, Su-ryan grits her teeth in sheer rage and swings her arms. She unleashes all her power to teach Lee Ha-yoon a lesson. But Lee Ha-yoon just sighs. Why does everyone say the same boring things? She remains completely unfazed. Meanwhile, Su-ryan charges up. She unleashes her fear magic in all directions while simultaneously priming her target lock. She lunges straight toward Lee Ha-yoon. The tournament organizers watching nearby stare in utter shock, completely unable to comprehend what is happening. They cannot understand why a mage like Su-ryan would ever engage in close combat against someone like Lee Ha-yoon. Su-ryan rushes in, unleashing rapid strikes. Her magic flares outward continuously. The spectators grow increasingly astonished as they watch her flow, never expecting this level of skill. Even as a mere apprentice, Su-ryan possesses the incredible ability to weave magic with such fluid, unpredictable, and highly advanced movements. Usually, a mage is expected to safely stand in the backline and cast spells, but would a real life or death battle ever play out like that? What if the surrounding mana is disrupted? What if the mage is placed in a situation where their mana is heavily restricted? What if a massive mana explosion occurs, leaving the world completely dry? What happens if there are no frontline hunters around to protect you? The reality is that the battlefield can shift in the blink of an eye. During the absolute golden age of mages in the Great Cataclysm, this close-range style was the exact combat method the Mage Saint relied on. Kim Se-jun watches intently, processing the tactical brilliance. In the early days of that chaotic era, the Mage Saint was feared as a living disaster. Other nations even called him the War Mage. Lee Ha-yoon patiently waits for Su-ryan to finish her elaborate display. Finally, she draws her blade and unleashes a single devastating swing. The crushing pressure forces Su-ryan to cough up blood. In agonizing pain, she struggles to counterattack but cannot even leave a single scratch on Lee Ha-yoon. Without saying a word, Lee Ha-yoon suddenly strikes. A brutal physical blow directly to Su-ryan's face. The force is absolutely immense. The poor girl sends rolling across the ground. The spectators go pale, completely stunned by this brutal display. But Lee Ha-yoon is not done yet. She hauls Su-ryan up to deliver another vicious slap. Unable to watch this senseless cruelty any longer, Kim Se-jun and Min-yoon sprint forward. After a sharp warning from the officials, Lee Ha-yoon casually tosses Su-ryan aside. She brushes her hair back and confidently walks off the stage. Kim Se-jun rushes over to support Su-ryan, whose body is covered in terrible bruises. As Lee Ha-yoon throws a final mocking smirk, Kim Se-jun boils with absolute rage, ready to drag her back by the hair. But Su-ryan stops him. Sobbing, she blames her own weakness. She cries, deeply regretful that she is still too weak. Following the brutal match, healers rush in to tend to her severe wounds. Fortunately, her physical injuries are not life-threatening. Meanwhile, Lee Ha-yoon gets away with a mere slap on the wrist for her excessive violence. Seeking revenge for Su-ryeon, Min-yoon also challenges Lee Ha-yoon only to be brutally beaten. Seeing how agitated Min-yoon is, Kim Se-jun holds her back, urging her to ignore Lee Ha-yoon. The friendly tournament continues, but Kim Se-jun is too distracted to care. He cannot shake the image of Min-yoon's worried face or stop counting how many times he had to replace his training spear. And now get ready because the hype match everyone has been waiting for is finally here, Kim Se-jun versus Lee Ha-yoon. He confronts her directly, asking if her cruelty was necessary, claiming a top professional hunter like her could never understand true rage. She cannot fathom the bleak reality and despair of risking your entire life to move forward only to find yourself completely stuck in place. But he points out that such absolute despair is actually the ultimate proof of a person's hard work and relentless effort. Yet she chose to carelessly trample on that dedication. That is not something she can look down on regardless of her flawless combat skills. Kim Se-jun's speech gives Lee Ha-yoon a headache. Annoyed, she asks if he is finally done talking, to which he coldly responds. He knew she would never understand words anyway, so he challenges her to go all out and try to defeat him instead. Kim Se-jun is completely locked in. With a deadly icy glare, he silently vows to make Lee Ha-yoon taste absolute crushing defeat. Lee Ha-yoon scoffs, asking if a little public praise made him think he is special, wondering why he acts so hypocritical now. Lee Ha-yoon scoffs, calling him too weak to even stand on this stage. But enough trash talk. It is time for the match to officially begin. Fast and dangerous, Lee Ha-yoon instantly gets into a battle stance. Kim Se-jun, however, just stands there, looking completely relaxed and unbothered. Her blood boils at his attitude, and she furiously draws her blade, charging straight at him. Kim Se-jun casually steps back. He dodges Lee Ha-yoon's every slash with effortless lightning-fast agility. His complete lack of effort makes it look like child's play. Seeing him look down on her drives Lee Ha-yoon wild, pushing her power to the max. Yet to Kim Se-jun it means nothing. Once Lee Ha-yoon gets desperate enough to unleash her sword aura, Kim Se-jun finally decides to warm up. His terrifying power begins to surge. The pure intensity of his aura leaves Lee Ha-yoon completely overwhelmed. A massive blast of mana slams into her, throwing her back like a rag doll. For someone as proud and powerful as Lee Ha-yoon, this is a massive humiliation. Seeing her struggle to stand, Kim Se-jun does not let up. He unleashes another legendary world-shaking strike that sends chills down the spine of everyone watching. To understand this, remember Lee Ha-yoon is different. She never had to bleed or struggle like regular people to reach the top. In other words, her path was purely gifted. A genius always crushes the ordinary. Frankly, when the world praised her as the greatest hunter in history, she felt zero pride. To her, that title was just an obvious fact. Yet in this solo duel against Kim Se-jun, she feels a strange creeping dread. Facing his overwhelming presence, Lee Ha-yoon realizes she is completely outmatched. Her pride is shattered as his next attack looms. Hit by his swirling, concentrated power, Lee Ha-yoon coughs up blood. Kim Se-jun barely even spins his spear, yet she's already dazed. His next follow-up strike tears up the earth, a swirling vortex of energy that sends Lee Ha-yoon crashing down. He finishes her off with a devastating spear thrust, leaving Lee Ha-yoon absolutely defenseless. This cannot be happening, she tells herself. It makes no sense. How could a complete nobody be stronger than her? He has no right to be this powerful. Could there really be someone this skilled in the world? As the greatest hunter in history, she refuses to accept this. Gritting her teeth in pure rage, Lee Ha-yoon grips her sword and lunges forward, aiming a desperate strike at Kim Se-jun. But he shuts her down instantly, delivering a hard smack right to her face. That physical disrespect makes her blood boil. On paper, Lee Ha-yoon holds the advantage since she has a weapon while Kim Se-jun is bare-handed. And she refuses to quit. Yet Kim Se-jun keeps landing brutal blows, treating her like a literal punching bag. There is something she fails to understand. Out there, countless people willingly endure physical torture and pain just to claw their way up. Life is incredibly harsh. Lacking natural talent, those people have no choice but to grind day in and day out, Kim Se-jun explains. Lee Ha-yoon ignores his speech, desperately swinging her sword, but she cannot land a single scratch. He asks if she knows why. Those people do not obsess over winning or losing, even when they get beaten down daily. Their focus is different. They only care about how far they have come. That is why, no matter how many blows they take, they never break. They just keep moving forward step by step. They take hit after hit and still stand up fight after fight. To outsiders, it looks like a quiet ocean, but underneath a violent storm is brewing. The only way to survive is grit. Winning an impossible battle takes relentless determination. That, he says, is what a true genius looks like. He looks right at her swollen face, delivering a cold reality check. Honestly, you have to appreciate her stubborn refusal to yield. Kim Se-jun laughs it off, mockingly pointing out he beat her with bare hands. He asks what kind of genius she is. He warns her that ordinary people are not hers to mock. Harnessing his divine power, Kim Se-jun prepares his final strike. With a single devastating punch, he knocks Lee Ha-yoon out cold. Seeing the proud genius drop to her knees leaves everyone speechless. The first round of the friendly tournament ends in a shocking upset. Kim Se-jun has officially claimed victory, stunning the crowd. This result leaves the representatives of the top 3 academies sweating in panic. They have to face a bitter truth. Defeating Kim Se-jun is practically impossible. Taking down a top-tier hunter in 3 moves is not a normal student's level. While the other academies sink into despair, realizing they cannot touch him, one scheming student sees an opportunity. Jin-han realizes he can exploit this situation. He mutters that while he lost to Kim Se-jun, the academy itself is vulnerable. With a sinister grin, he plots his next move. Meanwhile, after his historic victory, Kim Se-jun is swarmed by reporters. They treat him like a top superstar, forcing him to make a quick escape. Back at the dorms, Park Seola waits. She excitedly informs him that the entire country is going absolutely crazy over his fight. Online communities are exploding with hype. Praise is flooding in from everywhere. Yet among the positive feedback, some toxic comments catch her eye, targeting her instead. Trolls mock her B-rank status, claiming the Sword Saint's granddaughter is just riding Kim Se-jun's coattails, making him furious. Looking at Park Seola, Kim Se-jun feels a pang of pity, seeing her force a smile despite her obvious hurt. Setting that aside, they need a plan for the second round, especially with the upcoming dungeon raid team list ready. Park Seola points this out, sending Kim Se-jun into a total panic as he realizes both Su-ryun and Min-yoon are currently hospitalized. With no teammates left, Su-ryun promises to ask the organizers, happily bids him goodbye and steps out of the room. Severe exhaustion finally crashes over Kim Se-jun. He collapses onto the couch to rest silently, cursing himself for his own reckless choices. Why did he use that divine power at the last second? Knocking Jin-han out directly would have been so much simpler. He acted on pure emotion, and now he deeply regrets it. Out of nowhere, the advisor appears like a ghost. Nearly giving Kim Se-jun a heart attack, the advisor explains he already asked several teachers and even the principal for help, but they all turned him down. Shaking his head in defeat, Kim Se-jun can only let out a heavy sigh. Those high and mighty transcendents really do not think like regular people, but the advisor tells him to let him finish. The principal actually said it might be possible for Kim Se-jun, a sudden plot twist that sends his emotions skyrocketing. Still, she was not entirely sure because she always believed using both the middle and lower dantian at the same time was impossible. Normally, every living being can only absorb and use a very specific limited amount of mana within their own bodies. Since mana is the ultimate resource of life essence, it can never exceed the natural capacity of a living vessel. This physical limit is governed by the laws of causality, meaning you can only use either the middle or lower dantian. Only one is ever enough, and trying to force past this predetermined threshold would normally destroy any regular human. They would literally decay and turn to ash, but Kim Se-jun might actually survive using both of his dantians simultaneously. This is solely because his own causality has never been properly measured or bound by the rules of this world. No matter his past, his true potential remains completely off the charts and unmeasured. Does he remember their last talk? The advisor had previously reported this anomaly directly to the principal, confirming that Kim Se-jun operates without any set limits. Since he is free from standard limitations, using the power of both dantians without collapsing is a very real possibility. Those words came straight from the principal herself, and she also shared a few crucial warnings for the process. First, he must awaken both dantians at the exact same moment. Second, he must withstand the immense weight of causality. The advisor delivers this massive, relentless information dump all at once. If Kim Se-jun successfully unlocks both dantians like this, everything changes. The total amount of mana required to fill his dantians won't just double, it is going to skyrocket exponentially instead. Standard training won't be nearly enough to offset this insane demand, meaning he will absolutely require high-grade elixirs. In other words, Kim Se-jun is going to have to dump a massive fortune into buying these highly expensive potions. Talk about a total financial disaster for our main character here. Seeing him break down, the advisor urges him to reconsider. A transcendent capable of using 3 dantians would be historic. If this wild gamble actually succeeds, the results will be mind-blowing. The principal is highly anticipating his progress, the advisor says with a sly grin, leaving Kim Se-jun curious about her identity. After a brief moment of thought, the advisor reveals that she is actually a highly prestigious rank 2 transcendent. Hearing this title for the very first time leaves Kim Se-jun completely stunned, but just as the advisor begins explaining the history, about the Academy's grand history, Park Seola suddenly bursts through the door, causing the startled advisor to quickly flee the room. At the exact same time, Jin-han shows up to announce that the second round has officially been approved by everyone. He suggests a slight twist to the rules. What if they tackle the dungeon using a student and coach duo? Jin-han asks with a highly smug smirk. Under this new rule, Park Seo-la and Kim Se-jun would be paired up together. However, Park Seo-la is only a B-rank hunter, while the coaches from the opposing teams are at least A-rank. This massive gap in power could totally ruin her reputation, but before Kim Se-jun can even worry, Park Seo-la immediately cuts in. She directly demands a higher prize reward from Jin-han, leaving Kim Se-jun completely speechless. She tells him not to worry. As his director, she wants to finally support him for once. Their petty gossip means absolutely nothing to her. She reassures him with a warm smile. After a brief pause, Kim Se-jun turns and lays down his conditions to Jin-han. He demands the top 3 academy representatives step up too, along with a massive 6 billion gold prize reward. If they agree, they can set whatever rules they want. Faced with this bold ultimatum, Jin-han has no choice. His face turns incredibly pale, but he reluctantly agrees. The rules for the final 2 rounds are officially set. Teams from Hangterman Dream Academy Gone and Ill will conquer a massive dungeon split into 3 distinct dangerous zones. Students will enter Zone 1 while the representatives tackle Zone 2 before everything culminates in an intense final solo battle. If the mana stones from each dungeon are placed on the podium, the 3rd dungeon boss will be summoned and it all comes to an end. Everything concludes once the student and representative team up to defeat it. The team with the fastest combined time for dungeons 1, 2, and 3 wins. Whichever squad takes down the final boss fastest takes the trophy. Speaking of after pocketing those 6 billion won, Kim Se-jun wasted no time buying premium courses. But back at Team Dream's Round 2 test site, Park Seo-la was already waiting outside, anxious for Kim Se-jun to emerge. And to be honest, she was stressed. She was practically sweating bullets from pure anxiety. She couldn't change the fact that she wasn't as strong as the other representatives, but this was a team effort. Their scores were combined, so she had to shave off every single second of her own run to keep Team Dream in the running. Even though she had successfully opened her upper dantian, she still doubted whether she could keep pace with those former S-rank veterans. Before she could spiral any further, the entry announcement echoed. Kim Se-jun gave her a reassuring wave and confidently marched into his dungeon first. But the second he stepped inside, a massive swarm of monsters was already waiting to jump him. Seeing them all bunched up like that was actually perfect. This crowded, welcoming committee was actually pretty convenient for a quick one-shot wipe. He originally planned to just give them a light casual swing of his weapon, but things got out of hand. He accidentally slipped on the slick ground. That minor slip-up unleashed an absolutely absurd amount of raw power, sending the entire mob spinning into oblivion. With the mana stone easily secured, Kim Se-jun headed back out. Eager to lock in their time while waiting for Park Seo-la, he ran toward the pillar. But before he could even mount the stone, the scoreboard flashed the latest results from Hunterman Academy, and the numbers left him completely stunned. The time gap between their first and second dungeon runs was massive. It made sense considering Dungeon 1 was for students while Dungeon 2 was for representatives. But for Team Dream, the situation was completely flipped. If Kim Se-jun placed his stone right now, they would easily secure a victory. However, if Park Seo-la ended up with a slower time than a mere student, the public backlash would destroy her. Yet waiting meant throwing away the win. On top of that, Dungeon 2 was rated at an 8-star difficulty level, meaning she could very well fail the trial entirely. Kim Se-jun was torn. He was caught in a terrible dilemma, kicking himself for letting greed cloud his judgment. He stared at the scoreboard, the pressure mounting by the second. Remembering Park Seo-la's words, Kim Se-jun clutched the mana stone, his hand shaking with indecision. Meanwhile, inside the second dungeon, Park Seo-la was fighting for her life. She was locked in a desperate struggle against a massive fire-breathing lizard. She kept telling herself that she had to do this, that Kim Se-jun was waiting. She knew she couldn't match his incredible speed, but she was determined to at least clear the zone. Despite the relentless onslaught of smoke and flames, she pushed on. She refused to back down even with a blazing heat. Truth be told, her combat skills had never been considered elite. Even as the granddaughter of the legendary Sword Saint, a revered hero of the Great Cataclysm who trained her personally, she only held a mediocre rank. She deeply respected her grandfather, but a part of her harbored resentment because of the constant comparisons and endless criticism she endured. She hated her own weakness, most of all. Yet, in this life-or-death crisis, the memory of Kim Se-jun's warm smile and encouraging words surged through her. It was the ultimate spark she needed. Fueled by sudden determination, she resolved to beat these ugly monsters to an absolute pulp. Reflecting on her journey, she recalled how she initially thought she and Kim Se-jun were just using each other for mutual benefit. She had planned to use the talented student to boost her academy's reputation, but with the professional hunter exam right around the corner, things were changing. This tournament would likely mark the end of their partnership. Their brief time together was finally reaching its natural conclusion. Still, she wanted to be of some help to him, or at the very least avoid holding him back on his path. Holding the hard-earned mana stone, Park Seo-la choked back her tears and stepped out of the portal, bracing herself for the worst. But she was in for a surprise. Kim Se-jun was standing right there by the entrance, acting as if he had only just finished his run to protect her pride. Tears welled up as she asked why he would do something so reckless. He just smiled, telling her that while he loved money, some things mattered more. He could always earn more cash later, but a crushed spirit and a broken heart were much harder to repair. With a warm grin, Kim Se-jun took both of their mana stones and placed them onto the podium together. Instantly, the system began calculating. The prompt revealed they had exactly 48 seconds left to find and defeat the final boss to win. He looked at her with absolute sincerity. He confessed that he could never have made it this far alone, and this time he was placing all of his trust in her. She was the only partner he could rely on, jokingly, adding that she had to look after him if he passed out from exhaustion. His heartfelt words moved Park Se-la to tears, but with no time to waste, Kim Se-jun gripped his spear and charged forward. With only 30 seconds remaining, finding and killing the basilisk normally was impossible, so he chose a wild alternative. He decided to unleash a devastating shockwave to compromise the dungeon structure, causing the entire cavern to cave in on them. A man of action, Kim Se-jun immediately fused his aura blade with divine energy, wrecking the entire environment at a terrifying speed. To push things even further, he downed a newly purchased chi elixir. Less than a second later, an overwhelming wave of energy erupted. The sudden surge of power was so intense it made Park Se-la dizzy as a massive cloak of energy enveloped his entire body. His lower and middle dantians were fusing together in perfect harmony, prompting him to recall his instructor's lessons. Gripping his spear tight, Kim Se-jun thrusts outward and swings it up with absolute decision. The very air around him bends and warps with his movement. It shatters with every single move. Finally, he unleashes a dead-on piercing strike that hits with absolute precision. Every swing is just incredibly elite. Talk about insanely epic. An earth-shattering explosion bursts into roaring flames, blinding everyone as the entire area flashes with white light. Both students and teachers just stand there dazed, staring at Kim Se-jun's masterclass. Honestly, they are too shocked to even utter a single word. Dream Academy just cleared their attack in 41 seconds, a feat once thought completely impossible. But when he finally opens his eyes, Kim Se-jun is startled to find himself lying in a hospital bed. Once Park Se-la quickly reassures him that they won, he finally calms down. Seeing him completely fine without a single scratch, Park Se-la shyly gives him a heartfelt thank you. Just as things start getting a bit sweet, and their eyes lock in a romantic moment, the whole mood is completely ruined by a horde of loud reporters barging into his room. They ask what he thinks about the claim that their opponents only lost to him personally and not to the Dream Academy as a whole. One reporter shoves a mic right in his face. After pondering for a moment, Kim Se-jun simply replies that he is just an ordinary student. He claims he barely did anything at all and was just following his principal's orders. This sudden call-out leaves Park Se-la completely startled and pale. She stands frozen as the spotlight shifts. Instantly, the reporters turn their cameras and mics toward her, ready to grill her with questions. They bombard Park Se-la with endless questions, leaving her totally flustered. Meanwhile, news about Kim Se-jun spreads like wildfire across all major media outlets. With the Dream Academy and their star student in the spotlight, this entire friendly tournament has captured the attention of the whole country. He did not just defeat Hyun, who is a historic genius among professional hunters, but he also ended up completely destroying the entire dungeon. It is a truly unbelievable story. Honestly, calling this a clash of gods is not even a bit of an exaggeration at this point. But even if he is incredibly strong, is this story actually true? Let's put an end to all the controversy and look deeper. The real secret lies with the principal of Dream Academy. A popular online streamer shifts the focus from him straight to Park Se-la. He showers her with praise, claiming the kid only succeeded by teaming up with the legendary Hyun. Watching the clip, Kim Se-jun grins from ear to ear, declaring that Park Se-la is truly the absolute light of his life. On his way back to the academy to fully absorb the rest of his elixir, he runs right into Hyun waiting for him. Having zero interest in talking, he gives her the ultimate cold shoulder and walks straight past. Hyun stands there completely ignored and speechless. After some relentless begging, he finally stops to hear her out. She mentions a rumor going around that he is the Sword Saint's disciple. Hyun stammers out the question. He retorts that if he were actually the Sword Saint's disciple, he would use a sword, not a spear. Asking her how she did not realize something so simple, he coldly turns to leave, asking if that is all she wanted. Without waiting, he immediately turns to walk away. But Hyun refuses to give up and starts shouting a barrage of questions after him. She asks what Dream Academy teaches, what he usually eats, and even what kind of training routine he follows daily. Annoyed out of his mind, he skips answering entirely and leaps straight into the sky. Shockingly, she manages to keep up with him. She stays right on his tail, which absolutely infuriates him. He snaps, asking her why she has to be so incredibly annoying. He demands to know if she is just trying to find a convenient excuse for losing, maybe using the Sword Saint to save face. She quickly waves her hands, denying it, saying she is just curious. He finds it weird since she used to be so cold and arrogant. He scratches his head in confusion. But when she mentions needing to see Park Seo-la, his guard immediately goes up and he warns her off. Telling her not to follow, he walks away. Looking back, he realizes he has no idea where Park Seo-la rushed off to after the tournament. Right now, Park Seo-la is actually kneeling before her grandfather, the legendary sword saint, asking him to let her pick up the sword again. This surprising request catches him off guard. It is not the first time she has asked, but this time her reasons are entirely different. She wants to stand side by side with Kim Se-jun. The sword saint asks if she plans to abandon her own dreams for him. He asks if she intends to become a professional hunter. She firmly replies that she is not giving up on her dream at all. Instead, she wants to walk a different path. She declares her resolve to hold the sword, remembering Kim Se-jun's inspiring words from before. He once told her that a dream is a verb while a job is just a noun. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is completely broke now. Buying that special elixir set him back 2 billion, and while he expected the price to double, it actually ended up being triple. Paying 3 times the price is a massive headache. As he sits there worrying about money, the Dark Saint suddenly appears out of nowhere. Showing up like a ghost scares him half to death. The old man admits he is always surprised by how easily the boy spots him. He notes that even the Wind Justice Coalition fails to notice his presence, yet this young kid spots him every single time. Chalking it up to his old age and declining power, the Dark Saint quietly asks what is going on with their investigation. Kim Se-jun asks for an update on the Justice Coalition, which happens to be exactly what the old man came to discuss today. Before getting down to business, the Dark Saint asks about Minhyul. Thankfully, he is already out of the hospital. But the old master still grumbles about the idiot not sticking to one weapon, handing over some training notes. These notes will keep his disciple from getting easily trashed next time. Also, the 3 billion won is coming. Hearing about those 3 billion won, a brilliant idea immediately strikes Kim Se-jun. He gets a greedy idea. He casually mentions that the Mage Saint's disciple is also attending Dream Academy, catching the old man off guard. He keeps bragging about how the Mage Saint gave him 10 billion won to look after his pupil, basically asking if 3 billion won is really enough. Suddenly, the legendary sword saint appears right at the gate. The three of them lock eyes in a very tense, heavy standoff that is absolutely filled with unspoken emotion. Kim Se-jun feels completely suffocated as their hot tempers begin to flare, looking ready to explode right there. With no other choice left, he is forced to unleash his own massive battle aura to freeze them. They both instantly freeze, completely shocked at how this kid could have grown so incredibly powerful so fast. Totally exhausted by their ridiculous antics, he thoroughly lectures the two legends for constantly bickering like little children. The Dark Saint finally remembers his actual business, warning that the Church of Justice is plotting something very dangerous. Their sinister plans are revolving around the legendary giant beast Berserk, which shocks both of his listeners to their core. The Sword Saint raises a doubtful eyebrow, asking if he is stretching his assumptions based only on their movements. The Dark Saint snaps back that nothing is certain but insists he needs to investigate the entire matter thoroughly. He directly asks Kim Se-jun for help because he cannot handle a massive investigation like this all by himself. According to his findings, those absolute bastards have been running dangerous repeated experiments inside specific high-level dungeons. Since the kid is taking the professional hunter exam, he will soon have full access to everywhere. The Dark Saint explains this plan while Kim Se-jun just stands there looking completely and utterly lost. The Sword Saint demands to know why he is recruiting the kid but is completely shut down. As they prepare to clash again, Kim Se-jun sweats bullets trying to keep the peace and quickly deflects. He asks if the Sword Saint is looking for Park Seo-la, who already left for some urgent business. He admits he has no idea where she went. The Sword Saint just stares back. Absolute silence. He cannot understand what on earth Park Seo-la sees in this kid to admire him so much. Suddenly, a crash echoes. The sudden loud noise puts all three on high alert as they instantly brace for an incoming threat. A frantic figure comes rushing straight at them through the dust, and Kim Se-jun is shocked to realize it is Lee Ha-yoon. She was just taking a casual walk nearby when she sensed a massive wave of energy and decided to investigate. But locking eyes with the terrifyingly fierce face of the legendary Sword Saint makes her look ready to burst into tears. The other two completely ignore her dramatic arrival, casually continuing their discussion about sneaking into dangerous dungeons. Lee Ha-yoon is utterly flabbergasted to witness Kim Se-jun casually shaking down a legendary hero for some quick cash. They finally settle on 13 billion won, which includes an extra 3 billion to look after young Minhyul. The Dark Saint sighs, asking one last time if he seriously prefers cold cash over learning his legendary divine techniques. He even offers to personally train him, desperately trying to salvage whatever little dignity he has left here. Se-jun refuses without a second thought, sending Lee Ha-yoon into yet another state of absolute mental shock. She cannot believe someone would refuse a hero, while the Sword Saint immediately starts loudly mocking his rival. With their pride deeply wounded, the two old legends start trading petty insults like absolute dogs and cats. Kim Se-jun is completely exhausted from trying to hold them back while Lee Ha-yoon watches in pure terror. She realizes she stepped into a very dangerous crowd. After the Dark Saint leaves, the Sword Saint asks about their connection. Kim Se-jun just shrugs, explaining they do not really have a deep relationship beyond a casual business partnership. With that finally out of the way, he turns his attention directly to the trembling, nervous girl. Your turn. She frantically denies stalking him, but his temper flares up as he uses the terrifying Sword Saint to threaten her. Scared out of her mind, Lee Ha-yoon suddenly screams that she wants to enroll in Dream Academy, shocking him. He is completely baffled by her request, especially since the professional hunter exam is right around the corner. He openly wonders if she is actually an undercover spy sent to keep tabs on them from Hunterman Academy. Those wary eyes locked onto Hae-un, leaving her completely terrified and confused. No matter how hard she tried to explain her genuine desire to enroll, even Se-jun couldn't believe it either. Seeing the chaotic scene, the Sword Saint quickly took his leave, leaving Hae-un all alone with Se-jun. Needless to say, she was utterly terrified of being left in a room with him. When Se-jun mentioned director Park Se-la had stepped out, Hae-un was thrilled to use it as an excuse to escape. But then Se-jun tossed her something so ridiculously heavy that she couldn't lift it even after burning through all her mana. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint returned only to find Park Se-la still kneeling on the ground, leaving him utterly speechless. Seeing Park Se-la so stubbornly persistent, he grabbed his sword and approached his massive aura erupting. Swift Sword is a style that demands pure speed, taking down opponents with a single lightning-fast blow. Piercing Sword focuses primarily on deep thrusts, turning close-quarters combat into a complete nightmare for anyone trying to get near during battle. However, thrusts are often executed alongside the Swift Sword style, making it the absolute fastest technique in their arsenal. Imperial Sword is a style that forces opponents into making mistakes through ever-shifting forms. That is why speed is crucial, but the true core lies in the unwavering strike, a style that inflicts fatal wounds by suddenly focusing all power into a single blow. Heavy Sword is a slow style, but just because it is slow does not mean you cannot use it. The Sword Saint explained these basic forms of the God Killer style to Park Se-la while demonstrating them. I will give you a strict time limit. You must master all the styles I have shown you within that period. The final deadline is before the Pro Hunter selection exam ends. If you cannot do it by then, otherwise I will never allow you to hold a sword again. If you truly think you cannot do this, then go ahead and give up right now. The Sword Saint made his incredibly cold demand, and Park Se-la immediately agreed without hesitation, her voice filled with absolute determination. She was absolutely certain she could succeed. Meanwhile, Hae-un was witnessing Se-jun's immense power for the very first time. It was truly an eye-opening experience, though she felt like crying since he refused to let her put down that ridiculously heavy object. When on Earth will the director get here? He unsobbed internally. After absorbing the energy, Se-jun turned around, only to realize he had completely forgotten about Hae-un struggling right behind him. Ignoring her silent tantrums, Se-jun turned around, planning to walk away. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, realizing Hae-un had been holding that thing this entire time and still had the strength to hand it back to him. Hae-un finally let out a sigh of relief, stretching and gasping for air, but when she picked it up again, she was crushed by its weight once more. How strange, why didn't the seal activate? When Lee Min-yul held it, it did. Wasn't it supposed to be completely untouchable by anyone else? Come to think of it, didn't Park Se-la help pick up the kibisis when it crushed him? And when he fainted in the dungeon after using godlike power to fight the giant tree, Chu-man-chun and the holy mage had to carry it out for him since he couldn't retrieve it. Maybe the seal only activates when someone tries to steal or use his gear. While thinking, Se-jun asked Hae-un to put it in her bag. The moment she shoved it in, energy shot out violently just as Se-jun predicted. Lee Min-yul and Park Se-la had just returned together, and their faces fell when they saw Hae-un. When Lee Min-yul heard that Hae-un wanted to join Dream Academy, he immediately strongly objected. "Oh right, Lee Min-yul, your master told me to give you this, and told you to stop getting beaten up by random nobodies all the time." Se-jun happily handed the item to Lee Min-yul, completely ignoring Hae-un, who was exhausted holding things behind him. The reason she followed him was to find out how to gain that power. This was her chance to watch his daily training, and she was determined to analyze every single move. Hae-un thought calmly. After making her back sore for so long, Se-jun finally asked her to hand it back so he could complete his daily quest. Hae-un was absolutely overjoyed and tried to slip away, but Se-jun blocked her path and demanded she train with Park Se-la. Although Hae-un absolutely didn't want to, she gritted her teeth and endured it just to get accepted. Park Se-la was thrilled to train with Hae-un. Overexcited, the girl unleashed a massive burst of firepower, blanketing the area, and leaving Hyun deeply traumatized. Meanwhile, at the Pro Hunter Association branch, a painfully boring staff meeting had been dragged on. It was all because of an unprecedented incident in Pro Hunter history caused by Se-jun. South Korea was currently in complete chaos over the upcoming Pro Hunter exam, and the source of this chaos was Se-jun. Across online forums, the entire nation was locked in debate over him and the exam. The meeting chairperson arrived, instantly clearing the sluggish atmosphere as the staff quickly sat up. They were eager to know how this year's exam would be structured and whether Se-jun would get a waiver. To ensure absolute fairness, the chairperson announced that this year's exam would use an absolute evaluation system rather than no. To ensure absolute fairness, the chairman announces that this year's exam will use an absolute evaluation method. This absolute grading system shocks everyone in the room. Second, the exam's overall difficulty is about to skyrocket. He mentions that the difficulty will shoot up, prompting Hwang Dong-soo from Hunter News to ask exactly how much harder it is going to get. The chairman states they want to make sure absolutely no one gets a perfect score, not even Kim Se-jun. Hearing this, the entire crowd protests against such a brutal absolute grading method. If no candidate manages to hit a perfect score, there will be 0 pro hunters this year. The chairman coldly explains that with the old scoring system, the top ranker automatically got 100 points, but this absolute grading changes the rules completely. First place no longer guarantees a perfect score. Still, the major guilds have already pulled strings to rig things. A hunter needs to be rank A just to create a guild. The big players want to block Kim Se-jun from getting it. They want to force him to join their ranks instead. But they have no idea he is an untamable beast. These elites think they can sit on their thrones forever, but the moment Kim Se-jun turns professional, everything changes. A brand new era is about to begin, the chairman thinks. He also announces that this year's top candidates, who reach rank A, will get priority dungeon raid rights next year. Plus, the entire test will be broadcast publicly, to the public. Park Se-la returns home, getting a shock at the total mess. Sitting down next to Kim Se-jun, he explains that he will not be visiting the academy much until the professional licensing exams finally wrap up. Kim Se-jun hates this idea. He hesitantly asks if he can still hang around the place after turning pro. His own apartment is tiny and cramped, leaving him with absolutely 0 room to train. But Park Se-la has other plans. He asks how Se-jun feels about turning the academy into a guild, catching the young man completely off guard. Didn't he always say clearing dungeons was his ultimate dream? But there is a catch to this proposal. Park Se-la wants him to be the guild master. The offer hits Kim Se-jun like a sudden thunderbolt. He cannot believe his ears. Park Se-la only offered this because Se-jun is highly likely to earn a rank A license. Choosing him is the smartest move. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is just standing there completely frozen, brain short-circuiting. Min-yoon eagerly agrees with the idea, having wanted to suggest the exact same thing before Park Se-la beat him to it. Soo-reon strongly backs the plan as well, leaving Kim Se-jun totally speechless. Now he simply must pass the test. Park Se-la promises to do his best too. Their short time together as teacher and student is winding down. But as one chapter closes, brand new connections, deeper bonds, and wild stories are already waiting to unfold. An ending is never a true stop, it is just a fresh gateway to a whole new life. As time flies, the legendary exam finally draws near. Sadly, Park Se-la cannot tag along with Kim Se-jun. He has some urgent personal business to settle. Se-jun wants to ask but knows he must focus on his test. Joining Se-jun on this high-stakes journey along with Min-yoon and Soo-reon is the rather stubborn Hun. She was never officially admitted to the academy, so her tagging along severely grates on his nerves. The others have to plead her case before Se-jun quiets down. Suddenly, the gathering crowd starts whispering about him. Instantly hating the attention, Se-jun bolts like a flash, leaving his 2 friends completely eating his dust. They are left speechless by his absurd speed. Meanwhile, up in the VIP lounge, the proctors are gossiping. Aside from the Black Dragon Guild Master Juju Jin, none of them actually believe Se-jun is the real deal. But if he actually passes another high-ranking examiner, Jin Creo plans to recruit him by any means necessary. The other examiners sweat nervously, betting that Se-jun will fail. For starters, the written exam is notoriously brutal. It is deliberately designed to crush every single candidate, yet Se-jun somehow secures first place with a perfect score. This shocking result leaves the guild leaders completely speechless and frozen in place. Now the main event begins. The grueling pro trials test everything, including essays, basic endurance, mana control, dungeon raids, and direct combat power. 6 brutal exams are spread across 3 days. Today marks day 1, the moment everyone has been waiting for. The long-awaited day kicks off with 2 major challenges, starting with the written exam and the basic endurance test. While the essay is not too hard, only Se-jun scores a perfect 100. Poor Min-yoon gets a miserable 50 points. When asked for his secret, Se-jun casually explains that he just solves all the easy questions. He never skips the hard ones, and his genius brain generates answers the split second he looks at them. Meanwhile, Big Sister Hun somehow ends up with a measly 32 points, plunging the group into awkward silence. She's a rarity in the history of pro hunters, but her other talents haven't fully bloomed. Didn't you all promise he would never get a perfect score? And yet Kim Se-jun just did. He swept both the written and basic stamina tests. How on earth do you plan to explain this? Ryu Jin-chul fumes in his office, shouting in disbelief. Ignoring the essay, the stamina test was specifically tuned. They set the test difficulty to the absurd standards of the 4 great guild leaders. Still, Kim Se-jun bypassed it. With that perfect score, his physical limits might actually match the elite veterans sitting in this very room. Word is that Dream Academy plans to transition into an official guild once this pro exam finally wraps up. Kim Se-jun is tipped to lead them, and the academy director, the Sword Saint's granddaughter, is joining too. Even the biggest fools among them can clearly grasp what a powerhouse faction like that would actually mean. They will have the legendary Sword Saint backing them, along with 5 years of exclusive dungeon raid rights. It is a massive monopoly handed to them by the association president. This upcoming guild is a major threat. It could easily shatter the dominant position their own guild spent years building. Ryu Jin-chul is absolutely losing it. He slams the table in a furious rage. A red-haired guild member quickly speaks up, making frantic excuses. She claims they changed the questions and spiked the difficulty, meaning another perfect score is now completely impossible. Unless he somehow wakes up overnight with godlike powers, he will definitely fail to get perfect marks again. She sounds incredibly confident, but too bad for her because Kim Se-jun easily scores 100 on both tests. The entire room falls dead silent. Now only 2 final exams remain, testing real combat against monsters and candidates. If they fail to stop him tomorrow, Kim Se-jun will walk away as an A-rank hunter. Man-chul sweats thinking about it. Suddenly, Jin-chul pulls a complete 180, demanding they immediately rewrite their entire preparation plan. No more talking, they must prepare. For the combat test, Jin-chul replaces the original examiner from the Sabi Guild. He installs a completely different examiner. Late that night, the Sword Saint's bodyguard secretly visits Kim Se-jun with warning news. He warns Kim Se-jun that the leaders of the 5 great guilds plan to actively interfere in the upcoming exam. While the Sword Saint wanted to stay hands-off, the loyal bodyguard couldn't just sit back and watch. If Kim Se-jun fails, Park Seo-ah will suffer too. But the moment he arrives, a crushing mana wave stops him cold. The sheer pressure is absolutely unbelievable. Seeing the guard, Kim Se-jun panics immediately, asking if something happened to Park Seo-ah. The guard is completely stunned. What on earth was that massive aura just now? It feels entirely different from before. How did he reach this level in just a few months? Did the Sword Saint foresee this all along? Shaking off his shock, he warns Kim Se-jun about the guilds. The next morning, the final exam phase begins. Kim Se-jun absolutely crushes the 5th exam with yet another perfect score, sending his entire team into pure celebration. While his allies cheer, Kim Se-jun keeps his head down, dead silent. Suddenly, a panicked teammate bursts through the door. The messenger gasps out the terrifying news: the final combat examiners are the legendary 4 guild masters themselves. The revelation hits everyone like a massive lightning strike. Everyone freezes in cold sweat. Kim Se-jun finally lifts his gaze. His eyes reveal a calculated intensity. In this brutal final round, even the talented Ha-yoon only scores 64. Her opponent was none other than Han Man-chul, master of the extreme sword. He acknowledges their high level. He hates crushing young talent, but rules are rules. Up next is his showdown with our main character. The massive matchup spreads like wildfire. Online forums and the real world alike erupt in absolute frenzy. No rookie has ever defeated an examiner in pro history. People of all ages are holding their breath. Everyone is waiting for this legendary showdown. Man-chul admits Kim Se-jun's record throughout the exam is highly impressive, but he tells Kim Se-jun that his journey ends here. Perfect scores are impossible in real combat. However, Kim Se-jun already knew about this entire conspiracy thanks to the bodyguard's warning the previous night. He was also informed that if Park Seo-ah fails to fully master her swordplay by the end, she will completely quit. She will give up her dream of becoming a hunter. Furthermore, Kim Se-jun's score rests entirely on the examiner's whim. No matter how flawlessly he fights in combat, they can easily deny him that 100-point mark just because. These elites have ruled from the top for far too long, and they will do anything to protect their status. According to the guard, the only way out is for Kim Se-jun to personally ask the Sword Saint for help. If he sets conditions like last time, even the Sword Saint would have to agree. Kim Se-jun wants to ask the bodyguard for a favor. He wants him to tell Park Seo-ah how he is doing. It is his way of showing her that if he can pull off the impossible, she can too. He also makes it clear that he will not visit the Sword Saint. Meanwhile, Park Seo-ah is still desperately pushing her limits. She continues to swing her sword despite days of sleepless, exhausting practice. Today is the final day of the hunter selection exam. Seeing her covered in fresh wounds hurts, but the loyal guard respects her resolve and chooses to stay out of her way. He quietly realizes he finally understands her desperate urge to hold a sword again. It is a powerful, silent bond. Now standing right before Handman Cheon, Kim Se-jun is determined to get a perfect score so he can return to Park Seol-ah. He tells the examiner that the only time a judge cannot grade a test is when they get beaten by the student. You will not die, but you might end up bedridden for a month, he boldly warns. Handman Cheon grinds his teeth at this. Furiously drawing his sword, the examiner vows to make this arrogant kid regret every word. Instantly, their massive energies collide. But Handman Cheon freezes when he realizes Kim Se-jun is about to draw the legendary Longinus spear for an attack. As they prepare to clash, Kim Se-jun remembers a memory from 9 years ago about his uncle sharing a name with the president. It turns out his uncle was named after Handman Cheon as a gesture of gratitude from a past life-saving favor. His uncle had asked him back then if he knew about the legendary Great Disaster that nearly wiped everything out. Back then, the military and the government completely abandoned the shelters because they were overrun by a massive horde of monsters. Thousands of innocent people were left to die in the dark, and even the 5 legendary heroes could not stop the onslaught. When all hope seemed lost, a single warrior stood alone against the terrifying horde of beasts to protect the survivors. That brave savior was the legendary creator of the absolute sword style, the father of the examiner Handman Cheon. With absolute mastery over his blade, that lone warrior sliced through the entire monster army single-handedly to save everyone. He saved 50,000 lives that day, but the immense effort completely exhausted him and he tragically passed away. Young Kim Se-jun was completely captivated by the tale, mentioning how he was saving money to join the academy. His proud uncle patted him on the back, telling him to keep working hard to make his dreams a reality. Later, a dangerous 10-star dungeon outbreak in the city center was resolved cleanly by Handman Cheon from the Sorabi Guild. He preached that the core of the absolute sword is not physical strength but an unyielding spirit seeking the truth. Watching Handman Cheon speak on television, young Kim Se-jun could not help but feel inspired by his powerful words. He dreamed of becoming just as legendary one day. But back in the present, get ready because things are about to get wild. With a single devastating kick, Kim Se-jun sends Handman Cheon flying backwards, spitting blood as he crashes hard. Seizing the moment, he unleashes lightning mana to blast the older warrior, leaving him broken on the cracked ground. The ground splits wide open from the sheer impact. Handman Cheon collapses, coughing up blood amidst shocked whispers. Bitterly realizing he was utterly defeated, the old master admits he originally thought this match was just a joke. Now, he must acknowledge Kim Se-jun's terrifying strength. If the young hunter wanted to kill him, he would be dead. Even in defeat, Handman Cheon stubbornly refuses to stop, insisting he is obligated to finish the test. He argues that giving up in the face of failure means abandoning the search for ultimate truth. He challenges Kim Se-jun to ask himself if he is truly prepared to walk the path of the absolute sword. He demands to know if Kim Se-jun has fought with everything he has down to his very last breath. Realizing Kim Se-jun is holding back, the old master decides to unleash his full power, with nothing left to lose. His dense mana explodes outward with pure fury, quickly reducing the entire training arena into a pile of rubble. He roars that he will never abandon his truth, declaring his resolve will only break when he dies. He unleashes his final absolute sword strike straight at the young hunter, but Kim Se-jun simply scoffs. He loudly asks if the master is just taking his anger out on him after cowardly surrendering to the Black Dragon. He challenges him, asking if this petty greed is the absolute truth his legendary father Manhwa died for. Easily dodging the slash, Kim Se-jun shouts these hard truths directly into his face, leaving the old master completely stunned. He reminds him that the true heart of the absolute sword is an unyielding will, something he once deeply respected. He asks if the old man feels no shame toward his late father Manhwa. It is a devastating emotional blow. He warns him that he will keep his promise, leaving the examiner bedridden for the next 2 months. Furious, Mang Cheon explodes with magic and charges. Kim Se-jun just calmly waits. He counters with a devastating burst, leaving Mang Cheon gasping for air on the ground. How is he this strong? Mang Cheon wonders, struggling to open his eyes before fleeing. But escape is impossible. Kim Se-jun catches up instantly with a decisive heavy blow. Mang Cheon becomes a human punching bag, taking every single hit. One blow leaves him completely dazed. By the third punch, he is done. Blinding energy erupts, sending him collapsing in agony. Blood gushes, his eyes rolling back. This is no longer a fight. He is too strong. He couldn't even touch him. This absurd gap in power is honestly just depressing to watch. Wait for it, just as Kim Se-jun prepares the final punch, Mang Cheon starts begging. He actually begs for death. Fine, Kim Se-jun thinks, let's end this. Divine power crackles down. The blast leaves Mang Cheon broken. Kim Se-jun drags him up, feeling nothing but disgust. This coward is supposed to be a true seeker. He probably surrendered to Jin Cheo this way. Still, if he stops here, who knows when this guy will break his promise again. Even a fake seeker has some resilience, so he won't pass out easily. But there is a bigger concern. He needs a perfect score. But if he has to kill Mang Chan to get it, things go bad. A murder would violate the rules and get his license revoked. He needs that Class A status. He wants to reach the level of the Transcendent ones, those who always find a way. Left with no choice, he ignores the pleas and drives a heavy fist into his core. The impact completely deforms his face. A true seeker must possess an unbreakable spirit. That is the path they must walk to the end. The core of supreme truth and transcendence. Kim Se-jun delivers the final blow. The ground shatters, leaving a massive crater with Mang Chan inside. With Mang Chan defeated, Kim Se-jun roars out Jin Chio's name, demanding his presence. Inside the control room, Jin Chio watches him with a cold, expressionless look on his face. Meanwhile, the crowd goes absolutely wild, hugging and cheering for this massive victory. The association president even called in reporters ahead of time to capture this historic moment. His body was completely overwhelmed by the excessive mana. He will be bedridden for 2 months. Talk about a total failure. They lost in skill, public opinion, and influence to a rookie. A wet behind-the-ears brat Jin Cheo mutters coldly, sending a shiver through the room. He silently curses Kim Se-jun, trembling with fury. Meanwhile, Park Seo, Min Yoon, and Han watch closely. After some loud celebrating, the group finally returns to the academy, which feels different now. It barely feels like school anymore. Kim Se-jun is basically a class A hunter now. But opening the door reveals only an empty, deeply disappointing silence inside. They expected Park Seo to be waiting. Park Seo, Min Yoon asks if he has heard any news about Se-jun. No one answers because Kim Se-jun has already bolted, sprinting straight toward the Sword Saint's estate. The deadline given to Park Seo is up. That explains exactly why she never showed up. Gripped by worry, he pushes himself to move faster. But guards are already waiting to block him. As he hesitates, Guard Seo steps up and suggests letting him and taking full responsibility. Following the guard inside, Kim Se-jun enters with a racing heart. There sits Park Seo, covered in wounds. She panics the moment she sees him. "I told you not to let anyone in," she gasps. The Sword Saint erupts in fury, releasing a crushing pressure that forces Guard Seo to his knees. Only Kim Se-jun stands completely unfazed, calmly offering a polite apology to the master. "I must speak with you," he says. The Sword Saint stares back, shocked by his growth. He is definitely not the weakling from before. He has attained a terrifying level of power. To fight him now, I would have to go all out, the master realizes, sweating. The deadline has officially expired, the Sword Saint says coldly, demanding that Park Seo make her move. "Go back. What I asked for is the absolute bare minimum. If you cannot even manage that, then you will be eliminated, spending your whole life in regret and self-doubt. That is worse than never walking beside him," the Sword Saint thinks. "It is not over yet. The deadline you gave Park Seo was when the hunter selection exam ends, right? But it has not actually finished yet," Kim Se-jun suddenly interrupts. The old man scoffs. "What nonsense are you talking about? The exam is over, and the proof is that you are standing right here." But Kim Se-jun counters, "The deadline is not up because my score has not been officially confirmed yet. An exam only ends when every single score is officially published, right? The final subject grades and combat evaluations are not out yet. That means Park Seo is still in the game," Kim Se-jun declares, leaving the Sword Saint completely speechless. He turns to Park Seo, gently helping her back onto her feet before placing the heavy hilt of the sword right into her hand. "Let us step forward together," Kim Se-jun says with a reassuring grin. This should have been absolutely impossible, and she thought it was all over. Yet here, they are a complete reversal. Teary-eyed, Park Seo looks up at him, feeling a sudden surge of hope. She tightly grips her blade and charges straight toward the Sword Saint, begging the legendary master to give her just one more chance. Kim Se-jun silently watches from the sidelines as Park Seo faces off in a one-on-one battle. Her strikes are suddenly coming in much faster and harder. Her sword blows rain down on her opponent, executing the exact techniques the old master himself had taught her, but with perfect flow. The Sword Saint, utterly caught off guard by his granddaughter's fierce, non-stop onslaught, is forced to snap out of it and strike back. His powerful counterattack startles her. Park Seo realizes her sword movements should be flowing together in perfect harmony, but she is struggling to connect them. It is incredibly tough to withstand his overwhelming blade. Sweating profusely, Park Seo blocks while desperately stepping backward. Amid the chaotic exchange, she forces herself to focus entirely, clearing her mind. She grips her sword tight, lightly dodging his counterattack as it grazes past. Compared to her sharp instincts, her sword's actual speed feels much slower today. The weapon in her hand feels incredibly heavy and awkward, almost like it does not belong to her. Struggling to press her attack, Park Seo spirals into doubt. She had always been surrounded by brilliant geniuses throughout her entire life. She met legendary figures whom normal people would never even lay eyes on. Among such greatness, her own mediocrity felt like a curse. but she wonders if she had just lived a normal life with normal people would things have turned out differently for her. She kept running away from reality, but meeting Kim Se-jun changed everything. She refuses to give up now, refusing to stay mediocre. She refuses to keep being mediocre. She wants to stand right beside him as an equal. With newfound determination, Park Seo-ah's strikes grow wilder and heavier. A strange calm breeze suddenly stirs deep within her heart. She recognizes this feeling is at a moment of true enlightenment. No is actually something far deeper than that. Through sheer desperation, a hidden spark of power finally awakens inside her. She unleashes an incredibly swift, heavy strike that utterly overwhelms her opponent, the legendary Tyrant Sword technique. The Sword Saint's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. She had clearly pushed past her physical limits to tap into this power. It is a realm she should not have been able to touch at her current level. He stands there completely dazed and speechless. Eyes shining with joy, Park Seo-ah rushes over to Kim Se-jun. They share an excited high-five, talk about a well-deserved victory. Some people spend their entire lives chasing a single goal. We can usually guess the struggles they will have to face along the way. But in rare cases, a person's true limits are completely unpredictable. And then there are those rare individuals who can actually inspire others to break their own limits and stand beside them. The Sword Saint knows he is not that kind of person. Sometimes the ones deemed completely useless do things no one else ever could. Our era is slowly slipping away, old friend. Time has marched forward without us, leaving us behind. A warm, nostalgic voice echoes in his mind, leaving him lost in deep thought. He gazes at Kim Se-jun and Park Seo-ah, a quiet wave of emotion washing over him as he watches them celebrate. On the way back to the academy, Park Seo-ah quietly asks what he would have done if she had failed. Well, he says, I probably would have tracked down the association president and forced him to delay ending the exam. Hearing this, Park Seo-ah feels incredibly flustered and deeply touched, her cheeks flushing a bright crimson. Just then, Chiron texts Kim Se-jun that the president has already arrived at the academy and is waiting for them. Kim Se-jun tells Park Seo-ah they need to hurry. She smiles brightly, running to keep up with his quick steps as they head back. Upon their return, the entire crew rushes out to welcome them back. The president beams with genuine excitement when he sees him. There you are, Kim Se-jun. Or should I say, Hunter Kim Se-jun now. Congratulations on officially passing the professional selection exam. Meet professional Hunter Kim Se-jun. He scored perfectly on his final exam. A flawless performance. Because of his perfect marks, he earns an A-rank Hunter license. Meanwhile, his classmates easily secure their B-rank certificates. To be honest, the president would love to give him an S-rank license right away, but that might be tricky. It would cause too many complaints, he chuckles. Still, Se-jun is awarded a special priority ticket for the upcoming raid. That priority ticket is a reward for his perfect exam score. But the president has another reason for visiting today. He wants to know if Se-jun plans to start a brand new guild. When Se-jun agrees, the old man beams with joy. He eagerly offers to handle the complicated registration paperwork. Usually preparing these documents takes quite a bit of time, but with his personal influence, it will be done instantly. He urges them to write down the founding members' names. The president quickly pulls out a pen and paper. But as they finish writing, he suddenly remembers a major catch. To register an official guild, they must have 5 professional hunters who are at least B rank. No exceptions. Right now, their little team is still short by 1 person. The president can bypass this with his authority, but if the 5 great guilds find out, it will cause serious trouble. Se-jun knows this warning is entirely spot on. Those major guilds are constantly looking for any excuse to ruin him. There is no telling what they will do next. Even so, he cannot just invite some random stranger into his group. Right then, Se-jun suddenly remembers Hae-un. Just like that, problem solved. Hae-un is added to the roster, and their new guild is officially named Dream Team. Now here is where the drama really kicks off. While the rival guilds panic, the legendary Sword Saint makes his entrance. His sheer aura is so heavy that the corrupt guild members instantly collapse, groveling on the floor in intense pain. You have all clearly misunderstood, he says coldly. I have no reason to play nice, but I refuse to copy your vile methods. If we sink to your level, we would be just as disgusting. The overwhelming pressure leaves the room utterly silent. After all, if we had not ended the Great Deluge and killed the monsters, you lot would not even hold these positions. Hearing you talk, people might actually think you were the ones who saved the world. Get up, Jin Cheol. The Sword Saint strides past the groveling crowd, stopping right in front of Jin Cheol. Both men exchange a highly tense look. Suddenly, Kalia finally steps out of the shadows, telling him to stop. Even as the Sword Saint, he cannot do this. You cannot just swing your sword in someone else's house, she sneers. You do not seem surprised to see me. Did you already know we were behind this? She asked mockingly. These pathetic insects actually tried to steal my blue dragon sword. To think they wanted to use my weapon to trick that boy is ridiculous. They should be begging me for mercy. But since these cowards lack the spine to act on their own, someone else must be pulling their strings. They are clearly taking orders from a hidden mastermind. And who else could it possibly be besides you, Kalia? The Sword Saint counters sharply, but Kalia just smiles casually, asking why the legendary hunter even bothered to show up. I am just trying to act like a decent grandfather for once, he replies. I know you will try to ruin him. He knows they gathered here specifically to stop the kid from starting his guild. They better not dare touch his grandson. With a sudden massive slam, his overwhelming power cracks the floor, sending a wave of absolute shock through the room. The terrified guild leaders scream in panic. Having delivered his clear warning, the Sword Saint calmly turns around to leave. He walks away, leaving them trembling in fear. Cancel all our plans immediately, Kalia orders coldly, her playful smirk gone. Jin Chuel is highly confused by her sudden retreat. He thought the successor of the Apostle of Purity would have more courage. Turns out even she is terrified of the Sword Saint. Visibly annoyed, she points at Jin Chuel and whispers a harsh warning. Watch your mouth and stop acting so arrogant. A mere hero from the Great Deluge is nothing compared to his level. Besides, even if we cannot mess with Kim Se-jun directly, we still have plenty of other ways to destroy him. Destiny is not something that can be changed so easily, Kalia smiles wickedly. Meanwhile, Se-jun's phone suddenly vibrates at school. You can bet something crazy popped up on his screen. Staring at the notification, his eyes widen in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Today is the very first raid for Dream Team and everyone is incredibly pumped up. Finally, some real action. This is honestly the best feeling ever, Min Yoon says, stretching lazily. In contrast, Su Ryun looks pretty nervous about her run. Haeun quickly comforts the anxious girl, explaining that real dungeons are not much different from the virtual training runs. The only difference is the higher difficulty and the fact that you can actually die. Oh, and one more thing. Unlike the virtual simulators, we get paid cold hard cash here. Hearing that, Se-jun's mind instantly fills with dollar signs. Su Ryun whispers to the other, saying Kim Se-jun has totally lost his mind. In reality, the system sent him a notification last night, warning him that his free pass has expired, which he completely forgot. Since he spent his cash on mind-calming pills, his account is short of the 100 million won fee. Catching them gossiping, Min Yoon and Su Ryun play dumb, pretending they know nothing. They quickly change the subject, shouting for everyone to get moving before it is too late. But Kim Se-jun is still waiting for one more person. Speak of the devil, and here he comes. It is none other than Uncle Mancheon, Su Ryun's father. Seeing her dad arrive, Su Ryun is utterly shocked. With the squad fully assembled, Kim Se-jun orders everyone to get moving. When Min Yoon asks which dungeon they are clearing today, Kim Se-jun flashes a smirk. He tells them it is an incredibly beautiful place. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of town, not too far from their location, lies Black Dragon territory. Kim Se-jun uses his priority pass to slip into the dungeon first. Other guild members are about to curse them out, but then they hear the name Dream Guild and immediately break into cold sweats. Inside, Kim Se-jun is already working in perfect sync with his powerful teammates. They unleash waves of destructive power to sweep the monsters clean. Working together, they easily divide and conquer the entire dungeon in a flash. They exit the portal quickly, leaving the rival guild members standing there in absolute shock. Now that the combat is over, it is time for Uncle Mancheon to collect the monster remains. Seeing Kim Se-jun holding a bloody blade, the rival guilds flee the scene in pure terror. A moment later, Mancheon finishes packing up the corpses. The squad sighs in relief, amazed by how incredibly easy the raid was. Selling these monster remains will easily net each member at least 100 million won. Making that much cash in a single day leaves the entire group absolutely speechless with joy. But Kim Se-jun suddenly cuts in, asking why they are celebrating when they have only just started. From that point on, the squad turns into absolute dungeon demolishers, leaving a trail of cleared portals and dust in their wake. While everyone else is completely exhausted and running on empty, Kim Se-jun is still perfectly energized, driven by his pure love for cash. Seeing them whine and beg to go home, an annoyed Kim Se-jun drops a lecture explaining that they must harvest the corpses intact to get full price. Disintegrating them into dust is a huge waste of money. Besides, they desperately need the experience to reach a rank hunter status. Do they have any idea how much guild ranks affect their taxes and profit margins? He urges them to hit A rank as soon as possible. A famous guild will bring in far more lucrative business. Kim Se-jun has officially transformed into a money-obsessed demon who only thinks about gold. Su Ryun cries and complains to Haeun, but she is shocked to find Haeun already standing right behind Kim Se-jun this entire time. Haeun has a reluctant face, and even Su Ryun agrees that Kim Se-jun has a solid point, choosing to stay completely quiet. Kim Se-jun immediately rallies the squad to keep grinding for more cash. Meanwhile, rival guild leaders look over the Dream Guild's recent activity stats and stand completely frozen in shock. Not only are they clearing 7- and 8-star dungeons with ease, but they are also freely raiding dungeons inside the Black Dragon Guild's territory. Even when the Black Dragons try to stop them, the raids happen too fast. The squad clears everything before anyone can react. Backed by their priority passes, the Black Dragon Guild is left completely powerless against them. Their guild funds are on the verge of running completely dry. The president chuckles, but his assistant suddenly bursts through the door, frantically announcing that a drag dungeon has spawned, plunging the president into panic. Only one person in Korea can handle a draug, and that is the Soul Saint, but she is currently unreachable. Waiting any longer will cause disaster, so the president thinks of a solution. He decides to use a massive bounty to hire Kim Se-jun's team. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is highly annoyed because his lazy teammates ran away. Left completely alone, he checks his bank account of over 2 billion won and reluctantly purchases a quarterly free pass. Watching his hard-earned 2 billion won vanish in a flash is painful. Doing this every 3 months feels like an absolute nightmare. The only reason he buys this pass is for his enlightenment progress. But does this mean his enlightenment won't actually go up? Maybe buying individual lessons would be a better option. But whatever, who knows what will happen to his own causality in the end. There are just too many classes he wants to take. To make matters worse, he must also keep buying and chugging expensive elixirs. On top of that, the Dark Saint still owes him 13 billion won, and he has not heard a single word from the man. He wonders if there is a way to boost his enlightenment and secure tens of billions of won all at once. Muttering as he walks, Kim Se-jun suddenly stops in his tracks as the association president approaches, stating he has some very important business to discuss. The president explains they have just received reports of a drug dungeon appearing in South Korea. With deep respect, he makes an offer. He pleads for Hunter Kim Se-jun to help clear the drug dungeon, promising they will provide massive financial support in return. Kim Se-jun is about to decline, but he hesitates. He remembers that the last time he cleared a drug dungeon, his enlightenment progress skyrocketed incredibly fast. Plus, a staggering financial reward of 30 billion won is on the table, making his heart race with excitement. He accidentally crushes the soda can in his hand. Over the past few decades, only 8 drug dungeons have ever spawned in Korea. Counting this latest one, it makes 9. This could be his ultimate ticket to hitting the absolute jackpot and securing his future. Is this a golden opportunity to rapidly boost his path to enlightenment? If he agrees to enter this rare Dejiao dungeon, not only is it free to enter, but he will also get 30 billion won. On the outside, Kim Se-jun tries to look cool and casual. Inside, he is so thrilled he wants to burst out laughing. This weird look on Kim Se-jun makes the chairman think he is unhappy with the deal. Thinks the offer is too low. Dejiao monsters are invisible specters. If this dungeon breaks, the consequences will be absolutely devastating. Desperate for a solution, the chairman goes all in, promising Kim Se-jun an S-Class Hunter certification if he successfully clears this dungeon. This would elevate the Dream Team to an S-Class guild, instantly unlocking massive promotion benefits according to official regulations. They would even get major tax breaks on all future profits. The more Kim Se-jun hears, the happier he gets. His grin stretches from ear to ear. Honestly, he would have begged them to let him inside this place anyway. Yet they are paying him 30 billion won and promoting him to S-Class. On top of that, his guild gets massive benefits. He is absolutely doing this. His inner voice is screaming with pure excitement, making his entire body shake. He shivers from holding back his laughter. The chairman mentions he only reached out because they could not contact the Mind Saint. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity, Kim Se-jun immediately agrees, promising to handle the situation as fast as possible. The chairman actually tears up in gratitude, bowing deeply to thank him, completely unaware that Kim Se-jun is just holding back sheer joy. To the chairman, this young talent is easily S-Class, maybe even surpassing normal heroes with his willingness to sacrifice himself. Kim Se-jun is the definition of a true hunter, a genuine hero. The chairman looks at him with shining, affectionate eyes. Meanwhile, our main guy is so thrilled he is practically paralyzed, unable to even utter a single coherent sentence. He breaks the news to his team about solo raiding the dangerous dungeon, fully expecting them to be incredibly worried. Instead, they are absolutely thrilled because they finally get a nice vacation. If they worry about anyone, it is the poor monsters. Talk about a highly supportive team. Their boss is heading into a deadly dungeon, and they are practically throwing a party. Kim Se-jun tries to laugh it off, but his heart is crying. Park Seo-ah steps up to help prepare his gear. But Kim Se-jun wants to head out immediately before the Mind Saint returns. Meanwhile, news of the Dejiao dungeon is spreading fast. Rumors spread that Kim Se-jun, not the legendary Mind Saint, will be the one soloing this terrifying gate. Everyone is eagerly anticipating his performance, but while the chairman is reviewing papers, some shocking news suddenly arrives. The Mind Saint has finally made contact. She says she is close by and heading to clear the dungeon immediately. Kim Se-jun just steps inside when a mysterious figure glowing with an eerie blue light stands directly in his path. The ruined dungeon is filled with suffocating death energy, yet this glowing woman seems completely unaffected by the gloom. He senses an intense aura of death all around the area, but not a single drop of it touches her. Could she be the legendary Mind Saint? Sensing his presence, she turns around and tells him to leave immediately. Kim Se-jun is completely stunned. He never expected to run into one of the top 5 great heroes right here. The Great Flood hero herself, the legendary Mind Saint. But wait, a sudden realization hits him like a truck. He yells out, asking if she is planning to collapse this dungeon. Why wouldn't she? The hero calmly responds to him. Realizing his massive payday is about to vanish, Se-jun panics and begs her to leave the dungeon to him. But she refuses, claiming she must eliminate the Deja specters. Before they escape, these monsters cannot be unleashed. As the two of them bicker back and forth, a chilling otherworldly sound suddenly echoes from deep within the shadows. The Mind Saint tells him to hide behind her as she raises her lantern, illuminating a terrifying and aggressive specter. She orders him to run while she handles the beast, but Se-jun has absolutely no intention of leaving. Instead, Se-jun excitedly embraces the chilling aura and charges straight toward the monster to boost his enlightenment. He is practically begging the monster to hit him with everything and is totally high on the rush of power. The monster itself seems completely stunned by his bizarre behavior, but then it lunges forward to possess his mind. Seeing this, the Mind Saint panics, fearing the young boy is about to have his soul completely devoured. His mental shield might be strong, but this specter bypasses standard defenses to attack a person's consciousness directly. If this goes on, she fears the young hunter's mind will completely collapse under the sheer mental pressure. But contrary to her extreme panic, Se-jun is actually having the absolute best time of his entire life. His enlightenment progress is skyrocketing, and his weird ecstatic expression leaves the Mind Saint completely weirded out. What is wrong with this guy? Is he crazy? Meanwhile, a wave of pure, refreshing satisfaction washes over him. After getting lost inside Se-jun's deep mental world, the wild drow was actually enlightened by the boy's inner mind, Buddha. Emerging from Se-jun's body, the monster has somehow transformed into a devoted Buddhist disciple on his way to nirvana. Its aura completely withered away. Wait, let's look at the stats. Before entering this dungeon, his progress was at 33.8%. Now it's skyrocketed to 38.1%, a solid 4.3% jump. With 10 more drows, he might hit 43%. His enlightenment process could easily reach 80% soon. Se-jun is literally shaking with joy, wiggling around in pure happiness. This ridiculous sight gives the Mind Sage a massive headache. Clearing his throat, Se-jun politely tells her to head back home. Normally, erasing a drow requires an immense amount of spiritual energy, yet this kid just let the monster peacefully ascend. Even back during the Great Flood era, the Mind Sage had never witnessed anything like this. She tries to read his mind, but she gets absolutely nothing in return. She cannot read him at all, which points to only one shocking possibility. This kid's soul realm must be equal to hers or maybe even higher. Is he really capable of pulling this off? Other heroes aside, could his spiritual energy truly match her own level? She falls into deep, silent thought. She explains she still needs to check something, so she cannot leave yet. Truth is, she does not know the exact details. The Dark Sage only gave her vague hints. She wonders if his warnings have anything to do with the Order of Truth. Or maybe the Berserkers. The Dark Sage strongly suspected that the mysterious Order of Truth actually created this drow dungeon. Se-jun asks about it curiously, surprising the Mind Sage with how much he already knows. While she cannot confirm his theory right now, she still needs to investigate. After all, she is the only one who can enter. Even the Dark Sage was completely locked out of this place. Where on earth did that old man run off to anyway? Wait, is this the perfect chance to collect his debt from the Dark Sage? Se-jun flashes a highly devious smile. Scheming quietly, he offers to help her. Deep inside, a group of wild drows is waiting for them. These beasts are highly dangerous and can shatter your mind, but they are also the ultimate fuel for his enlightenment process. He can now watch his power scale up exponentially. Today is shaping up to be a massive jackpot for Se-jun. But while the drows are doomed, things are getting ugly elsewhere. A legion of Dark Apostles has just surrounded the Dark Sage's hideout. Sent by the Lord of Judgment, they are here to capture him for causing too much trouble and seeking out the Mind Sage. They mock him for sticking his nose where it does not belong, investigating the mysterious drow dungeon that suddenly appeared in Korea. The lead assassin demands to know who he was really looking for, leaving the old sage completely caught off guard. He realizes their true target was someone else entirely. Before he can even react, they lunge forward. They choke him tightly, drawing blood. He struggles to ask why they are trying so hard to eliminate the old heroes. The lead assassin calmly replies that there is no special reason. They are simply carrying out their god's orders. Hearing this, the Dark Sage scoffed, realizing their god must be completely insane. The assassin only tightens his grip in response. He squeezes harder, promising to finally end the old sage's life once this endless war is over. No matter how hard you struggle, you cannot stop us, he sneers. But the Dark Sage suddenly chuckles. He remarks mockingly that their enemies are completely blind to the kid. Taking advantage of the distraction, he breaks free. The lead assassin unleashes a wave of deadly energy to pin him down, but the old man has already vanished. No wonder they could never pinpoint his location. His stealth technique has reached a whole new master level, but they do not care. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot save the Mind Sage from her doomed fate. Today is the day she dies. Meanwhile, the Dark Sage is gritting his teeth, running as fast as he can. Back in the dungeon, Kim Se-jun notices his enlightenment progress has suddenly come to a grinding halt. The halt leaves him quite confused. As he stands there looking depressed, the Mind Sage approaches with her lamp. He awkwardly admits he has not found anything yet. Still, it is strange that they have not run into any real trouble. He wonders if this dungeon is actually completely safe since neither of them can sense anything out of the ordinary. Since both of them feel absolutely nothing unusual, he suggests they should probably start thinking outside the box like a hidden anomaly. He asks if there could be some form of distortion. The Mind Sage replies that she already considered that possibility. Yet she found no signs of typical distortion. She asks if he has ever encountered different types of dungeon anomalies before. He explains that he was once trapped inside a dungeon tied to the Church of Justice, much like the Dharma Sage himself. Back then, there was a completely different type of distortion, almost like a mutation. Hearing this, the Mind Sage falls silent. Finding Kim Se-jun's words reasonable, she decided to check it herself. A wave of energy began to spread from the Mind Saint's body, enveloping everything in a brilliant shimmering glow. It seemed as though Kim Se-jun could see the most sacred and noble spirit of all. Suddenly, the sacred spirit floated right up. It began nuzzling against Kim Se-jun with an incredibly cute expression. As the holiest entity among all spirits, the sacred spirit would completely ignore anyone who lacked a righteous and upright soul. In fact, it barely even showed any reaction when meeting the legendary heroes of the historic Great Flood. How on earth was it acting this friendly towards such a crazy bastard? The Mind Saint wondered in absolute disbelief. Suddenly, pure malice erupted. Both Kim Se-jun and the Mind Saint immediately snapped into a high-alert defensive stance. What was this energy? It was on a completely different level compared to those low-rank undead fiends. He had felt nothing moments ago. So why now? Was this thing targeting the sacred spirit? Kim Se-jun anxiously wondered. He watched the massive spirit tremble in terror. The threat was colossal enough to strike deep fear into anyone. Even during the devastating Great Flood, she had never felt malice of this intensity. Well, maybe once before. She had faced the terrifying berserker giant beast. Sweating profusely, she urgently told Kim Se-jun to get back. Although Kim Se-jun had no idea what it was, he knew it surpassed those undead fiends, meaning massive experience points. Just thinking about it got him hyped. Determined not to waste this golden opportunity, he immediately charged straight ahead. He left the Mind Saint screaming herself hoarse in the background. Yet, as he flew forward, something felt off. Why was this creature focusing on the sacred spirit instead of the Mind Saint herself? Well, he quickly ignored that detail. He just had to defeat it before it reached the spirit. Plus, his enlightenment progress would skyrocket too. Moments later, Kim Se-jun tracked the dark energy to a monstrous creature perched arrogantly on top of a nearby rooftop. A legendary existence, a true challenger of the gods who dwelt in the highest six heavens of the six realms. It was David, the mighty ruler of the demon heaven, who suddenly swooped down and flashed a disgusting smile. He scoffed at the beast. Is that all? My progress bar is barely budging, so keep your filthy face away. While casually body-shaming the monster for being so hideous, Kim Se-jun raised his hand to deliver some direct physical education. He delivered a heavy slap that sent the creature crashing hard to the ground, leaving its mind completely filled with confusion. Infuriated by the unprovoked slap, the beast roared. It tried to strike back, but the counterattack failed miserably. Backed into a corner, the monster unleashed its ultimate dark fury, filling the entire sky with a thick, suffocating demonic energy. The massive magical pressure deeply alarmed the Mind Saint. But honestly, Kim Se-jun was not the one needing help. No, the monster was the one in real trouble, as Kim Se-jun unleashed his absolutely ridiculous godlike power. He completely suppressed the dark aura cornering the beast. Using his swift cloud step, he stayed right on its tail. He then blasted the creature with fire magic hotter than free fire, giving it a brutal beating it would remember forever. Seeing the Mind Saint arrive, Kim Se-jun told her to stand back. A rookie A-rank hunter was protecting her. It left her with a rather strange, indescribable feeling. Meanwhile, the undefeated monster launched a sudden mental attack. A booming voice sounding like Buddha echoed inside his head, asking why he did not just end his own life. Seriously, Kim Se-jun was handsome, not stupid. Did it really think cheap mind control tricks would work on him? Summoning its remaining strength, the desperate beast kept forcing the same dark question into his head, commanding him to end himself. It was useless. He just stood there looking completely blank, wondering why the monster asked such a stupid question. Exhausted from being utterly ignored and toyed with, the monster quickly shifted its target toward the nearby Mind Saint. Seeing her daze, the creature laughed wickedly. But before Kim Se-jun could strike it, vanished into thin air. Frantic about the Mind Saint's state, Kim Se-jun suddenly realized the sacred spirit was missing and dashed back immediately. He raced back in a panic. He knew the demons had been targeting the sacred spirit from the start. If the evil entity managed to briefly breach the Mind Saint's thoughts to locate the spirit, things would end terribly. He raced back with anxious thoughts, but he arrived too late. The dark energy had already corrupted the spirit. The spirit glowed a terrifying crimson red. Its single piercing shriek instantly sent the mind saint crashing down. She clutched her head in sheer agony. He had been wondering why the dark fiend targeted the sacred spirit, but now the truth finally hit him. The enemy's ultimate target had actually been the mind saint from the very start. Since the sacred spirit shared a profound mental link with her attacking, it was the devil's real plan all along. Did he directly invade the mind saint's mind using the Holy Spirit? Kim Se-jun thought in terror as he tried to support her, supporting the mind saint's heavily damaged body. Dark energy billowed out, making her scream in relentless pain. If this continues, it will seriously threaten the mind saint's life. The purification process did not matter anymore. Kim Se-jun knew. Kim Se-jun told himself he absolutely had to defeat that demon as quickly as possible. But how could he attack it without harming the Holy Spirit? Since both were linked together, was that even possible? There was no more time for Kim Se-jun to hesitate. Taking a massive gamble, he raised his staff and charged forward to face the demon one-on-one. Just when the demon's raging flames trapped Kim Se-jun in an inescapable circle, the mind saint, under its dark control, suddenly stood up. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly as she unleashed a joint attack, hitting Kim Se-jun with relentless force. Suffocating under the pressure, Kim Se-jun struggled to find an escape, but the deadly chaos blocked every single path. To defeat the monster, he had to defeat the mind saint first. But honestly, was that even possible? Her body was overflowing with resentful energy. He knew she was a legendary hero from the Cataclysm, meaning even if he gave it his absolute all, victory was not guaranteed. More importantly, would she survive even if he won? And what about the remaining evil spirits? Endless questions weighed heavily on Kim Se-jun. No matter what choice he made, someone had to be sacrificed. There was simply no other way. Scrambling to his feet, Kim Se-jun ran toward her and shouted, asking why a world savior like her was brainwashed so easily. She softly replied that she had long dreamed of saving the world, a place where no one would ever be hurt or unhappy. But what had the world become? The endless days during the Cataclysm were pure hell. It was a time when the disaster was seen as the absolute end of the world. Humanity went mad from destruction, laws crumbled, and basic human morality was completely shredded. She had struggled desperately to change this broken world on her own, yet in the very end absolutely nothing changed. Even during the Cataclysm, she was glad to survive, but now simply existing brought nothing but painful agony. We are living in a world where there is barely any difference between humans and monsters. This was the world she had created, which was exactly why she wanted to rebuild it all over again. Yet her own comrades stopped her, warning that if she forced to change the way they once did, nothing would ever resolve. Her allies, like so many others, had chosen to look away despite witnessing human suffering firsthand. As the mind saint's true voice finally returned, she wept while speaking. Back then, she had ultimately chosen to run away, heading to an isolated place to use spiritual training as an excuse to calm her mind. Yet the more she trained, the more she heard the intense rage of the world. She heard the weeping of those suffering in the very world she had helped build, the ones she had failed to save. Blinded by self-loathing, she wanted to grant everyone ultimate equality through death. Her tragic fall was not just caused by the evil spirit's malice, they had simply planted the initial seeds of doubt. Kim Se-jun finally understood why the Buddha had asked him that question. Gripping his staff tightly in his hand, he swung a powerful strike loaded with divine energy toward her. Why did you only look at those people? He suddenly asked the mind saint. You said yourself that the world is not a good place. The pain of silence has caused so many to perish. But this world does not just have the powerful tyrants you oppose, it also holds the weak who desperately need help. Everyone carries a heavy burden while trying to survive. Living another day is incredibly exhausting, and I am tired of my own life too. I have no energy left to share the pain of others. They say that when pushed to their absolute limits, people reveal their true nature. But judging others like that is not fair, it is just pure arrogance. Those people are simply far too exhausted to continue enduring the constant stream of hurtful words and cruel actions thrown at them by everyone else. They cannot even say they made it through the day without experiencing the crushing hardships they were forced to carry. Kim Se-jun delivered his heartfelt speech, knowing that although the mind saint was a hero of the Cataclysm, she was still just human. She could not spend her entire life grieving the dead. Did she really think she could shoulder this burden until all sorrow vanished from the world? Even if she could, would she not end up as the one suffering the most? His words struck a deep chord, leaving the mind saint lost in silent contemplation. Everyone lives for today. Tomorrow must be better than today, and the days after better than the ones before. Only by doing so can we truly survive. We live in fear because we never know when our final day will. Every day is a struggle just to survive, clawing through the mud to make it to tomorrow, even if that life feels incredibly Ordinary people still find their own little slice of joy. Tiny moments of pure happiness like hanging out with friends, grabbing a great meal, laughing together, hitting up a karaoke room, or just quietly watching the sunset with someone they love. At the end of a long, exhausting day, there is just this tiny spark of hope to keep going. That is the simple peace that she fought to protect. Humanity can finally go back to normal life after she ends the catastrophic Great Deluge. But what if she turned this hopeless world where survival was the only goal into a peaceful place where they could just live normally? What if she only focuses on the corrupt few and suffers? As Kim Se-jun speaks, the soul saint stands dazed, shedding tears of blood in silence. Suddenly, the inner demon screams, unleashing a violent storm of dark energy. The evil miasma closes in trying to swallow Kim Se-jun's pure energy. But as his dazzling light pierces her eyes, his powerful words echo in her mind, slowly pulling the soul saint back to her senses. Kim Se-jun unleashes his massive relic, unleashing a brilliant light that weakens the vile demon inside her, beating it down step by step. As the radiant light scatters in all directions, the soul saint fully regains her consciousness. The vile demon is completely wiped out by Kim Se-jun. The great soul saint even shrinks back into her adorable tiny chibi form. He was worried she might fade away alongside the defeated demon. But as it turns out, the Buddha's skill, the immovable mind, specifically targeted and destroyed only the corrupt demonic soul. Now, he can finally use it. The immovable mind is fully his to command. Even better, his dantians have expanded significantly. Kim Se-jun grins, absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, the soul saint stares at him, realizing his raw power already rivals the legendary heroes of old. But a dark thought crosses her mind. If this young man ever goes down the wrong path, who could possibly stop him? Who would protect the world if he turned his blade against humanity? She worries, praying he will always keep his pure heart. She tells him she hopes he stays true to himself, admitting that even though this chaotic world seems deeply unfair, it is simply reality. Some things are just unavoidable, she sighs. Kim Se-jun shrugs, admitting he does not fully get her meaning, but insists things are not hopeless. To him, humanity is actually learning to look out for one another, and the world is slowly but surely becoming a better place. He envisions a society where the weak are protected and treated with dignity. If those values are nothing but hypocrisy, as she claims, then why is it any different from the ancient era of Hong Gil-dong? Back then, people could never escape their low-class status. A person was forced to become a thief just to survive. But Kim Se-jun refuses to believe humanity is doomed to repeat that. If the world is truly that broken, he will do whatever it takes to change it. Hearing his resolve, her eyes well with tears. She bursts into a warm, relieved laugh. Perhaps she spent too long trapped in her own grief, letting her past weaknesses consume her. She wonders if that spark is the true reason he keeps fighting. It is a profound question, not just for him but for everyone. Though he does not have a perfect answer right now, he knows his path of enlightenment will eventually lead him to the truth. He will find his purpose. Meanwhile, news of the demon's total annihilation reaches Kalia, leaving her completely frozen in utter disbelief. Demons do not just die. Even if their physical vessels are shattered, their corrupt souls are supposed to be completely immortal. Only one legendary figure in this world holds the power to truly erase a demon. But there is no way he is here, so who could have done it? She goes pale and a single name flashes through her mind, Kim Se-jun. Meanwhile, her boss is absolutely furious. He reprimands Kalia for failing to investigate Kim Se-jun sooner, knowing they share a past connection. He demands to know she is still using local Korean guilds to spy on him. The cloaked figure commands her to act quickly to force destiny back onto its proper track. After leaving the dungeon, the soul saint finds herself completely lost with nowhere to go. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Se-jun steps in. He happily invites her to stay at his guild headquarters until she figures things out secretly, plotting his next move. He wants her to testify about the Dark Saint incident. Feeling a bit guilty about staying for free, she offers to teach him mental techniques. He says no. Instantly. His blunt refusal leaves the legendary saint completely embarrassed, wishing she could just crawl into a hole and hide. She can hardly believe she was just rejected. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to learn her sacred mental arts, and he just brushed it off. Even S-class hunters would beg for a chance to become a spiritualist. She silently sulks, wondering if she is simply out of his league. She cries a river of silent tears. Meanwhile, though Kim Se-jun plays it cool on the outside, his inner thoughts are totally different. He is silently chanting about the 10 billion won reward. In truth, he is only interested in her cold, hard cash. When she happily agrees to the financial compensation, he is absolutely thrilled but keeps his cool. He wastes no time escorting her. He leads her to the guild headquarters, his mind buzzing with endless strategies. When the guild members see him bringing her back, they seriously wonder if their leader has developed some bizarre taste in companions. Their faces turn completely pale with nervous confusion. Fortunately, he does not order them to raid, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, she learns. Besides the Sword Saint's granddaughter, the disciples of both the Dark Saint and the Magic Saint were gathered at the association, making things incredibly tense. While the rookies were busy training, Kim Se-jun sat in his corner happily counting his cash. With this fresh pile of money, he could finally afford another training session. Each lecture cost at least 40 billion gold, so he had expected to wait a long time before continuing. But he never expected to reap so much karma this quickly. Now wanting both lessons at once, he wondered if the Mind Saint would lend him 40 billion. Would that be pushing his luck? Still, he did save her life. While debating with himself, Kim Se-jun suddenly detected an unusual presence nearby. Moving quickly, he led the Mind Saint to the alley behind the guild, where the Dark Saint suddenly materialized, catching her completely off guard. She was shocked as the Dark Saint's legendary stealth easily fooled her senses, yet Kim Se-jun had picked up on it without any trouble. As the Mind Saint flusteredly began to speak, the Dark Saint raised a hand. He wanted to know exactly what happened inside that dungeon. She blurted out that the young man saved her life and that she rushed to the dungeon the moment she got the call. Before she finished, Kim Se-jun stepped in, raising his hand to take over the storytelling. He then launched into a rapid, dramatic recount of the entire event, detailing everything that occurred to the Dark Saint. Of course, he exaggerated most of it, making the Mind Saint feel like fainting on the spot. So 10 billion gold is the price to keep quiet about the Justice Church targeting her. Kim Se-jun smoothly threw out his casual demand. Faced with his relentless pressure, the Dark Saint had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, the Mind Saint was left completely stunned by the realization that she was a target of the Justice Church. The Dark Saint confirmed that they were indeed the ones who ambushed her in the dungeon. More than just eliminating her, it seemed the cult was systematically hunting down every surviving hero of the legendary Great Deluge era. The exact reason remained hidden, but the Dark Saint revealed he had also been threatened, cornered directly by the Apostle of Moderation. Hearing that sent shivers straight down their spines, and honestly, things are getting way more dangerous than they expected. Deploying actual apostles to hunt heroes was a major escalation. Kim Se-jun wondered if their violent quest was connected to Berserk's fate. While it was only a theory, Kim Se-jun asked them to look back at what the Dark Saint had shared during their previous talk. He reminded them that Berserk only vanished rather than dying, a feat accomplished by the Great Sound and the 7 apostles together. When asked about the monster's strength back then, the Dark Saint shook his head, calling it an undefeated beast of pure destruction. Even if every hero on Earth joined forces, victory was never guaranteed. Kim Se-jun agreed, noting that nobody knew when the end would arrive, or if Berserk would die before the apocalypse. Yet the Justice Church seemed to possess that knowledge, hinting at a decisive factor. If they could peer into the future, even if imperfectly, it would completely change the dynamics of this entire war. Their network of spies might just be a small part of their setup. They likely already saw a future where Berserk was defeated, though the heroes suffered heavy losses too, prompting their current moves. They knew the monster had not yet resurfaced in their time. In other words, could the Great Sound and the 7 apostles have intentionally caused Berserk's disappearance? His theory was absolutely chilling. The implications sent shivers down the Dark Saint's spine. The Mind Saint questioned what the church stood to gain from such a scheme, and how it connected to murdering the heroes. Since only those heroes could stop Berserk, their motive became terribly clear. Instead of releasing the monster immediately, they were buying time to eliminate its potential counters. Once nobody remains to fight, releasing Berserk would instantly bring about the end of the world. Kim Se-jun's terrifying deduction left both saints utterly pale. Even if his words held truth, the Mind Saint argued that the church had no reason to rush, needing only to prolong the seal. After all, given enough time, the heroes would naturally die of old age. Kim Se-jun agreed, but pointed out a flaw in that assumption. He guessed that even the powerful Justice Church could not hold Berserk forever. Simply put, they were running out of time. The sudden outbreaks of spatial distortions pointed directly to this, likely caused by Berserk's ancient seal finally starting to fail. He laid out 3 distinct possibilities. First, the weakening seal leaked Berserk's dark energy, directly triggering these anomalies. Second, the Justice Church might have found a way to siphon and utilize Berserk's power. Third, it could be both. While he was not entirely certain, his deductions were based on the core assumption that the church wanted total destruction, yet their past actions did not entirely align with absolute evil. If they truly desired ruin during the Great Deluge era, they could have simply stood by rather than sacrificing themselves to save humanity alongside the heroes. Too many pieces still did not fit. With so little real information, drawing final conclusions was impossible. Kim Se-jun wrapped up his rapid analysis, leaving both saints pondering. Although his theories sounded completely wild, a heavy sense of dread had been successfully planted in their minds. If he was right and Berserk was unleashed once more, would humanity have any hope of surviving this apocalyptic threat? The Dark Saint had spent his life tracking Berserk, but hearing Kim Se-jun's insight forced him to shift his attention immediately. He decided to investigate the Justice Church first, planning to journey abroad to track down the Apostle of Moderation for real answers. If they find out he is still alive, it will be hard to act in Korea. They must discover what the Church of Justice is doing. Are they targeting heroes in Korea or worldwide? The Mind Saint is totally lost, unsure of what she should do. She has lived in isolation for far too long. Hopefully, Kim Se-jun can help her adapt, even without knowing their goal. It is clear they want all heroes dead. He knows why she hid, and her return is a good thing. It explains why the Sword Saint was never targeted. He warns Kim Se-jun to stay alert too. The Church of Justice is watching him even if quietly. They view him as a dangerous wild card. But now he is a direct threat. He will return once he gathers more clues. The Dark Saint sweeps his cloak, ready to make a quick exit, but Kim Se-jun stops him. He remembers his 13 billion div and rushes to block him, absolutely startling the old saint. Meanwhile, the president awards Kim Se-jun an S-class license and 30 billion won, causing outrage among the delegates. They launch a massive verbal attack. Even ordinary citizens join the criticism, but the reason is obvious. So this is your play, Ju In-tae, the president thinks in frustration. He ignores their outrage. He remains incredibly cool and rich, basically telling them to stay mad because he is doing it anyway. The entire room falls dead silent. Everyone wonders if they misheard when he asks another question. Would they stop him if he gave the Sword Saint an S-class license? They scoff at the idea. They argue he deserves much more. But why the Sword Saint has never officially cleared a single gate? He lacks the achievements they demand from Kim Se-jun, yet they do not protest his status. That is because everyone recognizes his legendary skills and sacrifice. Kim Se-jun deserves the same. Hero-level hunters must be treated right. If they call that favoritism, he has nothing to say. He confronts them about wasting tax money, asking how they expect him to spend it. He asserts every penny is used to protect citizens, which is exactly why they pay taxes. What if the disaster dungeon broke open? The damage alone would reach hundreds of billions, not to mention massive human casualties. Can any of them handle a disaster like that? Investing 30 billion won for public safety is the right call. So what is the issue? Is anything truly unfair? Their own salaries are much higher than normal civil servants. Does their definition of fairness only apply to themselves and never to Kim Se-jun? The president silences the crowd, but they stubbornly insist it is too early for an S-class promotion. It is not like they do not know his skills. They know they are being unreasonable. But their motives are clear. It all boils down to Ju In-tae's political influence and bribes. The president knows exactly what is going on, but he ignores them and pushes the promotion. They can scream all they want. Without their approval, he officially promotes Kim Se-jun to S-class. Stepping out with their angry yells, fading behind him, the president is surprised to find Kalia waiting. Meanwhile, a high-ranking official named Park Yu-min from the Dungeon Bureau pays a visit to Kim Se-jun. He explains he has an urgent message to deliver, and Kim Se-jun listens closely. Hearing that the president cannot make it, Kim Se-jun panics about his 30 billion won. His terrifying aura flares up instantly, petrifying Yu-min, who quickly stammers that the funds are approved. He promises the payout is coming soon, causing Kim Se-jun to instantly beam with pure joy. This comical mood swing leaves Yu-min utterly speechless, but he proceeds to explain the situation. Even with heavy backlash, the president is holding his ground, so everything will be fine. Since this is unprecedented, the president is busy dealing with the fallout, so Yu-min came instead. That is a massive relief. As long as his 30 billion won remains untouched, he is happy. Yu-min breaks into a sweat, realizing Kim Se-jun only cares about the cash, not the S-class license. Any normal person would pick the S-class status, which guarantees a spot among the global elite. It brings prestige and fame that money cannot buy. Yet Kim Se-jun shows absolutely zero interest. Yu-min is utterly baffled as to why this guy does not look greedy at all unless he is crazy. Sure, he's driven by cash, but to him money is just a tool, not the ultimate goal. When it comes to what really matters, he doesn't even spare a glance. He's nothing like the heroes of the Cataclysm, yet somehow he's exactly like them. Yu-min anxiously mused, recalling the time when he questioned the president about issuing an S-tier license to Kim Se-jun. Yu-min knew Kim Se-jun had the makings of a true hero, but he also feared that the association president's own position might end up highly unstable. But the president quickly put Yu-min's worries to rest, explaining that if elite hunters only chase personal gain, they simply have no choice but to accept it. Korea's elite hunter circle has gone completely rotten, dominated for decades by a massive cartel known as the Five Great Guilds. That corruption has spread from the elite hunters deep into Korean society itself. The president tried fixing it, but failed. All they could do was desperately hold on to the status quo, forcing themselves to believe a single person couldn't stop the tide. Yet for some strange reason, the president believed that a hunter like Kim Se-jun could do the impossible. A man capable of planting seeds of hope in minds consumed by doubt and cynicism. Isn't that what a true S-tier hunter is? Yu-min finally understood those words. Stepping forward, Yu-min suddenly announced that he wanted to thank Kim Se-jun on behalf of the nation. showing deep respect and leaving Kim Se-jun blushing in embarrassment. A true S-tier hunter, maybe there really is some hope left. Yumin thought with a warm, quiet smile. But the next day, the shocking news of the Delve dungeon raid broke, sending shockwaves throughout Korean society. Headlines exploded with reports of Kim Se-jun conquering the dungeon alongside massive updates on the Dream Guild and his brand new S-tier hunter license. One paper even went so far as to predict the birth of a legendary new hero. Kim Se-jun's rapid rise completely dominated every online forum and even took over the morning news broadcast. At that exact moment, a massive online war erupted over rumors involving the Black Dragon Guild. Of course, the man himself couldn't care less right now, having just watched 30 billion won slide into his bank account. Let's see, the two skill classes he wants cost 40 billion each. And since he absorbed all the elixir, another bottle will cost 15 billion won. That brings the total up to 95 billion won, meaning he still needs 53 billion won. Kim Se-jun abruptly stops his math and screams in pure agony. No matter how much cash he pulls in, it's never enough. Honestly, the grind in this world is just brutally exhausting. While he sits there, wallowing, the association president suddenly materializes behind him with news that Kaya wants help. She wanted his aid. But then the president abruptly asks Kim Se-jun if he's heard about the recent disaster in Europe. Handing over his phone, he shows Kim Se-jun the footage from Italy, completely devastated and overrun by a ruthless wave of monsters. Kim Se-jun is absolutely furious, knowing that artificial awakening technology should have prevented any hunter shortage in Italy. But apparently mutated dungeons have been spiking across Europe. The Italian government tried deploying their top professionals but failed miserably. As the president sighs over the lack of manpower, the Mind Saint suddenly steps forward from the shadows behind them. He asks why they don't just call Andrea to handle it. Shockingly, the president reveals Andrea recently died in a dungeon accident. The details are still hazy, but it mutated mid-raid. Now all of Europe faces the exact same nightmare. Countless heroes of the Cataclysm are fighting solo, but with the situation turning this deadly, the European Union had to beg for backup. Specifically, they called upon the Church of Justice. The president explains that Lady Kaya personally requested his intervention to save Italy. But for Italy, that mutated dungeon is only half the crisis. Andrea's death left a massive, dangerous power vacuum. You see, Andrea wasn't just a Cataclysm hero, he was also the supreme godfather of the Sicilian Mafia. He was the first man to unite those fractured syndicates into a global empire. Honestly, the guy was a complete lunatic. Most people thought he was just talking complete nonsense, but in the end, he actually pulled it off. Sure, some rival mobsters protested, but nobody could stand against a literal Cataclysm hero. But now those chains of control are shattered. With the syndicates running wild, Italy is descending into absolute chaos. The president adds that the Italian government secretly begged for help, but the church turned them down, claiming prior issues. Hearing this, the Mind Saint grows visibly and deeply irritated. He demands to know why they're asking a kid to handle something that broke even a Cataclysm hero. The president clarifies that he already refused but simply promised Lady Kaya he would pass the message along. He tells Kim Se-jun that he shouldn't risk his life in a hostile foreign land. Still, the young hunter hesitates, pondering the offer before finally making a decision. Later, Kaya reports the shocking news to her superiors. Kim Se-jun accepted. Naturally, it is all about his obsession with cash, demanding a whopping 100 billion won in return. Though crying over the massive bill, they ultimately agree to his demands, completely unaware of the mutated beast that once swallowed squads whole. Andrea is still in Italy. If he wants to go there himself, why should we stop him, he mutters. Kalia remains hesitant and completely unsure of what to do, looking utterly lost, especially since Kim Park Se-la demanded a down payment first. Talk about a massive headache. Kim Park Se-la immediately shares this update. He informs the entire team about their upcoming trip to Italy. He figured they would be terrified, but instead everyone gets incredibly hyped to go abroad. The Dream Team's trip to Italy is officially locked in. Over 100 billion won has been spent, with Kim Park Se-la taking 60 billion. The others receive 10 billion won each. There are still 2 weeks before they head out, yet everyone is training so intensely. This massive preparation makes it impossible for the Mind Saint to enjoy her tea in peace. The disciples of the Sword, Saint Dark Saint, and Mage Saint are all here. Each one of these young prodigies possesses immeasurable talent, yet they have all gathered together under the radiant light of a single person. Well, except for that one child who feels a bit out of place. The Mind Saint silently observes everyone before shifting her gaze over to Hyun. Peering through her spiritual eyes, she sees that Hyun's soul is completely pitch black, a sign of an incredibly hollow and fragile ego. Usually a person's soul shines with different colors depending on their emotions. Under normal circumstances, a purely black soul like hers should have slowly decayed and collapsed over time. However, that destructive process inside her soul has somehow ground to a halt. Perhaps Kim Park Seola shattered the tiny suffocating world she once knew, pulling her out into a new life filled with genuine hope. She is just a child who constantly doubts herself, desperately wanting to change but remaining completely alone because she has no direction. The Mind Saint stares intensely at Hyun, causing the young girl to blush in pure embarrassment. The elderly woman then softly tells her to follow. Seeing Hyun hesitate, the master gives her a massive, painful flick right on the forehead. And before she can recover, another sharp flick lands, sending her crying out in pain. With only 2 weeks left before the trip, she needs to fix their biggest troublemaker first. From now on, she barks. The only acceptable answer is yes, do you understand? The Mind Saint suddenly roars like a fierce tiger. Switching into absolute drill sergeant mode, she drags Hyun into brutal training. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team's departure breaks, spreading rapidly all across South Korea. Leaving behind everyone's worries and expectations, the entire team departs for Italy in extremely high spirits. But right at the airport, several shady, dangerous-looking figures immediately lock their eyes on Kim Park Seola's group. Just at that moment, Elena, a member of the Italian Hunter Association and their Asian manager, steps forward to warmly welcome the arriving Dream Team. 1A rank and 4B rank hunters. Since the Church of Justice sent them, she honestly expected at least an S-rank powerhouse. Elena feels a tiny bit disappointed. Just then, those local thugs walk right up, pointing their fingers directly at Kim Park Seola. They laugh, spewing out foreign insults that Kim Park Seola does not understand at all. Breaking a sweat, Elena tells them to ignore it. Suddenly, Kim Park Seola is quite surprised to see Hyun successfully establish a telepathic connection, a technique directly learned from the Mind Saint, showing she really does have incredible talent. Meanwhile, the thugs keep staring at Kim Park Seola, whispering and laughing amongst themselves, mocking that this weak squad probably came here just for sightseeing and they would surely wet their pants if they knew what Italy is like. They claim even if they do nothing, these weaklings will die soon anyway, which is such a waste for the pretty girls. Little do they know, Kim Park Seola heard absolutely every single word, his face flushed red with pure rage. He simply cannot take it anymore. He steps forward aggressively. Elena pales at his sudden movement, knowing these punks are not just ordinary street thugs. They belong to a notorious mafia gang packed with powerful A-rank hunters, criminals the government has to turn a blind eye to. Stop, you are no match for them. Elena screams, desperately trying to pull him back before things get completely out of hand. Suddenly, a teammate blocks her path, smiling warmly while assuring her that everything will be completely fine. Elena stands frozen in absolute shock. Why is everyone acting so casual about this? The arrogant mobsters burst out laughing as they watch Kim Park Seola walk right up to them. How pathetic that literal trash is allowed to wander freely around this airport. Italy really has gone to ruin, Kim Park Seola calmly remarks. Infuriated by his words, the leader lunges to grab him. But Kim Park Seola is blindingly fast, instantly grabbing the thug's wrist in a split second. He slams the bastard's face hard into the solid floor before he can even react. Seeing their buddy get absolutely wrecked, the rest charge. They try to overwhelm Kim Park Seola with sheer numbers, but they are the ones getting utterly thrashed. He is far too fast for them, knocking out the entire squad in a single breath. Moving forward, Elena guides them toward Naples, explaining that those hunters were not actual mafia. Rather, they belonged to a rogue splinter group. Since the sudden passing of Lord Andrea, the mafia syndicate has split into 3 factions. The moderate Anis, the hardline Francisco, and the official successor Antonio, who is the true heir to Andrea's vast legacy. Although these factions claim to be moderate or tough, every single group besides young Antonio is nothing but a ruthless criminal organization. Even with unstable dungeons popping up everywhere, the Italian professional hunters are too busy holding back these aggressive mafia groups to clear them. She admits it is a massive favor to ask, but she desperately hopes the Dream Team can help them clear these mutated dungeons. Elena thoroughly briefs Kim Park Seola's entire group on the situation. Upon hearing his immediate agreement, Elena feels incredibly relieved. The whole squad is basking in gratitude when the vehicle suddenly slams on its brakes, sending everyone crashing to the floor. Outside, panicked crowds of people are running for their lives because the final dungeon gate has just burst open. Horrific monsters swarm out, roaring and flying wildly through the air. They are tearing up the sky. It looks like the squad will not make it to Napo after all. They will just have to fight right here. Se-jun confidently draws his blade and steps up to lead the charge. Behind him, the powerful Dream Team follows closely. Meanwhile, inside the Italian parliament, news of a dangerous mafia gang seizing control of Catanzaro is sparking a heated debate. They try to negotiate, but the gang refuses every single offer. Marcello, the president of the Italian Professional Hunter Association, states that this is the work of a ruthless faction. Led by Francisco, they threaten to slaughter 90,000 innocent citizens of Catanzaro unless the presidency is handed over within 1 week. These terrifying demands give Minister Samuel a massive headache. Meanwhile, Antonio is working closely with the top professionals to block those rebels from escaping Sicily, though things are definitely not going as smoothly as they hoped. Those scumbags never dared to move while Lord Andrea was alive. It is tragic how quickly chaos spreads once a true hero vanishes. Samuel looks pale and utterly exhausted. Just then, devastating news arrives that the dungeon in Latina has mutated, shocking everyone in the room. With only 500 C rank, 150 B rank, and 20 A rank hunters available, they feared innocent people would pay with their lives. But then Marcelo leaps to his feet in sheer shock as his secretary delivers a report that Latina suffered 0 casualties. It is all thanks to the incredible intervention of the Dream Team. And trust me, watching these guys fight is on a whole different level. Su-Rayon unleashes a massive wave of secret flame magic, engulfing the beasts in a raging inferno that turns the battlefield scorching hot. Lee Min-yul refuses to be outdone, launching her ultimate ghost-hunting secret art. With blinding speed, she unleashes a dual-blade dance, shredding the monsters as easily as carving a steak. On the other side, John invokes his first form of sky-cleaving sword style, combining it with lightning sword dance. The blade is so unbelievably sharp that every single strike lands with devastating absolute power. We also cannot ignore the elemental spirits summoned by Heian. With one massive burst, they release waves of raw natural energy, freezing the terrified monsters completely in their tracks. Thanks to the timely arrival of Kim Se-jun and his powerful team, the innocent civilians finally get a safe chance to escape. Elena watches their high-level combat skills in absolute jaw-dropping awe. The monster horde keeps pressing forward, their dark demonic energy rising up and completely blanketing the sky in thick, ominous clouds. Yet Kim Se-jun delivers one massive sweeping strike that completely wipes out the entire swarm. These are the Korean hunters who traveled all the way to Italy just to help us. An army of monsters that would normally require dozens of hunters is cleared in minutes, and they did it with only 5 people. Elena stands there, completely dazed her mind, struggling to comprehend this insane display of power. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket rings loudly. The screen flashes with the name of Marcelo, the association president. Elena quickly answers and introduces herself, but whatever the president says on the other end makes her entire face go pale. Her jaw drops, and she struggles to find her voice in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, Hyun, Lee Min-yul, and Su-rayon are casually praising each other. It is the ultimate sisterly bonding moment as they celebrate their success. Even though they were incredibly nervous before the battle started, they completely transformed into incredibly fierce, highly aggressive warriors the second the real battle actually kicked off. Kim Se-jun's squad acts exactly like those straight-A students who pull all-nighters but claim they did not study at all. It is the absolute highest level of playing dumb. John sighs heavily, wondering how on earth these kids became so insanely powerful. He glances over at Kim Se-jun, only to find the leader diligently harvesting monster carcasses, leaving him completely speechless. Talk about a thrifty provider who refuses to waste a single cent abroad. Just as he finishes harvesting, Kim Se-jun spots Elena. He calls out to her, saying she arrived at the perfect time because he is wondering how to sell these monster parts. He asks if they have full ownership rights since they defeated them. Elena confirms it but says that is not the issue. She introduces the 2 powerful figures standing right behind her as Samuel, the Italian Prime Minister, and Marcelo, the Hunter Association President. Elena introduces them rapidly, leaving Kim Se-jun blankly staring for a few seconds as he processes their massive titles. He actually wonders if they are here to force him to declare his monster loot at customs. Sensing his obvious confusion, Samuel and Marcelo quickly offer a warm handshake. Samuel curiously asks if he can communicate perfectly without any interpreter. He wonders if Kim Se-jun is a believer of the Justice Church, but the young hunter quickly denies it. He explains that a teammate knows telepathy spells, allowing him to bypass any language barrier through a neat spiritual trick. He admits he does not fully understand how it works, but they can essentially view it as a built-in translation tool. Hyun stands in the back, silently rolling her eyes at how effortlessly Kim Se-jun lies without even blinking. She worries that if the Holy Sage heard this, he would faint. Right then, the Italian leaders ask Kim Se-jun for a massive favor. Samuel literally begs him to save Italy. Kim Se-jun stands there completely baffled by this reaction. After all, didn't he come here to help in the first place? Samuel admits it is an incredibly shameful request. However, he promises that Italy will do absolutely everything in its power to meet any of the hunter's demands. He says money is no object and they will pay whatever he wants. On top of that, they will not charge him a single cent for harvesting monster corpses. In fact, the government will cover all processing and extraction costs for those monster remains. They are pulling out all the stops to make this deal sweet. Samuel promises the best treatment imaginable, desperately begging for help once more. It turns out Samuel has absolutely nothing but deep pockets. As the official keeps throwing money at the problem, Kim Se-jun clenches his fists tightly, desperately trying to suppress his pure, unadulterated joy. He tenses his entire body, practically bursting at the seams to keep from laughing out loud. Naturally, there is absolutely no way he can turn this down. Even though he is secretly thrilled, Kim Se-jun plays it cool, acting dignified and hesitant before agreeing to help. It is the ultimate straight-faced act. His teammates cover their faces, dying of second-hand embarrassment. Kim Se-jun is absolutely thrilled, but the rest of his crew, not so much. For them, this sweet deal just means working themselves to the bone. Pale faces, pure silence. They are utterly speechless. Samuel officially hands the Leo City operation over to the Dream Team. He explains that Leo is a major political hotspot right where the capital of Ram lies. Think of it like Gyeonggi-do back in Korea, Samuel adds. Hearing this, Kim Se-jun is slightly surprised, expecting something far more dramatic. He assumed he would have to suppress some world-ending dungeon break or fight a massive boss. While lost in thought, he spots a helicopter flying overhead. He immediately asks Samuel if they can borrow it, ignoring his team's visible panic. Before they know it, the entire squad is loaded up. They soar through the skies, jumping from city to city to wipe out hordes of monsters. It is a non-stop, brutal cleaning spree. By the end, everyone is exhausted. But boss Kim Se-jun, he demands more. No rest. Talk about a brutal slave driver. The grind definitely pays off. Back at headquarters, Samuel receives some truly incredible news regarding the active dungeon outbreaks. The crises across all cities have been completely resolved, leaving the official frozen in absolute shock. He cannot remember the last time his heart pounded like this. It was probably back when Andrea, the legendary hero of the Great Cataclysm, announced he was returning to the underworld. Samuel thought Italy was doomed without Andrea around to protect them, but now they cannot afford to waste this golden opportunity brought by these Asian hunters. He makes a firm decision, ordering Marcello to leave the citizens' safety in the hands of the Dream Team from now on. At the same time, he orders all professional hunters to mobilize and crush the local mafia once and for all. News of their exploits spreads. Headlines about the Dream Team dominate every front page. Naturally, the notorious mafia boss Francisco is not going to sit back and watch this happen. He quickly summons Albano. It is finally time to meet the lioness Agnes. As for the hostages, execute them all. Meanwhile, a massive and lavish feast is thrown at a luxury hotel to celebrate the Dream Team's monumental victories across the country. While Hyun Min-yoon and Soo Ryeon eagerly pile food onto their plates, Kim Se-jun quietly whispers to Elena to ask about their total payout. She estimates it is around 42 million euros, which translates to roughly 57 billion Korean won. The moment she says this, Kim Se-jun freezes. A jolt of pure ecstasy surges through his body like a powerful electric current. Even if he splits the massive sum 5 ways, that is still a fortune. Each member will walk away with 11.4 billion won. Just visualizing that number makes him feel like he is about to sprout wings and fly. Seeing him stand there looking completely dazed, Elena breaks into a nervous sweat. Is he okay? She is not so sure. But the rest of the crew is completely used to his money-crazed behavior, so they ignore him and keep stuffing their faces. Snapping out of his trance, Kim Se-jun goes completely wild. He starts buying up premium training courses left and right. Just like that, 80 billion won vanishes into thin air, but he does not regret it at all since he can easily make it back. To make things better, Elena mentions that Italy's annual budget is around 1.1 trillion. Hearing this, Kim Se-jun completely loses his mind. He simply cannot help but break into a hilariously creepy, greedy grin, leaving everyone around him seriously questioning his sanity. A little while later, the hunter is back in his room listening intently to the expensive new lecture he just purchased. It focuses on Atlas, the giant titan who supports the heavens in Greek and Roman mythology. Even the legendary Heracles pale in comparison to him. What is the most vital quality when holding up the entire sky? Massive muscles, overwhelming strength? No. Both are wrong. The secret is absolute perseverance. Atlas, appearing through the holographic screen, begins to lecture Kim Se-jun on this ultimate philosophy. He uses powerful booming words to advise the young hunter to endure everything, holding firm no matter what kind of weight he faces. He outlines 3 fundamental principles of perseverance. First, developing an indestructible body that can withstand absolutely any physical trauma thrown its way. Second is gaining an absolute immunity to 10,000 different toxins, ensuring that no poison on Earth can ever break your will. And third, adapting to both extreme heat and freezing cold, granting you the incredible power to survive in the harshest environments. This is true perseverance, the ultimate power. Atlas lets out a booming, passionate laugh that practically rattles the entire room. Right on cue, Kim Se-jun's new daily quests pop up. Looking at the list, every single one of them seems utterly impossible to complete. And it was not going to be easy. This crazy quest list actually requires him to drink the venom of J.C. Mano, a legendary giant serpent from Norse myth. Appearing in Norse myth with a toxin capable of slaying gods. With a beast that ferocious, how is Kim Se-jun supposed to pull this off? It seems impossible. But as he sits there, scratching his head in frustration, the system suddenly displays a knockoff version of the venom. The Mungano toxin for a whopping 2 billion won, making Kim Se-jun want to cry. Turns out the system just wants to drain his bank account. There is no doubt about it. But he tells himself it is fine because once he clears these quests, he will rake in thousands of billions in return. Kim Se-jun pulls himself together, trying to stay positive even though Samuel never actually promised him a single dime. Just as he is about to click on the next lesson, the ground suddenly rumbles violently. Debris and dust shake loose, leaving him completely bewildered as to what is happening. Meanwhile, down in the panicked hotel lobby amid a crowd of fleeing people, a rough thug arrogantly struts in with his gang demanding to see Kim Se-jun. Elena steps up coldly, telling them to turn back because this is no place for people like them. The thug tries to open his mouth to tease her, but she instantly lashes out with her whip, slamming him face first onto the floor. Furious and completely embarrassed, the boss shrieks at his lackeys, ordering them to charge forward and tear Elena apart right then and there. But these small-time punks are nothing more than annoying pests to her. With a few swift, precise strikes, she easily knocks the entire group unconscious. Still, Elena is breaking a sweat, desperately trying to buy time to call for backup. But then, with a sudden crash, Albano appears out of nowhere. He grabs her by the throat, squeezing so hard she coughs up blood. He ignores her trembling, helpless gasps, tightening his grip even further. He demands to know where Kim Se-jun is hiding. Elena is suffocating, her face turning purple, yet she stubbornly refuses to utter a single word. That is when the members of Team Dream gather on the stairs. They just casually watch the drama unfold while happily munching on snacks. They casually point out that the man Albano is looking for is standing right behind him. Albano turns startled, wondering who this guy is. Kim Se-jun had approached him soundlessly, whispering right in his ear and sending the terrified thug tumbling backward onto the floor. Seizing the moment, Kim Se-jun moves like a rocket, snatching Elena away to safety. Witnessing this incredible display of raw speed and power, Albano is left in absolute disbelief that his target is this insanely powerful. Meanwhile, Team Dream continues to watch the tense showdown with absolute chill. They are basically treating this life-or-death battle like a casual dinner show. Elsewhere, Mafia boss Francisco proposes a ceasefire to Agnes. He casually delivers this message while carrying the bloody corpse of a traitor who had been secretly conspiring behind their backs with Antonio. Francisco notes that Albano has already gone to deal with the Korean hunter Kim Se-jun and doubts the guy will survive. Agnes quietly weighs the situation. If Kim Se-jun, the man rumored to be a legendary hero, were to suddenly perish, both Antonio and Marcello, along with the entire Italian government, would plunge into absolute panic and chaos. What if we leak the news of the massacre of 90,000 citizens of Catanzaro? Francisco asks with a sinister, high-pitched laugh. Agnes calls him completely insane for even suggesting such a wicked act. But Francisco just laughs. He has always been crazy. Righteousness means nothing as long as they win. He is willing to do whatever it takes to secure victory because they are both monsters anyway. Rules and morality simply do not apply to creatures like them. They just need to act on their darkest instincts. If they want to fight, they fight. If they want to kill, they kill. That is the new era of Italy. Francisco yells as he throws the corpse aside, standing drenched in fresh blood, while passionately shouting about his twisted ideals. Meanwhile, back at the lobby, Albano is sweating bullets after seeing how easily Kim Se-jun rescued Elena. He realized he could not even detect the hunter's movements. How could someone approach him without him sensing a thing? Slipping into a defensive stance, Albano trembles with fear. When Kim Se-jun asks who these intruders are, Elena weakly warns him that this is Albano, a ruthless executive of the enemy faction. She is shocked he managed to slip into sealed-off Sicily. Albano just sneers, mocking her surprise. He claims there is a lot they do not know about their current plans. He explains he heard some random Asian guy was trying to interfere, so curiosity got the best of him. He arrogantly looks down on them, but Kim Se-jun remains unbothered, telling Albano that now he has seen him, he should leave. Without waiting for an answer, Kim Se-jun turns around and walks away, with Elena completely ignoring the dangerous thugs. Absolutely furious at being ignored, Albano loses his mind and lunges forward to strike Kim Se-jun from behind. But before he can even touch a single hair, a massive blast of wind pressure blows him straight backward. He crashes into the wall, coughing up blood. Overwhelmed by rage, Albano screams at his men to tear the hunter apart, but they do not stand a chance. Heavy footsteps shake the floor as the remaining members of Team Dream step in. They are pretty annoyed about having their dinner interrupted, grumbling that they need to finish off these pests quickly. They just want to wrap this up so they can go back to eating. And just like that, a massive beatdown begins. Albano's lackeys are instantly beaten to a pulp right before his terrified eyes. His face turns completely pale, unable to believe what he is seeing. This dream team is supposed to be S and A rank, but their power is completely off the charts. Now Kim Se-jun steps right up to Albano His weapon glows with intense magical energy, instantly striking absolute terror into the man. Cornered and trembling in fear, Albano looks around only to find every single one of his men already completely wiped out. With no escape, he desperately pulls a hidden device from his collar and hurls it at Kim Se-jun. A massive explosion erupts. Blinding light fills the room. Using the chaos of the flash bomb as cover, Albano scrambles and flees the hotel at lightning speed. But Kim Se-jun has no intention of letting him get away that easily. He crouches down, gathering explosive strength in his legs. He launches forward like a bullet, leaving nothing but a blur. Within seconds, he looms directly in front of the escaping villain. Albano was desperate to warn his allies about the Dream Team. Unfortunately, Kim Se-jun cuts him off and knocks him out cold. When Albano finally opens his groggy eyes, he panics. He finds himself tied up tight right in front of the Dream Team. Elena immediately steps forward, asking how he managed to escape Sicily, which was supposed to be completely sealed off by Marcello and Antonio. Albano just laughs. He asks if she honestly believes this is over, calling her by her family name, Catanzaro. His smug threats push Elena past her limit. Flying into a blind rage, she rushes forward and starts beating him like a punching bag. Kim Se-jun looks confused, not understanding what Albano meant. Elena lets out a heavy sigh and explains the grim situation to him. These criminals are threatening 90,000 hostages in Catanzaro to force the president's resignation. They only plan to give her until the weekend. But thanks to the corrupt politicians in parliament, the execution order was pushed forward. The magic bombs are likely already activated. Very soon, 90,000 innocent lives are going to go boom. Albano bursts into a wicked, triumphant laugh at their horror. Elena screams at him in pure rage, asking how a monster like him can still dare to call himself human. His smug attitude gets so unbearable that Kim Se-jun steps in, delivering a heavy blow that sends the villain flying. Albano finally shuts up, knocked out cold and bleeding. Kim Se-jun turns to the team, noting he kept him alive for questioning. He orders everyone to gear up. They need to head to Catanzaro right away before it is too late. Determination burns in his eyes as he clenches his fist. Soon their helicopter is soaring rapidly toward the target city. For the bomb defusal, Kim Se-jun pairs up Su Rayon and Lee Min-yul to locate the explosives. Lee Min-yul has stealth skills. He will provide cover while she works. Meanwhile, Se-jun is tasked with finding the hostages and evacuating them to safety. Hyun will assist her. With the roles clearly assigned, Kim Se-jun grabs his weapon and heads straight for the helicopter door. John rushes over, warning Kim Se-jun that jumping out now is far too reckless, but they are completely out of time. If the mafia smells a trap, the Dream Team is finished. John desperately warns him, but his words are completely ignored. Kim Se-jun simply replies that he will not let that happen. Without another word, he dives out of the open door. He plummets toward the ground at terrifying speed. Intense power begins radiating from his body, lighting up the sky. Blazing energy illuminates the area as lightning crackles wildly around him. Honestly, the scale of this power is completely off the charts. He activates his daily quest to use godlike speed for 5 minutes, pushing his muscles to the absolute limit. His body feels like it is tearing apart under the strain, but his Atlas physique barely keeps him from collapsing. There is zero time to waste. He has no idea when the magic bombs are set to detonate. Since they haven't blown up yet, the Mafia might still be in Catanzaro, or they left the timers running. If those cowards are still around, he needs to buy enough time for his team to arrive and defuse everything. Lee Min-yul has to find the bombs, Su Rayon must defuse them, and the others must evacuate the civilians. He has to hold the line. Gritting his teeth, Kim Se-jun forces his legs to move even faster. He is moving at a speed never seen before. Meanwhile, Cesare, the ruthless leader of the Francesco gang, is smugly holding the detonator right in his hands. A subordinate reports that the citizens have been ordered to stay indoors. Caesar coldly orders them to let a few escape. He wants those survivors to spread the absolute terror. Out of 90,000 residents, he only intends to spare 10 people. As Caesar prepares his men to withdraw to Sicily, a sudden gust of wind interrupts them. Kim Se-jun has arrived. After running at absolute breakneck speed, he managed to reach the enemy compound just in the nick of time. He asks Cesare if he is the boss running Catanzaro, casually stating they are going to have to come with him. Resting his weapon casually on his shoulder, he stares them down. The sudden appearance of an outsider completely stuns the gang. Caesar looks at him in utter disbelief, mockingly asking his men if this guy is one of the 10 survivors they spared. "Is that right?" Caesar growled at his lackey. "Sounds pretty nice, doesn't it?" Then he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha, so what kind of idiot are you two? Dare to act smart in front of a mafia boss with 1,000 men. I do not know who you are or why you are even here. But if you want to die, so be it. Kill him." The moment Caesar finishes speaking, his men with all kinds of weapons immediately charge at Kim Se-jun. Like a flash, Cesar turns around to leave, waving his hand to tell his men to catch up only after they finish Kim Se-jun off. But he never expected that the moment he turns around, his elite squad gets completely wrecked by the sheer magic of Kim Se-jun's weapon. dropping like flies on the ground. Realizing that Kim Se-jun is an absolute monster, Caesar's face goes pale and he starts trembling. He backs away step by step, desperately thinking he needs to get out of here, hit the trigger, and escape back to the CC. I cannot press the button right here, he panics. But mid-fight, Kim Se-jun notices something is off and instantly glares in Caesar's direction. He catches the boss backing away, one hand suspiciously fumbling inside his pocket for some kind of remote control device. Kim Se-jun moves like lightning, closing the distance instantly even while his other hand is still busy beating down the remaining thugs. The mob tries everything to swarm Kim Se-jun and hold him back, desperately buying some time, but their efforts are completely useless. Against Kim Se-jun's storm-like fury, they stand no chance. With time running out, his movements become even faster and more aggressive. He unleashes a barrage of fiery strikes, kicking up thick clouds of smoke and dust, trapping Cesare in an instant. Just when Cesare thinks he has escaped, Kim Se-jun corners him. The boss freezes in pure terror, eyes wide and completely speechless. Kim Se-jun's wild, relentless killing intent and fierce aura are so intense that they practically scare the living daylights out of him. With a sharp blade pointed right at his face, Cesare frantically pulls the detonator out of his pocket, growling a warning. Haha, just as I thought. You know about this trigger. Take one more step and I will blow us all up. You know exactly what happens if I press this button, right? He desperately tries to bluff his way out of the threat. If you press that button, you die too, Kim Se-jun calmly points out. Dying together beats dying alone, Caesar stubbornly retorts. He backs away slowly, keeping the remote ready to keep Kim Se-jun at bay. Meanwhile, his backup has finally caught up to them. They surround Kim Se-jun with drawn weapons, trying to corner him. But even with a cold blade pressed right against his face, Kim Se-jun only smirks. With a sudden spin, he unleashes a powerful tornado kick that sends the entire group flying backward. Seeing that Kim Se-jun is actually going to drive his spear straight through his face, Cesare has no choice but to push the button. He triggers the bomb to blow them all to pieces. But as he presses it, the surrounding air remains completely quiet. Cesare starts sweating bullets repeatedly, slamming the button, wondering if the device is broken. Only Kim Se-jun is breathing a sigh of relief, silently praising Chiron for a job well done. Meanwhile, inside a dark, dusty warehouse, another man slowly opens his eyes. Albano nurses, his horribly swollen face, slowly remembering how the dream team kidnapped him and beat him to a pulp. Just as his anger boils over, the door flies open. Cesare walks in and Albano instantly lights up, thinking he is saved. I knew it. No matter how strong Kim Se-jun is, there is no way he can handle an entire army of mafia alone. Albano gloats to himself, but his joy lasts for exactly 1 second. Cesare steps fully into the light with a bruised face, admitting that he was also captured by Kim Se-jun. Albano freezes in utter shock. Now they are all trapped together in one place. Kim Se-jun and Elena walk in spear in hand, demanding some real answers from the two helpless captives now locked away. Your little plan has completely failed. Tell me, how did you escape from Sicily? Kim Se-jun asks in a very cold, demanding tone. While Albano keeps his mouth shut, Caesar immediately folds and confesses everything, admitting that they used a secret escape tunnel. This completely outrages Albano. To keep him from making a scene, Kim Se-jun delivers a very gentle, loving slap to his face, knocking him out cold for a peaceful nap. With Albano out of the way, Kim Se-jun can focus on interrogating Cesare in peace. He uses his trusty dominant hand rule to get all the details. Much later, Albano slowly wakes up from that brutal punch. He opens his eyes, trembling, only to see Cesare completely passed out beside him, which tells him everything he needs to know. The guy must have spilled all his secrets to Kim Se-jun. If you let me go, I will give you 70 million euros. Albano suddenly tries to bargain, shocking everyone with his massive wealth. Who do you think we are? We are mafia, not petty thieves. We run endless operations involving smuggling, illegal betting, and high-interest loans. Through all these illicit activities, we pull in massive cash. Every single year, we rake in 53 billion euros, which is over 78 trillion won. All of this is just the tip of the iceberg running right under Andrea's nose. Albano explains in a low, confident voice. Seeing Kim Se-jun burst out laughing, the mafia boss assumes that even a hero has a weak spot for cold, hard cash. But he has no idea that Kim Se-jun is not just money-loving, he is a total shameless slave to cash. If you are going to make money, you might as well go big. The reason Kim Se-jun is laughing so hard is because he never expected Albano to pull in 78 trillion annually while offering him mere pocket change. This is way too insulting, and it is definitely not going to fly. No way. He wants to know where the boss is, that guy named Francisco. Actually, never mind. He is probably in Sicily anyway. Since they are into human trafficking, he decides he is going to sell them for cash too. This is classic Kim Se-jun. He rolls up his sleeves with a creepy grin and swings his spear right down on Albano. Albano had watched him smile and chat earlier, thinking his little scheme had actually worked. He has no idea what is coming. Instead, Kim Se-jun pulls a complete 180, pulling off a move that no one could have ever anticipated. Even as Albano blacks out, he has to respect the sheer capitalist madness of this guy. Meanwhile, Team Dream is already used to this. They know Kim Se-jun all too well. When things like this happen, they can only side Albano's pure ignorance. The poor guy had no idea who he was dealing with. Soon, Albano's desperate scream echoes through the open air. Hyen gets goosebumps watching this because she was on the receiving end of Kim Se-jun's wrath once. Elena hears the news about Francisco. She immediately tries to stop him because going to Sicily is too dangerous. That place is a massive stronghold for the mafia. They have over 150,000 members gathered there. Plus, Francisco is a renowned S-class hunter. The man is practically at the level of a legendary hero. Even for someone as strong as Kim Se-jun, it is too risky. But things will never end unless they deal with the mafia head-on. That is the lesson from the Catanzaro incident. Italy's real threat is not the mutant dungeons but the syndicate itself. It is not like he has not planned this out though. He knows about the secret passage they used. He plans to go make a deal, a little trade involving human cargo. Kim Se-jun flashes a devious grin, leaving Elena completely baffled. Meanwhile, Messina is the city right next to Sicily. It is a hub for professional hunters connecting the island to the mainland. Inside the meeting room, Marcello is discussing strategy. He is talking with Samuel and Antonio about the suspicious movements of Francisco and Agnes. It seems they have joined forces. They are getting ready to go all out. To make matters worse, their undercover spies have stopped sending reports. They have likely been compromised. Marcello declares they cannot just sit around anymore and must take action immediately. While Antonio, the heir of the Andrea family, sits quietly in deep thought, Samuel is so furious he wants to smash the table. The situation is spiraling fast out of control. Team Dream is currently tasked with protecting the safety of the entire nation. They thought things were finally stabilizing, but it feels like they are just speeding up the countdown on a bomb. If Francisco and Agnes join forces, their combined mafia army will easily reach 150,000 men. Even with their own army of 200,000, the casualties of such a massive clash would be devastating. Worse yet, 90,000 citizens are being held hostage. The heavy reality of it all leaves Samuel completely paralyzed. He sits frozen, entirely deaf to the voices calling out his name. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door breaks the silence. The sudden sound shatters the tense atmosphere. Everyone in the room is shocked to see Elena show up. They all assume she was still with Team Dream. She announces that hunter Kim Se-jun wishes to see the chairman and Antonio. Hearing that Kim Se-jun wants an abrupt meeting with the country's top leaders, Samuel's heart skips a beat in worry. He assumes something terrible has happened. They all rush outside to meet Kim Se-jun, expecting the absolute worst. Instead, they find him laughing cheerfully with some guy slung over his shoulder, looking completely relaxed and carefree. This carefree attitude is a far cry from the doom and gloom they expected. Meeting Kim Se-jun for the first time, Antonio is skeptical. He asks if Kim Se-jun is from the Noon Church of Justice. He replies that it is actually just telepathic translation. Samuel quickly cuts to the chase, asking why he requested this meeting. Kim Se-jun smiles and says it is business. He wants to discuss a pretty interesting business deal, but is not sure about Italian market prices, specifically deals involving bad guys. His cryptic words leave everyone staring at him blankly, completely unable to fathom what he is trying to say. Prepare yourself for this. He drops Albano and Cesare on the ground like potatoes, leaving the entire group completely speechless. They cannot believe Francisco's top men are lying right there. These captives supposedly offer a ransom of 70 million euros, or 100 billion won. Now down to business, he asks what the going rate for 150,000 men should be. He pulls a massive glowing purple orb right out of his pocket, leaving everyone frozen in absolute and total disbelief. Sensing the growing confusion, Elena steps forward to explain exactly what Kim Se-jun has been up to lately. After hearing the whole story, Samuel immediately bows his head in deep respect, thanking him for everything. "Son, thank you so much. As the president, I should be the one representing Italy, yet I could only stand by and watch, completely ignoring 90,000 innocent lives. If hunter Kim Se-jun, or rather if the Dream Team had not shown up, I would be reading about a horrific massacre instead of this good news. Thank you truly." Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun is already sick of hearing all these thanks. His ears are practically ringing. Right now, he just wants to figure out how to squeeze 150,000 out of this mafia boss. This is the magic bomb from Catanzaro. It only failed to detonate because my team drained all its mana. But the second magic flows back in. The bomb will activate again. I plan to take a secret passage to Sicily, weaponize this bomb, and make those bastards pay for what they tried to do to Catanzaro. You can think of this as my personal cleanup operation in Sicily. That is my plan, Kim Se-jun says calmly. But Antonio gasps that is insane. If you use that magic bomb, the mafia will be wiped out. But you will also die in the blast, hunter Kim Se-jun. Even if you detonate it, how do you expect to escape? This is a suicide mission, nothing more. Antonio objects fiercely and Samuel nods along, completely agreeing that this plan is crazy. Samuel steps in to stop him, but Kim Se-jun shrugs it off. Do not worry about me, I have my ways. Besides, shouldn't we end this soon? Kim Se-jun asks calmly. Antonio stares at him. Why go this far? You have absolutely nothing to do with Italy. Even if you walked away, nobody would blame you. Why risk your life for us? You did not even have to come here in the first place. Why risk everything to help us? Antonio asks, completely baffled by this stranger's overwhelming, almost foolish generosity. Do we really need a reason to help people? I do it because I want to. That blunt, powerful response catches Antonio completely off guard. He freezes, sweat dripping down his face as he suddenly remembers his grandfather's old words. He taught him that people will follow a leader not because of their raw power, but because of their shared ideals. It has been so long since I saw a real hero, Antonio thinks, staring at Kim Se-jun with pure, unadulterated admiration. He cannot take his eyes off him. Seriously, talk about an inspiring moment. Soon it is time for Kim Se-jun to set off. Without a single word, they all bow deeply to him, praying for his safe return. But seeing this solemn display, Kim Se-jun completely freezes up from pure embarrassment. I am not actually going on a suicide mission, guys, he thinks. But somehow ruining this dramatic mood feels wrong. Left completely speechless by their intense devotion, he decided to just play along. He simply promises to return quickly, then quietly grabs Albano and Cesar to make his quiet exit. Samuel's group watches his proud figure disappear into the distance, wiping away tears like worried wives sending their husbands off to war. The hero marches forward without looking back, leaving a trail of dramatic sorrow in his wake. Yet amid all this emotional tension, only Elena remains totally unfazed. Why? Because she knows exactly what is driving him. It is not noble ideals, it is cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, over at the Sicily Mafia base, Agnes has followed Francisco's direct orders and mobilized a massive force. They sent 100,000 soldiers to Messina, the bridge to Sicily, ready to strike whenever Francisco wants. But is this rush really necessary, Francisco? We are already at a severe disadvantage in terms of raw numbers, and now our 50,000 elite troops have to stay behind. Honestly, Agnes mutters, looking out the window, this seems incredibly hasty. Francisco just laughs at her concerns. You always worry too much, Agnes, which is exactly why you have never made it out of Sicily. Very soon, riots will engulf all of Italy. The response from their parliament is incredibly easy to predict. All we have to do is exploit that chaos. War is inevitable anyway, so why not strike when the advantage is ours? Francisco explains with absolute confidence. And things get even better when he hears that Antonio's main forces are pulling back from Messina. This news makes him more arrogant than ever. See, I told you their parliament would make a move like that. With 100,000 of our reserve soldiers holding the Messina front line, those bastards must be absolutely terrified right now. If they try to face our army, it will throw them into complete panic, making our final victory incredibly easy. Once we lead our 50,000 elite soldiers to crush Antonio's remaining forces, we will completely drain Italy of its strength. The entire country will be ours. Francisco sneers aggressively, stabbing his knife straight into the map hanging on the wall. Under this plan, his own 100,000 reserve troops are nothing but cannon fodder. Agnes smiles, finding his cruelty highly amusing. You are absolutely insane, she purrs, but honestly, that is exactly the kind of madness I can get behind. A dark, wicked grin spreads across her face as Francisco throws his head back, laughing at the dawn of their new era. He has no idea that Kim Se-jun is already standing in the room, having listened to every single word of their evil plan. What a load of absolute garbage, Kim Se-jun sneers. His sudden voice instantly freezes the entire room in dead silence. Neither villain saw this coming. They are completely stunned, staring at him like they have just seen a ghost. His eyes locked onto him in shock. Oh my, bad slip of the tongue. You are that Francisco guy, right? Kim Se-jun asked, chin tilted smugly. He found the whole situation utterly absurd. He had clearly ordered his men to execute this kid. So how on earth was he still alive standing right here? As if reading the sheer confusion in Francisco's mind, Kim Se-jun immediately tossed something heavy right at his feet. It was Albano and Cesar, utterly battered and half dead. Captured Albano made sense since he had been sent to assassinate Kim Se-jun. But Cesar was supposed to stay behind to detonate the bomb in Catanzaro. How did he end up captured? Francisco stared blankly, completely stunned. Staring at his two brutally bound men, panic set in as he realized Kim Se-jun was speaking their language without even needing a translator. Francisco wondered if this kid belonged to the powerful Church of Justice. But before Kim Se-jun could even get a word in to clarify, Francisco cut him off, muttering that there was no way he could be from that church. Those words left Kim Se-jun slightly baffled. He wondered if the old man had somehow figured out his secrets. This was supposed to be a simple extortion gig, but things were going off script. Sensing the shift in the air, Kim Se-jun decided to bring out the big guns. He reached into his bag and pulled out a massive magic orb. It was the exact Tanzara weapon Francisco had deployed. Seeing it, the old man turned completely pale, demanding to know how he got his hands on it. Francisco roared, his blood boiling in rage. Kim Se-jun just grinned, asking if he recognized his own toy and knew the kind of devastation it could unleash. Everyone present knew that if this detonated, the entire region would turn to ash instantly. So Kim Se-jun mused, should he just blow it up right now? He playfully threatened them, but Francisco did not flinch. Instead, he laughed mockingly, asking if he really thought a deactivated bomb could scare him. That thing had no mana left. He barked out, did he think he was stupid? What could anyone possibly do with a completely drained core? Oh, so is a challenge then. With a smirk, Kim Se-jun instantly flooded the orb with his own staggering mana. His overwhelming pressure erupted. The shockwave was so violent it swept the room, throwing everything off balance. Seeing how confidently Kim Se-jun held their lives in his hands, disregarding his own survival just to make a point, Francisco realized this was no bluff. This kid definitely had a larger scheme in play. He growled, demanding to know what the boy actually wanted. Kim Se-jun calmly replied that he heard they made quite a lot of money, specifically 78 billion a year. Hearing this, Francisco let out a silent sigh of relief, realizing the kid's ultimate goal was simply cash. He eagerly offered him to name a price. But in his mind, Francisco was plotting. If this bastard knew his plans, he could never leave alive. Francisco planned to pay him off and strike when his guard was down, smiling as he waited for the price. Kim Se-jun began calculating. His captive lackeys mentioned pocket change of 70 million euros. Plus, they had 50,000 elite troops stationed here, right? Since 100,000 were already deployed. So that brings the total bill to 7 trillion euros. Kim Se-jun casually finalized the massive sum. He tossed out the astronomical number so casually it felt like he was just bargaining for cheap groceries at some local wet market. Francisco's eyes rolled back in absolute disbelief. He had dealt with plenty of greedy bastards in his life, but none quite like Kim Se-jun. In all his years, he had never seen anyone this outrageously bold. He wanted to buy some time, but this crazy kid was devouring him whole. Dealing with this absolute leech made Francisco wish he were dead already. But even as the old man screamed curses at him, Kim Se-jun just pouted. He whined, pointing out that Francisco literally just said any price was fine. Francisco could only sigh in absolute exhaustion, his jaw twitching. Muttering that he would pay, Francisco suddenly unleashed a massive blast of magic before even finishing his sentence. The searing energy tore straight toward Kim Se-jun. Luckily, the young warrior was lightning fast, narrowly dodging the deadly strike just in time. Hey, that is way too far, old man. What if you accidentally detonated this magic core? Kim Se-jun scolded quickly, stepping in front of the orb. Go ahead and try, Francisco bellowed, completely unfazed. I do not care what sort of scheme you are pulling, you would never blow yourself up. You are not going to ruin your own payout. 7 trillion euros, right? If you have the guts, come and take it from me. Francisco shrieked like a maniac, firing a barrage of devastating magical blasts directly at Kim Se-jun. Dodging the onslaught, the young warrior drew his sword. He clashed against the attacks, realizing the old man was right. Triggering a massive explosion here without a solid plan was far too risky. In the worst-case scenario, he could escape the blast radius using Theonfi's divine speed. But his mastery over that technique was still quite raw. Activating it would take a crucial second, and it would be impossible to secure his prize if those other two decided to interfere now. Francisco saw Agnes raising her massive hammer to assist him and immediately roared out a warning to hold her ground. What are you doing? He is not going to detonate that bomb. Kim Se-jun grinned at the shout, praising the old man's quick thinking. He mocked their extensive history with terror attacks before positioning himself. Right as Francisco and his forces prepared to launch a coordinated assault, Kim Se-jun unleashed a devastating storm of spear energy. A torrent of furious mana erupted completely, sweeping his foes off their feet in an instant. The entire squad was blown away. Francisco and Agnes took the brunt of the hit, sent flying helplessly through the shattered air. Neither of them could believe this kid had attained such ridiculous power. Kim Se-jun just looked down, noting he was not naive enough to think they would pay. Stalling is useless, so it is time to end this right now. But before they finished, Kim Se-jun still had one last card up his sleeve. Kim Se-jun coldly announces that he has a few questions for them. He stands right before their stunned yet incredibly guarded faces. Francisco and Agnes stare in shock while the two Albano thugs nearby panic in absolute terror. Kim Se-jun simply whispers the word boom. Talk about instant destruction. Francisco's entire headquarters goes up in a massive atomic-level explosion, leaving nothing but billowing smoke and fire. The sheer force of the blast leaves Francisco and Agnes coughing up blood. They collapse in the charred ruins, completely battered and broken. Realizing his explosive entrance did not completely finish them off, Kim Se-jun calmly snaps his fingers one more time. A blinding pillar of light rains down from the heavens, leaving them twitching in pure agony. But even after taking those devastating hits, these two are incredibly stubborn survivors. They muster every ounce of their remaining energy to launch a desperate joint counterattack. They combine their forces to strike back at Kim Se-jun. It is a massive ultimate-level attack aimed directly at his head. Yet, Kim Se-jun leaves them utterly speechless by dodging the entire onslaught like it is nothing. And he does not just dodge it gracefully. His immediate magical counterstrike is so incredibly fast and overwhelming that none of them can even raise a defense. A short while later, Francisco groggily regains consciousness in the wreckage. Standing right over him is Kim Se-jun, dripping with pure bloodlust. The mafia boss is absolutely terrified. He realizes this monster easily dodged attacks from high-level combatants who had already reached hero rank. Even the disaster-class hero Andrea, the man who brutally unified the entire Sicilian mafia, would not stand a chance against him. Francisco painfully realizes that neither he nor Agnes can possibly fight this guy. His mind drifts back to his master plan. It was supposed to be a flawless strategy. First, use a mutated dungeon to slowly chip away at Antonio's main forces. Then spark mass chaos across Italy by unleashing an absolute disaster on the innocent citizens of Catanzaro. Next, deploy his army of 100,000 men to strike bases and the awakened association, dragging down their top ranks. That would weaken Antonio and Marcello. Finally, his elite forces would sweep the nation, allowing him to seize absolute power. But fate has a funny way of ruining things. The one obstacle that crushed Francisco was not Antonio or his association. It was not the parliament or some rival political faction either. Seriously, how did one guy ruin everything? It was all Kim Se-jun. Right now, all our protagonist cares about is how much cash the old mob boss can offer him. Francisco scoffs bitterly, asking if giving him money will actually keep him alive. Kim Se-jun just shrugs and says it depends. It depends on how much cash he has on hand. This shameless answer actually makes Francisco burst out into hysterical laughter. He tells him to take it, saying that even if he cannot pay now, Antonio will cover it once he takes over. But he mocks him, asking if he can actually collect it. Does he even know what happens if that bomb goes off? Beyond wiping out all 50,000 mafia members standing here, there is a much bigger disaster waiting to happen. This bomb will reduce the entire city to absolute ash. He asks where they think a mafia family got such terrifying technology. Hearing these heavy threats, combined with the fact that the boss suspected him of being with the Church of Justice earlier, Kim Se-jun slowly connects the dots. He realizes Francisco is definitely working directly with the shady Church of Justice. Realizing he is caught, Francisco just collapses onto the dirt and laughs, saying he knew our protagonists knew their real face. He calls them hypocrites and admits he took out Andrea. Or rather, he manipulated the Church of Justice into doing it. They staged it perfectly to look like a dungeon accident. That weapon was originally meant to deal with the beast that killed Andrea. The original plan was to eliminate Andrea and then drop the bomb inside the dungeon to wipe out the threat. That was the only way to kill such a nightmare. But the mob boss had a completely different plan for it. He felt it was a total waste to throw away such a beautifully destructive device on a mere dungeon boss, so he decided to put it to much better use. Listening to this, our main character finally puts the pieces together. He realizes the villain is talking about the tragedy in Catanzaro. His expression darkens instantly as he clenches his fists in pure rage. The old bastard sighs, saying it is a real shame he will not get to see 90,000 people vaporized into ash. He laughs and asks Kim Se-jun why he thinks he is suddenly revealing all of these dark secrets right now. Because at this point, none of it matters. Seizing a brief split second of distraction, Francisco suddenly lunges forward with his blade. His sword strikes the metallic orb resting behind the protagonist, carving a deep, jagged crack right across its surface. Kim Se-jun instantly realizes that the old man was targeting the explosive device all along. He wants to drag everyone down with him. A heavy bone-crushing punch lands right across the villain's jaw, instantly shutting down his twisted, suicidal dreams of mutual destruction. Francisco collapses to the ground, spitting blood. Kim Se-jun doesn't waste a second and gathers his energy to escape. He focuses his core energy to blast away from the area at maximum speed before the cracked orb detonates behind him. The magic sphere suddenly explodes with a deafening blast. Meanwhile, over at the Church of Justice, the Apostle of Patience is currently standing by Andrea's grave, examining her sword, when he suddenly receives word that the bomb detonated on Sicily instead of Catanzaro. Knowing Francisco messed up and caused another massive disaster, the Apostle sighs heavily and promises to take care of the aftermath. The subordinate also warns that the Apostle of Temperance wants them extremely careful because Kim Se-jun is already making a move. At the mention of Kim Se-jun's name, the Apostle of Patience completely loses control. He immediately begins gathering power. He reaches out, channeling a terrifying surge of lightning magic across the sky, determined to make the hunter pay dearly one day. Suffering backlash from his extreme speed and hit by the shockwave of the explosion, Kim Se-jun is left severely critically injured. He lies semi-conscious on the cold ground. Knowing he cannot afford to pass out now, Kim Se-jun summons his final bit of strength. He opens the system, buys a high-tier healing potion, and chugs it down. Once his strength returns, he calms down. If that maniac Francisco is telling the truth, this is far from over. Worse, the magic bomb has already exploded. Now he is the only one left to deal with the threat. Over in Messina, Antonio and his allied hunters take to the streets. Alongside Association President Marcelo, they hunt down the fleeing enemies and clean up the chaotic city with absolute resolve. They are determined to restore order to Italy at all costs, refusing to waste the golden opportunity Se-jun fought to create. Hearing that Antonio's group successfully eliminated the mafia after a hard battle, Samuel is relieved, but his heart still aches deeply. He feels a painful pang when thinking of Se-jun's sacrifice. He reflects on reports of a massive explosion in Sicily. That blast wiped out 50,000 elite mafia. It means Hunter Se-jun has paid the ultimate price for Italy. He chose to sacrifice himself for citizens he did not even know. Samuel vows they will never forget his grace. Meanwhile, Antonio and Marcelo hear the great news that the remnants of Francisco and Agnes's forces have been completely wiped out. The two celebrate, wildly hugging in pure relief before collapsing from sheer exhaustion as tears of gratitude fill their eyes. They feel deeply indebted to Se-jun. But their celebration is cut short when an abnormal surge of magic floods Messina. The dark energy rapidly spreads across all of Italy. Suddenly, a colossal, deathly demonic eye opens wide in the sky. From within that terrifying eye, a ferocious demogorgon slowly crawls out. Its horrific roar plunges the entire nation into absolute darkness. Innocent citizens begin coughing up blood, collapsing, and dying like flies in the streets. This is pure, unadulterated terror. Amidst the stampeding crowd, Antonio desperately wants to act, but the absolute horror freezes him completely in his tracks. Just when death seems inevitable for everyone, Chiron suddenly steps forward, unleashing her freezing magic directly onto the monster. The giant beast is frozen solid, completely unable to move. Yu immediately seizes the opening to cast his deadly exorcism spell. Multiple lightning slashes strike the creature, spraying dark blood instantly. Se-jun jumps in next, determined to show his own power. He unleashes a devastating heaven-breaking slash combined with his crimson flame attack. Blazing shockwaves of fire rush toward the beast. Suddenly, the legendary nine-tailed fox appears, bringing Lee Ha-yoon's purifying ability. It blows a powerful gust of wind across the area. The toxic mist instantly dissipates. The incredibly cool and skilled members of the Dream Team have finally fully assembled here. Lee Ha-yoon's elemental magic combines with Chiron's shockwave, causing a violent earthquake right beneath the giant monster's heavy feet. Seizing the moment the beast loses its footing, Chiron rushes forward with a relentless, hyper-aggressive assault. She delivers a devastating, heart-piercing blow, completely obliterating the monster with power that defies her young age. This unbelievable strike sends the creature to its grave. Witnessing the perfect coordination, the citizens gasp in awe. They erupt into cheers and applause. But they celebrated too early. A second later, the beast roars back. It lunges forward as if completely unscathed. Everyone watches in utter horror. How is this even possible? They clearly saw Chiron defeat it. Se-jun and Yu leap forward, launching a joint attack to stop it. They witness its terrifying regeneration firsthand. Even when sliced into pieces, it instantly stitches itself back together. To make matters worse, more beasts begin crawling out. The entire city is transforming into a living hell. Screams of pure despair fill the air. The tragic sight completely breaks Marcelo. Drained of hope, he collapses. He falls to his knees in utter defeat. Meanwhile, the Dream Team continues to fight despite their wounds. Although they are heavily injured and bleeding, they refuse to back down. They shield the helpless citizens with their bodies. They continue pushing past their limits, determined to protect the helpless citizens with their very lives at all costs. Witnessing their incredible resolve, Marcelo cannot bear to watch them suffer. He immediately screams for them to stop. He begs them to run away. They have sacrificed enough for Italy, so please do not die for us. Please do not risk your lives for us anymore. Just run, Marcelo screams as tears stream down his face, completely overwhelmed by the pain. He is eaten alive by guilt, remembering how Se-jun, a young foreign hunter with absolutely no ties to this land, fought to the very death against 50,000 elite mafia soldiers. Italy had received help from Se-jun of the Dream Team, a debt they could never possibly repay. They could not allow their savior to be sacrificed like this. Now was the time for Italy to lay down everything for their benefactor, even if 100,000 of them had to act as bait. Marcelo weeps bitterly, but the Dream Team continues to stand their ground, pushing their limits and leaving him completely baffled. Could they actually be waiting for Se-jun to return? If you are waiting for him, it is useless because he is not coming. He is already dead. But despite Marcelo's gut-wrenching cries, the members of the Dream Team do not buy it for a single second. They are absolutely certain that someone as ridiculously strong as Se-jun could not have fallen. Plus, he has not even collected his paycheck yet. The only things capable of taking down Se-jun are a massive global economic depression or the literal end of the world. Yu chuckles, joking around with the others, leaving Marcelo completely stunned. He simply cannot fathom how they can remain this incredibly optimistic and strong-willed. Just then, Elena rushes over out of nowhere, gripping a whip in her hands. She stops right in front of Marcelo, telling him to hang on just a little longer because Kim Se-jun is on his way. With that, she dives straight back into action, fighting alongside the dream team, leaving Marcelo standing there utterly bewildered. What kind of completely blind, crazy faith is this? He has fallen. There is absolutely no way anyone could survive an explosion of that scale. That is an undeniable fact. Even if he did somehow survive and show up, nothing would change. Yet why? Why does he desperately want to believe their words? With tears streaming down his face, Marcelo collapses by the roadside, trembling all over as he is consumed by bitter self-reproach. Meanwhile, the dream team is getting absolutely hammered by that persistent beast. Antonio quietly approaches and gently pats Marcelo on the shoulder, his eyes shining with resolve. If not our savior, then who else could possibly do it? Hearing this, Marcelo is deeply moved, tears pouring like rain. Realizing something profound, he instantly snaps out of his despair, his spirit fully reignited as he stands back up. He declares that he and Antonio will join the fight to assist the dream team. No matter what, they must stop this monster here. Nobody is allowed to die until Hunter Kim Se-jun gets here. Do not back down, do not run away, keep fighting. If we fail here, Italy is completely finished. We must use our very own hands to protect our nation. Charging forward with his men to reinforce the dream team, Marcelo proudly rallies everyone with a roaring call to arms. Every single person is giving everything they have, united under one common goal: to tear down this terrifying beast. The battle rages on, yet the monster shows absolutely no signs of fatigue or weakness. Every single strike it lands is devastating, sending hunters flying in all directions. Almost the entire dream team has already been battered and heavily injured, leaving only Park Seo-la clinging to his final shred of strength. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with trembling hands, Park Seo-la thinks to himself that he really thought he could hold out a bit longer, hoping their boss wouldn't scold Kim Se-jun too much. But right at that absolute darkest moment, wait for it, Kim Se-jun suddenly makes his grand entrance like a literal god. Drenched in radiant overflowing mana, he streaks down from the heavens like a falling star, arriving to clear out the chaotic monster horde. Seeing Kim Se-jun touch down, everyone is absolutely ecstatic, shouting out his name in pure, unfiltered relief. But Kim Se-jun has zero time to acknowledge them right now, too busy dealing with this insanely stubborn beast. Realizing his opponent is a true heavyweight, Kim Se-jun wastes no time and unleashes his full power right from the start. He masterfully gathers and scatters his force, swapping and compressing his energy with jaw-dropping fluidity before letting it completely detonate. The final shockwave leaves everyone watching in sheer awe. At first, they joyfully celebrate, believing the beast is finally down. But Kim Se-jun knows all too well that it is never that simple. In the blink of an eye, the monster fully regenerates, looking completely untouched. Its massive, powerful claws snap together as it charges straight toward Kim Se-jun with terrifying speed. No matter how many times Kim Se-jun strikes, scattering and pinning its body with rapid attacks, the beast's healing factor is completely off the charts, giving him a massive headache. Unable to outpace its ridiculous recovery speed, Kim Se-jun leaves himself open for a brief moment and takes a brutal direct hit that sends blood spraying from his mouth. This is the first time he has faced anything capable of surviving 3 direct strikes from the Great Sage, equal to heaven. Kim Se-jun thinks to himself, trembling as the bloodthirsty beast continues to glare at him, ready to pounce. Suddenly, the dream team calls out behind him, "There is no need to carry this entire burden alone. Just give the order, Captain, and tell us what to do." Their united voices make Kim Se-jun freeze for a moment. This thing is virtually immortal. Even 3 direct scatter and pin strikes from the Great Sage, equal to heaven, could not bring it down. None of his attacks are working. At his current level, there is just no way to defeat this beast. It is completely impossible, and he knows it. But the path he walks demands he become a pioneer, someone who carves a way forward. Even when no road remains, he must conquer the impossible. Standing there in deep thought, Kim Se-jun suddenly shouts out. He asks the dream team to buy him some time to regain his strength, and honestly, they are more than ready for this. It is a piece of cake. The dream team joins forces with Marcelo's men, coordinating seamlessly as everyone channels their remaining energy. They charge forward with everything they have to protect Italy and guard Kim Se-jun. But this chaotic, desperate struggle looks incredibly grim. Up in the monitoring room, even Samuel turns completely pale, trembling with fear. He pleads for everyone to flee this place immediately. "Tell everyone Italy has fallen," he cries out. "Beg neighboring nations for help and urge them not to turn their backs on us. Do not let them abandon our refugees. If we must kneel, then kneel. If we must beg on our knees, do it. Just save them. Please do not abandon our people." Utterly defeated, Samuel speaks with a heavy heart, his exhausted legs dragging him slowly toward the door. He wants to stay right here where 200,000 Italian hunters and the mafia are still fighting to defend their homeland. Thanks to the crucial time bought by the Dream Team and the others, Kim Se-jun is finally able to mobilize all his inner strength. He channels every ounce of energy, focusing intensely to control and compress his wild powers. He calls upon the divine speed of Tian Fei. Combining that with the thrust of Great Sage, he pushes his physical limits to the absolute maximum to outpace the monster's regeneration. This desperate attack, packed with the absolute power of a true immortal, is unleashed by Kim Se-jun with every single ounce of his being. The monstrous beast is blasted away like mere sea foam. Its magical pressure vanishes completely, revealing a beautifully clear blue sky. Freedom returns to Italy. The crowd erupts into thunderous applause, cheering wildly as if their entire nation has just been reborn. It is all thanks to Kim Se-jun. Soon news of the Demogorgon's defeat reaches the Apostle of Patience at the Church of Justice. To say he is shocked would be an understatement. His jaw completely drops. After all, the Demogorgon is an ancient forbidden demon, born in the underworld long ago. Even mentioning its name is a sacred taboo. This creature is a bringer of pure chaos, a savage predator from the inverted world, born of pure chaos. A truly vile creature that the fallen angel, Lucifer himself, named the terrifying Demogorgon. Yet, such a legendary nightmare was defeated by Kim Se-jun in an instant. Just thinking about it drives the Apostle of Patience absolutely insane. Losing his cool completely, he screams and trashes the room. He smashes tables and chairs in a blind rage. Watching this violent meltdown, his subordinate turns pale with shock. The boss looks nothing like an Apostle of Patience. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun's consciousness feels like it is floating on water. Suddenly, the noisy chatter of the Dream Team breaks through his deep sleep. He struggles to open his heavy eyes. Waking up, the very first thing he sees is the entire Dream Team crowd surrounding him in hospital gowns. He freezes in confusion. Seeing Kim Se-jun awake, the rowdy kids immediately huddle up and start bickering loudly over something. He just stares at them, totally lost. "Are you awake?" they ask, explaining that they were competing to wake him up. Since he was out for so long, Park Se-la claimed that even if he died, the smell of money would instantly revive him. Park Se-la giggles, but Kim Se-jun grumbles back, asking if that is why there is literally a bill stuffed up his nostril. Park Se-la bursts out, laughing, his face turning red. Pulling the cash out, Kim Se-jun looks around the hospital room, assuming everything is settled. If he had not remembered Shifu's lesson, he would have been history. Surviving that massive Sicily explosion was already a miracle. Actually, surviving that blast was impossible from the start. He must have pushed his dispersion, containment, and thrust skills way too hard. Scratching his head, Kim Se-jun pulls out his phone to ask his mentor for advice. But to his dismay, his mentor is completely busy. He is busy with something else. "By the way, how long was I out?" Kim Se-jun asks, wondering how much time passed. "You have been out for 3 whole days, Se-jo answers, shocking Kim Se-jun completely. He thought it had only been a day at most. After releasing that much raw power, his body was in terrible shape. The doctors said nearly all of his bones were shattered. His entire physical body was literally crushed." Park Se-la explained, meaning he could have easily died right there. Even Han used up all her spiritual energy but still failed to wake Kim Se-jun up. Yet the smell of money did the trick instantly. It is absolutely unreal. Did the scent of cash really wake him up, he wonders. Probably not, but it is a funny thought. It was likely the lingering effects of the divine elixir that healed his heavily shattered body over those 3 long days. While lost in his tangled thoughts, the door suddenly flies open. Elena steps in, spotting Kim Se-jun awake, and gasps in pure joy. She eagerly announces that the Prime Minister, the Hunter Association President, and Antonio are coming to discuss his massive rewards. Hearing the word reward, Kim Se-jun lights up, instantly filled with an absurd surge of energy and excitement. He leaps up in excitement as Samuel, Marcelo, and Antonio enter, everyone eager to find out how Kim Se-jun is doing. Hearing Se-jun say he only has a bit of trouble moving, Elena, Antonio, and Marcelo end up shaking him up. They can't believe that after unleashing so much power to defeat the Demogorgon and almost dying in the process, he is merely stiff. To them, he is an absolute beast. Not wanting to waste time, Elena clears her throat and pulls out a thick envelope to hand over to Se-jun. Marcelo explains it contains the monster loot profits totaling around 90 million euros. On top of that, Antonio decides to hand over all the dirty money Francisco and Agnes had amassed. That cash is worth 7.5 billion euros. Se-jun is suddenly hit with an absolute mountain of money, making him so incredibly happy that he completely tunes out whatever everyone else is saying. If it weren't for him, Italy would have collapsed. Samuel admits he was initially unsure if he should reward him with money and considered other options instead. But since the Dream Team said he loves cash the most, they decided to offer 30 billion euros as a token of gratitude. Samuel lays the stack of checks right in front of Se-jun, leaving the hunter completely speechless in utter disbelief. In just one morning, Se-jun has raked in over 56 trillion won. Even the world's richest billionaires cannot compare to this massive fortune. That is like Jesus working as a carpenter, earning 70 million won a day until now, or what the last Neanderthal, who went extinct 30,000 years ago, would make earning 1.6 billion won annually until today. Se-jun is absolutely overjoyed thinking about it. But get this, the real shock comes when the Dream Team reveals they will only take 1 trillion won each, leaving the rest for him since he did all the heavy lifting. Their sudden extreme generosity leaves Se-jun completely flabbergasted and speechless. This means he gets 52 trillion won, while the karma requirement for the next shop item is only 35 billion. At this rate, rare elixirs are no longer an issue and he can freely purchase any legendary gear from the dimensional shop, while leaving hundreds of reviews on the community board. A dream of living luxuriously on a mountain of cash begins to take shape in Se-jun's mind, making him grin from ear to ear. This is honestly way beyond what he could have hoped for. Although the crisis is over, Italy has suffered devastating damage, leaving the entire country severely paralyzed as they struggle to recover. Knowing this, Se-jun appreciates that Prime Minister Samuel did everything in his power to put together such a massive reward. He feels so energized that he could probably take down another Demogorgon right now. He smiles contentedly to himself. Suddenly, Samuel speaks up with a request. If Se-jun doesn't mind, Samuel wonders if he could ask for one small favor. He asks if the hunter could visit the streets of Rome just once to help the citizens regain hope after their losses. They want the Dream Team to encourage and cheer them up. Soon, their car screeches to a halt in downtown Rome. The team steps out, greeting the massive crowd around them. Now watch, this is where the real emotions start to hit. Se-jun, a drawing she made herself. He warmly accepts the lovely gift, pats her head, and bids a quick farewell to join the team on the main stage. The State Hunter Association and the Mafia, dressed in formal attire, solemnly place their hands over their hearts. Before the citizens, they swear an oath to always protect the weak and uphold honor with justice. They pledge to eliminate injustice, corruption, and deceit, standing strong against any challenges that lie ahead of them. The pain of the citizens will be their own, and the happiness of the people will be their supreme happiness. No matter where they are, they promise to answer the call. The enemies of the people will be their enemies. They vow to always remember the members of the Dream Team, including the legendary hunter Kim Se-jun, as their true heroes. They declare they will look up to him as the godfather of their grand family and gladly follow his legendary leadership. They shout out the title Capo di Tutti, moving the Dream Team members to tears with their profound gratitude. This specific title refers to the ultimate boss in the Italian mafia and the savior of the Great Cataclysm. Se-jun stands completely dazed, totally forgetting that the massive crowd below is eagerly waiting for him to deliver his speech. Coming to his senses, Se-jun looks down and is deeply moved by the overwhelming love the Italian people have for him. People say results are everything in life, and they are not wrong. Se-jun used to think the exact same way. But after everything, he finally understands that mindset is only for fighting enemies. As long as one tries their best, people will stand by their side regardless of the outcome. The destination is not everything, and focusing only on it makes people narrow-minded. Valuing the end goal over the effort and efficiency over experience is a trap, but Se-jun realizes that perhaps the true reward is this very moment. He sincerely hopes everyone witnessing this sight can find true happiness from now on. He knows what they endured was worse than hell itself. Many were hurt, yet they survived and are still standing. He thinks of those who suffer with bleak futures, where happiness feels like a cruel fake illusion. Yet he still hopes they find joy, crawling like caterpillars day by day, believing they will eventually fly. No matter how desperate things get or if they are facing an absolutely unavoidable fate, as long as people keep searching for meaning, they can rise up again and again. Be happy, everyone, Kim Se-jun suddenly shouts, making everyone burst out laughing at his random outburst. They expected something profoundly serious, but gladly cheer back, promising to be happy. The whole country erupts in joy, almost like Independence Day. Meanwhile, global news is buzzing. Team Dream is making massive waves after their Italy mission. Hunters everywhere are talking. Skeptics remain, but the name is spreading fast. Over in Korea, Samuel requests aid. Thanks to the amazing reputation Team Dream built, Korea now gets a massive wave of global support. Supplies and construction crews are pouring in, giving the local economy a giant boost. Pizza time for the team with Elena. But Kim Se-jun decides to stay behind. He seems pretty cranky and restless. Turns out he is waiting around for his mentor's advice. After a tedious wait, the mentor finally shows up just before Kim Se-jun completely loses his patience. Hearing that Se-jun feels stuck, the mentor pulls up the system interface to check his stats. Endless high-rank courses fill the screen, making the mentor think the system is totally glitching out. He gets so frustrated he actually grabs a hammer, wanting to smash it, while Kim Se-jun frantically stops him. After seeing those absurdly high levels, the mentor just huddles in a corner, giggling like crazy. Then he snaps, yelling at Kim Se-jun for complaining about limits when his stats are already sky-high. It feels like a total slap in the face. Honestly, the mentor is about to lose his mind. This is like a straight A student crying because they got a 97.5 instead of a perfect score. After calming down, the mentor asks him what exactly these supposed limits are. Kim Se-jun admits he wants to learn the Great Sage's meteor staff technique, but the system blocked him, saying he must first master the prerequisite piercing block dispersion skill. The problem is the Great Sage's lesson progress is just way too slow, Kim Se-jun sighs. The mentor just smirks, asking if he even realizes how ridiculously fast he is already learning. Kim Se-jun gets a bit flustered, since he has saved up a massive amount of karma, any skill will do. He just wants the absolute best way to break through his current level limit. Since budget is not an issue, the mentor offers two solid options. First, boost his overall mana capacity. Unlike regular cadets, Kim Se-jun can channel energy from 3 separate dantians right. Maximizing his mana would easily shatter his limits. Basically, he would dump his karma points into buying top-tier elixirs. The second option is to learn the meteor staff directly from the Great Sage. By doing this, he can bypass the piercing block prerequisite entirely by getting direct one-on-one tutoring from the Great Sage. Ever heard of Spartan training? It is temporary, but the Academy is currently updating its curriculum. Individual lectures are getting a major refresh, and the Great Sage's class is bound to be in there. The mentor finishes his explanation and immediately plays a promotional video for the Spartan training. After sitting through a long, incredibly boring ad, Kim Se-jun finally spots the Great Sage's lecture hidden below. The mentor guarantees that taking this course will instantly boost his piercing block dispersion progress. Plus, he will unlock the meteor staff along with some of the Great Sage's other epic abilities. But inviting a legend directly to teach you comes with a pretty insane price tag. Even as a harmless spirit with zero physical influence in this dimension, he costs a mountain of karma. Summoning him is going to drain Kim Se-jun's hard-earned points by the hour. Just hearing this gets Kim Se-jun incredibly hyped. Honestly, who wouldn't want a god-tier tutor? But his excitement instantly dies out like a flickering light when he hears the actual price. 1,000,000,001 per hour. After thinking it over, the stingy Kim Se-jun makes a final decision. An hour of training cost him a fortune, leaving his wallet crying. But he comforts himself, learning directly from Great Sage is priceless. 1,000,000,000,000 gold would still be a bargain. That is what he tells himself anyway, but for some reason tears just keep pouring down his face. The financial pain cuts deep, really deep. Right as Kim Se-jun finishes complaining about the cost, a shadow looms behind him. Out of nowhere, the Great Sage appears right behind him without making a single sound, giving Kim Se-jun the absolute fright of his life. He sensed nothing. Absolute silence. Even with his sharp centaur senses, the legendary figure completely bypassed his perception. Kim Se-jun just stands there. Seeing him completely frozen like a statue, the Great Sage lets out a low growl to snap him out of it. He asks if he is the first-year cadet who wants to fight him. The massive, intimidating aura of the Great Sage completely terrifies the young warrior. No words come out. He is shaking. Pale with fear, Kim Se-jun turns around to quietly curse his mentor. The guy clearly promised that the legendary Great Sage would teach him not show up for a direct, brutal one-on-one showdown. But hold on a second. Kim Se-jun suddenly recalls that the system screen only mentioned a one-on-one battle with zero mention of tutoring. Game over. He has to fight Great Sage. There is absolutely no way he survives a direct clash with this god. Realizing he gave the kid completely wrong advice, the mentor quietly slips away, trying to act completely innocent and blend into the background. The guide slips away. Meanwhile, the Great Sage is getting impatient, staring at the silent warrior with growing annoyance. Leaning in dangerously close to his ear, he demands an answer, sending a massive wave of pure terror straight down the young warrior's spine. This is the legendary Monkey King, a god who claimed the title of Great Sage equal to heaven as a direct challenge to the cosmos. He single-handedly wrecked the celestial court just to force respect, and even the Jade Emperor could not find a way to stop his rampage. After being appointed to guard the sacred peaches of immortality, the trickster god ended up eating every single one of them instead. Enraged, the Jade Emperor sent his absolute best generals to capture the rebel, but they all fell short against his unmatched might. None of them stood a chance. After that, the Buddha sealed him beneath the mountain of 5 elements for 500 years. Following his journey to the west, his grand achievements earned him the ultimate title of the victorious fighting Buddha. This is the god that Kim Se-jun is now facing, an entity of absolute unfathomable power that he has no hope of matching. It is over. Fighting this god means death. He knows for a fact that getting into a real fight with this beast means his life is finished. Sweating bullets under the god's intense gaze, he opens his mouth to decline, but the loudmouth mentor suddenly cuts in. The guide boldly declares that Kim Se-jun is absolutely itching for a fight, completely trapping the poor guy before he can even protest. The Great Sage takes it seriously. He snaps his fingers, and trust me, this is where things get completely wild. The cozy training room is now a boundless grassland. Kim Se-jun looks around frantically, completely overwhelmed by the sudden change. His heart hammers. There is no escape. The Great Sage welcomes him to their battleground and his doom is officially sealed. It looks like he is destined for a world-class beating and he has nobody to thank but that absolute liability of a mentor. With the illusion set up, the Great Sage does not waste a single second lunging straight forward at blinding speed. He swings his staff, landing a devastating blow that sends Kim Se-jun reeling. Grimacing in pain, the cadet struggles to stand. How is this possible? The pain is real. His guide explicitly told him that spirit forms could not feel physical damage in this space. Oh, by the way, the guide pops up to explain that an instructor's strikes absolutely still affect the student due to their spiritual link. Because you are the source of this causal connection, cadet. The mentor drops this crucial piece of news with terrible timing, a warning that is incredibly late but still highly relevant information. Meanwhile, the Great Sage is only throwing casual basic attacks. Yet even these basic moves leave Kim Se-jun completely battered on the ground. Being called weak heavily bruises his pride. Forcing himself up, he readies his spear and charges at the deity's blind spot, hoping to land a surprise attack. But before he can even graze a single hair, a massive shockwave blasts him backward, leaving him utterly stunned. He flies back 10 meters, completely bewildered. To make things worse, the Great Sage casually catches his dragon spear with bare hands. Enraged by this absolute disrespect, he grits his teeth and forces himself up, channeling the crackling energy of his lightning shadow. Sparks fly everywhere. The Monkey King looks on, slightly amused, asking if he is the cadet who cannot calculate karma. Stroking his chin, the deity evaluates him with genuine surprise. But Kim Se-jun is in no mood to give any explanations. Instead, he channels every ounce of his focus and remaining strength into a massive, murderously sharp gale force strike. The absolute force behind the blow is so immense that even the Great Sage looks genuinely impressed, eager to see more. But seeing his opponent completely unscathed and acting incredibly smug about it only makes Kim Se-jun fume with pure rage. It is clear that this fight is just getting started and the gap between them is wider than he ever imagined. Gripping his spear, his strikes target the Great Sage with an insane, adrenaline-fueled intensity. He does not care if his body breaks. Even if his entire body shatters, he just wants to wipe that smug, ugly look off the Great Sage's face, even if it is just once. Even once is enough, Kim Se-jun tells himself. Summoning every ounce of strength, his muscular arms lock in for a lethal thrust. Aiming straight for the Great Sage, Kim Se-jun unleashes his ultimate power. Yet the Great Sage just stands there totally unfazed. He calmly smiles as if nothing is happening. It feels like the desperate attack Kim Se-jun poured his heart into is absolutely nothing to him. That strike is not even a scratch to him. Amidst the blinding flash of power, the Great Sage simply smirks. He calmly calls out Meteor Staff First Form. The moment he finishes, speaking, a massive vacuum stream carrying intense thermal energy surges forward like a flash flood, instantly blowing Kim Se-jun back to square one. When he finally opens his eyes, dazedly waking up, Kim Se-jun realizes that he could not even see or react to the move, let alone gauge his opponent's power. He could not even gauge what realm the Great Sage has reached. It seems this is the true power of a transcended being. Every single strike is a clean finisher. Compared to that, Kim Se-jun's thrust was slow enough to be called vintage. While lying flat on his back, Kim Se-jun hears his mentor and the Great Sage whispering that most of his power has been sealed. He bolts upright, absolutely shocked. Seeing him panic, the Great Sage laughs and begins to tease him. He asks if Kim Se-jun knows what a transcended being is, then says they are simply those who have far transcended others. That ridiculous explanation is a total facepalm. It completely freezes Kim Se-jun right in his tracks. Seeing him laugh hysterically and mock him like that makes Kim Se-jun want to punch him right in the face. Did he seriously sign up for a tutoring session costing 1 billion won an hour just to watch this ridiculous nonsense? Wait. 1 hour, Kim Se-jun screams in pure frustration. He instantly panics, wondering how long he was actually out. He worries if there will be extra charges. His mind is a chaotic mess, a stark contrast to the smug, mocking laugh of the Great Sage. The Great Sage tells him to relax. Since he only registered for 1 hour, the guide will automatically return once the time is up. If he does not agree to extend, there will absolutely not be any hidden fees charged to him. Additionally, since this is a virtual space created by the advisor, his real-world physical body will not suffer any damage whatsoever. Any injuries sustained here will heal almost instantly, the advisor reassures, allowing Kim Se-jun to breathe a massive sigh of relief. A moment later, seeing the Great Sage finally stop laughing, Kim Se-jun frowns and demands that they resume the lesson. The Great Sage grumbles, asking if he seriously just wants a lecture instead of a fight, complaining that it is no fun at all. Kim Se-jun silently laments spending a massive amount of karma just to end up with an incredibly lazy, slacking instructor. His face turns red as he holds back the urge to punch him. Suddenly, the system pings with a surprising notification. His lesson progress has actually jumped to 13.5%, leaving his jaw on the floor. The advisor mentioned this. was supposed to be Spartan training, but is it really just trading blows? After thinking it over, a sly grin spreads across his face. He immediately proposes a bet to the Great Sage, hoping to exploit the system progress that keeps rising with every exchange. If he can manage to touch him just once in their next clash, the Great Sage must teach him. If not, they continue fighting. This is a clever win-win strategy because win or lose, his progress bar will keep climbing rapidly either way. The Great Sage quickly agrees to the terms, but he immediately sets one very specific and minor condition of his own. If Se-jun can touch a single hair on his body by any means necessary, he will teach him absolutely anything. He will teach him anything he wants, provided it is not blocked by karma. Hearing this, Se-jun immediately accepts the deal. Thinking this is an incredibly sweet deal, his motivation surges as he grips his spear and readies his stance. He is ready, absolutely confident. But the Great Sage quickly stops him right before he can charge. The Great Sage whispers in his ear that he does not need to hit him, just touch a single hair. Then he suddenly vanishes like the wind, leaving Se-jun stunned. He thought this would be an easy task, but reality is harsh. He gets utterly thrashed, struggling desperately for a long time without ever coming close to touching him. Fortunately, since this is just a virtual simulation created by the Great Sage, he does not have to worry about dying. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Driven by the agonizing thought of wasting his money, Se-jun goes wild. He combines Zhang Sanfeng's light footwork with blinding speed, attempting to completely surround the Great Sage in a whirlwind. Moving at a blinding, incredibly dangerous speed, the lethal thrust of Gungnir hurtles straight toward him. The Great Sage Heaven's equal is crushed under Se-jun Kim's chaotic power. Right at the moment, everyone expects him to be defeated by the attack. Then, in a stunning twist, the tables completely turn. His strike did not even graze the Great Sage. Instead, the strike only hit a decoy clone, while the real Great Sage had already delivered a ground-shattering kick. The blow is so powerful it bends Se-jun's sword completely. He gasps in utter shock, realizing he was only fighting a clone. To make matters worse, the Great Sage's paralyzing technique now leaves Se-jun completely frozen and unable to move a muscle. Taking advantage of this helpless opening, the Great Sage plucks a handful of hair to summon even more reinforcements. An army of hungry clones swarms Se-jun instantly, and just like that, he gets relentlessly beaten to a pulp. He screams in helpless agony, but inside his head, he desperately swears to defeat this annoying monkey by any means necessary. That is the last thing Se-jun tells himself before losing consciousness from the brutal, non-stop physical beating. After 3 brutal hours of non-stop torture, Se-jun is left face down on the dirt, completely broken and bruised. Seeing that his student has absolutely nothing left, the Great Sage bids him a cheerful farewell and vanishes. If this keeps up, the remaining 43 billion is going to vanish into thin air. Fortunately, his massive investment is paying off as his learning progress across other classes is soaring through the roof. He checks his rapidly climbing stats and sighs. Even with strict karmic limits, transcendent power is not to be underestimated. After all, the Great Sage is known as one of the absolute strongest transcended beings in the entire world. The mentor playfully teases him, prompting Se-jun to ask about what truly makes someone a transcended being. The mentor rubs his chin, explaining that he once viewed them as mere superhumans until he faced one himself. That brutal beating showed him they exist on an entirely different level, prompting him to offer a simple analogy to explain. He asked him to imagine the strongest, most invincible ant in the world, capable of defeating tens of thousands of others. Even if none of its peers stand a chance, could that ultimate ant ever hope to defeat a giant dragon? No matter how many of its own kind it can kill, at the end of the day, an ant remains just an ant. It can never defeat a dragon, representing the ultimate species barrier, but becoming transcended means breaking that very limit. Specifically, it means breaking past the boundaries of your rank, which is why superior species achieve transcendence much easier. Their starting points are completely different, since an ant and a dragon can never be equals in power. However, that rule only applies before crossing the wall of transcendence, where all starting points become utterly meaningless. Once you transcend, there are no ranks, especially among the legendary warriors of the vast martial world. This explains how the Great Sage unleashes such devastating power despite having most of his divine authority completely sealed. As a highly unique cadet, Se-jun could easily become the first transcended being of his kind. He would be the only human capable of channeling mana through all 3 of his dansins at the same time. The mentor continues his lengthy explanation, leaving Se-jun feeling even more confused than before. He wonders if there is a theory class on the Great Sage that could help him pass the Transcendence exam. Then he suddenly remembers the Supreme Buddha, but his mentor quickly shuts down that option as well. The Buddha does not offer private lessons, and even if he did, the karmic cost is far too steep for him. At 10 billion per hour, the insane price tag immediately leaves Se-jun feeling completely drained of all hope. His only choice now is to close the gap using powerful cheat items, but those are rarely for sale. Even if they were buying too many elixirs, would spike his karmic accumulation, creating a massive burden on his body. He frantically searches for anything that will not trigger karma, suddenly stopping as an ingenious idea strikes him. Moments later, he purchases a massive bulk haul of lethal poison crafted by the legendary master Dokman. Bottles crash to the floor as his crazed expression leaves his mentor utterly terrified and deeply concerned. When the Great Sage returns for their next round, he finds Se-jun still lying miserably in the dirt. The deity actually feels a bit guilty about using so much force while Se-jun quietly seethes with rage. Swallowing his pride, he asks for a brief moment to rest and recover from the brutal training session. He pulls out a few fresh bananas and begins eating, catching the attention of his mentor and the Monkey King. Without waiting for an invite, the Great Sage greedily snatches a banana and leaps high into the air. He happily munches away on his perch, completely unaware of the dark smile spreading across Se-jun's face below. The moment the Monkey King swallows that first bite, his eyes widen as he clutches his burning throat. He swallowed. Something tasted off. Then boom, a massive explosion erupted right where the pillar stood. The explosion made the Great Sage furious. Meanwhile, Se-jun jokingly asked how his master liked the explosive banana flavor. He bragged that the banana was packed with deadly toxins. It was equivalent to hundreds of poison vials. With poison wreaking havoc inside, the kid claimed victory. He laughed mockingly, even while clutching his own aching stomach. Furious at the trick, the Great Sage growled. He pulled out his hair instantly, summoning clones to surround Se-jun. Anticipating this exact move, the young hunter acted fast. He swung his spear, smashing a series of poison bottles. He yelled that touching the poison counted as touching him. After all, the technique belonged to him first. The banana was just a distraction. This was the real strike. He asked if the sage knew poison artistry. Laughing, Se-jun splashed poison everywhere. He formed a deadly matrix, keeping the sage's clones from getting close. No matter how powerful the legendary sage was, avoiding poison floating in the air was going to be impossible. Se-jun smirked with sweat on his brow, but the sage simply recalled his clones, rendering the trap useless. Now one had ingested poison and the other was getting beaten up. It was a complete mess. They kept brawling and bickering loudly. The mentor, standing on the side, could only watch in utter disbelief. Wasting no time, Se-jun activated his meteor staff's sky flow strike, forming a solid barrier around himself. He laughed. "Look, you cannot touch me," he teased the sage, boasting that the poison banana had worked wonders. Thank goodness he used his Godspeed skill, or he would be dead. But the teasing only fueled the sage's fury. The Great Sage glared with immense killing intent, looking ready to tear him apart. Suddenly, Kim's weapon moved. Covered in deadly poison, the weapon flew directly toward his opponent, carrying the full weight of his rage. However, the sage's lightning-filled 10,000 thunderbolts attack exploded. It violently shattered the surrounding area. The blast swept everything away like a miniature bomb. Through the heavy smoke, the Great Sage squinted, searching. He spotted the young hunter's spear lying on the ground, but the boy himself had completely vanished from sight. Just as the sage expected, Se-jun suddenly rushed out. His entire body was drenched in sticky, glowing poison. He was aiming for a sneak attack. The Great Sage's eyes went wide. He had never met anyone this reckless. Imagine coating your entire body in deadly toxins just to win. This kid was absolutely out of his mind. The sage muttered that this kid was crazier than him. He quickly swung his staff heavily to strike him down. Hit by the sudden counterattack mid-charge, Se-jun collapsed in absolute agony, instantly knocked cold. The sticky toxins splashed everywhere, soaking the sage. Meanwhile, over in a snowy Greenland church headquarters, the cold, holy emperor of the Justice Church made a chilling announcement to his subordinates regarding their plans. He announced that their operations were underway. They would soon conduct a sacred apostolic ritual in South Korea. When a subordinate asked if the emperor would attend the ritual himself, the leader chose to remain silent. Back with our hero, Se-jun woke up. He learned he managed to pluck a hair from the sage. He was absolutely thrilled. However, the sage looked utterly depressed about having to keep his side of the bargain. The sage sighed, unsure of what to teach him. He mentioned that besides his core staff techniques, his arsenal was massive. He could teach clone techniques to summon identical copies or magic to command low-ranking local deities. There was also wind riding to soar through the clouds and earth escape magic to cover distances instantly. He also possessed various shape-shifting techniques, but explaining every single godly power would take far too long. He wrapped it up there. Se-jun stood with his mouth wide open after hearing that legendary list. He could barely believe his ears. Seeing the kid curious about the meteor staff art, the Great Sage sighed. He explained that this technique was the absolute core of his power, consisting of 9 skills and 3 forms. Every 3 skills combined to form a single distinct stance, but explaining the details was getting a bit tedious. Instead of talking, the sage decided a demonstration was better. He asked if the kid recalled the first 2 forms. Since the kid had already witnessed the sky flow and heavenly thunder strikes, they would skip to the third. The Great Sage immediately leapt into action, unleashing the brilliant third move of the first form before his eyes. He combined the blinding meteor staff technique with the violent heaven and earth net to show him true power. The shockwave was so insanely powerful it nearly blew Kim Se-jun straight into the sky as he watched. The Great Sage purses his lips and pulls off a few more flashy, mind-blowing moves. Unable to withstand the sheer pressure, the virtual world cracks and completely shatters. Is this truly his power? Even when severely weakened, his strength is unreal. If he had never eaten that poisoned banana, how much stronger would he be? It is simply unimaginable. If the Great Sage were completely free from the chains of karma, Kim Se-jun shudders and sweats as he silently calculates the terrifying scale of his master. None of his actions look anything like typical staff play, prompting Kim Se-jun to ask out of curiosity. The sage explains he only showed him the final movement. Every single technique holds its own deep secrets. Forget about the meteor drop, even the azure flow is enough to make his head spin. The Great Sage asks if he understands. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun checks his balance. He has 41 trillion won left in his account. Spending all of it would only buy him 41 hours of training. After a moment of heavy hesitation, Kim Se-jun finally makes his decision. He resolves to give it a shot. Despite his burning determination, he is quickly beaten to a pulp and flattened once again. Much later, Kim Se-jun lies collapsed on the floor like a wounded soldier after a literal nightmare session with the Great Sage. The system mentor highlights his progress, pointing out how the sage designed custom techniques for him and mapped out his training. But Kim Se-jun just wants to cry. To master these skills, he had to take a brutal beating until his mastery actually leveled up. Seeing the dream team chatting and laughing as they return, the mentor quickly slips away and disappears into thin air. The group returns happy and full from eating out, but they did not forget to bring back a nice souvenir for Kim Se-jun. Everyone looks bright and cheerful. While they were out enjoying themselves, poor Kim Se-jun was back home training within an inch of his life. Talk about bad luck. It is truly a miserable fate. He suggests they pack up and head back to Korea now that they are fully rested. The group excitedly agrees. But then Kim Se-jun nervously approaches Park Seo-ah asking to borrow some money since he is completely broke. He cannot even afford a plane ticket home. He explains that the Mind Saint still owes him some money and he will repay her immediately upon arrival. Kim Se-jun stammers, sweating profusely. The entire dream team instantly freezes in sheer disbelief, wondering if they just misheard his absurd request. How could someone of his caliber be flat broke? The entire room falls into a heavy, suffocating silence. The only sound is the sweat dripping down his face under Park Seo-ah's murderous gaze. They all thought he was just joking around. They scratch their heads and share awkward laughs to break the tension, but looking at his deadpan expression, he is clearly not kidding. Park Seo-ah flashes a sweet, chilling smile, stepping closer to ask Kim Se-jun exactly how much cash he has left. He hesitantly confesses that he spent all 46 trillion won after meeting someone. Park Seo-ah's blood pressure instantly goes through the roof. Convinced that Kim Se-jun blew all his wealth on some girl, Park Seo-ah flies into an absolute rage and screams at the top of her lungs. She draws her sword to slash him, but the team desperately holds her back. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun thinks she is trying to attack his master. He struggles to protect the Great Sage, turning the room into total chaos. Elena enters with pizza only to witness this wild, money-fueled fight. Seeing them ready to tear each other apart over cash, she decides to turn right back around and leave them to it. Fortunately, the Italian government steps in and lends them a private jet, putting an end to the ridiculous drama. The moment the dream team lands in Korea, they are immediately swarmed by a massive crowd of eager reporters. Luckily, Samuel arrives to rescue them from the media frenzy, treating them like top-tier idols. Once inside the car, Samuel hands out their awards. He presents each member of the dream team with a professional hunter license, much to their absolute delight. On the recommendation of the Italian Hunter Association, clearing those dungeons has officially been recognized as a major achievement. Even though they are not S-class, yet they have all qualified as A-class hunters. But for Kim Se-jun, things are different. Samuel hands over a special license, officially naming him an S-class hunter, leaving the entire team looking on in awe. His exclusive S-class card is crafted from pure platinum and diamond. Just one look tells you it is incredibly cool and expensive. Park Seo-ah can only worry that the broke guy will end up pawning it off tomorrow, but Samuel looks at him with deep respect. Kim Se-jun has successfully resolved crises that made everyone else quit, things even great disaster-class heroes could never achieve. The young hunter is truly ready. Watching the noisy, playful group of friends, Samuel feels a deep sense of relief. The next morning at the academy, Kim Se-jun lazily chews on a replica of an immortal peach, feeling completely drained of energy. The 35 billion won he received from the spirit Sing has completely vanished into thin air, all spent on this single peach. Suddenly, the Sword Saint bursts through the classroom door, catching everyone by surprise. But he is not here for Kim Se-jun. He delivers terrible news directly to Park Seo-ah. The Mage Saint is currently in critical condition. Shocked, the group rushes over with the Sword Saint. Along with the spirit saint, they sprint straight to the hospital, where the mage saint's young female disciple is waiting to guide them. As soon as they enter the room, Park Seola bursts into tears, rushing straight to the bedside of the dying elder. He is covered in medical tubes and wires, looking absolutely pitiful. The old man tells them they should not have bothered visiting him. The pale magic sage trembled barely, forcing his lips open. "We only came because you are dying. Do you understand? If you were healthy, why would we even come?" The sword sage replied. "Magic sage, I heard you returned, though I thought you would never show your face again. If some kid had not scolded me, I would still believe that." Hearing this, Saint Spirit Yang looked at Kim Se-jun with tearful eyes before turning back to the magic sage. In this final critical moment of life and death, the magic sage gathered his final strength to advise Su-rion, saying he was also terrified of dying. He was deeply worried about what would happen to the world after his passing, but now those worries had vanished. For several decades, he could not banish the darkness consuming his heart, only to realize that worrying about those things was entirely meaningless. Even after he was gone, these children would surely carry out their wishes. He expressed his deepest gratitude, thanking Kim Se-jun immensely for granting him a peaceful departure. He began to say what he always wanted but suddenly passed out, leaving Su-rion crying out in panic. "Don't worry," she comforted her, "he probably just fell asleep. Can we talk?" For a moment, Sword Sage Saint Spirit and you too, Kim Se-jun, the magic sage's young disciple, suddenly spoke up. After stepping outside and gently closing the door, she quietly revealed that her master might not survive another week. Hearing this, the sword sage suggested seeking out the medicine sage, one of the 5 legendary calamity heroes representing Korea. This divine doctor could save absolutely anyone provided they were still breathing. The disciple admitted she had already reached out and updated him on her master's critical state. A few weeks ago, the medicine sage claimed he found a cure. He needed a specific heart medicine for the treatment and left to gather the rare ingredients, but she lost all contact with him since then. Desperate to save her master at any cost, she pleaded with them to offer some assistance. She begged them to save her master, promising a handsome reward if they could only track down the missing medicine sage. Tears streamed down her face, making her look incredibly pitiful. On his way back home, Kim Se-jun kept pondering the mystery. He connected the dots from the magic sage to Andrea in Italy. Clearly, the Church of Justice was targeting them. This time, their target was the medicine sage Kalia, the successor of the Apostle of Lust. Kim Se-jun resolved to tear the Church of Justice apart, to find her growling furiously as he swore bitter revenge. Suddenly sensing he was being followed, Kim Se-jun stopped in his tracks and demanded to know what they wanted. Immediately, a group of strangers stepped forward, praising his keen perception and stating they simply wished to speak with him. When Kim Se-jun flatly refused, they brought up the medicine sage to threaten him successfully, halting him in his tracks. The next morning at the Black Dragon Guild, the atmosphere was dead silent. Inside the towering headquarters, a lone man sat at his desk, seemingly lost in deep thought. It was Jin Chiron. He suddenly snapped his eyes open at a loud commotion outside. Panicked guards screamed to stop the intruder, urging anyone to do whatever it took to block his path. A massive explosion rocked the area, blasting debris everywhere as Kim Se-jun walked in aggressively. "This is our first face-to-face meeting, isn't it?" he remarked with mock surprise. "Though I bet it is not the first time you have watched me." Jin Chiron remained composed, closely observing the young man's actions without a hint of fear, but internally, Jin Chiron knew the terrifying truth. Even 3 S-class hunters would be no match for him. Kim Se-jun stepped closer, demanding to know how he knew about his search for the medicine sage. Jin Chiron tried to stay cool, asking if he caused this chaos just for that. Kim Se-jun glared at him, ordering him to answer. Crushed under the suffocating pressure, Jin Chiron sighed in defeat and spoke. "Not long ago, the medicine sage paid me a visit," he revealed. Startled by this unexpected confession, Kim Se-jun asked him to elaborate. Jin Chiron explained that the sage had requested exclusive access to a dungeon containing crucial medicine ingredients. "So I granted him entry. Is there a problem?" Annoyed, Kim Se-jun snapped back, asking again how he even knew. Jin Chiron stood up, stating that after the medicine sage went silent and no news of the magic sage's recovery emerged, the truth was quite obvious. He claimed he merely intended to share the location out of sheer goodwill, playing the victim while asking if this destruction was his reward. Kim Se-jun pressed on, demanding why he still could not contact the sage. Jin Chiron frowned, retorting that he had no idea since his only involvement was providing the dungeon entrance. He suggested the sage might have fled upon realizing the illness was incurable, or perhaps he was still inside. A sinister, mocking smirk crept across Jin Chiron's face. He sneered, adding that the old man might even be dead by now. Sensing the blatant deception in his grin, Kim Se-jun asked if he truly claimed to have no involvement in this. He demanded to know exactly which dungeon the medicine sage had entered. Jin Chiron quietly replied it was the Dem dungeon. He silently calculates a 10-star monster just to stall. It is a pretty troublesome beast, but nothing too difficult for the medical saint. Weapon drawn. He points it at Ryu. Jinan, let me confirm it. The leader never saw this coming. He grits his teeth. What Se-jun remains completely calm, asking if he has heard of the conqueror Xiang Yu. He recalls his teachings. Always remember this one rule when capturing the enemy commander during a battle. He quotes the legend. Do not trust him while he still has something left to cling to. A devious smirk plays on his lips. After all, the guy is a total bastard. The Black Dragon Guild, a massive conglomerate, has acted as the central pillar, controlling Korean society for decades, constantly maintaining its position as the #1 group. They hold an absolute throne of power that no one can challenge. Under their banner, the great leader Ryu Jinan is truly the absolute ruler of the entire Korean professional hunter scene. Nearby panic erupts as the crowd starts screaming in terror. Our guild leader is fighting, run for your lives. Ryu Jinan grits his teeth, channeling all his inner energy into his black dragon fist. He unleashes a strike towards Se-jun, but Se-jun instantly vanishes, reappearing. Right behind him, you are stronger than Francesco and Agnes Wright. Se-jun swings. A massive wave of blue light tears through Ryu Jinan. The entire area completely explodes. Se-jun lands. A massive pile of heavy rocks lies ahead. Ryu Jinan is completely trapped underneath. The man struggles desperately beneath the immense weight of the stones. From deep within the rubble, Ryu Jinan lets out a furious low growl. Looks like his pride has been thoroughly shattered. Forcing his energy to the absolute limit, Ryu Jinan bursts out from the wreckage. His eyes burn with pure rage as he launches another devastating strike, kicking up a thick, suffocating cloud of dust and smoke everywhere. Within seconds, the entire area looks like a smoking wasteland. Outside the building, onlookers watch the intense battle unfold in stunned silence. Ryu Jinan grits his teeth in sheer frustration, thinking about how he has ruled over Korean society for decades without anyone stopping him. He has dealt with rebels like this countless times, always crushing them. How could a mere rookie stand against his absolute authority? Unleashing a relentless flurry of blows, he pours everything into his strikes, yet Se-jun easily deflects every single one of them. Refusing to accept defeat, he roars out, I am not going to lose to some rookie like you. He channels all his remaining strength. He unleashes his signature Black Dragon Fist. A massive crimson dragon bursts from the ground right before Se-jun, but the young man remains unbothered. Showing absolutely no fear, Se-jun raises his weapon and slices the dark beast in half with one clean swipe. Ryu Jinan stands frozen. He never expected this. Se-jun looks like a god of death, advancing coldly. He rushes forward, radiating pure, suffocating bloodlust. Before Ryu Jinan can even process what is happening, a brutal blow crashes right into him. Absolute madness. His raw physical power is terrifying. Ryu Jinan's face turns pale as he stares in horror. Suddenly, a massive shield interposes, blocking Se-jun's finishing blow. In that single, fleeting second, Ryu Jinan is narrowly saved from certain death. Se-jun glares at the newcomer, so the Black Dragon Guild and the Church of Justice are officially working together now, are they? It is Kalia. Her hands tremble from the impact. Her shield shatters. Still, she stands her ground. I swear by the holy name of the Church of Justice that everything Ryu Jinan said is true. Se-jun lets out a dry, mocking laugh. Oh, the Church of Justice, now I am seriously curious about whatever sick plot you two are cooking up. Kalia breaks out in a cold sweat. Are you planning to fight me here? And now I am sorry, but I really do not have time for this. She quickly adds to change the subject. I have no idea what state the medical saint is in right now, but shouldn't you be heading over as fast as possible? Se-jun scowls. But deep down he knows Kalia is right. He cannot afford to waste any more time here. Besides, Se-jun isn't just some mindless warmonger. Knowing his priorities, he sheathes his weapon. Finding the medical saint's location is what matters most, since he is likely in grave danger right now. Se-jun turns on his heel to leave. Before stepping away, he casts one final dark look back at the two conspirators standing before him. See you later, he mutters, vanishing into thin air right before Kalia and Ryu Jinan's eyes. The guild leader stands frozen in disbelief. His entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably. For years, he ruled over everyone from his high tower, completely untouched by anyone. To be utterly humiliated like this makes his blood boil with resentment, but he is completely powerless to stop Se-jun. Kalia quickly drags him away. She shouts at his subordinates, get the medics over here right now. Help the guild leader. Seeing Ryu Jinan in such terrible shape, his assistant panics. Stuttering in fear, the subordinate points toward him. Kalia turns around to look only to realize the worst has happened. Ryu Jinan has passed out cold on the spot. This sight leaves her utterly stunned. She never expected someone of his legendary caliber to be beaten. She silently calculates her next move. Proving the innocence of the Apostle of Divine Purity is now a path with absolutely no return. Either way, Ryu Jinan has already achieved his primary goal. The moment Kim Se-jun steps foot inside that terrifying place, entering the deadly Theat dungeon. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes out of nowhere, making Kalia freeze. How fortunate that you are still here. Right here. Kalia spins around in sheer panic. Se-jun wipes his face with a heavy sigh while she desperately struggles to keep her composure. Aren't you supposed to be off saving the Saint Healer? Se-jun flashes a sly, cunning grin. Of course I have to go, but first, she notices someone stepping out from behind him, freezing in shock. The Sword Saint asks her, Kalia, do you remember our first meeting? She instantly recalls her own past promise. If you do this, I will also fulfill my end of the bargain for your sake. My Lord Sword Saint, if you wish, I can even swear on the sacred name of the Church of Justice. Suddenly, Se-jun flashes, a massive bright smile right at her. I told you we would meet again, he says. Suddenly, the furious Sword Saint lunges forward, grabbing Kalia by the collar and lifting her off her feet. Time to fulfill your oath of honesty, Kalia. He glares down at the mission. Devious girl, declaring she is entering the dungeon with them. Over at Gangnan, a swirling black portal has already been waiting, patiently, for their arrival. Kalia reluctantly takes the lead, while the Sword Saint and Se-jun closely watch her from behind. He roughly prods her forward, asking what she is waiting for and if she plans on breaking her sacred oath. Kalia hesitates right before the dark portal, but eventually she has no choice but to step inside. The Sword Saint and Se-jun watch her disappear into the abyss, pausing to think. Se-jun looks over at the veteran warrior, noting they cannot afford to pressure Kalia any further. The Sword Saint gives a firm nod, explaining that since Kalia is the chosen apostle heir of purity, if anything happens to her, the Church of Justice will absolutely retaliate. Se-jun begins stepping in too, knowing that as long as she remains with them, the Church cannot make any underhanded moves. Even so, the girl must be absolutely terrified right now. Se-jun turns back to the Sword Saint with a playful smile, suggesting they quickly locate the Saint Healer. Inside, Kalia watches the two enter, instantly raising her guard and brandishing her sword. Se-jun stays completely silent, slowly drawing his own weapon as she panics. She frantically demands to know his intentions, but he calmly asks what else he would be doing. Suddenly, a massive strike launches right toward her, severing a few strands of her hair. He calmly reminds her they need to find the Saint Healer, having targeted a beast creeping up behind her. Amused by her terrified expression, Se-jun cheerfully asks where the healer is. Under his suffocating pressure, she shivers violently. And check this out, Se-jun walks forward, murmuring that he understands now the target is located in the core of the demigate. The Sword Saint deduces that Se-jun intends to isolate the healer, extract the core, and send the girl to him. Se-jun shrugs that off, focusing instead on the slim odds of the core actually appearing. He doubts if a standard demigate would even house one. The Sword Saint replies that if it is that cunning bastard, he likely knows how to force extract the core himself. Se-jun is taken aback, questioning if artificial extraction is even possible. The veteran warrior admits he does not know the exact details, but insists that if the bastard entered to save the mage saint, a method must exist. The real issue is finding him. With those words, he casts a threatening glare toward Kalia, who immediately reads his mind and nervously declares she has no idea. Se-jun falls into deep thought, with his serious expression suddenly turning to walk away and leaving both of them utterly confused. He suggests they drop the questioning, prompting the Sword Saint to realize Se-jun has a plan. Se-jun admits he might without guarantees. He asks for a bit of time, then steps into a quiet corner to close his eyes, leaving them wondering what he intends. Every single one of his senses is operating at maximum capacity, desperately searching for any trace of the Saint Healer. He mutters to himself that there are no signs nearby, but refuses to give up, pushing his perception even further outward. Still finding nothing, Se-jun channels the absolute limit of his inner energy, expanding his sensory field across a massive distance. Just as he is about to reach his limit, a familiar faint aura registers in his mind, causing him to snap his eyes open. He quietly notes that he found the target, though the distance is vast. Without a word, he channels raw energy to strike forward. His sword erupts with power, flying relentlessly straight ahead as the Sword Saint stands by, closely observing the bizarre spectacle. Se-jun urges his blade forward, telling it to track down that faint trace. The weapon seems to understand its master's voice, spinning rapidly in the air as waves of energy radiate outward, forming a glowing compass to guide their path. Suddenly, the blade locks onto a signal. It halts its spin and points like a needle straight ahead. The sword bolts forward at blistering speeds, pouring every single ounce of its spiritual power into reaching the target. A crimson flash illuminates the dense forest. Se-jun turns back with a smirk, telling them he is heading out first. The baffled Sword Saint barely manages to gasp in confusion as a torrent of Se-jun's massive aura completely envelops his spear. Dashing away, Se-jun calls back over his shoulder, explaining that he absolutely must stop Gungnir before it completely strikes down the Saint Healer. The moment Se-jun departs, the Sword Saint's expression turns deadly serious as he turns to face Kalia. He demands they finally discuss what she has been hiding, knowing she is keeping secrets from Se-jun. Meanwhile, outside, over in Sun City, the streets are bustling as if nothing happened. But one of the apostles is absolutely furious. He snaps, how could they hold the sacred ritual in such a tiny, insignificant country? The other apostle remains calm. Their leader decided this, so stop complaining and be patient. Suddenly, another terrified messenger comes bursting in to report. Bowing low, the servant begs to address the grand apostles. One of them frowns in surprise. Why are you here? Where is Kalia? The messenger stammers, too terrified to even look up. Hearing the report, both apostles are completely horrified by the news. They yell out in absolute shock. What did you say? Meanwhile, deep in the forest, an old man is running for his life. His energy is almost completely drained, and right behind him, a massive grotesque centipede is closing in with deadly intent. It clearly has no intention of letting him escape alive. To make matters worse, a whole swarm is giving chase. His life is hanging by a single thread. This doctor is the legendary medicine saint whom Se-jun and the sword saint are tracking. With no other choice, the medicine saint throws a handful of silver needles toward the giant beasts. Utilizing his special technique, Rain of 1,000 Needles, the metal pins easily pierce straight through their tough scales. But the attack does absolutely zero damage. Running completely out of weapons, he grits his teeth in despair. Is this the end? But wait, just when hope seems lost, Se-jun's sword flies and slicing straight through the massive centipede. The old man tumbles to the ground in terror, but the rogue blade does not stop slashing at everything in sight. Looking back to see who saved him, the doctor is utterly baffled. Is his mysterious savior actually a flying spear? But before he can even celebrate, the aggressive weapon suddenly turns on him, slamming violently into the ground. The medicine saint screams in utter disbelief. Is he really the next target? He cannot even move. He is too exhausted to escape, but fortunately Se-jun leaps in just in time, shouting out in panic, "Oh my god." Scratching his head, Se-jun scolds his weapon for almost causing a disaster. He then turns to the old man, smiling warmly. "Are you alright, medicine saint?" The old man just stares, completely dazed. "Who are you and how did you get in here?" But the giant centipedes are not done yet. Seeing their dead comrade, they aggressively swarm forward, thirsty for revenge. Se-jun shields the doctor, telling him they can talk after he clears out these pests. Watch this. In a flash, the massive centipedes are chopped to pieces. The medicine saint is stunned that anyone could fight like this. Unable to contain his immense curiosity, he steps forward and asks who he is. Se-jun just smiles, introducing himself. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the Dream Team Guild leader Kim Se-jun. The mage saint sent me." The doctor's eyes widen. "You are the young man the mage saint kept praising." Se-jun just laughs. He admits he does not know what was said, but that is probably him. The medicine saint cheers in excitement. Se-jun leaps down from the dead centipede's back. "Did you find the medicine for the mage saint? Is it safe?" The old man confirms he secured the medicine but got trapped inside due to some unexpected complications. Then he realizes something. Wait, how did Se-jun even manage to enter? Se-jun puts two and two together. Did they lock the gate to trap him? Well, now that he is here, their little scheme is completely useless. Se-jun reassures the old man that the gate is open. They can leave whenever they want, so they should head out. But the medicine saint hesitates, wanting to harvest more core elixir. He extracted some from the Dimmel gate earlier, but did it in a rush and worries it won't be enough. Se-jun scratches his head, reminding him that the mage saint is in critical condition. But the doctor insists they have time. There is no need to worry. Seeing the old man's profound dedication, Se-jun can only relent and agree. But before he can even finish his sentence, the doctor is already moving, thanking him and telling him to wait. He quickly pulls out his scalpel. Se-jun watches closely, asking if it is really safe to harvest it like that. The old man explains that the core elixir is a spirit stone carrying an insane amount of raw magic power. It is basically highly concentrated mana. Se-jun listens in awe, wondering if they can really make medicine out of it. Still deeply focused on the messy extraction, the doctor calmly confirms it is absolutely possible. Se-jun covers his mouth in pure amazement. Making medicine from monster cores. Sure, they are less potent than normal shop potions, but with zero side effects, why the hell not? He might as well grab as many as possible. I mean, who would say no to free overpowered power-ups? Just imagining the possibilities sends a happy shiver down Se-jun's spine. The doctor looks at him in utter confusion. What on earth is wrong with this kid? Se-jun eagerly steps forward, asking if he can try extracting a core himself. The medicine saint chuckles, warning him that while it looks simple, the tricky process is actually far too complex for a beginner to handle. Se-jun might look incredibly stubborn, but he has actually been dissecting monster corpses for 10 long years now. He has absolute confidence in his skills. Seeing the young man's fierce enthusiasm, the healing saint feels completely helpless. He admires his sheer determination but still harbors some doubts. If the boy tries and fails, he will surely give up. With that in mind, the healing saint agrees and offers to teach him. Shortly after, Se-jun successfully extracts a glowing yellow core. A beautiful radiant light immediately begins to shine from it. He cheers in pure excitement, shouting that he did it. The healing saint stands frozen in shock as Se-jun boasts that it was way too easy. Absolutely stunned, the healing saint wonders how this kid is doing even better than him. His mind is screaming in total disbelief. Brushing it off as a lucky coincidence, the old man tells Se-jun to try another one. Though surprised, the young man simply agrees. He steps over to the next centipede carcass and places his hand on its back. Let's see. Se-jun slowly channels the divine sense of Chiron Merlin's wisdom and the great saint's raw power. Combined with his own monster dissecting experience, he knows exactly where to cut. In the blink of an eye, he successfully extracts another core. The healing saint watches in total shock, completely unable to believe his eyes. He stands there utterly dazed, mouth wide open, watching the flawless skill. Se-jun then asks if there will be any leftover cores after healing the magic saint and if he can keep some. Suddenly excited, the healing saint rushes forward and offers to teach him medicine. He begs Se-jun to become his official disciple right then and there. But Se-jun flatly refuses, stating he plans to brew medicines on his own. Shocked yet again, the healing saint asks if he already knows how. Se-jun casually responds that no, he actually does not know yet. In just one afternoon, this old master has been shocked repeatedly. He desperately pleads with the boy not to waste such legendary talent. But Se-jun remains completely unfazed, saying he is perfectly fine. The stubborn healing saint refuses to back down and keeps begging him. He has taken such a liking to the kid that he begs him to try it just once, promising to let it go if he hates it. But of course, Se-jun still refuses. Just then, the sword saint finally catches up, and you won't believe the look on his face. He demands to know what they are doing, watching the esteemed healing saint rolling on the ground while screaming about Se-jun's wasted talent. Ignoring the old man's dramatic wailing, Se-jun simply turns to the sword saint and calmly notes that he took his sweet time. Annoyed, the sword saint tosses a battered Kalia onto the ground before them. The healing saint gasps, immediately recognizing her face. He wonders why the direct heir to the Apostle of Purity is here, and more importantly, how she ended up so brutally injured. The sword saint explains that he only captured her to ensure Se-jun could find the healer. Se-jun looks down at the struggling girl. He realizes that even the strongest apostle candidate stands absolutely no chance against the legendary sword saint. With that, he brandishes his weapon. He points the sharp spear tip directly at her neck. She sits helplessly on the dirt, too terrified to even think of fighting back. As the cold steel presses against her skin, Kalia panics. Se-jun's friendly expression instantly vanishes, replaced by a cold, threatening glare. He warns her that the situation is already obvious. He demands to know one simple thing: how did she create the mutated dungeon? How did she trigger the dungeon mutation? Kalia sneers, threatening him that the Church of Justice will hunt him down if he kills her. But he remains completely unfazed, telling her that it does not matter. Stunned, Kalia gapes and asks what on earth he just said. Facing her utter disbelief, Se-jun calmly repeats himself, stating once again that none of that garbage matters to him. He simply does not care. Kalia is completely dazed, refusing to believe him as she desperately tries to convince herself he is just bluffing. Her organization is a global superpower. Even disaster-class heroes would never dare to cross them, let alone some random kid. She convinces herself he is only lying to put pressure on her, but Se-jun merely sighs, clearly growing tired of the pointless games. He raises his spear as Kalia's face turns completely pale. He mutters that there is no other way, though she tries to maintain a smirk. He decides he will just ask the Apostle Guild when they arrive. She stares in sheer horror at the spearhead descending upon her. Terrified that he actually is not bluffing, she quickly screams out before the blade can pierce her. If she talks, her guild will kill her. She fears her own allies will execute her. Se-jun casually shrugs and tells her she should simply make sure she does not get caught. But Kalia argues that the Church of Justice closely monitors all of its members, and she is certainly no exception to their tracking. He scoffs, asking if she truly thinks the Church of Justice scares him. Her minor concessions mean absolutely nothing to him. He demands her to realize that she has zero leverage. Pressing the spear closer, he tells her it is time to make a choice. Will she stay silent and die, or talk and live? This is her very last chance to explain how she mutated the dungeon. Trapped in a brutal dilemma, Kalia stares blankly at the cold young man, terrified of both him and her own organization. She desperately wants to live but dreads the deadly consequences. Her entire body trembles in sheer terror until she finally breaks. She confesses to exploiting the power of the great beast Bo to mutate the gate. He coldly demands she swear on her church's name. Under his intense pressure, she screams out her holy oath. Just then, the voice of the magic saint echoes from behind. Se-jun steps up, asking what happened to the great beast Berserk. Kalia reveals it is currently trapped in a seal in Greenland. He asks next, noting that the Church of Justice is based there, proving that is why she relocated their main headquarters from America. Then come more questions about how she extracts the power of the great beast Berserk. Kalia explains that a sacred relic is used to siphon power from Berserk's seal. This immediately prompts another burning question. Did the creator of the seal make the relic at the same time? Kalia honestly admits she has no idea. Only the apostles hold information about the relic. Frustrated by this, he demands to know the true purpose of their organization. What is the Church of Justice actually? After the question startles Kalia, but she reluctantly answers that they want world stability. To stabilize world order, the sword saint grips his blade angrily, asking if she truly believes the church works for world peace. Is she playing some kind of joke on him? Kalia screams back, explaining that it is not the order they are thinking of. Rather, they want an order purely driven by causality. This shocking revelation completely catches Se-jun off guard, leaving him stunned. Right as Kalia speaks, a devastating blast of energy shoots directly at her, but Se-jun successfully intercepts the attack in time. A cold voice echoes through the air, causing the group to look over in sheer surprise as it tells them that is enough. The voice drips with pure malice, mocking Kalia for her loose mouth. The sudden appearance of these newcomers changes everything. The two figures send Kalia into a state of absolute panic. She stammers out the name of the Apostle of Temperance. The Apostle of Patience is with him. The divine healer wonders in shock why the legendary apostles would show up for Kalia. Se-jun remarks that he did not expect them to show up in person. The leading apostle identifies him as Se-jun. He says he never expected their meeting to go down like this, demanding they hand over Kalia so they can leave peaceably. Hearing this, Kalia panics. Se-jun gives them a smug look, asking what happens if he decides to refuse their demand. The Apostle of Temperance channels his energy and bellows, asking if they look like they are begging. Se-jun refuses to back down. He prepares to defend himself with a confident smirk, calmly telling them that he is not begging either. Faced with such defiance, the apostle's face darkens as he glares intensely at the young warrior standing before him. The sword saint anxiously asks what Se-jun is trying to pull. Se-jun replies that they simply cannot hand over Kalia. The old man yells, asking if he really wants to fight an apostle over this, questioning if he even knows their power. Se-jun remains totally unfazed, replying that he knows, but this is just his first time meeting them in person. While the sword saint pretends to scold him, a faint smirk appears on his face. The Apostle of Temperance frowns at him. He scoffs, calling the sword saint just as foolish as the kid. Standing above them, his mockery is loud and clear. The sword saint charges forward, shouting that he never liked those hypocritical bastards anyway. Just looking at them makes him sick. He declares that tearing off their fake masks to reveal their true nature right now sounds like an excellent plan. He turns to Se-jun, suggesting he take on the Apostle of Patience while Se-jun handles the Apostle of Temperance. Se-jun nods, seriously agreeing to give it a shot. Nearby, the Apostle of Patience lets out a soft, mocking laugh. He muses on how ironic fate can be, adding that their ultimate destiny has already been decided anyway. An explosive shockwave from the Apostle of Temperance's sudden attack forces both the divine healer and Kalia to duck for cover. Sensing her chance in the middle of the absolute chaos, Kalia tries to make a break for it, but luck is not on her side. The divine healer spots her instantly and shouts for her to stop, immediately paralyzing her by striking her pressure points. Se-jun looks over and praises the healer for his quick thinking. The old man yells back, telling them not to worry. While the Apostle of Patience concentrates his power, Se-jun suddenly charges directly at him with mind-blowing high-speed movement. The Apostle is stunned as their opposing forces collide, generating a blinding flash of light across the entire battlefield. The Apostle of Patience is left completely baffled, wondering how his opponent closed the distance so incredibly fast. From the side, the Apostle of Temperance aims straight at Se-jun, mockingly asking if he really intends to die for his foolish choice. But suddenly, a devastating counterattack flies directly his way, completely catching the arrogant apostle off guard. The impact blows him far back as the ground explodes into rubble. The sword saint steps up, glaring fiercely at his target. He remarks that since the apostle ignored him, he must have a few spare heads to lose, staring him down with pure rage. The apostle declaring himself to be his opponent. The enemy grits his teeth, growling in pure frustration at the old warrior. He spits out the sword saint's name. Meanwhile, Se-jun and his opponent clash violently, sending debris flying in all directions. They appear evenly matched, neither side yielding an inch. Suddenly, the Apostle of Temperance unleashes a devastating bolt of lightning. Lightning violently crashes toward him, the area completely drowned in the Apostle of Punishment's terrifying force. But Se-jun stands firm. Se-jun shows absolutely no sign of backing down, closing the distance in a mere flash. His spear swings down aggressively, cutting through the darkness as blinding light floods the battlefield. For what feels like ages, the intense clash drags on. Neither side can gain the upper hand. Watching the duel, the Saint of Healing stands completely frozen in absolute terror. He realizes he is utterly helpless against a conflict of this scale. Just then, a devastating decisive strike is thrown, and another massive explosion shakes the forest to its core. Both Se-jun and the Apostle now stand motionless, quietly sizing each other up. The Apostle is secretly panicking. He knew this human was strong, but he never expected him to be this ridiculously powerful. Growling, the enemy barks a threat, telling Se-jun to give up and hand Kalia over right now to end this battle. This fight will only end when one of us dies. Se-jun's expression remains blank, staring at his opponent as he calculates. He knows overloading the magic of his 3 dantians generates immense power, but it is incredibly difficult to control in this moment. Se-jun looks up with deep caution. The Apostle of Punishment actually holds the upper hand. Before he can even finish his thought, the enemy yells out mockingly, asking if he really does not care about the magic saint who is running out of time. Se-jun's face darkens as time runs short. The Saint of Healing warned that they must arrive within 1 day to cure him. He quickly calculates their chances, wondering if they can realistically break through these massive obstacles and make it back in time. Even if he somehow defeats the Apostle of Punishment, the Apostle of Patience remains. They could have had an advantage if they joined forces to quickly take down one enemy, but expecting any backup under these brutal conditions is highly unrealistic. Honestly, it would be so simple if he just handed over Kalia. But you know Se-jun is not the type to give up. He grits his teeth in frustration, muttering a quick curse. Suddenly, Se-jun's entire body erupts in a blinding, brilliant blue light. The Apostle's eyes widen in absolute shock. For the first time, a cold prickle of genuine fear washes over him. He grows incredibly furious, wondering how a mere S-rank insect could possibly make him feel this uneasy. Sneering, he tries to threaten Se-jun, asking if he really wants to keep fighting while leaving the magic saint behind. Just then a violent gale sweeps through and pitch-black clouds block out the sun, turning the sky incredibly eerie. The Apostle scowls, yelling that he will get exactly what he wants and unleashes his full power directly at Se-jun. Yet Se-jun stands perfectly still. He never intended to use this ultimate move here, but his hand is forced. The storm around them rages harder, howling like a vicious hurricane as pure energy begins radiating outward from Se-jun. So much pure energy radiates outward from Se-jun that the solid ground starts to violently shake, lifting up dead centipedes high into the air. The Apostle of Punishment instinctively flinches, stepping back as his expression turns serious. Staring at Se-jun, the Apostle mutters in sheer terror, wondering what kind of monstrous demonic power this actually is. Se-jun raises his spear high toward the heavens. His eyes snap open, glaring directly at the trembling Apostle. Confusion washes over the enemy. Se-jun begins spinning his spear with blinding speed, his lips moving as he chants. No one can make out the words. In his mind, Se-jun recalls the memories of his training with the Great Sage. The sage had laughed, telling him it was not hard. Just swing it like this, then boom, just like that. Seeing Se-jun collapse exhausted on the solid floor, the sage told him to listen closely one final time. There are 9 techniques and 3 stances. The basic moves are similar, but Se-jun uses a spear while he uses a staff. The Great Sage modified his skills, blending them with the legendary spear techniques of Prince Neza, Ares, and Athena. He added that he had never taught anyone who worked as hard as Se-jun. Back then, Se-jun could only weep. To him, working hard just meant getting beaten up 100 times. He had only mastered 3 techniques and 1 stance. Even the 3rd technique was barely usable, relying heavily on the illusion world's fast recovery speed. As for the 1st stance, he had only mastered the theory. Trying it in the real world would trigger a highly lethal backlash. The Great Sage's face had turned dead serious, warning him that if he actually pulled it off, even he would be in danger. Now the Apostle of Punishment stares in sheer disbelief, yelling that it makes no sense for Se-jun to be a mere human. Se-jun's face now looks truly bizarre and evil, like a demon from hell. The Saint of Healing took one look and immediately knew this was a holy technique, standing frozen in absolute awe. Meanwhile, the Apostle of Patience, currently fighting the Sword Saint, notices the sheer absurdity and is forced to turn and look. Feeling the borrowed godlike power, Se-jun recalls the ultimate technique. The first meteor staff stands the falling star of thunder destruction, crashing down with catastrophic force. Over by the Apostle of Patience, the Apostle of Temperance stands completely dumbfounded, unable to believe his own eyes. Before the shocked Apostle can even compose himself, the ground around him shatters. Destructive cracks run incredibly deep. Shattered stones float up. Then they vanish mysteriously, leaving him gritting his teeth in sheer panic. The space itself is warping. It is disappearing. He looks up at the raging sky, fearing he will get sucked in. What is this monstrous magic? Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun stands firm, his long spear radiating an overwhelming deadly aura. But the massive power is uncontrollable. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood midair. He is completely helpless. While Temperance is pushed back, the Apostle of Patience calmly watches the battle unfold. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun's massive energy vanishes. In a split second, it is completely gone. Was the kid just bluffing? The storm clears. Both Kim Se-jun and the Apostle of Temperance crash hard onto the ground, desperately gasping for air. Kim Se-jun wheezes on the dirt. Damn it. If only he had a tiny bit of magical energy left to spare. With the clash over, the Apostle of Patience steps closer. The young hunter is clearly exhausted. Massive power always comes with a heavy toll. Sensing an easy victory, the Apostle prepares to strike. But the Sword Saint blocks him instantly. He knows his enemy's thoughts. Nearby, the Medical Saint rushes in. The old doctor worries for Kim Se-jun while the Apostle of Patience notes that temperance is still alive but useless. Facing two formidable opponents, the Apostle quickly recalculates. He cannot take on both the sword and medical saints. The sword saint asks if the kid is okay. Even while badly injured, Kim Se-jun only cares about one thing. He asks about Kalia. The old man reassures him she is hidden. Sensing his disadvantage, the enemy grits his teeth. Furious, the Apostle of Patience offers a compromise. He asks the hunters to let them leave in peace. They will take Kalia with them. But Kim Se-jun stubbornly asks what would happen if they decide to reject his proposal. He gets warned against talking tough after nearly dying, but Kim Se-jun begins channeling his internal power again. Scoffing, the boy asks if they really think he's a pushover. But the Apostle knows another attack is dangerous. Hoping to buy time, the Apostle threatens that the magic saint will die if this confrontation drags out. He vows to use everything at his disposal to delay them until the magic saint draws his final breath. After exchanging silent glances with the sword, Saint Kim Se-jun finally agrees to let them go under one condition. When the Apostle of Patience asks for his terms, the young hunter nonchalantly demands an upfront cash payment. The Apostle is completely flabbergasted by the bizarre demand, asking if he actually wants money. Kim Se-jun simply smirks. Confirming the request, the Apostle thinks the demand is absolutely ridiculous, but decides it is a cheap price to pay. He offers 500 billion won. However, Kim Se-jun frowns and declares the negotiation over catching the enemy off guard. Our main character points out that 500 billion won is an insult for the lives of two active apostles, especially with a future apostle included. When asked for his actual price, Kim Se-jun quietly holds up one finger. Assuming he means 1 trillion won, the apostle immediately agrees, but Kim Se-jun's deadpan expression remains unchanged. Sighing heavily, the apostle bumps the offer to 10 trillion won, yet the finger stays firmly in his face. Sweat dripping down his face, the apostle starts to speak, but Kim Se-jun cuts him off by shouting 100 trillion. The sword saint merely chokes, calling him insane, while the furious Apostle of Patience screams that the demand is absurd. Without missing a beat, Kim Se-jun silently begins channeling his mana again as if the negotiations are officially over. Panic grips the Apostle of Patience, unable to believe the boy recovered his massive internal strength so quickly. Staring at the aggressive hunter, the apostle feels utterly cheated. This isn't a negotiation, it's plain extortion. Deep inside, Kim Se-jun is screaming in absolute agony as he forcibly squeezes the very last drops of mana from his 3 danchins. His internal core is on the verge of collapsing. He literally feels like death is knocking at his door. However, passing out means losing 100 trillion won. Gritting his teeth, he forces a menacing glare, ignoring the pain. Seeing that terrifyingly demonic expression, the Apostle of Patience freezes in pure terror, convinced the boy will actually kill him. Losing 3 key members right now would completely ruin their master plan, and fighting him is clearly a losing battle. Paying 100 trillion won will definitely delay the upcoming ritual for the Apostle of Chastity, but survival comes first. Their leader would understand. The Apostle of Patience finally agrees to the absurd terms, letting out a defeated sigh. Kim Se-jun rejoices internally, knowing that a few more seconds of delay would have knocked him unconscious. Now it is time to collect. Kim Se-jun demands the 100 trillion up front, but she protests, claiming no one has that kind of cash right now. She suggests an oath of truth, swearing to pay the 100 trillion as Kim Se-jun sighs gloomily in response. He grumbles, asking when she will actually pay, while Park So-la adds that they might change their mind, leaving her speechless. Even the medical saint is dazed, wondering who would dare cheat this kid as the Apostle of Patience turns to leave. She promises to deliver the money within a week and vanishes, prompting the medical saint to cheer in pure relief. He pats Kim Se-jun's shoulder, urging him to quickly return and treat the magic saint, but suddenly Kim Se-jun completely collapses. Swaying like a rotten tree in the wind, his entire body gives out, and he falls unconscious to the ground. Despite his desperate cries, Kim Se-jun remains completely motionless, while back at the Grand Temple, the 4 apostles gather. They kneel flat, too terrified to raise their heads as they tremble in unison before their leader. A sudden loud roar startles one of them, who stammers out that the mighty deity of temperance has been completely defeated. However, they must now pay a staggering compensation of nearly 100 trillion, forcing them to postpone the ceremony. Silence fills the room after the report. You can practically feel the dread, with no one daring to breathe. Breaking his silence, he mutters that their fate has already been sealed, while the subordinates wait for his wrath. He scoffs in anger, asking if those fools really believe they got away, declaring that everything will inevitably collapse. They will fail to grasp the power of a true transcendent, a predetermined end that has already been carved. Reduced to nothing but wandering souls lost in the void, his face darkens as he turns to issue a command. He orders Su-rayon to bring out the 50,000 won bill, claiming that nothing wakes Kim Se-jun up faster than some hard cash. They trust this to be the perfect remedy for their leader, while the medical saint watches in shock. Despite his treatment, Kim Se-jun suddenly opens his eyes, sniffing a weirdly familiar scent that immediately makes him wonder. Kim Se-jun is also surprised, realizing Su-ryun has stuffed a rolled-up 50,000 won bill right up his nose as she cheers. She cheers happily, bragging that she knew this trick would work, while the medical saint drops his jaw. He asks if Kim Se-jun is truly awake, but the boy is speechless, cursing under his breath about their ridiculous antics. He cannot believe they actually gave him 50,000 won, while the dazed medical saint laments his useless skills. Kim Se-jun quickly tells him that his treatment is just taking effect now, causing the medical saint's eyes to sparkle. He yells, completely baffled by how easily the old man was fooled. Honestly, who would actually fall for that? Su-ryun is always setting up these ridiculous pranks, but Kim Se-jun quickly puts it aside to ask about his master. The saint assures him that the treatment went perfectly, explaining that with the Demet core everything is fine. Kim Se-jun asks about his chronic illness, and the medical saint happily confirms that he has been completely cured. Su-ryun then chimes in, explaining that big sister Jung Ji-min and her master went out for some urgent business. She mentions they should return soon, leaving Kim Se-jun surprised that someone who just suffered a fatal wound is walking. He is amazed by the medical saint's incredible skills, knowing for a fact that his recovery was not from money. Suddenly, Su-ryun approaches with a serious look, calling him brother as she bows repeatedly to show her gratitude. She sincerely thanks him for saving her master, but a sudden painful flick to her forehead makes her snap back in anger. He chuckles, teasing her that it was a light tap, but Su-ryun screams back that it really hurt. He asks Su-ryun about her connection to his old friend, prompting Kim Se-jun to step in and clarify everything. He explains that Park Seol-ah is the Sword Saint's granddaughter, while Hyun is the disciple of the Soul Saint. She is the disciple of the Magic Saint, which shocks him, while her older brother laughs and introduces himself. The medical saint burns with jealousy, demanding to know where his own disciple is, but Kim Se-jun shrugs indifferently. He says there is nothing he can do, and facing the old man's tearful eyes, Kim Se-jun remains completely blunt. He is not interested, but the stubborn saint begs, offering to teach him everything since he has nothing to lose. Still, Kim Se-jun refuses, but the medical saint continues to plead, telling him he could become the greatest doctor. He refuses again, leaving the old doctor frustrated and lamenting how all his friends manage to find disciples. He is deeply annoyed, prompting Park Seol-ah to yell at him to complain directly to them instead of shouting at her. In the end, the medical saint throws a childish crying tantrum, weeping loudly about why he is the only one without a disciple in front of him. Finally, the medicine saint throws a crying tantrum. Why am I the only one without a disciple? Why didn't you come meeting me before I became a hero? Why? Se-jun lets out a wry smile. The man must be exhausted. You should get some rest. Oh, why? Even after the saint leaves, his voice continues to echo in the quiet room. Become my disciple, please, he begs. With peace restored, Se-jun decides to check his bank balance. One look at his phone screen and his jaw drops in absolute shock. The massive surge is real. They actually transferred 100 trillion won directly into his account. He is utterly speechless. No wonder. A caveman working for thousands of years could not even save this much cash. That is 3.3 billion annually. Yet buying from the Transcendent shop only costs 100 billion, so he is incredibly rich. He can easily afford the 100-hour training course with the Great Sage. Realizing he is getting way too hyped, he tries to calm down. Calm down, he tells himself, doing some quick math. Right now, training under the Great Sage actually would not help him at all. His current magic power is barely enough to pull off the first stance of the Heavenly Meteor Spear. His main priority must change. He needs to expand his mana reserves to fully master that single stance. Still, wasting karma points on rare elixirs is a terrible idea. Grabbing his phone, he realizes there is only one real option left: time to consult his advisor and get some expert guidance. Se-jun quickly fires off a text message. I need some urgent advice, so get over here right now. Almost instantly, a response comes. Mentor pops out of the phone with a loud shout asking what is wrong. Se-jun screams in fright, that scared me. Mentor giggles, thrilled to finally scare him. Annoyed, Se-jun grumbles and asks why he cannot just show up normally. Then Mentor gets curious. Are you planning to learn alchemy and brew elixirs yourself? The advisor asks. Se-jun nods, wanting to master it as quickly as possible. While the advisor does not highly recommend it, there is a special method. It is a premium class that will speed up his learning. This premium course catches Se-jun by surprise. Mentor taps on his screen, asking if he remembers the brutal Spartan training session from before. It is highly similar to that. Based on calculations, the karma cost to hire Hua Tuo for this premium lesson is quite heavy. We are looking at 10 billion per hour. Hearing this, Se-jun shrugs. That is not expensive at all. Hand over the phone. Let me pay for it, he says. Seeing him make a snap decision like that completely startles the advisor, who quickly interrupts him. Hold on, because this class is not just boring theory. It is highly practical, requiring a massive list of specialized tools and materials. Instructor Hua Tuo mentioned needing at least 100 alchemy tools. At his current tier, that will run him a pretty penny. Try 5 billion per item. How does that sound? Se-jun does not even blink. Cheap as dirt, he mutters, instantly making the payment. The sudden transfer leaves the advisor completely frozen in shock. Where on earth did a regular guy get his hands on that much capital? Mentor literally drops to the floor, staring with wide eyes and a dropped jaw. What in the world is happening here? Since ancient times, humanity has always chased the dream of absolute immortality. Inside the legendary divine realm, two legendary researchers once sought it. They risked everything to explore this forbidden territory. These two brilliant minds were born to achieve a singular world-changing goal. A white-haired old master suddenly appears, asking if Se-jun wants to master the art of medicine brewing. This is the miraculous pharmacist. With a serious expression, Se-jun confirms that he wants to brew the Elysia elixir himself. The old pharmacist raises a surprised eyebrow. He explains that basic medicine brewing is not quite the same as forging the legendary Elysia elixir from scratch. Really? Se-jun asks, totally confused. The master replies that they should first begin with the absolute basics of potion crafting. Brewing actually alters the internal essence of the herbs. Ordinary external medicine is just a compound, which is exactly why the dose matters. Even a tiny dose must be handled with utmost precision. Mixing sulfur, silver, and cinnabar requires extreme heat to trigger the conversion. That is how liquid gold and golden pills are formed. Going through 7 complex stages, this intricate process is intense. This is known as the sevenfold refinement. Following a lengthy, grueling training session, the old pharmacist looks at him with deep satisfaction. "You are an incredible newcomer," he praises, impressed by his speed. However, they need to let the knowledge settle, so they decide to wrap up the lesson right there. Se-jun looks completely drained, his head pounding from the intense mental overload. Even his S-rank wisdom skill could barely process the flood of information. He looks at a pill, so this is an external elixir. It is crafted from incredibly rare medicinal herbs. Deciding to test it out, Se-jun pops the pill directly into his mouth. Suddenly, a warm, refreshing sensation spreads rapidly through his veins. Stunned, he realizes the effects are even better than he anticipated. Even absorbing just 1/10 of its power grants him a massive boost. At this moment, pure excitement takes over completely. He bursts out laughing, tears of absolute joy filling his eyes. Standing tall, he is incredibly proud of himself. Finally, it is time to say goodbye to struggling for karma points and start a life of luxury. As a little treat, he could even ask Jung Jimin to craft a custom magic device to easily clear his daily quests. Originally, he only planned to ask for a modest budget, but now he is absolutely rolling in cash. The system chimes. Daily quest completed. Endure temperatures of 1000 degrees Celsius with his entire body for 10 minutes. Next is enduring -100 degrees Celsius for another 10 minutes. Done. Se-jun can barely contain his excitement. Is that dream too small for him? He rejoices, planning to buy up all the surrounding land to build the dream team headquarters. Mentor finally wakes up from his nap and asks if the lesson is over. Se-jun beams, telling him it went incredibly well. Mentor notices his cheerful face and asks if he enjoyed it. Of course he did. Now he never has to worry about money again. With cash problems solved, Se-jun cannot hold back his joy. He throws his head back and laughs like a total maniac. Mentor interrupts, saying it is finally time. Se-jun tilts his head, asking if he means time to brag about his achievements. Mentor points directly at the young man's spear, asking if he notices something. Se-jun shrugs, too high on excitement to care. But then he spots hairline cracks running down the entire shaft. How is that possible? Mentor asks if he used the meteor spear recently. He explains that the items in their Transcendent shop are crafted by the absolute finest grandmasters in the world. People usually assume Transcendents make them, but they are actually forged by legendary master weaponsmiths from other realms. To be precise, these items are actually training projects made by novice students who are just starting to learn Transcendent smithing. Even though they are just student works, the tier right below Transcendence is still incredibly powerful. That is why those replica weapons have decent quality. However, real Transcendent items from another world are on a different level. Se-jun is completely lost. Mentor explains that the standard shop items cannot handle advanced reinforcement techniques. Usually, they do not crack like this. But the power of his meteor spear is just way too intense for a basic replica to hold. The replica simply cannot contain that kind of raw energy. That means if he wants to keep fighting, he needs a genuine upgrade. He has to buy a real Transcendent-grade weapon. Normally, commissioning a master craftsman is a massive pain, but for the legendary Longinus spear that Se-jun wields, Mentor checks his database. Fortunately, the original creator is actually selling the authentic version. The real deal is up for grabs. Excitedly, Se-jun asks how much the authentic spear would cost him. Mentor pulls up the listing. The price is 103 trillion won. Se-jun nearly chokes. He cleans his ears, asking Mentor to repeat that number because there is no way he heard that right. Mentor repeats it slowly. 103 trillion won for the genuine Longinus spear. Se-jun's goofy grin instantly freezes. The reality of that mind-boggling price tag hits him like a truck. He screams in shock. His face turns pale, demanding to know if trillions of won are just paper to him. Even if that legendary spear could level entire nations with its power, there is absolutely no way he is paying that. Sweating under the intense glare, Mentor suggests buying it later. Later, Se-jun is absolutely fuming. He points at the weapon, yelling that if he even tries to swat a fly with it, the whole thing will shatter. Mentor scratches his head, admitting Se-jun has a very good point, but he promises the real deal is nothing like a cheap replica. Its legendary power will blow his mind. Se-jun starts crunching the numbers. Even if he saved up like crazy, that price is just completely out of reach. Who on earth has hundreds of trillions just lying around? It is totally ridiculous. But then a light bulb goes off. Remembering a potential gold mine, he tells Mentor to stay put and wait for him right there. Seeing him run over, Se-jun is surprised. Shouldn't he be resting? Ignoring the advice, Se-jun cuts straight to the chase, handing her a mysterious pill to try. She looks at the tiny piece in confusion. He explains it is an external elixir and urges her to eat it. Trusting him, she pops it into her mouth. Instantly, a massive wave of golden energy erupts from her body. The medicine saint steps closer, highly intrigued. He asks Se-jun to hand over another piece for examination. His eyes widen in shock. How can an elixir of this incredible quality even exist? Where did he get this? Se-jun casually reveals he made it himself. Instantly, the others get jealous and beg him for a taste. The whole crowd goes wild, begging their captain for a share. Se-jun smiles, highly satisfied with their reactions. He offers to sell them for 500 billion won a pill. Instantly, absolute silence falls over the crowd. This 500 billion won is actually a massive discount offered only because they are teammates. Looking to the medicine saint for backup, the old man blankly nods in agreement. Se-jun grins. They just made trillions of won from their last raid, so where else would they spend it? This is a fantastic deal for the hunters. Finally, their very first customer steps up. Se-jun calls out loudly, announcing that she will buy it. As he stares at her in complete disbelief, she adds that since she only has 1 trillion, she will take 2. Se-jun freezes. Only 1 trillion. Se-jun is absolutely thrilled inside. That is right, Se-jun, 1 trillion is not that much money at all. He immediately continues, shouting out his sales pitch. There are only 5 pills left at a bargain price, so whoever acts first wins. The crowd immediately descends into a chaotic frenzy to grab them. People scream out to take their money first. With this massive wave of cash, Se-jun successfully purchases a brand new powerful weapon. Mentor cheers that Se-jun is absolutely amazing, wondering how on earth he could afford a transcendent device all at once when normally people pay installments for thousands of years. Se-jun groans in pain, telling him to shut up if he does not want to rub salt in his wound. Mentor goes quiet. Se-jun examines the transcendent gear. Known as the God-slaying spear, this is a genuine Longinus weapon carrying national-level power. He quickly gets ready to test it out. At first glance, it does not look much different from his previous weapon. Mentor stops him, warning that he cannot just treat it so lightly. Suddenly, a massive explosion rings out, leaving everyone frozen in shock. People scramble to look around and find out who caused the blast. The crowd yells out that they finally get to experience being attacked, shocked they can test the effectiveness of this external power so quickly. He vows to show them the upgraded power of bursting fire, urging it to burn. Meanwhile, Se-jun stands there completely dazed. Se-jun panics, realizing he does not even have enough money to cover the property damage. Mentor sighs, reminding him why he needed to be careful. Mentor is completely speechless, repeating that the weapon's power is way beyond his wild imagination. Se-jun remains frozen in place, utterly stunned. He never expected it to be this radically different, realizing it is easily worth over 103 trillion. This is truly hard to believe. He notes that this weapon will clearly devastate the surrounding area, making it impossible for him to train properly. Mentor explains that is why most first years must learn power development while accumulating the necessary karma for transcendent gear. Once you master the secret to managing your output, you will finally be able to wield the transcendent gear properly. His screen shows power development is only at 0.6%. Se-jun turns pale, realizing he has to spend even more money. Mentor hurriedly tries to leave, telling him to call if he needs anything else. But before he can slip away, Se-jun cuts him off. He insists he has some questions, prompting Mentor to turn back and ask what he wants. Se-jun explains he recently heard about karma. He asks if there are other Transcendent students in this timeline, wondering if Mentor is still unable to answer that question. Mentor looks down, admitting he wants to share the truth but simply cannot. Se-jun realizes there is no doubt about it. The Church of Justice and the Transcendent Academy are definitely connected. He decides he must take a completely different approach. Se-jun asks if Mentor can finally share the Academy history he wanted to talk about last time. Mentor readily agrees to it. He begins his tale, reminding Se-jun that he briefly mentioned the principal of the Transcendent Academy during their last chat. Se-jun nods, recalling that she was only described as the second Transcendent. Mentor confirms that she was indeed the second person to cross over. She was the second person to ever enter the Transcendent realm and essentially the very first freshman at the academy. Hearing this, Se-jun begins to connect the dots and asks for clarification, prompting Mentor to quickly jump back in. He explains there was actually one other person. Together, they were the first to set foot in the Transcendent realm. They went on to establish the academy. Se-jun quickly cuts him off, wondering why someone else is the principal if the founder exists. Mentor admits that absolutely nobody knows the reason, a puzzling answer that leaves the young hunter completely stunned. Mentor shrugs helplessly, explaining that not even the principal knows. More precisely, there is no karma left from that first transcendence. Se-jun tenses up, asking if there is truly zero karma left behind. Mentor admits his own knowledge is limited. However, according to the principal, it appears the very first transcendent has completely ceased to exist in this world. Even all memories of him have vanished. Se-jun silently wonders if this mystery has something to do with his unmeasurable karma. Before he can think any further, a loud voice suddenly calls out his name, breaking his train of thought. Mentor is startled, realizing how fast time flew, and quickly bids farewell before vanishing. Se-jun rushes in, looking incredibly panicked. She urges him that they must head to the Hunter Association immediately after receiving an urgent call. Se-jun asks what is wrong. She admits she is clueless but explains the caller said Se-jun would understand if she simply mentioned the letter B. Hearing this, Se-jun instantly tenses up. Over at the association, panic erupts as rumors spread that Berser will break out soon. The Black Saint confirmed the grim news. Min-do freezes, asking if this is the legendary beast from the Great Flood era. Wasn't that monster defeated long ago? Se-jun nods, confirming that the Great Flood actually ended with Berser's defeat. The Sword Saint steps forward, announcing that it is finally time for them to learn the terrifying truth. What on earth are you talking about? The Sword Saint speaks up. I think it is time you all know the truth, he continues. Bersh is not dead, he is only sealed away. And the Church of Justice, who cast the seal, has been using his power to stir up chaos. Their true motives remain a mystery, but they are definitely not as noble as everyone thinks, Park Se-la warns. What Kim Se-jun gasps, totally caught off guard. He asks if something has gone wrong in Greenland, but the Sword Saint shakes his head. No, it is actually in England. Kim Se-jun is stunned. The Hunter Association chairman slides a document across the table, urging him to look. Kim Se-jun reviews the letter, written in English. The chairman explains that this is a classified message sent from the Queen of England to South Korea. To put it simply, uncontrollable dungeon anomalies are spreading across England, and she is desperately requesting backup from our side. The Sword Saint chimes in, noting Bersh probably has not fully broken free yet. Otherwise, England would have been completely destroyed already. The chairman adds that for some reason, the Church of Justice refused to lift a finger, which seems incredibly suspicious. Why send a private letter instead of a formal request for global cooperation? Jung Ji-min then speaks up about a few major complications. She explains that her grandfather and she planned to go to England, but their main problem is that Ru Jinan has vanished. Recalling that troublesome man, Kim Se-jun asks if he is plotting something again. Jung Ji-min shrugs, admitting she has no clue where he went. She sighs, guessing he probably fled after being exposed for conspiring with Kalia. Even after questioning other guild leaders, she got nothing. Kim Se-jun stands there completely bewildered, realizing a massive amount of crazy events took place while he was lying unconscious. Jung Ji-min admits her main worry is the unstable situation back home if she and her grandfather leave. But then she drops the real bomb. The Queen of England actually requested Kim Se-jun directly, not the rest of them. This immediately catches his attention. Kim Se-jun shrugs and casually declares he will go. Everyone immediately panics. Are you completely out of your mind? Park Se-la screams at him. How can he make such a massive decision so lightly when he has to face an apocalyptic threat? Min-do is also quite annoyed. He mutters that Kim Se-jun should focus on tomorrow's breakfast instead. Kim Se-jun just smiles wryly. Staying here will not pay the bills. His practical answer leaves everyone speechless, but they cannot argue. Park Se-la starts doing some quick mental math and sighs. I am completely broke too. The Sword Saint is shocked to hear his own granddaughter is out of cash. Kim Se-jun also needs money to buy elixirs. Min-do jokingly tells the Sword Saint that he can tap into his massive national budget. The older man is utterly confused, wondering what these youngsters plan to do with his funds. Ha-yoon chimes in with some facts. She just checked and his annual budget is 1.2 trillion won. The Sword Saint gasps, wondering what on earth that is for. The group erupts in excitement, shouting about heading to England to make some serious cash. The elders can only shake their heads. What did Kim Se-jun do to turn their disciples into money-hungry hunters? The medicine saint pouts, feeling lonely as the only one without a disciple. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to Kim Se-jun, making him turn. It is the mage saint, looking incredibly happy to see him. He expresses deep gratitude, but Kim Se-jun modestly replies that he barely did anything. The mage saint quickly refutes his words. I heard everything from the medicine saint, he insists. Both of us are safe thanks to you. Kim Se-jun can only offer a forced smile. He definitely cannot confess that he accidentally wrecked the old man's entire house during the rescue. Jung Ji-min happily joins in thanking him warmly. Her eyes sparkle as she promises to do anything for him. Kim Se-jun does not hesitate to take her up on that offer. He leads her and the mage saint back to the property, showing off the massive gaping hole he accidentally blasted through the wall. Seeing their stunned faces, he rubs his head sheepishly, claiming he barely touched it before the whole corner came crashing down. He suggests they stay at the Dream Academy building while the place is being rebuilt, then turns to the mage saint with a cheeky grin. If you want to repay me, please just deduct the repair costs from my reward because I am completely flat broke right now. He asks them to handle the logistics while his team goes to England, then bolts before they can even process what just happened. Meanwhile, over in London, total chaos erupts as a massive dungeon outbreak forces terrified citizens to flee for their lives. A panicked man shoves a woman down, yelling at her to get out of the way. Just as a monster leaps at her, a powerful hunter obliterates the beast with a single devastating punch. The crowd erupts in cheers, recognizing their savior, Count Robert. He commands everyone to use this chance to escape, and the rescued woman tearfully thanks him. A quick-thinking blonde girl takes charge. She guides the panicked citizens towards safety while Robert holds the line by himself, but the endless monster horde is overwhelming. He quickly grows exhausted under the intense pressure, desperately wondering why the requested reinforcements have not arrived yet. Suddenly, a massive explosion cuts through the battlefield as a beam of concentrated power strikes the monster, throwing Robert backward. He struggles to his feet, staring in pure shock at the newly arrived threat, roaring furiously right in front of him. "Is that a drake?" the blonde girl screams in absolute horror, recognizing the terrifying 11-star beast towering over them. She begs for someone to save her fallen father, but her panic cries only succeed in drawing the monster's lethal attention. A blinding yellow light erupts as a massive beast appears. The blonde girl and Robert gasp in sheer panic, and the old man shouts out. Calling out to his lord, a devastating shockwave slams down completely, staggering the level 11 beast. Staring at the weapon in his hand, Robert is stunned to see a spear. Meanwhile, Se-jun is pretty annoyed by the immediate trouble. Landing on the ground, he sighs. He tells Robert to step aside and let him handle this, then immediately raises his hand to command his summons to kill them all. His team charges forward, leaving Robert completely speechless as the entire beast horde is wiped out in a matter of seconds. The blonde girl walks over, asking if they are the famous Dream Team from South Korea. Se-jun steps forward to answer, confirming that he is indeed the team leader Kim Se-jun. The girl smiles warmly and offers a polite introduction of her own. Introducing herself as Queen Arya of the United Kingdom, her friendly vibe leaves Se-jun totally stunned. Wait, she is the queen. Mindu wonders what is happening while Lee Ha-yoon stares at her gentle smile, quietly doubting that such a young girl could actually be a ruler. Back at the queen's temporary residence, the palace guards are in complete panic, frantically asking if her majesty is all right. Robert storms in, furious at the royal knights for showing up so late, but one soldier steps forward with an excuse. He explains that Sir Lebanon suddenly ordered them to hold their positions, which makes Robert frown in deep suspicion. Turning to the queen, Robert requests permission to remain by her side for a while longer, and Arya gently approves. The queen then turns to Se-jun, guiding him inside while offering a sincere apology for showing them such an embarrassing scene. She figures they must have a lot of questions about why the ruler of a nation is acting so secretly. Specifically, why she had to send a secret letter for help instead of making a formal official request. Arya lets out a heavy sigh, her expression growing incredibly dark as she admits that she is actually just a puppet. Hearing this, Se-jun and his team are completely stunned, but the queen just asks them if they know the official name of her country. Se-jun assumes it is simply England, but Arya gently shakes her head, noting that most people usually make that mistake. She explains that England is merely the largest territory within their complex union rather than the name of the entire state. Its official name is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, spanning across England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. It is a loose alliance of 4 territories, but their relationship has never been particularly friendly, especially lately. Now, endless disasters and complex dungeon issues are piling up, pushing their fragile alliance to the brink of total collapse. Just a few weeks ago, the sudden passing of her grandmother, the former Queen Elizabeth, completely shattered their fragile system. Se-jun silently processes this, remembering the massive news of the late queen's death, though he never expected her successor to be so young. Taking over the crown at her age is a massive burden, especially with the country spiraling into complete chaos. Arya continues her story, explaining how her grandmother summoned her right before the chaos erupted to reveal a terrifying secret. She was warned about a terrifying monster, a creature so ominous that its sheer existence threatened the entire world. Arya explains that her grandmother left to slay this beast herself but never returned, leaving the country leaderless and in ruin. Following her disappearance, the prime minister suddenly died, and even the newly elected candidate lost his life in a tragic dungeon raid. With the sudden deaths of the top leaders, Arya was forced to take the throne without even a proper coronation ceremony. Under these grim circumstances, it is no surprise that the alliance is falling apart with local heroes demanding to take her place. Two powerful awakened heroes from the other territories have stepped up aggressively, demanding that she abdicate the throne so they can take over. This shocking revelation catches Se-jun's companion Lee Ha-yoon completely off guard. They actually demanded her crown. Arya nods, confirming that the two heroes are indeed Sir Lebanon of Scotland and Lady Alice of Northern Ireland. She adds that they are living legends who survived the darkest eras alongside her grandmother, earning them unmatched respect across the territories. Now veteran hunters from all over the country are gathering under these two figures, completely ignoring the disasters elsewhere. They have openly declared that they will refuse to help stop any monster outbreaks until Arya officially abdicates her throne. Arya looks down, admitting she feels completely useless compared to her legendary grandmother, since she has no combat power. She has zero dungeon experience, no powerful skills, and absolutely no connections to call upon in these desperate times. She confesses that she never even wanted the crown in the first place, thinking the country might actually be better off under a strong hero. But everything changed when she discovered a dark secret. Those two heroic figures are actually the masterminds behind the entire crisis. Arya turns to the Korean squad leader, practically begging Kim Se-jun for help after hearing about the miracles he performed in Italy. Acknowledging the weight of her request, they are her absolute last hope to save her fallen kingdom. With pleading eyes, she hopes the legendary hunter can bring another miracle to her broken nation. Begging like this feels incredibly shameful. Her entire body trembles in despair, yet Queen Asia promises to grant any request he has. Wealth, fame, anything. She begs for his help, her hands clenching into tight, desperate fists as she waits for an answer. Please stop Lord Lebanon and Lady Elise, the territory heroes, she begs. Tears spill from her eyes. Her tear-filled eyes look up at Se-jun, looking completely heartbroken. Nobody knows what dark secrets she had to endure over the years. She begins to speak. Suddenly, the entire room freezes as the air grows cold and incredibly tense. Park Se-la cuts in. Wait, you want us to do what? But a panicked guard bursts through the door. Emergency, Your Majesty. Captain Robert and Lord Lebanon are currently clashing just outside the palace gates. The situation is bad. Lebanon sneers, mocking Robert for blocking his way without knowing his place. Robert is completely outmatched. The arrogant invader laughs, claiming that the puppet queen's stupidity has clearly infected her guards too. Lebanon is the calamity hero, the dragon slayer. Robert gasps for air, insisting only verified guests can enter. The dragon slayer laughs. Ridiculous. Why should he be banned from entering a palace that will soon be his? Robert roars. So the traitor is finally showing his true colors and no longer hiding his wicked ambition. Refusing to talk, he draws his massive blade. I wanted to give you a chance, but it is too late. He has no use for a barking dog that ignores its owner. Robert closes his eyes, ready to face his death. Loyalty to the end. His final thoughts rest on his queen. But just when things look completely hopeless, Se-jun steps in. He deflects the massive blade with absolute ease, leaving Lebanon staring in utter shock. An Asian challenger. The tyrant is completely stunned. Before he can even process the situation, Se-jun strikes back immediately. A brutal kick lands, sending Lebanon flying through the air. The strike was effortless, yet the damage was devastating. Se-jun checks on Robert, asking if he is okay. The captain nods, completely stunned by this boy's speed. Lebanon rises from the rubble. He laughs, suggesting that the desperate queen has actually gathered some pathetic little backup. How shameful to drag an outsider into internal affairs. Se-jun narrows his eyes. Why would a hero behave this way? Lebanon is surprised. Even though Se-jun does not speak English, the words are somehow telepathically transmitted to his mind. Are you from the Church of Justice? Lebanon asks. He quickly shifts his tone, suggesting a simple misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Se-jun scoffs. Calamity heroes never trust the Holy Order because they know its dark, corrupt secrets. They know the dark side of this religious order, which completely contradicts what the world expects from savior heroes. Lebanon insists he has no plans to interfere. He claims he only wanted to explore his future home today. He wanted to preview the royal palace a bit earlier than planned. This proves their conspiracy to seize the throne. They are working with the church. Se-jun calmly asks the dragon slayer if he has ever heard of his name. Lebanon lazily repeats it. Kim Se-jun. I think I have heard that name somewhere. But before he can even remember, a shadow looms. Lebanon panics. Wait, is it you? That is right, Se-jun replies as he closes the gap. A heavy fist slams directly into his face, sending him flying back. Se-jun follows up immediately with another ruthless assault. Now we are talking an absolute clash of monsters. Lebanon loses his mind, roaring at the arrogant brat. They trade deadly strikes at blinding speed. Captain Robert breaks into a cold sweat, desperate to stop them. How can we stop them? One soldier gasps. We cannot even get close to the shockwaves they are creating. Lebanon glares with pure hatred. I will never accept this. To him, combat is nothing more than hunting. It is about tracking down the target and claiming the bloody trophy. But Se-jun interrupts his arrogant thoughts with a grin. You complained about the queen bringing in outside help, Se-jun notes, yet you were the one colluding with the church. It looks like you are the one being hunted. With a mocking laugh, Se-jun calls him an absolute hypocrite. How do you translate this? He wonders if there is an English version of a famous saying about double standards. If I do it, it is romance, but if you do it, it is a scandal. Lebanon feels utterly humiliated by the insult. He screams for Se-jun to shut up, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Se-jun lunges forward, keeping up his aggressive pressure. Why so angry? Se-jun teases. For years, nobody has ever dared to mock this legendary calamity hero like this. It is completely unacceptable. Cursing, Lebanon asks if this bastard truly believes he can match his raw power. He swings his giant blade. Two devastating forces collide, sending a massive shockwave across the palace courtyard. You will face a power that makes dragons kneel, you fool, he roars, pouring everything into his strike. Your absolute pride ends right now, Se-jun roars before launching a devastating blow directly at Lebanon's face. Total domination. Se-jun completely overwhelms him, leaving Lebanon to desperately ask himself if he is actually losing. It seems impossible. But suddenly, Se-jun's spear cracks and shatters into pieces right after his heavy downward strike. Staring at the shattered weapon in his hands, Se-jun grumbles in disbelief that his weapon broke even though he held back. Absolute panic sets in. Lebanon realizes this guy is stronger than a dragon, making further combat suicide. Terrified by Se-jun's monstrous strength, Lebanon decides he must postpone his plans. Right then, the queen and their allies arrive. Queen Aria runs over in absolute panic, calling out for Sir Robert. The old man weakly bows to greet his queen. Arya urgently asks if he is all right. Lebanon sheathes his sword, ending the fight but not without a threat. He turns to the queen with a dark threat. The more stubborn she is, the more everyone around her will suffer. Where are you going? Se-jun calls out, but Lebanon only scoffs at his complete lack of a weapon. Unarmed, no chance. Se-jun pulls a new weapon from his pocket, joking that fighting a disaster hero barehanded is too hard. Stop babbling nonsense, Lebanon barks in anger, but a sudden, terrifyingly heavy aura begins to erupt directly from Se-jun. Smiling calmly, Se-jun swings his new magic weapon, and trust me, nobody was ready for what happens next. One shot. Lebanon screams as he takes a direct hit, instantly reducing the entire courtyard to a messy ruin. As everyone searches through the rubble, Se-jun scratches his head, wondering what they should do next about the massive destruction. He is a wrecking ball. Mindu worries they will be billed for all the collateral damage Se-jun keeps causing. Se-jun defends himself, claiming he definitely held back his power. Moments later, he finally tracks down what they were looking for. Spotting Lebanon buried under the debris, Se-jun happily digs him out, but as he clears the heavy rocks, something starts glowing. He pulls out a beautiful glowing, heart-shaped red gem. Meanwhile, in another corner of this chaotic dungeon world, a helpless adventurer faces down a massive monster. Bowing his head in defeat, he laments that this is his final moment. He whispers a final proposal to his beloved. But out of nowhere, Se-jun crashes down with his weapon, completely shattering the sadness. Se-jun's squad charges in right behind him, yelling for everyone to hurry up and keep moving on to the next spot. Absolute chaos. Sir Robert stands completely dazed by the frantic energy of the busy hunters working around him. Hunters shout warnings to handle the monster parts carefully. They organize the materials, moving severed limbs over to the collection pile. Confused by the sudden commercial operation, Robert speaks up. Right then, a cheerful young hunter named Philip greets him warmly. Robert says he is doing fine but asks what on earth they are doing. Philip quickly explains their task. They are harvesting and hauling away monster corpses. Robert groans that he can see that, but wonders who ordered this. Philip reveals it was the queen's own decree. Dumbfounded, Robert asks if their queen really commanded such a task. The queen is desperate for funds, so they must harvest and sell these highly valuable materials before the dream team leaves England. I am done. Suzanne collapses onto the dirt in absolute exhaustion, crying that she cannot take another step. Total exhaustion. Mindu collapses right beside her as the rest of the crew lies completely drained of life. Se-jun calculates the immense profits from the dragon heart he harvested from Lebanon. However, the special potion will take 30 hours to brew. No slacking off, Se-jun barks at his tired crew, but they immediately start chanting and protesting for some rest. Shut up. Hearing their endless chanting for rest, Se-jun snaps and furiously orders them to be quiet. Remember the debt? Se-jun reminds them of the massive 1,000 billion gold they each owe him. He is seriously a greedy monster, isn't he? Se-jun just scowls, thoroughly annoyed by their constant whispering. Telling them to shut up, he calculates his total earnings, knowing they can hit their goal with just a little more effort. Suddenly, cheers erupt as the famous dream team arrives on the scene. The crowd goes wild, chanting their name. Mindu looks around in utter confusion at the bizarre hype, while Se-jun awkwardly tells him to just wave back. They greet the crowds with awkward waves. Meanwhile, in northern Ian, a frustrated noble asks if they must just sit and watch. His intelligence officers report that a powerhouse Asian hunter named Se-jun is currently clearing out major dungeons all over England. Furthermore, they have completely lost contact with Lebanon since the moment he arrived at the Grand Royal Palace. Because of this, public support for the queen is skyrocketing again, making the noble Alice grind her teeth in frustration. She glares with pure fury, demanding to know how these foolish people dare speak nonsense to her face. Terrified, the messenger begs for mercy, but the cold noblewoman calmly reassures him that she has other plans. Just one survivor left. She orders him to get lost and tells the other fools that it is time to gather in London. Then suddenly, she changes her mind, realizing he does not actually need to be alive to do her bidding. Alice simply reaches out her hand, and the man instantly transforms into a walking skeleton. She stares at the bony figure, ordering it to go spread her message. As it wanders off, the lady flashes an evil smirk. "This Kim Se-jun fellow is not half bad, is he?" she asks the figure hiding behind the wall, pointing out they do not seem to care about him. The shadow responds with a freezing voice. They tell her to act on her own from now on before the black-robed figure vanishes into thin air. The lady stands up, scoffing that she will never understand that woman. But in the grand scheme of things, none of that actually matters. She only needs to slaughter everyone who hails that little brat as the new queen, turning them into cold corpses. Her entire lair is now crawling with these mindless skeletons with not a single living soul left in her wake. It seems the lady has a rather dark hobby. Her expression turns incredibly vicious as she suggests heading to London next. Back in Se-jun's room, the alchemist proudly presents his finished work. Se-jun is amazed to see the legendary dragon heart medicine, but to his eyes it looks exactly like the last batch. The master explains that preserving the dragon heart's shape maximizes its potency. He urges Se-jun to consume it immediately, desperate to witness how his body absorbs such a mythical high-tier substance. Se-jun suddenly hesitates, realizing he is completely broke. Running out of funds while brewing potions would be a massive disaster. The alchemist whines, deeply disappointed that he cannot watch the process. But once Se-jun swallows the dragon heart medicine, his body absorbs the power almost instantly. A massive shockwave rattles the entire castle, startling Robert and the young queen. Robert is absolutely terrified. The raw energy is so massive that the palace literally trembles beneath their feet. Guards whisper about an earthquake, utterly bewildered. The queen asks Robert just how powerful this hunter Kim Se-jun truly is. Robert confesses he does not even dare to estimate his limits. Arya gasps, realizing he might have surpassed global disaster-level heroes. Robert confirms her suspicion. Though it is just his theory, he believes nobody on Earth can pose a threat to Se-jun. In his heart, Robert doubts anyone on Earth can threaten Kim Se-jun. He stares ahead, lost in deep, heavy thought. Perhaps only apocalyptic monsters could do it. Arya suddenly murmurs that she is jealous, leaving Robert completely confused by her words. He asks her to repeat herself. The queen silently sighs, wishing she had that power so she would not feel so useless. She remembers how many lives were lost in vain. A memory flashes back. Arya, remember that people can become whatever they wish. She unconsciously whispers her grandmother's name. But for a fragile person like her, the royal crown feels far too heavy. Seeing her sorrow, Robert steps forward to comfort his highness. Arya shakes off her gloom, declaring they must do what they can. She suddenly fires up, eager to get back to work. Her sudden burst of energy catches the loyal knight completely off guard. The queen asks if they can move a heavy object. The panicked guards plead with her to leave the labor to them. They beg her to rest instead. Robert watches with a warm smile, knowing she always calls herself weak and fragile. But her pure heart and selfless actions have already touched the souls of everyone around her, inspiring true loyalty. If anyone ever asks who is truly fit to wear the crown, Robert knows his answer will always be her. He gently advises her to head inside as dark rain clouds gather. Arya insists on finishing the task, first determined to help. But their peaceful moment is shattered when a messenger bursts in. He gasps out that a major crisis has just struck. Scotland's elite hunters and Alice's terrifying army of undead are currently converging on London in massive numbers. A violent storm erupts overhead as thunder echoes across the land. Inside London, absolute destruction reigns as buildings collapse into ashes. Thick smoke fills the air. The skeleton horde crushes everything in its path, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. A brutal commander orders the survivors to get out of the way. Philip lies nearby, bleeding heavily and shivering in pain. He stares blankly at the wicked lady, unable to believe his eyes. He weakly asks why a legendary hero would betray them. Alice only offers a sinister, silent smirk in response. A skeletal warrior steps forward, raising its blade to finish him off. The monster swings down on the defenseless man. But before the blade can connect, a desperate voice screams for it to stop. The skeleton freezes instantly. Alice turns around mockingly, greeting the young queen who has finally arrived on the battlefield. She sneers, calling her a useless little puppet. Arya glares back with absolute fury, harboring years of bottled-up resentment. Alice scoffs, telling her that dolls should stay quiet inside their safe palaces instead of wandering into dangerous war zones. Arya demands to know what she is doing. Alice casually replies that she is merely taking care of a stubborn queen. The old queen has become too obstinate, and Alice is completely done with it. Arya quietly glances down at the broken Philip. Unable to hold on, they collapse. The person nearby panics, desperately urging them to wake up. Meanwhile, the queen shakes with rage. She speaks up. "Don't you want my throne?" Alice merely feigns surprise at her words. Oh, so she can observe. This arrogant attitude is too much for Robert, making him boil with silent fury. Veins pop on his face as he grits his teeth. Does Alice really think anyone will accept her? The witch responds. Acknowledgement, absolutely ridiculous. She has already decided to crown herself anyway, so who cares what anyone else thinks? She is Elise, the legendary flood hero. She alone is worthy to rule over these foolish mortals. Hearing this, Arya shouts that if Alice wants the throne, she can have it. Robert freezes in horror. Arya offers to remove her crown. She begs Alice to stop. Robert tries to intervene, pleading with his queen, but Alice looks on, utterly bored. She claims she might have agreed to a simple abdication, but she changed her mind. What is her angle here? Alice suddenly points directly at the queen. She coldly demands Arya kneel down right now in front of everyone. Let Britain see who the real queen is. Robert feels the sting of this heavy, unforgivable insult to his sovereign. He furiously demands how she dares, but Arya raises her hand to stop him, leaving him completely bewildered. Her mind is made up. She silently apologizes to Robert. She cannot stand by and watch her people suffer anymore. He once said a person can become anything they truly want, but that only works in his world, not hers. In her grim world, those dreams are impossible. Hearing his queen speak with such hopeless despair utterly breaks Robert's heart. Arya prepares to drop to her knees, her spirit utterly crushed. Meanwhile, the soldiers struggle against the skeleton horde. Please do not do this. Watching this desperate display of suffering fills Alice with intense, sadistic pleasure. Arya feels totally powerless. Perhaps she was never meant to rule. The crown was always an unbearable, heavy burden. Suddenly, a firm hand grabs her and pulls her up. He is like a pure snowflake amidst the dark forces. Stunned, Arya looks at her savior. She gasps his name, Hunter Kim Se-jun. His expression turns incredibly serious. Do not bow your head, he warns, stand tall. If Arya truly wants to be the queen of these people, the ruler they truly deserve, then she must never bend her knee to a wicked tyrant like Alice. His incredibly inspiring words strike a deep chord inside her. Tears of hope suddenly spill from the queen's eyes. Se-jun flashes a reassuring smile, teasing that her crown might fall. Hearing this bold, unexpected declaration, the royal guards find a sudden burst of courage. They shout in agreement, ready to stand united. Honestly, you can practically feel the hope returning to the room. Se-jun stands before them like a literal beacon. Robert steps forward, pleading with her to stand tall for the citizens. His fierce loyalty deeply touches her heart. Enraged, Alice shrieks, demanding why her little puppet refuses to kneel. She is desperate to assert her dark dominance. She wants to prove who the rightful ruler is, but the queen's gaze suddenly burns with an unshakable determination. Empowered by her people, Arya declares that Alice is no hero, nor is she anyone of real importance anymore. Her face fills with intense disgust as she labels her a traitor. Arya could forgive personal harm, but not this. She will never tolerate anyone who harms her beloved citizens. To Arya, the people are the foundation of this nation. Hurting the common folk is a heinous crime that can only be defined as absolute high treason against the realm. Arya points a finger and denounces Ellis the Dark Mage as nothing more than a vile, power-hungry traitor. This powerful speech makes the villain tremble with rage. Her hands shaking, the queen gathers her courage and points. She sentences her to execution. It seems this gentle girl is finally ready to become the strong leader they need. Arya barks out the order to execute the traitor. Robert eagerly steps forward, ready to carry out her will. He swears to lay down his life to carry out this execution. The time for political games is over. Robert rallies the troops, ordering every knight to raise their weapons and use any means to slay the traitor. The knights roar in unison, their fighting spirits fully reignited. Se-jun steps up next to Arya, completely unfazed. He looks smugly at Alice, mockingly asking if this is the self-proclaimed queen Arya had warned him about earlier. His voice drips with sarcasm. Alice looks at them and lets out a spine-chilling laugh that echoes around them. She feigns a dramatic sigh, claiming she gave them a fair warning. But now they have sealed their doom. As she speaks, violent lightning bolts crash down from above and monsters begin pouring out of a dark rift. Alice sneers, mocking them for choosing the hard way. Staring at this incoming nightmare, the royal guards brace. The royal guards panic as monsters pour from the sky. Robert stares in utter shock, muttering that those are not just clouds. They are not dark clouds, but a massive portal. It seems Alice is too impatient and wants to destroy this entire place right now. Arya screams. Alice, what on earth are you trying to do? The wicked woman just laughs maniacally at the sky. Arya demands to know why a queen would massacre her own innocent citizens. Alice's cruel smile slowly fades as she coldly replies that she does not care. She asks where Arya thinks all these undead monsters came from. Arya's face darkens. Alice laughs wickedly, revealing they were once the citizens of North Island. Hearing this, Arya is completely devastated and falls to her knees helplessly. She wonders what she can possibly do now. Suddenly, a voice echoes. People can change based on their thoughts. You said this world has too many things that cannot be changed. If that is true, then the thing that needs to change is this world itself. Once again, Se-jun steps up to give the queen strength. Alice screams out that whatever they plan to do, it is already too late. She calls upon Burke to absorb all of her magic power. She commands it to take the dragon heart in the royal palace. Yet everything remains completely silent and absolutely nothing happens. Alice is utterly baffled. Why is nothing working? Se-jun speaks up, asking if she means that dragon heart belonging to Lebanon. He casually mentions that he ate it a long time ago. With a fierce look on his face, Se-jun begins to channel his massive inner power. Before Alice can even process this, a blinding blue light flashes from him. She stares in disbelief as the bright blue energy bursts forth. The light engulfs the entire area, sweeping through the skeletal soldiers. In a mere instant, over half of her undead army is completely vaporized. However, Se-jun is not satisfied. He wonders why only half of the undead were destroyed when his attack should have wiped out all of them. He wonders if something is limiting his abilities. What kind of force could possibly interfere with his transcendent power? A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as a terrifying realization hits. Around him, the royal warriors begin coughing up blood and screaming in pain. Realizing what is happening, Se-jun curses in frustration. He quickly activates his immovable heart technique to stabilize the area. A radiant lotus flower blooms around him, shielding the survivors. The oppressive pressure lifts and the guards let out sighs of relief. They look around in panic, wondering how they survived. Suddenly, a soldier points toward the sky, yelling for everyone to look up. High above a massive sphere as red as blood begins to materialize. The crowd gasps as the ominous crimson ball starts to condense. Although no one has ever seen this entity except for the legendary heroes, they can all instinctively sense the terrifying threat approaching. It is the ultimate predator at the top of the food chain, the legendary sovereign ruling over the entire dragon race. Its massive face is twisted and bizarre, unlike any ordinary dragon. This terrifying beast is none other than the legendary Dragon Emperor. Se-jun stares wide-eyed at the colossal beast. He curses under his breath as the Dragon Emperor opens its massive jaws and roars. The deafening shockwave shatters the surrounding rocks. Gripping his long spear tightly, Se-jun leaps forward to intercept the monstrous creature. While the others struggle to even stand, Se-jun notices something. The beast is not fully unleashed yet, likely because he ate its heart. He must destroy it before the seal breaks completely. Just then, Alice's chilling voice echoes across the battlefield. She asks if he really thinks she will just let him leave. Suddenly, another ally calls out, urging him to go. A massive explosion spell blasts into the skeletal forces. Shocked by this sudden intervention, Alice quickly turns around to see what happened. Se-jun's allies have arrived to back him up. Mindu steps forward, shouting that her real opponents are standing right here. They trust that their captain will succeed. The team tells Se-jun to leave this battlefield to them and focus on the dragon. Mindu urges him to trust his comrades, assuring him that they are more than capable of taking down this despicable woman. Se-jun nods and tells them to handle it. Seeing him leave, Alice shrieks in anger, demanding to know who gave him permission. Mindu blocks her path, reiterating that her fight is with him. Robert also snaps out of his daze and rallies his troops. He orders his men to eliminate the traitorous Alice. The clash begins, and a devastating explosion marks the start of the chaotic battle. Alice screams at her Scottish ally, asking why he is just standing there instead of making himself useful in the fight. The Scotsman looks lost, protesting that he never agreed to turning innocent people into undead or summoning a colossal dragon. He explains they only wanted to overthrow the English lords and put a Scottish ruler on the throne, not cause absolute ruin. He mutters in despair, wondering how things went so wrong. Suddenly, a massive boulder breaks loose and plunges straight toward him. Fortunately, Queen Arya shoves him out of harm's way just in time, shouting a warning. The Scottish lord looks at her, utterly bewildered. He asks why she would save him when his goal was to overthrow her. Arya speaks with genuine warmth and kindness. She explains that she understands their feelings of injustice and doubt, but to survive this crisis, they must stand united. Stunned by her mercy, he asks if she really forgives them. Arya smiles warmly, saying they are all one family. But just as her innocent smile lights up her face, a skeletal soldier silently creeps up from behind, ready to strike. He strikes silently. The man quickly draws his sword and slashes directly at the undead to protect Arya. If he just listened, to her he wouldn't be any different from those undead. He will do his absolute best for his new queen. Finally, she is now officially and rightfully recognized in the hearts of her people fighting for the nation. Witnessing this heroic scene, everyone regains their spirit and fiercely charges forward. Alice watches the spectacle before her eyes with growing anger and screams in frustration. These mere insects. Meanwhile, Se-jun quickly approaches the dark, ominous dragon. It is here that foolish entity, bound by death. Se-jun stands dazed. Danger, that is his very first thought as he looks up at the beast. Pure fear, sheer dread, and negative thoughts flood his mind. Its existence is so incredibly overwhelming that what stands before him is merely a remnant. Its true power is simply hard to believe, but he cannot afford to waste any more time. Their level gap is just too massive. Even at this very second, Burke's power keeps rising, staring down at him, like a corpse facing the Grim Reaper. There you are, Se-jun thinks before the beast can fully reclaim its ancient power. The dragon roars out, foolish humans cannot escape their inevitable death. Yet even when facing such a savage, towering monster, Se-jun actually smiles and calls it Burke. The beast is shocked that another being wielding transcendent power has appeared in this predestined world. However, you have not reached transcendence, so how can you wield so much power? Confused, he asks, "What do you mean?" The dragon continues, "You must have heard of the concept of will before, so stop acting like you do not know. Still, I am curious why you would even ask that question. Are you asking about the predestined fate of this world, or perhaps are you asking about the transcendent ones?" These words leave Se-jun slightly surprised. He angrily grips the weapon in his hands tight and demands to know. "What do you know about the transcendence?" The beast barely opens its mouth to answer before Se-jun strikes with his spear. The sheer force is absolutely terrifying, yet it seems completely unable to leave even a scratch on the dragon. Se-jun is stunned. Even the transcendent blue dragon spear Guinness cannot pierce its hide. Burke aggressively opens his massive maw, forcing Se-jun to leap backward. But he is not going down easily, gathering all his remaining power to charge again. He flies straight at the dragon. It curiously asks if that is what he wants to know. Se-jun screams back, "If I say yes, would you even answer?" He silently calculates that the seal is weakening, and staying bogged down will only disadvantage him. Growling out in frustration, "Stop wasting my time and get lost." Burke roars back at him, "How utterly foolish. But this future is already set in stone, and I will personally make you understand it." Then suddenly, the dragon vanishes like lightning right in front of Se-jun, leaving absolutely no trace behind. He stands dazed as the black rift automatically seals itself. Se-jun looks toward the closing void as the entire dimension vanishes. Suddenly, he remembers something and panics. Could it be the atomic spirit? The moment the thought crosses Se-jun's mind, a massive explosion erupts from the rift, sending him flying back from the shockwave. Se-jun grits his teeth in panic, but the dragon is equally stunned. This power is his brilliant blue energy striking directly at the black rift and blocking it from closing completely. Se-jun charges forward and roars, "Did you really think I would let you escape?" Just then, a bizarre giant light shines eerily in the sky. His massive heavenly meteor spear strikes fiercely right before the dragon's face as he activates the second technique of Myriad Thunders, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks to deny the beast any chance to react. In that instant, he succeeds. Unable to fight back, the beast is blasted away, roaring out in agony. But it seems this attack pushed his body way past its limits. Se-jun suddenly coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood as a massive, golden energy explodes, sending both the dragon and those dry skeletons scrambling. Immediately after, Se-jun lands on the ground as thick dust rises all around. His breathing is ragged, but he calmly notes that his power has finally balanced itself out. He calculates that the dragon heart helped him grow immensely, but if the beast fully breaks the seal, he cannot win. He can only execute the heavenly meteor spear one last time. He must finish the beast with this single final blow. "How dare you!" the dragon roars, initiating a sudden lethal strike directly at Se-jun. Yet, he still remains completely calm and completely still. However, his expression suddenly shifts as he takes a firm stance, gripping his spear tightly. He sweeps his weapon, blocking the dragon's raw might. Burke is shocked. How can this human shatter every single incantation, even those woven with the sacred dragon tongue? Burke wonders how a mere low-class human could stand on his level. Se-jun's eyes flash with a brilliant sudden light. He can see it now, a thread-like microscopic opening in Burke's massive defense. This is definitely his true weakness. If the first technique, Thunder-Cleaving Star, holds the ultimate key, while the second style, Myriad Thunder Jade Cloud, holds the secret to absorption, he quickly devises a plan for the third. He charges straight at the dragon, his entire body glowing with intense light as he moves with blinding speed. The beast cannot react. Se-jun roars, thrusting his spear skyward as if to pierce the heavens themselves. Direct hit. His devastating strike actually wounds the massive creature, leaving everyone watching below in pure relief. Queen Arya and Robert stare in absolute awe at the young hero who blasted a massive hole through the dragon. Its blood splatters across the sky, painting the clouds in a gruesome crimson. Arya screams out in pure excitement. He did it. He defeated Berser. Meanwhile, Se-jun's companions have completely overwhelmed Lady Alice, leaving her utterly defeated. Yet she suddenly smiles. A chilling, sinister grin spreads across her face as Se-jun quickly steps forward to confront her. Alice flinches in surprise as he approaches. Se-jun smirks mockingly, asking if the legendary hero of the deluge is really nothing special. But his allies tease him, trash-talking while bleeding out like crazy. That is not a very convincing look, bro. Flustered, Se-jun snaps back, telling them to shut up because it is just a scratch. Alice watches them, utterly humiliated. She cannot believe she is being ridiculed by these brats. They are clearly far beyond S rank, possessing disaster-level strength. If only those treacherous fools had not betrayed her. She glares at the laughing group, then shifts her gaze toward the dragon. They think it is over, but watch. Alice slowly stands, clutching her face as a terrifying grin stretches across her lips. Her laughter grows louder, echoing with madness. She asks if they truly have no idea why Berser is called the Apocalypse. Before anyone can process her words, a massive explosion erupts behind them, sending shockwaves through the entire battlefield. Everyone whips around in pure panic. Suddenly, Se-jun falls to his knees, coughing up a fresh pool of blood. The toll of overusing his mana has broken his body. Even worse, the dragon they thought dead begins to rise again. Too close. If Se-jun had shifted space a second later, his heart would have been completely pulverized by the backlash. His body trembles uncontrollably. He made a reckless mistake by rushing his final, most powerful technique too soon. Unforgiving Berser launches another devastating attack right at Se-jun, forcing two monstrous forces of energy to collide once more. The beast roars, mocking the mortals. It sneers that countless insects have tried to stop its path of destruction throughout history. But insects remain insects, and it will rewrite their future and deliver ultimate ruin. Se-jun desperately summons every ounce of strength. He struggles to hold back the dragon's overwhelming might. Seeing him on the brink of collapse, his allies rush forward to help. Alice laughs triumphantly, declaring that this is the end. She mocks them, saying they are all doomed. She wonders aloud how many will survive this second great deluge, commanding them to drown in regret and absolute despair. Stop. The queen's commanding voice suddenly cuts through the chaos, and Alice spins around in pure shock. Arya channels all her rage and courage, driving her sword deep into Alice. She warns the villain to stop speaking nonsense. Blood splatters as the queen ruthlessly twists the blade. Arya knows her people need hope now more than ever. She rallies her terrified people, loudly pointing out that Hunter Kim Se-jun is still fighting with everything he has left. He is risking everything for them, so they must not give up. Their battle is far from over. Her words spark a fire in everyone. Meanwhile, Alice screams in horror as her body begins to break apart. Arya commands her to take her talk of despair to the grave. With a swift movement, the queen rips her sword free. Alice's physical form completely disintegrates, scattering into the cold wind. But over on Se-jun's side, the real nightmare continues. Complete domination. The giant dragon gathers its dark energy to unleash a final crushing blast on him now. Paralyzed. Se-jun desperately begs his frozen body to move as the dark energy surges directly toward him, completely out of mana. Just as hope fades, a familiar figure leaps in front of him. She casts a massive spiritual barrier to shield him from the blast. Se-jun looks up shocked to see Lee Ha-yun. The rest of the group charges forward, combining their strength to face the colossal dragon. But its power is simply too immense. Lee Ha-yun is instantly overwhelmed, her sword shattering into pieces under the pressure. Seeing this, the royal guard joins the charge. The brave knights throw themselves into the fray, fighting alongside Se-jun. Yet, to the dragon, they are mere insects. Their attacks fail to leave even a single scratch. With a casual swing, the dragon blows everyone back, injuring many. Stand up. Just stand up. Se-jun begs his broken body to move as his companions lie defeated around him. They are completely broken from the dragon's relentless assault. Se-jun knows he must squeeze every last drop of mana from his cells. Beside him, Lee Ha-yun collapses, coughing up blood right in front of his eyes. Watching her fall, Se-jun grits his teeth. Brez bellows, opening his massive maw as his roar shakes the area. Don't worry about whether it's possible, just make it happen at all costs. He screams, telling those insects to rot. Under the absolute fury of the dragon, everything around them is instantly reduced to a smoking heap of ruins. Bodies are scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, Se-jun's entire frame is suddenly enveloped in a brilliant blue light. Out of nowhere, a hand reaches out to block him. Someone is shielding him in a desperate attempt to protect his life. It is the queen, her small but unyielding frame standing right before the arrogant dragon. Defiant, she stares right back. Brez sneers in utter disgust, mocking her by saying her pathetic existence is even worse than that of mere insects. He glares at the queen, roaring that he will end her right now. Tears stream down Arya's face, but a peaceful smile forms on her lips. Finally, she has become the person she always wanted to be. In this moment, she recalls her past conversations with the brave hunter Se-jun. He once told her that the real queen she spoke of was actually the girl standing right next to him. And did she not say, that in her world, people can't just become whatever they want. "Well, Lady Ali," he told her, "if that's the case, then let's just change the world." Those words fill her heart with a deep, soothing warmth. She is incredibly grateful to Hunter Kim Se-jun for saying those words to her back then. Now, look at this out of nowhere. A familiar figure charges forward, taking the queen completely by surprise. He doesn't say a single word. Completely silent, he takes one step after another, heading straight into the jaw of death, all on his own. Arya watches his back with wide, hopeful eyes. In his mind, Se-jun recalls his secret talk with the Great Sage about the power of the first form. The sage admitted he was curious but warned him to avoid using it. Back then, Se-jun wondered why, asking if his current body couldn't take it. The Great Sage explained that even if his physical body could endure the mana backlash, if his body and his spear weren't fully aligned, it would be too dangerous for his life. He was told to save it for later. But now the Great Sage gets dead serious. Most importantly, he warned that Se-jun's world might not even withstand that raw power. Yet, in this desperate moment, the young hunter makes his choice. He will unleash the first form of the Heavenly Star Spear. Recalling the Great Sage's wise teachings, every single form has its own hidden secret. While the first form carries the secret of scattering, and the second form of the spear brings the secret of gathering all elements, then the third form, the sky-piercing spear, holds the absolute secret of piercing. These three forces of scattering, gathering, and piercing are meant to unite. When these three forces combine, they create an unstoppable power. Right now, Se-jun is taking steady, majestic steps forward as he prepares to unleash it. With those three secrets of scattering, gathering, and piercing aligning, Se-jun takes bold, steady steps forward, focusing all his energy. The fierce dragon stands dead still, warily watching his opponent's every move. Se-jun feels like his heart is going to explode from the tension. But here's the thing, it actually feels as though his heart was shattered long ago. An unbearable power surges wildly within his veins. This is not a power he was simply gifted. This is a raw, terrifying force that far exceeds his current limits, but he does not care. Closing his eyes, Se-jun focuses entirely on his goal. Even if he dies here, even if he can never stand again, he must do this. Even if his very soul is completely erased from existence, he will see this through. Steeling his resolve, he speaks out, "Heavenly Star Spear." First form, he leaps high into the air, spinning his body. Spear in hand, he hurls himself like a meteor straight toward the dragon Brez. With just a single shout, the colossal dragon is struck by the terrifying shockwave of his attack, writhing in sudden, unbearable pain. A brilliant burning golden light erupts, completely searing the beast's giant body. Brez has never felt such a horrific, terrifying sensation in his life. He screams as space-time and reality itself begin to collapse. Staring at the unyielding young man before him, the dragon is genuinely shaken. He is amazed that a mere human dared to unleash a power far beyond his own limits. It is an unbelievable yet undeniable force. It seems the boy will vanish alongside him in the end. Just as the dragon says this, a mysterious cloaked figure suddenly appears. Instantly, the dragon is gripped with sheer terror. Before he can even ask who this figure is, the mysterious stranger acts without hesitation. Clenching his hand, the mysterious cloaked figure crushes the dragon's remaining life force in an instant. Just like that, the threat is gone. The surrounding ruins are silent and desolate, with most of the fighters lying unconscious. Suddenly, the queen sits up in a total panic. What on earth happened to Brez? Looking up, she sees that the sky has finally returned to its beautiful natural blue color once again. Both Brez and the giant gate have completely vanished. Robert looks around in disbelief, wondering if they were reduced to absolute nothingness. Nobody can believe their eyes. Then Robert suddenly lets out a joyful shout. He did it. He actually did it. We survived. We survived. He defeated the world-ending monster. Arya is overjoyed that Se-jun actually managed to pull off the absolute impossible. She runs to him, ready to thank Hunter Kim Se-jun, but stops when she sees him collapse on the ground, completely unresponsive. The queen screams his name in panic, and the others rush over as well. She looks down at the young man, filled with deep grief. He can't die like this. Se-jun is also panicking, calling his name as she presses her hand against his chest to check on him. What she finds sends cold shivers down her spine. His heart has stopped beating. Desperate, she begs Lady Ali to call the healer. The queen complies immediately, while Se-jun desperately begins cardiopulmonary resuscitation in a frantic bid to save his life. "For you. Kim Se-jun, you cannot die, Kim Se-jun." She is so anxious that she panics repeatedly, crying out his name. Suddenly, a deep voice unexpectedly rings out, making Se-jun freeze right in her tracks. It is completely useless. In front of her stands that mysterious cloaked man. He looks coldly at Se-jun. That chilly voice rings out again, telling her to get out of the way. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun's soul floats in the void. His eyes are tightly shut, but his mind is still active, wondering if he is really dead. It makes sense after taking the full backlash of his skill and completely exhausting the energy from his 3 Dantians. Surviving would be a miracle, but he has no regrets since he saved his teammates and everyone else. Perhaps his only real regret is not receiving his prize money yet. He opens his mouth thinking he wanted to use that cash to summon the Great Sage and fight him with his ultimate star spear technique. Suddenly, an unknown voice echoes from out of nowhere, startling him. Are you the new Transcendent? Strange, you seem far too ordinary to be a Transcendent. He suddenly opens his eyes as the voice continues, asking if you are not a Transcendent. Then how did you get here? Wait, do not tell me. Kim Se-jun's face remains blank and confused as the entity continues, asking, even though he has not answered, what exactly is your relationship with the first Transcendent? By this point, he finally pulls himself together, asking if he can first know who the man is. He wonders, wait, I thought I died. But what is this strange black and white space? And who is this guy? The man does not answer. How strange, he is still not a Transcendent, so why can I not see his path? This should be impossible. Kim Se-jun shouts out, wait. Hold on, you have been talking to yourself this whole time. Can I ask who you are? What do you mean by my relationship with the first Transcendent? The man asks in wonder, do you really not know the first Transcendent? He quickly replies, of course not, I have only heard rumors about him. The man judges his response. It seems you are not lying. Did you just ask who I am? Kim Se-jun gets annoyed. He is talking to himself again when I am the one waiting for answers. The man is surprised. Impossible. There is no way a student of the Transcendent Academy does not know me. This shocks Kim Se-jun. He knows I am student. Could he be connected to the Transcendent Academy? The man states that there is no name that can define him. However, other Transcendents refer to him as the Observer. Startled, Kim Se-jun asks the Observer, what exactly does your job involve? The man calmly replies that he does not know. Kim Se-jun is completely speechless. What in the world? The man asks again, setting that aside, do you really not know? The first Transcendent? Kim Se-jun snaps, I already told you I do not. Why do you keep asking? The Observer explains that he feels that bastard's energy radiating from him. What dimension do you exist in? Kim Se-jun looks lost. Space-time, the Observer clarifies, meaning the name of the world you live in. Kim Se-jun quickly understands. Ah, are you referring to Earth? The Observer then lets Kim Se-jun go, a move that catches him slightly by surprise. He introduces himself as the manager of all space-time, keeping things running properly. Kim Se-jun retorts, but didn't you just say you had no idea what your job was? The Observer shoots back, well, now I know. Annoyed, Kim Se-jun wonders if this guy is mentally unstable. Curious, he asks if the man has any connection to the Transcendent Academy. The Observer flatly says no. Kim Se-jun asks, then who are you? He responds, didn't I just tell you that I am the manager who keeps all space-time running properly? Kim Se-jun presses further, asking what exactly he manages. Highly irritated, the man answers things that go against the world's laws. Can you not shut your mouth and listen to my story first? The Observer finally begins to explain. A world is built on a single law. It is commonly known as causality, yet there are very rare entities born who defy this rule. This sounds slightly familiar to Kim Se-jun. Are you talking about the Transcendents? He asks. The man replies, yes, after achieving Transcendence, they inflict massive damage to the laws of the existing world. He continues, which is why I isolate them from the world's laws. Kim Se-jun wonders, then what is the Transcendent Academy? The Observer states, is a thorn in my side. Kim Se-jun ponders, having no idea what kind of entity this Observer is, but he is surely on par with the Transcendents. His role is to regulate space-time to make sure they function properly. One of his main duties is to isolate Transcendence from the regular world. Based on his story, the existence of Transcendence seems to be more of a threat than a saving grace to the world. If that is true, then why is the Transcendent Academy training people to become Transcendents? He finishes his thoughts. Se-jun asks a sharp question. Is he also a thorn in their side for wanting to transcend? Why explain this to him? The entity clarifies that some beings in his space-time actually abandoned their own transcendence. Simply put, they had the power to rise but chose not to. Naturally, Se-jun wonders why. To destroy your space-time, of course. The Observer calmly replies before we shift back to the outside world. Robert is extremely tense as he tries to save Hunter Se-jun, but nobody can even get close to that mysterious cloaked figure. Se-jun grips her sword and charges him with a fierce cry, but at that exact moment, the dark figure suddenly spins around. He glares at her with glowing red eyes, and that terrifying pressure alone forces Se-jun to cough up a huge mouthful of blood. Crushed by his immense power, Se-jun slowly collapses to the ground. Having easily dealt with everyone, the stranger turns his gaze towards Se-jun. To his surprise, the boy is still alive. The villain mutters that he was wondering where the dragon heart went, as Berserk should be free. The beast was meant to ravage the London skies and plunge Earth into an era of ruin, but the timeline has somehow been twisted. Everything is completely reversed because Se-jun is an unexpected wildcard. He wonders who the kid is and how he knows all of this. The end is far from over, but if Se-jun survives, destiny might shift. He speaks coldly, reaching his hand toward the unconscious hunter. Se-jun looks up and panics as she sees the dark hand closing in on Se-jun, who is lying completely motionless on the ground. Tears stream down her face as she screams out for Se-jun, desperately begging him to wake up, stand on his feet, and run. Meanwhile, a mysterious voice echoes in Se-jun's mind, explaining that once someone becomes a Transcendent, they can no longer directly interfere. Indirect influence is possible, but it requires a massive price of causality. However, when an entity completely discards their transcendence, they gain the power to cross dimensions and destroy your timeline. Since this enemy threw away his divinity to execute his plot, the observer is unable to isolate him. Listening closely, Se-jun asks why the Cosmic Guardian is telling him all this heavy information. The observer simply points at him and commands him to find that rogue entity and eliminate him, making Se-jun's expression turn deadly serious. Back in reality, the black-cloaked villain's hand hovers dangerously close to Se-jun's neck, but he suddenly stops in his tracks. He decides not to harm him today, whispering that they will have to postpone their final meeting to a later date. He turns to leave, issuing a final challenge to stop the destruction of the world if Se-jun thinks he has what it takes. Meanwhile, deep inside his consciousness, Se-jun cheerfully accepts the quest, promising to track down the rogue entity and save his timeline. But then Se-jun pauses and tells the observer that there is still one highly critical detail they forgot to discuss. With a sudden twinkle in his eyes, he boldly asks how much the Cosmic Guardian is going to pay him for this job. The observer stares at the tiny mortal, completely dumbfounded, as Se-jun cheekily suggests that an advance payment would be ideal. Totally exasperated by this crazy kid, the observer frowns and asks if Se-jun realizes he is literally protecting his own home world. Se-jun complains that the observer is the one asking for help because this cosmic crisis also directly impacts his own duties. He points out that keeping the universe running smoothly is literally on the observer's official description as a cosmic deity. The giant hesitates, admitting that is true, but Se-jun cuts him off, demanding some solid support for such a massive job. Besides, the villain trying to destroy his dimension is a former Transcendent, meaning his power is still comparable to a literal god. Facing Se-jun's silver tongue and flawless logic, the observer finds himself completely cornered with absolutely no way to argue back. Admitting his point, Se-jun lets out a heavy sigh, questioning how he could possibly defeat such an overpowered godlike monster. He brings up how much trouble Berserk caused, hoping to lay on the guilt and convince the deity to lend a hand. Se-jun keeps pushing, asking what the point is of hunting down this threat when he does not even have any basic clues. When asked what the target actually is, the observer claims his duty prevents him from sharing any of those top-secret details. Se-jun looks thoroughly bored, muttering that he already knew the old man would be absolutely useless and tell him nothing. He complains that this is actually the observer's job, accusing the deity of slacking off while playing dumb to exploit him. But as he speaks, a sudden realization hits him and he stares at the giant entity with a blank, curious expression. He cheekily asks if this passive laziness is why he is called the observer. The god retorts that Se-jun has to do it anyway. Internally cursing this annoying brat, the observer finally decides to compromise and asks Se-jun what he actually wants. Se-jun gets straight to the point, demanding cold cash. The observer balks at the request, explaining that modifying local causality is impossible. He notes that even a cosmic being like himself cannot directly grant him wealth in his own home dimension. Se-jun tilts his head, questioning why a master of multiple dimensions cannot just easily adjust the rules for him. He explains that causality is an absolute, unbendable law of the universe that maintains the balance of all worlds. The observer notes that if it were that easy, he would have handled the rogue entity himself from the very beginning. Se-jun scowls in frustration, but the observer offers a subtle hint, analyzing that isolated causality can still be controlled slightly. Se-jun's ears perk up with excitement. The observer then asks if he is currently enrolled as a student of the Transcendent Academy. He proposes to have one of Se-jun's heavy causality requirements wiped clean, leaving the young hunter highly intrigued by the offer. Who exactly is he talking about? The principal of the Transcendent Academy, of course. Se-jun is left utterly stunned by this revelation. So the observer actually knows the principal. Se-jun is quiet, wondering to himself if this whole thing is still tied to causality. Se-jun presses for details, asking if this waiver means he can get away with doing absolutely anything for free just once. He wonders if this is not just limited to lectures, but literally any causality requirement in the Transcendent Academy. The observer slowly nods. That is correct. Se-jun gets pretty excited, asking if it is truly free no matter the cost, but the observer hates repeating himself. And get this, Se-jun actually starts shaking with pure excitement as his eyes light up with greedy anticipation. He practically wants to scream with joy. A golden free pass like this is almost too good to be true, and he still cannot believe his luck. It feels like one of those emotional scams he only ever heard about. The observer just watches him, feeling completely helpless. He has never felt this way before, but he suddenly feels a strange wave of pity for the poor academy principal. Then reality hits him like a truck. His face turns completely pale as he remembers a minor detail. Wait, is he not actually dead? Greed completely blinded him to his own demise, but the observer quickly clears the confusion, telling him he is not actually dead. Se-jun is left totally dazed. The observer tells him to move along, sighing that talking to him feels like his own existence is slowly crumbling. Se-jun just chuckles sheepishly and scratches his head, asking how exactly he is supposed to get back. The observer lets out another heavy sigh. Still curious, Se-jun asks how he even got here in the first place, if he is still alive. What is this bizarre place anyway? The observer explains that this is a boundary space. There are only two ways here, either through transcendence or by defying the laws of reality. Since Se-jun is obviously not a transcendent being, he must have committed some act that went entirely against the established laws of the world. It seems the system misjudged his raw destructive output as transcendent power, pulling him straight into this boundary space as a direct result. That is when Se-jun remembers using his destruction skill. He wonders if repeating that exact move would bring him back to this place again. The observer shuts that idea down with a flat no. He explains that violating a law simply means the system could not judge it. In other words, the current system simply cannot process it yet, treating the first violation as a temporary glitch before ejecting you. Se-jun is left pretty confused by this explanation, having absolutely never heard of such a system rule existing in his entire life. But once you perform the act, the data accumulates as cause and effect. In the terms of your own modern human dimension anyway. The system registers this data, meaning a second attempt at destruction will not trigger any error since it is no longer recognized as a glitch. Absolutely nothing will happen the next time. Se-jun quickly catches on, realizing he has actually witnessed this exact phenomenon once before. The observer confirms that his actions have basically integrated into the system as a new rule, meaning he cannot exploit it again. To ever return, he would have to achieve true transcendence. Se-jun does some quick math in his head to summarize the situation. Basically, using his destruction skill again will not bring him back to this space, so he asks if there is any other way. The observer is utterly baffled by his eagerness to return, but Se-jun just gives a greedy grin, hoping for another free coupon. The observer is completely speechless and wastes no time throwing him out, warning the boy to never show his face here again. With a swift snap of the observer's fingers, Se-jun's consciousness is forcefully ejected. He suddenly sits up, gasping for air in panic. The very first person he sees upon waking is Minwoo. They stare at each other in mutual confusion, but they are not alone. Absolutely everyone in the room freezes in their tracks, their eyes completely locked onto him. His sudden awakening has caught them totally off guard. A heavy dead silence falls over the entire guild hall. You can practically feel the tension in the air. He sheepishly asks what is going on, but the hunters closest to him turn pale with absolute terror, completely unable to speak. Suddenly, the room erupts into sheer chaos. They scream that the captain has become an undead monster resurrected by some dark magic. They urge everyone to draw their swords, pointing at the supposedly resurrected Kim Se-jun as their new undead enemy. They prepare to fight for their lives while Se-jun remains totally bewildered, wondering what on earth is actually happening. While others scream to exorcise him, only Se-jun has the courage to step forward. Se-jun desperately calls out her name for answers. He begs her to explain the situation, but her expression is dark as she stares back at him in complete silence. Worried she might be angry, Se-jun tries to apologize, but she suddenly cuts him off by throwing her arms tightly around him. Her entire body is trembling as she begs him in a choked voice to never leave her behind like that again. Tears stream down her face. Se-jun is totally frozen at first by the sudden embrace, but he gently wraps his arms around her. Holding her close to offer comfort, he sincerely promises that he will never leave her side again. Meanwhile, over in America, in a highly secure and solemn office in Washington, a panicked voice breaks the quiet with some shocking news. How could a regular S-rank hunter defeat that high-level monster all alone without being a deluge hero? Leah, the saintess of light from the Great Deluge, was highly skeptical. Who said he resurrected after 3 days? Even if he is God's messenger, he is not even a professional hunter. Another voice chimed in, saying that was exactly what they heard. People are saying there is now a new religion called the cult of money worshipping Kim Se-jun. This speaker was Larry, the American Great Deluge hero. Leah stood there dazed, wondering what kind of name the cult of money even was. Larry continued, saying it seemed Burke was still alive. Burke is an apocalyptic beast known as the Great Deluge itself. And trust me, these mutated dungeons are just a taste of his dark influence. If Burke had truly been wiped out, these distorted dungeons would have stopped appearing entirely. But they just keep popping up. It looks like a truly massive force has made its move. If that is the case, this is no longer our problem to solve alone. President Richard of the United States paced around anxiously asking what they should do next. Larry stood up with a serious look. He declared they must notify the entire world. It looks like the heroes of the Great Deluge will have to assemble once again. The president gasped, wondering if the heroes were really gathering. That had not happened since their final desperate battle against Burke. Stuttering, he asked if they were actually going to take action. Larry, completely ignoring the president, kept his eyes fixed ahead. He shot back, asking if they should just stand by and watch. But then he froze as something suddenly clicked in his mind. Right, he muttered, they cannot forget to call Kim Se-jun too. Meanwhile, inside a private room, Se-jun was deep in thought. He crossed his legs, telling himself that no matter what, he should not blindly trust the words of that observer. He recalled having a rough idea about the entity trying to destroy the entire dimension, which the observer had mentioned before. He quietly mumbled the name of the Azure Emperor. There was a strong chance this mysterious figure ambushed him right after his collapse. But why did he leave him alive? If the Azure Emperor really wanted to destroy this dimension, Se-jun was a major obstacle. Se-jun sat there in heavy silence. It seemed like the mere mention of the Azure Emperor was enough to spark his curiosity. Frustrated that he could not find an answer, he brushed it off, knowing it was useless to obsess over mysteries. He had far more important things to worry about right now. Right on cue, his phone started ringing loudly in the room. Looking at the screen, he remembered the free coupon he got from the observer. He grinned, wondering how to abuse this power. Should he follow the path of the Monkey King, grab the meteor staff, and master those high-tier spells, or choose Buddhism instead? The Buddhist path usually drained an insane amount of karma points every single hour, something he could normally never even dream of. But right now, that cost meant absolutely nothing. He had a free pass after all. He wondered if he should grab another. Stealing Gungnir from Odin sounded like a solid plan, or maybe he could snatch the Monkey King Ruyi Jingu Bang staff itself. Could the karma cost of that legendary staff reach 1 trillion? Thrilled, he tapped his phone and a notification from Mentor popped up. The message begged him to hurry over. Se-jun dryly asked if he could finish his business first, instantly losing all his excitement. Just like last time, what was that guy even doing? Suddenly, Mentor teleported right into the room, shouting at the top of his lungs. The abrupt entrance startled Se-jun completely. Screaming in panic, he instinctively threw Mentor across the room to clear his pounding chest. After hearing the explanation, Mentor stared blankly, asking what a free coupon even was. Se-jun frowned, wondering if the principal forgot to tell him. Mentor shook his head, confirming he knew nothing. Se-jun found it impossible since the observer promised to update the head of the school. Mentor paused, asking him to repeat what he just said. Se-jun slowly reiterated that the observer was supposed to notify the principal. The instructor pressed on, asking who exactly he had met. Se-jun calmly explained his direct meeting with the legendary observer. Mentor lost his mind, screaming and demanding to know how Se-jun could possibly know of such a supreme entity. Se-jun was confused. Mentor shook his head wildly, shouting that it was not about permission but actual possibility. How could a mere mortal achieve that? Se-jun shrugged, suggesting it was probably because they met face-to-face. This revelation made it even harder for Mentor to process. Meeting face-to-face was simply unbelievable. Mentor practically pulled his hair out, screaming if Se-jun had completely lost his sanity. How could anyone even think of extorting a free coupon from the observer? Se-jun just scratched his nose, looking slightly amused. It seemed the observer was far more terrifying than he originally thought. Mentor sighed and explained the truth about Cheon-song Academy. The academy collected karma specifically for the observer. In simple terms, they had to pay tribute just to assist the students. Se-jun casually remarked that the giant eye did not seem to like their school very much, freezing Mentor in his tracks. Left speechless, Mentor quickly looked away completely, avoiding eye contact. Se-jun leaned in closer, asking if there was some hidden secret. Annoyed by the endless grilling, Mentor snapped but quickly softened, pleading with Se-jun to trust him. He genuinely wanted to help. He urged Se-jun to ascend as soon as possible. Once free from karma, the whole truth would finally become clear. Se-jun sighed. He nodded, steering the conversation back to his free ticket. Mentor pondered, wondering what the crazy kid wanted to buy first. No free coupons for these classes. Hearing this, Se-jun goes completely pale with shock. But why is that? Hourly billing makes vouchers totally useless. Stuttering, he asks about swapping Gungnir and the Ruyi staff instead. Those legendary weapons already have active masters. Transcendent grade gear requires massive impossible causality to acquire anyway. Feeling completely devastated, Se-jun makes another desperate move. Can they custom-make gear with similar performance to Gungnir? The mentor shakes his head. That is pretty tough since Gungnir and Blue Dragon Guinness are on another level. They are legendary items. Anything crafted by normal transcendents simply cannot match their pretty insane performance. As causality grows, the observer's burden increases too. He probably calculated all of this pretty carefully beforehand. A total scam. The observer handed over a useless coupon, leaving Se-jun gritting his teeth in pure anger. Just as he is about to loudly curse, a sudden realization hits him. He quickly speaks up. Can we design a completely customized training lecture just for me? The mentor is quite confused by this. The Great Sage created the meteor staff just for me, right? So why not a customized lecture? The mentor seriously ponders the idea. It is technically possible, but only if he consults directly with the teacher. Even then, it seems pretty pointless. The amount of causality needed to generate a lecture is absolutely massive. Limiting a whole training program to just a single student would demand an absurd, ridiculous amount of karma. Realizing his massive slip, the mentor quickly covers his mouth. Too late, Se-jun already caught the loophole. His eyes flash with mischief. Now the scene shifts to Queen Arya's quiet study where she is busy writing. A knock breaks her concentration. Her advisor Robert enters, announcing that Hunter Kim Se-jun has finally arrived. She eagerly bids him enter. Se-jun walks in with a warm, cheerful smile plastered across his face. Apologizing for interrupting her busy day, he steps inside, but Arya assures him she always has time for him. He politely waves it off. He wants to get straight to the point to avoid wasting her precious time. "Can I receive the reward we discussed earlier?" he asks, pretty shyly, catching the queen off guard. "Do you need it that urgently?" Se-jun quickly nods, asking for at least 750 million euros. Curious about this rush, she asks what he plans to do with such an incredibly massive sum. Caught off guard, Se-jun stammers for a brief second before fabricating a lie about funding his guild. Queen Arya decides not to pry further and agrees to hand over what she can manage immediately. Thanking her warmly, he suddenly remembers something, glancing down at the glowing necklace resting on his neck. He offers to sell it back at a cheap discount. Keeping a royal treasure feels pretty inappropriate anyway. Back in his room, the mentor is relaxing with some snacks when Se-jun suddenly bursts through the door. He loudly announces he brought back 10,000 billion, utterly shocking the mentor, who immediately demands answers. Se-jun steps forward, questioning why so much karma vanished with a simple touch before grabbing the phone. He opens the device. Suddenly, a familiar booming voice echoes from the speaker, catching them off guard. "Long time no see," the voice says. Se-jun and the mentor slowly turn around, feeling quite uneasy. The legendary Great Sage stands tall, staring directly at Se-jun, whom he considers his most troublesome disciple. The sage notes, "Se-jun looks a lot sharper now," leaving the young hunter quite confused by the remark. The Great Sage laughs, amazed. Se-jun managed to unleash the first form without even finishing basic training, let alone achieving perfect unity with his spear. A highly suspicious Se-jun asks how he knew that. The sage inspects him closer, saying it is totally obvious, though executing that form nearly killed him. Scratching his head, Se-jun admits he actually died clinically, but somehow came right back to life. Upon hearing this, the Great Sage reacts with total shock, shouting in disbelief that he met the observer. He realizes the mentor and Great Sage share the exact same terrified reaction to this mysterious figure. The sage still refuses to believe his ears, muttering in pure disbelief while the mentor nods in agreement. The Great Sage asks if that is how he kept his life. He just scratches his head in complete confusion. He asks what the sage means. The old man explains that the first form of the heavenly meteor spear is way beyond his current limits. "You must have realized this by now." Se-jun agrees. He definitely felt that devastating power firsthand. By all accounts, his entire body should have been torn to shreds, but his triple dantian saved him at the very last second. Talk about lucky. His triple dantian is not limited by causality either, but he still should have suffered a brutal backlash from that attack. Instead, it seems even that backlash was completely negated when he got pulled into that barrier, as Mentor explains. He got incredibly lucky there. The Great Sage adds that until he achieves the unity of man and spear, he must avoid using the first form at all costs. After putting so much effort into training him, dying before a real duel is simply unacceptable. Se-jun is naturally confused, asking what this unity of man and spear actually is, since the sage keeps bringing it up. The name says it all, merging the user and the spear as one, which represents the absolute peak of weapon mastery. The Great Sage reflects, noting the original term refers to swords anyway. Feeling too lazy to explain further, he decides to demonstrate. They all quickly head out to a nearby wasteland, where the Great Sage prepares to unleash a grand display of power. Both Se-jun and Mentor stand there in complete awe, their faces completely blank. This incredible divine skill never fails to impress. Not wasting any time, the Great Sage tells them to watch closely, and guys, you will want to pay attention here too. The sage starts by performing a standard thrust, specifically pointing out that this one does not have the special unity active. As soon as he finishes speaking, Se-jun's face pales as the weapon suddenly lunges right in front of his eyes. Leaving him completely frozen and helpless, the shockwave behind him shatters the solid ground into a million flying pieces. Turns out the sage's weapon energy deliberately veered slightly to the side. Both Se-jun and Mentor are left shaking in fear. Even a few strands of Se-jun's hair are sliced off, drifting away. The Great Sage then begins to explain the next demonstration. He describes the upcoming attack as a true unity strike, though technically it should be called Unity of Man and Staff. He purposefully held back so Se-jun could easily spot the massive difference, leaving the young warrior with a stiff smile. It is not just a standard difference, they are on entirely different levels. Se-jun immediately seizes this golden opportunity. He eagerly begs the sage to teach him this supreme technique too. The sage happily agrees, as staff and spear are similar. Thrilled by this, Se-jun asks if he can kindly include that special training in one of his upcoming formal lectures. The great sage is totally baffled, wondering what on earth he is rambling about. Mentor quickly steps in to explain everything. Once the explanation is clear, the sage is completely shocked, pointing at Se-jun while laughing so hard tears stream down. He outright calls Se-jun insane, and a completely exhausted mentor fully agrees, leaving the protagonist looking utterly clueless. Se-jun wonders if his request is really that crazy, while the sage literally rolls on the floor laughing at his audacity. Even a transcender would never dare pull a stunt like that on an observer, but Se-jun could not care less. He simply reiterates his plea for a few theoretical lessons on the unity technique. Hearing this, the sage's smile vanishes. A blunt refusal follows. Se-jun's face instantly stiffens as he asks what he means, only for the sage to act exhausted. The sage claims he is simply too lazy to draft any formal lesson plans, a completely unexpected hurdle for Se-jun. Fitting all of that in would require a massive amount of preparation time, and the sage is not having any of it. Desperate, Se-jun asks how much he needs to pay for the designs, but the sage notes that money is not the issue. They do not accept cash anyway, as this training is entirely voluntary, leaving Se-jun sweating over how to persuade him. Mentor quietly reminds him that this is exactly why he suggested discussing the terms with the instructor beforehand. Lowering his head, Se-jun begs again, pleading that the sage himself said it would be tragic if he died too early. The sage remains lying down, complaining that it is just too troublesome. Se-jun snaps, asking what if he actually dies. The observer warned that someone in his home world abandoned Ascension, leaving him to deal with that half-baked transcender. Hearing this, the great sage is genuinely surprised, asking if such a rogue entity truly exists there, while Se-jun keeps begging. The sage calmly acknowledges this, yet he remains stubbornly glued to the ground, showing zero intention of starting the lesson. Se-jun is getting highly irritated, seriously contemplating slapping the great sage regardless of losing any of those free passes. But right as his anger peaks, he notices a highly expectant look. "Oh, you already know what this monkey is planning." Realizing what this sly monkey actually wants, Se-jun quickly pulls out his phone, noting the upfront cost is 1 trillion. With a dark expression, he asks if that is enough for 10 hours of lessons. The sage instantly leaps up in joy. He notes that Se-jun should have just said so earlier, adding that this time he must actually land a hit. Se-jun accepts the challenge with confidence, calculating that the odds are actually in his favor despite the tougher condition. After all, he is a completely different warrior now, fully equipped with the transcendent weapon, the Dragon Spear Guinness. He is confident he can easily withstand forms 1 to 3 of the Heavenly Meteor Spear, regardless of the sage's mastery. No matter what, there is no way that guy can look down on him. Se-jun reminds the sage to keep his word later on. The scene shifts to Queen Arya's palace. She sighs in exhaustion, finally finishing up her mountain of paperwork for the day. With her duties done, she slumps onto her desk for a quick break. She looks up at the bright full moon outside. His words echo in her mind to change the whole world. Remembering Se-jun makes Queen Arya smile warmly with hope. Suddenly, a loud knock shatters the peaceful silence. Her loyal servant Robert calls out from the other side. He has news. He announces that Hunter Se-jun is here for an audience. But Se-jun looks like an absolute mess, like a starving zombie. Looking disheveled and completely worn out, he leaves the queen staring in utter shock, unable to comprehend his state. With a gloomy face, Se-jun begs for a cash advance. Queen Arya stands there completely shell-shocked as her beautiful illusion shatters. Her dream guy was supposed to be a handsome hero who wanted to change the world. Meanwhile, the great sage laughs. He cackles loudly, thoroughly enjoying this sparring session more than the last one. Se-jun coughs up blood from the brutal impact. What on earth? If that is true, then this great sage is basically the ultimate god of chaos. Se-jun is terrified. The sage grins smugly. Even with 1,000 years of hard training, Se-jun still wouldn't be able to match his power. He slams his staff down, sending Se-jun crashing backward. But Se-jun isn't trying to win here. Not at all. Landing just a single solid blow is his only goal. Gripping his spear tightly, Se-jun prepares for a final charge. No matter what it takes, landing just one hit will end this. Over on the other side, the great sage grins. He comments that Se-jun's weapon looks pretty terrifying, admitting he probably cannot block it bare-handed this time around. Se-jun grits his teeth and unleashes a ferocious strike. The move actually catches the godlike sage slightly off guard. The way Se-jun blends his feints with heavy attacks is seriously impressive. Suddenly, a massive gale sweeps across the battlefield. With absolute force, the collision obliterates their surroundings. Se-jun stands dazed as his spear embeds deeply into a solid cliff. But the great sage is already behind him, teasingly calling out. He instantly glides away like a bird baiting a chase. Se-jun pushes his speed to the absolute limit to keep up. The sage just laughs, having the time of his life. While the sage is having a blast, Se-jun is struggling hard. He forces himself to throw another desperate strike forward. The sage goads him to bring even more power. Driven to exhaustion, Se-jun finally unleashes his ultimate ace in the hole. He unleashes his devastating meteor spear technique. The overwhelming energy of this final strike is absolutely massive. The recoil of his own attack blasts Se-jun backward. Pain floods his body, forcing another mouthful of blood from his lips. To make matters worse, the sage activates his legendary shadow clone technique, creating a massive army of duplicates. He happily rallies his clones for a beatdown. Se-jun panics. Wait a minute, but they do not listen at all. The clones swarm him, delivering a brutal beating. Suddenly, the system announces that the training progress has spiked. Reaching 100% progress, the system confirms he has fully mastered the unique combat style of the Great Sage. The sage cheerfully prepares to finish him off. Se-jun is incredibly frustrated because he has not even touched the guy yet. He screams out in pure desperation about his lost money. Surprisingly, the Great Sage gets incredibly excited. Praising Se-jun for unconsciously executing the legendary technique, the sage declares training officially complete. Our hero is utterly baffled. He has learned absolutely nothing except how to get beat up. The mentor sighs, telling him not to underestimate Transcendence. Since the Great Sage is a top-tier powerhouse, surviving a fight against him is already an unbelievable feat. The fact that Se-jun could even trade blows with him shows that his overall growth is absolutely extraordinary. But Se-jun is too busy crying over his wallet. What is the point of growth if his gold is gone? He is down 30,000 trillion. At this rate, no amount of money is going to save him from this beatdown. Plotting his next move, Se-jun desperately brainstorms a way to weaken the sage. If only he could use a poisoned banana. He quickly dismisses the idea. The sage is too smart and would immediately suspect something if offered bananas out of nowhere. Se-jun silently turns his gaze toward his mentor. Feeling the heavy stare, the guide asks why he is looking so intensely. Ignoring his words, a sinister grin spreads across Se-jun's face. It turns out he was just recalling their conversation from earlier. Back then, before the class even started, the Great Sage looked at him in total confusion. He demanded to know why Se-jun was just lounging around. Se-jun suggested they celebrate finishing the thrusting lecture. Sitting up, he jokingly invites the sage to beat him up, suggesting they relax a bit before resuming their match. The Great Sage watches him in surprise. Meanwhile, Se-jun slowly begins to peel a banana with a hidden agenda. He hands it over, mentioning how much he loves bananas and offering one to the Great Sage, who happily reaches out to take it. But just as his hand is about to grab the fruit, he suddenly stops. No way, he says, turning his face away in refusal. He completely ignores him. But this is exactly what Se-jun expected. He wanted that exact reaction, and now his real plan begins. Se-jun smiles, asking the Great Sage to wait a second while he eats. But instead of eating alone, he turns to his mentor. He offers the mentor a banana to pass the time. Surprised, the mentor asks if he really means it, and Se-jun nods warmly. He explains that he always receives help without giving anything back. These bananas are amazing, so he insists his mentor try one. Se-jun's expression turns oddly intense, making the mentor break into a cold sweat. He laughs nervously, realizing this whole setup is scripted. His smile completely freezes. Even though the banana looks incredibly delicious, the mentor feels like he is forced to play along. He politely accepts the gift and takes a bite. Instantly, an intense, rich sweetness explodes inside his mouth. The mentor gasps, completely blown away by how good it is. Seeing his reaction, Se-jun immediately presses his advantage. He boasts about being right, knowing the Great Sage cannot resist delicious food. After all, sharing is caring, right? Se-jun is highly pleased with his trap. He smugly asks the sage if he wants one, but the old monkey yells out a firm no. He refuses to eat anything handed to him. But then he suddenly snatches the mentor's banana, leaving the poor guy crying out in shock. The mentor grumbles about the unfair theft while Se-jun watches in shock. The sage proudly declares that taking what others eat guarantees it is safe. He munches on his prize with a smug grin, boasting that he will not fall for the same trick twice. He happily enjoys the stolen snack, taking a massive bite. But as he chews, he suddenly registers a very strange sensation. The flavor is completely off. Before he can even process it, Se-jun creeps up from behind with a wicked grin, whispering the truth. It is a poisoned banana. Instantly, a massive violent explosion erupts right where the Great Sage is standing, shaking the entire area. The sage realizes the trap too late. He is left wondering how the mentor ate the very same banana without getting hurt. Se-jun smugly explains he anticipated the sage's caution, so he only poisoned half of it. Furious, the sage screams about tampering with food. He demands to know why his portion was rigged. Se-jun just chuckles, reminding him that he said any method to land a hit was fair. It is his own fault for falling for it twice. Watching the chaotic duo, the mentor can only sigh at their utter madness. Se-jun charges forward aggressively with his spear, telling his master to lay down and die. Annoyed, the sage prepares to strike back. Se-jun unleashes his first form, Meteor Spear skill Lightning Destruction, while the Great Sage counters with his own Meteor Staff technique. The strikes clash violently. Realizing he is not blown back this time, Se-jun laughs, shouting that the stolen banana must be highly toxic. He teases the sage for losing his edge. Watching the young man act so incredibly cocky, the Great Sage is left speechless with rage. Se-jun fires off a rapid flurry of strikes, but despite his best efforts, he still cannot land a clean hit on his master. His missed attacks blow the ground to pieces. Debris flies everywhere, leaving the sage internally shocked by how much his student has actually grown. Did he really improve this much just from a distraction lesson? Se-jun knows if the rule was still touching a single hair, he would have lost. But right at that moment, an intense surge of power manifests right behind Se-jun. The sage unleashes a deadly first-form attack. The shockwave of the meteor strike is absolutely devastating. However, the sage is stunned when his attack feels entirely off. It is not his lightning strike, allowing Se-jun to easily dodge the blow. The great sage stares at the boy's smug face, utterly bewildered. Realizing he was outsmarted, the sage curses the clever brat for completely tricking him into expecting the lightning attack. Se-jun laughs, telling him he would have to be insane to try the exact same move twice. The sage dryly repeats the words back. In a flash, a powerful kick is launched, followed instantly by Se-jun thrusting his long spear straight toward the great sage. The heavy impact knocks the mentor right off Se-jun's shoulder. Se-jun takes the brunt of the counter-strike, coughing up blood. Despite the damage, he wears a triumphant, cunning grin. Meanwhile, in a dark, ominous hall, a sinister ceremony is underway. Cultists gather in the shadows to activate a magic circle, and believe me, that eye-shaped jewel at the center looks completely cursed. A hooded figure, with a cruel, cold expression, commands the ritual to begin. Immediately, the surrounding dark cultists respond. Dark energy erupts from their bodies, releasing thick, swirling black smoke. The magic circle begins to violently crackle with lightning. Lightning strikes down as the spell spirals out of control. The cultists begin to tremble, violently gasping for air. Suffocating pressure floods the room. The strange eye-shaped jewel is actively draining the energy of the lightning cultists. Swirling black smoke wraps around the orb before it suddenly shatters into 3 pieces. One of the cultists steps forward. He slowly reaches out to touch the fragments. Amazingly, the 3 shards instantly fuse back together into 3 perfect separate gems. He stares in awe, reflecting that even though the heart of the Berserk Dragon King was split, its power remains absolute. Its residual mana is still absolutely terrifying. Now that Berserker is dead, this is nothing but a massive source of raw, unbridled power. A power surpassing causality itself, untouched by anyone. Hunters drawn to it will surely tear each other apart in endless conflict. They simply cannot escape their predetermined fate. Back with the observer, he stands in silence, deeply questioning everything that has occurred, wondering how things ended up like this. Suddenly, a notification pops up, shocking the observer so much that he gasps in sheer terror. Where on earth did all these points come from? Meanwhile, Mentor is crying and wailing, telling Se-jun in a deeply sulky voice that, I seriously can't live like this. Kim Se-jun, I really thought you died. Even the great sage says he absolutely must ascend, adding that despite their constant bickering, he really wants to introduce him to the Jade Emperor. Se-jun eagerly agrees, promising he will ascend. Before he can even finish, the great sage cuts in. A promise is a promise as long as you're satisfied. He then lets out a long yawn, noting that while recording these lessons will keep him busy, it's actually pretty fun. The great sage then wonders what he should teach him next, to which Se-jun happily replies, teach me anything, I'll learn it all. The sage casually shrugs, everything. That's going to cost an absurd amount of points, but who cares anyway? As he starts calculating what Se-jun can learn, Mentor quickly chimes in, offering to help the esteemed instructor with this, excitedly declaring that since they are doing this, they might as well go all out. Soon the two are working together. Mentor cheers in pure excitement. Showing Se-jun his phone, the sage mentions there should be plenty of material for him to learn here. Se-jun's eyes instantly light up. 7 major techniques in a single class, and they are all S and SS rank skills. He feels incredibly satisfied, realizing that taking that beating was totally worth it. Suddenly, Mentor says the principal is calling. But before he can even explain, an aggressive voice suddenly booms over the line, yelling at him about how angry he is. Se-jun stands completely frozen in utter confusion, asking why the observer is calling when he explicitly told him never to return. Furious, the observer snaps back that Se-jun was the one who forced him to drag his behind all the way back here. Screaming in rage, he asks what on earth Se-jun did with that free pass to rack up such terrifyingly high karma. Se-jun immediately understands the issue, though he clearly doesn't grasp the gravity of karma points. He just casually asks, so what? Telling him to send him back right away so he can attend class. The observer is utterly dumbfounded by his ridiculous attitude, wishing he could just obliterate him, but unable to do so as Se-jun continues to whine, begging to be sent back. Frustrated, he thinks that if he didn't care about preserving the dimension, he would have wiped this bastard out long ago. But now, it is absolutely impossible to balance or erase this massive mountain of karmic debt. Se-jun, however, is deeply panicked, asking why he is only mentioning this now. Annoyed, the observer retorts, what kind of freak alters an entire dimension's causality? Se-jun completely deadpans, that would be me. This bold response drives the observer absolutely insane as he screams in fury, calling him a crazy bastard, while Se-jun complains about the sheer hell he went through just to get this single class. The observer angrily explains that the karma he wants to erase completely exceeds the entire capacity of this spatial dimension. If he wipes it out, the entire universe will collapse. Se-jun yells back, "That is your responsibility, why are you arguing?" asserting that the old man should have set limits from the start, demanding to know what he is supposed to do now. Realizing he actually has a point, the observer gets flustered, muttering that he never anticipated a crazy scenario like this. But Se-jun keeps arguing, reminding him of when he handed over that blank book and told him to just take it. The observer stammers, still completely unsatisfied, flatly stating it is absolutely impossible. Annoyed, Se-jun demands to know the exact number. The observer reveals his total dimensional karma has reached a staggering 214 quintillion points, leaving Se-jun completely dumbfounded. The sheer scale of that massive number completely blows his mind, leaving him standing there in a daze for a long moment. He asks if a number like that even exists. The observer retorts, asking how he expects to erase over 300 septillion. Breaking into a cold sweat, Se-jun stammers that it was just 214. Why on earth did it suddenly skyrocket? The observer screams in rage because that crazy monkey just added another lesson. Back in reality, Mentor desperately tries to stop him, begging him not to add any more. Meanwhile, the observer is literally shaking with rage at these absolute psychopaths. Se-jun silently notes that the great sage is truly going all out. Seeing the boy's completely unbothered expression, the observer is deeply annoyed. But then the old man suddenly realizes something. Even with that insane power, Se-jun cannot possibly crash this entire spatial dimension. Seeing how detached and indifferent the young man looks, the observer is deeply perplexed and asks him what he is planning. Se-jun calmly replies that he is already doing it before suddenly snapping back and daring the observer to sue him. Infuriated, the observer screams that no matter how hard that lunatic tries, he will never be able to clear that mountain of karma. He continues, arguing that at least some portion should be erased, so why not just give a concrete number? If he says the free coupon is invalid, then all the trouble he endured was pointless. The observer stammers, trying to find his words. He continues, "I really don't know anymore." The observer sighs. "If you keep this up, how can I fight a Transcendent who wants to destroy this entire dimension?" He claims he just can't do it, but in the end he has to compromise. He asks what Kim Se-jun wants, and the guy quickly suggests a plan, asking first how much the observer can actually waive. The observer knows he must tolerate this absolute jerk since he's the only one who can stop their dimension from collapsing. The offer is one technique per lesson, absolutely no more. Kim Se-jun smiles happily at this, saying it sounds pretty good. But before the observer can finish, Kim Se-jun playfully threatens to just drop the whole thing, making the god incredibly annoyed. He seriously considers just wiping out this entire dimension to end the headache. Then Kim Se-jun demands 2 free coupons and the return of the causality he spent before. Without these rewards, he claims he won't be able to do any work. The observer is totally speechless, thinking he shouldn't give in. If this jerk wants to live, he has no other choice but to stop the entity trying to destroy his dimension. The observer could simply take back the remaining free coupons and forcefully kick him out of this boundary space, but that is only possible if he hasn't used those coupons yet. But he already used them, meaning his dimension is currently bearing the heavy causality required to retrieve them, and the original owner of that causality has to give permission. Kim Se-jun casually asks why causality is even run like this. This is clearly a system error on the observer's side, so compensation is only fair. The god explains how causality connects all different dimensions. If a problem appears in one realm, it naturally spills over and affects all the others. Eventually, everything would collapse, but the observer realizes that sending Kim Se-jun back like this would erase that terrible causality. A wave of relief washes over him, glad this guy has no idea. He tells Kim Se-jun that giving those free coupons was strictly a gesture of his own goodwill. He has absolutely no obligation to help him out any further from now on. Besides, this is about saving Kim Se-jun's own dimension. Even without any help, the kid would have to handle it anyway. Kim Se-jun is completely unfazed, boldly telling the god to sue him. The observer's threats clearly have zero effect on him, so the observer finally caves. He asks how much causality was used, and Kim Se-jun answers 79 million billion. The god feels that is quite a massive sum. Kim Se-jun explains that landing a hit on the Great Sage is tough, so he needs a total refund of 80 million billion. The observer is confused, asking why the number suddenly jumped from 79. Kim Se-jun explains that since the Great Sage is currently revealing his true form, it costs an extra million billion every single hour. Another hour just passed, bringing the bill to 80 million billion. Hearing this, the observer cannot help but start cursing. Calling them all absolute maniacs, Kim Se-jun calmly warns him that getting angry is useless. If he doesn't pay up quickly, the tab will only keep going up. The observer groans that he understands, but he can't refund him in local currency. Kim Se-jun gives him a very sly smile. The observer starts sweating buckets, wondering what kind of scheme the kid has planned now. He shouts out, demanding to be paid back in the exact currency he used. Why should he have to accept anything else? The observer stands his ground, snapping back that there is simply no way to process the transaction like that. Kim Se-jun looks incredibly disappointed, asking how a higher being could be so helpless. How can a cosmic observer be this useless? He tells the god he seems far more incompetent than expected. The observer silently wonders if he should just erase his dimension. The god wonders if deleting Kim Se-jun's dimension and everyone in it is easier. Meanwhile, Kim Se-jun greedily offers a new condition. He demands 3 replacement coupons instead. Looking at his sly, scheming face, the observer grows highly cautious and refuses. If he gives him 3 coupons, there is no telling what chaos he will cause. He offers a high-tier shop item instead. From the Transcendent shop, Kim Se-jun immediately tries to bargain, complaining that the god is forcing him into a corner again. The observer promises not to accumulate causality and offers 5 items instead, but Kim Se-jun greedily keeps begging for more. Neither backs down, haggling intensely over the numbers. Eventually, the observer has to give in, agreeing to give him 10. He tells him to stop pushing. Kim Se-jun is secretly thrilled, realizing 2 free coupons and 10 shop items is a fantastic deal. The observer double-checks if he is letting go of the previous causality. Kim Se-jun agrees, but then suddenly remembers one last detail. The greedy player makes another outrageous request. If he ever has to return to this boundary space, he wants a free coupon. The observer is absolutely shocked by his endless greed. Kim Se-jun defends himself, arguing that while things are fine now, emergencies happen. What if he gets summoned during a major crisis with absolutely no resources? He needs some proper security. Without my consent, it is simply not allowed, so let us set a penalty. The observer can only sigh in absolute helplessness. Fine. I get it now, hurry up and leave since we probably will not meet again anyway. Meanwhile, the Great Sage is still fully enjoying himself. He keeps demanding more and more rewards. Beside him, the mentor turns pale, terrified that they will all disappear and be completely destroyed by the observer. He screams that they are doomed. Right then, Se-jun returns, completely baffled by whatever they are doing. The Great Sage instantly brightens up and asks if he actually survived his encounter. Once Se-jun finishes explaining how he handled things, the Monkey King literally laughs to tears. Meanwhile, the mentor is left entirely speechless, asking if Se-jun is not afraid of the observer at all. Se-jun shrugs, saying not really, since it was his fault anyway. This sends the Great Sage rolling on the floor, laughing hysterics. He gasps that the kid is completely insane. He is officially the craziest guy in the universe. The mentor then reminds them that each coupon covers only one skill. Se-jun suggests fusing the Meteor Strike skill. The mentor nods in agreement, stating that it is indeed the best choice. Even though advanced magic is great, Se-jun is currently too weak to handle it anyway, so fusing the skill is much smarter. That makes focusing on the Meteor Strike fusion a perfect plan. Just then, the Great Sage chimes in with another idea. Se-jun wants to trade all 10 shop vouchers for legendary elixirs. The Great Sage finds this highly entertaining and tells Se-jun to hand them over. He promises to pick out the absolute best items for him. After scanning the list, he finds several perfect options, starting with sweet nectar. First is the nectar of the gods, granting immortality. Then ambrosia, the divine food that even Achilles consumed to achieve his godhood. Next is soma, the legendary drink of the gods, followed by the 10,000-year snow ginseng, which only grows by absorbing pure natural energy. He also lists the Heavenly Demon Detoxification Wine, a legendary liquor known for purging any poison and granting a massive power boost. After that is the legendary Spring Water of Life, which legend says can instantly bestow the strength of 1,000 men. There is also the 10,000-year Faux Tea Root packed with 1,800 years of raw energy and the divine Golden Apple of Youth. The mentor is completely thrilled, exclaiming that these legendary treasures are absolutely perfect for Se-jun's current path of growth. Se-jun quietly laughs, thinking this is exactly what you expect from a monkey who eats divine elixirs like they are candy. The Great Sage warns him that normally taking all this would destroy a mortal body, but Se-jun's energy core has no limits anyway. That means he can swallow every single one of these legendary elixirs at once without worrying about exploding from the power. Overjoyed, Se-jun thanks him and casually asks if the Great Sage wants some bananas. Hearing this, the Monkey King instantly perks up. He presents a massive pile of bananas, telling him to eat as many as he likes as a small token of his gratitude. Especially since the Great Sage is still scheduled to film future lectures for him, a few bananas are really the least he can do. Looking at the mountains of fresh bananas, the Great Sage practically trembles with pure joy, amazed that Se-jun brought this many. They happily feast together. But suddenly, poof, the Great Sage vanishes into thin air, leaving Se-jun in shock. Wait, is his time up? The Great Sage silently weeps for his abandoned bananas as Se-jun sighs in defeat. Shrugging it off, Se-jun resolves to prepare even more bananas next time, then happily goes back to consuming his newly acquired elixirs. A private jet touches down. Robert stands waiting at the terminal, bowing deeply as the VIP steps off. He warmly welcomes the legendary Sword Saint to England, secretly wondering what could have prompted this sudden, unannounced visit. Robert quickly drives the honored guest toward the royal palace. Along the way, the Sword Saint quietly observes the city streets. He is thoroughly impressed by how lively the streets are despite a massive monster attack recently destroying a huge part of the city. Robert chuckles, explaining that it is all thanks to their incredible dream team and the hard work of Kim Se-jun. Even the exhausted citizens who had lost all hope are now fully united, and the queen herself shares that very same feeling. The Sword Saint remains stone-faced, no reaction. As they finally arrive, a chaotic scene unfolds. They hear a frantic voice shouting for a spirit to wait. Se-jun turns around and is absolutely shocked to see her grandfather. Yet the old master's face remains as unreadable as ever. Se-jun quickly rushes over to greet him, asking what brought him here. Se-jun is equally surprised to see the Sword Saint. The elderly warrior silently scans the group, noticing something quite remarkable. They have grown immensely despite such brutal trials. Honestly, it makes no sense unless they have some secret. Meanwhile, Mindu wonders why Hyun is lying face down on the grass. Se-jun chuckles, guessing the spirit rejected her yet again. Seeing her grandfather lost in thought, Se-jun steps forward to speak to him. But before he can respond, a familiar voice interrupts. Se-jun approaches, saying he felt a powerful aura, and realized the legendary Sword Saint had arrived. The old man looks back, internally noting that this kid has grown into an even bigger monster. He then turns back to Se-jun with a serious look. Total shock. Everyone is absolutely stunned as the Sword Saint explains that the U.S. Hunter Bureau has urgently summoned top heroes from across the globe for a massive cataclysm. Meanwhile, inside the American Bureau, a loud voice suddenly echoes. They cannot believe that a bunch of Eastern rookies was actually allowed into this elite high-level cataclysm meeting. What a joke, an angry black man yells, demanding what is wrong, while the sly Lisbury only smirks back. Stop complaining, Colin. Lisbury tells him not to waste breath on settled decisions, reminding him of his own past choices. After all, he initially skipped the presidential meeting because it was too troublesome. This angry man is none other than Spearmaster Colin. Since this crucial summit gathers the world's absolute strongest, Lisbury tells him to cool down a bit. No chance. Colin immediately cuts him off, slamming his hands down as he declares he cannot accept this farce. Se-jun's target? Probably just a weak lizard, not the real Bowser. No human can ever hope to kill that beast. Absolute madness. As the hothead storms out, Lisbury mutters to himself, predicting another clash is bound to happen soon. Should he let him run wild? Lisbury is actually quite curious to see just how powerful Se-jun has truly become. A different scene. Inside a grand cathedral, a deep voice echoes, remembering the dark days since their late queen died. Dark, painful times. Down below, thousands of silent citizens gather together, hanging onto every single word of the speech. The speaker continues, recounting how their nation was fractured into four and utterly trampled, helpless against the terrible cataclysms. A direct address. Queen Aria stands proudly at the podium. Yet by some miracle, a sudden ray of hope appeared. It emerged from an entirely unexpected source, reuniting the kingdom as one once again. At that moment, Count Robert steps forward. He carries his ceremonial sword on a velvet tray, and Queen Aria turns to him with a proud smile. A small token of gratitude. Dressed in her finest royal attire, she picks up the weapon Robert brought out. She holds it high, her eyes shining. Below her, Se-jun and his party stand in line as she begins calling their names. Hunter Perun, Hunter Liun, Hunter Li Minzu, and Hunter Seo Su Rion. She grants them all the title of Count. Then, holding the sword with both hands, the queen turns her full attention to Se-jun, stepping right up to. She hands him the blade, officially bestowing the legendary title of Duke upon Hunter Kim Se-jun. The crowd gasps. A grand salute. On her command, the entire royal guard draws their swords in unison, raising them high with pride. Today belongs to Se-jun and his dream team. England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland are all united in this moment. A truly historic event. Prestigious noble titles are being granted to complete foreigners who do not even belong here. Even wilder, the title of Duke, usually strictly reserved for royal blood, is handed to a regular Asian hunter. Se-jun steps forward, accepting the sword with a huge happy grin before turning to face the roaring stadium. Absolute unity. Thousands of citizens cheer in unison, and not a single voice rises to object to his new title. Long live the queen. Sometime later, on a massive runway, the royal private jet stands with its doors open. Se-jun speaks up, expressing his deep gratitude for being allowed to borrow the prestigious British royal private jet. Giddy with excitement, he links arms with Su Rion, whispering that they could easily pawn his duke title for cash. That would easily cover the flight costs. Count Robert overhears this and immediately sweats. He is not joking. Su Ryong crosses her arms, completely done with his cheapness, while the queen simply blinks in absolute disbelief. She honestly wouldn't be surprised if Se-jun actually sold the royal title for pocket money. Soon boarding begins. As Se-jun prepares to step inside, Queen Arya walks over, calling out his name one last time. A warm farewell. They share a firm handshake, and she thanks him for shattering her narrow worldview. She was so close to giving up in utter despair. Hearing this, Se-jun scratches his cheek, feeling quite flustered. He humbly replies that he only guided her slightly, and she was the one who saved her own kingdom. So charming. Arya covers her mouth with a soft blush, her cheeks turning pink at his gentle praise. Placing a hand over her heart, she smiles brightly, promising to show everyone how great their country can truly become. Se-jun beams, letting out a massive laugh of approval, completely thrilled to see her standing so strong and proud. Finally, everyone boards. Arya and Count Robert stand together on the runway, waving goodbye to Se-jun and his crew. She wishes them safety and luck. Suddenly, a parting remark echoes, causing her to freeze in surprise. Bailey Minuel, the very last aboard, simply tells her that she has officially surpassed her predecessor. He steps inside without even looking back. Slowly, the private jet taxis down the runway and takes off into the sky. Up in the sky, Arya is still standing there. She looks up, watching the departing plane. Count Robert stands right behind her, preparing to speak. He calls out to His Majesty. Arya finally turns to leave, telling him they have a mountain of work to get through. Count Robert smiles warmly at her words and bows, respectfully agreeing to follow his queen as she walks ahead. He turns to follow her. Scene change, another plane has just landed. We are now at Washington Dulles International Airport. A guy dressed in a loud Hawaiian shirt pushes up his sunglasses and wonders aloud why there is such a massive crowd. This flamboyant man is actually Australia's legendary hero Jackson, and walking right beside him is his partner Caden. Hearing him, Caden notes how rare it is for Australia's top-tier heroes to gather like this. He adjusts his bag. Walking along, Caden mentions that it looks like the famous Asian hunter has finally arrived. Jackson quickly glances over. He asks who this Asian guy is. Caden explains that he is the professional hunter who actually took down Burke. Hearing that this guy defeated the formidable berserker, Jackson nods in realization and tries to recall the hunter's name. Scene change, Se-jun has officially landed. A blonde man in a sharp suit approaches him, saying they have been waiting. He greets Hunter Kim Se-jun warmly. Adjusting his glasses, he politely introduces himself as Lucas, their personal guide. This prestigious guide is none other than the Deputy Director of the U.S. Professional Hunter Administration. Lucas politely gestures for Se-jun's team to follow him. Meanwhile, Jackson and Caden watch the whole scene unfold from the sidelines. Taking it all in, Jackson is completely stunned that the high-ranking Deputy Director is personally escorting this rookie. With a mischievous smirk plastered on his face, Jackson turns to Caden and asks if he should give the kid a little test. Caden could not care less. He rolls his eyes and advises the famous Deluge hero to start acting his age. Hearing this, Jackson pouts playfully and wonders why Caden isn't the slightest bit curious about the newcomer's true strength. After all, the kid managed to defeat the berserker. Caden just keeps his eyes locked on him, completely unfazed. He calmly replies that for the sake of Australia's dignity, Jackson needs to keep his mouth shut and stay put. On the other side, as Se-jun makes his exit, dozens of intense gazes instantly lock onto him from every direction. As he walks, Se-jun assumes everyone is here for the same reason: just attending the meeting gets you a nice paycheck. He remembers the free tutorial videos from the Great Sage on his phone, feeling pretty smug about learning those masterclass skills. He got high-tier lessons from the Monkey King himself, all thanks to a handy free trial coupon. The advanced lessons covered complex spear techniques taught by Wukong. But right on cue, a sudden system notification pops up. His free trial membership has officially expired. Suddenly, Se-jun is hit with a wave of pure anxiety. The harsh reality is he doesn't have the cash to renew it. While wondering how to make some quick money, a man blocks their path. He boldly asks if he is the Asian hunter named Kim Se-jun. This aggressive challenger is none other than Colin. He stands there gripping his massive spear. Seeing this unwelcome guest, Lucas demands to know what Colin is doing here. Colin scoffs, asking if he is banned from the airport. Lucas quickly steps forward to shield Se-jun from the hothead. He orders Colin to back off, explaining that Se-jun is his official guest, but Colin just shrugs it off. He claims Lucas can't stop him anyway. Walking closer, he sizes Se-jun up and admits he is incredibly disappointed. He expected the beast who defeated Burke, but Se-jun looks completely weak. Se-jun narrows his eyes in annoyance. But truth be told, his mind is totally blank. He has absolutely no idea what this angry guy is ranting about. That is because he completely forgot to turn on his translation spirit. As Lucas and Colin continue their heated argument, Se-jun is totally lost. Since they are speaking rapid-fire English, he doesn't catch a single word. Scratching his head, he decides to politely cut in. He tells them they seem busy, so his group will just wait outside. Seeing him walk away, both men freeze in shock. Huge question marks pop up over their heads. Colin is completely dumbfounded, barely able to process what just happened. He can only gasp in disbelief. Se-jun ignores the drama, entirely regrouping with his team and telling them to move fast. He whispers to Hyeon to turn on her translation spirit because he didn't understand a single word. He turns back with a bright smile, bidding them a polite farewell. This casual dismissal absolutely pushes Colin over the edge. Boiling with rage, Colin shoves Lucas out of the way, charging forward and screaming at the rookie's back. He roars, demanding to know how Se-jun dares to ignore him. With a sudden thrust, Colin drives his spear straight at Se-jun. But in a flash, Se-jun swiftly sidesteps and catches the deadly spear tip with his bare hands. Colin is left utterly speechless. Cold sweat drips down Colin's face as Lucas stands completely frozen in place, utterly shocked by Se-jun's insane reaction time. Seeing this, Seo Moon-yeop shook his head. Everyone else was already groaning. Seriously, another fight. There is never a single peaceful day. Seeing his spear tip caught, Colin immediately channeled mana into the weapon, but he couldn't even pull it back. Colin thought furiously as his spear refused to budge. Meanwhile, Seo Moon-yeop held the spear tip effortlessly with just a single hand. With a cold, irritated glare, Seo Moon-yeop asked what this was. Standing in the middle of the airport, he demanded answers. He stared at Colin, closing his eyes in annoyance. What a total nuisance. In his head, he figured he was being vastly underestimated. Releasing his grip on Colin's spear, he gave a warning. He did not want any trouble, so they should just drop it. With that, he turned around and walked away with his hands in his pockets. That was when Lucas came running over in a panic. He frantically asked if Hunter Seo Moon-yeop was all right. Meanwhile, Colin glared at their retreating backs, his anger boiling over. Colin shouted, calling him a coward for refusing to fight. Since they both used spears, shouldn't he learn from a superior? Hearing those words, Seo Moon-yeop froze in his tracks. Colin just smirked, utterly satisfied with his own petty provocation. He mocked them as a coward and 4 useless lackeys claiming to have defeated a berserker. And they dared call that a guild. That was the final straw. Seo Moon-yeop glared right back at Colin, his patience completely exhausted. He marched straight back toward Colin. The arrogant man had no clue what was coming as he continued to run his mouth. He sneered that defeating Burr was probably just a lie, but a sudden wave of dread hit him the moment he met those eyes. Seo Moon-yeop clenched his fist as a massive aura exploded around him. He spoke up, slicing right through Colin's thoughts. He told Colin to be grateful for the crowd. Otherwise, he would have summoned the Spear of Longinus to end him. The moment the words left his mouth, he lunged. He threw a devastating punch loaded with raw power straight at Colin. Frozen in place, Colin could only utter a confused gasp. Before he could react, Seo Moon-yeop's massive fist connected. The impact sent Colin soaring high into the air. He completely blacked out with one of his teeth knocked clean out. He crashed back down to the floor with a loud thud, a shower of debris raining down right along with him. Standing nearby, Jackson and Carden watched in absolute shock. Jackson turned to his companion, his voice trembling slightly. He admitted that Carden had literally saved his life. Watching the furious hero, Jackson muttered another warning. Even if every single hero here attacked at once, they would be obliterated. As Seo Moon-yeop approached, Colin Lucas stepped in. Rushing forward, Lucas blocked his path, begging him to wait. Seo Moon-yeop glared, his expression ice cold. He coldly ordered him to move, asking if this was how Americans treated guests. Sensing his terrifying fury, Lucas froze. He was trembling so hard he could barely speak, but he still kept his arms raised. He desperately shielded Colin's body. He begged, promising to do whatever it took if he would just spare Colin's life. Despite his terror, he had no choice. He knew Colin was completely in the wrong, but if the man died, the American Hunter Bureau would hold a grudge. They would accuse Seo Moon-yeop, turning him into a public enemy. Just thinking about the consequences gave Lucas the chills. As Lucas stood there stressing over the disaster, Seo Moon-yeop's voice broke the silence. "Fine," he said, "then how much? Are you going to pay me to spare Colin's life?" Hearing this, Lucas felt a massive wave of relief. If money could solve this, it was an easy fix. He repeatedly bowed, thanking the hero for showing mercy. Seo Moon-yeop just crossed his arms, acting indifferent while wearing a very sly, greedy smirk. Lee Min-yul noticed this immediately. He curiously asked what the United States annual budget was. Hearing this, Su Ryeon immediately pulled out her phone to check. She replied that the defense budget alone was around $1 trillion. Meanwhile, out on the open highway, 2 luxury cars were speeding away. Seo Moon-yeop sat inside, grinning from ear to ear, unable to hide his absolute joy. Lucas watched him with a strained, awkward smile, utterly speechless. Across from him, the ecstatic hero was happily browsing his phone. Looking at him, Lucas couldn't help but sigh mentally. Sure, it was the life of a Calamity-class hero, but $500 million. That was still an astronomical price to pay. He would just have to close his eyes and try to forget about it. Clearing his throat, Lucas finally broke the silence to ask a question. "Hunter Seo Moon-yeop, please forgive my sudden rudeness, But there is something I have been wondering. Seo Moon-yeop looked up from his screen and gave him a nod to proceed. Lucas did not hesitate, asking if it was true that he faced Burr in England. Yes, Seo Moon-yeop replied. He assured him that it was definitely Burr and the monster had been completely annihilated. Lucas then pulled out a tablet and handed it over. He asked if the hero could take a look at the screen. It was footage captured just yesterday. Seo Moon-yeop grabbed the tablet. As he pressed play, his entire body froze. Right there on the video, a massive skeleton was casting high-level magic. Lucas explains that this entire area is completely locked down. A deformed dungeon erupted, and the authorities believe that this is the result of a massive distortion. Before he can even finish, Min-chun, sitting right next to Se-jun, cuts in to ask if it is because of the power of Burr. Right, Se-jun locks eyes with Lucas. So is that the real reason behind this urgent summons? Lucas does not beat around the bush, confirming it is indeed connected to Burr. Min-chun folds his arms, wondering when the emergency briefing is actually going to start. Meanwhile, Se-jun continues staring at the screen, covering his mouth in pure shock. Lucas answers that it is scheduled in 2 days, but they are still short on people. Hearing this, Min-chun grumbles under his breath. Annoyed by the constant delays, Se-jun remains quiet, resting a hand on his chin as his mind races. What on earth is happening? Did he fail to actually defeat Burr? Did it somehow regenerate? The thought seems absolutely impossible. As Se-jun's mind continues to race, he suddenly snaps his head up. Where exactly is this place? He demands, wanting to know the precise location. Cut to a desolate wasteland completely swallowed by a heavy, suffocating dark energy. A lone warrior stands holding his sword tightly, with a small radio pinned to his chest. Static crackles as a desperate voice asks if Alpha Team is okay and what the situation is. This soldier is Logan. He quickly reports back that Alpha Team is still holding on, but the monstrosity from Se-jun's video is right in front of them. Logan shouts into the mic, "We are currently engaging a 14-star monster. We have heavy casualties and need immediate backup." The base replies that they just notified the director. Everyone on site is desperately fighting off the devastating attacks of this arch-elder. The voice on the radio begs him to hold on just a little longer, saying the director will personally arrive soon. Logan stares in absolute horror as the beast before him begins to heal. "Damn it," he mutters, "it regenerated again." Then, the monster unleashes a brutal attack on Logan's squad. In an instant, his entire team is wiped out, leaving him as the sole survivor. Trembling with fear, Logan collapses onto his knees in sheer terror. As the beast scans the bloody battlefield, Logan desperately grabs his radio to transmit. Even for an undead creature, this insane regeneration speed is completely abnormal. Find its core. We have to find its life source. This thing is no ordinary lich. Meanwhile, the monster pulls out a dark grimoire, chanting wicked spells as the sky is consumed by suffocating black energy. Get ready, because something big is coming. A blinding light pierces the clouds. The monster freezes, sensing danger just as a colossal force strikes down from above, triggering a massive blast. Logan can only watch in absolute disbelief, his hand trembling on his sword as a powerful savior descends to the earth. Suddenly, a figure lands gracefully on the shattered ground carrying a gleaming legendary spear. Se-jun has finally arrived on the scene. He casually slides a hand into his pocket, staring at the beast with a smug smirk. Looking at the video footage, he wasn't quite sure. But standing right here, this dark energy is absolutely unmistakable. It is definitely Burr's heart. The monster is now floating high in the air, glaring down at Se-jun. Instantly, the Arch-Elder unleashes a torrent of dark power, but Se-jun begins gathering his own strength as crackling blue lightning sparks around him. He locks eyes with the monster. He does not know how it got here, but he has to put it down before it absorbs all of Burr's mana. The beast conjures a massive magic circle, chanting its dark, wicked incantations. Se-jun does not feel like talking, blitzing forward like a lightning bolt to pierce right through the giant monster and completely shatter its spell. The beast turns in pure fury, but Se-jun is already airborne, radiating a brilliant light that illuminates the entire sky. Se-jun looks down at the beast. Now that he thinks about it, he can still keep his promise to play ball with Uncle Min-chun using this lich's head. With a single swift motion, his legendary spear thrusts straight toward the monster's neck with a crushing, unstoppable force. The weapon pierces straight through the Arch-Elder's massive body. Back on the ground, Logan's radio keeps blaring, with a frantic voice repeatedly asking if he is still alive. Staring up at the sky in absolute shock, Logan finally speaks. He tells the director there is no need to back him up anymore. Just let Se-jun handle the rest. Logan falls to his knees, clenching his fists in exhaustion. Instead of sending backup, can they please send a medical team? The operator asks if he is severely injured, promising to send healers right away, but Logan sighs. No, that is not it. When he gets back, he is going straight to therapy. The massive clash leaves a giant deep crater in the ground. Meanwhile, Lee Byung-yeol finally arrives at the scene. He stares at the massive destruction with an excited wide grin. Right behind him, Lucas follows as they both stand on a cliff edge looking down into the massive crater. He chuckles, asking if there is a tourist spot around here that he didn't know about. Slipping his hands into his pockets with a grin, he asks what Se-jun is currently doing down there. Lucas shrugs, saying he has absolutely no clue, though it looks like the hunter is searching for something down there. Se-jun is holding the Arch-Elder's skull. Bending down to search, he happily mutters, wondering where Bior's heart could possibly be hidden. He licks his lips in sheer delight, telling himself that eating just a single dragon heart has already boosted his overall energy quite significantly. If it were Burke's heart, he wonders how much stronger he would get. Se-jun eagerly digs through the bones, but then he suddenly freezes. His eyes widen in shock as he stares. Standing completely frozen, he realizes that Bior's precious heart is simply nowhere to be found. He cannot help but run wild theories through his head. Did the heart shatter completely under the heavy impact of his Thunder God's spear strike? No, unless it was the first form of absolute destruction. Bior's immense power should not be entirely destroyed by that lightning-infused attack. Could it be? Gritting his teeth at the sudden, horrifying realization, Se-jun gathers his remaining strength and leaps straight out of the crater. As he clears the pit, his eyes immediately land on Lucas and Lidbury waiting above. Se-jun quickly drops down to land right before them. He asks if Lidbury is indeed the president of the Professional Hunter Association. Upon hearing Se-jun's blunt question, Lidbury answers with a hand tucked inside his pocket, asking if he is indeed the renowned hunter Kim Se-jun. He tilts his head and sizes Se-jun up, quietly amazed that this young man actually possesses such a terrifying aura. The president can clearly perceive the massive power radiating from Se-jun's body. He smiles with an expression of deep, quiet satisfaction. Lidbury secretly thinks that even to satisfy his curiosity, he should have stopped Colin instead of paying $500 million for his life. That massive sum of $500 million was too much. Lidbury steps forward and extends his hand in greeting to Se-jun. He introduces himself as Lidbury, president of the American Professional Hunter Association, and thanks Se-jun for cooperating in this lich hunt. Hearing this, Se-jun quickly warns the president that the lich is not defeated yet. Lidbury looks back at him in sheer surprise. He finds it quite strange, noting that his scans of the entire area showed absolutely no remaining trace of the lich. He assumed the lich's main core and life vessel were completely destroyed. Hearing this, Se-jun speaks up to explain the situation. He explains that the lich likely fled after realizing it stood no chance of winning, and it will keep hiding for now, at least not until it completely controls Burke's power. Hearing this, Lidbury's expression instantly grows much more serious. Lidbury repeats Burke's name with deep curiosity, and Se-jun nods, confirming that he felt Burke's energy coming from the foe. He explains the exact details to Lidbury and Lucas, describing the life vessel as a dangerous crystal containing the lich's vital force. Without completely shattering that crystal, the lich will keep resurrecting endlessly. As Se-jun says this, he struggles to speak further. He silently suspects Burke's heart has been absorbed since he failed to fully summon the absolute power of the Azure Dragon Gaius. Because of that limit, he was unable to wipe out the lich completely. At this thought, Se-jun clenches his fists tightly. Now here is the real kicker: if they do not act fast, an unprecedented, terrifying monstrosity will soon be born into the world. Lidbury looks momentarily stunned by Se-jun's warning. He remains silent, wide-eyed and thought-processing the massive gravity of the situation. He immediately barks out a commanding order to Lucas, telling him to gather all heroes right away. Lucas is caught completely off guard. Lidbury turns to leave without waiting, telling Lucas that they will meet in 2 hours and then they must set out. Lucas stammers and pleads with him to wait. He quickly rushes after Lidbury, trying to explain that they cannot rush this so blindly. The other heroes have not even arrived yet, but Lidbury abruptly cuts him off, knowing exactly what Lucas is going to say. He tells Lucas to blame it on his orders if Richard complains, adding that he will personally handle the rest of the political fallout. He insists they stick to the plan. Lucas expresses his deep worry, warning that any mistake could easily cost Lidbury his presidency. Lidbury keeps walking forward without looking back, casually asking who he would even be president for if the world ended right now. Lucas is left pale and speechlessly stunned. Talk about a massive reality check that completely leaves him unable to speak another word. Clenching his fists, Lucas coldly asks if Lidbury honestly believes such an absurd story, but Lidbury merely keeps walking in silence. After a long pause, Lidbury asks how Lucas can still speak like that after witnessing Colin turn to mush right before his eyes. He quietly admits that he is no different from anyone else. Lucas's eyes widen and he tightly purses his lips in absolute silence. Keeping his hands tucked in his pockets, Lidbury adds that absolutely none of the legendary heroes from the Great Flood could match Se-jun. Why would someone that insanely strong need to tell a lie? There must be a heavy reason for his absolute certainty, and above all, Lidbury trusts his own gut. Lidbury finally turns back to look Lucas straight in the eye, firmly stating that everything Se-jun warned them about is the absolute truth. With that, the scene shifts to the main meeting room where everyone is fully assembled. Suddenly, a hand slams heavily onto the table. The bald-headed Richard leans extremely close to his microphone, loudly complaining that they are all incredibly busy with their own tasks right now. Yet Lidbury actually dared to drag them all here just to find the Lich's body. He glares furiously at the president sitting across the room. First off, he asks why Burke's heart would even be with the Lich, questioning if Burke has truly been destroyed in the first place. Whispers are swirling in the room. They wonder if the threat is truly gone, saying a rookie defeated the monster instead of a Great Flood hero. Sounds pretty suspicious, doesn't it? Se-jun suddenly stands up from his chair to speak, offering to explain it himself. Every eye in the room instantly locks onto him. Se-jun frowns, speaking with absolute clarity first, wanting to clarify something. He wants to make it clear that what his team faced was definitely Burke. They saw it die with their own eyes. Richard, sitting across from him, immediately speaks up to demand answers. Why is that? But Se-jun keeps going, addressing the entire room. Someone must have stolen Burke's heart before the beast was even killed. This leaves Richard and the rest of the room deeply unsettled. Rage instantly takes over Richard. He slams his hand down, shouting right in Se-jun's face to stop this absolute nonsense rookie. Even after getting yelled at, Se-jun doesn't flinch or look away. Under the heavy, suspicious glares of everyone in the room, he frowns. He already anticipated this exact reaction. The figures gathered around this table are the absolute peak of humanity, the heroes of the Great Flood. They aren't the type to let some new kid order them around. Realizing this, Se-jun lets out a quiet sigh. He slams both hands onto the table, unleashing a massive wave of raw energy that sweeps through every corner of the room. Looking Richard dead in the eyes, he asks him directly, "Aren't you the one who knows the horror of Burke best? If they don't find that heart, humanity is finished." LBY and the other heroes can only stare at Se-jun in stunned silence. Se-jun's gaze remains locked on Richard. He speaks slowly, making sure every word lands. "I suggest you cooperate with us." Cut to a helicopter hovering over the devastated area where Se-jun clashed with the Arch-Elder. On the tactical map, red lines mark. Every single path is marked in red as the newly deployed heroes gather to analyze the traces left behind. Up in the sky, Se-jun hovers in place, scanning the landscape below. While the others are busy strategizing, one hunter sits on the ground, yawning lazily. This guy couldn't care less. He complains about gathering all the hunters for a threat they can't even see. "Seriously, we haven't found a single trace of any monster, so why the big emergency?" A female hunter standing nearby sighs, agreeing. She scratches her head in exhaustion, muttering that this whole Burke's heart thing is probably just some massive hoax. It's frustrating that some crazy kid is causing this much trouble for everyone. But deep inside a nearby cave, a dark, malevolent energy begins to stir. Sealed within a solid crystal lies a glowing red jewel, slowly pulsing as thick black smoke leaks into the air. Night falls quickly over the city and the helicopter makes its way back. Se-jun slides the cabin door open, letting the cold wind rush past him. Standing right on the edge, he realizes that even with his centaur senses pushed to the absolute limit, he still can't sense a single abnormal thing. Holding onto the side of the chopper, he turns back to ask Su-ryun if she detected anything suspicious. Currently focusing on the glowing orb in her hands, she shakes her head. There's absolutely nothing, no matter how hard she looks. The search drags on well after the meeting. It's not just the elite American hunters on the job anymore, but the veteran, Great Flood heroes have joined the hunt too. They sweep across the entire United States, but the Lich remains completely invisible. No traces found. Staring out into the endless night sky, Se-jun feels the crushing weight of time. He knows there is not much time left. Inside a massive building, Se-jun walks down the long corridor when a sudden voice catches his attention. "You're finally back, huh?" He looks up to find Min-chun standing there, arms crossed as he leans against the wall waiting. Se-jun immediately greets him, addressing him as the Sword Saint. Min-chun looks at the young hunter and asks if they found the Lich yet. Hearing this, Se-jun can only helplessly close his eyes and shake his head. Min-chun continues his questioning. "What are your plans now?" Se-jun falls silent for a long moment before answering that he believes they must prepare. "We must be completely ready to handle any unexpected situations that might arise." Min-chun immediately questions what he means. Se-jun steps closer, explaining that because they have searched everywhere without finding a single clue, they might face the worst. Perhaps they will never be able to locate the life vessel, and this means they will be entirely powerless to prevent the birth of an immortal Lich carrying Burke's devastating power. After speaking, Se-jun falls into a tense, heavy silence. He knows in his heart there is only one way left to destroy this beast. His azure dragon Guinness has the unique ability to pierce straight through reality, but he must unlock its absolute peak potential. Se-jun clenches his fists tightly with burning resolve, thinking that his current progress is only at 20%. He needs to raise it by another 10% to wield this power. With his ultimate goal decided, Se-jun walks right past Min-chun and politely bids him farewell, telling the elder he'll be leaving first. Determination burns in his eyes as he steps forward, promising himself he'll do absolutely anything to force that breakthrough. Minchun watches him leave in complete silence, simply staring at his retreating back as the scene quickly shifts to the Grand. Hearing this, the old man stays quiet, simply watching him walk away. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the Grand region. Over at the Grand Canyon in Arizona, the majestic Rocky Mountains are packed with tourists taking photos. One couple is busy enjoying their vacation. The boyfriend raises his phone to snap a picture of his girlfriend, who asks him to take a shot of her. Another girl nearby is amazed. She gasps at the beautiful view. Complete bliss. Meanwhile, two professional heroes are taking a quick break to chat nearby. They enjoy the peaceful atmosphere. It is hard to believe they spent the last few days searching the entire country for that rogue hunter. One of them sighs, wondering how a single professional hunter could possibly cause this much absolute chaos across the United States. His partner looks up and his expression instantly freezes. He has just spotted something incredibly terrifying looming right above them. The surrounding crowd looks up too, completely drawn in. A little boy points into the distance and asks what that thing is. People whisper in confusion about the strange object floating in the sky. Shockingly, that monstrous skeleton has officially made its return. Dread spreads quickly as everyone looks up, murmuring in panic. What is that? Before they can even run, the creature strikes. The Archelder immediately unleashes its deadly power, summoning a massive halo of floating stones of all sizes right above its head. Its eyes glow in menacing crimson. Catching sight of this giant nightmare, one tourist turns completely pale with fear. He screams a single word, "Run!" Instantly, the peaceful canyon dissolves into a stampede of absolute panic. Terrified tourists flee in every direction, screaming for their lives. But as one man runs, he makes the mistake of looking back. He goes completely pale as a blinding beam of destructive magic rapidly closes in on him. A massive explosion erupts immediately. A terrifying blinding light consumes the area. The surviving hero is sent crashing to the dirt, trembling uncontrollably in pure fear. The towering Arch-Elder stands right before him. Paralyzed by the beast's sheer presence, the hero can only let out a weak whimper. The monster reaches out with a hideous skeletal hand, coldly telling the bloodless hero that he is not the one it seeks. It grabs him by the face with its massive claws. Totally helpless, the man's mind completely shatters in terror. He cries out to God, followed by an agonizing shriek. Meanwhile, Albie is walking briskly down the street, demanding a status report. Lucas runs close behind his boss, admitting that they cannot even begin to estimate the casualties at this point. Albie hurries forward, asking about the current location of that monster. He needs to know exactly where the beast is heading. Lucas reports that it is currently moving from the Grand Canyon toward Phoenix, Arizona. Albie's face tightens. He looks at Lucas, highly alarmed. It already left. What about the local heroes stationed in that area? Back in his office, Albie has a massive headache. Knowing the local forces are wiped out, he asks about Hunter Kim Se-jun. Lucas answers that Kim Se-jun has locked himself inside his apartment for the past few days, refusing to set foot outside. They managed to contact him, but he only replied with a single brief message asking them to buy him some time. Albie touches his mouth, contemplating those words. Buying time. He knows they do not have much of it left. He immediately barks out orders for Lucas to mobilize all professional combat hunters while he handles negotiations with the heroes. Lucas nods. Yes, sir. Albie quickly prepares his gear, strapping his signature dual daggers tightly behind his waist. Feeling the cold steel, Albie grits his teeth and mutters that this certainly brings back some old memories. Meanwhile, heavy, hurried footsteps echo down the corridor. Se-jun runs up in a panic, desperate to join the fight. She begs her grandfather to let them come along, but Minchun walks forward without looking back, ordering them to stay. Se-jun is furious, demanding to know why they are being benched when they are perfectly capable of fighting as well. Seeing her stubbornness, Minchun snaps. Enough. He turns around and glares at her, his voice echoing through the hall. He tells her that this is a strict order. This is a brutal battlefield, not a place for them to interfere. He orders her to stay put. Speechless, Se-jun watches as the legendary sword Saint looks back with a complicated expression. He clearly hates leaving her behind, but he has no choice. Minchun quickly turns and walks away into the shadows. Cut to the ruined city. Destructive force has leveled almost every single skyscraper, leaving nothing but absolute devastation in its wake. Casualties lie scattered across the concrete. Amidst the terrifying ruins, two remaining heroes are desperately struggling to stay alive. The girl clutches her hair in absolute panic, crying out that they are all going to die right here. The male hero raises his shield, telling her to hold the line until the high-ranking heroes arrive on scene. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of pure energy blasts through. The Arch-Elder stands before them, calling them foolish insects. The terrified girl can only cover her head and scream. The monster towers over her, slowly raising its hand. It sneers, promising to show them the terrifying miracles born from deep darkness, demanding they drown in their despair. With their deaths inevitable, the Arch-Elder raises its claw and begins casting a massive magic circle in the sky. Hung stands on the ground staring up in pure terror. Despair takes hold. It looks like the end, but someone rushes in. It is Lidberry shielding the two fallen heroes. Crackling blue electricity erupts across his entire body as he stands his ground. He instantly unleashes his full power to hold back the monster. Massive lightning bolts gather together, crackling with pure raw energy. Within seconds, Lidberry's hair bleaches completely white. His glowing eyes burn with an intense, otherworldly power. Lidberry draws his twin short swords. Meanwhile, a warm yellow healing light begins to envelop the severely injured hero nearby. The terrified girl beside him slowly calms down. She stands up to see a massive projection transferring raw power to her ally. Other legendary warriors arrive. Floating above, the Arch-Elder peers down at them and prepares his next devastating move. He mockingly points out that he can see something destined to vanish forever within these fleeting, fragile human lives. A faint, desperate glimmer of hope. Standing directly in his path is Lidberry, flanked by legendary heroes of the past. Lidberry raises his twin blades, staring intensely. Nearby, the girl helps the heavily wounded hero back onto his feet. She cries out in absolute relief, "We are saved, the legendary Deluge heroes have finally arrived to rescue us." One of the veteran heroes smiles. "It has been a long time since we fought side by side, probably 20 years. The swordsman beside him nods in agreement. Yes, so many old memories are truly rushing back to him now. The old heroes stretch. Finally, after all these years, they can loosen up their stiff joints for a real fight. With that, they charge forward. Perfect coordination. They launch a barrage of synchronized attacks right at the monster. The beast instantly unleashes dark magic, blasting them back. It sneers, "You are nothing but an annoying swarm of flies." Just then, a streak of bright green light carrying intense electric sparks charges directly at the Arch-Elder. Lidberry leaps forward, throwing a massive lightning punch, but the creature easily dodges and grabs him in its grip. The Arch-Elder drags Lidberry close, opening its mouth to charge a highly destructive sphere of dark energy. Lidberry can only watch in sheer shock. Just when you think it is over, a blinding yellow beam strikes. Minchun drops down from above, driving his sword straight through the Arch-Elder's skull and forcing it to let go. Seizing the distraction, Lidberry recovers instantly. He leaps back and launches a rapid barrage of energy-infused slashes. Another blast of blue energy slams in. Up on a high roof, an ally laughs and asks how they like that. But as the Arch-Elder stands completely unfazed, the shooter grumbles that a direct headshot did absolutely nothing. Lidberry grits his teeth, realizing the truth. The monster is not immune. It is just regenerating at an insane speed. Every single wound they inflict is healing almost instantly, making their desperate struggle look completely hopeless. Nearby, a wounded fighter limps forward, clutching his broken arm, only to be wrapped in a soothing yellow glow. An elderly female hero does her best to heal the wounded, urging everyone to stay strong and hold on. Meanwhile, a massive sphere of dark energy begins to gather in the giant hand of the Arch-Elder. Looking down at the struggling humans, the beast mutters that their divine energy is getting quite annoying. He unleashes his dark magic, turning the sky pitch black. The healer raises her staff and shouts for everyone to gather. While she desperately tries to shield them, the Arch-Elder simply cold-bloodedly utters a single word: destruction. He fires a massive beam of red energy straight down at the heroes, threatening to wipe them all out. The elderly healer stands her ground, pouring every ounce of her remaining mana into her staff to form a barrier. But the pressure is too immense. She coughs up blood as her staff suddenly shatters into tiny fragments. The explosive shockwave sends everyone flying. Lidberry collapses to his knees, clutching his chest in agony. Blood drips from his lips, but through the ringing in his ears, he suddenly hears Se-jun's voice echoing. If they cannot find the source, they will all die. Staring at his fallen friends, Lidberry freezes in regret. They should have believed him, they should have searched harder, but their pride has led them to this disaster. Hovering menacingly above them, the Arch-Elder begins opening several massive black holes in the dark sky. Long spear-like structures begin to slide out from the portals as he looks down with absolute contempt. He mockingly promises to show these insects the end of their world. Below, Minchun struggles to stand. Gripping his sword, the wounded warrior looks up as those deadly spears rain down directly toward him. Minchun watches the lethal weapons hurtle toward him, but his body is simply too exhausted to react. Suddenly, Se-jun flashes onto the scene, her blade slicing through the incoming spears in a blink of an eye. Minchun is incredibly worried. Seeing his granddaughter arrive, he frantically asks what she is doing here. Se-jun watches with sharp eyes. The immediate danger is cleared. With a heavy sigh of relief, she catches her breath. Minchun glares, his voice still tense and loud. He warns her. This is no rank 10 or 15 monster to play with. She stands absolutely no chance against it. He barks at her to run. Se-jun knows he is just deeply worried. Stepping forward, she firmly speaks up to reassure him. She looks him in the eye. "I am an official licensed professional hunter too," she reminds her stunned grandfather. He stands frozen. Without waiting, Se-jun charges straight into the fray. Seeing her incredible maturity, the old warrior smiles. He whispers to his weapon, Sword Saint, our era is finally ending. Or maybe it actually passed a long time ago. Our time is gone. Now Se-jun, Min-jun, Se-jun, and Hyun launch a coordinated assault, charging the beast together. Pushing forward in perfect sync, Se-jun leaps high into the air. She unleashes a devastating slash right at the giant target. The Arch-Elder simply claps. He mocks her useless struggle as dark binds suddenly materialize and wrap tightly around her. She thrashes violently. Her energy flares in a desperate cry for freedom. Seeing her trapped, Min-chun instantly leaps to the rescue. He slashes wildly. Shattering the incoming magical spears, he steps right in front of his granddaughter with a grumpy scowl. He complains about her stubborn head. Just then, a sudden sound echoes from above as a news helicopter appears. Two reporters quickly slide the door open. One points a camera while the other grips a microphone, preparing to broadcast. The cameraman is hesitant. He asks if a live broadcast is safe. His partner immediately shuts down any doubts. The whole world is watching. It has been decades since the legendary Cataclysm heroes last fought together like this. The cameraman swallows hard. What if we actually lose? The reporter in the suit stays deadly serious, ignoring the fear. He speaks into the microphone. If we cannot stop the Demon King right here, all of humanity is completely finished. Back on the battlefield, Se-jun is freed. She and her grandfather charge back and unleashing a volley of rapid strikes. Their fury is relentless. Facing their combined power, the Arch-Elder narrows his eyes, realizing this is not going well. He looks at Se-jun and her allies. He sneers at how these weak, worthless insects still cling so desperately to hope. One of the hunters yells out commands. They must hold the line and absolutely stop the monster from casting spells. It is a futile effort. Watching these humans throw themselves into the fight, the Arch-Elder feels a surge of rage. They are no longer cowering in fear. Even though they know their struggle is pointless, they simply refuse to surrender. He absolutely hates it. Their stubborn optimism is an eyesore. Now his irritation boils over into pure, unchecked fury. Rage consumes him. The furious Arch-Elder manifests a massive, terrifying shadow skull in the dark sky and roars. He commands them to kneel. The terrifying sound waves freeze every single hunter down on the ground in pure panic. Total silence. Even the legendary Cataclysm heroes stagger backward in shock, while Elberry can only watch in quiet dread. They cannot move. Utilizing this opening, the Arch-Elder begins channeling dark energy into a massive, glowing black sphere. He hurls the devastating dark orb straight at the struggling heroes. Down on her knees, Se-jun is completely overwhelmed. She clutches her head in pain. Dark whispers fill her mind while Hyun stands nearby with wide, lifeless eyes. Hyun shivers and wraps her arms around herself. Slowly, the Arch-Elder looms directly over the helpless Se-jun. He stares down at her. "Are you the one?" he asks, reaching his hand toward the fallen girl. Is this the symbol of hope rising in the dark? Se-jun sits weakly, clutching her bleeding, injured arm. Suddenly, Min-chun charges in. His entire body erupts with a brilliant golden light and crackling lines of electricity. He yells at the bastard monster. But the Arch-Elder casually lifts Se-jun up by her throat, ignoring his shout. She screams as she shakes in his grasp. Glancing at Min-chun, the Demon King casually swings his free hand. He unleashes a shockwave, screaming at them to get lost as his deafening voice echoes violently through the air. The oppressive scream forces the hunters to cry out in agony. Satisfied with their pain, the Arch-Elder lets go. He tosses Se-jun aside, taking twisted pleasure in watching their short-lived hope crumble right back into total despair. Hyun is wrapped in dark binds, her lips trembling as she mutters in denial, praying that this is not happening. Wearing a sickening grin, the Arch-Elder looks down at her. "Now this is much better," he whispers quietly. Instantly, his shadowy corruption wraps around the face of Se-jun, causing the young girl to shriek in absolute terror. Suddenly, a booming voice demands he get his filthy hand off her as a massive lightning bolt strikes from above. The brilliant jagged bolt slams directly where the Arch-Elder stands, forcing him to turn around and glare in shock. Looking into the distance, bolts of blue lightning strike down continuously, unleashing deafening roars that shake the entire sky. One of the Arch-Elder's arms gets hit by the lightning and vaporizes instantly, leaving behind nothing but crackling sparks. The monster stares at his hand in absolute silence, completely shocked that Se-jun actually managed to save the girl from his grasp. The Arch-Elder turns to stare as Se-jun gently places the unconscious Se-jun down on the cold ground. Letting his arms hang loose, the fiend glares, muttering that endless despair always grows from the greatest of hopes. Before the beast can even finish declaring that Se-jun will not survive this night, he is suddenly interrupted. Se-jun thrusts his spear straight through the monster's chest with all his might, channeling his glowing blue power. The Arch-Elder freezes in place, completely stunned as his pierced body slowly begins to dissolve from the inside out. The system alerts him that his persistence lesson progress has officially reached 28.7%. Meanwhile, Sword Saint Min-chun rushes over to the scene, frantically screaming out his granddaughter's name. Se-jun is already kneeling on the ground and treating her quickly, reassuring the panicked old man that she is indeed still alive. Min-chun stares at his unconscious granddaughter, clenching his trembling fists in sheer relief that she is safe. Looking up at the stormy sky, he witnesses a massive clash of energy that makes the entire horizon tremble. Se-jun and the Arch-Elder trade blows at terrifying speeds as the monster gathers dark magic into a sphere. The system flashes once more, showing his persistence. Lesson progress is still stuck at 28.7%. He licks his dry lips, realizing his attacks are far from perfect as he circles behind the Arch-Elder. In order to fully master the legendary spear, Longinus, he needs to push his persistence progress to 30%. Determined, Se-jun lunges forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning strikes to completely break the monster's defenses. System alerts spam his vision, creeping up to 28.9 and then 29%. Forced to defend against the onslaught, the Arch-Elder admits the boy has power, but human stamina always has its limits. Yet Se-jun shows no signs of slowing down. His system alerts continue to flash as he pushes himself harder. Progress increases to 29.5, then 29.6%. The Arch-Elder is convinced he can still win, and glowing golden X shapes suddenly ignite inside his eyes. He unleashes a deafening roar, commanding Se-jun to halt. The sound wave hits Se-jun, instantly freezing his movements mid-air. Frozen in mid-air, Se-jun watches as the Arch-Elder extends a massive hand of dark mana toward him. He struggles desperately to break free, refusing to let the monster capture him or control his movements. Glaring fiercely at the beast, Se-jun activates his divine eyes to shatter the binding magic in an instant. Now free, Se-jun swings his spear, tearing through the air with a massive blast of blue lightning. The Arch-Elder is utterly stunned. He cannot believe the human boy just broke through his binding magic so easily. Before the monster can even react, Se-jun summons massive lightning, warning him that time is running out for them. Struck head-on by the lightning, the Arch-Elder is completely paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle. A portion of his skull shatters as Se-jun, completely covered in lightning, nears the final threshold of his power. Faced with this terrifying power, the Arch-Elder can only watch in absolute silence, unable to comprehend it. But then the monster suddenly spreads his arms wide, chanting an incantation that releases a thick cloud of black smoke. Se-jun shields his eyes against the black smoke, wondering if this is some kind of magical blinding mist. Suspecting the coward is trying to flee, just like last time, Se-jun charges forward, shouting that he will not allow it. The Arch-Elder bursts into a cold, mocking laughter that echoes loudly throughout the entire ruined space. Suddenly, Se-jun is forced to a halt as twisted dark vines, summoned by the fiend, wrap tightly around his body. The monster seizes the opening, unleashing a devastating blast of dark energy that sends Se-jun flying through the air. Se-jun clutches his heavily bleeding chest, coughing up blood as he realizes he made a terrible, fatal miscalculation. He foolishly assumed he had already mastered persistence during his previous life-or-death battle with the Lich Elder. But even a tiny fraction of a second feels entirely different when fighting in a real life-or-death clash. True mastery requires actually absorbing the core principles rather than just staring at a flashing system progress bar. Now Se-jun sits completely slumped on the ground as the Arch-Elder slowly raises his dark staff high. The monster glares down at him with bloodthirsty eyes, whispering that his journey has finally come to an end. The enemy's grip is incredibly tight, leaving Se-jun completely unable to break free. Staring at the monster, he wonders if he should risk using the second form. But no, the second form is far too unstable. Directly in his line of sight, the Arch-Elder's dark magic comes hurtling right toward him. He can't stop overthinking. Even if it costs him his life, his only remaining choice is to rely on that absolute first form. Suddenly, a sharp shout echoes through the air. "Snap out of it, you idiot." It's Min-chun, who rushes in to drag him out of harm's way. He pulls Se-jun away just as the monster's attack lands. Recognizing the sword, Saint Se-jun looks up and stammeringly calls out his name. Ignoring the kid's protests, the veteran hero just flings Se-jun over his shoulder. Down below, Lidori and the others take this chance to prepare. They set up a magic circle, and the leader orders the heroes to open fire. Instantly, dazzling beams of light rain down upon the beast. The holy magic of the heroes collides violently with the creature's dark energy. Suddenly, Se-jun finds himself tossed unceremoniously onto the hard ground by Min-chun. Se-jun groans in pain as he hits the dirt. Without a second thought, Min-chun leaps back into the sky, tossing a quick command over his shoulder. He tells him to go heal up. Hearing this, Se-jun sits on the ground and tries to protest, shouting for the master to wait. Before he can argue, a healer hero approaches to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad rallies to block the beast. They hold their ground against the Arch-Elder's overwhelming power, shouting for everyone to keep up the pressure and not let the monster breathe. Once the treatment is done, Se-jun stands back up and says he is fine. He limps forward, desperately calling out for Se-jun. As he walks, he looks back at Se-jun, who lies unconscious on the ground. Right then, tears begin to stream down her pale face. She weakly mutters, "Please don't go, don't leave me behind." Se-jun halts in his tracks as her tearful plea reaches his ears. He stands there in silence, realizing he is about to make another incredibly reckless choice, but his mind is already made up. Even before a clear answer forms, Se-jun's weak voice echoes again, reminding him of what she had said to him before. Se-jun knows what he has to do. Turning to Se-jun with a bright smile, he reassures her that he is not going anywhere. He won't leave her. Still, he keeps his focus on the real issue, and Elder Lich cannot be slain by physical force alone. This reminds Se-jun of Merlin's old teachings about the true nature of learning. Merlin once told him that studying is a wonderful thing. However, if learning becomes a mindless habit, it stops you from expressing your true self, leaving you to merely copy others. Is that truly learning, or is it just cheap imitation? Gripping his spear tightly, Se-jun takes a slow, deliberate step forward. He remembers Merlin stroking his beard, advising him that learning is not just about gaining knowledge, but about carving out your own path. Reflecting on those words, Se-jun admits to himself that he cannot wield the Heavenly Star Spear exactly like the Great Sage did. He watches the others risking their lives against the monster, realizing he does not need to copy anyone. He will do this his way. Nearby, the Arch-Elder swings his staff, unleashing a wave of dark magic at the remaining heroes. The beast roars out in pure fury. He yells for the insects to get out of his sight. Instantly, several brave heroes are vaporized by the terrifying blast. But as the dust clears, the demon freezes in shock. Standing right there in front of him is Se-jun, calmly holding his spear. Se-jun swings his weapon, unleashing a brilliant flash of purple light. He locks his eyes onto the startled Arch-Elder. His eyes burn with an absolute unyielding determination to end this battle. Seeing this burst of power, the Arch-Elder begins to tremble. Fear grips the monster. He realizes he has to flee immediately if he wants to survive this encounter, no matter what it takes. But as he raises his hand to cast, he panics. His dark mana refuses to gather. Meanwhile, Se-jun raises his spear. Wisps of black smoke begin to rise from Se-jun's body. He focuses his mind, feeling an odd sensation from his weapon. Is he even holding his usual spear anymore? At the absolute peak of spearmanship, the weapon and the wielder become one. That ultimate unity manifests. In an instant, Se-jun's spear expands invisibly, thrusting straight toward the Arch-Elder's face. The demon is utterly paralyzed. His eyes widen in complete disbelief as he tries to process what is happening. How can a mere human do this? Deep within his eyes, a strange crystal containing a dark gem begins to glow. It seems some entity is watching this battle through the demon's eyes. But Se-jun just drives his spear forward, shattering all obstacles. This is the legendary state of spear unity. The weapon pierces straight through the Arch-Elder's head, shattering his skull. The monster shrieks in agony, screaming that he is an ancient demon, a supreme Elder Lich, and the harbinger of eternal death. Even as he crumbles, he controls dark magic chains to wrap around Se-jun, catching the young warrior off guard. He hurls the razor-sharp chains directly at Se-jun, screaming that he will kill him. Se-jun stands below, watching in horror. She screams Se-jun's name in sheer panic. Right beside her, Minyu looks up at the sky, utterly stunned by the madness unfolding. Minyu mutters, asking what is going on. Se-jun puts her hands on her hips, warning him that this is destructive magic. The desperate demon wants to drag Se-jun down with him. Just as the chains are about to strike sword, Saint Min-chun leaps in, standing right in front of Se-jun. He swings his sword, slashing through the oncoming iron chains. In his mind, Sword Saint Min-chun is thinking the only way to stop this ultimate magic is death. But if someone sacrifices themselves for him before their souls can link, he won't look back. He simply tells Se-jun, "You owe me a life." With those final words, he charges straight toward the Arch-Elder. Before charging, his last request is for Se-jun to take good care of Se-jun. The Arch-Elder's dark chains immediately surround Min-chun, preparing to seize him. Yet even in this moment, his thoughts are entirely on Se-jun. Did the kid really have to endure this terrible pain all by himself? He pictures his sweet, smiling granddaughter, and realizes that if Se-jun dies, she will be absolutely devastated. He closes his eyes, sighing as he accepts his fate, but then a hand reaches out. It is Se-jun. He lunges forward, pulling the sword saint back, leaving the old man utterly stunned as he looks at Se-jun, gritting his teeth to ask what he is doing. Se-jun simply smiles, telling him that if anything happens to him, Se-jun will be terribly sad. Besides, debts should only be paid in cold, hard cash, not with your life. He flashes a peace sign, grinning playfully. In that split second, the Arch-Elder's chains wrap tightly around him. Seeing Se-jun trapped in the dark constraints, Min-chun desperately reaches out, screaming at him for being such a fool. Meanwhile, trapped inside a dark, endless void, Se-jun squints into the shadows as the chilling voice of the Arch-Elder echoes around him, calling him incredibly foolish. He mocks him, asking if he truly thought he could escape. This is the domain of death. Even with that awakened power, he will never make it out alive. Facing the Arch-Elder face to face, the one-eyed fiend flashes a twisted, malicious grin, telling Se-jun that the only escape is for both of them to die together. Hearing this grim threat, Se-jun just sighs. He casually suggests that since they are stuck, they might as well have a little chat. With that, he sits, flat on the floor excitedly, announcing that he has some questions. The Arch-Elder has never met anyone this bizarre, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The monster coldly warns him not to bother asking for a way out as it is completely useless. Se-jun casually shrugs it off. He claims he just wants to share one last story since they are both doomed anyway. There is no need to be so guarded. He points directly at the glowing orb embedded deep inside the Arch-Elder's chest, asks where he got that heart from. Caught off guard, the monster answers honestly, admitting that he has absolutely no clue. Se-jun eyes him suspiciously, asking how he could possibly not know. The Arch-Elder then explains that because his very existence is fueled by this heart, its origin remains a total mystery to him. Hearing this, Se-jun immediately follows up with another question, asking if the beast was born from a mere distortion inside that heart. Standing tall, the elder slowly nods in agreement. Se-jun stares at the massive entity, muttering under his breath about why he did not just say that in the first place. He then asks if the heart will survive even after the Arch-Elder dies. The monster answers honestly, confirming it will not break and will likely return to its original source of life force. At this point, Se-jun crosses his legs, sounding a bit tired as he asks where that source is, since he has searched absolutely everywhere. The Arch-Elder reveals the location, a desolate land of yellowish-brown mountains that the locals refer to as the Grand Canyon. Se-jun is taken aback by this revelation, muttering that he already checked there and found absolutely nothing. The Arch-Elder explains the mystery, revealing that a powerful barrier was woven from the magic of the heart itself. Hearing this, Se-jun lets out a deep breath of relief. Confused by his calm reaction, the Arch-Elder asks what exactly he is so relieved about. He demands to know what he is planning as Se-jun slowly stands up, spinning his weapon. Se-jun smirks, telling the monster not to worry because he is actually eager to die now. Pointing out that the elder himself said death is the only escape, the young warrior flashes a sharp grin. He prepares to unleash his ultimate force. A blinding blue energy begins to surge violently around him. Get ready, he is about to blow this place apart, striking with his first bolt of lightning. While the first three forms of the meteor heavenly spear focus on sweep, block, and thrust, the remaining forms draw upon the raw power of the gods themselves. Se-jun lunges forward as yellow lightning crackles wildly through the air. He activates the devastating fourth form of his spear, the lightning god spear strike. The energy is unreal. His eyes burn with a fierce light as he channels the power of the fire dragon. The spear channels an overwhelming 20-minor torrent of energy, unleashing the devastating fifth form, blazing dragon, scorching the heavens. Still swinging his weapon, he unleashes yet another surge of energy. This time, a deep purple shadow aura erupts as he initiates the sixth form, the demonic sound of destruction. Sparks fly from his eyes as he glares at the monster, preparing to combine it all with the second form of the meteor heavenly spear, the heaven and earth cataclysm. He swings his spear down, unleashing a devastating beam of pure light, but suddenly he stumbles. He collapses. He can no longer swing his heavy spear. Watching this unfold, his enemy can only observe in absolute silence. With Se-jun slumped on the cold ground, the Arch-Elder walks over, looks down, and mutters that he is finally dead. He asks himself if that was just the boy's final desperate struggle. But right then, the Arch-Elder's body begins to dissolve. He turns to dust. His final words before fading away are a confession: the real Demon King was never him but Se-jun. Cut to the observer, who suddenly sees a projection of Se-jun flashing a playful peace sign right against his forehead. The kid is literally winking and posing. Seeing this absolute nonsense, the observer cannot help but voice his utter disbelief. What a total lunatic, he mutters. Meanwhile, the Arch-Elder's bones crumble away, leaving the city in absolute ruined silence. The extinction magic is gone and the crowd panics, screaming to find survivors. Among the shattered ruins, Se-jun lies completely unconscious. Seeing him down, Minzu and Chiron sprint forward. Minzu screams for his captain, his voice cracking with pure panic. Up in the broadcast booth, the hosts watching the live feed freeze in shock, completely lost for words. Helicopters circle overhead as grief washes over the crowd below. Seeing Se-jun lifeless on the ground breaks everyone. Minzu weeps, cradling his friend, begging him to just wake up. Chiron watches them, her chest tight with heavy grief. She bites her lip, tears streaming down her face. But cut to the other side, Se-jun is awkwardly scratching his head. He looks up at the massive entity and asks if he is actually still alive. Standing before the giant observer, he pauses. He suddenly remembers a detail. The elder said death was the only escape, which means he must have died. So he died, but he is still here. How does that make sense? The observer scratches his head, equally baffled. The dead cannot enter this space, the observer explains. Se-jun smiles, thrilled that his reckless gamble actually worked out. He admits he was not even sure it would work. The observer facepalms, utterly exhausted by the boy's antics. He silently wonders how on earth this lunatic managed to return. He thinks back to the brutal clash with the elder. He watched the entire life of the Arch-Elder from his birth to his ultimate destruction. but something was missing. During those final moments inside the absolute realm of the extinction magic, his view was completely blocked. He saw absolutely nothing. Suddenly, Se-jun snaps him out of his deep thoughts with a very demanding question. He asks if the giant forgot their promise. He was supposed to get a free gift coupon upon returning here. The observer throws his hands up at this absurd demand, arguing that the deal only applied if he summoned him. Se-jun protests, instantly warning him not to go back on his word. He says they clearly settled this last time. He accuses the mighty entity of trying to scam him. The observer gets annoyed and points a massive finger at him. He barks back, telling the kid they will check the records of causality right now to see who is lying. The past scene replays instantly. Sure enough, Se-jun had asked for a free coupon every single time he returned here. Back then, the observer was so incredibly annoyed by the pestering that he just agreed to get him to leave. He literally told him, "Fine now, get lost." Watching the replay, the observer facepalms in deep regret. He cannot fathom why he was so foolish back then. Se-jun smirks, loudly demanding his promised reward right now. He demands the goods, leaving the entity, swearing silently. Damn it, there is no way to break this contract. Giving in, he tells Se-jun to shut up and take it. He walks away but then pauses with a question. He needs to know the truth. How on earth did a mere human manage to cross back into this space? Se-jun shrugs and throws his hands up, asking why he is even asking when he was supposedly watching everything. He rubs the back of his neck with an awkward laugh, claiming the method really is not that important. Inside, the observer is absolutely screaming. It is incredibly important, more crucial than anything else in the entire cosmos. Since those moments were unrecorded, this kid could potentially repeat his actions and force his way back in any time. He must prevent this loophole at all costs. He offers a trade, tell the truth, and get a free coupon. Se-jun does not even hesitate but warns him that the explanation is going to be incredibly complicated to follow. The entity places a hand over his chest, gently reassuring him that he is more than willing to listen. He tells him to take his time. Sensing he has the upper hand, Se-jun raises a finger to negotiate. He asks if he can get an extra coupon for spilling the details. The giant is absolutely losing his mind. This greedy brat completely read him. Realizing he cannot win this negotiation, the observer quickly pivots to another strategy. He tells him to forget the coupons, offering a Transcendent shop item that will not trigger any negative karma instead. Se-jun sighs, looking pretty hesitant after hearing the offer, and admits that is just what the observer saw. The observer immediately raises the offer, promising him 15 items. Se-jun's eyes light up instantly as he pumps his fists. He cheers, thinking that is more like it, but then he suddenly changes his mind, crossing his arms to stare at the observer. "Forget it," Se-jun says, "just give me a single ticket and I will be on my way." The observer never expected this. He cannot believe the kid flipped so fast. Se-jun turns away, licking his lips, relieved that he almost got totally ripped off. The perks in this boundary space are not just basic tickets, but an actual emergency rescue straight to the other side. On top of the standard ticket, he gets an emergency backup. Yet this guy wants to trade that for just 15 shop items. Thinking it over, Se-jun puts on his best sweet-talking face, holding out his hand to beg for a single ticket to leave. Without even turning around, the observer simply says fine. But a split second later, he wheels around, pointing his finger. "I will not give you a single thing," he roars at Se-jun, "until you tell me exactly how you got in here." "Fine," Se-jun snaps, immediately flopping onto the ground to throw a tantrum. But when the observer ignores him, Se-jun starts losing it. He screams out that he absolutely won't do it, but the observer just watches his dramatic meltdown with total indifference. "Then do not do it," the observer replies coldly. "You are not leaving this place until you start talking." "You think I am scared of you?" Se-jun yells back. "I have my own backup plan." The observer remains completely unfazed. "Go ahead and do whatever you want then." Sometime later, the observer is busy casting complex magical circles in the air. "I really should have done this much sooner," he mutters to himself. With a heavy sigh, he starts calculating the days. 3 whole weeks have passed inside this void of pure white light. For a mere human, this place is absolute torture. No mortal mind can withstand this infinite crushing silence forever. Even if he has held out, he will break soon enough. He will be begging to leave any second now. With time left before the next wave of destruction, victory is guaranteed. Cut to Se-jun sprawling on the floor. He tosses and turns until he simply cannot take the boredom, springing to his feet. Se-jun grabs his spear, waving his arms around and calling out to see if the observer is still around. Watching this, the observer smirks, thinking the kid is finally breaking. It is the perfect chance to teach him some respect. But with no reply, Se-jun just shrugs and begins casually swinging his spear around, muttering that maybe nobody is home. Get ready for this, the observer freezes as he realizes what is coming next. Se-jun suddenly starts thrashing his spear around. He is playfully shouting for the observer, making an absolute racket. The observer can only clutch his chest in pure frustration. "This absolute lunatic," he mutters. Unable to take the chaotic noise for another second, the observer finally decides to intervene. He teleports right in front of Se-jun, snapping at him to stop this madness in exchange for 2 free tickets. Se-jun immediately stopped swinging, turning to him with a smug grin, noting that he knew the old man was hiding nearby. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Se-jun says he has been doing some math and giving up his secret means losing his emergency rescue. So factoring in the emergency ticket, he proposes a new deal to make up for the massive risk he is taking. How about 2 tickets and 10 premium shop items instead? The observer completely loses his mind at this ridiculous counteroffer. He throws up his hands, yelling that 2 tickets is his absolute limit. Se-jun instantly fires back, offended by the valuation. Is my life really worth so little, he asks. The observer fires back that rules are rules, take it or leave it. Otherwise, he can just rot in this void forever. Se-jun gasps, accusing the ancient being of playing dirty tricks again. Suddenly, a massive spike of forbidden energy flares. The observer panics, wondering how on earth they gathered enough karma for this. He stammers that the cost of such magic is astronomical, but Se-jun just blinks, admitting he used his gift voucher. The observer rubs his temples in disbelief, furiously adjusting his magical projections while muttering under his breath. Se-jun watches closely. Excuse me, Se-jun chimes in, staring at the swirling cosmic arrays. Can I ask a quick question while we wait? The observer scoffs, pointing out that even if he said no, the annoying kid would just keep babbling anyway. So go ahead, he sighs. Se-jun plops down on the ground, resting his chin on his palm quite casually. Why hasn't the entity trying to erase my dimension made its move yet if that is its ultimate goal? The observer explains that while he cannot share details, it basically boils down to the exact same restriction he faces. Even gods cannot escape the absolute laws of causality. Clutching his spear, Se-jun stares off into space, looking deeply reflective. So that is why he wants me dead, Se-jun murmurs. Hearing this, the observer simply remains silent, refusing to comment. But why go so far as to destroy an entire world? Se-jun sighs, closing his eyes as his mind wanders. Se-jun wonders if this is another topic the giant is completely unwilling to answer. Just as he thinks that, the observer speaks up, stating he does not know the exact details. Hearing this, Se-jun snaps his eyes open and stares at the giant, completely puzzled by those suspicious words. He realizes the giant is hiding something. Typical observer. While Se-jun is still trying to decode his vague answer, a sharp chime suddenly rings in his head, immediately drawing his full attention. The system notifications flash. Atlas lecture progress is up by 5.7%, and then another 2.4% is added. With another 3.9% gain, it hits 53.7%. Se-jun is baffled by this sudden massive surge out of nowhere. He pulls out his phone to check the notifications, then looks back up at the giant. He asks what his actual body is currently experiencing. The observer stares down and calmly explains that every single entity entering this space transcended the normal bounds of time and causality. Put simply, his physical body has been completely frozen in time. Hearing this, Se-jun knits his brows and begins some rapid-fire mental calculations. There should be absolutely no reason for his training progress to keep climbing like this unless, wait, did the Lich Elder trigger something? No, the Lich Elder was defeated, but that frantic heart is still a mystery. Se-jun quickly steps forward and desperately begs the observer. He urges the giant to send him back to the real world right away. But the observer merely shakes his head, stating causality is incomplete. Hearing that his return depends on completing some tedious logs, Se-jun gets frantic. He yells that he will gladly forfeit his reward card, even if he has to face those bizarre supernatural anomalies again. He just needs to return now. The giant pauses, taking this in. The observer points a warning finger, promising to safeguard his belongings while offering a final chilling advice: beware of the other observers. Suddenly, a completely different voice whispers directly into his mind. Se-jun looks around in utter confusion, wondering who on earth is speaking to him. The mysterious voice echoes once more, telling him that when the time to choose finally arrives, but before it finishes, blinding flames suddenly erupt. Se-jun is instantly dragged back to reality, only to find himself trapped in a raging inferno. He panics and screams out at the searing heat. Engulfed by fire, his phone starts buzzing like crazy with system updates. He realizes he is locked inside a dark, sealed coffin. He shouts out from inside, realizing this torture is exactly what was driving his quest progress. Right then, another alert pops up. The Atlas lecture quest requires him to endure 1,000 degrees of heat for 10 minutes. Suddenly, the wooden coffin violently explodes. Se-jun leaps high into the sky, fully dressed in a stylish black suit, looking down at the crowd gathered below with wide, curious eyes. The members of the Hero Association and his dream team are all standing in the courtyard, completely dumbfounded by the bizarre sight. Everyone is left staring in utter shock. Se-jun immediately stops crying, rubbing her teary eyes as she screams out for her beloved brother. She frantically calls his name. Still floating in midair, Se-jun apologizes to the crowd, shouting that he has an absolute emergency to handle. He promises to return as soon as possible, leaving everyone screaming in sheer disbelief as the scene quickly cuts back to the ground. Su-ryun is totally speechless, raising both of her hands in defeat. Nearby, Hyun of the Dream Team shrugs with a smug grin. He points out that this is the absolute power of money, proving that their investments over the last 3 weeks were entirely worth it. Sword St. Park Minchin sits slumped on a stone steps, rubbing his aching temples as he tries to process what just happened. He grumbles about how they were in the middle of handling funeral arrangements when the coffin blew up and the kid just flew off. Baron of the Dream Team glares directly into the camera lens and screams, demanding to know if Se-jun is watching this and when he plans to return. She threatens to personally end him if he does not come back immediately. Meanwhile, Lee Min-un of the Dream Team is holding onto the panicked Se-jun. He looks equally terrified as he tries to calm her down. He yells for Se-jun to return unless he wants to face their wrath. The scene cuts to Se-jun, who has arrived at a desolate area. Looking around the empty field on the city outskirts, he mutters that it is not there. He is searching for something extremely important. Walking along, Se-jun grumbles that he has been searching for hours and still found absolutely nothing. Just then, a massive, perfectly round boulder rolls down right behind him. Se-jun scratches his head, his expression growing incredibly serious. He should have asked for the exact coordinates. Is it already gone? He needs to check. Staring at a small item in his palm, he wonders if he should use the same trick that worked when finding the Saint of Medicine. Deciding to trust his instincts, Se-jun tosses the item forward. The summoned magic staff instantly comes alive, asking what he wants it to do. Se-jun points into the distance and commands the magical branch to find that frantic, raging heart. He begins using exaggerated hand gestures to describe it, explaining that it is a heart packed with raw chaotic magic. He orders the staff to lead him there if it senses that power. The branch nods eagerly and suddenly lunges straight at Se-jun's chest. He barely dodges the reckless charge and screams at the staff, yelling that he meant the lich's heart, not his own. After a brief scuffle, the staff ends up with a massive bump on its head. Se-jun scratches his neck, sighing that it is not entirely its fault. He scrolls through his phone system with a sigh, but the screen is completely blank and empty. Is there really nothing useful in this Transcendent store? He mutters, and right then something catches his eye. A blank white scroll suddenly pops up. It is called a tracking talisman, and the seller is listed as a stitched-mouth clown. The system brings up more details about the item. It is a special talisman that can help locate any target. Just picture the target's appearance in your mind and tear the paper. It will reveal their exact location. But there is a catch. Higher-level targets require multiple talismans, and a single sheet guarantees nothing. Still, it seems worth the money. Se-jun reads this and sighs, wishing he had found this useful item sooner. He lifts the scroll high, his face full of quiet satisfaction as he examines his new purchase. Holding the paper in one hand while stroking his chin with the other, he mutters that it looks quite ordinary. He tears the magic sheet in half anyway. After all, a Transcendent store product cannot be completely useless. But even after tearing the magical talisman, absolutely nothing happens, and the air around him remains completely still, frozen on the spot. No effect. Se-jun mutters in utter confusion, what is this? Absolutely nothing. He raises the glowing paper fragments to examine them. Perhaps the seller was right about the target level. The item description did say a higher level target needs more sheets. Right on cue, a buy option pops up. Se-jun immediately buys a whole stack of them. Still, nothing happens. That is when his mentor suddenly appears. The mentor drops a massive truth bomb. You have been scammed. Se-jun's hands go completely limp. But I bought this from the premium shop. The mentor sighs and asks if the seller was the stitched clown. That is the nickname of Instructor Loki. He loves playing pranks on cadets whenever he has some free time. Even the principal warning him multiple times has not stopped his behavior. Hearing this, Se-jun is totally speechless. He clutches his head in utter frustration. After a long pause, he asks if he can get a refund. Floating in the air, the mentor replies that you will mention it to the principal, but do not expect compensation. That tiny spark of hope is instantly crushed. It feels like lightning just struck him out of nowhere. Se-jun stands completely paralyzed. Can you even imagine losing all your points to a scam? That premium item was a complete trick. He survived a brutal fight with the Elder Lich and an exhausting battle against the Observer for this. Trembling with pure rage, he lets out a dry, bitter laugh. He cannot let his hard-earned loot go to waste. Seeing him in such a depressed state, the mentor reaches out with a warm, gentle smile to comfort him. He kindly tells Se-jun not to be so down, but that comforting remark only fuels the young man's rising anger. Veins pop on Se-jun's forehead as his eyes narrow sharply. He growls out a tense, "What did you say?" Seeing his terrifying expression, the mentor quickly backs off, unsure what to say. Se-jun then asks about Loki's class. He demands to know if Loki has a special class, and the mentor reluctantly admits that he does. When asked what he plans to do, Se-jun calmly tells the mentor to summon the prankster here immediately. The mentor warns him that special classes are expensive. Summoning him costs as much as the Great Sage Monkey King. In local currency, that is 5 trillion won per hour. Se-jun closes his eyes, cursing his tight budget. Money has been pretty tight lately. But when he opens his phone, his eyes widen in pure shock. A massive stream of numbers flashes on the screen. He stares in utter disbelief at his giant bank balance. Where on earth did they get this cash? What were they doing while he was busy being dead? He opens the logs to check. The battle recordings from his team heroes have been fully updated. Whatever new knowledge is power. Se-jun turns sharply to his mentor and accepts the fee, demanding Loki be summoned. A notification immediately pops up on his screen. It warns him about the true nature of deception. Without a second thought, Se-jun taps the screen. In a flash of light, Loki materialized right before him. The prankster does not look pleased. He glares with a cold expression, demanding to know what Se-jun wants. Se-jun glares right back at him with an equally cold look, finally understanding why they call this jerk the Stitched Clown. Cutting straight to the point, Se-jun directly demands an explanation for the scam, but the clown only laughs. Loki points a mocking finger at him and laughs, calling him an idiot who bought it without checking the fine print. Nobody forced him to buy the talisman. Hearing those incredibly irritating words, Se-jun's face completely darkens with pure rage. Loki dances in front of Se-jun, laughing. He mocks him for spending a fortune to hire him, saying he won't just stand there and take a beating. What can you even do now? Got any last words? Next time you better be a lot more careful. With that, he turns around to leave, waving a smug goodbye. Mentor watches his arrogant display with a dropped jaw. Hey, you can't just leave, the class isn't even over yet, Mentor yells. But Loki turns back with a blunt reply. Did you not actually read the class title? It says you can only truly understand deceit by experiencing it firsthand, which means I have officially taught you everything I know. Hearing his ridiculous excuse, Se-jun simply lets out a cold smirk. Of course, feel free to leave if you want. Mentor stutters in absolute disbelief, unable to believe his ears. But in the next second, Se-jun drops a massive threat, warning that he will pay a visit to Odin. That instantly freezes Loki in his tracks. Without even turning his head, the trickster quietly asks why. Se-jun shrugs and replies that he has quite a few things to discuss, mainly regarding your little secrets. Se-jun flashes a highly devious smile, adding that he knows a very juicy piece of history. Mentor breaks into a cold sweat, nervously asking what could possibly be so interesting. Se-jun is more than ready to deliver. Se-jun raises his voice, asking if Loki happens to know the actual reason behind the tragic death of Balder. Loki's eyes instantly narrow. Hearing that legendary name, Mentor chimes in, saying everyone knows Balder was Odin's son who died in an accident. But Se-jun immediately shakes his head with a grin, telling both of them that the public story is actually completely false. The narrative shifts to a flashback. When an underworld seer prophesied Balder's demise, his mother Frigg took desperate measures. She forced every single living creature to swear a sacred oath never to harm her beloved son, except for the tiny mistletoe, deeming it too weak to pose a threat. Once Balder was declared fully invincible, the other gods wanted some entertainment. They started throwing all kinds of weapons at him for fun. While everyone enjoyed the game, Hodor, who was blind, wanted to join. Suddenly, someone handed Hodor a weapon carved from mistletoe, telling him to take it and join the festive game. Hodor gladly threw the weapon, and it actually pierced Balder, ending his life. Connecting the ancient dots, Se-jun licks his lips. He realizes that mistletoe weapon was the true key to the tragedy. Now Se-jun looks back at the god of mischief. Se-jun directly accuses Loki of being the one who handed Hodor that deadly weapon, driven by pure jealousy of Balder's brilliant light. He quickly covers his mouth, acting as if he let a massive secret slip. Mentor stands there, frozen in absolute shock. Se-jun turns his back and starts to walk away casually, remarking that Odin immediately killed Hodor out of pure rage. But what would the Allfather do if he ever found out that the real mastermind behind everything was actually Loki? Flash of a devilish smirk on Se-jun's face as he adds that Odin would probably tear Loki limb from limb. Panicked, Loki spins around and desperately calls out to him. Hearing his voice, Se-jun stops and casually gestures. He asks if Loki is still here, mocking him to hurry up since he seems so busy. Loki glares back. Loki asks in a cold voice if Se-jun is threatening him. Se-jun gasps with dramatic exaggeration, acting completely offended. How could he say something so hurtful? He claims he is simply stating the absolute truth of the matter. Crossing his arms, Loki finally sighs in complete defeat, offering to refund the gold for those 10 items. But Se-jun instantly corrects his math. Completely lost, Loki wonders how his calculation could possibly be wrong. Se-jun raises his hand, demanding a refund for 15 items instead, plus a hefty fee for his mental distress. He also adds compensation for his wasted time and the massive summoning fee to the total bill. Loki's jaw completely drops. Screaming in absolute shock, the trickster faces a completely unfazed Se-jun, who calmly asks if he has a problem with it. Loki snaps back in anger, declaring his demands to be absolutely ridiculous and way over the line. He turns his head away, telling Se-jun to do whatever he wants, claiming he can easily hide from Odin. A short hiding spot is all he needs until the old man cools down. Se-jun remains completely unbothered by his confidence. He sighs that there is no other way then. As Loki walks away, he clutches his head, complaining about a headache. That is when Se-jun turns to Mentor, casually asking if Odin still rides Sleipnir. Hearing this, Loki freezes. Mentor's eyes light up, confirming that the legendary eight-legged steed is indeed the absolute pride of the academy. Odin treasures that horse more than anything in the world. Loki begins to shake violently like a leaf. He silently begs Se-jun not to say what he is thinking. Noticing the intense staring, Mentor gets highly curious. Mentor asks what they are talking about. A highly devious smile spreads across Se-jun's face, and he deliberately raises his voice. He starts explaining how Sleipnir was actually born. That half-sentence is more than enough to make Loki scream in pure terror. At that moment, Mentor appears, looking absolutely exhausted, with heavy dark circles weighing down under his eyes. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Loki stands waiting. He wears a polite, formal smile to save face. Standing quite a distance away from the trickster god, Se-jun raises his voice to speak. "I knew you were pretty mischievous, Instructor Loki, but I never expected it to go this far." Hearing this, Loki on the other side seethes with pure rage. He throws his hands to the sky, screaming in absolute fury for the bastards to not even think of escaping. But he has run completely out of options. Loki has no choice but to turn back and make a deal with Se-jun, grumbling that fine he accepts and will compensate him with 15 items. Hearing that, Se-jun just shrugs and asks if 15 is really going to be enough, calmly demanding 15 items on top of getting Gungnir. Loki gapes in absolute shock, asking what on earth he just said. Se-jun merely glares right back at him, holding up a single finger. He flashes a smug smile, confirming that he wants Lord Odin's Gungnir. Hearing this insane demand, Loki immediately tries to argue back. Calling the demand completely absurd, Loki protests. But Se-jun just puts his hands on his hips, asking if they are not supposed to be sworn brothers anyway. He adds that he is not even taking it for free, simply needing Loki to convince Odin to sell it. Loki listens to this reasoning with sheer disbelief. He flatly rejects it, arguing that sworn brothers or not, it is impossible because Odin loves that spear more than life itself. How could he possibly persuade the god to sell it, he cries. But Se-jun does not care about his excuses in the slightest. He casually picks his nose, retorting why Loki is even asking him, since that is Loki's problem to solve. Seeing him act so utterly shameless, Loki feels his vision spin as his face turns completely pale. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the observer, who is busy manipulating his magic circles. Gently touching one of the glowing rings, he keeps silent as he pulls up a projection showing Se-jun's current actions to examine. He mutters to himself that this crazy bastard's actions have actually shaken reality itself, disturbing the very dimensional boundary where causality gathers. He figures this spatial anomaly is happening because the first Transcendent is up to something. Still, he keeps a close eye on the projections. Watching Se-jun, he realizes that it does not even matter what the kid's ultimate goal is or how he is achieving these absurd feats. One thing is absolutely clear: Kim Se-jun is a massive threat to the world. Staring at the boy's glowing image right in his palm, he murmurs that he will let the kid run wild for a little while longer until the perfect time arrives to strike. With that, the observer tightly clenches his fist shut, but right at that very second, he freezes as he senses a bizarre anomaly. Feeling the reality around him warp, he wonders what is going on. Why is a massive amount of causality suddenly being drained like this? Realizing the only entity capable of pulling this off is that one person, the observer boils with rage and immediately starts cursing out loud. Demanding to know what on earth that idiot is doing, he fumes. Meanwhile, back with Se-jun, the legendary Gungnir has finally materialized before him. Se-jun smiles warmly, reaching out both hands to welcome Gungnir, the holy weapon that once slew the ancient primordial giant Ymir. Dismantling his body to carve out the 9 realms. Holding the divine spear in his hands, Se-jun lifts it high and calls out its legendary name. Staring at the majestic Gungnir, he proudly boasts that Loki really did his best, so nobody should dare accuse him of cheating. He recalls the god's absolutely miserable look when handing over the legendary weapon, bitterly telling Se-jun to just take it and leave. Watching this play out, Mentor clutches his head in absolute panic, wondering how a mere cadet could possibly possess a transcendent weapon like that. Right then, the system screen flashes a notification to Se-jun. It announces that his class progress with Loki has reached 100%, reminding him that true deceit is only understood by experiencing it firsthand. It awards him Loki's S-tier trickster technique for passing. Floating wildly in midair, Mentor turns to Se-jun and tells him that he is easily the single craziest student in this entire academy. Holding Gungnir easily with one hand, Se-jun laughs it off, claiming that Mentor is exaggerating when there is still Great Sage around. But Mentor shakes his head completely, disagreeing and insisting that he is being dead serious about Se-jun's unmatched craziness. Se-jun just beams with excitement, remembering his previous failure with a fake Gungnir. With the real deal finally in his hands now, he is confident he can track down Burr's heart. Without wasting another second, he tosses the legendary spear straight up into the sky. He commands Gungnir to go find Burr's heart. Instantly reacting to his master's order, the legendary spear shoots off into the distance. It streaks across the sky like a comet to search for clues. The raw, explosive speed of the spear leaves even Se-jun stunned. He realizes that if he is not fast enough, he will lose track of it completely, as even Mentor watches on in panic. Struggling to keep up, Mentor shouts out that the wild rumors about him are definitely going to spread like wildfire now. Suddenly, Gungnir surges with a brilliant crimson aura accelerating even faster as it shoots straight up into the clouds. Grabbing Mentor in his hand, Se-jun dashes forward in a desperate sprint, panting as he wonders why this thing is flying so fast. If it keeps blazing ahead like this, it might accidentally destroy the very heart he is trying so hard to find. Realizing the danger, he quickly reaches into his inventory and pulls out his secondary weapon to throw at his own spear. He hurls it with a loud yell, commanding it to fly after its father's spear, and the mini Gungnir immediately complies. Se-jun gets a quick reply. High above, only a single blinding light remains in the sky. Meanwhile, Gungnir hurtles down toward the ground, charging straight for a cave sealed behind a powerful protective magic barrier. Right then, Se-jun catches up to the runaway weapon. He swings his own spear, striking Gungnir directly to force it to a halt. Se-jun screams for it to stop, and finally Gungnir obeys. He holds his head and lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness, he mutters. Shielding his eyes from the glare, Se-jun looks ahead with absolute excitement, realizing it almost destroyed the very heart he had been searching for all this time, the key to his father's enemy. Right then, another Gungnir crashes down. Spotting it immediately, Se-jun whacks it with his spear to force this one to a stop as well. You showed up too, he says, keeping it at bay. Seeing the cave right before his eyes, Se-jun happily steps closer. Time to go grab our loot, he cheers, walking closer. Watching him celebrate the legendary spear can only curse at him under its breath. What a total bastard, the weapon grumbles. A frantic voice starts calling out, Advisor, advisor. After several desperate attempts to wake him up, Se-jun's mentor finally opens his eyes, still completely dazed and disoriented. He bolts upright in a panic, asking where he is and who he even is. Se-jun simply kneels down beside him. Glad to see you're finally awake, Se-jun says. But the moment his mentor realizes what's happening, he instantly starts screaming. Why on earth did you kidnap me, Kim Se-jun, he shrieks. Scratching his head with an embarrassed, blushing smile, Se-jun admits he was in a rush. Shifting focus, he presents a glowing red jewel in his palm, urging his mentor to take a look at it instead. Utterly confused, the mentor asks what it is, sensing a bizarre energy pouring from it as Se-jun holds the orb high. This is the heart of Burr I've been searching for, Se-jun explains, wanting to turn it into a potion. Can you call Hua Tuo here? Soon after, the legendary Dr. Hua Tuo arrives on the scene. Once he hears the crazy plan, he immediately loses his temper. You are really pushing your luck, the old man yells. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Se-jun just looks up at him calmly. Is that really the first thing you say to me after all this time apart? Se-jun asks. Hearing this, Hua Tuo throws his hands up. I worked my tail off for finding that dragon heart for you, he rants, and you kicked me out without even explaining how to use it. Hearing this, Se-jun suddenly remembers his hasty departure and sheepishly rubs the back of his neck, feeling a little guilty. I honestly didn't mean to kick you out, he says, offering an awkward smile. I really had no other choice back then. With his excuses finally delivered, the old doctor softens up a bit. Crossing his arms, he grumbles that a dragon heart is incredibly rare. Even for transcendent beings, a dragon heart is an incredibly rare treasure, making it the absolute ultimate material for my medical research. Se-jun's eyes light up. I honestly don't even know how to begin thanking you for this, he says. But before finishing his sentence, he pulls out the heart of Burr, presenting it to the old doctor, who instantly freezes in shock. Where on earth did you get your hands on this, Hua Tuo stammers? Se-jun just grins, calling it pure dumb luck. Staring at the heart of Burr, the old man's eyes sparkle with pure awe, unable to hide his absolute fascination. This is my very first time seeing one in person, Hua Tuo whispers. Se-jun smiles, realizing he has never seen the old man this shocked. After taking a long, careful look at the mystical heart, Hua Tuo finally looks up at Se-jun with an incredibly serious expression. With this, you can wield dragon power, he explains. Even if it is a bit weak, you will be able to speak dragon tongue. Even dragon tongue, Se-jun asks, completely blown away. He immediately flashes back to the terrifying monsters he recently defeated. He knows that spirit speech is a broken magic that rewrites the laws of reality, making dragon tongue the ultimate pinnacle of that power. Knowing he might soon wield the absolute highest tier of magic, Se-jun is speechless. Meanwhile, his mentor completely panics. Waving his hands wildly, his face pale, he screams that a human-speaking dragon tongue is insane, asking if Se-jun wants to become a monster. Se-jun brushes off the dramatic warning, turning his attention back to the doctor to ask if they are ready to begin. Of course, Hua Tuo beams, stroking his long beard. It has been a very long time since this old man felt this excited. But suddenly, the old doctor freezes, his eyes snapping wide open as if realizing something terrible. Se-jun instantly tenses up. Shoving the glowing red jewel forward, Se-jun asks if something is wrong. Stroke after stroke, Hua Tuo plays with his beard, looking grim. It is far worse than a simple problem, the doctor mutters. Covering his mouth, he looks up with a trembling gaze. "This is only a single fragment of the heart," he whispers. Breaking into a cold sweat, Se-jun demands to know what that means. Hua Tuo drops a massive bombshell, and trust me, nobody saw this coming, explaining that someone intentionally shattered the dragon heart. Total silence. He has no words. Meanwhile, deep in a dark forest, another mysterious man holds a piece of the heart. Right at his feet, another man lies sprawled on the muddy ground, trembling in absolute terror as he desperately tries to speak. Forcing his head up, he clenches his teeth to endure the pain and look at Burr's heart. 2 more dragon heart pieces must be out there. The mysterious man holds Burr's heart in his hands, a deeply smug, satisfied smile spreading across his face. Without hesitation, he lifts Burr's heart and eats it as the Black Saint panics, screaming for Jin Qian to stop. That massive chaotic power is not for humans to master, but Jin Qian coldly cuts him off, not caring at all. He does not care. The old man freezes in shock as Jin Qian coldly explains he has already lost everything. If revenge takes destroying the world, so be it. The Black Saint trembles in horror. Ignoring the old man's frantic roars, Jin Qian bites the dragon heart. Instantly, an overwhelming aura surges. His blood boils as a violent, unstoppable torrent of energy relentlessly tears through his body from the inside. His agonized screams echo through the air as his body rigidifies, freezing up in ways he never expected. Suddenly, the faint silhouette of the Azure Emperor appears, and the guiding bead in Jin Qian's hand starts to crack. Frowning in confusion, Jin Qian asks why it must be him. The Azure Emperor calmly replies that no one else fits. Jin Qian falls silent for a brief moment before turning away, asking if this mad power can destroy Kim Se-jun. The Emperor silently watches. A simple nod is his answer: yes, it can. Lethal intent fills his face, muttering that he only wants to drag Kim Se-jun down to the abyss with him. Right then, the bead completely shatters as dark energy engulfs Jin Qian's entire body, fusing deep inside him. As he slowly bows, the Azure Emperor watches in silence. Jin Qian's lips curl up into a sinister, mocking grin. This body is unexpectedly incredible, and he can feel a massive, overflowing amount of raw mana inside it. This magic allows him to cast his spells fully, but he wonders if this body can actually endure the strain. The Azure Emperor strictly tells him not to worry about that as he slowly begins to approach. He steps near the unconscious Black Saint and focuses his energy, gathering a massive pool of raw power into his hands. Lifting the old man's body with his telekinetic force, he warns Jin Qian that his remaining time is running incredibly short. Since he is fundamentally still an outsider to this dimension, those observers will definitely find a way to eliminate him. Jin Qian scoffs in contempt, asking who these observers are. The Azure Emperor simply lowers his voice. He decides to hand over his final task to Jin Qian, initiating the ultimate phase of the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Se-jun is staring in absolute disbelief, questioning if this is truly the only remaining fragment left of the 3. It does not look like a shard at all, though Hua Tuo suspects there is an 80% chance it is real. This dragon heart is magnificent but incomplete as its core power seems separated. Se-jun looks on in confusion. He wonders if this is only its baseline strength, but the old doctor admits this challenge is far greater. He suggests consulting 2 other legendary grandmasters first, and the system's playful mentor eagerly jumps in to help. She eagerly offers to handle it, and a second later a new legendary figure suddenly appears before them. He introduces himself as Bien Kui, the famous ancient physician, while the man standing right beside him prepares to speak. Meet Paracelsus, the legendary alchemist, as Bien Kui immediately rushes over to Hua Tuo. Cutting the greetings short, he demands to know if this is a real dragon heart, desperate to refine it. Se-jun sighs, glad that the experts will handle the refining while he gets to sit back and learn. The little mentor suddenly pokes her head out, reminding Se-jun that his hourly karma consumption is insanely high. He calmly nods, calculating that, since they have 3 people, they must be spending 30 billion coins every hour. Scratching his head, the helper clarifies that classes with Bien Kui and Paracelsus are totally different. These deep lessons go far beyond basic alchemy or standard magic rituals, making them exclusive, highly specialized classes instead. Hearing this, Se-jun's danger senses start tingling as the mentor playfully winks at him. With 3 people, the price is 1 trillion coins per hour, leaving Se-jun pale with shock. She adds that since he has never spoken dragon tongue before, he must register for a separate class. System notifications flood his screen, claiming that a single spoken word could easily destroy an entire nation. Instructors like Leviathan are listed on his screen, offering devastating curse techniques that can wipe out entire civilizations instantly. If curses are not your style, there are classes from the legendary Azure Dragon. The mentor eagerly recommends these top choices, but one specific notification suddenly catches his eye. He can cast the curse now. No big deal, as the Azure Dragon Death Instructor steps in. The tuition is 100 trillion. Once finished, he will obtain the Dragon Tongue Triple S. Insane. Just how many zeros are there? Se-jun is still screaming. What on earth is up with this crazy tuition fee? The kid just pouts, knowing he already registered. For these advanced courses, from now on the karma will get even crazier. Luckily, he also signed up for the minimum karma limit, keeping things somewhat under control. Meanwhile, he sighs while looking at the other cadets scrolling through his phone to check on a certain cadet nicknamed Twisted Life. That poor guy has to farm karma for 137 years just to join one of these cadet courses. Talk about a twisted life. Se-jun idly glances over at the three men sitting together in the corner, while considering the premium package. Their faces show deep interest. Life and magic always go hand in hand, meaning if he absorbs mana like that, his body will definitely suffer a massive conflict. Paracelsus looks absolutely fascinated, noting they must either suppress it or find another way to return it to its natural state. Huato dizzily adds that since absorption is the goal, natural mana is way better than suppression. Se-jun stops scrolling on a new prompt. Do you want to purchase the premium package for 150 trillion? Yes, obviously. With such a limited time, there is no way he can fail, right? A moment later, while the mentor is fast asleep, the system wakes the kid up with a sudden start. He successfully bought the premium package. The three behind him immediately start cheering in excitement. This is a concentrated pill made from our pure essence. Huato urges him to try it out immediately. Se-jun examines the dragon heart closely. This time, the outer appearance has not changed much, but that creepy, terrifying aura is gone, replaced by a pure and gentle glow. Paracelsus nods in approval, claiming that in other worlds, a divine medicine like this simply does not exist anywhere. It is no exaggeration to call it the ultimate elixir. Before he can even finish, the two summoned beings suddenly vanish. He panics, wondering if his bank balance has already dropped below 1 trillion. Huato is left completely frozen in shock. The master screams frantically, saying he cannot leave without seeing the results like last time. Mikey up and eat it. Se-jun replies with a nod. With that, he takes a huge decisive bite of the dragon heart, tasting it carefully as he chews. It has a complex, rich flavor that gets Huato super excited. Suddenly, a brand new power begins to take over his body. Se-jun is shocked to see a crack forming on his own mana core, wondering if this is actually safe. The master watches closely. Se-jun is completely horrified, crying out that his mana core is actually shattering. He is incredibly anxious, wondering if this is really working. The next second, Se-jun collapses onto the ground unconscious. Huato sighs deeply as the boy lies completely still, entirely drained of all energy. Meanwhile, the situation on Elberry's side is incredibly tense. Jin Qian calmly speaks up, asking if they also do not know where that cadet named Kim Se-jun is hiding. He is growing impatient, complaining that he is running out of precious time. He went through so much trouble to get here, so he must do something useful. Jin Qian's face suddenly twists into a savage grin, demanding to know how much karma they have. Se-jun slowly opens his eyes, his hazy mind barely registering the mentor asking if he is awake. He frowns slightly. Suddenly, a massive surge of power erupts from inside him, blowing the little mentor far away. Se-jun stands frozen in shock, his face filled with confusion. Looking around blankly, he only wanted to use a tiny bit of magic to light up the dark. But what is this magic storm? The mentor is completely swept up in it, crying out for Se-jun to save him. The poor kid crashes into several rocks before finally landing right at his feet. Se-jun asks worriedly if the mentor is okay. The mentor trembles, saying he is still alive but wondering what that power was. Se-jun replies sheepishly that since it was dark, he only used a tiny bit of magic to light up the area. Hearing this, the kid screams back in total disbelief. A tiny bit. Just how much has his magic power actually increased? Se-jun extends his hand to feel it, realizing that the feeling in his heart is indeed completely different now. He wonders if there is a mistake, telling the mentor that something is wrong. The mentor is skeptical, claiming that karma never makes mistakes. But the next second, the kid drops his jaw in shock, staring at the notification window. What is this 1,170% enlightenment rate at 79.7%? Lu Dongbin rate at 95.3% and Siegfried progress rate hitting 1,170%. Atlas progress 88.3%, Thea rate 76.7% and Satan progress at 29.9% with Meteor Spear completion is 71.8%. Se-jun is baffled, asking why the mentor is questioning him. The system continues to fire notifications about surging dragon power and dragon ki. Master Siegfried, after completing his enlightenment, has fully mastered rank S dragon ki. Warning, the current progress rate exceeds the limit allowed for calculating karma. Warning, the current karma level cannot evaluate these figures. Reconfiguring the system. Karma data configuration is now complete. Adjusting Transcendence level. Rank S Dragon Chi has been upgraded to rank double S Dragon Heart. Dragon power surging, Master Siegfried. Upon completing his enlightenment, he fully masters the double S rank Dragon Heart. Se-jun is utterly confused by this, while Mentor looks on in complete panic. What on earth is going on here? Mentor stammers that if even Se-jun does not know the answer, then they are in serious trouble. Mentor swears he has never seen anything like this in his entire life. Unbelievable. He cannot believe his own eyes. In the history of the Transcendence Academy, this is a total first. Suddenly, a phone alert catches Se-jun's attention. Impossible. This cannot be. He falls into a tense, heavy silence, deeply contemplating the situation. Se-jun slowly speaks up, telling Mentor that while he appreciates the patience, they must leave immediately. We have to put this talk on hold for now. Mentor asks, in complete confusion, wondering where they could possibly go. Mentor's expression instantly turns dead serious. Meanwhile, in New York, the entire city is engulfed in a rain of bombs. Screams of terror echo everywhere. Jin Xian watches the devastating scene with sadistic delight, bursting into a smug laugh. His face twists brutally, gloating that this is the perfect place to gather karma. He can easily harvest it. He can accumulate 137 years of karma in a single day. Suddenly, a huddling child in the corner catches his eye. He frowns, wondering who the brat is. The little girl is shaking uncontrollably, with fear begging him to spare her. Jin Xian walks over with a look of pure contempt, sneering at her desire to live and asking how much karma she has, or rather how much money she has in this dimension. Dong-ah backs away in absolute terror, her face completely pale. She desperately fumbles in her pockets for any leftover coins, slowly offering them with a tiny trembling hand. Jin Xian scoffs in disgust, asking if she really has no paper cash. Dong-ah continues to desperately beg. The villain suddenly grabs the terrified girl, muttering that he will take the coins, but his expression quickly turns chilling. He warns her that sparing her life would not count as karma, slowly tightening his grip on his sword. He wonders aloud if a simple robbery means he can avoid killing her, though he doubts anyone would know. Just as he is about to strike, a massive surge of power suddenly approaches, catching him completely off guard. But Se-jun is one step ahead, launching a massive, devastating column of pure spiritual energy with absolute precision. Jin Xian is violently blasted away by the attack, leaving young Dong-ah completely unconscious on the street as Se-jun rushes over to check her. He sighs in relief, glad she only fainted. But then, Jin Xian's chilling laughter echoes right behind him. That was a pretty savage strike, the villain smirks, noting his necklace broke. He sinisterly welcomes back Kim Se-jun. Se-jun frowns in deep suspicion, asking who he is. Jin Chen reacts, asking if Se-jun forgot the man who lost everything. Stop acting, Se-jun snaps. Ru Jinan never uses a sword, and his strength is nowhere near this level. You did not just take over Ru Jinan's body, you also read all of his memories, didn't you? The monster remains silent for a long moment before slowly admitting he only planned to deliver a message. Then he flashes a twisted, spine-chilling grin, declaring that he has changed his mind before suddenly charging forward. Glancing anxiously at the unconscious girl behind him, Se-jun quickly swings his spear to block the deadly strike. Jin Xian laughs loudly, shouting that he will play for a bit while Se-jun concentrates entirely on the clash. With power surging, Se-jun leaps and drives downward, forcing the villain to take a tense step back. He follows up with a relentless flurry. Jin Xian barely dodges, breaking into a cold sweat as Se-jun presses on. Se-jun raises his spear, locking his exploding aura onto the target as blue light tears the earth apart. A massive shockwave erupts, yet Jin Xian simply stands there watching the destruction with a highly amused smirk. Se-jun's eyes turn icy. He decisively swings his weapon again, but the villain is one step faster. The coward pulls Dong-ah in front of him. Just inches from her face, Se-jun's spear suddenly halts. Se-jun quickly leaps backward, fully on guard. Jin Xian gloats, mocking that Se-jun clearly wants to save the kid. Release her, Se-jun growls. The villain clicks his tongue in complete disgust at the hero's emotional reaction. Why care about a mere pile of karma? Se-jun's mind races at the term. A freezing aura pours out. Could he be one of them? Se-jun suddenly speaks up calmly, offering the villain a sudden proposal. Jin Xian remains highly suspicious, but Se-jun ignores his protests and lays out two clear conditions. First, today is the absolute first time I have ever seen this girl, and we have no connection whatsoever. So do not try to threaten me with her life, because such tricks will not work on me at all. Jin Xian chuckles, pleased that Se-jun also views her as just karma. But Se-jun coldly cuts him off. A sudden wave of power surges with massive ferocity. Se-jun growls out, every single word, touch that girl and you die. Jinan stares in shock at the immense power before him, his pupils shrinking as a sudden shockwave hits and forces him back. Unable to react in time, he gets blown away. Jinan frowns, realizing he would have been sliced in half without a two-handed grip. He had no idea Se-jun was hiding this much strength. Was he just testing him? Jinan mutters that he does not understand. Why Se-jun is going to such extremes for a brat? What is the big deal if she dies? She is just a bundle of karma anyway. Se-jun's voice remains cold and emotionless as he asks if that is really the only reason, all of this just for some karma. Jinan gets excited, just a little karma, thinking about how much trouble he had to go through, for it is already enough to. make him shiver. But this place is absolutely incredible. In just one day, karma has been flowing to him like running water. It is a true karma paradise. That is why he cannot understand Se-jun. For beings like them, karma is everything. If collecting karma is this incredibly easy, why would anyone refuse to do it? Se-jun's expression remains completely blank as a dangerous aura silently flares around him. Jinan looks uncurious about what kind of karma Se-jun's current actions actually contain. Se-jun recalls his mentor's words, karma is nothing more than an excuse for the Transcendent Academy to interfere in cadet business. He already knows that the karma demanded by the Transcendent Academy is just a pretext, a highly convenient cover story. Whether someone steals 100 million or earns 100 million through honest hard work, the Transcendent Academy makes no distinction. Currently, there is not a single hunter on Earth who can stop him. If he wanted to start looting and pillaging, just like this greedy madman standing right in front of him, he could easily seize every bit of karma in the entire world. He bends down to gently place the little girl on the ground, his expression completely ice-cold. He does not care about their karma. He takes a single coin from the girl's hand. With a soft smile, Se-jun squeezes it tight, declaring this is his karma. Squeezing it tight, he mutters that this is more than enough. In a flash, Se-jun lunges forward, vanishing into thin air. He instantly reappears right in front of Jinan, unleashing a suffocating wave of killing intent. Meanwhile, the city evacuation is underway. Rescue workers urge everyone to stay calm and move carefully. Kang sighs heavily, muttering about their severe lack of manpower. Nobody expected the entire Hunter Association headquarters to be completely wiped out. Boss sighs in frustration, unable to contact their director. Lisberia seems to have gone silent. Kang nods, wondering what happened to Se-jun since he left the funeral. They lost all contact with Se-jun the moment he bolted from the funeral. Some worry he might have become a victim too. Ba quickly shushes him, warning him to watch his mouth while Minyu stands by with a deeply worried expression. Park Se-la calmly reassures everyone to focus on what they can do. Suddenly, Harun gasps, staring down at her phone screen. She screams that Se-jun has finally returned. Minyu looks completely shocked, demanding to know if this news is actually true. Word on social media says witnesses have spotted him. Suddenly, a massive shockwave violently ripples through the entire area. Once the dust settles, Park Se-la quickly asks if everyone is all right. They nod, but Harun stands completely frozen. What was that tremor? Is someone fighting nearby? Park Se-la freezes as a deep sense of dread washes over her. Without a second thought, Park Se-la tells them she is going to investigate and orders them to keep evacuating the citizens. They call out to her in worry, but she is already gone, leaping swiftly across the high rooftops. Landing on a roof, she cautiously scans the area. Her eyes widen in absolute shock, leaving her completely speechless. Before her lies a devastating battlefield with shockwaves colliding in rapid succession. She spots Se-jun in the middle of it. Then she recognizes his opponent and gasps. It is Ryu Jinan. Why on earth is that powerful man here? How can he go toe-to-toe with Se-jun? She gnashes her teeth, consumed by a crushing sense of helplessness. She wants to jump in and help, but she knows she will only be a burden. She has to keep calm. She cannot let her emotions take over. What can she actually do? Then she notices something highly unusual about Se-jun. His movements are unusually cautious, totally unlike his usual aggressive style. It is as if he is holding back. He is trying to fight while protecting something. She freezes upon spotting a little girl lying motionless on the ground. Se-jun strikes like lightning, landing a devastating blow. The sheer speed catches Jinan completely off guard, sending him flying. Clutching his body in agony, Jinan cannot believe his eyes. How can Se-jun use Tianfei's divine speed so masterfully? When it comes to pure blinding speed, absolutely nothing in any dimension can match the power of Tianfei's technique. Yet almost no cadet dares to learn it because the severe recoil of that extreme speed is impossible to control. But Se-jun is not just moving fast, he is literally breaking space itself and completely tricking his opponent's senses. That explains the mystery behind his strange shifting movements. Se-jun launches himself forward once again, delivering an attack packed with sheer destructive force. The impact tears straight through the entire building. Yet to Se-jun's shock, Jin-chan actually blocks the blow, letting out a dark, sinister laugh. But you are not the only one who has undergone that evolution. Dark energy erupts from Jin-chan, forcing Se-jun to take a step back. He swings his blade, the Dragon Slayer sword. Suddenly, countless phantom illusions of the weapon materialize in the empty air around them. Se-jun stares in absolute disbelief. This transcendent power is completely unreal, sending massive shockwaves of pure energy rippling through the environment. The blazing pressure surges forward. Se-jun freezes. Oh no, the little girl Se-jun is still caught directly in the line of fire. Just as the dark miasma descends, a blur sweeps in to shield her. Park Se-la cradles the child tightly in her arms, leaving Se-jun completely stunned. Panic and shock flash across his face. Se-jun calls out to her, but Park Se-la calmly replies, telling him to leave the child in her hands. Her voice is filled with unwavering resolve as she promises to protect her at all costs. Seeing this, a faint smile touches his lips. You just know he is about to go absolute beast mode. Se-jun slowly turns around, focusing his inner strength to unleash his true potential. A massive pillar of concentrated energy erupts from his body, shaking the very earth and crushing the surrounding area with immense pressure. He makes a silent vow. The path of transcendence he wants to walk, the legendary powerhouse he wants to become, this is his choice. He wants to stand alongside people like her, not walk this lonely road alone. So he decides to finally embrace his true self. Meanwhile, a subordinate reports that the two are currently clashing on the streets in America. They ask if they should mobilize their cult members. The Blue Emperor slowly shakes his head. It is not yet time to make their move. He coldly orders his followers to fall back. The subordinate bows respectfully and departs. From the shadows, the Black Saint sneers, mocking him for still not understanding Se-jun at all. He asks what the plan is now. Does the Emperor really think holding him hostage will be enough to defeat the kid? He has no idea what scheme is running since the Emperor has always been an out-of-control bastard. Back at the battle, Se-jun's fight reaches its climax as his spear drives straight through Jin-chan's body. Honestly, the combat choreo here is top tier. Se-jun dominates every exchange, leaving his opponent completely overwhelmed and unable to react. Amused, the Black Saint asks if he can no longer see the future. The Blue Emperor glares back with absolute fury. Back on the battlefield, Jin-chan coughs up a pool of fresh blood, pain etching his face as he lets out a mad grin. So when he said he would set the stage, this is what he meant. Se-jun frowns deeply, demanding to know who he really is. Jin-chan pauses, muttering that he has no specific name. Instantly, a thick shroud of pitch-black aura wraps around his body. Se-jun quickly leaps back to create some distance. Jin-chan sneers, saying that to explain his identity, they must start with his home dimension. Se-jun looks confused, repeating his words. Jin-chan nods, explaining that in the language of this world, it is best described as the demon world. He says beings like him in the demon world have no parents. Instead, they are born purely from human negativity. They stem from humanity's most primal terror, the fear of the dark. And from that fear, the Mephistopheles was born. Then there is the cruelty in the human mind and the dread of evil. From that malice, demons took shape as the ultimate nightmares. They fear disasters that shake the earth and tsunamis that flit the seas. From those unexplainable terrors, humanity created the concept of gods. But here lies the mystery. If he was born in the demon world, what kind of fear could have possibly created him? He is the fear of things that do not exist, the very force that spawned the Mephistopheles and countless other monsters. Humans created gods to cope with reality, but he is a twisted entity born from both worlds, despised even by existence itself. He is the embodiment of humanity's fear of their own kind, born from raw negative emotions. They call him the anomalous entity. Hearing this, Se-jun freezes, completely unable to process the insane revelation unfolding right in front of him. He tries to piece it together. The anomalous entity, a legendary figure known throughout the Transcendent community for over a century. Could this trash really be the infamous 137-year-old entity who spent lifetimes gathering karma? How could a being like that even cross over to Earth? Is it even possible for entities from other dimensions to travel here? While Se-jun is lost in thought, Jin-chan's figure in front of him suddenly blurs. Snapping back, Se-jun readies himself for an incoming attack. But in a flash, the street is completely empty. It is as if the monster was never there in the first place. Se-jun stares wide-eyed, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Jin-chan is running for his life in a total panic, his face pale with dread. He screams in terror. That is the first time he has ever faced a cadet with such monstrous, overwhelming power. He loses his color, crying out in terror. This is the first time he has faced a cadet this terrifyingly strong. Besides that, spear he used is incredibly bizarre. Normally, Jin-chan would recover his strength instantly, but this time he lost some of his. Could that actually be a transcendent weapon? No way. Either way, picking a fight with a monster like that right now is a terrible idea. Either way, the amount of karma he gathered here was absolutely massive. He had only harvested a tiny fraction, yet it already exceeded what he accumulated over 137 years in the demon world. With this power, he would become several times stronger than before. Excitement fills him as he resolves to put this karma to good use. But out of nowhere, an immense wave of power crashes down, forcing him to leap back and dodge by a hair. What is this? Jin-chan stares in utter disbelief at the opponent before him. How do you find him? Se-jun's voice is ice cold. Did you think I would let you escape? Fourth form meteor. Heavenly spear. Gritting his teeth, Jin-chan struggles to block the dragon-slaying sword. This crazy kid is bursting with a massive wave of overwhelming pressure. As Thunder God's spear strike collides, Jin-chan's dark aura flares as he unleashes the sky sword only to freeze in shock. He cannot believe his opponent is this powerful. How did Se-jun shatter the sky sword so easily? Panicking, Jin-chan struggles to stand. He has been pushed back yet again. With the massive gap in their transcendent levels, how is a mere cadet wielding this kind of insane power? It makes absolutely no sense. Did he actually manifest this power all on his own? Jin Qian looks up at the sky in utter denial. This cannot be happening. Helplessly watching the deadly attack close and a sudden surge of blood-red energy violently erupts from his body. How? Se-jun frowns intently, watching the strange movement. The crimson blood almost seems alive, writhing and twisting constantly. It sparks his curiosity. Is it regeneration? No, healing does not work like that. Instead of regenerating, Jin Qian sports a mocking, twisted expression. He sneers, asking why Se-jun is so shocked. He already warned him he is the very embodiment of the fear humans created. There is no other option. He has not mastered this power yet, but to survive the side effects he must push through. It is his only shot at staying alive. With that, Jin Qian charges forward, a pitch-black energy constantly radiating from his body. Se-jun braces himself. The pure suffocating malice in the air is heavy enough to make even his resolute heart hesitate for a brief moment. Suddenly, Jin Qian screams like a madman, his eyes completely hollow. A split second later, his entire body begins to erupt with dark, writhing energy. Se-jun watches closely, brow furrowed. At first, it looks like rapid cloning, but the villain is actually splitting his physical body apart. Staring in shock at the massive, grotesque shape forming before his eyes, Se-jun freezes on the spot, his mind completely reeling. What on earth is that monstrosity? It is the sixth of the 7 deadly sins, gluttony, opening its massive jaws to consume everything. The beast is ravenously devouring its surroundings. Spotting Jin Qian trying to slip away in the chaos below, Se-jun immediately gives chase. Se-jun barks out, "Where do you think you are going?" But Jin Qian just sneers, asking if he really has time to chase him. "If you keep clinging to me, gluttony will swallow this entire area. Unless you do not care about the lives at stake here." Hearing this, Se-jun decisively turns his back on him and charges straight toward the monster. Jin Qian lets out a triumphant, mocking laugh. But his celebration is cut incredibly short as a sudden brutal strike slashes straight through his leg. Jin Qian shrieks in absolute agony as the pain hits. He collapses, his staggered body crashing heavily onto the dirt. Getting to his feet, Jin Qian looks around wildly. That bastard went to stop gluttony, so what on earth just hit me? A blinding pillar of energy suddenly crashes straight down on him. The massive shockwave ripples outward, catching Se-jun's attention. What is going on over there? He resolves to vaporize the giant monster first, shouting for his allies to keep the villain pinned down. Meanwhile, pure panic erupts among the crowd at the sight of gluttony. Mindu bolts, screaming for everyone to stay back or be eaten. They need to evacuate the civilians immediately. Spotting Se-jun returning safely, Ha-eun lets out a massive sigh of relief. She asks about the baby, and Ha-eun reassures her that the child is only unconscious and not seriously hurt. Suddenly, a deafening roar shatters the air. Gluttony is literally chewing through entire buildings as it advances. How are they supposed to stop a beast that eats everything? Se-jun remains completely calm, assuring her friend that everything will be fine. With a confident smile, she promises that he is coming. Right on cue, Se-jun drags his blade across the ground, kicking up a storm of dust as he leaps in front of the beast. Eyes burning with determination, he channels his energy. Wind howls as spear and wielder merge as one. He quietly activates his meteor spear, unleashing a devastating strike right down the monster's gaping maw. The sheer pressure of the attack makes its entire body tremble violently. A blinding shockwave explodes outward, obliterating the terrain with overwhelming force. It is the Thunder Annihilation Meteor. A massive cloud of dust shrouds the entire battlefield. The crowd watches in awe as the dust settles. The monster has been completely vaporized. Look over there. Landing gracefully on the ground is none other than their savior. Honestly, you can just feel the collective sigh of relief as they recognize Hunter Kim Se-jun. Their hero has finally returned. Seeing this, a warm smile spreads across Se-jun's face, and Se-jun returns the gesture with a soft look. But a second later, Se-jun vanishes from sight, heading straight back to finish his business. Meanwhile, Jin Qian is still screaming in agony. He rages at his unseen attacker, demanding to know why they keep targeting him. This relentless assault is slowly tearing him apart. He is utterly helpless, pinned down, and unable to fight back. Desperation takes over. Is there really no way out of this? Dark energy surges right alongside it. Furious, Dui Cheon declares that he is made of 7 powers, the 7 deadly sins. Among them, he will sacrifice the 5th power, luxuria of lust, and all his karma to manifest his true form here in the demon realm. Another surge of power slashes right through him. Du Cheng collapses to the ground, his body completely drained of energy, leaving his physical form entirely motionless like a soulless corpse. Meanwhile, his true form in the demon realm breaks free, bursting into loud, maniacal laughter. He quickly turns and flees with a smug grin, glad that the danger is finally no longer chasing him. Losing all that karma is a massive waste, but there is no other way. He just has to view it as an investment. After all, his partner promised him all the karma of this dimension. But right now, Se-jun is hot on his heels. As long as he stays alive, he can claim it. Se-jun charges forward, focusing all his strength determined to catch his prey. Du-cheon grits his teeth in absolute frustration. If he gets caught now, he is dead meat. He has no choice but to sacrifice another sin, the seventh deadly sin of sloth. A second later, Se-jun's sharp eyes track his opponent's every movement, swinging his massive spear down for a devastating blow. But Du-cheon's figure starts to blur right as the strike descends. Furious, the fleeing villain yells out that next time they meet things will be different, gritting his teeth in sheer panic. He screams a final threat. He will definitely kill him before the spear strikes empty air. Se-jun stands there completely dazed, looking around only to realize that Du-cheon has vanished. He clicks his tongue in frustration. Nearby, the sword Gumia lies abandoned. Se-jun picks it up, but the mana trace is completely cold. He sighs. The target got away. Talk about an annoying escape. He knew he would eventually fight another cadet, but he never expected it to go down like this. Still, the threat remains. While the villain might have retreated for now, he will definitely come back. To defeat him completely, there is only one option. Se-jun needs to master the full power of Longinus. And to do that, he has to attend another energy release class. Which means, once again, everything comes down to cash. Suddenly, a phone notification distracts him. Meanwhile, in a hospital, Colin wakes up. Lucas, resting in the next bed, asks if he is finally awake. Looking around in a total panic, Colin wonders what happened. Lucas calmly explains that they are in a hospital, and their current state is all thanks to that guy Kim Se-jun. Colin sits up in disbelief, repeating the name. He yells in frustration, claiming he only lost because he let his guard down. Next time, he vows he won't be beaten so easily. Hearing this pathetic excuse, the guys in the neighboring bed start snickering. Colin snaps, demanding to know what is so funny since they got thrashed by the same guy. Lucas just bursts out laughing, clutching his stomach. He points out that if Se-jun had actually fought him, he would not even be alive right now. Colin freezes, reminding him that he literally just blames Se-jun for their hospital stay. But Lucas quickly clarifies his statement, explaining they are here because of Se-jun, but only because the guy arrived way too late. Colin frowns in utter confusion. Lucas completely ignores his reaction and moves on, mentioning that there is a much more important matter to discuss. He hands Colin a stack of documents. Colin gasps in shock as he skims the papers, realizing it is a massive bill for $50 billion. Munching on a banana, Lucas chuckles and explains that this is the literal price of saving Colin's life. Now he has a massive debt to pay off. Since their chairman is severely injured, there is a mountain of work that Colin needs to handle. Colin just stands there staring at the papers in absolute fury. Meanwhile, on the television, a news anchor reports that Hunter Se-jun, the hero who defeated R a month ago, has saved America yet again. The broadcast shows Se-jun scratching his head helplessly, taking a loud scolding. Watching this, Colin's voice begins to tremble as he wonders what kind of absolute monster he just messed with. Back at Se-jun's place, the mentor notes that he finally encountered a cadet from another dimension. Crossing his arms, the young mentor sighs, pointing out that weird things seem to constantly happen around him. Staring at his phone, Se-jun cannot help but agree with that assessment, showing him the screen. He asks if the mentor can check something out, passing the device over. Intrigued, the young guide takes a look. Se-jun explains that right after that dimensional cadet escaped, he checked his phone only to find a massive amount of cash deposited into his account. No matter how much he investigates, the source of this transfer remains completely anonymous. The mentor ponders for a moment, then calmly reassures him that he should not worry too much about it. After all, he already knows about the observers. In this system, cadets are actually allowed to steal karma from each other. It is a mechanic established by the observers themselves, leaving Se-jun quite surprised by the revelation. He questions why they would allow such theft. The young mentor reminds him that relationships between transcendental students and the observers are not exactly friendly. Due to the ancient primordial treaty, they are forced to coexist under strict rules. The observers cannot directly interfere. However, fierce infighting among the cadets within the same dimension is highly encouraged. They can almost picture the observer excitedly, clenching his fists. You all understand what to do, right? From this moment on, you must slaughter each other. Se-jun instantly gets it. The observer wants to thin out the cadets. That means fewer transcendents down the line. The observer supposedly wants stable dimensions, but something feels off. The more Se-jun digs, the more he realizes that stability might not be the guy's only goal. Then Mentor speaks up. He warns Se-jun to be extremely careful around the observer. Se-jun wonders whose mysterious voice did he hear last time. He looks at the boy. Guess I have to become a transcendent to get the full story, huh? Mentor just scratches his head with a sheepish grin. Se-jun shakes off the worry, telling himself it will be fine. He asks the kid to help him register for a short tutoring session. Mentor wonders who Se-jun has in mind. Se-jun flashes a pretty devious grin. Suddenly, a blast of fiery red magic rains down as a horned figure laughs. The horned devil grins, boasting about gathering hundreds of souls today. It is the great demon who rebelled against God, Satan himself. Back when Se-jun took a crash course to defeat Erich, he and Satan actually go way back. Se-jun happily approaches, greeting him. Satan immediately asks if Se-jun finally dealt with that self-proclaimed demon king from before. Satan laughs, a literal bag of bones. Calling himself a demon king is honestly just embarrassing. Se-jun puts on his best flattering smile, saying everything went smoothly thanks to Satan's help. Of course, Se-jun secretly knows it was actually thanks to the Great Sage, but hey, details do not matter. Only the results count. Satan looks incredibly pleased, saying that is exactly why Se-jun is worthy of being his disciple. Then he frowns, asking why Se-jun summoned him. But before they get into that, he has one request. Could Se-jun please put that spear away? Se-jun sighs, not this again. He is holding the holy spear. It is soaked in the blood of Christ and deals fatal damage to demons. Se-jun explains he has no other choice. Even if Satan hates the spear of Longinus, this is his only weapon left, and it is technically a javelin anyway. Satan is shocked. Doesn't that belong to some guy named Thor? How did Se-jun even get his hands on it? Se-jun leans in and whispers the truth. Satan freezes in utter shock, telling the cadet to slow down. He is confused. If Se-jun had just been a bit more ruthless, wouldn't he have gained way more? Se-jun gives him a pretty sly grin. That is a rookie mistake. Taking everything at once ruins the future setup. They need to leave a few leverage points for later. Mentor just stands there completely bewildered by their schemes. Satan takes notes, realizing they are playing the long game. This is wild. Satan then makes a sudden proposal. He asks if he can use this lesson in his own class. Apparently, the demon cadets find his lectures boring. They do not pay attention at all. Se-jun is shocked. Satan casually throws an arm around his shoulder. He did not create this power control class for fun. If this keeps up, he might actually get fired. He begs Se-jun to help, even suggesting he should just become a demon so they can co-teach the class. Se-jun politely declines, urging him to stop wasting time and start. Suddenly, Mentor chimes in to excuse himself. He says he will be right back. Se-jun is confused. Where is the kid going in such a hurry? Mentor explains he needs to report a certain cadet to the principal, telling Se-jun to focus on his lesson. Se-jun watches him leave while Satan just stands there yawning loudly. He snaps his fingers to get things started. No more wasting time. Glowing red threads of magic slowly begin to crawl across the entire floor. Satan laughs, only angels waste time with boring explanations. Demons prefer to jump straight into actual combat. They strike where they want and destroy what they want. Enough talk. He challenges Se-jun to attack him. Se-jun grips his spear as bright blue magic flares up around him. He lunges straight towards Satan. Satan stares the spear down without even blinking. Suddenly, a glowing red shield materializes right in front of Se-jun. The spear slams directly into the barrier. Se-jun gasps in surprise. The magic around his weapon has completely vanished. Satan grins from behind his shield. But suddenly, the blue energy on the spear flares up again. It shatters the barrier, almost grazing Satan. The shield dissolves, and the demon casually brushes off his hands. He mutters how much he despises that weapon, then asks Se-jun if he felt anything strange during the clash. Se-jun nods, explaining that his magic felt like it flared up way too late. Satan confirms his suspicion. Satan explains that he deliberately slowed down the magic to help him grasp the concept. Se-jun is stunned, having assumed the attack was simply blocked. How could anyone possess that level of control, he wonders. Satan then breaks down the attack into two steps, a physical strike followed by magic. The secondary magical strike lands right after to amplify the initial impact of that physical blow. He admits he purposely dialed down the magical output. That reduction allowed Se-jun to actually perceive the delay, but under normal combat conditions, these two distinct forces strike almost simultaneously. They hit so fast that ordinary human senses cannot tell them apart. Yet a tiny crucial gap between the two attacks absolutely still exists. Satan raises his hand, forming a zero with his fingers. He explains that mastering control means closing this gap to prevent wasted energy. Shortening that split second is the key to maximum combat efficiency, and the ultimate pinnacle of this technique is called power release. He looks directly at Se-jun, explaining that this legendary state requires a perfect zero deviation between the physical and magical impacts. A sharp spear suddenly manifests in Satan's hand. Offering a direct demonstration, he swings the weapon in a wide, sweeping arc. This standard strike has a clear delay, much like the attacks Se-jun normally relies on. But then Satan pulls his spear back. He thrusts the weapon straight forward with blinding speed. Se-jun is utterly paralyzed by the sheer impact of the attack unleashed so effortlessly. With a simple gentle swing, the very fabric of space is affected. Satan notes that this is the perfect zero power release. When the delay between physical and magical forces hits an absolute zero, they resonate to create a terrifying tear in time and space. This distortion yields a truly transcendent level of power. Kim Se-jun gasps for breath, his mastery progress currently sitting at 29.9%. He had assumed his mastery was a mere 0.1%. He was foolishly arrogant to think he could learn this by fighting dogs. Satan interrupts his thoughts, warning him that mastering this release is an incredibly difficult path that very few transcendents ever manage. Most warriors only learn the bare basics of energy manipulation before giving up entirely. Satan asks if he will do the same. Kim Se-jun clenches his fists, determined to push forward. No matter how brutal the training, he needs this power, asking anxiously how to proceed. He begs to know the secret to achieving that zero deviation. Satan stares in silence before flashing an excited, savage grin. Kim Se-jun collapses, gasping heavily for air. He notes with exhaustion that his progress remains stuck at 29.9% despite endless practice. He groans, wondering if this training is even working. Satan snaps back in anger, asking him what he means by ineffective. He tells him to look around. Small dark cracks have actually begun fracturing the very walls of the space around them. Satan gazes at the minor tears in space. Even if they only lasted for a split second, reaching zero deviation this quickly is unheard of. His own vast experience tells him it should be absolutely impossible. Yet this stubborn kid is somehow defying all logic. He watches the kid scratch his head, completely unaware of his own genius. Kim Se-jun mutters that it still feels like a total waste of time. Satan barks in frustration, calling him an incredibly greedy fool. He jokes that such raw greed would easily get him kicked out of heaven. Still, Satan reassures him that consistency will bring success soon. His expression shifts to curiosity as he asks why he wants this power so badly. Satan points out that the legendary skeleton demon king in Kim Se-jun's home dimension was already defeated a long time ago. Kim Se-jun scratches his head, clarifying that the demon king was just a lich. He explains that a brand new threat has recently emerged. Satan is taken aback by the mention of another entity. Kim Se-jun identifies the new foe as the self-proclaimed anomalous being. Satan immediately narrows his eyes in suspicion, demanding more details. After listening to the explanation, the archdevil speaks in a grave tone. He processes the tale of a demon cadet who revealed himself as the anomalous being, unleashing a horrific monster that consumed everything in its path. Kim Se-jun adds that this creature was referred to as gluttony. Satan mutters that it must be one of the legendary 7 deadly sins. Kim Se-jun is shocked, asking if he means the classic original sins of humanity. Satan snaps back at his cluelessness. He confirms it with a groan, amazed that the kid managed to run into such a terrifying entity. Kim Se-jun falls into deep thought. He lists the sins in his mind: pride, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, greed, and sloth. These represent the absolute roots of human evil. He recalls the anomalous being claiming to be born from humanity's mutual fear of one another, which stems from their inner malice. Satan warns him to be extremely cautious if that is truly the case, asking if he has ever heard of Mephisto. Kim Se-jun confirms that he knows Mephisto, the demon who notoriously tried to tempt Faust into corruption. Satan nods in grim agreement. That idiot was utterly obsessed with Faust. He once concocted a foolish scheme to build the lust hell based on original human sin. That creation of the lust hell was fueled by humanity's darkest vices. Just thinking about that mess makes Satan's blood boil. The archdevil fumes, cursing Mephisto for leaving behind such a colossal disaster for the other transcendents of the demon realm to clean up. Just remembering the sheer exhaustion of fixing that idiot's mistakes makes him want to tear things apart. Kim Se-jun listens with surprise. The term lust hell strikes a familiar chord in Kim Se-jun's mind, and he racks his brain trying to remember where he heard it. Suddenly, it clicks. It was a question on the mock exam for Transcendence. Satan nods, confirming they use it as a classic test subject. It is a pretty novel concept. It is weaker than the actual hell, but still quite troublesome. Hell is the space where we demons live, and it is also where demons train. In other words, if humans are dragged down to hell, we demons will also become much stronger. But if hell is just a place filled with suffering, who would ever want to go there? So, we thought of the opposite scenario, tempting humans into hell willingly. Even though Mephistopheles only focuses on tempting mortals to fall, but you get what I mean. And so the demons ended up creating a hell disguised as paradise, a heaven where no desire is ever denied. The hell of lust, a world where everything you want is within reach and you can own it all, in a paradise lacking absolutely nothing. The hell of greed, a paradise where even angels smile with joy. The hell of sloth, a place where no matter how much you eat, there is always plenty. A paradise with overflowing food. The hell of gluttony, a paradise where you can brutally torture the people who bullied you or the parents who abused you as much as you want to unleash your anger. The hell of wrath, a paradise that satisfies your deepest cravings for things you can never possess. The hell of envy. Satan's voice echoes on. He explains that human original sins stem from raw pleasure and demons satisfy those primal urges in these hells. But then, an incident occurred. Satan looks over at Se-jun, asking if he understands since he was right there when it blew up. Se-jun nervously mentions the Hell of Pride. Se-jun nods. That was indeed where the incident took place. It all began when a single man stepped into that Hell of Pride. At first, we barely paid him any attention, because no desires actually existed there. We just laughed at the newcomer, calling him a total fool. But the real fools were us, weren't we? We completely underestimated him. Underestimated just how arrogant a human could be. They dismissed human pride. Se-jun's eyes widen in shock as Se-jun explains that the bastard actually wanted to become a god. He was incredibly conceited. Time flies by quickly. Se-jun continues taking Master Satan's classes, and from that day on, that anomalous entity never shows up again. He keeps a close eye on international news, watching to see if the creature would strike elsewhere. Yet, not a single trace is found. Soon his plane takes off. Everyone is incredibly thrilled to land, with Jin shouting happily about finally being back home. Jin calls out to his father and master. Se-jun joins in calling him master, then corrected to elder as a man shakes his hand and tells him he did an amazing job. The Hunter Association president is extremely pleased, wanting to express his gratitude to Hunter Kim Se-jun on behalf of everyone. Nearby, a man asks in surprise if his disciple is still in America. Se-jun looks over at Manchun, offering him a special gift. The man is completely shocked as Se-jun pulls out a skull and hands it over with a grin, explaining it is the Lich's skull that he promised for playing soccer. Manchun trembles as he holds the skull, his voice shaking as he wonders if this cursed thing is safe. Se-jun scratches his head, admitting the real Lich vanished, so this skull actually belonged to some regular skeleton. Before its transformation, though they are basically the same, Manchun is left completely speechless. He asks if a dragon carcass is next. Se-jun cheerfully replies that he could actually bring one back. Apparently, Bo appeared in the United Kingdom but vanished. He playfully asks if they want to touch him, claiming that in some way he is a dragon himself. A heavy silence suddenly falls over everyone else. It's been months since they last met, finally allowing them to leave their heavy worries behind with their masters. Se-jun's father, the Pope, and Park Perrin are all there. Meanwhile, a master still searches for his missing disciple, crying out. Everyone eventually returns to their daily lives. Se-jun flops onto his bed in exhaustion as the system pops up, showing Satan's class progress at plus 0%, totaling 29.9%. He grumbles about being completely stuck. He asks the master for some tricks, but Satan looks at him with clear dissatisfaction, saying he only knows basics. There are no shortcuts, so Satan suggests learning a new perception. Se-jun mutters the word, and Satan confirms it. When asked what he has learned, Se-jun mentions transformation, earning praise for the highly talented centaur elder. However, a single perception is not enough to freely release power. It's not that his transformation is weak, but releasing raw power is just too difficult. Se-jun falls silent, thinking to himself that transformation is rank A. Except for those two transcenders, the Great Sage, equal to Heaven, and Satan, absolutely nothing escapes that centaur's keen perception. Yet releasing power is such a high-tier skill that even those godlike beings find it a real struggle. Just like Master Satan said, the Sagittarius sense has its own limits. He wonders if learning a new sensory skill would make mastering his power release much easier. Satan gives a firm nod. Of course it would. Basically, the core principle of unleashing power is all about perception. Perfect zero deviation is not something you can just force yourself to achieve. It is more like an instinct built on pure sensory habit. Right now, you are completely stuck, and you will not get any further in your current state. Se-jun frowns, finally catching on to Satan's drift. In other words, taking more classes right now is just throwing money away. He stands up, deciding to learn a new sense and return later. Satan nods. Karma is one thing, but they cannot afford to waste precious training time. But there is a catch: no refunds on the remaining time. With that, he vanishes. Se-jun freezes. Wait a second. 1 hour costs 1 trillion. With 47 minutes and 17 seconds left, that is roughly 800 billion down the drain. He panics, screaming that this is a total scam. Satan just grins, giving him a cheeky thumbs up as he fades away. Meanwhile, in a dark, distant place, blood-curdling screams echo from deep inside, growing increasingly distorted and metallic. Something heavy collapses onto the cold floor. A cloaked man stands in absolute silence, coldly observing his fallen pawn. This is pride, one of the 7 deadly sins born from pure aberration. Out of those 7, 3 are already dead. Surprisingly, the defeated beast coughs up blood, cursing under its breath as it looks up at the cloaked figure. He demands to know his next move, reminding him of the stage he promised. The cloaked man stays quiet, thinking. Fortunately, Pride's core power is still fully intact. He commands the beast to follow him, his voice echoing coldly. Pride mutters a trembling promise of murder over and over. The cloaked man is secretly impressed by this lingering malice. Losing 3 of the sins was completely unexpected, but it seems to have accelerated Pride's immense growth much faster than he ever anticipated. As Pride keeps howling, we cut back to Se-jun checking his phone. He has 97 trillion left, looking incredibly annoyed. He spent a single lesson over 107 hours and 13 minutes. That is it. Se-jun pauses counting. Then he screams in absolute frustration. He can never forgive that swindler for stealing 800 billion of his hard-earned money. Worse, he invested 108 trillion karma with zero progress to show for it. That is what truly drives him crazy. Looking at his phone, he wonders if he should actually try learning a new sense like Master Satan suggested. It is such a hassle, especially since he still needs to learn Dragonic. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. It advises him to visit lamlong.com, but tuition under the four heavenly beasts Master Blue Dragon is 100 trillion. His remaining 97 trillion is not even close. He stares at the screen wondering if he should use a free coupon. But without knowing the class length, using it blindly feels too risky. Se-jun decided to just ask for info. Before he can even type, Mentor pops his head out. Smack, a playful tap right on Se-jun's forehead. Look at my talent. The kid proudly brags, ecstatic to appear right before he is even summoned. What on earth? Se-jun mutters. Mentor explains he gets a direct notification whenever a chat window is opened. Hands on his hips, the little mentor looks at Se-jun sitting up. So what did you call me for? He asks. He explains that the Sagittarius sense is enough to reach transcendency, but unleashing power requires a completely different approach. If that is his ultimate goal, Mentor highly recommends taking a very specific specialized training session instead. Holding up his phone, he shows Master Mosai's class, promising that completing it grants the ultimate hypersensory skill. Se-jun is highly skeptical. The class name sounds incredibly bizarre, and he has never even heard of this Mosai person. Mentor explains that she is a legendary transcendent from another dimension who wields the absolute divine power of creation. Se-jun wonders if she is on the same godlike level as Gaia from ancient Greek and Roman mythology. Mentor notes that because the instructor is a bit eccentric, Se-jun can always take an orientation class first. Se-jun agrees with the idea, realizing it is best to test the waters before diving headfirst into this strange class. Mosai's voice echoes out, explaining that perception refers to changes in consciousness triggered by various external stimuli. And those stimuli are not just limited to your opponents. The double S-rank hypersense you will acquire allows you to read every single bit of external data, even uncovering details your target does not know themselves. Se-jun nods slowly, finding it far more logical and incredibly powerful than he had originally expected. Suddenly, Mosai puts on a dramatic coquettish act, whispering that she can already feel his intense gaze burning into her. The screen suddenly glitches out with a loading error. Welcome to the Transcendence Academy. To comply with safety standards, Se-jun nervously shouts out, is it really okay to learn this stuff? Isn't this series supposed to be appropriate for all ages? The young mentor covers his ears in response. The instructor might seem a little crazy, but the actual course content is guaranteed to be legit. Se-jun looks at Moses' sky-high reviews, thinking that no matter how wild the teacher is, those ratings don't lie. Still, how much is the tuition? The system pops up a staggering 150 trillion. This is absolute madness. They only have 97 trillion left. How can they possibly afford that? Se-jun holds his head, screaming. Just how much cash does it take to be rich in this academy? With only one free coupon, he is completely stuck. He can't save up that kind of money. Plus, he still has to retake Satan's class later down the line. The tuition fees are just absurd. If only he could lower the costs somehow, then a sudden spark of genius strikes. His mentor eyes him warily, but Se-jun just smiles, asking about the upcoming events with a mischievous glint in his eye. He asks if the last event they entered is still open. The mentor blinks, wondering which event he is talking about. Se-jun specifies the mock test event, and the mentor realizes he means the super eminent mock test score improvement campaign. Turns out it is still active, which makes Se-jun thrilled. Simply put, this campaign rewards cadets who beat their previous scores. This is the very event that previously snagged him an 80% discount on his sweep and strike lesson. Se-jun starts calculating. If he scores 104.4 points, a solid 200% increase, he can secure a full 100% discount on his tuition. And if he can keep pulling off these doubling gains, he won't even need coupons from the spectators anymore. He will just manufacture his own free passes by dominating the trials. Se-jun scratches his head, asking the mentor if he should run a quick test. The kid is genuinely curious too. It's been a while since Se-jun last tested, so the mentor sets it up. The registration fee costs 3 billion won. The system prompts him to begin, and Z starts preparing the virtual arena. This custom-made test is meticulously modeled after the actual supereminent trial questions, utilizing the exact same hardcore difficulty settings for a realistic run. A cadet's personal karma won't affect anything here. The test is split into 7 distinct categories to calculate the total. Since this is just a practice simulation, the actual live trial might vary slightly. First up, combat mode. Level 1 is loading. The first challenge asks him to clear all 15 stages of increasing difficulty. Se-jun calculates the stakes. The entire exam totals 700 points across 7 sections, giving him plenty of buffer room. If he plays this perfectly, he can snatch up to 3 free coupons by hitting precise scoring thresholds. He steps into the designated testing zone. To nail that exact doubling bonus, he needs exactly 14.4 points. Stage 1 begins with a warning defeat. Tao Ti, one of the 4 ancient evil beasts of legend within the limit. A massive fiend roars to life before him with a 30-minute timer. Se-jun just smirks at the beast. It's a literal mythological demon, and yet it's only the first stage. He calmly watches it charge. This is exactly the kind of challenge he wanted. An explosion rocks the arena, leaving the demon completely stunned. Where Se-jun was standing is now empty space. While the monster frantically looks around, Se-jun has already taken flight. Hovering high above, he draws his sword for a casual warm-up strike. A brilliant beam of green light shoots downward. It targets the demon, who barely has time to turn its head before the blinding green energy crashes down. The direct hit knocks the beast off balance. Se-jun lands gracefully, prepping for another blow, but it is unnecessary. The mighty fiend has already collapsed. Se-jun stares in shock as the system declares Stage 1 completed with 29 minutes 53 seconds remaining. His mentor cheers, praising Se-jun's incredible speed. Even for the first level, taking down a high-difficulty boss in one hit is absolutely insane. Next, the environment shifts to the deep sea for the second stage. The objective is straightforward: defeat the giant kraken within 30 minutes. Se-jun stands face-to-face with the massive beast. Before the giant octopus can even make a move, Se-jun unleashes a swift, devastating strike. The creature collapses instantly. The system confirms Level 2 is cleared with 29 minutes 47 seconds left on the clock. The colossal beast flops down, leaving Se-jun completely stunned. His mentor applauds the quick win, but Se-jun suddenly screams. He frantically begs to pause the test immediately. The mentor is caught completely off guard by the request. Everything is going so well, so why stop now? Se-jun panics, making up a quick excuse about a sudden terrible stomachache. The mentor reluctantly agrees, and the system halts the test per the supervisor's request. Exiting the simulation, Se-jun immediately turns to his mentor, wanting to know his current progress. Se-jun asks how many points he has. Mentor replies that he cannot check the score until the evaluation ends. He thinks Se-jun has probably reached 20 points. Instantly, Se-jun's face freezes and he drops to his knees, making Mentor look worried. Mentor asks if his stomach hurts that badly, but Se-jun screams that at this rate, he will end up getting a perfect score. The kid does not understand. Is not a perfect score a good thing? Se-jun screams no way, leaving Mentor deeply confused. Since when is a perfect score a bad thing? Se-jun quails on the floor in despair, wondering if he can just cancel his points. Why is his score so high? His precious free coupons are at risk, and an extreme worry washes over him. If his score is this high, getting even 2 coupons will be tough, let alone 3. He must find a way to lower it, but earned points cannot be reduced. Suddenly, he grabs his phone, realizing there is actually a clever way. The system shows Gren's aura has been reduced. On his screen, Outer God Masters discuss eating octopus, and Master Paiden chimes in. The South Sea Dragon King warns that watching the tutorial will cause a point deduction, which makes Se-jun absolutely thrilled. His guess was right. Some people maintain the balance, and joining their accompanied tutorial sessions can actually lower his score. He screams to run these tutorial sessions repeatedly, all at once, already hearing the beautiful sound of his points dropping. His free coupons are waiting for him. The young mentor watches helplessly, wondering why Se-jun is so weird, but deciding not to ask. The system displays Quest 2 Basic Resistance Level 1. The task is to steal the Sintamani from Emogi Kang Chiron. He must escape within 1 hour while Kangen resists all attacks. Suddenly, a monster leaps forward to strike Se-jun. Instantly, the beast gets tied up by its own tail. Se-jun stands nearby, commanding it to freeze and stay right there. Quest 3 demands Level 1 Agility, requiring him to survive against the Spin Incarnation within a 10-minute limit. A Sphinx asks a riddle. It asks who the 2 sisters are that gave birth to each other. Se-jun simply slaps the creature down, completely annoyed. Notifications flood his screen. Quest 4 is Mana 5 is Spirit, 6 is Spear Usage, and 7 is Spear Mastery. Trial Exam 3 results are in. Se-jun scores 21.4 in combat. He fails Resistance at 12.8, Agility at 10.4, and Mana at 15.8. He fails Spirit at 24.9 and Spear Usage at 12.5. Failing Spear Mastery at 8.9, his total is 106.7. Se-jun celebrates his free coupon. Ready for another round. Trial 4 shows Se-jun scoring 43.2 in combat. He fails Resistance at 26.8, Agility at 21.7, and Mana at 42.2. He fails Spirit at 34.5 and Spear Usage at 25.5. Spear Mastery is 20.1, totaling 214 points. Se-jun rejoices as he secures his second free coupon. Combined with the Observer's coupon, he will have 3. He looks incredibly happy while the young mentor stands there completely dumbfounded. Now it is crystal clear. Se-jun is manipulating his test scores flawlessly just to collect these free discount coupons. Is that even allowed? Talk about using the system to his absolute advantage as he spins around to face his guide. He tells the mentor to start the next round since he has one try left. Mentor asks in utter confusion. Se-jun is excited, ready to go all out. Meanwhile, Mentor looks down at his phone as a new notification chimes. The kid calls out to Se-jun saying the headmaster wants to speak with him. Se-jun immediately turns away, claiming he is busy. He says they can talk later, shocking the poor guide. Se-jun figures this is about his coupon farming and keeps walking. He wants to finish the test first and talk later. The panicked mentor runs after him, calling his name and grabbing his leg. He begs Se-jun to listen, explaining that the headmaster wants to talk without any issues regarding causality. Se-jun shakes his leg, telling him to let go, but the kid keeps pleading. Finally, Se-jun scratches his head and agrees. He demands they make it quick, secretly deciding that if she takes his coupons back, he will just lay down and strike. The mentor is thrilled and tells him to wait. Meanwhile, in another location, a beautiful blonde woman smirks with amusement. Hidden from sight, she gently taps her hand, sending a strange, sudden sensation rushing through Se-jun's body. Startled, he looks back. The sensation feels exactly like when he casts destruction. But as he turns around, he finds himself standing high above the clouds facing a towering skyscraper. Beside him, Mentor lets out a heavy sigh. He admits he never expected to visit the headquarters with Se-jun. Meanwhile, Se-jun stares in utter awe at the massive structure. He can barely believe his eyes as he wonders if this is the ultimate academy. Inside, a dark goblin makes a call. The goblin asks Hermes how he has been doing, mentioning his course is ending soon and wondering about his next move. Inside, the chaotic office phones are ringing off the hook. One staff member looks completely panicked. What are you so worried about anyway? That is not like you at all. Wait, what? Are you seriously planning to wipe out everyone who left a bad review? Why is Loki uploading his posts so late these days? Another stressed worker answers a call. Things are a total mess right now. Right through this chaotic office, the mentor quietly leads Se-jun like a pair of outsiders. Se-jun accidentally overhears two of the staff members talking with one, asking how the academy's causality finances are holding up. The other replies that it is terrible because some new ascender just drove the academy straight into bankruptcy. He sighs that they will have to cancel their other projects. Hearing this, the mentor quickly ushers Se-jun along. Suddenly, a figure approaches them, asking warily who they are since they do not look like new ascenders. The mentor gasps when he recognizes the man. The young guide quickly smiles and greets him as Master Thoth. This is Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom and writing. He immediately questions why an ascender student is at headquarters. Thoth demands to know if the mentor brought the student here. Flustered, the young guide quickly tries to clarify the whole situation. He explains that this is Kim Se-jun, an ascender from Earth whom Director Irina wants to see privately. Thoth is surprised that Irina would call for a private meeting. Then he realizes who Se-jun is and gasps in recognition. He sighs, saying everyone knows him by now. He quietly warns Se-jun to keep his identity hidden if he can. Se-jun is completely baffled by the warning. But right at that moment, an angry shout echoes from across the crowded office. Someone screams, demanding to know what happened to the causality balance and which student messed it up so badly. Thoth dryly answers Se-jun's question, pointing out that those angry staff members might actually try to skin him alive. Leaving Thoth behind, the mentor takes Se-jun to a special teleportation elevator that leads straight to the director's office. The doors slide open instantly upon arrival, and they immediately overhear an argument taking place just outside the lift. An annoyed familiar voice grumbles, asking why she suddenly summoned him when she rarely even shows her face. A woman sharply fires back, asking if he really does not know how his class ruined the academy's entire causality balance. The great sage just indifferently cleans his ear, telling her not to blame him until she actually meets the kid. Wait, that voice sounds familiar. Spotting the figure, Se-jun realizes it is indeed the legendary Great Sage. Then he looks at the slender woman with flowing golden hair standing before him. She must be the director. She scoffs that she will see for herself. Without even turning around to face her guest, she lightly claps her hands. Instantly, a powerful force yanks Se-jun right out of the elevator, giving him a massive fright as he flies forward. But instead of face-planting onto the ground, he is caught by the Great Sage, who grins and welcomes him back. Se-jun looks at him with deep gratitude. The Monkey King lets go, allowing Se-jun to stand firmly on the lush grass. He looks curiously at the stunning woman before him. She welcomes him warmly, leaving him momentarily dazed by her pure beauty. He realizes she must be the director of the Ultimate Academy and the second legendary ascender to ever exist. She introduces herself as Irina, the director. Se-jun cannot help but think how different she looks from his expectations. He wonders if she is an elf. Seeing his disciple dazed, the Great Sage leans in to whisper a warning. The Great Sage warns him not to be fooled because she is ancient, but before he can finish, with a loud crash, Irina uses her power to slam the Great Sage face first into the dirt, shocking Se-jun completely. Seeing his powerful mentor swatted down without a fight sends a sudden shiver of genuine terror right down Se-jun's spine. Even the Great Sage cannot move here. It makes sense since this extra-dimensional space has no causality limits whatsoever. Irina clears her throat and gets straight to the point, admitting that the Academy is currently facing some severe financial trouble. Simply put, the Academy has to cover the free coupons the observers gave him, which is costing them way too much. She concludes that they can no longer afford to support the massive promotional benefits he has been enjoying lately. Wait, did he just agree that easily? Se-jun simply nods and accepts her terms, catching everyone completely off guard. Relieved by his easygoing response, Irina warmly thanks him for being so understanding about their current tight financial situation. But her relief is cut short when she suddenly spots Se-jun casually laying himself flat on the green grass. He stubbornly protests, declaring they will have to go over his dead body. The mentor facepalms, sighing in complete defeat. He mutters that this is exactly why he warned her not to meet Se-jun. Irina stands there completely speechless. The Great Sage just bursts out laughing. Classic. He warned her she could never predict what this kid would pull off. Se-jun is flat on the ground, throwing a total tantrum. Does he look like someone who just hands back coupons? No chance. He kicks off a brutal, no-holds-barred verbal war. If this was an issue, he argues she shouldn't have hosted the event. He didn't exploit loopholes, he just followed the rules. Irina counters that he clearly abused the system, but Se-jun refuses to budge. That is on her, he claims. She should have made the rules clear from the start. Irina fires back, saying coupons were meant to help poor students. He stubbornly argues he did exactly that, grabbing as many as possible. As they bicker, the Great Sage and mentor somehow pull out 3D glasses from out of nowhere. They happily munch on popcorn to watch the drama. Meanwhile, Irina is so mad her hair is literally standing up. She warns him that he needs to know the truth. Se-jun is instantly on high alert as she tries to keep calm. Forcing a gentle smile, she asks if he has any idea how chaotic the Academy has become because of him. She is blunt, he knows he is paying the absolute minimum karma, right? So who covers the massive deficit? Se-jun casually replies, asking if it is because his own karma simply wasn't counted. Irina snaps that it is only what he thinks, pushing the argument to a fever pitch. Someone still has to pay the massive karma costs required to manifest those lectures directly in his dimension. Usually tuition fees cover those expenses, but they could not apply that to his case. She explains that if the karma is too low, Se-jun the observers will never let them open the course. Since students must learn, they had to cover the deficit. Great Sage and mentor are too hooked to eat their popcorn. Irina points a finger at Se-jun and almost screams, telling him she only wants him to yield this once. Is that really so hard? Her words pierce right through his conscience. Mentor finally rings the bell. The Great Sage declares Irina the winner since Se-jun is left completely speechless. But he still refuses to compromise. He grumbles about what that has to do with him, making mentor sweat. Se-jun remains flat on the floor, declaring they will have to step over his corpse first. That completely crosses the line. Irina uses her magic to lift him into the air, promising to grant his wish. She warns him that angering a powerful high spirit is incredibly foolish. With her immense power, Irina easily manipulates his body and growls, asking if he really wants her to step over his corpse. The terrifying aura radiating from her makes his skin crawl, but he grits his teeth, absolutely refusing to yield. Gently touching him with his single finger, she tells him to stop whining and just wake up already. Se-jun trembles, realizing that unlike the observers who need him alive, this principal could actually wipe him out. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to back down. Suddenly, a surge of blue magic pushes him away from her. The Great Sage is surprised, asking if he actually overcame the pressure and if he plans to counterattack now. Se-jun is still wrapped in the bright blue magic. Then, to everyone's utter shock, he just flops back down. He yells to just cancel it already. The Great Sage, the principal, and the young mentor are left completely speechless. The Great Sage laughs, asking if he is really just going to lie there. Se-jun claims he knows absolutely nothing. Deep down, he actually feels a tiny bit guilty. After all, this academy has undeniably played a massive role in his growth. He knows they have been pretty lenient with him so far, but he still has important things to handle. There are still lectures to attend, and he cannot just throw away all his free coupons like this. Fine, he says he will give up every free coupon from the mock exam. Mentor gasps in total shock. He asks if Se-jun is crazy or if he hit his head when he fell. Se-jun sits up, proposing a condition. The principal is surprised. Se-jun explains he has lectures he wants to take using those coupons and wants her help. He wants her to teach him directly, but she shakes her head, saying it is absolutely out of the question. He asks if it is because she is an observer. She nods, admitting he figured it out. Normally, they cannot meet. The karma burden of a direct meeting is simply too heavy. Resting his chin on his hand, Se-jun starts thinking. Judging by her words, the academy's finances are pretty tight. If they had plenty of funds, they wouldn't force him like this. So who exactly is bearing the crushing weight of the karma burden for their current meeting to even take place? The answer is simple. He asks if this meeting was set up because the observer agreed to take on. the entire karmic burden of their interview. Principal Irina nods. Yes, he promised to shoulder the absolute weight of causality. She had to force Se-jun to give up his free pass at all costs. Se-jun realizes he was right on the money. His mind races. If that is true, wouldn't the karmic burden of her teaching him fall onto the observer? Principal Irina sighs. Even if that's the case, there's no way the observer doesn't realize this weight won't just vanish. Se-jun shrugs. He knows, but it will only count against him anyway. But what does that matter? The principal stares in disbelief. Spreading his arms wide, Se-jun asks what she thinks this place really is. She tentatively answers, well, it's the ultimate academy. Suddenly, she flinches. Don't tell me, but Se-jun just grins widely, exactly as she suspects. The ultimate academy sits entirely outside normal dimensions, a boundary space where even the observer's eyes cannot reach. They can do whatever they want here. Se-jun points out how would the observer ever find out anyway. If he tries to complain, she can simply say she tried to make Se-jun give up that free pass. What else is there? The observer dumped the burden of causality on her first. It is only fair they return the favor now. Irina falls silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the great sage watches them with growing excitement. Suddenly, she calls out. Irina calls for her advisor. Go downstairs and summon Thoth immediately. The young boy is startled by the request. He quickly complies. The great sage laughs. Is she seriously going along with this madness? She just shrugs. No causality to worry about, time to go all out. Turning to Se-jun, she warns him of the limits. She can't teach him everything because if the burden shifted to the observer becomes too heavy, this entire dimension could collapse. Se-jun nods rapidly. He completely understands. Principal Irina then looks at him and asks what he wants to learn first. He requests Instructor Mosai's superhuman senses plus the blue dragon's dragon language. The principal nods slowly, analyzing his choice. Sensory techniques are the perfect starting point. She turns her head, asking the great sage to help them out. The legendary warrior grins. Pulling out his heavy staff, he asks if he is allowed to go rough. Irina gives him the green light. She does not care. Satisfied, the great sage slams his heavy staff down. She explains Mosai's superhuman senses. Normally, awareness is limited only to the direct target and immediate surroundings. But if expanded, you reach a realm where you can actually control the very environment surrounding your chosen target. Peak domain perception makes impossible feats reality. Right on cue, the great sage leaps high into the air. Raising his staff, he unleashes his meteor staff, first-form heaven-shattering star. A massive magic wave crashes down. Se-jun panics down below. He screams. Has the great sage completely lost his mind throwing a spell like that? But before he can finish, blinding rays of light pierce his body. He gasps in absolute shock. The entire space is locking onto him. Honestly, imagine feeling that kind of crushing, inescapable pressure. Even breathing requires permission. The great sage places a comforting hand on his shoulder, urging him to watch. He tells Se-jun to focus and watch carefully. Only a high-ranking ascender can pull off what is next. Principal Irina steps right in front of them. Her eyes remain calm as raging fireballs hurtle directly at her. She is a rank X powerhouse after all. Clenching her fists, she releases a soft, pale white light. The raging red magic dissolves into nothingness. Se-jun looks around, unable to believe his own eyes. What just happened? Every trace of destructive energy has vanished. It is like nothing ever happened. Smiling, Irina looks back. She asks how he liked it. Confused, Se-jun asks when the lesson begins. She replies, this is it. The great sage chuckles. She is not rank X for nothing. Pushing him aside, Se-jun asks what that means. An unfamiliar voice cuts in. Rank X does not exist. Thoth steps forward, explaining it is beyond recorded history. It is completely outside causality. The great sage happily waves, greeting his old friend with a warm smile. The bird-headed Thoth turns to the principal, asking why he was summoned. Irina explains her plan to teach Se-jun. She wants to register this learning session. Thoth freezes, asking her to repeat that because he is exhausted. Irina remains completely calm. She just needs him to record the causality of her training Se-jun in his book. Thoth freezes in absolute disbelief. Who is teaching who? Irina looks at him blankly and repeats Se-jun's name. Se-jun. Thoth goes quiet for a brief moment, processing the request. Then he suddenly screams out in anger. He demands to know if she has any idea what happens when she teaches a student. Irina just smiles. This is a highly special case. Thoth trembles with rage. There is no way this should happen, unless an observer controls causality. Exactly, Irina cuts in. The great sage bursts out, laughing at Thoth. Look at that gaping bird face. Suddenly, a hand lands right on Se-jun's shoulder. Thoth's eyes sparkle with excitement. He asks if Se-jun intends to record this lecture. Record this talent. He glances over, asking what she thinks. Principal Irina admits she considered it, but notes his student limits. Thoth confidently promises to find a way anyway. Se-jun stammers in response. No, he really just came here to listen. The Great Sage watches them with amusement, noting the academy seems to be running quite smoothly. Suddenly, a massive book appears in Thoth's hands. The Akashic Records. Glowing words drift out, floating all around them. Se-jun curiously asks what he is doing, and Irina explains the situation. He is registering the technique she just showed him into the records of causality. Since Kim Se-jun is not transcendent yet, limits still apply. Thoth flips the book open and mutters a quiet incantation. Moments later, it snaps shut, and Se-jun is startled by his phone buzzing. Thoth looks pleased, registration is complete, and a new sensory perception system notification pops up. Se-jun immediately asks the principal if this means he can finally use this high-level perception now. She shakes her head no, this only unlocks the ability for Kim Se-jun to learn it. Hearing this, Se-jun freezes. A bad feeling washes over him. Irina smiles and says he obviously has to master it alone. He senses intense beams of light threatening to pierce his very soul. Wait, Irina beams, we have no time left. So she decides to quickly beat the concepts and theories into him. Naturally, this means hands-on training with his actual body. Se-jun breaks out in a cold sweat. Soon he is coughing up blood, but he has to keep sprinting diagonally through the dense trees. Damn it, he thinks. Irina watches from the sidelines, instructing him. He must completely shatter his basic understanding of perception. Kim Se-jun needs to look past simple physical sensations. He has to focus on carving out his own mental domain using his senses. That is how he will command the surrounding space. To demonstrate, Irina begins warping the very air around Se-jun. He panics as reality bends. Reacting on pure instinct, he desperately leaps out of the collapsing zone. Just in time. Talk about a close call. The space actually distorted, and a second slower, his body would have been absolute mush. Irina casually waves her hand, promising that repeated exposure is the fastest way to get a feel for it. She challenges him to land a hit immediately, blasting Se-jun onto the dirt. He tells himself a rank 10 skill beats triple S rank. Mastering this technique will not only perfect his power output but also form a solid foundation for every advanced skill he learns later. Determined to conquer this, Se-jun gathers his strength, breaks free from Irina's oppressive pressure, and vanishes from her sight. He suddenly reappears right behind her. Irina smiles. He really is on a totally different level compared to regular students. She finally understands why the mentor and the great sage praise him so highly. Suddenly, she clenches her fist. A spatial sphere shoots straight at Se-jun, making him scream in agony. Irina realizes they have been training for hours already. She suggests a quick break. Not a moment too soon. Se-jun collapses onto the dirt, feeling completely crushed under pressure. Yet during that brutal beatdown, he faintly caught a glimpse of Irina's domain. But wait, he is practically dying here. What are those guys even doing? The great sage and mentor are casually playing games together. A sudden idea hits him. Se-jun asks the great sage if he is bored, offering a fun suggestion. The great sage perks up immediately. Curious, he asks what it is. Se-jun suggests a friendly match with the principal, but the great sage instantly turns away. He flat out refuses to join. Se-jun freezes in shock. The ultimate battle maniac is actually turning down a fight. Se-jun reminds him that he lives for combat. The great sage grumbles that while he loves fighting, he hates getting totally pulverized. He is not interested in becoming a punching bag. Se-jun is baffled. Is the principal really that ridiculously strong? The great sage scoffs that calling her strong is an understatement. Even if every Transcendent in the Supreme Academy teamed up, defeat is not guaranteed. Se-jun is left completely speechless. Seriously, how powerful is this woman? How is anyone supposed to fight her? The great sage adds that he has never even seen her go all out. The mentor nods, agreeing with the statement. He admits he has never seen her serious either. Se-jun stares at them, wondering if she ever tries at all. Suddenly, the great sage mentions there is actually one person who might stand a chance against her. Se-jun looks highly skeptical. He doubts such a monster exists. The great sage chuckles mischievously. He points right at him, making Se-jun pale instantly. Se-jun squeaks. The great sage nods, using all three dantians gives him more than enough potential to match her. The mentor nods in agreement. The great sage adds that Se-jun's insane growth speed might actually make it possible. He says Se-jun might even defeat Irina one day. Wait, is he serious? Beat that absolute monster of a principal? It sounds completely ridiculous. Even if everyone keeps calling him a genius, this is a whole different level of crazy. To him, it just feels normal. Something he has always done, so it does not feel special at all. Irina suddenly interrupts. She insists that calling it extraordinary is a massive understatement. Sun scratches his head in confusion. Wait, did she really say that before? Mentor quickly reminds him. Irina continues, pointing out that only one other person can rival her. Se-jun is instantly curious. He asks if she means the first Transcendent. Irina looks down, shaking her head in deep sadness. She would never compare herself to her master. Still, Se-jun wonders what happened to that legendary figure. Irina falls completely silent. Eventually, she admits that she does not even know the truth anymore. His entire record vanished. Erased. Se-jun is utterly stunned by this terrifying realization. He asks if the observer did it. Irina confirms his suspicion, explaining she shouldn't even remember him, yet faint traces remained. It seems her master did something before he was completely wiped out. Perhaps he even erased himself. Turning to Se-jun, she asks him to uncover this massive mystery. She highly values him. This praise makes Se-jun blush, but she quickly urges him to keep moving. Enough talking. Time to train. The great sage yawns loudly, then asks if he can join in. Irina is surprised. Se-jun, however, immediately yells out, "Did the monkey god not say he hated fighting?" The great sage calmly shrugs. Fighting her is boring, but beating up Se-jun is actually quite fun. Shameless. Se-jun accuses him of only picking on the weak, but the sage simply raises his staff. He only cares about having fun. A startled Se-jun quickly pulls out his spear to defend himself. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, the president clutches his head in disbelief. Is this report actually true? His assistant confirms the news. Panicking, the president orders his team to find Kim Se-jun immediately. Back in training, Se-jun is blasted away by a direct hit. The sage grumbles, calling him boring. Gasping for air, Se-jun realizes this is the unsealed power of the great sage. The monkey just yawns. He wants Se-jun to take responsibility for the boredom. This completely infuriates the exhausted, beaten hunter. Giving up already, Se-jun angrily yells back. He is obviously no match for a god of war. Getting thrashed constantly teaches him nothing. The great sage, however, coldly replies that basic practice is boring. As Se-jun fumes, the sage gets a fun idea. A wager to make things a bit more interesting. If Se-jun can touch just a single strand of his hair, he will fight the principal. The prospect of seeing the sage get beaten is too good. Irina smiles and happily accepts. Se-jun immediately gets into position. No need to land a hit, just graze a single hair. The sage laughs loudly. He jokes often but never lies. Can Se-jun actually pull it off? Or will he just get beaten black and blue? The taunt immediately fires up Se-jun's competitive spirit. Se-jun lunges forward like blue lightning. He warns the sage to prepare for the principal's fists. The sage easily dodges, calling him too slow. Se-jun lands on the ground and looks around. Where did he go? Even with his senses pushed to the absolute limit, he cannot trace him. Fighting a crazy god of war is impossible. Trying to match his speed is a losing game. If he cannot catch up, he must predict the move. Suddenly, Irina's advice echoes in his mind. Perception begins with reading the environment. Every physical entity must occupy space in order to exist. Because of this, movement always leaves a trace, like a shifting breeze or a subtle physical displacement. Every breath changes the air, and every step causes a microscopic tremor on the ground. No one can bypass these spatial laws. Even without seeing the target, those clues will guide him. Remembering her advice to control his surroundings, Se-jun slowly expands his senses to claim the area. He pulls the physical space into his mind, though he still feels his current progress is lacking. His senses are far from perfect, yet he can finally feel a faint trace of the sage. It is like a slippery thread just out of reach, but Se-jun suddenly strikes forward with everything. Sure enough, the great sage is right there. He looks completely shocked by the accurate strike. Even Irina watches in amazement. Se-jun can clearly feel the sage taking a cautious step back. He steps back. Se-jun finally starts to track the great sage's insane movements, perceiving his blinding speed and precise strike trajectory. He calmly grips his spear, feeling the entire battlefield. The golden staff tears through the wind, rushing toward him as Se-jun quickly dodges the staff and lunges straight ahead. The great sage is genuinely surprised to see his attack get dodged so cleanly. He quickly dodges Se-jun's counter. "What is this?" he asks. "Did you suddenly get better?" Se-jun stays silent, just focusing while the sage smirks. But Se-jun is still too green. In a flash, he gets struck again, crashing hard as the sage lands to look at the rising smoke. Se-jun struggles up, demanding another round. The great sage chuckles, noting that the look in his eyes has completely changed. He is down for as many rounds as it takes. Se-jun realized he watched closely, but missed the final blow. He needs sharper senses. Pushing past his limits, Se-jun dashes toward the sage again. But right before they clash, a strange invisible force stops them cold. Irina's voice rings out, announcing that their training ends here. The sage grumbles that he was just starting to have some real fun. Se-jun begs for just a little more time, but Irina flatly refuses. His current condition is far from stable, she warns him. He is pushing himself too hard. While his body is fine, relying on the mental energy of Buddha has its own strict limits. Se-jun stares silently at his hands. As he lands, Irina praises his progress, admitting she did not expect him to learn so fast. He clearly understands the theory now, so he just needs to adapt it. But more importantly, there is someone waiting for him. She suggests it is time to go. Se-jun is baffled, wondering who could possibly be waiting for him since he has nobody left. But right then, his phone rings. Talk about crazy timing, his Atlas class progress notifications suddenly start flooding in. The notifications keep stacking up from 89.4 to 89.7, reaching 90.4% in seconds. 90.7%. Se-jun screams in sheer panic as his body begins to burn up again. The sage just chuckles. Whoever is doing this to him must be absolutely terrifying. Se-jun begs Irina to send him back immediately, leaving her completely stunned. Did he not just say he could push a little more? Besides, if they part now, who knows when they will meet again? Is he really ready to just leave? Se-jun screams that none of that matters right now. Irina chuckles and snaps her fingers. He tumbles down into a pitch-black abyss. She hopes they will meet again someday. With Se-jun gone, she turns to smile at someone. I did not expect you to come straight here, observer, she notes. The figure addresses Irina, his voice heavy with complete disbelief. He demands to know if she has lost her mind, calling her actions a clear breach of their oath. Irina only smiles back. She claims she did no such thing. But the observer snaps back, accusing her of manipulating causality without any official permission. He never authorized her to guide Se-jun, yet she acted anyway. Irina plays dumb, asking who exactly she was supposed to have taught. She claims to have absolutely no idea what he is talking about. The observer sighs, asking if she is seriously playing ignorant. She insists she is being honest. She merely persuaded Kim Se-jun, who then chose to voluntarily surrender his exemption tickets himself. Everything went according to their pact. The observer fumes, asking if this is a joke since anyone can see the trade she made. He gave up those tickets just to get her lessons. But Irina calmly denies it, claiming total ignorance of any such deal. She giggles, asking what evidence he even has. You can literally feel the tension rise as the observer shakes with pure rage. He snaps that he will find the proof himself, summoning the sacred book of Thoth to check the official records. Surely the truth is written within these pages. But as they flip, an oppressive surge of magic suddenly erupts from Irina. Her eyes flare with terrifying killing intent as she coldly warns him never to interfere with the Academy affairs. The ancient oath protects this place. Defeated for now, the observer closes his book and slides it out of sight. He mutters that she cannot hide behind cheap tricks, forever wondering if that bastard is behind this foolish move. The heavier the karmic burden on this dimension becomes, the looser the seal on that monster gets, threatening to break completely. That is precisely why they tried to stop Se-jun from using those tickets. She knows the danger better than anyone. Does she really think Se-jun can handle his true power? A force so wild even she had to banish it. Irina crosses her arms, telling him to just wait and see. The observer warns her not to get too ahead of herself. Even if she is the third Transcendent, she is still just a novice who cannot possibly change the grand design. Irina frowns, noting he probably said the exact same thing to her master, whom they ultimately failed to control. They had to erase him instead. The observer scoffs, telling her to believe what she wants, but warns she will regret this. He turns to leave, promising she will regret this day. Meanwhile, back outside, Jung Ji-min commands her fire magic to incinerate the area. A massive fire tornado erupts as she wonders if she needs to burn him more. Se-jun finally opens his eyes in shock. Seeing the incoming blast, he screams at her to stop this madness immediately, while she just casually scratches her head. He mutters, "Oh, you are still alive." Se-jun screams, "What are you doing?" Jung Ji-min replies, "I am cremating you." But then, Hyun bursts through the door, completely out of breath. "Sir Se-jun," she gasps, "why do you keep dying and coming back to life? The president has been waiting forever." Se-jun panics, flustered, and yells for her to wait and not come any closer. Hyun blushes instantly. That is when Jin notices Se-jun is completely naked. Hyun stammers, saying she did not see a thing. Se-jun yells for her to get out. Outside in the meeting room, Hyun is still blushing hard as Se-jun walks in. He apologizes for the wait. Immediately, voices erupt. "Captain, you are alive and you recovered so incredibly fast this time." The president bows, deeply feeling guilty for waking him from a deep sleep. Se-jun waves his hands, dismissing the apology. "I just took a quick trip to the afterlife, so do not worry. By the way, what brings you here today?" The president quietly reaches into his coat and places something on the table. He has returned the 25,000 right on time. On the table are two photos. One shows dark smoke, while the other reveals a man locked up in captivity. Mindu leaps up in shock, shouting for his master. The president explains these photos were sent anonymously to the association. They thought the pictures were fake at first, but verification proves they are likely real. Se-jun silently studies the photograph. He sees a man standing with his back turned, his exposed skin heavily wrapped in thick white bandages. Se-jun suddenly recognizes something familiar, a twisted entity. "Are they demanding a ransom?" he asks. The president shakes his head. But the message warns that if this is exposed to the world, the Dark Saint will be executed immediately. Mindu freezes in pure shock. The president closes his eyes, apologizing because this is highly likely a trap. Se-jun stays silent, fully agreeing with that theory. Sending these photos secretly means they wanted a specific person to find out. "They are sending a direct message to me," he realizes, gripping the photo tightly. Talk about a chilling warning. Se-jun stands up, asking where this is. Mindu looks at him with trembling eyes. Do you really think I would ignore your master? Do not worry, Se-jun reassures him, we will definitely save him. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out from the doorway. The four elders step forward, refusing to abandon an old ally. We are going with you this time, they declare. Se-jun stops them, insisting they stay in South Korea. It is highly likely the Truth Sect is involved in this mess. If our dream team and the top heroes all leave South Korea, we'll be left completely and utterly vulnerable. Please stay behind and prepare for anything. The four elders exchange grim looks. Is it that cult again? The magic saint sighs, agreeing to stay behind. Se-jun nods, expressing his trust in them to watch the home front. He turns back to the president, asking where the photos were taken. The president points to the southern tip of Africa, the Republic of South Africa. Elsewhere, a mysterious man runs his fingers through glittering gems, laughing like a maniac. Just sitting here brings in so much power, he sneers. It is absolute perfection. Outside, a guard screams orders. He tells the natives to hurry up. Nearby, a terrified kid hides in the bushes, covering his mouth to stay quiet. After landing at Kimberley Airport in South Africa, Se-jun notices Mindu is visibly shaking with absolute anxiety. Se-jun places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, promising his master will be fine. Then he turns to the team. Split up and gather information immediately, Se-jun orders. Contact me the moment you find anything. He then summons a weapon. Do not waste a single second, he commands the tool. Go find the Dark Saint immediately. The tracker shoots forward, but to his absolute confusion, it just spins aimlessly in circles. Se-jun scratches his head. Why is it not working? Did the Truth Sect do something to mask his location? Suddenly, a young boy calls out from behind him. Are you a hunter here for that incident? The kid asks. Se-jun kneels down, asking what exactly happened over there. The boy glares with pure hatred. Are you one of those Truth Sect fanatics too? Se-jun quickly shakes his head. Stop pretending, the boy snaps, running away before Se-jun can say another word. Se-jun yells for him to wait. Suddenly, a crowd gathers around them. Are you a Truth Sect believer? They ask happily, handing him bundles of food. Please accept these gifts, they beg. Here, take this too. We are only alive because of your group. Se-jun panics, insisting he is not with the cult before quickly running off to find that young boy again. He realizes the local devotion to this cult is incredibly deep. But why did that kid react so aggressively? He clearly knew something about that incident, and his sheer hatred for the cult was totally unmistakable. Suddenly, a sharp scream echoes. Benna is thrown violently against a stone wall, struggling to catch his breath. I paid my debt in full, he screams, so why are you still chasing me? The thugs laugh coldly. They tell him that was just the interest. Then their eyes lock onto his basket. Those medicinal herbs he is carrying must be worth a fortune. Give it over, they demand. Guabana refuses, telling them he cannot. One thug grabs his collar, asking if he wants another beating. Just then, Se-jun tells them to stop. The thug glares at him, demanding to know who he is and warning him to get lost. Se-jun just smiles, saying he cannot do that because he has business with the kid. The thug releases Guabana, asking what business. Did you lend him money too? He sneers. Se-jun scratches his head, admitting that is not it. He is just deciding what business to create right now. The thug snaps, asking if Se-jun is mocking him. He lunges with a punch, but Se-jun calmly catches his arm mid-air. Twisting the thug's arm back, Se-jun notes his face looks like he has killed before. The thug screams for his buddies to help him. Guabana watches in absolute shock. Within moments, Se-jun easily sweeps through the rest of the thugs and leaves them groaning on the floor. Bending down, Se-jun asks the boy if he is okay, noting they hit him pretty hard. Guabana nods quietly. Glaring at the thugs with disgust, Se-jun mutters about what lowlifes beat a kid. Guabana admits he borrowed money from them. Se-jun is stunned. How much, he asks. Guabana explains he borrowed 25,000 rand and paid it all back on time. Yet they claim that was just interest, demanding another 250,000 rand. Those absolute bastards. Guabana stands and thanks Se-jun. He asks if Se-jun belongs to the True Truth Sect. Se-jun reassures him that he definitely does not. He asks why the boy hates them since everyone else seems so friendly to the sect. Guabana frowns. He explains it is because they do not know the terrible things the sect is doing in his country. Se-jun senses the boy knows secrets. He gently asks Guabana to share the details of what the True Truth Sect has been doing. Guabana goes quiet. He looks at Se-jun silently. The scene shifts to a neighborhood where Se-jun and Guabana walk past two armed men speaking a foreign tongue. They pass another man examining a blade. Se-jun wonders why there are so many hunters hanging around this area. He asks if there was a recent dungeon mutation, but Guabana bitterly explains they are actually rebels who occupied their village. They claimed it was a perfect hiding spot. As Guabana points the way ahead, a nearby rebel named Kwak-gu suddenly notices them. Kwak-gu turns around in shock. An associate asks if something is wrong, but Kwak-gu dismisses it, whispering that it cannot be him. There is simply no way that legendary figure would be here. Meanwhile, Se-jun follows the boy to his modest home. Guabana shyly welcomes him inside, apologizing for having so little. Stepping through the door, Se-jun freezes at the sight before him. Guabina rushes over to a young girl lying on the floor. He tells Yina he is home. She weakly reaches out to him. She asks what happened to his face. Guabina lies, saying he just tripped on the road. Yina frowns, asking if that is true. He insists it is. Yina looks at Se-jun, wondering who he is. Guabina introduces Se-jun as the kind man who helped him. Hearing this, she smiles warmly and thanks him for saving her brother. Se-jun gently replies that it was really nothing. Guabina begins grinding the herbs he gathered. Se-jun looks around the empty room, realizing there are absolutely no adults living here. Seeing Yina's frail state, he wonders if they survive all alone. Suddenly, she asks if he is a professional hunter. When he says yes, her eyes light up. She eagerly asks if he has ever met the legendary hunter Kim Se-jun. Guabina freezes mid-grind, his eyes widening in pure shock. He gasps, asking if Se-jun has truly met the legendary man himself. Guabina fires off questions praising Se-jun's own bravery. He eagerly asks if Kim Se-jun is handsome and as incredible as his famous skills. He wonders if the hero has a great personality and a literal glowing aura. Dumbfounded, Se-jun replies that he is probably just normal. Guabina scoffs, insisting a legend could never be ordinary. He gazes off, daydreaming about how cool his hero must be in real life. Se-jun sweats as he visualizes the ridiculously glamorous warrior in the kid's head, wondering who on earth that is supposed to be. He wants to yell out and ask who they are actually picturing, because in reality he is just an ordinary guy. While Guabina remains lost in his dramatic fantasy, Yina leans in and whispers that Kim Se-jun is her brother's absolute idol. Se-jun is stunned. An idol, he thinks. Yina proudly explains that her brother has always dreamed of becoming a professional hunter. She boasts that Guabina is incredibly talented and even awakened naturally. Se-jun turns his gaze to the boy, deeply surprised. No wonder he sensed a unique energy flowing from the kid. But Yina looks down, her voice suddenly growing quiet. She whispers that, with proper training, her brother could easily succeed, but she is holding him back. Guabina rushes over, looking worried. He tells her not to say such nonsense, reassuring her that he has been saving diligently. He beams, saying he is almost ready. Soon he can enroll in the Hunter Academy. Yina looks up in wonder. Of course, he promises he will match his idol. He vows to hunt down all the bad guys, buy her delicious food, and reminds her to take her medicine and stay strong. He hands her the freshly made medicine, and she smiles, nodding happily. The scene then transitions back to the quiet street outside. He asks a tough question. Did the kid really borrow 25,000 raw from those thugs just for sister's medicine? Guabina quietly nods, explaining that the academy is far out of reach with his sister, so sick the boy suddenly looks up with a bright, hopeful smile. He vows never to give up. After all, the famous Kim Se-jun started out completely broke too. The legend couldn't even afford hunter school back then, but he kept pushing forward with absolute determination until he succeeded. And now he is officially the strongest. Pretty cool, right? Hearing this, Se-jun just scratches his cheek in pure awkwardness. The kid eagerly declares his dream to become just like him. Se-jun falls silent, then gently pats the boy's head. You will definitely make it, he promises. Guabina gasps in disbelief, wondering if he really has what it takes. With a teasing grin, Se-jun tells him he might actually be better than the hero, who is honestly nothing special in person. He calls the hero a greedy jerk with a terrible attitude, immediately making Guabina flare up in anger. The kid angrily snaps back, demanding to know who he is to judge the great hunter. No one compares to Kim Se-jun. Se-jun chuckles. He finds it hilarious how fast the kid dropped all politeness just to defend his idol. Calming down, the embarrassed young boy shyly extends his hand, thanking him for the rescue and the encouraging words. He formally introduces himself as Guabina, but brace yourselves because things are about to get incredibly messy. The government has found us. Hearing the chaotic shouts, a look of pure dread washes over young Guabina. While everyone panics, a terrifying six-armed monster suddenly emerges from the darkness, baring its wicked white teeth. It grins in a horribly twisted way. Meanwhile, just minutes earlier, two figures landed on a roof overlooking the village. Looking at a photo, the man asks if that distant village is indeed the hiding spot for the dangerous rebel faction. Wilson rubs his hands together with a sly, flattering grin, admitting he hated to trouble him with such an annoying task. But the target is the disaster hero Kwakyu, currently hiding down there. Jin Cheon simply scoffs, noting the hefty diamond reward makes it worthwhile. He asks if all he needs to do is wipe them out completely. Wilson nods eagerly, but a voice suddenly interrupts them. The newcomer calls out that he finally found him, prompting Jin Cheon to turn around in surprise, recognizing the unexpected visitor. He asks if the man is the Apostle of Temperance, who sighs heavily, stating everything is ready and their master is searching. Jin Cheon scratches his head, realizing he has to go. This makes Wilson panic, shouting that this breaks their original agreement. Walking away, Jin Cheon just waves a hand, dismissively telling him not to sweat it because no one can cheat karma anyway. He promises to return later to finish the job, but an enraged Wilson warns him that he won't get his diamond. Jin Chun suddenly stops in his tracks, turning back with a bone-chilling glare to ask if Wilson is trying to shortchange him. Sensing a threat to his karma, Jin Chun unleashes an overwhelming killing intent, warping the very air around them with distorted magic. Terrified, Wilson begs for his life. Fortunately, the Apostle of Temperance steps in, reminding Jin Chun they still need government cooperation. Jin Xiang clicks his tongue in sheer annoyance at how troublesome humans are before reluctantly letting the trembling Wilson go. He decides to show mercy since he is on the verge of godhood, leaving the exhausted apostle to just sigh in disbelief. The god-to-be pats his chest proudly. But as Wilson watches in horror, a dark pulsing mass drops directly to the floor. A terrifying drooling creature with 6 pitch-black limbs crawls out, unleashing the dreaded second power of the 7 deadly sins. It is Avaricia of greed. Jin Xian looks down at the beast as it greedily clutches the pile of glowing diamonds, asking if it still craves more. He points a finger directly toward the village, drawing the ravenous beast's attention there. He tells the monster that the nearby village has plenty of fresh prey, and honestly, this guy is pure evil. Unleashing the creature to slaughter everyone in a wave of sheer terror, the scene cuts straight back to the present conflict. The greedy beast drools, facing off against the brave village warriors who have assembled to defend their home. They wonder if the government only sent one beast, completely unaware that this village is packed with elite rebels. A rebel warrior steps forward, yelling at the beast to halt immediately and identify itself before things get ugly. He shouts that they will show no mercy, but before he can finish, a companion behind him is violently snatched away. The monster clamps its hand around his throat, ending his life with a sick grin and throwing the rest into chaos. Enraged, the fighters charge, but the beast lifts a massive block and smashes the ground, launching everyone into the air. As it reaches out with 6 long arms to grab them, Quackyu leaps high, enveloped in a thick shroud of white mist. He targets the beast, shouting for everyone to fall back as he unleashes a devastating magical slash across its midsection. The blow halts the creature as strange swellings erupt on its head, causing the furious beast to slowly turn around. The beast lunges forward. It grabs Quackyu by his leg, slamming him hard onto the dirt. Quackyu spits up blood, sending panic through the crowd. Terrified onlookers scream out for Lord Quackyu. The creature raises its massive arms toward his battered body, ready to finish him off. Quackyu grits his teeth, trying to stand. Suddenly, a bright blue light pierces the sky, aiming directly at the monster's head. Blue lightning strikes down, a divine spear attack of pure destruction. Se-jun stands above, staring down at the smoky battlefield. Dark smoke rises from the beast. This unsettling toxic energy is exactly like the foul presence he encountered once before. The creature whips its head around in shock. Holding his spear high, Se-jun stands on the rooftop, scanning the twisted mess. Quackyu looks up, his eyes wide with recognition. He cannot believe it and asks how Hunter Se-jun ended up here. Se-jun briefly mentions he has his own reasons. Before they can say more, the monster lets out a bizarre ear-splitting shriek. It claws at the earth, twisting its neck with multiple arms. The beast grins hideously at Se-jun, who merely clicks his tongue in annoyance. Quackyu jokes that Se-jun probably won't give a straight answer anyway. Ignoring the chatter, Se-jun silently walks toward the freakish opponent. The beast stretches a massive hand to grab him. In a flash of blue light, Se-jun vanishes, dodging the strike with ease. Using a nearby building as a springboard, he vaults straight toward the enemy. The monster grins and prepares to swat him down. Sensing the incoming attack, Se-jun readies his weapon. He blocks the heavy blow immediately, realizing this creature is on a different level. It is way stronger than any glutton beast he faced before. This power growth suggests the corruption is spreading faster than ever. The sinful power inside these twisted creatures is clearly multiplying. A bad feeling washes over him as he prepares to counter. He blocks a barrage of swinging fists. The ground erupts in a shower of debris where the monster's heavy blows strike. Se-jun leaps back, hovering in midair. Raising his divine weapon, he catches the startled beast off guard as it looks up. He unleashes the divine spear skill, blasting a pillar of light straight into its face. Landing safely, he frowns in total shock. The attack did absolutely nothing. Smirking, the beast crouches low and charges directly at him. Se-jun maintains his absolute composure. It seems these twisted abominations have the same weakness: they can only be defeated by destroying their central core. He takes a step forward. The plan is risky and incomplete, but there is no other choice. Se-jun grips his spear tightly and activates his sensing skill. He cannot control this warped space or even perceive it clearly, yet he can feel the weapon in his hand perfectly. The holy spear Longinus is there, along with its 3-tier magic seal. The weapon feels like a natural extension of his own body. This feels entirely different from his usual skills. The monster lunges forward, aiming a devastating blow right at him. Se-jun briefly closes his eyes. He snaps them open, unleashing a blinding blue aura. Meanwhile, far from this chaotic battle, the Dark Master who sent the beast to attack the village suddenly freezes. Seeing him turn around, his companion asks what is wrong. He grits his teeth in frustration, muttering about greed. Back on the battlefield, Quackyu is left completely speechless. the beast is gone. Talk about a power gap. The monster that an elite squad could not even scratch has been obliterated in an instant. Only a faint wisp of black smoke remains where the creature once stood. Kweku stares in awe at humanity's strongest hunter. Se-jun calmly retracts his spear, letting out a frustrated sigh. He still hasn't got any answers about where these twisted beasts go. Scratching his head, he approaches the dark puddle on the ground. For now, he will have to rely on whatever clues were left behind. His eyes widen as he spots a pile of glittering diamonds in the slush. Picking one up, he wonders what they are. Nearby, young Benna trembles in fear, calling out nervously. Behind him, the crowd erupts in cheers, recognizing their savior. They rejoice that Hunter Kim Se-jun has saved them. In disbelief, Benna whips his head around to stare at the legendary hero. Se-jun awkwardly points to himself with a sheepish grin. The kid lets out a sudden shout of absolute surprise. Benna stands frozen, unable to process what just happened. Meanwhile, Kweku bows deeply, thanking Se-jun and expressing his endless gratitude. Flustered, Se-jun waved it off, saying it was no big deal. He points toward the dark puddle, asking how they should handle it. Kweku explains that when the beast died, it dropped a diamond. Since Se-jun defeated it, the treasure rightfully belongs to him. Se-jun scratches his head, feeling a bit hesitant about taking it. He asks if they are absolutely sure about this. Kweku reassures him, saying they did nothing but get saved and that surviving this nightmare is already a massive blessing. Se-jun grins and gladly accepts the reward. Kweku watches him collect the diamonds, amazed by his casual attitude. He had heard the rumors, but seeing such monstrous strength in person is mind-blowing. Kweku clenches his fists tightly. If this legendary hero is on their side, then maybe, just maybe, their country still has a fighting chance. Kweku brings up Se-jun's special reason for visiting. Turning back, Se-jun nods and Kweku asks if he can share his goal. Se-jun reveals his true mission. He has traveled all this way to find Amsun, the legendary hero of the Korean Cataclysm. Crossing his arms, Se-jun startles at the thought of leading his dream team as their leader. Damn it, he thinks. He completely forgot about his own team. Meanwhile, Kweku asks in total shock if Ampark Seol-og is saying Amon is there too. Benna gasps, Master Amon. Both of them fall silent, staring at the young boy. Kweku lets out a heavy self-blaming sigh. He can't believe this is happening. He had watched the Truth Cult closely, but since they never did anything suspicious, he worried he was being too narrow-minded. Turns out he should have opposed them from the start. Placing his hand on his head, he places a hand on his forehead, staying quiet for a moment before telling Se-jun that his rebel forces are here to support them. Se-jun is highly surprised, asking why it's so sudden, though he would gladly accept the help. But Kweku replies, their assistance comes with a catch, as they are actively fighting against a corrupt regime. Kweku continues, describing it as an absolutely terrible plague. That rotten regime holds power through massive diamond funding, used to buy off professional hunters, men who only use their weapons for personal gain. He continues, explaining in utter despair that they gathered completely unbribable hunters to stand against the government, believing a ray of hope was finally blooming. But then an entity completely beyond their control slaughtered everyone they had. Hearing this, Se-jun mutters softly to himself, wondering about an uncontrollable deformed entity. He immediately thinks of the monster from earlier. Meanwhile, Kweku clenches his fist, listening closely to Se-jun. It seems the Truth Cult and the government are tightly linked. If they support him, they will end up directly clashing with government forces. After all, their ultimate goals are exactly the same. Se-jun freezes, wondering if that is true. Kweku offers a proposal, saying if Se-jun needs manpower, his forces are completely at his disposal. They can start by searching for the Black Sage together, asking if they can help him. He crosses his arms, as a crowd of men behind him silently watch Se-jun. Se-jun realizes that unlike others, they cannot rely on the government. With Kweku and his rebel forces backing him, finding the Black Sage will definitely go a lot smoother. He quickly agrees, saying he would be glad to receive their assistance. Kweku happily thanks him, expressing his deepest gratitude. He quickly turns around, promising to notify members nationwide to search for the Black Sage. It might not be easy, but they can at least find some clues. Suddenly, Benna speaks up, mentioning he might know where the Black Sage is. Se-jun turns to the young boy in absolute shock, asking how he could possibly know the Black Sage's whereabouts. The boy softly replies, reminding Se-jun about his earlier question of why he doesn't trust the Truth Cult. They pretend to be a charity, but they actually kidnap innocent people to conduct cruel experiments. Se-jun is startled, scowling. The boy explains that he was almost dragged into it, locked in a strange place with others, just waiting for something. Benna hesitates briefly before adding that someone rescued them, allowing him to escape. When Se-jun eagerly asks who that savior was, the boy reveals that the man called himself the Black Sage. As the man's face flashes in the boy's mind, Se-jun quickly asks if he can share that location, but the kid says it is tough to reach. It is a place where even local villagers easily get lost. Se-jun reaches into his pocket, asking if the boy would guide him, offering up the diamonds from the defeated monster. He asks if this is enough for payment, but the boy looks terrified. Se-jun worries it might be too little. The boy sheepishly denies it. Se-jun asks for his decision, and a sudden spark of determination ignites inside the kid. Bena eagerly agrees to guide him. The scene cuts to another location where Hun angrily shoves Se-jun, demanding why he disappeared without saying a single word. Jung Ji-min chimes in as well, admitting she thought he was dead. Se-jun scratches his head awkwardly, explaining he had things to settle. Hun snaps back that he still should have warned them. Se-jun runs over to the boy, telling everyone it is time to head out. He asks Bena to lead the way. The boy agrees, though worry flashes on his face. Se-jun asks if he hates the rebel forces, and the boy admits that he honestly does. Se-jun whispers that while he doesn't know details, Kwaku and the rebels are trying to build a better world, questioning if that is wrong. Bena mutters that it is just their way of thinking. He doesn't care about justice or beliefs. He only wants to live peacefully with his sister Yina. Hearing this, everyone falls completely silent. Getting involved with rebels brings nothing but trouble. If they hadn't come today, that monster would have ignored the village entirely. Bena continues, saying it was lucky Se-jun was there to keep them safe. Otherwise, his family and the villagers would be dead. He can't tell what's right or wrong, only the pain remains that everyone must bear in different ways. Se-jun smiles, telling the boy that back in Korea there is someone who... He tells the boy about a legendary divine physician in Korea who can definitely cure his little sister once all of this is finally over. He promises they will go to Korea together to ask for help. Guaban looks up with teary eyes and Se-jun nods with absolute certainty. The boy bursts into tears, thanking him endlessly. Se-jun ruffles Guaban's hair before they both turn toward the exit, ready to head out. Elsewhere, a massive crowd of dark cultists has gathered as the ritual is set to begin with the Black Saint suspended high above. He looks down in confusion, demanding to know their plans. The Black Saint struggles to face his captor, but the Azure Emperor remains completely silent. Instead, he merely nods to signal his followers below. No matter how many gather, they are still nothing but mere mortals. Humans are fragile creatures, and no matter how strong they pretend to be, their inner resolve remains easily shattered. Striking them with primal fear is the fastest way to break them. Down below, an eager follower asks how they should begin. It completely corrupts the human soul, feeding on their despair, devouring their spirits, and mocking their very existence. Suddenly, a purple-haired woman pulls out a gun and starts firing mercilessly into the crowd. Another cultist viciously beats a nearby citizen. A terrified woman raises her hands, pleading to know why they are doing this and begging for her life. Before she can finish, a sudden magic strike cuts her down instantly. The Black Saint screams out in pure fury. He calls them absolute madmen and demands they stop this madness immediately, but the white-haired apostle steps forward. He unleashes a blinding white beam, piercing straight through a helpless captive who instantly coughs up blood. The victim collapses as the entire crowd falls into utter despair, crying out and wondering what they did wrong. They desperately beg for mercy as a glowing magic circle forms beneath them, fueled entirely by their overwhelming terror. The leader smiles in sadistic satisfaction at their beautiful despair, declaring it is time for the awakening to begin. Meanwhile, Se-jun suddenly halts as a massive crater opens up before them. Guaban looks around, finding the empty site incredibly strange. There should be workers here, but the place is entirely deserted. Sensing danger, Kwaku quickly orders his men to secure the perimeter. Suddenly, Se-jun senses an eerie disturbance in the air, making him feel slightly tense as if his perception is blocked. More like something is actively keeping him out, as if he crossed a boundary similar to when he first faced Arena's overwhelming pressure. This must be Gunjia, the place they have been hunting for, but wait, a massive explosion suddenly cuts him off. Se-jun whips around to face the blast, muttering under his breath. The scene shifts to another area where Jincheon stands tall. He is surrounded by a mountain of corpses, absorbing glowing golden magic from the dead and converting it into dark purple energy. He laughs maniacally as this stolen energy floods his body, and honestly, the sheer scale of this magic is terrifying. But his triumph is short-lived. Jincheon suddenly stumbles, spitting up a mouthful of blood as his body violently rejects the power. Gritting his teeth, he wonders what the hell is happening inside him. That is when the Azure Emperor calmly approaches him. As Jincheon collapses, he demands to know why these powers are clashing. The Azure Emperor explains his newly awakened pride is the culprit. It is actively rejecting all other energies inside his body. The absolute power of pride believes is perfect entirely on its own. Jincheon is stunned by this incredibly arrogant energy, which might just be the most stubborn force out there. He must sever both wrath and envy from his mortal shell, as they are now useless burdens holding back his ultimate awakening. Gritting his teeth in agony, Jincheon asks if pride must devour everything. The Azure Emperor stares down coldly, saying a true god must be absolute. Jincheon smirks at the word divine. Suddenly, with a simple snap of the Emperor's fingers, the dark purple magic fades. Jincheon is stunned to find his agonizing pain completely gone, but the Emperor warns it is only temporary. He has temporarily sealed the power of pride so Jinshun can move freely, but Jinshun cannot help but feel suspicious. This newly acquired power of pride is supposed to rival the gods, yet this mysterious man sealed it away in an instant. He has suspected ever since he was summoned that the Emperor was no ordinary being. Just then, the Azure Emperor tosses him a weapon. Jinshun catches the weapon and gasps in absolute shock, recognizing it as the legendary sword Excalibur. The Emperor tells him that his thoughts and suspicions do not matter even if he has deduced his true identity. Nothing will change anyway. Instead, he asks what Jinshun desires most right now, and the answer is painfully obvious. He wants to tear Se-jun apart. Instantly, the sword in his hands flares with blinding light at the thought. Back with Se-jun, he stands before a massive cavern entrance. He finally found it, though his blocked senses cost him valuable time. Just then, Hyun and the others catch up. He tells Se-jun that Captain Jun ordered them to enter immediately. Kwaku volunteers to accompany him inside, and Se-jun readily agrees, glad to have the legendary hero by his side. He orders the remaining troops to stand by outside, making sure a few of them escort young Guobin safely back home. Can we protect the village? A young man rests a hand on the kid's shoulder, telling him not to worry. The boy anxiously calls out, but Kim Se-jun simply smiles. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He promised they'd go to South Korea together. The teary-eyed boy nods, knowing his brother always keeps his word. The kid turns around to yell that he and Yuno will wait at home. Kim Se-jun waves back rapidly, promising he will make it back. Kim Se-jun gives a quiet nod to the rest of the group. Together, they step inside a dark cave, billowing with an eerie purple fog. They move in. Right at the entrance, strange pools of blood stain the stone floor. Kwaku frowns, muttering about what they could possibly be doing inside. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun's eyes go wide. A group of dark-robed figures emerges from the shadows of the cave. Everyone tenses up, ready to fight. Kim Se-jun raises a hand to hold his allies back. The cloaked figures keep marching toward them, completely unbothered. A few of them start drawing weapons. Kim Se-jun pulls out his own spear. Opposite him, the dark cultists activate white magic, frantically shouting at everyone to block the mana flow. Kim Se-jun raises his spear, aiming it directly at his enemies. He prepares his third form, the infinite frozen heaven. A blinding blue light erupts, tearing through the cultists and sending them screaming in agony. Then Jimin's voice echoes through the cavern. Calling forth his heavenly purgatory spell, Jimin forces the white-haired cultist to grit his teeth against the intense, searing heat. One of Kwaku's men roars out, telling the cultists they won't be escaping this time after everything they have done. A cultist woman snarls back, asking how mere insects dare to oppose them. Suddenly, a strange, overwhelming magical aura fills the air. The new energy completely blocks Kim Se-jun's attack. The mysterious figure looks at him, noting how unexpected it is to meet here. Kim Se-jun stares back warily. Outside the cave, deep in the surrounding forest, another man slowly drags his sword, his eyes glowing red with bloodlust. The red-eyed man vows to carry out the task. He looks ahead toward the village where greed was wiped out completely. He wonders if the place was called Kojian Village. Meanwhile, back inside, Kim Se-jun's body begins to tremble uncontrollably against his will. Even against eldritch horrors, the Great Sage or Satan, Kim Se-jun has to admit this enemy is on a completely terrifying level. The only person he could even compare to this overwhelming presence is the principal of the Transcendence Academy herself. As Kim Se-jun tries to hide his trembling, the others gasp in shock. Could this really be the legendary Azure Emperor? Is it really him, the head of the Truth Sect, the very religion that ended the cataclysm and saved humanity? With hundreds of millions of followers worldwide, they rule the globe, and sitting at the absolute peak is the Azure Emperor himself. The Emperor speaks, stating this meeting was never destined. He suspects the Dark Saints' interference brought them all here. Could chance and necessity have woven a new fate? Regardless, he tells Kim Se-jun that his ultimate end won't be decided today. With that, the Emperor walks right past them. The cultists bow low at his feet, leaving Kim Se-jun frustrated by their sheer power. He muses that he should have prepared better, but this fate is not something he wishes to witness. A vortex begins forming. The swirling vortex expands, swallowing the cultists as they vanish one by one. Jimin looks on in absolute disbelief. Mass teleportation, that should be impossible. Suddenly, Kim Se-jun lunges forward, pointing his spear straight at the fleeing Emperor. The Azure Emperor effortlessly blocks the thrust. Gritting his teeth, Kim Se-jun drives his spear forward, but his opponent simply creates another barrier. The Emperor calmly asks if he is rushing to his death. Annoyed, Kim Se-jun snarls at him for acting tough while running away. With a furious thrust, Kim Se-jun declares he has no intention of letting him escape so easily. His spear flares with blinding light. The intense blue energy blazes even brighter. The Azure Emperor is caught off guard as Kim Se-jun presses the attack. He watches Kim Se-jun advance, murmuring that while the boy far exceeds his expectations, he is still nothing more than a fool. The Emperor's dark vortex slowly consumes Kim Se-jun's blue mana. Clenching his fist, he completely snuffs out the remaining magic. Se-jun stands frozen in the sudden silence. With the magic gone, the Azure Emperor coldly raises his hand. Sensing extreme danger, Se-jun tries to move, but his body is paralyzed. Then in a flash, he breaks free and teleports behind him. He swings a strike, shocking the Emperor. He managed to overcome the oppressive pressure, even if the attack itself was weak. The Emperor demands to know if Irina was the one who taught him that technique, adding that it isn't easily mastered. Se-jun is stunned. How does this man know his principal? He demands to know exactly who he is facing. Surprised, the Emperor asks if Irina never mentioned him. Angered by the cryptic words, Se-jun raises his spear once more. If she didn't tell him, he decides he will force the answers out himself. Se-jun darts forward, striking from behind again. The Emperor is genuinely surprised as the spearhead lunges at him. A massive shockwave erupts as he braces against the force. Clenching his fist to hold his ground, the Emperor summons multiple glowing swords. Se-jun grits his teeth, bracing for impact. He frantically blocks the barrage. Staring coldly, the Emperor mutters that he refuses to accept a twisted destiny. He admits he originally planned to use Se-jun as bait for his play, only for the Dark Saint to interfere. That sudden move throws the Black Saint right into Se-jun, slamming him hard against the wall. Se-jun grits his teeth in pure rage. "Get off," he growls. Right ahead, the black-robed figures prepare to teleport as the swirling vortex grows too strong for Se-jun to break free. He is completely pinned beneath the Black Saint. The others are powerless to help while the Azure Emperor coldly turns his back on them. He mutters that the first Transcendent failed but vows his own path will be different. Se-jun struggles to his feet, raising his spear. "You think I will let you escape?" he roars. Blue magic flares along his spear, but the villain scoffs, declaring that everything ends right here. Clenching his fists, the enemy triggers a massive cave-in. Debris flies as the cave collapses, horrifying the crowd outside. They stare in shock at the collapsed entrance. Kwakwu and the Dream Team realize there is no time to lose. They must move immediately to clear the rubble. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoes through the panic. She warns everyone to stand back. They watch in surprise as a spark ignites, exploding into massive flames. A hand reaches out from the burning rubble. Jin gasps in relief that they barely survived, while Hun whimpers. Hun says he couldn't have held on much longer. Worried onlookers rush to Kwakwu, who insists he is fine. He tells them to move quickly. A girl rushes to support Se-jun, asking if he is okay. Se-jun assures her he can still hold on, then anxiously asks Minu how Among is doing. Minu replies that while Among is still breathing, his condition is critical. The girl warns Se-jun not to overexert himself. She tells Se-jun to leave the cleanup to the association and return to the village immediately. Both he and Among need urgent treatment. The scene shifts to Kwebina, who happily walks alone. Whistling happily, Kwebina thinks of his sister, but watch how fast this innocent moment gets completely shattered. He runs toward his house, eager to share the news. But suddenly he freezes, staring at thick rising smoke. Trembling, the boy wonders how this happened. Kwebina rushes inside and finds his sister lying motionless. He screams her name, Equina, bursting into tears as he cradles her. He cries out that he is finally here. Shaking, he tells her they can go to Korea together, where she can finally get treated and become healthy. Kwebina holds out a shining diamond, weeping as he tells her he can now buy her everything she needs. Tears stream down his face, questioning why their happiness was stolen. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupts his grief. Wilson spots the boy muttering in surprise. He thought they cleared out everyone and wonders how there is a survivor. Wilson angrily turns to his accomplice, snapping at him to do his job properly and leave no loose ends. It is a direct order, and if they mess up, their employers might kill them. Kwebina shakes with boiling rage. He demands to know what they did to Equina. Wilson sneers, ordering his partner to finish him. The assassin raises his weapon, warning the kid, but Kwebina quickly grabs a heavy stone. He hurls it at the man's leg, knocking him down. Kwebina pounces on him, screaming that he will kill him. Wilson frantically orders his partner to finish the brat. Driven by pure grief, Kwebina repeatedly strikes with the stone. He screams at him to die for murdering his sister. The man kicks him away, cursing the brat. He raises his weapon to strike. Kwebina looks up, braced for the end. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes. The newcomer demands to know what they are doing. The killers stammer apologies. Meanwhile, Jin Cheon notes his plan worked. He figured wiping out the village would draw out his target. But Kwebina's hate-filled face brings a dark smile. This is an unexpected harvest. Jin Cheon chuckles. Wilson tries to explain the task is nearly done but gets cut off. He demands to know why these fools slaughtered innocent children. Wilson freezes, completely taken aback. Without hesitation, Jin Cheon ruthlessly executes both men. He then approaches Kwebina, extending his hand. Kwebina looks up in confusion, wondering who this savior is. Taking his hand, he decides it doesn't matter. All that matters is that this man just avenged Equina. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson light envelops them. Jin Cheon licks his lips in satisfaction at the boy's immense rage, sensing his absolute hatred and envy. The sins of wrath and envy run deep, resonating perfectly with Jin Chion's own dark powers. He has finally found the perfect vessel. Meanwhile, Kwaku's search party arrives and freezes in shock. Before them lies the ruined village reduced to ash. Kwaku immediately orders the team to search for survivors. A hand grabs Se-jun to stop him, but he coldly demands they let go. The girl asks where he's going in this condition. Even if you go, you cannot do anything, Se-jun says hesitantly. But Hyun stops him. Wait, she says gently, touching Yina's face. Hyun declares she is still alive. She turns to Se-jun, explaining that the child's soul has not departed yet. Suddenly, a wine glass shatters on the floor of a grand mansion. Akudo Apo is in a furious rage, smashing everything. Why haven't those truth sect bastards contacted me yet? He wonders if they actually killed the rebel leader. His massive rage flares up violently, and he cannot calm down even after greedily swallowing every single one of those diamonds. Akudo Apo falls to the floor in sheer panic, stammering in confusion. What on earth is this? A man stands before him, speaking with pure mockery. Long time no see, Jinshan says with a malicious grin. He warns that calling guards is useless since he already cleared them out. Apo backs away, trembling with fear. What do you want, diamonds? I can give you as many as you want. Jinshan spreads his arms wide. Speaking cheerfully, he tells him not to worry. I have no intention of making things hard for you. He points behind him as a boy walks in. There is just someone else who wants to meet you. The skinny boy in a tank top looks completely full of hatred. This is Guabana, muttering that those bastards ruined everything. Apo's eyes widen as he sweats in sheer terror. Guavana keeps advancing his intense aura, ready to swallow him whole. Then Yina would not have died. Apo backs away, his face pale as he begs the boy to wait. Take all the money you want, just stay away. Meanwhile, in another scene, Yina is barely breathing. A gentle glow surrounds her. Hyun is focusing her magic on Yina's body, while Se-jun paces back and forth, anxious. How is she high and feels completely helpless? I have managed to bind her soul, but one day is her absolute limit. Hearing the terrible news, Se-jun crosses his arms, his expression becoming incredibly serious as he thinks. What about the others? Did no one else survive besides Yaza? Jung Ji-min closes his eyes, sweating in disappointment. He explains that he searched everywhere but found nothing. Damn it, he mutters. Yina still lies motionless. Despite trying every method, she does not wake up. A normal doctor or priest probably cannot save Yina now. Se-jun considers another option. If only he could attend Hoa Tuo's advanced lecture to gain transcendent healing. A transcendence power only works on their students. With Hoa Tuo's help, he could treat her himself, but he cannot gamble with Yina's life like this. Se-jun quickly calculates his options and timing. The flight alone from Korea to South Africa takes 15 hours. He dials the only person who can save her. That would be the legendary medicine saint. Gwaku also approaches Se-jun, anxiously asking how things are going. As the two discuss Yina's critical condition, Se-jun quickly reveals his current plan of action. I contacted the medicine saint in Korea. He is coming immediately. Gwaku feels quite relieved by this. Then we will send someone to pick him up, Gwaku says. Suddenly, a panicked messenger bursts in. Captain Gwaku, President Akudo Apo, has been captured. Well, now things are getting messy as Gwaku demands details in shock. The messenger explains that he just heard the news from Johannesburg and does not know all the details. But after a massive commotion at the mansion, Apo was dragged away bloody. Do they know who did it? The messenger quickly relays what he heard. Witnesses saw their faces, but they were complete strangers. All they know is it was a man and a small boy. Se-jun is surprised and asks for their location. The man hesitates but says he can find it. Du-woo steps up, asking if he plans to go alone. Du-woo asks if he plans to go alone, but Se-jun decisively refuses, leaving both of them completely stunned. Kaden steps forward, highly frustrated that they are being left behind and cannot help him in this battle. He asks if it is because they are too weak and would only get in the way. Se-jun looks thoughtful and immediately corrects him, saying they are actually very strong and reliable companions. Kaden still cannot understand. Then why? Suddenly, the Black Saint steps forward, his voice deep and solemn. He reveals that it is a trap as he hobbles forward on a crutch, his injured body supported by Jung Ji-min. He explains that when he was captured, he overheard the Truth Sect's plan to use him as bait. He warns that they are using him as bait and that Se-jun will face real danger this time. Se-jun remains completely determined to go regardless, quietly stating that he has a crucial promise to keep. His firm expression leaves no room for argument. That is why he must go alone. The other four stand completely frozen by Se-jun's unexpected answer. Meanwhile, Kwaku has already mapped out the target's exact location. He points directly at the map. Combining every lead from the team, this is the most likely spot. Johannes looks incredibly grateful. He thanks Kwaku for the vital intel. But Kwaku shakes his head. He feels he should apologize for talking so big earlier. He promised to be useful, yet did so little. Kwaku of the Cosmic Star reaches out to shake Se-jun's hand, wishing him luck. They share a firm grip of pure determination. As they part, Du-woo expresses his feelings to Se-jun in his typical sulky way. He warns Se-jun that if he goes and dies again, he will never forgive him. With that, Se-jun quickly dashes off. He rushes forward, soon arriving at the designated coordinates. The streets are dead silent without a single soul in sight. Then Se-jun spots a man lying face down on the asphalt. This must be the chairman who was reportedly dragged away. Suddenly, Kwabena appears right behind him. Se-jun turns around to find the boy but cannot sense any human presence remaining. Kwabena's body radiates a suffocating, murderous aura. To Se-jun, the boy now looks like a twisted vessel of monstrous sins. The corrupted kid mutters that he just wants everyone to die. Hearing this, Se-jun speaks to the boy in a gentle tone. He softly admits that when he heard rumors of a young boy traveling with a mysterious man, he prayed it wasn't him. But the immense hatred and dark aura shrouding Kwabena seem completely unstoppable. The boy stares back with an expressionless, cold face. He coldly demands Se-jun get out of the way, warning that he does not want to fight his old friend. Se-jun explains that Aquina is actually still alive, but Kwabena refuses to believe it immediately, shouting that it is a lie. Se-jun completely understands the boy's skepticism. He knows Aquina was in a critical near-dead state when they last saw her. As Se-jun gently reasons with him, Kwabena freezes. Se-jun quickly adds that the saint of medicine is already on the way. They are coming from Korea to treat her right now. Only now does Kwabena calm down, whispering if it is true. Suddenly, Jinan sneers from a balcony above, mockingly asking the kid if he actually believes that nonsense, shocking Se-jun completely. With his usual arrogant attitude, Jinan greets Se-jun, calling him a mutated creature and noting it has been quite a while. He tells them to stop joking, accusing Se-jun of being incredibly cruel for fabricating such a blatant, heartless lie. He urges the boy not to let himself be played like a puppet by those in power ever again. He reminds Kwabena that he literally saw his sister's corpse with his own eyes, claiming Se-jun is just mocking him. Jinan ruthlessly tears open the boy's emotional wounds, urging him to lose control and slaughter the liar standing before him. His poisonous words chip away at the kid's sanity. He tells Kwabena to give them back exactly what they deserve. Se-jun panics as a fierce battle aura ignites within him. He cannot stand by and watch this manipulation any longer. Jinan lunges forward in a fury, screaming at Se-jun for interfering. Se-jun meets him head-on, his own eyes flashing with rage. While they clash violently, Kwabena remains trapped in a state of utter mental chaos, clutching his head in sheer agony. Jinan mockingly asks Se-jun how he likes the masterpiece of a drama he painstakingly prepared just for him. He continues to taunt Se-jun, proudly revealing how he maliciously implanted pure envy and hatred deep inside the boy's fragile mind. But as Se-jun can see, those overwhelming feelings have not yet succeeded in entirely swallowing the boy's consciousness. It turns out the innate goodness in his heart is acting as a stubborn shield, blocking the madness from taking over. Jinan flashes a smug, sinister grin. He asks if Se-jun knows there is a perfect trigger to shatter that barrier. A single spark is all it takes to completely demolish the boy's mental defenses in the blink of an eye. Even while trading blows with Se-jun, he relentlessly whispers horrific thoughts to awaken the beast inside the boy. He commands him to stop hesitating and finish it, muttering that the pathetic fool is not even worthy of living. Kwabena's resolve begins to crumble. His mind echoes with the dark thought that they truly do not deserve to live. Se-jun frantically analyzes the villain's words. He grows incredibly anxious, wondering what this supposed trigger could possibly be. Surely it cannot be what he thinks. Meanwhile, Jinan continues to chant toxic commands to fully bend the boy's will. He whispers that taking a life is the ultimate sin. The exact moment he crosses that line, the dam breaks. His mental barrier will crumble, allowing his inner demon to awaken completely. Kwabena unconsciously takes a step toward Akato Apo. Slamming his hands onto the cracked ground, Kwabena unleashes all the stored resentment and rage burning within his fragile body. He vows to make them suffer the agony of watching everything they love slip away, completely powerless to stop it. Se-jun screams in absolute panic for him to stop. He desperately tries to reach the boy before it is too late. He warns him that becoming a murderous monster will only break Aquina's heart, but Jinan suddenly lunges with his sword. The brutal blow blasts Se-jun backward. Absolutely ridiculous. Even after taking that sliding strike, he still desperately tries to persuade the boy. Save his remaining humanity. Your hands were not made to murder your own kind, he pleads. Do not stain them with blood. Jinchon merely smirks. Sacrificing a single life to save thousands of other people is a small price. Do you have any idea how many lives that monster has already stolen by now? He keeps feeding the boy poisonous words, fueling his deep resentment. Overwhelmed, poor Kwabena collapses to the ground, clutching his head in agony. Just destroy him, and thousands of innocent souls will be spared from death. The boy wavers, whispering his doubts. Seeing this hesitation, the villain sneers. You foolish brat, still hesitating now. It seems your admiration for this pathetic hero runs much deeper than I ever expected. Smelling an easy victory, Se-jun starts assessing the situation. But before he can even act, an enraged Jincheon unleashes a lethal crimson blast, sending Se-jun crashing backward. If he watches you get utterly obliterated right now, maybe his mind will finally change. Debris rains down from the brutal shockwave. Struggling to block that blow, Se-jun panics. The enemy has reached a completely different level of power. I mean, just look at that oppressive aura. His raw strength is no joke. He is a transcendent threat now. Forced to defend himself, Se-jun prepares his final trump card, the Divine Spear. Unification technique. A sneer of pure contempt plays on Jincheon's lips as Se-jun desperately thrusts his weapon forward. But to his absolute horror, Jincheon stands completely unfazed. He does not even budge under the relentless assault. That sinister smile never fades. Did he really just choose not to defend? In the end, it was all useless. Jincheon counters with a massive wide-area blast, sending a brilliant crimson pillar erupting high toward the heavens. Like a massive bomb detonating, Se-jun is left collapsed in the crater, sweating profusely in total breathless disbelief. His eyes fill with doubt as Jincheon arrogantly raises his sword, declaring that Se-jun is utterly powerless. Asking if Se-jun already knows his own weakness, Jincheon casually watches debris scatter as invisible shockwaves ripple. The villain slowly marches toward Quaebina, footsteps heavy. He speaks in that same arrogant, deeply condescending tone. Humans are truly foolish creatures, struggling in utter despair even when they know defeat is absolutely inevitable. Quaebina looks up in absolute shock. Seizing the golden moment, the tyrant continues to poison the boy's mind. This is the ultimate harsh reality of this cruel world. Everything was already decided from the very beginning. And who decided it? The absolute powerhouse standing right in front of you. He flashes a wicked grin. Backing the boy into a corner, he commands him to end it. Sure, killing him won't bring your sister back, but it will prevent this tragedy from ever happening to anyone else. He hands his blade over to the boy. Quaebina takes the heavy hilt with trembling hands, believing the pain his sister Ix suffered can finally end. Whispering in his ear, he urges him to wipe out this filthy world where all effort is meaningless. Finally gathering his senses, Se-jun staggers forward, shouting at the villain to shut his mouth while gripping his spear with one hand. Jincheon merely mocks him, wondering how he still has the strength to even stand up. Se-jun mentally wrestles with the villain's words. Deep down, he knows the harsh reality isn't entirely wrong. This world is far from the bright, beautiful fantasy they imagined, and he cannot shake that dark truth. Honestly, you can't even blame Se-jun here. In a world this cruel, sometimes you just want to give up entirely. He flashes back to his youth, remembering those dark days when no comfort could ease his heavy heart. Crying out for his mother, working grueling manual jobs where even his best efforts led him absolutely nowhere. Saving every penny for the academy while drowning in debt, he had remained stubbornly determined to chase his dream. He believed hard, grueling work would eventually buy him a better future. But then he remembers the despair. The dark times he was injured, wanting to quit, collapse, and never drag himself back up again. He remembers faking a smile for Uncle Manchon, pretending he was totally fine and ready to start over. Then he remembers Quaebina's solemn promise to Ix, swearing never to give up. Suddenly, everything clicks for him. He finally understands exactly why looking at Quaebina always made his own chest feel so incredibly heavy. Staring at the helpless boy is like staring straight into a mirror of his own painful past. Jincheon sneers again, asking what pathetic speech he will use to sway the kid this time around. Are you going to spew more cheap, self-deluding philosophies about finding light in the pitch dark? Money, is it? Se-jun snaps back, declaring that is exactly why he despises preachy lectures. But this actually has real value. Jincheon's eyes widen in sheer shock. What? Se-jun keeps arguing, his voice filled with deep, raw humanity. Even if a heart is filled with pure darkness and is far from beautiful, it still has its own worth. He stays honest, knowing it drives people forward, to live with relentless desire and absolute effort. Suddenly, a blinding flash of brilliant light erupts, clearly revealing the two figures standing right in front of each other. Jincheon tenses up, grinding his teeth in frustration, demanding to know what is happening. Is it lightning? He quickly dismisses his own thought. No, is Se-jun's face illuminated perfectly in that radiant glow, with his fists clenched tight in sheer determination. This is something Jincheon has never had to face in his entire life. The light completely envelops Se-jun. Jincheon stares in absolute disbelief, cold sweat dripping down his face. What? In an instant, the very air tears open, creating a massive rift. He watches Se-jun unleash his power, wondering what kind of insane force this actually is. A brilliant beam strikes directly at him. Caught off guard, Jincheon grinds his teeth to block the hit. You bastard, fine, let us settle this once and for all. Meanwhile, Se-jun quickly realizes his own weakness. He cannot just rely on raw striking power. Watching Jincheon block, he analyzes the power that regenerates the twisted entity's body. It is the magic of the raging heart. The mana inside it is nearly infinite, but there is definitely a limit to this vortex of power. There is no such thing as perfect immortality, and that is where his plan begins. Jin Xion fires back with a massive energy blast, nearly overwhelming Se-jun's attack. It is completely useless, he boasts, arrogantly claiming to be a god who reached transcendence and ultimate pride. You think you are some champion of justice? Do not make me laugh. You are nothing but a filthy, pathetic human. Se-jun fires right back, mocking his mindset. If you are human, then show off those filthy human desires. Not everyone sells their soul to chase greed like you do. Triggered by these stinging words, Jin Xion grinds his teeth in rage. Se-jun presses on. A twisted freak who only brings out the worst of humanity could never understand. It is time to end this game. Jin Xion turns sharply to Kuebina and demands to know what the boy is doing. Stop wasting time and finish him off. The intense pressure weighs heavily on the young kid who raises his dagger. He is ready to strike. Kill him, the voices scream as Se-jun desperately calls out to Kuebina. A devastating attack flies towards Se-jun. Jin Xion screams at him not to run, warning others not to interfere. Kuebina raises his dagger high, about to make a move he can barely even control himself. Why is Se-jun going this far? They are complete strangers. Why does he care? What is he to this man? He is just some kid Se-jun could have easily ignored. The boy struggles internally, wondering if everything ends right here. Jin Xion relentlessly pressures him to use the blade. Just one clean strike, he insists. You can do this. He promises the kid a bright future. Once this is all over, they can head to Korea together. He promises to speak to people to help him. Kuebina trembles violently, utterly hating this terrible situation. He absolutely loathes it. Why must they go so far? Why do something so incredibly pointless? He cannot do it. Tears stream down his face. Why force such a painful choice on him? He simply cannot. Jin Xion delivers a heavy blow to Se-jun before rushing back to Kuebina, trying to awaken his inner beast. What are you doing? He demands. That man killed your sister. Do not tell me you actually believe him. Jin Xion completely loses his cool as his plan falls apart. He screams, fine, let us say she is still alive. Even if she did not die, the fact remains that he tried to kill her. So finish him. Jin Xion pressures him, reminding him of the power he received. But Kuebina still lacks the courage. The boy stammers and Jin Xion loses his patience. Enough, he snaps, grabbing the boy to inject dark thoughts. Die, he snarls. Suddenly, Se-jun strikes from behind with a surprise attack, aiming for a finishing blow. Jin Xion crashes violently into a crumbling wall. He glares back in agony, realizing the boy is also badly hurt, lying in Se-jun's arms. He weakly asks if Kuebina is truly alive. Se-jun softly reassures him. She is alive but critical, but once the Dark Star Master arrives, she will be fine. Trust me. Thank goodness, the boy mutters weakly. Se-jun looks on in worry. The forced activation of sinful power is intensifying, rapidly. In tears, Kuebina forces a sad, guilty smile, admitting it is shameless of him to ask, but begs Se-jun to please take care of his sister. Kuebina is only sick, but she can do anything. The boy whispers his final words as if his end is near. Se-jun grits his teeth in pain, comforting the kid, who says he was glad they met. You are not going to die, Se-jun promises as Kuebina breathes heavily. Se-jun stands up, his mind clouded with heavy worries. Once sin begins to run rampant, it becomes completely unstoppable. However, if the power of sin can be severed from Kuebina, Jin Xion stands in the distance wearing a slightly timid smirk. Se-jun grits his teeth as dark emotions surge and his mind begins to blur. Normally, he would avoid letting emotions consume him, but this time he will not suppress the boiling fury inside. Kuebina lies motionless, but some strange force seems to pull at him as whispering voices echo around the boy. Se-jun calls out to the sins, welcoming them to a much more comfortable place than their current host. Soon, even Se-jun himself starts feeling the heavy toll. A dark aura wraps around his body and his head pounds with an unbearable, agonizing pressure. Jin Xion watches smugly from across the field, mockingly wondering if this foolish mortal really believes absorbing the sins is a grand sacrifice. He assumes Se-jun is just blindly taking the boy's place to die, completely underestimating the absolute madness of the sins. The villain sneers, analyzing the scene and gloating that once the madness takes over, Se-jun will only end up killing the kid. Instead of saving him, he will destroy him. Yet Se-jun gently pats Kuebina's head, showing a warmth that stands in stark contrast to his fading humanity. He softly reassures the boy, asking if he wants to go somewhere safe. Kuebina quickly nods yes, leaving Jin Xion utterly bewildered. Nothing is going according to his predictions as he panics. He cannot fathom how Se-jun is maintaining sanity. Driven to near madness himself, Jin Xion struggles to sense the sins. Even surrounded by a terrifying dark force, the young hero shows absolutely no signs of being consumed by the corruption. Se-jun stands completely unfazed, defying all logic. Jin Xion watches in absolute disbelief, wondering if he is actively suppressing the madness. As Se-jun slowly steps forward, a wave of fear washes over the villain. An ordinary human should never be able to control this. The mental wall of calmness should have crumbled by now. But Se-jun stands firm, and this is where things get truly wild. He calmly points out that humans do not always think positively. That struggle is not unique to him, but shared by everyone. Xiang could never understand this, but Se-jun possesses an incredibly sharp mind, instantly decoding the root of all human sin. Pride, wrath, envy, gluttony, sloth, lust, and greed are held back only by the ultimate spiritual barrier of the mind. It keeps humanity from being swallowed by darkness. Se-jun calms his racing thoughts, realizing he once misunderstood the true essence. He now understands that calmness is not about blocking thoughts. After all, the teachings of Buddha are built on emptiness. Impermanence does not mean a mind completely devoid of distracting thoughts, just like the legendary equanimity of Professor Buddha. The state of peace, he has finally realized, is not about erasing negative emotions from existence entirely. Instead, it is about mastering them. Se-jun fully embraces this ultimate truth, remaining completely unshaken by any dark thoughts. True strength is not escaping negative feelings, but standing firm as an anchor through the storm. No one is perfect. While calmness may be the ultimate mental system, even the ultimate states have their own unique flaws. The sacred lotus loved by the Buddha paradoxically blooms from the absolute filthiest mud, a beautiful flower rising from darkness. In the same way, the brightest hope always blooms from the deepest despair, leaving Jinqian staring in utter disbelief. Sin itself is not inherently evil, but simply a reflection of normal human emotions that everyone possesses. They only turn into true sins when expressed through harmful actions. Cold sweat drips down Jinqian's face. He gasps that he can no longer feel the power of sin, while Se-jun remains completely calm and unbothered. As long as one does not linger in those dark feelings, Se-jun's eyes burn with an unwavering, brilliant light. The two sins are fully subdued. Caught in a reverse hypnosis, Jinqian shakes with absolute boiling rage. He grits his teeth, questioning if he is actually feeling fear. Unleashing his dark energy, he declares himself a god. He activates his Dragon Slayer sword art first form illusion sword, screaming for Se-jun to die as invisible blades slash forward. Yet Se-jun stands completely motionless. The tension here is absolutely insane as Satan constantly analyzes the incoming strike. He notes that any physical attack combined with magic amplification must perfectly align to unleash absolute explosive force. This energy explosion requires the margin of error between both forces to be exactly zero. Satan sneers mockingly. He knows this legendary realm is impossible to reach intentionally, a feat even the most supreme beings struggle to replicate. Even transcendent beings usually give up after a single try, but what if Se-jun can actually pull it off? What if he achieves a perfect zero-error state? As Satan speaks, Jinqian's sword flies at terrifying speed. He steps into an infinite realm of martial arts beyond human logic, violently warping the very fabric of space. A wave of terrifying power surges. He continues charging forward, his aura nothing short of extraordinary. He flashes a wicked smirk. With a sly grin, even the word transcendent feels too weak. Jinqian is completely stunned, jaw dropped. Finally, Se-jun delivers a finishing blow. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 7th form, 10,000 miles. The space itself begins to warp. Sucked into the massive vortex, he struggles to fight. Blasted backward, Se-jun's expression turns completely blank. He almost got dragged into that dimensional boundary. The 10,000 miles move taught by the Great Sage should not be this insanely strong. Thick black liquid drips from his weapon. He wonders if absorbing the powers of the two deadly sins pushed him to this level. Did he somehow reach the release realm? Jinqian is battered so badly his deformed body is unrecognizable. He screeches in fury. A dark purple light web spreads rapidly, sweeping everywhere now. His face twists into a monstrous grimace while sharp claws sprout from his hands, morphing him into a beastly creature. He roars that he will show him the price of defying a god. Se-jun already expected this massive surge of energy. Calmly, he remarks that Jinqian is indeed incredibly arrogant. Se-jun slowly drags his blade forward, releasing a hidden power. A bright crimson aura flares up directly opposing Jinqian's dark purple energy. The fierce red light completely overwhelms the shadow. Now watch, they crash into a brutal clash with pure murderous intent. Se-jun is incredibly proud of his legendary sword. Jinqian had his suspicions, and it really is a transcendent weapon. He demands to know how Se-jun got a real Excalibur. The villain is no pushover either. His weapon has been upgraded since their last fight, leaving no gap between their gears. His eyes glow with madness. This means the outcome now relies entirely on the absolute skill level of the wielders. Se-jun slashes his sword forward with terrifying speed, unleashing a sharp strike that is completely packed with lethal intent. Jinqian turns wild, baring razor-sharp teeth. He screams that he is a god, looking down on all living things to be worshipped. He charges ahead at lightning speed, but things do not go his way. He screams at Se-jun to get that thing away from him. Se-jun remains completely calm. He notes that he has already figured out a way to erase him forever, his gaze turning razor-sharp. Even if a regular attack can defeat him, it would not completely obliterate him. He leaps high over Jinchon's head. The villain barely dodges and counters with a swift strike. Suddenly, a mysterious, overwhelming power begins to wrap around him. He gasps in disbelief, wondering what this is. Green sprouts emerge, enveloped in a gentle divine light. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear 8th Form Myriad Images. Jinchon panics, screaming at the top of his lungs. Talk about absolute panic. He swings his blade wildly while Se-jun raises his sword to summon his ultimate move. Unleashing Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear 9th Form, Heaven and Earth collapse. A massive destructive shockwave erupts. Jinchon is blasted far into the distance, utterly defeated and rendered completely powerless. His face begins to split right down the middle. Yet he desperately clings to his delusion of being a supreme god who rules over all. He wonders why this is happening. Se-jun leans in close and growls that he knows exactly how to deal with someone like him. His sword pierces straight through Jinchon's chest. Se-jun whispers that he is just a mortal, but the vast void has no limits. It is the origin of all things, with no beginning and no end, completely undetectable to arrogant gods. Though it appears empty, the perfect harmony of the void creates life energy, meaning it is never truly empty at all. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear 3rd Form Ultimate Void. The villain screams in agony as a blinding light erupts. A red orb drops to the ground. Se-jun sighs, realizing that even a fighting Buddha is still a Buddha in the end. Se-jun stumbles forward, completely drained of energy, leaning on his sword just to keep his balance. He wonders what kind of crazy weapon his master actually ended up creating. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoes loudly through the air. It belongs to Quebina, who is running over in a panic. He finds Se-jun collapsed on the ground. The young boy drops to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he screams in despair. His cries echo. Meanwhile, the observer appears. It seems he previously had some trouble dealing with Se-jun. He has returned. Se-jun calls out, asking if the observer went on a business trip to another dimension. Happily scratching his head, Se-jun keeps rambling, saying he thought the old man had run off to another world. The observer sighs, asking why he has to hide here just to look at his annoying face again. He wonders how Se-jun even managed to return. Se-jun just chuckles and asks if he is not watching everything. The observer complains, wondering why this kid cannot just achieve transcendence in a normal way. He points his finger angrily, yelling that he saw everything, but simply could not believe his own eyes. That is my line, actually. Is Se-jun really this sly? He figures he could have squeezed even more out of the old man, who scolds him in irritation. You little brat, why is your head only filled with plans to rip me off the second you get a chance? What do you mean rip off? This is just fair compensation for our agreement. If outsiders heard, they would misunderstand. Misunderstand my foot? You clearly wanted to squeeze me dry. The observer rubs his face in sheer exhaustion and waves his hand to signal him to stop. Forget it, a promise is a promise. I will give you one free pass, so just get lost already. Se-jun is curious. Why did you hand it over so easily this time? If I do not, you will just throw a tantrum and make me rip my stomach open. Take it and get out of my sight. The ultimate weapon made by Great Sage is made of 9 breaths and 3 transformations. Now that both have been locked and registered into the law of causality, you can never come back here. The observer crosses his arms, looking completely firm. Farewell, you brat, meeting you was pure bad luck. I hope I never see you again. But Se-jun just smirks and asks back, are you sure you want to kick me out like that? I have a feeling I will be dropping by this boundary space a few more times. The old man gasps in shock, demanding to know what he just said. But he quickly stops himself, realizing he might get dragged into Se-jun's pace. This kid is insanely sly. Se-jun casually explains that while receiving a free pass is great, it would probably make things tough for the observer. So he is offering a special discount. A limited time deal just for him. After all, this place is basically the observer's home. Dropping by uninvited all the time would just be impolite. The observer scoffs, asking since when he ever cared about being polite. He crosses his arms and tells him to stop talking nonsense, reminding him that there is absolutely no way he can return. But Se-jun just feigns surprise, asking if the observer already knew that. He shrugs, admitting he used to think the same thing. His skill this time around is far more powerful than expected. Se-jun keeps talking, not caring whether the observer believes him. He is just putting a fair deal on the table. If the observer does not want it, he will not force him. In that case, he will just take one free pass per visit with 0 discounts. The old man squints. What kind of skill did he learn? Se-jun replies that he cannot tell him. Damn it. The observer is losing his patience here. How many more times can he visit? He smirks, declaring he can come back at least 8 more times. The observer is so stunned he blurts out a curse. Since the dawn of creation, this is the very first time the absolute will of the observer manifested as a swear word. And yes, that is now a permanent part of history. The observer glares, shouting at Se-jun to stop playing games with him. 8 times. If he is going to lie, he should at least make it believable. Hearing this, Se-jun just licks his lips. He knew the old man would not fall for it easily. In his mind, Se-jun recalls his previous narrow escape in the boundary space. A wave of panic hits him, remembering when he was almost pulled into the void while using the seventh breath. If he could perfectly fuse that mystery into the heavenly moon meteorite spear, he could theoretically bypass the law of causality. Should he perfectly fuse the mystery of collision into the heavenly moon meteorite spear, then theoretically it was entirely possible to bypass the law of causality itself. However, the biggest issue is that there is absolutely no guarantee it will work. Se-jun's next words make the observer jump in shock. "You already know that I once visited the Supreme Academy, right?" Standing in front of him, Se-jun reaches out his hand and continues. "By chance, I caught a glimpse of what the principal was doing. She executed the absolute most unbelievable technique in the entire world. Just how mind-blowing was it, you might ask?" The observer crosses his arms, listening intently. Se-jun winks at him playfully and continues talking to the old man. "Do not get me wrong, I was not peeping. The principal did not know a thing." Se-jun says this, but in his head, he knows words alone will never convince him. Yet there is only one reason the observer has not kicked him out. The old man is telling himself that there is no way this is possible. But what if it actually is? Hearing Se-jun speak, the observer is furious but has no other choice. He has to think this through very carefully. A technique learned from Irina. If that is true, then let alone 8 times, he might return 100 times. As the two of them stand face to face, Se-jun breaks the silence first and makes his cheeky offer. "Let us start with about 5 free passes." 6. Hearing this, the observer stays silent, lost in his thoughts. Se-jun takes immediate advantage of the hesitation to raise the price, suggesting they just make it 8 passes instead. Hearing that, the observer grabs Se-jun by his collar, hurriedly shouting that they are locking it in at 6 passes. Accepting the deal, he claims he is losing out on this, but agrees anyway since the old man worked hard. Now that they have a deal, the observer quickly records this exact moment of causality to lock it in. He declares he will record everything they just discussed. But the moment he finishes speaking, Se-jun cheerfully speaks up again. A reminder. "Oh right, that plan was meant for future scenarios. This current visit is actually a completely separate issue. Right, that makes 7 in total." Hearing this, the observer frowns and says he will record the causality Se-jun just mentioned. With their deal officially struck, Se-jun immediately unleashes his power, opening up his mystical glowing book of light. Radiant glowing letters instantly start flying out of the pages. Once finished, he hands the notebook over to the observer. Se-jun asks if it is officially approved since it is just like the Book of Thoth. The observer takes the book from him. He examines it closely and notes that it seems complete, but he still needs to verify what has been written inside. Lifting the notebook, the observer meticulously reads through every single page. Once finished, he looks up to question Se-jun. He asks if this is really the technique Se-jun claims to have learned from Irina. Se-jun puts his hands on his hips in protest. He retorts that he did not learn it from the principal. He just peeked and never claimed that specific technique was the actual force that allowed him to reach the boundary space. Se-jun flashes a quick thumbs up to continue. He tells the observer that his secret is the heavenly moon meteor spear fused with the pure mystery of physical impact. With the open book still in hand, the observer mutters that the detail has already been recorded anyway, so it does not matter. Even if a physical collision is amplified to an extraordinary degree, sheer raw power alone cannot violate the laws of causality. Once the cosmic causality has fully recorded everything, no matter how strong he gets, returning to this space is completely impossible. Hearing this grim reality, Se-jun scratches his head, nodding as he asks if that means his plan actually will not work. The observer considers this for a moment. With Se-jun admitting defeat, he calmly announces that his free tickets are now void. Sensing the sudden threat to his rewards, Se-jun immediately fires back, demanding to know what the observer means by that. A promise is a promise after all. The two instantly lock horns and the observer raises his voice in fury. He yells that there is no promise, calling this whole deal an outright scam. Se-jun starts flailing his arms in outrage. He shouts that this was a perfectly fair negotiation, but the observer refuses to back down, spitting facts of his own. No dimension in the entire multiverse would ever accept such ridiculous logic. The observer calls it absolute outright fraud. Therefore, the entire deal is void. But Se-jun's loud mouth is not shutting up, and he keeps arguing right back. He demands his 6 promised tickets, warning the old man that there is absolutely no backing out of this deal now. Shaking with absolute fury at this annoying brat, the observer can only sigh in frustration before flatly rejecting his demands. He flatly refuses to give Se-jun a single thing, prompting the cheeky kid to throw a tantrum right on the floor. Fuming with rage, the observer yells that according to Se-jun's own twisted logic, he only promised to hand over some tickets. He never actually promised to send Se-jun back to his original dimension. Now he can either live here forever or forfeit them. It is his choice. Hearing this cruel ultimatum, Se-jun desperately screams out that the old man cannot do this to him. Ignoring the dramatic tantrum, the observer turns his back on the kid and barks at him to shut up and accept it. Lying on the cold floor, Se-jun feels a genuine wave of worry wash over him. things are getting seriously tight now. He wonders if he should try shifting the boundary space again just to scare the old man or find another escape. Mid-thought, a sudden realization hits Se-jun. His eyes fly wide open. Observing the sudden silence, the old man wonders if he gave up. But Se-jun suddenly bolts upright. Right at that exact second, a strange, vibrant surge of power crackles through the air. The observer whirls around to see Se-jun with his eyes closed, focusing raw lightning directly into the palm of his hand. He remembers the feeling when the principal summoned him to the academy, realizing it felt identical to this very moment. Reaching out with both hands, he physically feels the fabric of reality tearing apart, his mind fully focused on the sensation. This is an X-rank power, a force so absolute that even cosmic causality cannot possibly track or record its existence. It is like tearing a tiny localized hole straight through dimensions, allowing him to slip right through the cosmic gaps. Se-jun can genuinely feel the physical fabric of space splitting open, a sight that leaves the observer completely stunned. Frowning in absolute disbelief, the observer begins to warn him, but Se-jun just turns back with a smug grin. He laughs, telling the old man that forcing another summon on him will just yield another free ticket. Watching the cheeky brat escape his dimensional domain, the angry observer can only curse at him as the scene shifts. Back in the real world, young Kwebina is kneeling right beside Se-jun's motionless body, tears dripping onto his hands. With a trembling voice, the crying child calls out to his brother, his entire body shaking with deep regret. He desperately apologizes over and over when a sudden voice speaks up, asking what exactly he is so sorry for. Sobbing heavily, the boy cries that it is all his fault. Just then, Se-jun opens his eyes, looks at him, and asks what he is apologizing for. Seeing Se-jun suddenly wake up like that, the boy is absolutely terrified. He falls backward on the ground and lets out a loud, frightened scream. Kwebina points a trembling hand at Se-jun, stammering to ask why he is still alive. Se-jun simply sits cross-legged on the ground. He looks at Kwebina. Did the kid actually want him to die? Hearing this, the boy immediately tries to deny it. That is not what he meant, the boy stammers through his tears. He says he thought Se-jun was dead because of him. Hearing this, Se-jun simply sighs with a gentle smile. He walks over to where the boy is sitting on the ground crying. Helping him up, Se-jun tells him they need to check on Aquina. Immediately, the scene transitions. On the other side, Se-jun's teammates are in a state of panic. Minzu anxiously asks if she is going to be alright. Resting his chin on his hand, he replies that they can only wait for now. Right at that moment, Se-jun returns. Se-jun arrives with Kwebina carrying Agudo Apo on his shoulder. Seeing him, everyone calls out his name in relief. Se-jun waves back at them. Just then, a man pulls back a curtain and steps out, momentarily stunned by the sight. He walks over to Se-jun's gathering group and greets them, asking if the young man has finally arrived. Se-jun sets Agudo Apo down on the ground and greets him back. He then looks at the medical saint and asks, "How is Aquina?" The medical saint is quick to warn them that her state is incredibly critical. Hearing this, Kwebina's face darkens with silent dread. Without a word, the boy immediately rushes toward his sister. The medical saint places his hands on his hips and tells Se-jun that if they had arrived any later, it would have been over. Inside the room, Aquina is actually sitting up. She rubs her eyes sleepily and weakly calls out to her brother. Hearing her voice, Kwebina stands completely frozen. He cannot believe his eyes as his entire body begins to tremble. He immediately rushes forward to hug his little sister. Watching this heartwarming reunion from outside, Se-jun and the others smile. It is often said by wise sages that true success is simply defined as laughing often and laughing much. Seeing the siblings reunite, Se-jun cannot help but smile, thinking that perhaps the ancient sages were slightly off today. Holding his sister tightly in his arms, Kwebina sheds tears of absolute joy as they roll down his cheeks. Outside, the sky begins to darken as the sun slowly dips below the distant hills, welcoming the evening. The scene shifts. The medical saint holds something unfamiliar in his hand, a look of complete confusion written on his face. He asks how the boy knew he would need this and if someone had guided him. Kwebina only scratches his cheek shyly. He honestly replies that he did not have the money for any lessons, so that is not the case. The medical saint is absolutely thrilled, amazed that the young boy grasped such a complex concept all on his own. Standing off to the side, Se-jun watches them, reassured that Aquina is finally going to be completely fine. He quietly slips away. With one hand in his pocket, Se-jun pulls out his phone. He notes that the Agudo Apo poison has been handled. Now that the immediate emergency is taken care of, he wonders if he should manage his newly acquired items, specifically the Caliber Sword and the Rage Heart. Suddenly, his phone screen lights up with a sudden buzz. Look at that, his screen is blowing up with 20 unread system notifications waiting for him. He opens the phone. System alerts flood the screen. He has completed training for total poison and temperature immunity. His body is now indestructible after the ultimate physical training under Instructor Atlas, achieving the Diamond Body technique. He has gained rank of poison immunity and rank of temperature immunity, wrapping up the course faster than anyone else. Moving as fast as lightning, he has also fully mastered the rank S Godspeed skill under his instructor. He has completed the course Unite with the Great Spear. Instructor Great Sage has granted him Spear Body Unity. He successfully learned the rank SS skill, Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, once again taught by Great Sage. He mastered the legendary skill Se-jun can only stare at the screen with his mouth wide open. Then a bright red warning pops up. Se-jun stares at it in confusion, wondering what this error means. The system displays an error warning stating that his current stats do not match the student's causality. More alerts flood in as the system resets causality to properly reflect his new highly transcendent stats. His rank S deception skill has evolved into rank SS, and a brand new causality is currently being recorded. Another error alert pops up warning him that his causality stems from a course that does not even exist. The system demands a mandatory course to support this causality but is unable to assign any to it. System error warning: this sector lies completely outside the reach of the Ultimate Academy system, sending error report to the support team, specifically to the Ultimate Academy Customer Support Causality Department. After a non-stop flood of these warnings, his mentor finally shows up. The guy immediately screams right in Se-jun's face. What on earth did you do? Se-jun has absolutely no idea how to react to this. He just lets out a panicked shriek. His mentor is absolutely furious, leaning in to unload a massive tirade. What is this? What did you do to completely overload the causality system, Se-jun? What did you ruin this time? Se-jun just stands there dazed. Lying flat on the ground, he raises his head and stammers, what ruined it? I didn't do a single thing. Hearing this, his mentor snaps. He yells that the entire academy is falling into absolute chaos. Se-jun stares back at his mentor, who looks dead serious with hands behind his back. Cold sweat drips down Se-jun's face. He mutters, okay, usually if something breaks at the academy, it really is my fault. And yeah, I guess this one is on me too. He scratches his head while handing his phone over for his mentor to check. He adds that all he actually got were just a few weird notifications. His mentor immediately snatches the phone right out of his hand. He stares with wide eyes, scanning every single warning on the screen. As soon as he reads through them, his jaw literally drops. He turns to Se-jun, completely shocked the causality does not match the student record. Se-jun is just as clueless, having absolutely no idea why. He complains, why are you asking me? His mentor ignores him, turning back to scroll through the other alerts on the screen. He suddenly panics again, shouting at Se-jun, what on earth is this? Se-jun can only sigh and tell him to be serious. Why keep asking me? Seeing his reaction, his mentor breaks into a cold sweat too, staring back with a deeply suspicious look. He mutters, I don't know, I've never seen anything like this. First, you pull off a Transcendent graduation and now this. Se-jun scratches his head, muttering that he really had no clue. Hearing that his mentor presses him further, demanding answers. He asks what exactly did Se-jun do to cause this insane situation. But Se-jun keeps his defense tight, insisting he did nothing. He says he really did absolutely nothing. His mentor just screams back, liar. Se-jun scratches his head and finally decides to confess. He honestly explains, all I did was meet up with the observer and score 7 pass certificates through a perfectly legal negotiation. But since that old guy was being so stingy about sending me back, I just broke out of the boundary space myself. Hearing this wild explanation, his mentor just stares at him in dead silence, completely speechless at his sheer audacity. In his head, he is screaming, yep, that is definitely your fault. After a long pause, his mentor looks utterly exhausted. He rubs his eyes, trying to process this madness. Just then, another system notification pops up right in front of them. Course list shows Shakyamuni progress at 98% plus 17.6% and Lu Dongbin progress at 98.4%. Growth course progress is 92.9% plus 63% and sensory progress is 77.7% plus 77%. Completed skills include Rank A Rebirth, Rank S Assassination, Rank S Divine Power, Rank S Void Shattering, and Rank SS Illusion Magic, along with Rank SS Dragon Heart, Rank A Poison Resistance, Rank S God Speed, and Rank SS Spear Mastery. This is insane. His mentor stares at the screen, muttering that he finally understands how this entire absolute disaster even came to be. His jaw drops as he reads further. Shakyamuni's course is at 98% and you are basically done with everything else. Even if I rub my eyes and look again, these crazy numbers do not change. Se-jun just stands there completely frozen. He quietly listens to his mentor, who desperately rubs his eyes and checks the phone screen one more time. He mumbles that there has to be a system error. Se-jun speaks up, asking, wait, didn't you say causality never glitches? His mentor snaps back, exactly, a system error is completely impossible. Se-jun opens his mouth to ask another question. He starts to ask why it happened, but his mentor screams over him, cutting him off completely before he can finish. He yells that a glitch is the only possible explanation. He shoves the phone right in front of Se-jun's face. Look at this progress on the Shakyamuni course, 98%. Does this make any sense to you at all? There is no way these numbers should even exist. His mentor's eyes are bloodshot, looking like he might actually lose his mind. Unable to explain the situation, he keeps screaming at Se-jun. This specific course is notoriously brutal, driving freshman students completely insane. Even some of the most powerful transcendent beings have failed to complete it. So how on earth did this happen? It has barely been over a single year and you were already at 98%. His mentor gets right in his face. You of all people should know how completely ridiculous this is, right, Kim Se-jun? Hearing this, Se-jun breaks out in sweat. He stammers nervously, I know it sounds totally insane, but I actually managed to pull it off. His mentor backs away. He stares at the phone with deep suspicion, slowly stepping backward. Suddenly, he tightens his fist with a look of pure rage. He winds up his arm ready to completely smash the device. I need to break this glitched-out phone right now. He claims he should have smashed that junk last time and offers to buy a new one instead of using broken scrap metal. Panicking, Se-jun immediately reaches out to stop him, grabbing both of the mentor's hands with his own to block the reckless move. He tries to prevent the senseless destruction. Wait. Calm down, mentor, he begs, desperately holding him back. The mentor struggles to break free but fails helplessly, shouting that any device reporting incorrect causality must be erased from existence. After a chaotic struggle, the mentor finally wins the battle of strength and breaks free with a triumphant grin. Smiling happily, he steps back and winds up for a massive swing, muttering that there is absolutely no way this can be real. It makes no sense at all. None. He yells, leaving Se-jun completely speechless as the mentor fumes with anger. He demands Se-jun to spit it out right now, asking what kind of crazy stunt he has pulled this time. Casually slipping the phone back into his pocket, Se-jun calmly replies that it is not actually that crazy, but there is more. But the moment he reveals Excalibur, his mentor's jaw drops to the floor as he stares at the legendary blade. He stammers, asking how Se-jun got his hands on the transcendent weapon that instructor Arthur treasures more than his own life. Se-jun casually explains that since its original owner was completely erased from existence, he simply decided to pick it up. The mentor is left utterly speechless, his mind instantly racing to a terrifying conclusion about how Se-jun obtained it. He panics. Who did it? Was it you, Kim Se-jun? Se-jun calmly nods, confirming that yes, it was. Inspecting the blade, Se-jun admits it is not very useful to him, so he wants to sell it or auction it off. He asks if there is a student auction house, which instantly makes the mentor's face go pale as a ghost. The poor guy literally collapses and faints right out of the air, prompting a confused Se-jun to call out for him. Even while completely knocked out with his eyes shut, the mentor keeps mumbling nonsense under his breath about avoiding his duties. He mutters that OD's playing crazy to escape duty will not work, forcing Se-jun to take matters into his own hands. Se-jun crouches down and lets out a deafening shout that instantly jolts the unconscious mentor right back to reality. He sits up in a daze, rubbing his head and frantically asking what on earth just happened to him. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Se-jun casually explains that he fainted the exact moment he asked about selling the legendary Excalibur. The mentor nods slowly as the memory returns, but then the gravity of the situation hits him all over again. He snaps, screaming at Se-jun and asking how he could possibly dare to murder instructor Arthur of all people. A panicked Se-jun immediately denies it. No way. Why on earth would he ever want to kill instructor Arthur? The mentor shoots him a highly suspicious look, guessing it was obviously to steal the sword and sell it off. Offended, Se-jun asks what kind of monster he thinks he is. That finally helps calm the mentor down. He still wants answers, though, asking how the weapon ended up in Se-jun's possession in the first place. Se-jun explains that it belonged to the first-year student from another dimension he mentioned before who was holding onto it. The mentor remains highly skeptical, arguing that it makes zero sense for a mere freshman to possess such a legendary historic weapon. Scratching his cheek, Se-jun admits he had the same question, but he also needs some advice on his courses. He tries to shift the conversation to course consultation, but the mentor is still stuck on the sword. Sitting down with crossed arms, the mentor thinks deeply for a moment before deciding they must handle this issue first. He insists they resolve the whole Excalibur situation first before even thinking about taking a trip to the course shop. He warns that while there is no official auction house selling Excalibur would trigger a massive war among high-ranking beings. Realizing the scale of the problem, Se-jun lets out a soft sigh while his mentor stares at him intensely. The mentor asks if he should list the weapon immediately. No way. Se-jun flatly rejects the idea. Flash a mischievous grin. Se-jun suggests they should pay a visit to the original owner, instructor Arthur, first. The scene shifts to Arthur greeting Se-jun, warmly introducing himself as Arthur Pendragon and offering to teach his legendary swordsmanship. While Arthur asks if he wants to learn the secrets of the round table, Se-jun silently reaches into his pocket. He politely declines the lesson. No, he actually wants to discuss something much more important, revealing a glowing object. The sudden bright light makes Arthur jump back in absolute shock, immediately recognizing the legendary sword in Se-jun's hand. He stammers and asks how Se-jun obtained it, but Se-jun, resting a hand on his hip, fires the question right back. Stroking his chin in deep thought, Arthur wonders aloud if the previous owner has actually been completely erased from existence. He refuses to believe it, questioning what will happen to all the borrowed causality as Se-jun watches him closely. Se-jun instantly realized something was off. His suspicions were right on the money. He closely watched Arthur's stiff, unnatural expression. Arthur looked incredibly tense. Se-jun reasoned there was no way a corrupted soul would just directly buy Excalibur. Even with enough karma, Arthur would never willingly sell his own signature god-tier weapon. Just like when he used Loki to get Gungnir, Arthur was forced to hand over Excalibur. And the person who made Arthur sell it was none other than the Great Voice. Se-jun finally spoke to break the silence. Scratching his head, he raised the legendary sword. It is not that Excalibur is bad, I just do not use swords. I am a spear wielder, so I want to sell it. Arthur gasped at his words. The mentor standing right next to Se-jun turned to look at him. Seeing Se-jun's gentle smile made the mentor's jaw drop. That overly sweet smile meant trouble was brewing. Raising his hand toward Arthur, Se-jun continued, but Excalibur is the weapon the instructor cherishes most. Squinting with a mischievous grin, he teased, selling it to a stranger feels wrong. I would feel so guilty. Guilty. The mentor scoffed at that. Since when did Se-jun have a conscience? Had his rough edges not been completely worn down since ancient times until he became a master manipulator? Se-jun held out the blade to Arthur. That is why I want to return Excalibur to you. Shocked, Arthur leaned in close with a hopeful grin. Is that true? He asked. Well, I certainly won't refuse. But Se-jun immediately pulled the sword behind his back, smiling. Of course. Resting the sword on his shoulder, Se-jun winked at Arthur, but it is not free. Before putting it up for auction, I will let you buy it first. Call it an exclusive priority purchase right. Arthur's excitement sank instantly, though he quickly composed himself. He stroked his beard, testing the waters. Fine, what is your price? Se-jun scratched his head, pretending to think hard. Usually, the seller names the price first. Se-jun flashed a single finger and winked at Arthur. Seeing the finger, Arthur immediately jumped to a conclusion. 10 trillion, excellent, I will pay right now. Se-jun put on an innocent look. 10 trillion. Excalibur is worth way more than that. Arthur frowned, realizing he had tried to lowball him. Fine, I will pay 100 trillion karma points for my own dimension. Arthur sighed, hands behind his back. 100 trillion was massive, but still within his budget. Se-jun nodded, seemingly satisfied, but his next words struck Arthur like a bolt of lightning. So you do not actually want Excalibur? Arthur stared blankly. What do you mean? Se-jun raised a finger. Let us be honest, the starting bid at auction would be 100 trillion, offering that is just cheap. Realizing his offer was rejected, Arthur desperately raised the stakes. Fine, 1 quadrillion karma points. That is my absolute limit. But Se-jun still looked completely unimpressed. Watching from the sidelines, the mentor froze. No way. Arthur bit his lip in sheer anxiety. Se-jun kept that single finger raised, but his hand was slightly open. Turning pale, the mentor finally understood why Se-jun's scamming skill was ranked SS. Keeping his finger raised, a greedy smirk crossed Se-jun's face. 1 quintillion. The mentor collapsed, literally falling over in shock. Arthur stood completely frozen on the spot. The scene shifts to a man and his mentor standing on a breezy beach as waves crash. Hands clasped behind his back, the mentor turned. Are you leaving Odir? The man nodded. Yes, I cannot break my oath any longer. Old friend, I have one final request before I go. The mentor asked what it was. Without turning around, Odir made his plea. Please, he said, turning around with a goofy face. Lend me exactly 1 quintillion karma points. Hearing this absurd demand, the mentor gasped in sheer panic, suddenly snapping back to reality. Sitting on the ground, the mentor shouted out, Where am I? Who am I? Arthur's voice cut through his daze. Quit talking nonsense. Scratching his head as memories rushed back, the mentor realized what was happening. Oh, right. Watching the scene play out, the mentor groaned. Se-jun is pulling his tricks again, isn't he? Arthur frowned deeply across from them. Who on earth demands 1 quintillion karma points? Se-jun just stood there listening. Se-jun casually cleans his ear with a finger, looking thoroughly unimpressed. He stares at Arthur and asks if he does not like it. Arthur immediately freaks out, screaming that of course he does not like it. Hearing this dramatic reaction, Se-jun just turns on his heel to leave calmly, stating that if he is not satisfied, there is nothing else to be done. Arthur clutches his head in absolute panic, begging him not to go. Se-jun merely glances back with a completely cold expression. He tells the instructor not to be stingy because while 1 quintillion is massive, it is a fair price for Excalibur. Putting his hands on his hips, Se-jun points out that his own pocket dimension almost collapsed when the sword was handed over. Honestly, he wanted to demand even more for that near disaster, but he generously decided to show some restraint. Se-jun mutters that the old instructor must have received plenty of karma points when he originally gave away the legendary Excalibur. He directly asks if Arthur has already spent all of it. The instructor looks incredibly guilty, while Se-jun silently calculates his next move. He knows this massive amount is way beyond what Arthur can handle since even transcendent beings have their absolute limits. Looking at him with a hint of pity, Se-jun wonders why he even demanded such a ridiculous number to begin with. After a tense silence, Ather desperately asks if there's any way to substitute that 1 quintillion with something other than karma. He offers to give Se-jun absolutely anything else, starting to list a massive pile of valuable treasures and secret techniques. He offers to teach the swordsmanship or aura of the Round Table, begging for a discount in exchange for his secret arts. Hearing this, Se-jun smirks internally. He tilts his chin up, pretending to think it over, and offers a simple deal. He promises a discount if the instructor can answer just one single question. Ather immediately lights up with intense hope. He eagerly tells Se-jun to ask him right away, but Se-jun drops a heavy 2-word question on him: who is it? The question completely freezes the old instructor. Se-jun locks eyes with Ather, demanding to know the identity of Excalibur's true recipient. Who was that mysterious entity? Ather clearly did not expect this query, and his expression instantly turns incredibly conflicted. After a heavy pause, the instructor quietly admits that he simply cannot answer that question. Se-jun is not pleased. Narrowing his eyes, he wonders what kind of absolute entity could force Ather to keep quiet even when losing his precious sword. He figures there must be some sort of powerful binding magical contract preventing the old instructor from speaking the truth. Letting out an irritated sigh, Se-jun decides to play hardball, delivering an ultimatum that immediately makes the old man panic. He coldly repeats that if there is no deal, he has no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He casually hands the legendary blade to his mentor, ordering him to put it up on the public auction block immediately. Ather's face goes completely dark as he realizes his beloved weapon might end up in the hands of some random stranger. Driven to desperation, he unleashes a powerful roar, releasing his massive energy while shouting that he will absolutely not allow this. Severe sound waves blast directly towards Se-jun, but the young man simply turns around to face the oncoming energy with dead eyes. With a completely cold, expressionless face, Se-jun channels his own immense energy, condensing it into a highly volatile, crackling magic sphere. Lightning sparks around the sphere, and the sheer pressure forces Ather to raise his arms in a desperate defensive guard. Once the energy fades, Ather is left standing in utter shock, realizing this kid is far from a normal student. This level of pure dominance is completely impossible for a typical first-year cadet, yet Se-jun seems completely unfazed by it. Not only did he absorb the blast effortlessly, but he also completely overwhelmed it. Se-jun stands tall, his eyes glowing intensely. Clenching his fists as waves of raw energy ripple outward, he calmly tells Ather that they will meet again next time. He bids the instructor farewell, turning on his heel and commanding his mentor to follow him out of the room. Ather can only watch him leave in absolute silence before reaching out in a panic, begging him to wait up. A smug smirk plays on Se-jun's lips as he spins around, asking what the old man wants now in an irritated voice. He complains that he is a busy man, prompting Ather to clench his fists, admitting he cannot share the details directly. Instead, the old instructor reaches into his robes to pull something out, catching Se-jun's curiosity as he watches very closely. Ather reveals a simple metal cup, but Se-jun instantly senses that this is actually a highly powerful artifact in disguise. Walking back with his mentor, Se-jun rubs his chin and asks what the object is as Ather holds it out. Ather explains that this cup was his reward for lending the legendary sword, leaving Se-jun completely flabbergasted by the trade. He cannot believe someone traded Excalibur for a dusty cup, but suddenly he feels a strange vibration coming from his side. His spatial pouch begins to squirm, making him wonder what is going on. Inside, the Spear of Longinus is reacting. The legendary spear continues to hum loudly inside the Kibi's pouch, leaving Se-jun deeply intrigued by its sudden dramatic response. Se-jun locks his gaze on the glowing cup in Arthur's hand, his mind racing. Could that be the legendary Holy Grail? Arthur remains completely silent, letting his quiet reaction speak for itself. Legend says the Holy Grail was the very cup that once held the holy blood of God, making its sudden resonance with the Lance of Longinus completely natural. Se-jun stares intently at the cup, but unlike the Lance of Longinus, this was a vessel used by God himself. Then what about that mysterious echoing voice? Before he can piece it together, a sudden sound abruptly cuts off his thoughts. Arthur holds the cup tightly and shakes his head, admitting that he originally thought the same thing, but not anymore. Se-jun turns serious and asks a crucial question: why keep the Grail? Then Arthur can only offer an honest confession. He simply does not know. Se-jun sinks back into his thoughts, wondering who those mysterious voices actually belong to. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the Azure Emperor resting his chin on his palm with a look of pure boredom. He notes that they are likely watching, casually asking if they are finally starting to get a little nervous now. Inside the quiet room, the Azure Emperor lounges in his chair while the silent observer stands right beside him. The observer speaks up, wondering what the first transcendent being would think, seeing them in such a pitiful state. Facing a harsh scowl, the Azure Emperor remains unbothered and asks if they truly believe they can control him. His growth rate has already completely shattered every single limit, and they have a certain someone to thank for that. If this continues, they will lose control completely. Hearing this, the observer simply bows his head in heavy silence. Breaking the quiet, the observer voices his doubts and demands to know what their ultimate goal actually is. Standing up slowly from his seat, the Azure Emperor replies that they want to shatter the shackles of causality. The observer stares back, calling it flat out impossible to do alone. But the Emperor remains entirely unfazed. He slowly paces around, calmly explaining that there is currently no other viable way left to confront the terrifying entity. The observer frowns deeply, reaching a hand out as he asks if they truly believe this will solve everything. The Azure Emperor mockingly scoffs, questioning since when a single existence could easily meddle with the natural flow of causality here. He turns around with a sharp, piercing gaze, declaring that he can no longer just stand by and watch. Too many unpredictable variables have completely breached their safety limits. Hearing this, the observer can only nod in agreement. It is absolutely true, this single person managed to manipulate Earth's destiny, bending the path of the entire planet. And that massive feat belonged to just one man. Immediately, Se-jun's face flashes across the observer's deep thoughts. Our interests are completely opposed, but even the bitterest of enemies must occasionally join hands for a common goal. A mere first-year academy student has somehow already reached the ranks of the supreme transcendents who recently vanished. If this pattern persists, neither side will ever achieve their ultimate goals. He clenches his fist, tight eyes burning. Right now, only a single true god who has reached the transcendent peak can hope to match Kim Se-jun. With a terrifyingly cold glare, the Azure Emperor demands that they immediately release the tight shackles of causality. Meanwhile, we return to Se-jun, who is discovering more about Arthur's Cup, the legendary Holy Grail itself. A sacred relic granting absolute power, eternal youth, and endless wealth to anyone lucky enough to hold it. Se-jun rubs his chin deep in thought. Legends say King Arthur was completely obsessed with finding this grail. He wondered why the king traded Excalibur, but if the price was the grail, it makes total sense. Why that supreme voice possessed the grail in the first place is a mystery they can shelf for now. Snapping back to reality, Se-jun casually tells Arthur that he finally gets it, leaving the old king totally baffled. Arthur desperately throws his hands up asking about Excalibur, but Se-jun just casually picks his nose, totally unbothered. The price is 100 quadrillion. Hearing this absurd number, Arthur's face pales as he waves the cup wildly. He desperately tries to reason, arguing that there is no justice here, but Se-jun cuts him off immediately. He reminds the king that he only promised a discount for his identity, not a full negotiation on price. Arthur is absolutely livid, trembling with pure rage but completely unable to fight back against this ridiculous demand. He tightly clenches his fists, swallowing his pride while cursing the sheer audacity of this incredibly arrogant brat. Watching Se-jun smugly pick his nose, Arthur reluctantly admits to himself that he would likely lose a fight anyway. Realizing his hopeless situation, he slowly looks down at the glowing Holy Grail in his hands, completely defeated. He closes his eyes and lets out a heavy sigh, accepting that this relic was never truly meant for him. Arthur looks up at Se-jun and asks what would happen if he actually handed over the Holy Grail. Caught off guard by Arthur's sudden offer, Se-jun recovers quickly and offers him a 50% discount. Hearing that, Arthur crosses his arms and agrees, saying he will try to pull together 5 trillion. Se-jun raises his hand and says that, including the Holy Grail, the total is 5 trillion and 5 trillion. Sensing something is off, Arthur immediately objects and demands to know what the extra 5 trillion is for. Se-jun casually explains that the instructor's personal tutoring fee costs 5 trillion per hour. Plus, value-added tax must be covered by the customer, leaving Arthur staring in absolute shock. Meanwhile, the mentor is totally used to Se-jun's antics and steps in to comfort the old man. He tells Arthur that it's not his fault since even the principal can't handle this guy. Arthur finally hands over the Holy Grail, explaining that gathering 5 trillion will take some time. Se-jun reaches out to accept the Holy Grail, gladly taking it as a down payment. He smiles brightly and honestly, you have to respect how fast he hunts for extra profit. He warns Arthur that delays will incur extra tutoring fees plus another 5 trillion in taxes. Arthur is shaking with pure rage, but he has no choice but to accept the harsh terms. With a bitter nod, Arthur suddenly vanishes, but not before leaving behind one final warning. He promises to prepare the karma and return, while Se-jun casually reminds him of the remaining time. Se-jun points out there are 31 minutes left, meaning Arthur just walked away from billions. Holding his sword, Mentor secretly thinks that he wouldn't want to stay here another second either. With Arthur gone, Se-jun lifts the shiny gold cup toward the sunlight to examine it closely. It looks pretty ordinary, making him wonder if he should pour some water in and try it. Se-jun opens a water bottle, fills the cup to the brim, and takes a sip without hesitating. Instantly, his eyes fly wide open as a powerful sensation washes over his entire body. Clutching his forehead in excitement, Se-jun yells that this thing is a literal elixir factory. Shocked by the extreme reaction, Mentor begs Se-jun to let him have a single sip too. A bit later, Se-jun stands with his hand on his hip, staring deeply at the grail. Flavor aside, if the engraving effect doesn't trigger, the potential uses for this are virtually endless. Nearby, Mentor is busy chugging down an entire bottle of the newly made holy water. Se-jun keeps plotting, wondering how this holy water could help in training a dragon's heart. Suddenly, Mentor starts coughing violently, instantly breaking Se-jun out of his deep train of thought. Clutching his water bottle, Mentor flies over to announce that he has to leave for now. He plans to ask the principal about Se-jun's next lessons, and Se-jun nods in agreement. Se-jun asks him to check in with the Great Sage, equal to heaven as well. Giving a cheerful thumbs up, Se-jun tells Mentor to say he is ready for a direct showdown. Nodding, Mentor bids farewell to Se-jun and instantly vanishes from the training ground. Now left alone, Se-jun walks along, glad that the Excalibur issue is finally out of the way. Suddenly, he notices a large group of people gathered ahead, whispering anxiously to one another. Confused by the crowd, Se-jun wonders why everyone is gathering in such a tight group. He approaches and asks what is going on, prompting Mindu to nervously scratch his head. Mindu greets him as leader, but Se-jun suddenly spots something that makes him freeze. A tied-up man is trembling on the ground, and Se-jun instantly recognizes him as Akudo Appo. As Appo looks up, someone walks up from behind Se-jun, speaking of their suffering in South Africa. It is Kweku, who steps forward with two others to share their long, painful history. Kweku admits he thought long and hard about tearing these villains apart right then and there. But mindless killing feels wrong, and deep down they do not have that right. Kneeling on the ground, Akudo Appo flinches nervously as Se-jun quietly listens to Kweku's words. At this moment, Se-jun speaks up. Standing directly opposite him, the young man declares that even if he does not know what to do, he will still step forward. He continues, asking them to gather journalists from all over the world in his name so that he can finally speak out. He wants to expose South Africa's harsh reality to the world, revealing the sheer brutality of Akudo Appo and the painful sacrifices of innocent citizens, not to mention the horrific crimes committed by the truth cult. Hearing Se-jun say this, Kweku and the others are completely stunned. As the shock wears off, Kweku immediately reacts. Holding out both hands in disbelief, he asks Se-jun what on earth he is trying to do. Does he really plan to wage war against the truth cult? They are no mere religious group. Fighting them is basically taking on the entire world. A single person standing alone against almost the entire world. Listening from the side, Se-jun, the divine doctor, and Kwabena grow deeply anxious. Their anxiety is palpable. But Se-jun just looks back and calmly tells Kweku that he knows the risks, yet he also knows the truth. The truth cult is the ultimate source of all this suffering, and he fully intends to destroy them. He asks Kweku to join the fight. Kweku is stunned, temporarily losing his words as he looks into Se-jun's eyes, seeing a fiery, unwavering determination standing right in front of him. The veteran hunter silently studies him for a moment. Then, without a second thought, he officially agrees to Se-jun's daring proposal. He pledges his support. However, the two soldiers standing right behind him immediately panic, trying to protest and stop their captain. One soldier clenches his fists. He pleads loudly for Captain Kweku to reconsider this reckless path before it is too late. Knowing exactly what his subordinate wants to say, Kweku cuts him off. He reminds them of the heroes who fought during the Great Cataclysm. Those legendary figures fought for the world yet died before completing their mission. Technically, their own battle in South Africa has ended. But look around at all this tragedy. Countless people have been slaughtered. South Africa is stained red with graves dug in every direction. New grave markers are being put up every single day. Kweku turns back to his team, his voice cracking with heavy emotion. He asks them what they even fought for. Why did they ever pick up swords? Was it not to defend the helpless? They fought for their families, friends, and loved ones. They fought for a safe tomorrow where their children could actually thrive. So who are those victims buried over there? Kweku clenches his fists, his voice ringing with absolute determination as he continues. The battle for South Africa is technically over, but their real war has not stopped yet. He urges them to stand tall and face their destiny with pride. They failed to protect their own families in the past. They failed to protect innocent lives, but he refuses to run away anymore. This is the South Africa they must defend. They must guard it with their lives from now on. They will fight any threat that dares to menace their land. The struggle is far from over. His comrades look at one another in complete silence, processing the heavy weight of his speech. Feeling a bit awkward with the silence, Kweku turns his gaze back to Se-jun. He steps forward, delivering a solemn promise. They will fight side by side with him. The scene shifts. Right to Cape Town, the legislative capital of South Africa. At Cape Town International Airport, Se-jun actually gathers with his loyal comrades and Kweku to make their first move. They hold a massive press conference with countless reporters filming the event. What Se-jun reveals next is about to shock the entire world. The broadcast goes viral in real time. Viewers tuning into Kim Se-jun's live stream immediately flood the internet with frantic comments. His bold declaration of war against the truth cult is mind-blowing. How could an organization claiming to save humanity be its biggest threat? Almost 100 million loyal followers quickly rise to defend the cult, and public opinion shifts in the blink of an eye. Skeptics flood the news, wondering if Se-jun's anger is just arrogance or delusional fantasy, leaving many of his fans disappointed. They used to admire the veteran hunter, but this seems too reckless. Thankfully, a major voice soon steps forward in his defense. The Korean Hunters Association officially announces to the media that everything Se-jun said is the truth, and they will back him up. This bold statement paves the way for a massive wave of global support, starting with the Italian Prime Minister Samuel, Queen Aria of the United Kingdom, Libby and Lucas from the U.S. Hunter Bureau, and even Kwaku of South Africa all step forward. These powerful leaders officially declare their support for Se-jun. Amidst the mounting global chaos, the Silent Truth cult finally takes action. They release an official public statement. The scene shifts to someone checking their phone, greeted by a massive breaking news alert. The urgent report reveals the cult's official declaration promising to expose everything about their upcoming secret apostle rite. They promise to unveil everything. Se-jun reads the notification on his phone, thoroughly confused by this bizarre turn of events. He mutters the words apostle rite under his breath. Kwaku looks straight at him, asking if he is ready to depart. In the massive airport lounge, the two groups face each other. Se-jun speaks. Only a few weeks remain until the ceremony. Since he has already declared war, he cannot just sit around and do nothing. Kwaku agrees, his expression filled with concern. The veteran hunter frowns with worry. He asks if this massive coronation ceremony will indeed be held back home in Korea. A major ritual to appoint the pure apostle is taking place in South Korea. Instead of Greenland, they are definitely targeting him. Kwaku adds that he will also attend the ceremony. Se-jun asks if he is really going, and Kwaku simply flashes a gentle, knowing smile. He extends his massive hand in a gesture of pure sincerity. He admits it might be small help, but he wants to support Se-jun. Se-jun stands in deep thought as the man declares that they will never forget what they owe him. It is a debt of a lifetime. He beams with absolute joy and relief upon hearing those words. A bright, warm smile spreads across his face as he looks back. They shake hands to seal a powerful pact of absolute trust. Se-jun knows this ally is going to be an incredibly massive help later. Soon the plane takes off, soaring high into the sky and cutting straight through the thick white clouds as they fly toward destiny. The scene shifts to a building. Inside, two men are absolutely furious, screaming at the top of their lungs in pure outrage. Bianque and Paracelsus take turns yelling at Se-jun, calling him complete trash. He can only stand there and take the heat. Spittle flies everywhere. Se-jun endures their rage as they complain about their hard work, refining his heart. They yell that he threw them out of nowhere, calling him a jerk. Se-jun sheepishly scratches his head and tries to explain. He insists it was completely out of his hands. To ease the tension, Se-jun starts rummaging through his bag while casually talking. But the mood shifts. A brilliant blinding light erupts from a glowing red orb resting right in his hand. The sudden glow makes all three elders freeze in shock. Se-jun casually smiles and mentions he prepared one more little surprise for them. Their anger instantly evaporates, replaced by total astonishment. They stare wide-eyed at the extremely precious items Se-jun is holding right now. They demand to know how he even found this. Se-jun politely asks if they can refine it for him once again. Instantly, the room erupts in cheers. They eagerly agree to start right away, their grumpy faces lighting up with pure joy. But first, Se-jun excitedly pulls out a large flask and a white cup, offering them a taste of the mysterious liquid. They down it, freeze. Their eyes nearly pop out in absolute shock at the flavor. Se-jun holds up the glowing sphere amidst their wild excitement, explaining that this is holy water straight from the Holy Grail itself. He asks what would happen if they used this to refine the heart. The three elders lose their minds at the sheer absurdity. Overwhelmed with fanatical excitement, they scramble to take this once-in-a-lifetime chance, each screaming that they will do it first. Se-jun quietly grabs the doorknob and steps outside, leaving the noisy bickering behind as they call him a true savior. Inside, the intense debate continues as they plan to analyze the exact ingredients of this legendary holy water first. With this eccentric trio on the job, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Suddenly, a hostile voice echoes down the hallway. Someone is demanding to know who dares to barge into their territory. Se-jun peers inside calmly, stating he only came to talk. But Kalia stands with crossed arms, confidently sneering that they have absolutely nothing to discuss with his faction. Se-jun warns her she will regret turning him away. He steps closer, demanding to know what she thinks she is doing. She calls him Hunter Se-jun, saying he arrived at the perfect time. Se-jun turns away, but she refuses to give up. She begs for just a brief conversation, but his eyes flare with a cold blue, murderous intent as he shuts her down. She insists he should listen to her at least once. She is incredibly stubborn, and Se-jun is rapidly losing his patience. A sudden surge of blue energy erupts around Se-jun, sending a wave of pressure that forces Kalia to take a step back. With the Truth Sect plotting in the shadows, he has no time to waste on pointless circular conversations. Se-jun reiterates in a freezing tone that they have nothing to discuss, but Kalia simply responds with an arrogant, mocking smirk. She issues a sharp threat, warning him that he will regret this. After all, she is the chosen next pure apostle. Enveloped in darkness, her final threats drip with heavy sarcasm. She asks how he dares to treat her this way before her coronation. She questions if he truly wants to declare war on the truth sect. Words are clearly useless with someone this delusional. Her face pales. A massive fist suddenly appears right in front of her. Se-jun leaps into the air and unleashes a devastating downward strike. The heavy impact completely shatters her solid shield into tiny pieces. She is sent flying, completely stunned by his absurd strength. Se-jun's eyes glow with killing intent as he launches a fierce kick. It feels less like she blocked a hit and more like her own broken shield was slammed violently against her. White dust swirls violently as rocks fly everywhere. Kalia stares blankly at the sky, her eyes rolled back in utter disbelief. Massive boulders are launched into the air, tearing through the chaotic atmosphere. She collapses in the dust, groaning in agonizing pain. Se-jun stands tall in the distance. Her body trembles with absolute terror as she looks up and begs him to wait. With a cold expression and sharp, decisive eyes, he looks down and warns her that this attitude benefits no one. He was not about to give her anything. Se-jun stood as firm as an unmovable mountain. Ignoring her hopeless warnings that others would not let this slide, he remained completely unfazed. Meanwhile, Kalia began breaking out in cold sweat, desperately trying to stop her trembling. She insisted this was no time to act foolishly aggressive. A fiery red aura suddenly flared around Se-jun, his eyes glowing with a terrifying white light. Kalia feared for her life. In absolute panic, her voice caught in her throat. She could only manage broken, trembling whimpers. After a tense moment, she finally managed to squeeze out the words, "The heart of rage." Se-jun stared back, completely stunned. What, he asked? With shaking hands, she offered him a brilliant red orb pulsing with mystical light. She was there to deliver it. He looked at her with pure skepticism. He demanded to know what kind of game she was playing and why she was giving it to him. She insisted she had no idea and was only ordered to deliver it. Se-jun watched her in heavy silence. She swore on the name of truth that she was completely clueless and she did not seem to be lying. Trembling, she held it out. Was this an order from the high priest, he wondered. Se-jun took the glowing crimson orb, holding it tightly as he watched her. With a cold gaze, he told her they would meet again at the upcoming coronation ceremony. He held the blazing relic high. Kalia could only kneel in absolute terror. Soon his decisive footsteps echoed down the empty, silent hallway. As he walked, his mind raced. What were they plotting and why give him the heart of rage when they knew he would absorb it? Did they somehow tamper with the relic beforehand? He shook off the doubt, his expression hardening with cold determination. No matter what schemes they had in store, he had absolutely no intention of sitting around and waiting. He had to act. In the quiet, his mind quickly formulated a plan regarding the heart of rage. He would refine it using the Holy Grail, squeeze 5 trillion from Arthur, and take those 8 free tablets as well. He had to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. Se-jun marched forward, fueled by an unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, a shadow-cloaked figure reported to the Holy Emperor that Kalia had successfully delivered the heart. From his sunlit, spacious chamber, the Emperor dismissed the messenger. Stepping over to the massive glass window, he peered outside. He stood silently, watching a tiny bird, chirping peacefully in its nest, nestled among the lush green branches. Bathed in the bright morning light, his mind wandered. Evil is simply evil, and faith is just a decorative facade. A massive snake suddenly reared its head, opening its jaws to swallow the nest whole in a chilling display of death. No matter how noble the justification to those destined to perish, it is all just a meaningless excuse. The Holy Emperor coldly accepted his role, declaring himself as pure evil. He then turned his thoughts toward the fateful day. Only 1 month remained until the apostle coronation. On that day, everything they had built would finally be decided. The world would either meet its ultimate demise or find salvation. With a calculating gaze, he wondered about the outcome. He questioned whether the will of the first Transcendent was truly correct. Meanwhile, Se-jun was deep in thought. His sharp eyes carefully observed the precious relic as a blindingly brilliant light began radiating from its core. Bianqui, Paracelsus, and Hua Tuo cheered in absolute excitement upon seeing it, recognizing another berserker heart. They were thrilled, their eyes shining like they had struck gold as they crowded around him with questions. They asked if he was secretly raising a dragon or if he had just slain one in battle. They eagerly wanted to know if any bones were left over, claiming dragon stew was an absolute delicacy. They joked about using dragon breath to cook it. Se-jun laughed it off, explaining he had simply stumbled upon it. Bianqui and Paracelsus rejoiced while Hua Tuo pointed out they now had 2 hearts to refine. As the mysterious crimson spheres floated in the air, they explained that absorbing them would fully restore his fractured heart. Once combined, the 3 separate parts would merge inside him. Suddenly, a brilliant blue energy swirled around his body. Curious, he asked how long the process would take. They reminded him that drawing power from the Holy Grail required time. It was a delicate task that could not be rushed. Hua Tuo deeply pondered the sheer difficulty of the process. They made it clear that this required patience, demanding he would not push them aside at the very last minute. Se-jun stood frozen with sweat on his brow, feeling the immense pressure of Bianqui's strict conditions. He quickly promised that would not happen. They threatened to strike if they could not witness the final breakthrough. Meanwhile, Se-jun silently panicked, wondering if his funds would even last until the medicine was finally complete. Scratching his head, he calculated his balance. This eccentric trio charged 1 trillion gold per hour, which was absolutely insane. How much is left? Last check showed only 97 trillion. But wait, suddenly his eyes go wide in shock. Cold sweat drips from his forehead. A system screen displays an impossibly long number. What is this, a glitch? 1.05 quadrillion 500 billion. As Se-jun mutters this impossible figure to himself, the three elders behind him begin to panic. This is insane. What is wrong with him? They whisper in absolute fear as his eyes remain glued to the screen. He grabs his head in shock. How is this even possible? Counting his existing balance, it means an additional 1 quadrillion has been deposited. Hijacking a distorted entity's causality before was one thing, but this is pure nonsense. This amount makes South Africa's total diamond output look like pocket change. He falls silent, completely and utterly stunned. His face shows deep skepticism. No, from the start, there is no place that could even manage a capital flow this massive. Alone in the dark, illuminated only by the screen, it feels like he just found the final missing piece. The screen flashes the name Cult of Truth. If it is them, then both owning and operating 1 quadrillion actually makes perfect sense. Se-jun's gaze turns incredibly sharp and highly focused as he pieces the entire mystery together. Did he somehow hijack the entire flow of causality that the Cult of Truth prepared for that distorted entity? Holding his phone, he turns to ask Huwato how long it will take to process everything. They should expect a month. Se-jun looks ahead with a worried face. It will take around 700 hours, costing 300 trillion. The three elders laugh in delight, surprised. He can pay for up to 1100 hours, very generous of him. The three of them turn to leave, asking if they can safely continue their research. He leaves it in their hands. He stands with arms crossed as the elders look on with pure excitement. 1 quadrillion should definitely be enough. This Holy Grail's effects are far greater than expected, forcing a tense, awkward smile from Se-jun at their words. They suggest considering other applications, but he objects the research might take much longer than anticipated. He seems to be desperately trying to reassure himself in the face of this overwhelming and chaotic situation. They have plenty of time anyway, so everything should be completely fine. But then, out of nowhere, Mentor pops up, shocking Se-jun completely. The scene turns chaotic as the little guy flies around him frantically, making him incredibly dizzy. It is an emergency, a total emergency. Se-jun quickly grabs hold of Mentor, with his teeth clenched. Once he calms down, Se-jun looks at the little guy standing safely in his palm. He asks if the little guy is okay, who replies that this is nothing. But Mentor's voice remains deeply anxious. More importantly, Kim Se-jun, things are extremely serious. Mentor recalls how solemn and angry Irina looked. She demanded to know what he was doing, speaking directly to the observer who released the karmic seals. Did he have any idea of the consequences? Once freed from those shackles, nothing would be able to hold him. She warned that once he was unshackled, no entity could ever restrain him again. But the observer explained his side. He insisted he did not fully release them. Irina looked completely baffled by his explanation, demanding an answer. She wanted to know what that meant. He admitted he tried to loosen the karmic bonds on him, but still, no matter who he is, messing with the ancient laws of creation since the dawn of time is strictly impossible. At best, he could only adjust them. So he merged the tangled causality of another dimension with Earth. He figured that would work. He genuinely believed he could loosen the chains while still putting a safety mechanism in place. The observer bowed his head, but behind his calm face lay a horrifying reality that was already beginning to collapse. Dimensional barriers are falling like a house of cards. Every single realm is connected to one another. A massive rift opened up while he was adjusting the flow of causality to merge the two worlds. Could it be? He confirmed her worst fear. Yes, blue threads of chaotic energy began wrapping together. That bastard had managed to bind the causality of all dimensions into one massive tangled mess. Irina looks on with deep worry, her brows furrowed as the gravity of the situation sinks in. At this point, she has to ask. She demands to know why the master disappeared and how he managed to keep his precious memories of the master completely intact while everyone else had theirs completely wiped away. Back in reality, Se-jun sits on the floor staring up at Mentor. So the causality of all dimensions is now completely tangled up together, not just Earth. Mentor nods, confirming that is exactly the case. Just as Mentor is speaking, the door suddenly flies open and Se-jun bursts in, looking absolutely panicked. This means the barriers of every single dimension have vanished, not just Earth. According to the Dean's analysis, Se-jun watches in shock as a massive purple-black vortex of energy suddenly swallows the sky. Amidst the packed city streets, Se-jun freezes, completely paralyzed as crowds of people around him begin muttering in panic. This is impossible. How could that massive gate actually appear? His face instantly tightens. Cold sweat beads on his forehead as his mentor delivers some extremely grim news. With all dimensions intertwining, the movement of entities between different spaces will no longer be restricted. Se-jun glances at his little mentor with deep worry. Absolute terrifying chaos is now completely inevitable. They must face the real possibility of all dimensions collapsing. That is the dean's warning. He stares up lost in thought. A colossal gate blocks the sky as the swirling purple energy continues expanding. Has the multidimensional merger already begun? In the street, a mother desperately tries to calm her sobbing child while Se-jun and his companions look on utterly powerless. If things have already progressed this far, trying to stop it now seems nearly impossible. A voice cries in fear, but another says the hunters will save them. Se-jun's eyes narrow. No, it is not over. He stands frozen, facing a heavy question. If there really was no hope left, that great voice would not have gone to such trouble. Is there truly no way? His mentor looks at him, eyes turning cold. The only entity independent of causality. A unique existence capable of resisting the merged causality of all dimensions. That massive destiny. The little guy gets excited. The dean said that Se-jun might actually stop this. Above them, the sky turns terrifying, revealing a deep, dark abyss preparing to swallow the entire city whole. Explosive crashes echo from the high rises. Inside the office, Se-jun folds his arms, looking stressed. Losing all patience, he asks in deep frustration, how long are they seriously planning to keep arguing about this? Come on, why the rush? For a matter this critical, they must proceed with caution. Se-jun's face twists in pure annoyance as they push an empty cup toward his face. They complain their throats are dry and tell him to fetch some holy water. Seriously again. Standing before the collector, Se-jun awkwardly scratches his head as he hears the bad news. They ask if a pipe burst because of how much holy water they consumed. The bill skyrocketed. Since they have holy water machines, the three old masters are currently busy clinking glasses. Se-jun helplessly begs them. Please, he pleads, the apostle ritual is only 2 weeks away. They tell him to stop nagging. Defeated, Se-jun can only stare at his phone screen with deep anxiety. His advisor should arrive soon. Exhausted, he suddenly sees his mentor pop up smiling. The little guy cheerily announces his arrival. Se-jun, I'm finally here. Ah, you're finally here, Se-jun asks eagerly. He asks about the task. The mentor admits there are details, but first check this out. The system screen flashes Heavenly Moon Cloud, Stone, Spear skill. All his current skills. If dragon words are ineffective, then the Azure Dragon Divine Spear optimal skill setup is complete. This includes Instructor Irina's Causality Corruption skill and her powerful Transcendental Enlightenment technique. Completing this training course rewards him with the legendary SSS rank Heavenly Moon Cloud Stone Spear Master skill. Plus, he will gain S-rank Iron Wall, S-rank Golden Flame, SS Counter Martial Arts, and S-rank Demon Slaying Chase. Along with SS Hidden Jade Gate Assassination, SS Dragon Language, S-rank Space Interference, and Phenomenon Manipulation. Not to mention S-rank Causality Corruption and X-rank Transcendental Enlightenment. His mentor grins watching Se-jun's reaction. He asks Se-jun what he thinks. The brilliant glow reflects in Se-jun's eyes, leaving him speechless. This is absolutely insane, Se-jun mutters, his eyes wide with shock and pure excitement. Hands shaking, he holds up his phone, staring at the endless list of skill rewards. Back in the office, his mentor speaks confidently. Just as Se-jun predicted with dimensions merging, all causality restrictions have vanished. This means free passes are also unlimited, giving them a massive advantage. He explains that things once blocked are now possible. 4 S-rank skills is insane. What is next? It is not like they have not seen crazy things before. But suddenly, Se-jun freezes. Suddenly, a serious problem pops up. He looks visibly flustered, struggling to ask what the observer is playing at now. That's not it. He insists it is not what Se-jun thinks, but the mentor points out their biggest hurdle. It is time itself. Multiple glowing system windows pop up overlapping each other to display countless unique skills. 2 weeks. With only 2 weeks left, there is absolutely no way to complete all 7 courses. Se-jun stands in deep thought. He rubs his chin, wondering if he can even properly finish a single course. So the little mentor reveals he consulted the principal about this, making Se-jun look up in surprise. To buy more time, Se-jun is baffled, but the mentor crosses his arms and shakes his head repeatedly. Is it time magic? The mentor quickly dismisses the idea, insisting time magic is completely impossible. Causality governs everything. Se-jun looks serious, knowing nothing can directly meddle with time. Then how, suddenly, a glowing spatial grid materializes right behind them as the little kid grins. He happily suggests sending Se-jun to another dimension. With that, the mentor excitedly flies in circles. Wait, another dimension? Well, the flow of time is never the same across different realms. In some worlds, time flows much faster, while in other realms, it ticks away at a crawl. The mentor smiles, doing some quick math to show Se-jun how a single second on Earth works. If that second equals 5 seconds over there, then 1 Earth day becomes 5 days in that realm. He demonstrates with training. Working out on Earth gives you 1 day, but over there you get 5. Honestly, that sounds like a dream. Se-jun realizes this will massively boost his available training time. The mentor winks playfully, shrugging with a proud grin as he explains that normally crossing dimensions is impossible, but since the causality of all dimensions is currently merging, this wild trick is actually doable now. It requires a massive amount of causality, but thankfully Se-jun still has those free tickets on him. Se-jun scratches his head, looking a bit hesitant because a round trip requires 2 of those tickets. But that is fine. Any missing tickets can be offset by paying a relatively cheap causality cost at Dragon Martial Academy. The mentor looks up innocently and asks what the principal said, standing right in front of Se-jun. He explains that the Transcendent Academy has completely halted operations because dimensions everywhere are experiencing chaotic causality. This chaos affects Earth and other worlds alike, but the mentor offers a warm, encouraging smile anyway. The principal believes Se-jun is the only one who can fix this, prompting the kid to spread his arms. He jumps up in pure excitement, adding that she promised to support Se-jun fully no matter what choice he makes. Naturally, the mentor will too. Se-jun stands silently before the kid, asking how much time he would actually get over there. The mentor reveals that the maximum time ratio they can get from compatible dimensions is an impressive 20-to-1. With only 2 weeks left until the Apostle Ritual 20 times, that would buy him around 40 weeks. That is nearly 10 whole months. The kid hovers before Se-jun, gesturing that the explanation is done and they must leave. But Se-jun hesitates, asking for just a little more time, which makes the mentor tilt his head in confusion. Meanwhile, a massive vortex of energy still looms in the night sky, casting an ominous glow over the entire city below. Exhausted from the ordeal, Mizu is sound asleep. Nearby, Suran and Han are also completely passed out on the floor. In another quiet room, 2 children sleep peacefully. Outside, under the full moon, sharp energy arcs crackle across the rooftop. Fierce, swift swings slice through the air, creating glowing trails as Park Seo-ah moves gracefully in the dark. Her blade unleashes brilliant pink flashes that cut through the night sky with every agile step she takes. Spiritual power wraps around her body like burning flames as she pours every ounce of determination into her training. She slams her sword hard against the ground, unleashing a vibrant pink shockwave before collapsing in exhaustion. Sweat drips down her tired face. Her trembling hands desperately try to grip the hilt, but she can barely hold it. She drops to her knees on the cold floor, staring down at her shaking palms in disbelief. It is truly incredible. After drinking the mysterious water Se-jun gave her, she feels a massive difference even in this short time. Clenching her sweaty hands, she reminds herself that she still isn't strong enough to stand by his side. Her long shadow stretches across the ground as footsteps quietly approach her from behind, though she desperately wants to train more. Lacking the strength to lift a single finger, she slowly turns around to see who is there. Shock flashes across her sweat-drenched face. Se-jun scratches his head awkwardly, offering a sheepish smile. Se-jun, I did not mean to eavesdrop at all. Se-jun turns around and asks how long he has been standing there. He admits it has been a while, saying she should have called him. She sinks to the floor listening. He says he did not want to interrupt. Se-jun stands up, telling Se-jun to put that aside. Why are you here? At this late hour, she gently touches her neck, her face clearly showing her hesitation and confusion. I have something to tell you. Se-jun speaks calmly, explaining that he needs to travel somewhere else for a while. He hesitates. He says he probably won't be able to return until the apostolic ritual begins. Hearing this, her eyes widen. Sweat drips down her cheeks in absolute shock. Under the full moon in the dark night, their final conversation takes place in a rush. When are you leaving? Probably right now. Please explain everything clearly to the group, Se-jun. He raises his hand to wave goodbye and decisively turns to leave. I am off then. Sorry for interrupting your training. Her eyes grow sad. Full of deep thoughts, they have gone through so many difficult trials together. In the infinite darkness, their 2 figures gradually drift apart. Yet why does it feel like the stronger Se-jun gets the further? He drifts from them. Honestly, her heartbreak is so real. Se-jun clenches her fists in complete painful helplessness. She has this sinking feeling that, once this is over, she will never see Se-jun again. Please don't go. She cannot hold it back any longer. She cries out in despair, trying to stop him. Please don't go, Se-jun. He looks back over his shoulder. With sharp, determined eyes. He stands with his back turned, looking at her in confusion. What is it? Se-jun's face shows deep anxiety covered in nervous sweat. I wish you would lean on us a little. He stands in silence. You are always the one supporting everyone else, Se-jun. Yet you never lean on anyone because you are just too strong. Her face is painfully sad. Se-jun looks at him with eyes full of regret, her lips tightly pressed to hold back her emotions. Even if she wants to stop him, she knows she cannot. Please return safely. Se-jun looks at her with a hint of confusion, but suddenly his cold expression softens into a gentle, warm smile. Under the bright moonlight, the 2 of them face each other amidst falling white petals. Of course, where would I go and leave you all behind? The mentor is trying to hold a cup with both hands. Se-jun slowly steps into the room. The little boy asks him if everything is ready to go. Yes, I am ready to depart. A brilliant purple light erupts from beneath Se-jun's feet. The mentor chimes in then. Shall we head out right now? With determination written across his face, Se-jun vows to grow strong